The protagonist, Lin Mo, awakens amidst a metallic graveyard. His senses overwhelmed by the frigid touch of metal and the alarming warnings of dwindling energy reserves. He discovers that he has become a lowly Decepticon soldier known as Scrapiron, designated D734. His memories clash with the data streams of his mechanical body, resulting in excruciating headaches. Before he can fully acclimate, two fellow Decepticon grunts engage in a fierce brawl over a contaminated energy source at his feet. Chapter 1. The Rusted Awakening. Coldness. This was the first and singular sensation Lin Mo experienced upon regaining consciousness. It was not the chilling touch of ice against skin, but rather a structural coldness emanating from his core, permeating every inch of his being. He felt akin to an ancient machine, long dormant for centuries, with every screw and wire exuding a desolate chill. Immediately thereafter, a cacophony of intermittent alarms pierced his consciousness, not through his ears, but resonating sharply within the depths of his awareness. Warning: energy reserves below 3. Warning: right optical sensor array damaged 78. Warning: severe were detected in leg hydraulic joints. A torrent of crimson data streams cascaded through his chaotic thoughts. Lin Mo attempted to open his eyes, only to realize that he possessed no eyelids. The only sight available to him was a distorted view marred by snowflake-like speckles and cracks, reminiscent of an ancient display screen shattered beyond repair. The right half of his vision was nearly engulfed in darkness, while the left managed to capture faint, indistinct shapes. Where am I? A hoarse voice, akin to grinding metal, emerged from his own throat. The sound was utterly foreign and terrifying to him. He tried to raise his body, but the resistance from his arms was heavy and sluggish, accompanied by a grating metallic creak that sent shivers down his spine. Lowering his gaze, he glimpsed his hand through the one functioning side of his vision. That was no hand. It was a massive claw, constructed of dark gray metal, riddled with scratches and rust. 5 thick fingers were distinctly articulated, yet devoid of any semblance of life. As he moved his fingers, the metallic claw clumsily opened and closed in tandem, generating a dissonant noise of metal scraping against metal. An alien body, a fractured vision, alarms echoing in his mind, and a tempest of memories belonging to a human named Lin Mo, spanning 25 years. The fluorescent lights of an office, the rhythmic tapping of a keyboard, the aroma of afternoon coffee, the warm smiles of his parents. These vivid images clashed violently with the dreary, rust-laden world before him, nearly overwhelming his cognitive core, or rather, his brain to the point of collapse. Body code: Scrapiron. Designation: D734. Faction: Decepticon. Fragments of information foreign to him emerged from the depths of his new form's data, forcibly imprinting themselves upon his consciousness. Scrapiron. Decepticon. Lin Mo's core, or rather the heart-like component he now possessed, plummeted with dread. These two terms represented an indelible part of the childhood memories of any male raised in the late 20th century. Yet, as they became his own reality, all that remained was an abyss of fear. Struggling, he leveraged the one marginally functional metal arm to prop up his heavy upper body. The world around him swayed with his movements, gradually coming into clearer focus. He found himself in a boundless metallic graveyard. Countless colossal and mangled mechanical constructs towered like mountains, forming undulating hills of steel. Some wreckage retained the outlines of vehicles or aircraft, yet most had twisted and warped, rusting like the bones of ancient behemoths. The sky loomed a somber leaden gray, devoid of sunlight, illuminated only by distant, rhythmically flickering artificial lights along the horizon, casting a cold glow over the desolate expanse. Cybertron. This name instinctively surfaced from the recesses of his mind. This was the home planet of the Transformers, a metallic world ravaged by eternal warfare, long bereft of life. And he, Lin Mo, an ordinary human wage slave, inexplicably found his soul transported to this hellish planet, inhabiting the body of the most menial Decepticon soldier, Scrapiron. As he endeavored to unravel this bizarre reality, the edge of his left vision caught sight of 2 towering silhouettes approaching. They were also Transformers, slightly larger than Scrapiron, their metallic armor marred by scars yet far more intact than his own seemingly disintegrating form. One bore evident claw marks across its chest, which we shall refer to as Rust Claw. The other had a fissure in its facial armor, revealing the intricate gears within, aptly named Ragetooth. Their optical sensors, glowing with crimson light, fixated intently on the crystal lying at Scrapiron's feet. Following their gaze, Scrapiron beheld a fist-sized crystal, emitting a faint purple glow, resting quietly at his feet. The light within pulsated erratically, its surface marred by dark impurities. Energy block inferior this term, and its properties automatically surfaced in Scrapiron's mind. It represented the most fundamental energy source on Cybertron, the food upon which these steel beings relied for survival. And the piece at his feet was evidently of the lowest quality nevertheless. To Scrapiron, whose energy reserves had plummeted below 3, it was akin to a life-saving elixir. "Hey, newcomer, hand over what's beneath your feet." Rustclaw's voice resonated, a jarring metallic rasp imbued with undeniable aggression. Ragetooth was more direct, stepping forward, its colossal metallic foot crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound that reverberated through the surrounding debris. "This scrapyard is under our jurisdiction. Everything here belongs to us." Lin Mo's thoughts raced. His human instincts screamed that he was witnessing blatant robbery. Yet the remnants of Scrapiron within him indicated that in the Decepticons' brutal hierarchy, survival of the fittest reigned supreme. The strong claimed all. Resist? He assessed the power dynamics. The two before him possessed bodies far more intact than his own, with abundant energy reserves. Meanwhile, he was but a cripple, barely able to stand. In a direct confrontation, he wouldn't last a second. Surrender? To relinquish this sole source of energy would mean certain death within hours as his reserves dwindled to nothing. It was a deadlock. No, there must be a way. Lin Mo's human spirit roared within him, refusing to succumb to an inexplicable demise in this wretched place. His mind began to function with unprecedented speed, fusing human cunning and strategy with this alien environment. His gaze swiftly traversed his surroundings. To the left stood an impenetrable wall constructed of compacted metal blocks. To the right loomed an unstable mountain of trash, formed from various discarded vehicle parts, pipes, and steel plates. Atop this mountain, a colossal, twisted spaceship engine casing teetered precariously. An opportunity, this. I found it first. Shattered Iron mimicked the tone of a weakling, his voice quivering with trepidation. As he spoke, he shielded the energy core with his body while subtly inching 2 steps toward the towering mountain of refuse. Found it? Rustclaw scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. His crimson electronic eyes flickered with mocking light. "You pitiful minion, it appears you are oblivious to the rules here. Allow me to enlighten you." Before he could finish, Rustclaw lunged forward, his massive metal fist whipping up a fierce gust as it descended toward Shattered Iron's head. In Rustclaw's estimation, this blow would reduce the nearly defunct Scrap to mere fragments. However, at the moment of impact, Shattered Iron executed an utterly illogical maneuver for a transformer in battle. Instead of blocking or retreating, he performed a hasty roll, awkward yet effective, narrowly evading this lethal strike. Rustclaw's fist slammed heavily into the ground, sending a shower of metallic debris flying. He was momentarily stunned, evidently unprepared for the swift reaction of this seemingly half-dead adversary. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Shattered Iron scrambled to the base of the mountain of refuse. Rather than fleeing, he turned and, with all his might, kicked a crucial structural beam supporting the debris above. Seeking death, Cracked Tooth bellowed, charging after him. With a thunderous rumble, the structural beam buckled under the force of the kick, causing the entire refuse mountain to lose its equilibrium. Tons of metallic waste cascaded down like a torrential flood. After delivering the kick, Shattered Iron immediately transformed into his initial form, a dilapidated small cargo truck, curling tightly against the adjacent metal wall. This was the swiftest defensive posture he could muster. Rustclaw, caught off guard, was engulfed by the torrent of cascading metal, letting out a horrified scream before being buried beneath a multitude of heavy components, his body emitting a mournful cry under the unbearable weight. Cracked Tooth, recognizing the imminent danger, skidded to a halt but was struck by several large fragments, yelping in pain as he staggered backward. Now was the moment. In an instant, Shattered Iron reverted to his humanoid form, enduring the agonizing discomfort of transformation, and pounced upon the distracted Cracked Tooth, who was momentarily distracted by his buried comrade. Cracked Tooth was completely unprepared for this weakling to initiate an attack. He hastily raised an arm to block, but Shattered Iron's target was never his upper body. Drawing upon countless action films and video games for combat experience, Shattered Iron understood the principle of targeting the lower body. He crouched low, evading Cracked Tooth's flailing arm, while deftly snatching up a half-meter-long metal rod with a sharp end from the ground, the transmission shaft of some unknown machine. He wielded the metal rod like a dagger, channeling all his strength into a vicious stab aimed at Cracked Tooth's knee joint. With a sharp crack, the metal rod pierced precisely into the hydraulic lines and transmission mechanisms of Cracked Tooth's knee. Cracked Tooth let out a chilling cry as purple energon gushed from his knee like human blood. His leg instantly buckled under him, the massive frame crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Shattered Iron withdrew the metal rod and somersaulted onto Cracked Tooth's back, employing a chokehold from human martial arts, firmly wedging the rod into the joint of Cracked Tooth's neck. "Let me go, you despicable minion!" Cracked Tooth thrashed wildly, his arms flailing backward in an attempt to grasp Shattered Iron. Yet Shattered Iron clung tightly to him, rendering him unable to reach. Lin Mo's gaze turned icy. He understood that mercy towards an enemy was cruelty towards oneself. With all his strength, he leveraged the metal rod and thrust upward. A spray of energon erupted forth, staining Shattered Iron's chest plate purple. Cracked Tooth's struggles ceased abruptly, his crimson electronic eyes flickering a few times before extinguishing entirely. Silence enveloped the area. The only sound echoing through the scrap yard was the faint whimper of Rust Claw, buried beneath the rubble. Shattered Iron slid down from Cracked Tooth's lifeless form, gasping for breath as the internal cooling fans of his body whirred frantically. Though brief, the battle had drained the last remnants of his energy. Warning, energy reserves below 1. Entering sleep mode. The cold alarm rang out once more urgent than before. Shattered Iron, refusing to delay, dragged his weary body to the substandard energy core, seizing it with determination. Without hesitation, he pressed the core against the energy receiver on his chest. A feeble yet pure warmth surged into his core, coursing through his energy conduits. It felt akin to a dying man in the desert receiving his first sip of water, his parched body greedily absorbing every ounce of energy. The damaged optical sensor on his right side flickered a few times, surprisingly restoring some functionality, dispelling the darkness of his vision. The alert for wear on his leg joints also temporarily vanished. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice, devoid of emotion, resonated in the depths of his consciousness. Host Spark detected merging with unknown soul signal. Activation conditions met. Activating body upgrade system. Activation successful. A translucent interface, imbued with a sense of advanced technology, materialized before Shattered Iron's consciousness, resembling a holographic projection. Body upgrade system. Host, Shattered Iron D734. Current level, minion level unremarkable. Body integrity, 41. Energy reserves, 5,100. Upgrade requirement. Energy reserves must reach 100,100 to advance to Novice Warrior. Current mission, survival. Mission description, survive for 24 Earth hours under the brutal laws of Cybertron. Mission reward, 10 energy reserves, full system functionality unlocked. Failure penalty, annihilation of both soul and spark. Lin Mo, no, now he was Shattered Iron. He stared at the interface that seemed to belong in a science fiction film, a tempest of emotions surging within him. A golden finger. This was his only hope in this hellish world. Suppressing his excitement, he focused on the cold penalty for failure, annihilation of soul and spark. A shiver coursed through him from his core. This was not merely a game, it was a life-or-death gamble that determined his very existence. He turned to gaze at the pile of debris, still writhing. Rust Claw was not yet dead. A glint of cold resolve flickered in Shattered Iron's electronic eyes. He picked up the energy-soaked metal rod and stepped forward, one deliberate step at a time, toward the heap of rubble. In this world, there was no room for mercy. To survive, one must forsake all unnecessary human emotions. Moments later, the moaning ceased. Shattered Iron stood silently beside the two cold corpses, his demeanor stoic. He glanced down at his metallic claws, stained with the blood of his kin, feeling neither disgust nor discomfort, but rather an eerie calm of having survived a calamity. He, Lin Mo, was dead. What remained was the Decepticon minion, Shattered Iron. He lifted his gaze towards the leaden sky and the distant, unending steel graveyard. Deep within his consciousness, a pale blue system interface floated quietly, akin to a solitary beacon illuminating the infinite darkness. Survive, he murmured in his hoarse metallic voice, softly reiterating the first task issued by the system. This was not merely a task, it was the first vow he had made to himself amidst this steel jungle. Chapter 2. Prey in the Ruins. Under the pallid sky, silence reigned as the eternal theme of Cybertron. Scrapiron stood beside two still warm corpses, the cold wind whistling through the crevices of the ruins, producing a mournful sound. The machine, having just endured a life-and-death struggle, trembled not from fear, but from the protest of its internal structure due to excessive energy depletion. He had no time for lamentation, nor any right to savor victory. In the scrap district of Cybertron, the distinctive scent of energy fluid acted like a torch in the night, attracting countless famished predators, stronger and more voracious than Rust Claw and Shatterjaw. He needed to eliminate traces immediately and find a place to hide. Bending down, Scrap Iron's metallic claws slipped through the cold armpit joint of Shatterjaw, attempting to drag the heavy steel body, weighing hundreds of kilograms. The burden felt far heavier than he could have imagined with his already precarious energy reserves. Each movement elicited a painful grinding sound from his joints. Gritting his teeth, or rather, using his vocal apparatus to simulate the sound of gritted teeth, dragged Shatterjaw's corpse to the base of the mountain of trash he had personally detonated. He employed the same method to deal with Rust Claw, buried beneath the debris. He did not exert effort to dig, but pushed more loose scrap metal over, completely burying the last remnants of energy and sound. Once he completed this task, he felt his optical sensors beginning to dim and the frequency of system alarms rising. Surveying his surroundings, he ultimately fixed his gaze upon the massive, hill-like wreckage of a transport ship. Its belly had been blasted open, revealing a dark interior akin to a natural cave. Dragging his weary form, Scrap Iron crawled inside. The cave was filled with the acrid scent of mingled oil and rust, but it offered sufficient concealment and isolation from his faint energy signature. As he fully relaxed, exhaustion washed over him like a tide, and he leaned against the cold hull, finally allowing himself the time to examine the pale blue interface suspended deep within his consciousness. Body Upgrade System. Host, Scrap Iron D734. Current level, Grunt level subpar. Body Integrity, 41. Energy Reserves, 5,100. Upgrade Requirement. Energy reserves must reach 100,100 to advance to Junior Warrior. Current task, Survival. Task description, survive for 24 Earth hours under the brutal laws of Cybertron. Countdown, 23 hours, 47 minutes, and 16 seconds. Task reward, energy reserves 10, full system functionality unlocked. Failure penalty, annihilation of both soul and spark. Beneath the interface, several gray, non-clickable tabs appeared: Body Blueprint, Skill Tree, Analysis Module. Scrap Iron's focus sharpened on task reward. Full system functionality unlocked implied that what he currently perceived was merely the tip of the iceberg. The tab named Analysis Module particularly intrigued him. Analysis? Was it to analyze foes or items? Regardless of which, it brimmed with infinite possibilities. Yet, all of this hinged on surviving the next 24 hours. This was not merely the system's task, it was his own instinct for survival. With only 5 energy reserves, he might not even last 12 hours if he remained idle. He had to act, to seek out more energy. But not yet. The outside world was rife with unknown dangers, and he himself was as fragile as a piece of porcelain, ready to shatter at a mere touch. He needed to observe first, to understand the ecology of this world. For the next several hours, Scrap Iron remained hidden in this makeshift nest, cautiously peering out through the damaged parts of the transport ship's wreckage, akin to a vigilant, burrowing creature. He soon witnessed the rigid hierarchical structure within the Decepticons. A patrol team composed of 3 Transformers passed nearby. They were towering, nearly twice Scrap Iron's size, their armor thick and intact, glinting with a cold metallic sheen. Their strides were steady and powerful, sending tremors through the ground with each step. Their optical sensors glowed a pure, untainted crimson, scanning the surroundings with an air of oppression. Warrior-level Scrap Iron's database automatically classified them. These beings were entirely different from Rust Claw and Shatterjaw, true soldiers and violent machines upholding the Decepticon regime. They were not scavengers. Their purpose was to eliminate unstable elements, such as lowly grunts like Scrap Iron, wandering the scrap district. Scrap Iron immediately minimized his energy output, nearly entering a state of hibernation, even ceasing the operation of his cooling fans. It was only when the patrol team had moved on that he dared to reactivate his system. Beyond these lofty warriors, the scrap district was populated by more scavengers like himself. They roamed the expansive metallic graveyard like hyenas, fighting fiercely over a piece of scrap that might contain 0.1 energy. Scrap Iron witnessed a diminutive grunt find a damaged energy conduit, only to be kicked down by a stronger grunt before he could absorb it, the energy conduit snatched away. The small grunt struggled, ultimately succumbing to energy depletion, his optical sensors extinguishing completely, transforming into genuine scrap. There was no compassion, no rules, only the most primal laws of the jungle. Just as Scrap Iron thought he had grasped the brutality of this place, another scene struck a deeper chord with his human soul. In an area composed of twisted steel beams, a ragged grunt, even more dilapidated than Scrap Iron, was cornered by a brawny figure. The broken grunt had a leg severed and could only crawl, clutching a fist-sized memory chip that flickered with a faint glow. "Give it to me. Short circuit," the brawny grunt roared. "That chip contains coordinates of old battlefields. It's mine." No, I can't. I found it. The grunt, referred to as short circuit, replied, his voice quaking with despair. Then die. The brawny grunt raised his massive metal foot, poised to crush Short Circuit's head as though it were a mere soda can. Scrapiron's cognitive core tightened abruptly. His human instincts urged him to rush out and prevent this atrocity. Yet, his reason frantically warned him. Energy was below 5, body integrity at 41 to charge out would be to court death, especially for a complete stranger. What to do? His gaze swept rapidly around. He noticed that behind the brawny grunt, a precarious stack of metal discs teetered. A slight disturbance would send them tumbling down. The risk was considerable, but not insurmountable. Scrapiron did not reveal himself. He maintained an extremely low energy output, quietly maneuvering to the other side of the transport wreckage. He picked up a palm-sized gear and, summoning all his strength, hurled it towards the base of the precarious stack of metal discs. The gear struck the most vulnerable point of the supporting structure with a precise clang. With a resounding crash, dozens of heavy metal discs lost their balance and cascaded down like a waterfall, creating a thunderous noise. Who? The burly soldier was startled by the sudden uproar, spinning around and warily gazing in the direction from whence the sound came. This was the opportunity. Short Circuit was momentarily taken aback, yet his instinct for survival prompted an immediate reaction. He discarded the memory chip, now meaningless to him, and dragged himself away on his broken leg, desperately crawling into the depths of the ruins, quickly vanishing into the shadows. The burly soldier roared at the ruins a few times, ultimately finding nothing. Grumbling, he picked up the memory chip and left in frustration. Scrapiron silently retreated to his lair, his core processor racing with anxiety. He had succeeded in saving one of his kind at minimal cost. A fleeting sense of long-lost satisfaction, reminiscent of humanity, stirred within him. However, reality soon delivered a harsh blow. About half an hour later, Scrapiron was compelled to leave his hiding place in search of energy. In a relatively secluded corner, he encountered the soldier named Short Circuit again. He was hiding behind a container, attempting to repair his broken leg with a few wires, but to no avail. After a moment of hesitation, Scrapiron approached. Having saved him, he thought perhaps an equal exchange could be attempted. Hey! Scrapiron emitted a sound as non-threatening as possible. Short Circuit's body stiffened. He turned around in terror, and upon seeing Scrapiron, his optical sensors flickered with sheer dread. Don't come any closer, he screamed, using his remaining good leg and 2 arms to brace himself, desperately retreating. What do you want? I have nothing left. Don't kill me. I don't wish to kill you, Scrapiron attempted to explain. It was I who. It was you. Short Circuit's fear intensified, as if he had concluded that Scrapiron had lured the burly soldier away to deal with him alone. You treacherous fiend. You want to wait until he leaves to finish me off. I will fight you. As he spoke, he brandished a sharp iron rod, wildly swinging it at Scrapiron, his bravado thinly veiling his fear. Scrapiron halted, quietly observing the frightened figure before him. The warmth of humanity within his crimson electronic eye began to cool rapidly. He understood. In this realm, any form of goodwill would be interpreted as deeper malice. Kindness and trust had long been consumed by the fires of war. You saved him, he would not express gratitude, only suspicion that you intended to consume him in a more brutal manner. This was the ecology of the Decepticon's lower ranks. This was the law he must adapt to. Scrapiron uttered not another word, turned, and left in silence. Short Circuit's curses echoed behind him, but Scrapiron remained unperturbed. The last vestige of innocence belonging to Lin Mo was irreparably shattered in that moment. He was no longer Lin Mo, he was Scrapiron, a Decepticon soldier willing to utilize and abandon everything for survival. With this realization, his actions became more decisive and efficient. He no longer harbored illusions about his kind, perceiving everything in his surroundings as either a threat, food, or tool. He commenced his hunting. Like a true engineer, he systematically searched the ruins for valuable parts. No longer aimless, he specifically sought the remains of large mechanical bodies, particularly in the chest and back regions where energy cores and main circuits were typically located. He discovered an arm severed from the wreckage of a giant warrior. With all his strength, he pried open the armor, revealing the tangled energy conduits within. Though damaged, some solidified energy liquid remained inside. Scrapiron carefully scraped the remnants into his palm, then pressed them against his chest receiver. A faint warmth surged within him on the system interface. The energy reserve jumped from 4.3 to 4.5. Energy reserve, 0.2. Insufficient. Yet this was the safest food he could find. Over the next several hours, Scrapiron diligently repeated this process, akin to a diligent and cautious worker ant. He learned to discern different models of mechanical remains, identifying which were more likely to contain energy remnants. He mastered maneuvering through narrow gaps in his compact truck form to access places inaccessible to larger beings. He adapted to utilizing environmental noise to mask the sounds of prying parts. His energy reserve steadily climbed, albeit at an agonizingly slow pace. 5.1, 5.4, 6.2. Time passed inexorably, with only 1 hour remaining until the 24-hour mission concluded. Scrapiron's energy reserve had reached 8.9. Though still precarious, it granted him a modicum of confidence. He grew bolder, beginning to explore an area he had previously avoided, a recently cleared battlefield rumored to be the resting place of elite Autobot warriors. Risk and opportunity coexisted. He transformed into a small cargo truck, using the terrain for cover as he stealthily entered the area. The air was thick with the scent of burnt energy. Scattered across the ground were numerous pristine parts, still sparking with electricity. His gaze was soon drawn to an object. In the center of a massive crater, half buried in charred earth, lay a silver sphere, cracked and roughly the size of a basketball. It was an energy core of a transformer. Though damaged, the pure energy waves emanating from it suggested that it contained far more energy than all the remnants he had previously collected combined. Scrapiron's core processor raced with excitement. If he could obtain it, not only would he complete his task, but he could potentially breach the 100-point energy threshold and achieve his first evolution. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, confirming no other scavengers were present, before sprinting towards it. Just as his metallic claw was about to touch the energy core, a terrifying pressure descended from above. A colossal shadow enveloped him. Scrapiron abruptly looked up to see a squad of 3 warrior-class Decepticons hovering in midair, part of the aerial unit. Their cold, crimson visors locked onto him like judgmental eyes. "Scrap, what are you doing here?" The leader of the warrior-class Decepticons spoke with an icy tone, imbued with undeniable authority. "This isn't a class war zone, not a place for scum like you." Scram. Scrapiron's entire frame froze. He could feel their weapon systems locking onto him. Should he dare to make any movement or exhibit even the slightest greed for that energy core, he would be reduced to a pile of smoking parts in the next instant. Slowly, with immense reluctance, he retracted his hand. Then, with utmost urgency, he transformed into the dilapidated small cargo truck, not pausing for a moment as he fled towards the scrapyard, not daring to look back. The heavy footfalls echoed behind him as the patrol descended. Iron Shard felt a gaze still fixated on him, as if a lethal beam could be unleashed at any moment. He dared not pause, pushing the engine to its utmost limits, frantically racing through the ruins. Time became an abstract concept as the oppressive sense of danger gradually ebbed away. He plunged into an abandoned conduit, finally halting his frantic flight. His body emanated waves of heat from the overload. He had failed, letting a monumental opportunity slip through his fingers. Yet, just as despair began to engulf him, a cold, emotionless synthetic voice resonated deep within his consciousness once more. Task: survival completed. Dispersing task rewards. Reward successfully issued. Energy reserve 10. System functions fully unlocked. Body upgrade system. Host: Iron Shard D734. Current level: minion class unremarkable. Body integrity 41. Energy reserve 18.9100. A wave of warmth, far purer and more substantial than any energy he had previously absorbed, surged into his core. The parched energy conduits were revitalized, and the feeling of powerlessness vanished. More importantly, in the consciousness interface, the once gray option tabs burst forth with a brilliant azure glow. Body blueprint, skill tree, analysis module. All online. Iron Shard's focus immediately landed on the option he had long anticipated. Analysis module activated. A new crosshair materialized within his view. Instinctively, he aimed it at a piece of dilapidated armor plating outside the conduit. Target: unknown model armor fragment damaged. Analyzing. Please wait. Analysis complete. Acquired 0.01 energy. Obtained fragment of T1 General Armor Blueprint 1100. Iron Shard was momentarily taken aback. He slowly turned his gaze towards the vast, unending steel graveyard, buried beneath countless secrets and treasures. In his vision, this hellish wasteland transformed into an infinite trove awaiting his discovery. The true hunt was only just beginning. Chapter 3. The Feast of the Analyzers. The darkness within the conduit is the first tranquility that shattered Iron experiences upon arriving in this world. Here, he need not worry about his kind pouncing upon him in the next moment. nor must he remain vigilant against the lethal gaze of distant patrols. Like a young beast that has finally discovered its den, he has momentarily found respite. His entire consciousness is immersed in the pale, blue luminescence that resides deep within his awareness. The body upgrade system has been fully unlocked. The previously dim options, body structure diagram, skill tree, analysis module, now radiate a soft, enticing glow. Shattered Iron's consciousness first brushes against the body structure diagram. A three-dimensional image unfolds in an instant, revealing the structure of his own body. Shattered Iron 734. The image can be freely zoomed and rotated, with every line and every component clearly labeled. Notably, over half of the areas display red and gray, signifying damage or absence. Integrity of the body, 41. Beside this chilling number lies a list of reparable components. Reparable component: right optical sensor array, repair requirements. 3 Type 2 photoreceptors, 5 micro-energy wires. Reparable component: left leg Type 1 hydraulic joint, repair requirements. 1 high-strength alloy bearing, 50 joint lubricants. A lengthy list leaves Shattered Iron feeling dizzy. He recognizes none of these materials and has no idea where to procure them. It seems this function will remain of little use for the time being. He then shifts his consciousness to the skill tree. This is a more expansive star map, with his current status as a mere foot soldier at the center, extending countless dim star paths towards distant nodes that emit a faint glow. The nearest node is labeled Beginner Warrior, which branches into various evolutionary paths, such as Warrior Assault Type, Warrior Defense Type, and Warrior Stealth Type. Further afield are the resplendent nodes of Elite Level and Lord Level, seemingly heralding a path of evolution towards divinity. This grand blueprint stirs his emotions. Yet he understands that the foundation of it all lies within the last and most anticipated module, the analysis module. Shattered Iron's focus sharpens here. The crosshair in his view becomes increasingly distinct, as if a famished hunter has finally opened its eyes. He needs to test the capabilities of this module. He directs the crosshair toward a piece of armor that has peeled off from the wreckage of the transport craft at his feet. Target: Hercules-class transport craft outer armor, severely damaged. Material analysis: Type 5 composite armor, mixed Cybertron steel, trace carbon crystals. Analyzable. Execute? Execute. Shattered Iron silently intones. A pale blue aura emanates from the crosshair, enveloping the armor plate. The process was silent and unobtrusive. Yet it seemed as if an invisible force was delving deep into the very fabric of its material structure. The analysis was complete, yielding Energy 003 and a fragment of the Type 5 composite armor structure diagram, 1500. Success. Though the energy was minuscule, it signified a second source of energy, aside from the direct absorption of energy blocks. More importantly, those fragments of structural diagrams, would gathering 500 of them enable him to fabricate such armor himself? This thought sent his core processor into a frenzy of accelerated activity. If that were indeed the case, the possibility of repairing his 41 integrity body would emerge. He stifled his excitement and began to conduct more systematic tests. He aimed his targeting reticle at the pipe wall, the abandoned gears on the ground, and a severed cable. The analysis concluded, yielding Energy 001 and a fragment of the industrial-grade high-density alloy formula, 1200. Energy 002 and a fragment of the planetary gear set structure diagram, 150. Energy 005 and a fragment of the high-energy transmission cable structure diagram, 180. The scrap metal quickly discerned a pattern. The more complex the structure and the finer the material, the greater the energy and data acquired upon analysis. In this vast expanse of scrap, the components that other scavengers deemed as refuse, having long since exhausted their energy, transformed in his eyes into a dazzling amalgamation of knowledge and power. His method of hunting would undergo a profound transformation. After lingering in the pipes for a moment, ensuring his energy reserves had replenished to 195, sufficient to support his next round of activities, the scrap metal silently slid out of this makeshift refuge. This time, his target shifted from pipelines that might still harbor remnants of energy liquid to the larger wreckage with more intact structures and advanced technology. Like a true specter, he navigated through the steel jungle, his movements light and cautious, with optical sensors meticulously scanning every fragment of debris. Soon, he discovered an exquisite target, a half-buried wreck of a former Decepticon aerial mainstay, the Pursuer. This wreck's chest cavity had been entirely perforated, and its energy core had long been extracted. However, its main structure, particularly the iconic variable swept wings, remained largely intact. Such a high-grade asset, even in its derelict state, was beyond the capabilities of ordinary foot soldiers to pry apart. Thus, aside from the core being removed, the remaining parts had survived, taking refuge behind a massive metal plate. The scrap metal aimed its analysis reticle at the Rex wing. Target: Pursuer variable swept wing, moderately damaged. Analyzable. Execute. Execute. Analysis in progress. Warning: target structure complex. Analysis time extended. Analysis complete. Obtained: Energy 12. Obtained: Variable wing aerodynamics data package, incomplete. Obtained: Pursuer wing structure diagram fragment, 3100. Energy 12. This surpasses the total of all the small components he had previously analyzed. A surge of joy filled Shattered Iron's heart as he swiftly directed his focus towards the remaining fragments of the wreckage. The head, the thrusters, the arms, analysis complete. Acquired: Energy 08. Acquired: Tracker optical targeting system data package, severely damaged. Analysis complete. Acquired: Energy 15. Acquired: Type 1 sublight propulsion structure diagram fragment, 5150. His energy reserves began to ascend at an unprecedented pace. 207215230. This unearned gain felt profoundly wrong. The intoxicating sensation of acquiring strength through knowledge left him utterly captivated. He resembled a voracious scholar, fervently absorbing every ounce of technological essence from the remains of this once-renowned fighter aircraft. However, his intense focus on consumption caused him to overlook the lurking dangers surrounding him. A faint yet persistent energy fluctuation ultimately attracted an unwelcome guest. "Hey, what are you doing?" A gruff voice echoed from behind Shattered Iron, laced with palpable greed and skepticism. His movements abruptly froze, and his core processor instantly escalated to the highest alert level. Slowly, he turned to see a Decepticon soldier standing a short distance away, towering over him by half a head. The figure's body was far more intact than Shattered Iron's, boasting at least 60 integrity, and was encrusted with greasy grime, with one arm transformed into a massive iron stake topped with a jagged horn. Its crimson electronic eye fixated on Shattered Iron, glancing at the remains of the tracker, clearly believing that Shattered Iron had unearthed something extraordinary. In an instant, Shattered Iron's database revealed the figure's codename: Grease, a scavenger notorious in the scrap heap for his brute force and cunning. "Nothing," Shattered Iron replied coolly. "This has long been stripped bare." "Stripped bara?" Grease scoffed, his iron stake arm thudding against the ground, producing a dull sound. "Then why have you been lurking here for half a cycle? Don't try to deceive me, kid. Speak. Have you discovered a hidden energy compartment?" Shattered Iron fell silent. Yet the targeting reticle deep within his consciousness had silently locked onto the adversary before him. "Not talking, are we? Then let me take you apart myself." Grease roared, losing patience as he charged forward, his massive iron stake arm slicing through the air with a howling wind, aimed straight at Shattered Iron's chest. This strike was formidable. If it connected, Shattered Iron's fragile body would undoubtedly be rendered scrap on the spot. Yet, at the moment of Grease's charge, a flurry of data streams flashed rapidly across Shattered Iron's consciousness. Target: Decepticon Soldier Grease, body integrity, 65. Energy reserves, 22,100, scanning structural weaknesses. Scan complete. Weakness 1. Left shoulder joint self-repaired after battle damage, secured with non-standard rivets, structural strength below standard by 17. Weakness 2. The servomotor at the right knee exhibits overheating phenomena. Engaging in high-intensity angular movements more than thrice will result in a response delay of 0.8 seconds. Weakness 3. The energy supply line of the iron stake arm is partially exposed, located on the inner bend of the arm. In less than a second, all the opponent's hidden cards lay bare before the fragmented iron. This is the true might of the analytical module in combat, an asymmetric dimensional strike. Confronted with the thunderous blow from oil residue, the fragmented iron did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward to the left, twisting his body at an extraordinarily cunning angle, narrowly allowing the lethal iron stake to graze past his chest armor. Simultaneously, the sharp metallic rod, which he had carried since vanquishing the split tooth, struck like a venomous serpent towards oil residue's left shoulder. Thud! The metallic rod precisely hit the self-repairing joint rivet. The fragile structure could not withstand such a pinpoint strike. Accompanied by a piercing sound of metal fracturing, oil residue's entire left arm instantaneously lost its strength, hanging limply. "Ah, My arm! Oil residue screamed, completely unprepared for the fact that this seemingly frail individual not only evaded his assault, but also swiftly incapacitated one of his arms. The excruciating pain and astonishment plunged him into a momentary chaos. Meanwhile, the fragmented iron, like the most merciless of hunters, granted him no respite. He advanced, not targeting oil residue's vital points, but rather moved at high speed around him, incessantly harassing his lower body with a metallic rod, forcing him to turn and shift direction repeatedly. Once, twice, thrice, oil residue was utterly enraged, roaring as he brandished his remaining iron stake arm in a frenzied pursuit, his massive form stirring up clouds of dust. He merely wished to smash this slippery creature into oblivion. However, at the fourth forceful turn, a sudden cacophony erupted from his right knee, accompanied by a wisp of smoke, rendering his leg rigid for 0.8 seconds. This opening, though fleeting, felt like an eternity in the eyes of the fragmented iron, who had activated a bullet time analysis mode. Now, the figure of the fragmented iron materialized like a specter beside oil residue. He did not strike at the malfunctioning leg. Instead, he set his sights on the most threatening iron stake arm of oil residue. The metallic rod in his hand, thrusting from below upwards, accurately pierced the inner band of oil residue's right arm. Zing! A dazzling spark erupted, severing the partially exposed energy supply line instantaneously. The energy indicator on oil residue's once proud iron stake arm extinguished in an instant, transforming it into a useless burden. No, this is impossible. Fear and disbelief filled oil residue's electronic eyes. In less than 10 seconds of skirmish, his treasured strength and weapon were effortlessly dismantled before this enigmatic underling. Akin to a child's toy, he was afraid. He turned to flee, but his overheated right leg caused him to stumble and fall heavily to the ground. Scrapiron approached him step by step, looking down from a height, his crimson electronic eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Please don't kill me. Oil Sludge completely broke down, pushing off the ground with his intact leg, retreating in terror. I want nothing. The remains belong to you. I beg you, spare me. Scrapiron halted his advance. Should he kill him or let him go? He recalled the short circuit he had saved, only to be bitten in return. In this world, mercy yields nothing. Moreover, he required energy, vast amounts of energy, for his upgrade. A thought, like a venomous snake, slithered from the depths of his core consciousness. He aimed the analysis targeting system at the fallen oil sludge. On the system interface, a line of text appeared, radiating a dangerous red light, starkly different from before. Active spark detected. Target is in a state of near death and defenseless. Executable option, deep analysis. Warning, deep analysis will forcibly extract data and energy from the target spark, causing irreversible permanent damage, with a high probability of extinguishing the spark. This action will consume 10 energy points from the host. Continue? To expend 10 energy points for everything of a living transformer? Scrapiron's core consciousness quivered slightly. This was no longer mere scavenging or combat. This was cannibalism. A flicker of instinctual resistance surged from the depths of Lin Mo's soul. Yet, merely a second later, this resistance was utterly crushed by the cold reality. He remembered the towering warrior-class patrol, the diminutive soldier who had extinguished a spark with a single kick, and the helplessness he felt when he missed the opportunity to claim that Autobot energy core. In this world, if one does not devour others, one shall ultimately be devoured. Proceed, he commanded in his heart. Deep analysis initiated. Energy 10. Scrapiron's metallic palm gently pressed against the spark chamber on Oil Sludge's chest. No. Oil Sludge seemed to sense something, emitting a final, desperate scream. A torrent of vast and chaotic data flowed, accompanied by pure energy, surging into Scrapiron's system through his arm. Oil Sludge's electronic eyes flickered violently, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Among the data stream were fragments of his memories, the joy of scavenging parts in the ruins, the pain of being beaten by stronger foes, and the greed when seizing energy blocks from others. Moments later, everything came to a halt. Oil Sludge's electronic eyes dimmed completely, transforming into true scrap metal. Meanwhile, Scrapiron's system interface was flooded with a series of notification prompts. Deep analysis complete. Energy gained, 22. Acquired blueprint for enhanced hydraulic arm, complete. Acquired fragments of Type 3 diesel conversion engine blueprint, 10,120. Acquired memory data. Location and password of the Eastern Supply Station in the Iron Fortress expired. Acquired memory data. hiding spot of the scavenger butcher. The energy reserves of scrap iron surged dramatically from 23 to 35. More importantly, he obtained a complete structural diagram and two exceedingly crucial pieces of intelligence. He slowly withdrew his hand, gazing at the cold corpse on the ground, devoid of any emotion. Only a chilling resolve to embark on the path of evolution. He was no longer the resourceful scavenger who relied on wit and luck for survival. From this day forth, he was a decoder. In this vast graveyard of steel, all weaker beings would become stepping stones on his evolutionary ladder. Scrap Iron turned his gaze toward the distant ruins, towards the supply station known as Iron Fortress. The opportunities and dangers there far surpassed those of this peripheral wasteland. Yet he understood that he must go. The true feast had only just begun. Chapter 4. The hyenas of Iron Fortress. The cold corpse of the scavenger lay motionless on the ground, its dim electronic eyes seemingly silently accusing the abruptness of life's departure. Scrap Iron did not spare him a second glance. Emotion was the most useless liability in this world. His first task was to manage the spoils and eliminate loose ends. Scrap Iron aimed his decoding reticle at the scavenger's body. Since the deep analysis had drained its core energy, this mere shell was nothing more than a complex heap of scrap iron. Target: Decepticon soldier, scavenger, core energy extinguished. Standard analysis executable. Proceed. Execute. A pale blue halo illuminated, scanning the scavenger's corpse inch by inch. This time, there was no tumultuous data torrent. Only the cold process of deconstructing matter into its purest informational form. Analysis complete. Acquired. Energy 31. Acquired. Fragment of reinforced hydraulic arm, structural diagram, 580. Acquired. Fragment of Type 3 diesel conversion engine, structural diagram, 2120. Acquired. 12 rivets for battle damage repair. Acquired. 150 units of inferior lubricating oil. Though not as bountiful as the deep analysis, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. The 31 energy units equated to what he had painstakingly scavenged over half a day. More importantly, he had tangible materials. Scrap Iron opened a small storage compartment in his chest armor, carefully stowing away the 12 rivets and a small canister of lubricating oil. These items may not be immediately useful, but the lengthy repair list in the body structural diagram reminded him that every material held its worth. Having completed these tasks, he dragged the scavenger and the remains of the tracker, pushing them into a vast, bottomless waste liquid disposal pit. Accompanied by a muffled splash, the area fell silent once more, as if nothing had ever transpired. The energy reserves reached 381, and Scrap Iron felt an unprecedented vitality coursing through his being. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a compact cargo truck, propelled by coordinates gleaned from the remnants of his memories, racing towards a supply station known as Iron Fortress in the eastern sector of the scrapyard. Along the way, he no longer skulked as he had before. His analytical perspective endowed him with an eagle-eyed reconnaissance capability. He deftly evaded the routes of the warrior-class patrols while simultaneously honing in on every valuable ruin along his path. Analysis of heavily damaged Scorpion assault tank tracks yielded Energy 07 and a fragment of a high-strength alloy track structure blueprint, 2200. Analysis of a fractured destroyer engineering body, S-arm, yielded Energy 11 and a damaged heavy hydraulic system data packet. His energy reserve steadily increased, and an array of structural blueprint fragments and data packets continually enriched his knowledge bank. He absorbed the nutrients of this metallic world like a parched sponge, beginning to comprehend the formidable industrial technology and warfare science that enabled the Decepticons to endure through the ages of conflict. These elements now formed the very steps of his evolution. After approximately 2 cycles, a colossal structure, exuding a raw and violent aesthetic, emerged on the horizon. That was Iron Fortress. Its core was the rear half of a downed Decepticon Dreadnought-class warship. The massive hull was skewed into the ground, its fracture point haphazardly welded together with countless heavy armor plates and rivets, creating a formidable and menacing wall. High above, several searchlights and rudimentary machine gun turrets vigilantly scanned the surroundings, while a few robust Decepticon guards leaned against the wall, idly polishing their weapons. This was the largest underground trading hub of the Eastern Scrapyard, a den of hyenas maintained by the most powerful and cunning scavenger leaders. A realm where order coexisted with chaos. Scrap Iron halted at a distance, refraining from approaching recklessly. The memory of oil residue had informed him that the entrance to Iron Fortress required a password, but that password had long expired. He concealed himself behind a pile of containers, patiently observing. Soon, a scrawny-foot soldier, limping on a wounded leg and clutching several seemingly intact energy tubes, hobbled towards the entrance. Halt! A guard, adorned with a colossal horn welded onto his shoulder, extended his arm to block the soldier's path. Password. Great one. The soldier's voice trembled with flattery and fear. The password is Red Spider Victorious? Huh. Another guard, as solid as an anvil, scoffed. That was last week's password. You fool. Want to get in? Leave half of your goods behind. But this is all I possess. Then be gone. The horn guard impatiently shoved him aside, causing the soldier to tumble to the ground like a discarded sack. Struggling to rise, the soldier ultimately gritted his teeth and relinquished half of the energy tubes on the ground, thereby earning passage through the imposing steel doors driven by heavy gears. Scrapiron surveyed the surroundings with keen perception. He realized that the so-called password was merely a FA-ADE. The true key to passage was the toll. This constituted a purely predatory commercial system. Upon inspecting his storage compartment, he found only a few rivets and a can of lubricant, insufficient as a means of entry. To force his way in would be tantamount to courting death. The two sentinels at the entrance exhibited over 70% structural integrity, brimming with energy, and backed by the entire armed force of the Iron Fortress. It appeared that alternative strategies were necessary. Once more, Scrapiron's consciousness delved into the system, retrieving a second crucial piece of intelligence obtained from the oil residue. Memory data. The scavenger butcher's hideout within the oil residue's recollections. The butcher emerged as a solitary and ruthless figure in the region, notorious for his cruelty and suspicion. He never conducted transactions within the Iron Fortress, harboring a deep mistrust of others. It was said that he preferred to conceal his spoils in an exceedingly secretive location. By chance, the oil residue had tracked the butcher and uncovered the hideout. A thought crystallized in Scrapiron's mind, to pay a visit to this butcher and borrow from his reserves, thus securing the capital necessary for his entry into the Iron Fortress. Resolute, Scrapiron immediately altered his course, stealthily advancing toward the butcher's hideout using the coordinates etched in his memory. The hideout lay within an area known as the Graveyard of Lines, a site filled with countless abandoned colossal servers and communication stations. Thick, intertwined cables sprawled across the ground, resembling prehistoric serpents, forming a labyrinth of intense signal interference. Scrapiron transformed into a truck form, navigating through the narrow corridors of wiring. The environment here was exceptionally conducive for his compact frame. Approximately half an hour later, he arrived at a triangular zone encircled by the remnants of 3 massive server units. The oil residue's memory indicated that the entrance was concealed behind one of the unit's heat vents. Scrapiron did not rush inside. The essence of Lin Mo instilled within him a human caution. He halted at a distance from the entrance, activating his analysis module and zeroing in on the area. Scanning area. Scan complete. Abnormal energy response detected. Target, broadsword pressure sensitive mine, activated state. Trigger radius, 15 meters. In an instant, Scrapiron's cooling fan ceased operation. A mine. This butcher, indeed, was not akin to the simple-minded oil residue. He had set a trap at the entrance of his lair. Had he charged recklessly forward moments ago, he would now be a mere heap of fragments. He was once again grateful for the prowess of his analysis module. Cautiously, he circumvented the mine's trigger radius and approached the server unit from another side. There, he discovered the camouflaged entrance, a movable heat grill. Without making a sound, he gently pried it open just enough to peer inside. The interior revealed a modest space brimming with an array of components and energy blocks, along with several standardized Decepticon weaponry. In the midst of that trove of treasures, a colossal figure stood with its back to the entrance, wielding a massive, glowing red metal cutting blade to dismantle the remains of an unknown mechanical creature, emitting a sizzling sound. That figure was the butcher. His size surpassed that of a mere scrap, and the armor on his back was evidently reinforced, adorned with menacing scratches. The targeting reticle of shattered iron quietly locked onto him. Target, Decepticon minion. The butcher, body integrity, 72. Energy reserves, 65,100. Structure weakness scan, completed. Weakness 1. The reinforced armor on the back is self-welded, exhibiting a structural stress defect of 23 at the connection point with the original body. Weakness 2. The right knee joint experiences a brief energy supply interruption of 0.3 seconds during high-speed maneuvers. Weakness 3. The thermal cutting blade consumes immense energy. If used continuously for over 10 cycles, the energy interface at the handle will overheat, requiring a forced cooldown of 3 seconds. The opponent's strength far exceeded that of Shattered Iron, yet he was not without vulnerabilities. Shattered Iron's mind raced as an audacious plan began to take shape. He needed to exploit the Butcher's paranoia, his traps, and his weaponry. Silently, he retreated, restoring the heat dissipation grill to its original state. He then circled near a pressure-sensitive landmine, hefting a hefty metal block with all his might, and hurled it toward the ruins, away from his position. The clang of impact reverberated harshly in the silence of the graveyard of circuits. Within the lair, the Butcher's roar erupted immediately, followed by the heavy thud of his footsteps. He was evidently agitated. Armed with that enormous thermal cutting blade, the Butcher emerged from the entrance, his crimson electronic eye scanning warily in the direction of the sound. He did not detect Shattered Iron, who was concealed behind a thick cable, nearly merging with the shadows. The Butcher refrained from recklessly pursuing, instead pacing back and forth within his lair, seemingly attempting to ascertain the intruder's location. His suspicion prevented him from vacating his territory at once. Shattered Iron waited patiently for an opportunity, anticipating the moment when the Butcher's attention would be diverted. He aimed the targeting reticle at the ground beneath the Butcher's feet, meticulously calculating the distance between him and the landmine. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. The Butcher appeared exceedingly confident in his traps, utterly oblivious to the peril he was treading upon. Just as the Butcher turned, with less than 2 meters remaining to the triggering range of the mine, Shattered Iron sprang into action. No longer concealed, he burst forth from behind the cable with a battle cry, charging directly at the Butcher, seeking death. Upon seeing a minion smaller than himself charge forth, the Butcher's face, or rather, his faceplate, twisted into a cruel smirk. He raised the thermal cutting blade and charged toward Shattered Iron. In his eyes, this was merely another fool delivering themselves to their demise. However, the target of Shattered Iron was not him at all. In the moment just before their collision, Shattered Iron deftly slid to the side, brushing past the Butcher, while simultaneously extending his foot to viciously trip him at the ankle. The Butcher's momentum was too forceful, and this sudden maneuver disrupted his balance, causing his massive frame to stumble forward uncontrollably. That very step landed squarely within the triggering range of a pressure-sensitive mine. Beep! A sharp, ominous tone signifying impending doom rang out. The Butcher's electronic eye widened in horror and disbelief as he glanced down to see the device beneath his feet flashing ominously with red light. No! Boom! A violent explosion erupted, engulfing the Butcher's lower half in flames and shockwaves. Countless steel balls and shrapnel flew outward in a fan-like spray, igniting sparks from his surrounding server racks. At the moment he tripped the Butcher, Shattered Iron had already transformed into his truck form, curling himself behind a heavy steel plate. Even so, the fierce shockwave hurled him away, crashing him heavily against a distant pile of cables. Warning, chassis impacted, integrity diminished to 39. Shattered Iron paid no heed to his injuries. He immediately reverted to his humanoid form and gazed toward the epicenter of the explosion. As the smoke cleared, the Butcher still stood, though one of his legs had been completely obliterated, while the other was a gruesome mess, his body riddled with holes, and purple energy fluid oozing forth. "You bastard!" The Butcher bellowed in pain and rage, using his remaining good leg to prop himself up, the thermal cutting blade in his hand buzzing ominously with fury. He was still alive, but Shattered Iron recognized that the opportunity had arrived. The Butcher, severely wounded and hindered, was at his most vulnerable. With the sharp metal rod he always carried, Shattered Iron charged forward once more. "I will tear you to shreds," the Butcher roared, swinging the massive thermal cutting blade, sending searing arcs of light towards Shattered Iron. Utilizing his agile form, Shattered Iron deftly evaded the strikes, akin to the calmest of matadors, enticing the enraged bull to expend its last vestiges of strength. He relentlessly attacked the Butcher's injured leg, forcing him to turn repeatedly. After a time, the Butcher's movement slowed, and the brilliance of the thermal cutting blade began to waver. Now was the moment. As the Butcher swung his weapon once more, and his right knee experienced a brief interruption in energy supply, Shattered Iron seized the opportunity, lunging forward with the metal rod. piercing the butcher's arm at the very joint where the thermal cutting blade's energy interface resided. Sizzle. The interface was breached, and uncontrolled energy erupted violently. The butcher let out a pained scream as the colossal thermal cutting blade slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground, its glow extinguished completely. The butcher lost his sole weapon and the last remnants of his strength, collapsing heavily to the ground. He had been defeated in a bewildering manner, utterly humiliated. He could never fathom why he had fallen into the very trap he had set, nor could he comprehend how this seemingly inconspicuous minion was so acutely aware of all his vulnerabilities. Suitai approached him, towering from above. The butcher's voice was laced with fear as he pleaded for mercy. I can give you my treasure. Suitai's electronic eye revealed no signs of empathy. He was no longer the Lin Mo who would soften at pleas for mercy. Deep analysis. He issued a cold command within his mind. Deep analysis initiated. Energy 10. Deep analysis complete. Energy gained 65. Acquired blueprint for reinforced back armor complete. Acquired blueprint for broadsword pressure-sensitive landmine complete. Acquired memory data. The trade code of the black market arms dealer, Wrench. His energy reserves surged to an impressive 95. He was but a step away from upgrading. Suitai retracted his hand, disregarding the lifeless body on the ground, and strode directly into the butcher's lair. He gazed at the mountain of parts and energy blocks, his eyes glimmering with avarice. As he rummaged through the heap, his movements suddenly halted. He extracted a precision component, no larger than a fingernail, resembling a blue gemstone, from a pile of scrap metal. Target, Type 2 photoreceptor, intact. Suitai immediately called forth his body structure diagram. Reparable parts. Right optical sensor array, repair requirements. 3 Type 2 photoreceptors, 5 miniature energy wires. Materials available. Type 2 photoreceptors, 13. He had found one of the key materials to repair his eyes. This item was undoubtedly a coveted commodity in the black market of Iron Fortress. Suitai stored the precious component along with several high-purity energy blocks in his storage compartment, then dragged the butcher's corpse into the lair, using his own traps to resecure the entrance. Here, it would become his clandestine stronghold. Having completed all this, he turned his gaze towards the direction of Iron Fortress. This time, he was no longer a mere passerby with empty pockets. He was a brand-new hyena, armed with a battering ram and fangs. Chapter 5. The black market of Iron Fortress. Upon returning to the entrance of Iron Fortress, Suitai's mindset had transformed entirely. Several cycles ago, he had been a timid observer, hiding behind a container, too frightened to approach. Now he had morphed into a compact freight truck, its engine emitting a steady and powerful growl as it drove straight towards the colossal steel door made of massive gears. Within his storage compartment lay the tangible assets necessary to breach this door, and within his core burned an unprecedented confidence. Halt! As expected, the guard, adorned with a massive horn welded onto his shoulder, extended his robust arm to block Suitai's path. Another guard, as solid as an anvil, stepped forward from either side, pinning him in place, their eyes glimmering with ill intent. Password. The clanging sound remained brazen, imbued with a sense of routine impatience. Iron Shard did not respond immediately. He transformed back into his human form, the metallic friction emanating from his body now resonating with a clarity far superior to the previous creaking sound that suggested imminent disassembly. He met the gaze of 2 towering guards with a calm demeanor, his crimson electronic eyes devoid of any trepidation. The passcode changes daily, does it not? Iron Shard's voice was hoarse yet steady. Pray tell, what is the toll for passage today? The 2 guards exchanged a glance, and from each other's electronic eyes, they perceived a hint of surprise. This seemingly insignificant soldier, though not imposing in stature, exuded an aura markedly distinct from the trembling scavengers they typically intimidated. He was far too composed. Ha! A lad who understands the rules, Iron Anvil sneered with a derisive chuckle. One who knows the rules should also be aware of our boss, the meat grinder's temperament. If you wish to enter, you must relinquish the most valuable item from your haul today. They presumed this remark would instill pressure, yet Iron Shard merely nodded slightly, as if he were listening to an utterly mundane account. He opened the storage compartment in his chest, not retrieving the precious Type 2 photoreceptor, but instead producing a high-purity energy block discovered within the butcher's lair. As the energy block appeared, a hint of sweet energy suffused the air, its deep purple hue showcasing a near absence of impurities, radiating a steady and pure glow. in stark contrast to the inferior energy blocks laden with impurities found by scavengers. This was akin to the difference between a gem and mere stone. The breaths of the guards, if one could call it that, given their cooling systems, grew noticeably heavier. Their electronic eyes fixated hungrily on the energy block, a glint of avarice threatening to overflow. This is a high-purity energy block. The pitch of Klang's voice shifted. This single piece could suffice for their standard consumption for an entire week, with plenty to spare. Is this sufficient? Iron Shard inquired nonchalantly. Sufficient. Absolutely. Iron Anvil eagerly extended his hand, yearning to seize the energy block. However, Iron Shard swiftly withdrew his hand, evading the grasp. Patience, he cautioned, his electronic eyes narrowing slightly. I shall offer you this item, but you must guarantee that once I enter, your boss, the meat grinder, will not trouble me further. Klang and Iron Anvil stood momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated this unassuming soldier not only understood the rules, but dared to negotiate terms with them. At the gates of Iron Fortress, they were the unequivocal authority. A flicker of anger appeared on Klang's faceplate. You lack the standing to negotiate with us, lad. Hand over the item and then scram inside. Is that so? Iron Shard remained unfazed, toying with the energy block in his hand, allowing its enticing energy aura to waft freely. This energy block, if sold in the black market within, could fetch at least 3 standard energy blocks of equal weight or a commendable external weapon. I offer it to you merely to save time. Should you insist on adhering to protocol, I would not mind spending additional time to personally converse with Lord Meat Grinder, inquiring whether his subordinates are truly incapable of managing such trivial matters. He deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the phrase, let's talk in person. His words were a blend of analysis and veiled threat, striking at the vulnerabilities of the 2 guards in an instant. They were merely gatekeepers. If they were to disturb their superior over such a trivial matter, even if they ultimately succeeded in their endeavor, they would find no favor in the end. Moreover, the individual before them, capable of producing high-purity energy blocks, indicated that he was not an ordinary pauper, perhaps harboring some advantageous connections. After weighing the pros and cons, the anger on the guard's face gradually dissipated, replaced by a fade of insincere cordiality. I was merely jesting, my friend. Given your understanding, we shall certainly facilitate your passage. He patted the shoulder of the newcomer, applying considerable force. You may enter, within the Iron Fortress. As long as you do not provoke trouble, no one will trouble you. The newcomer tossed the energy block to him, and the guard caught it with glee, as if it were a prized treasure. Pleasure doing business. With a parting remark, the newcomer turned and stepped through the slowly opening steel door, leaving the 2 men exchanging complex glances. As the heavy sound of interlocking gears echoed, the door closed behind him, sealing off the desolate wasteland outside. A brand new world, rife with chaos and vitality, unfolded before the newcomer. Inside the Iron Fortress lay a vast, hollowed-out ship's interior. Above, exposed, interwoven, thick pipelines and structural beams crisscrossed, while a few emergency searchlights salvaged from battleships cast dim light, creating enormous, swaying shadows on the ground. The air was thick with the scent of machine oil, ozone, the acrid smell of metal welding, and the sweet, metallic tang of leaking energy fluid, combining to form a uniquely unsettling atmosphere. This place resembled a steel beehive, teeming with countless transformers traversing, trading, and bickering. Massive warrior-class transformers stomped heavily, causing the ground to tremble, while nimble-foot soldiers scurried like mice through the crowded stalls. Many transformers bore bizarre modifications. Some had additional thrusters welded to their backs, while others had replaced their arms with enormous chainsaws or drill bits, exuding a rugged industrial aesthetic filled with violence. Lining the roads were rudimentary stalls constructed from discarded parts and containers. Vendors displayed an array of goods, energy blocks of varying quality, disassembled weapon components, peculiar mechanical biological remains, and data chips recording coordinates or intelligence, all strewn haphazardly on the ground as they hoarsely called out to potential customers. Here, there was no order, the only rule was trade. And the foundation of trade was strength. Occasionally, when negotiations fell through, parties would draw weapons, resulting in brief yet intense skirmishes in the narrow passages until one side fell or was dragged away by the patrolling meat grinder guard squad. The surrounding onlookers had long since become accustomed to such spectacles, even placing bets on the outcomes with keen interest. The newcomer observed all of this with keen eyes. his analytical gaze swiftly scanning the crowd, collecting the rudimentary data of every transformer that passed by him. Target: Iron Fist, minion level, integrity 78, energy reserve 45100. Target: Driller, minion level, heavily modified, integrity 61, energy reserve 55100. Target: Blade Warrior level, integrity 85, energy reserve 90100. This is truly a hunting ground, and he must swiftly become a competent hunter. His energy reserve stands at 95, just a mere 5 away from an upgrade. He needs to discover a means to bridge this final gap. Selling the Type 2 photosensitive element? No, it is a crucial material for the restoration of his eyesight, not to be easily relinquished. His gaze swept across the various stalls, hoping to find some scrap imbued with energy that could be analyzed. As he walked, he discreetly aimed the analysis crosshairs at the discarded refuse overlooked by the stall owners. Analyzed a broken servo motor, gained energy 002. Analyzed a burnt energy converter core. Gained energy 005. The energy was rising at a glacial pace. 951952. Too slow. In such a place, lingering for even a second poses additional peril. He must discover a more efficient method, according to the memories gleaned from the oil residue. The central area of Iron Fort boasts a premium trading zone maintained by several prominent merchants, where the goods hold greater value. Perhaps he could find an opportunity there. He navigated through the bustling crowd, deeper into the heart of Iron Fort. The further he ventured, the stronger the transformers around him became, and the goods at the stalls grew increasingly rare. He even glimpsed a stall openly selling an entire Autobot warrior's arm, drawing a considerable crowd. Soon, he arrived at the so-called premium trading area. It was relatively quieter here, and the stalls appeared more orderly. Those who could set up shop here were notable figures within Iron Fort. His attention was captured by a stall specializing in precision components. The vendor was a diminutive but remarkably agile transformer, his optical sensors resembling two continuously rotating marbles, astutely surveying every passerby. The stall displayed an array of sensors, chips, and miniature drive mechanisms, all carefully wrapped in anti-static energy film. He approached, intent on inquiring about the vital material, micro-energy conduits, needed to repair his optical sensors. Looking to purchase something? The vendor's voice was sharp and dry. He did not respond directly, but cautiously retrieved the Type 2 photosensitive element from his storage compartment, exposing only a glimpse to the vendor. A Type 2 photosensitive element, in good condition. The vendor's marble-like eyes sparkled momentarily, yet he quickly masked his excitement, feigning indifference as he replied, "Such items are quite common nowadays. If you wish to sell, I can offer you a fair price of 5 standard energy blocks." A cold laugh echoed in his heart. The butcher's memories informed him that the market price for such a precision component on the black market is at least 15 standard energy blocks, if not higher. The gear, with its mouth agape, severed 2/3 of itself. "I shall not sell it." The scrap metal retrieved the components. "I merely wish to inquire whether you possess any micro-energy conduits." Micro-energy conduits? The gaze of the gear grew shrewder. "What purpose do you have for such items?" "They are only utilized for the repair of advanced optical sensors." "Do you have the schematics?" "That is of no concern to you." The gear chuckled knowingly. "Of course, I do. However, such items do not come cheaply. One would cost 3 standard energy blocks. You seem discerning. If you sell me that 2-component piece, I shall give you 5 conduits without charge." He was enticing the scrap metal into a transaction. Yet, from his words, the scrap metal gleaned the information he sought. Firstly, there were indeed materials he required. Secondly, the price was exorbitantly high. With his current wealth, he could not afford it. It seemed imperative to devise a means to acquire his initial capital. At that moment, a commotion and angry shouts erupted nearby. "Bastard! What you sold me is a defective product." A towering Decepticon, with an arm transformed into a cannon, was grasping a slender merchant by the collar, lifting him off the ground. "I did not. It was your own mishandling that caused the damage." The slender merchant pleaded in terror. "Nonsense. I demand your spark." The energy indicator on the cannon arm began to flicker ominously, poised to fire. The surrounding transformers immediately dispersed, forming a vacuum around the scene. Watching the conflict with keen interest, none daring to intervene. However, just as the cannon arm was about to unleash its fire, 2 shadows erupted from the crowd like lightning, each delivering a precise kick to the knee joint of the cannon-wielding Decepticon. Bang! The Decepticon howled in agony, his legs buckling as he collapsed to the ground. The two shadows were robust warrior-class transformers, members of the Grinder's Guard. Within the Iron Fortress, private duels are prohibited. One of the guards announced in a cold electronic voice. To resolve matters, proceed to the arena. To engage here is to challenge the rules of Lord Grinder. The cannon-wielding Decepticon, gazing at the deep dent left by the guard on his weapon, reluctantly released his grip. He understood that should he persist, he would be dismantled on the spot. The conflict was forcibly subdued. Yet, the attention of the scrap metal was not on the main characters. His gaze fell upon an object that had fallen from the slender merchant's stall during the tumult. It was a palm-sized, intricately designed instrument, seemingly a portable energy detector. Amidst the chaos, it had been dislodged, its casing cracked, revealing delicate circuitry and a small energy cell, both flickering with unstable electric sparks. All eyes were on the conflict. No one noticed this damaged debris. The heart of the scrap metal, or rather, his spark core, leaped with excitement. An opportunity. He exhibited no hesitation. Seizing the moment while all eyes were fixated on the guards and the two instigators, he feigned being jostled by the crowd, stumbling inadvertently close to the damaged apparatus. He bent down, pretending to adjust his ankle, while his hand shot out like lightning, swiftly gliding over the device. Deep within his consciousness, the analytical command had long been issued. Target, portable high-precision energy detector, severely damaged. Analysis warning. Target possesses a complex internal structure containing a miniature energy source. Analysis complete. Acquired. Energy 52. Acquired. Fragment of high-precision energy detector blueprint 15120. Acquired. Fragment of miniature energy battery blueprint 330. A surge of energy, far more potent than any previous analysis, flooded into his system in an instant. 952-969-8100. Ding! A melodious chime resonated like celestial music across the sea of his consciousness. Energy reserves have reached 100,100. Upgrade conditions met. Please select Evolution Path. Primary Warrior, Assault Type. Primary Warrior, Defensive Type. Primary Warrior, Stealth Type. Success. Suppressing the elation swelling within, he nonchalantly straightened his posture, blending into the throng that began to flow once more, swiftly vacating that tumultuous place. He required a secure location to undergo evolution immediately, drawing upon his rudimentary knowledge of Iron Fortress gleaned from the memories of oil dregs. He navigated through winding alleys and soon found a secluded dead end, cluttered with discarded containers. This was one of Iron Fortress's waste disposal passages, reeking and seldom frequented. He slipped between two containers, confirming the vicinity was clear before promptly issuing commands within his consciousness. Selecting Primary Warrior, Assault Type. According to the outline's stipulations, he would evolve into an armed truck, unlocking a mounted machine gun, undoubtedly the most fitting evolution direction to meet his current needs. Evolution path confirmed. Primary Warrior, Assault Type. Structural reorganization warning. This process will be accompanied by intense energy reactions and structural pain. No sooner had the warning concluded than an indescribable agony erupted from the depths of his core, swiftly engulfing his entire being. Ugh! He emitted a suppressed roar. Half kneeling on the ground, it felt as though his body had been cast into a colossal furnace, every piece of armor, every wire, every component melting, disassembling, and then reconfiguring. He transformed into truck form. The metallic shell of his body began to emit creaking, twisting sounds. The once dilapidated, rust-covered armor plates flaked away, revealing beneath them pristine, gleaming metallic interiors. New, thicker, and more angular armor plates emerged from within his structure, enveloping him. His chassis expanded in width and length, while the wheels grew larger, enhancing their grip. The most profound transformation occurred at the rear of the vehicle. The once barren cargo platform became entwined with countless metallic components, resembling vines that intricately coalesced into a complex mechanical structure. Subsequently, a robust gun barrel, glinting with a chilling malevolence, slowly ascended from this formation, ultimately securing itself firmly atop the vehicle. A mounted heavy machine gun. This process unfolded over a span of 10 minutes. When all settled, what lay within the crevice was no longer the dilapidated small cargo truck. Instead, it had metamorphosed into a rugged, powerfully aggressive assault truck. Structural reconfiguration complete. Host, Shattered Iron 734. Current level, Junior Warrior, Assault Type. Structural integrity, 100. Energy reserves, 100,100. New ability unlocked. mounted heavy machine gun, ammunition, energy conversion rounds, 100,100 rounds. Shattered Iron felt the surging energy coursing through his being, experiencing the revitalization of his once frail, now formidable steel form. All damages inflicted by previous battles and disassemblies were fully restored in this evolution. Although his right optical sensor still lacked critical components, its fundamental functions have been reinstated. Free of cracks and static, he gradually reverted to a humanoid shape, now towering nearly 1/3 taller than before, with a more imposing stature. His once slender limbs had become robust and powerful, while the armor upon his chest was thick and resilient. No longer was he the feeble pawn susceptible to bullying, but a true warrior, ever ready to engage in combat. Shattered Iron clenched his fist, feeling the unprecedented strength coursing through his hydraulic joints. He emerged from the shadowy crevice, standing once again in the corridors of the Iron Fortress. This time, the world before him had irrevocably changed. Those who once posed a threat now appeared as nothing more than a swarm of fragile ants. Even the formidable warrior-class titans seemed less invincible in his eyes. He was no longer a lamb lost in the den of hyenas. He had revealed his fangs and claws, poised to claim his share of the flesh at this grand black market feast. His gaze turned deeper into the Iron Fortress, where, according to the butcher's memories, the black market arms dealer known as Wrench awaited. Chapter 6. Wrench's workshop as Shattered Iron emerged from the alleyway cluttered with abandoned containers. The cacophony of the Iron Fortress's corridors fell silent for a fleeting moment. The previously buzzing rabble of lowly soldiers halted in unison, peering from behind their makeshift stalls, casting glances filled with astonishment, envy, and trepidation upon him. No longer was he the diminutive figure barely reaching the chests of common soldiers, frail and at risk of disintegration with every movement. In that instant, he stood nearly 1/3 taller, almost equal in stature to a standard Decepticon warrior. The originally frail limbs had been supplanted by robust and powerful hydraulic structures, while the armor upon his chest is both thick and smooth, gleaming with a newly forged metallic luster. The joints are no longer exposed, revealing fragile conduits, but are instead enveloped in meticulously fitted armor. He stands there in serene stillness, emanating an overwhelming aura of strength that instinctively causes the lesser beings to withdraw, clearing a more spacious path for him. This is hierarchy, the most direct and irrefutable language in the realm of the Decepticons. Scrapiron senses the ceaseless surge of energy flowing within him. Each breath, part of his cooling cycle, yielding a formidable feedback. In a state of 100% structural integrity, he feels capable of obliterating the fragile version of himself that once existed. Slowly, he clenches his fist, the knuckles producing a crisp, resonant crack. No longer the sound of rusted friction, but rather the harmonious resonance of precision machinery in unison. The world through his eyes has become markedly clearer. The basic functions of his right optical sensor have been restored, although critical components are still absent, preventing detailed reconnaissance and magnification at the very least. His field of vision is intact. He strides forward, delving deeper into the Iron Fortress. This time, no foolhardy individual dares to challenge him. He moves like a young lion surveying its territory, steady in gait, keen in focus. His targeting reticle continues to scan the crowd swiftly. Yet the information gathered is now entirely different. Target: Wreck Claw, Minion Class, Structural Integrity 55, Threat Level Low. Target: Slag, Minion Class, Structural Integrity 68, Threat Level Low. Those who once posed a lethal threat to him are now merely strings of data that can be effortlessly erased. He traverses the cacophonous outer trading zone, entering an inner realm dominated by more formidable merchants. The structures here are no longer makeshift containers, but rather sturdily constructed shops, repurposed from the original compartments of a battleship. The air is no longer filled solely with the scent of machine oil and ozone. Now, it carries a hint of sweet, high-purity energy and the lingering ionized essence of weapon testing. According to intelligence gleaned from the butcher's memories, the workshop of the weapons dealer, Wrench, is concealed at the very depths of this area, at the terminus of a passage known as Maintenance Tunnel Number 3. In the butcher's recollections, Wrench is an exceedingly cautious individual, never displaying a sign to indicate his workshop. To locate him, one must possess a specific code phrase. Scrapiron arrives at the entrance of Maintenance Tunnel Number 3. It is significantly quieter here than outside, with massive, decommissioned energy conduits lining both sides of the passage. He approaches the end of the tunnel, where he encounters a cold, seamless metallic wall. Extending his hand, he taps rhythmically on the surface of the wall with his fingers, following a specific sequence. 7 knocks in total. The first 3 are brief, the middle 2 are heavy, and the last 2 are light. Hud, 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 hud. Thud. Tap, tap. This is the code acquired from the Butcher's memories, signifying that significant business is at hand. After the final knock reverberates, the wall remains unresponsive, and the entire passage remains enveloped in silence. If it were an ordinary transformer, it might well believe it had arrived at the wrong location or that the secret signal had become obsolete. However, the meticulous analysis of Iron Shard detected an instantaneous surge in the energy fluctuations of a miniature sonic sensor concealed behind the wall. Someone was eavesdropping. Iron Shard remained patient and motionless, akin to a statue. After approximately a minute, a slender scanning beam descended from above, sweeping across his entire form. Warning: high-frequency scanning rays detected. Analysis complete. Structural scanner for transforming bodies, non-aggressive. Iron Shard made no attempt to resist, allowing the scanning to proceed. He understood the protocol established by the wrench to ascertain the visitor's cleanliness, whether they bore trackers or if they were ambushed by other factions. Following the conclusion of the scan, a brief moment passed. With a low mechanical sound, the metallic wall before him emitted a soft click, and a hidden door silently slid inward, revealing a narrow passageway just wide enough for one to traverse. Without hesitation, Iron Shard stepped inside. The door behind him promptly sealed shut, and the corridor illuminated with a dim emergency light. This passage extended approximately 10 meters, culminating in another, more robust, circular blast door. As he approached, the door opened automatically, releasing a blend of high temperatures from metal cutting, the sweet scent of coolant, and the sharp odor of ozone. Before him unfolded a vast workshop, steeped in an industrial punk aesthetic, far larger than he had anticipated. High above, several mechanical arms meticulously maneuvered massive components. The walls were adorned with an array of tools, weapon schematics, and unfinished armaments. On the floor, several uniquely designed repair bots busily transported crates of parts, emitting orderly electronic beeps as they worked. At the heart of the workshop, a transformer of modest stature, even somewhat gaunt, had his back turned to Iron Shard. Bent over a colossal workbench, wielding a precision laser welding gun to manipulate a hefty cannon barrel. His movements were focused and adept, with sparks cascading around him, casting a shimmering halo of light and shadow. Without turning, he inquired in a sharp, gravelly voice, as though he had not conversed properly in ages. A new face. A junior soldier of the assault type, your body just reconfigured, energy readings as vibrant as a newly ignited spark. Speak, who sent you? Iron Shard felt a chill run through him. This wrench had, through a mere scan, deduced much about him. The Butcher, Iron Shard replied calmly. He refrained from mentioning that the Butcher was deceased, merely stating the name of the intermediary. The Butcher? The wrench halted his welding, finally turning to face him. His size was indeed modest, yet his optical sensor shone with an extraordinary brightness, resembling 2 precise blue marbles, constantly rotating and scrutinizing every detail of Iron Shard. That brute who relies solely on force? He would dare to refer business to me? I surmise he has now been reduced to a heap of scrap. And you have found your way here atop his corpse, correct? The pupils of shattered iron narrowed slightly. The perceptiveness of this individual was utterly formidable. The process was inconsequential. Shattered Iron neither acknowledged nor denied the inquiry, stating that he sought to procure certain items. Procure? The wrench scoffed disdainfully, wiping his hands with a grease-stained cloth before striding over to Shattered Iron. He circled around him, his blue, beady eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the very armor he wore. Let me see what lies within your storage compartment. 3 high-purity energy blocks, a Type 2 photoreceptor, some inconsequential rivets, and lubricants. This constitutes your entire fortune. What do you intend to purchase from me with these? A standard-issue pulse rifle? Or perhaps 2 grenades? The core of Shattered Iron's fire dimmed suddenly. His storage compartment had been scanned by this wrench. Before this individual, he felt as exposed as a nude figure, devoid of any secrets. I wish to purchase micro-energy wires. Shattered Iron managed to suppress his astonishment and spoke in a low tone, since the other party was already aware of his hand. Further pretense was futile. Micro-energy wires? The wrench halted, stepping back before him, his expression turning increasingly amused. components used for the repair of advanced optical sensors. It appears you aim to mend your damaged eye. Do you possess the schematics? Are you aware of how to integrate the wires with your Type 2 photoreceptor into your antiquated 734 sensor array? Do not be foolish, lad. Even if you acquire them, you will merely transform them into a pile of costlier scrap. That is of no concern to you. Shattered Iron's voice remained steady. Name your price. Very well. The wrench extended 3 fingers. 3 energy blocks in exchange for 5 wires. As for your photoreceptor, I can trade it for a shoulder-mounted Stinger missile launcher. That contraption can obliterate those warrior-class fellows into smithereens. What do you say? Quite a bargain, is it not? Shattered Iron inwardly scoffed. This wrench, much like the gears in the premium trading district, was a merciless merchant. To exchange a mass-produced standard weapon for a rare and invaluable precision component would be the epitome of folly. I shall not exchange, Shattered Iron firmly rejected, and I do not intend to purchase. I shall acquire those wires through an alternative means. Oh, the wrench seemed intrigued now, his beady eyes spinning faster. An alternative means? Are you contemplating a robbery? You may attempt it. The defense system in my workshop has rendered the last elite warrior who attempted such a thing into a decorative assortment of parts on my wall. He gestured towards a pile of meticulously cut, energy-chained black metal blocks in the corner. Shattered Iron did not glance at the heap of scrap, but maintained his gaze fixed on the wrench, retrieving another item from his storage compartment. It was neither an energy block nor a component, but rather a data chip. What is this? The wrench furrowed his brow slightly. A complete structural diagram of the Quajian pressure-sensitive landmine. Shattered Iron replied coolly, along with a complete structural diagram for reinforced back armor. I believe that with these 2 meticulously refined blueprints, which the Decepticon military department may not even have backups of, in exchange for 5 micro-energy conduits and some technical support for repairing my optical sensors, it should suffice. These blueprints were derived from an in-depth analysis of the Butcher's Spark, and they constitute his true trump card, the greatest asset he has gained from his identity as an analyzer. The playful expression on Wrench's face momentarily solidified. His azure, bead-like eyes fixated intently on the data chip held by Scrap Iron, his breathing becoming noticeably rapid. How could you possess such items? The kinetic mine, notorious for being an unconventional weapon, was crafted by a long-deceased weapon master, renowned for its devastating power, yet whose manufacturing techniques have long been lost. The reinforced back armor, a culmination of the Butcher's extensive combat experience, had undergone countless modifications to the standard armor, resulting in protective capabilities and adaptability far surpassing conventional products. For a weapon aficionado and modification enthusiast like Wrench, the intrinsic value of these 2 complete, battle-tested blueprints far exceeded that of a mere 2-component device. Where did you acquire this? Wrench's voice had taken on a slightly altered pitch. You need not concern yourself with that, Scrap Iron asserted, firmly maintaining control over the negotiation. Will we engage in trade, or not? Wrench fell silent, his bead-like eyes rapidly whirling, evidently embroiled in a fierce internal struggle. The allure of these blueprints was overwhelmingly potent for him. At that moment, from a shadowy corner on the other side of the workshop, a languid voice broke the tension. How intriguing. A mere novice has managed to procure blueprints of such caliber. Wrench, it seems you have stumbled upon a treasure today. Scrap Iron was taken aback, abruptly turning to face the source of the voice. Until now, all his attention had been fixated on Wrench, leaving him oblivious to the presence of a 3rd transformer concealed in the shadows. A warrior, slightly taller than Scrap Iron, emerged gracefully from the gloom. His chassis exhibited a dark golden hue, with smooth, elegant lines that exuded explosive potential. Most striking were his arms, adorned with an array of weapon magazines and energy clips, producing a melodic clinking sound as he moved. A sinister scar traversed his face, stretching from forehead to chin. Target: Shell, Elite Class, Beginner, Body Integrity 89, Energy Reserve 85100. Threat Level: High. Elite Class. This was Scrap Iron's first encounter at such close proximity with an elite Decepticon. The formidable aura emanating from him was a stark contrast to that of a novice warrior like Scrap Iron. Shell, this matter does not concern you. Wrench's tone conveyed irritation, clearly unwilling to allow a 3rd party to intervene in the transaction. How could it not concern me? The elite warrior, known as Shell, approached Scrap Iron, towering over him with a condescending gaze filled with disdain and scrutiny. I happen to require a cerebral yet sufficiently inexpensive aid to retrieve something for me in the abandoned city. Young man, hand over the blueprints in your possession. I can ensure that you walk through Iron Fortress unscathed, and I shall reward you with a fine weapon. What do you say? His words transcended mere negotiation. They were a blatant command, a display of patronage. Feitai remained silent, his gaze fixed on the shell casing, his crimson electronic eye betraying no emotion. He was calculating his odds. If he were to act now, what chance would he have? The answer was unequivocally zero, even with a mounted machine gun. The confined space of the workshop rendered such firepower useless. The adversary was an elite, excelling in mechanical performance, combat skills, and energy levels utterly overwhelming him. Shell, you have overstepped your bounds. Wrench's voice turned frosty. This is my guest, my business. Your guest? Shell scoffed. A novice who cannot even fix his own eyes is fit to be your guest. Wrench, do not overstep your welcome. You ought to know that dismantling your shabby workshop would not require much effort for me. A threat, an unabashed threat. The atmosphere in the workshop plummeted to a chilling low. Anger ignited within Wrench's cerulean eyes, yet he seemed wary of Shell, refraining from immediate retaliation. Feitai recognized the urgency of the situation. He needed to act, lest he become a mere pawn in the power struggle between these two formidable figures. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly, his voice resonating clearly throughout the workshop. Lord Shell, your proposition is indeed enticing. A self-satisfied smile crept on a Shell-less face. However, Feitai continued, I've already committed to selling these blueprints to Boss Wrench. Although the Decepticons may lack credibility, I personally prefer to honor verbal agreements that have been established. He deftly intertwined his fate with Wrench S, positioning Shell as the violator of rules. A verbal agreement? Shell-S smile vanished, his gaze turning frigid. Young man, are you attempting to instruct me on how to conduct my affairs? Not at all, Feitai replied, maintaining his composure. I am merely stating a fact. Furthermore, I have implemented a binding mechanism on these blueprints. Unless it is I or Boss Wrench who has my authorization, any attempts to forcibly breach it will render the data into an incomprehensible mess. This bravado stemmed from what he had gleaned from Lin Mo's programmer memories. Yet he was confident that these war-hungry individuals, with their limited understanding of information technology, would not discern the truth from deception. Indeed, Wrench's eyes brightened momentarily, while Shell's expression shifted to one of skepticism. Yet, Feitai seized the opportunity to steer the conversation in his desired direction. Since you, Lord Shell, require assistance, and I am in need of an opportunity to prove my worth, allow me to propose this. I am willing to venture into the abandoned city for you. Should I return alive and bring back what you seek, I shall not ask for any reward. I merely request that you owe me a favor. He paused, his gaze traversing between Wrench and Shell. What you must contribute is merely this. Refrain from intervening in this minor transaction between Boss Wrench and me. What say you? The workshop once again fell into a profound silence. The Shell stared intently at the shattered iron, seemingly attempting to decipher something from his expressionless mask. A novice warrior, daring to negotiate terms with an elite-level powerhouse and demanding a favor? Such audacity was simply unprecedented, yet for reasons unknown. As he gazed into the terrifyingly calm crimson electronic eyes of the shattered iron, he found himself wavering slightly. This rookie was unlike any cannon fodder or novice warrior he had encountered before. There was an elusive aura of danger about him that transcended levels. Intriguingly, after a prolonged silence, the Shell finally emitted a low chuckle. A novice warrior-esque favor? This must be the least valuable favor in all of Cybertron. Very well. I accept your terms. I am eager to see what surprises you. This newly minted pup who has just learned to bite can bring me. Upon finishing his words, he cast a deep glance at the shattered iron before turning and disappearing into the shadows as if he had never existed. The crisis, for the time being, had been averted. The Wrench exhaled a long sigh of relief. His gaze towards the shattered iron had completely transformed. No longer was it one of scrutiny and amusement. It now bore a trace of genuine gravity and admiration. Young man, what is your name? He inquired. Shattered Iron came to reply. The Wrench nodded appreciatively. You're the first novice warrior I have encountered who dared to speak to the Shell in such a manner. Not only did you preserve your blueprints, but you also saved my face and, in the process, took on a perilous task for yourself. You are a madman, but I have a fondness for madmen. Without further ado, he declared, the deal is struck. Hand over the blueprints, 5 micro-energy conduits, and I shall personally assist in repairing your optical sensors at no cost. Moreover, I will gift you an additional item as a token of gratitude for helping me out of a tight spot. He approached a weapon rack covered in dust and retrieved a seemingly unremarkable arm armor from the bottom. This is the Energy Overload Module, a prototype, rather unstable. The wrench tossed the arm armor to the shattered iron. It can instantly boost the energy output of your arm weapon by 300, but there is a 50 chance it will fry your weapon's energy circuitry and a 30 chance it will leave your arm paralyzed for half a cycle. Do you dare to use it? The shattered iron caught the arm armor, its cold and heavy weight registering immediately. His analytical targeting system promptly provided the data. Target, Energy Overload Module, Experimental. Function, Instantaneous Energy Output Overclock, Negative Effects. High risk of structural damage. This was a double-edged sword. A mad weapon capable of turning the tide in dire situations. Why not dare? He thought, fastening the arm armor onto his left arm. It fit perfectly. The wrench observed his actions, and for the first time, genuine amusement flickered in his blue spherical eyes. Pleasure doing business with you, Shattered Iron, he said now. Lie down on that operating table over there. Let us reignite your vision. Chapter 7. The illuminated eyes, the cold metallic operating table, resembled an altar of sacrifice. Amidst the scattered remnants of metal, the entity, known as Fractured Iron, relinquished control over most non-essential systems, temporarily entrusting his corporeal governance to the enigmatic arms dealer named Wrench. A figure steeped in uncertainty and peril. This was a monumental gamble, with the stakes encompassing his very essence. Relax, kid. Wrench's sharp voice pierced the air, his optical sensors, reminiscent of cerulean marbles, radiating an almost fervent glow. It seemed less like a mere repair and more akin to the final touches on a masterpiece. Your Model 734 sensor array is antiquated, practically a relic. However, its simplistic design offers ample room for modification. That photon-sensitive component of yours is commendable. I shall implant it seamlessly. Yet, for direct connection to your Spark processor, micro-energy conduits are essential. Wrench wasted no time with superfluous chatter. His fingers, becoming as deft as a surgeon's scalpel, unfurled an array of precision tools. Miniature cutters, electromagnetic tweezers, and high-frequency welding guns, each gleaming ominously. A faint sting emanated from Fractured Iron's right ocular socket as Wrench employed the microcutter to dismantle the damaged shell of the antiquated sensor. Sparks flew, and fine metallic dust danced in the air. Fractured Iron compelled himself to remain still, his human essence conjuring the unsettling illusion of undergoing a craniotomy, cold and harrowing. Yet, his analytical module functioned with unwavering fidelity and composure. Detected external tool intervention, analyzing Wrench's multifunctional mechanical hand. Analysis complete. Acquired fragmented schematics of multifunctional precision tool structure, 3150. Analysis complete. Acquired fragmented schematics of laser micro-welding gun, 150. Wrench's movements were a blur, deftly extracting the charred remnants of the old photon-sensitive component, which resembled a shard of shattered obsidian. He then procured the Model 2 sensor component, a piece that gleamed like a sapphire within his mechanical grasp, exuding an alluring luster. Impeccable quality, with hardly any energy leakage. This is far rarer than your two schematics, Wrench mused, embarking on the most pivotal phase of wiring. He produced 5 filaments, thinner than a strand of hair, shimmering with silvery brilliance. These were the micro-energy conduits. In a manner incomprehensible to Fractured Iron, Wrench connected one end of these conduits to the base of the photon-sensitive component, while the other end traversed through the freshly cut circuit pathway, delving directly into the core region of Fractured Iron Spark. An indescribable sensation surged through Fractured Iron, not pain, but an acute dissonance as a foreign entity intruded upon his core domain. He sensed his spark subtly contract in response to this minuscule contact. Warning, external circuit connection detected in spark buffer zone. Analyzing. Analysis complete. High bandwidth energy data, direct connection, non-hostile. System adapting. Adaptation complete. Don't be anxious. This is the most critical step. The sound of the wrench settled into a steady rhythm as the high-frequency welding gun in his hand emitted a pinpoint of light. I'm going to directly weld the signal onto the exterior of your Spark processor. Consequently, everything your eyes perceive will be reflected in your thoughts with zero latency, even synchronizing with your system's computational module. However, should my hand tremble just slightly, even a minute leakage of energy could reduce your spark to a mere puddle of goo. He exerted pressure through his words, simultaneously showcasing his technical prowess. The scrap metal remained silent, placing all its trust in this transaction. The glow of the welding gun flared up and extinguished in a mere 3 seconds. A fresh, invigorating stream of data surged instantaneously from the right eye socket into the ocean of his consciousness. New hardware connection successful. Installing drivers, calibrating type 2 photosensitive components. Calibration complete. Optical system version 20 is now online. The wrench retracted his tool, enveloping the new outer shell armor over the eye socket of the scrap metal, producing a crisp click as it locked into place. "Now, open your eyes and behold my masterpiece," he declared with an unmistakable hint of pride in his voice. The scrap metal slowly opened its eyes. In an instant, the world was redefined. The left eye still perceived the workshop, filled with a metallic texture and industrial fumes, while the right eye beheld a dimension composed of countless data streams and energy lines, a pure realm of information. He gazed at the wrench. With the left eye, he saw the slender figure of the astute arms dealer. With the right eye, he discerned a humanoid silhouette radiating blue light, formed by myriad energy nodes. He could distinctly observe the spark core of the wrench burning steadily, surging energy coursing through the main circuit to his limbs and cerebral processor, while subtle energy branches nourished his intricate arms. Every scratch and weld on his armor was marked in the right eye, indicating structural integrity and damage assessment. Target: wrench. Elite level, technician type. Body integrity: 92. Energy reserve: 88. 100. Structural analysis: the body has undergone extensive self-modification, with the core processor's computational speed far exceeding standard levels for its class. The hands are multi-functional precision tools, homemade. Energy core output is stable yet lacks explosive force. Threat level: moderate, high in the workshop. The information was exponentially more detailed than before. He could even discern minor wear in the energy lines within the wrench due to prolonged precision work. He turned his head to survey the workshop surroundings. The semi-finished weapons hanging on the walls, in his right eye, transformed from cold steel into translucent schematics, revealing the internal energy flow, trigger mechanisms, and ammunition systems with clarity. He even identified a design flaw in the energy compression coil of a pulse rifle, labeled as 03, which could lead to overheating after intense firing. This is no longer mere vision. It is insight. It is the qualitative transformation resulting from the fusion of analytical modules and advanced hardware. How does it feel? The wrench gazed at the re-illuminated right eye of broken iron, which flickered with intricate streams of data, and nodded in satisfaction. The two components' analytical capabilities, combined with my direct connection technology, are sufficient to reveal most of the vulnerabilities in warrior-class bodies. Of course, when faced with elites like Shell, you will only catch a glimpse of the surface. Nevertheless, for you, that is more than adequate for the time being. Excellent. Broken Iron rose from the console, stretching his neck. The unprecedented clarity and sense of control afforded him a newfound awareness of his own power. "I am quite curious," the wrench said casually while polishing his tools. "How does a newly promoted junior warrior like you come by those two blueprints? Especially that broadsword mine. It is a long-lost creation of Master Iron Hand. You better not tell me you found it in some ruins." Broken Iron remained silent for a moment, then calmly replied, "A dead man does not speak, and I prefer not to pry into the secrets of others." He deftly tossed the question back. The wrench scrutinized him intently, his blue, orb-like eyes whirling rapidly, eventually emitting a vague scoff of amusement. "You are correct. Secrets are the most valuable and deadly commodities in Cybertron. You are a clever fellow, Broken Iron. Hence, I must caution you that the abandoned city Shell sent you to is no place for the faint-hearted. Oh, that locale is one of Cybertron's earliest battlefields, repeatedly ravaged by the heavy artillery of both sides. Beneath the surface lie countless remnants of bodies and unexploded ordnance. More alarmingly, the unending war has rendered the energy fields there extremely chaotic, severely disrupting the navigation and communication systems of transformers, causing even optical sensors to experience hallucinations. The wrench paused and continued. Each year, many self-important individuals venture there in search of treasure, yet scarcely 1 in 10 returns alive. Shell's request for you to retrieve something is plainly a ruse to send you as cannon fodder, to clear the way for him. Broken Iron listened quietly. This information was far more precious than anything held in the memories of Butcher and oil sludge. What does he desire? Broken Iron inquired. I do not know. The wrench shook his head, but whatever it is that could pose such a challenge to an elite like Shell, compelling him to owe you a favor to handle it, is undoubtedly beyond your imagination. Kid, this is your gamble. If you win, you may seize an opportunity to soar. If you lose, you will join the ranks of those treasure seekers, becoming just another heap of parts beneath the abandoned city. I relish gambling. Broken Iron stood up, feeling the vitality of his new form. Thank you for your counsel. Now, I wish to test my new weapon. By all means. The wrench gestured towards the corner of the workshop, where the testing area lay. Just don't breach my walls. Broken Iron strode towards the testing ground. A space of approximately 50 square meters, its walls constructed from a black alloy capable of absorbing energy, riddled with a myriad of pockmarks. Before him stood several thick 5-type composite armor plates, serving as targets to assess weapon penetration capabilities. He positioned himself at the firing line, inhaling deeply. Transformation. In a seamless symphony of mechanical whirs, his body swiftly morphed into the formidable form of an armored assault truck. The dark muzzle of the heavy machine gun atop the vehicle slowly elevated, automatically locking onto the thickest target 50 meters away. Target locked. Vehicle-mounted machine gun system activated. His consciousness intertwined flawlessly with the weaponry, allowing him to sense the chill of the barrel, the weight of the ammunition, and the energy poised within the conduits. Fire. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. A cacophony of thunderous roars erupted within the workshop. The searing energy rounds lashed out like the whip of death, striking the hefty target with ferocity. Each bullet detonated upon impact, erupting into a blinding display of energy sparks. The sturdy 5-type composite armor, faced with such unrelenting firepower, resembled nothing more than fragile cheese. Countless shards and molten metallic droplets splattered everywhere. Within a mere 5 seconds of relentless fire, the target, capable of withstanding a frontal assault from a conventional pulse rifle, was brutally punctured, leaving a gaping hole the size of a basin, its edges glowing a fierce crimson from energy burns. Ammunition depleted. 30100. He ceased firing, feeling the scorching heat radiating from the barrel, overwhelmed by a sense of awe. This was the might of an assault warrior, pure, unparalleled destruction. Impressive power, remarked a voice from nearby, accompanied by the sound of a wrench, laced with approval. The penetration and explosive effects of the energy conversion rounds were commendable. However, against elite warriors equipped with energy shields, their efficacy would significantly diminish. He remained silent, engrossed in the second test. Resuming his humanoid form, the seemingly unremarkable energy overload module on his left arm snugly adhered to his armor. He raised his right arm, and the armor split apart, revealing a smaller arm-mounted machine gun, a supplementary weapon intrinsic to his evolved state. Aiming his right arm at another intact target, he activated the module on his left arm. Energy overload initiate. Warning, energy overload module activated. Weapon energy output will surge to 305 seconds. High-risk structural damage warning. A torrent of searing energy, nearly threatening to sever his circuits, was forcibly extracted from the core and amplified through the left arm's module before surging uncontrollably into the weapon system of his right arm. He felt his entire right arm groan under the strain, the surface armor reddening from the excessive energy load. Fire. Boom. This time, it was not a series of rapid shots, but a singular, thunderous blast akin to a tempest. A beam of energy, stout and formidable, nearly coalescing into a column of light, erupted from his arm-mounted machine gun. Instead of soaring towards a target, it disintegrated and detonated instantaneously, transforming into a devastating sphere of energy with a diameter exceeding 3 meters, which swiftly engulfed the intended target. As the brilliance faded, the hefty Type 5 composite armor plate vanished, along with the wall behind it, leaving a vast, molten-edged black crater in its wake. The air within the workshop was saturated with the acrid scent of ionization. Meanwhile, the right arm of the iron shard emitted wisps of smoke. The muzzle of the arm-mounted gun had melted and distorted, and a wave of numbing current coursed through his entire arm, momentarily robbing it of sensation. Warning, right arm weapon system overloaded, energy circuitry burned out by 87. Warning, right arm structural integrity compromised, incapacitated for 30 cycles. A 50 chance of destruction and a 30 chance of paralysis. He had encountered both. Madman, the wrench muttered, gazing at the immense crater, his blue marble-like eyes reflecting genuine astonishment for the first time. He had not anticipated that this novice warrior would dare to push the overload to its maximum on his first attempt. Iron Shard shook his temporarily numb right arm, feeling the remnants of that destructive force, yet his heart remained tranquil. This was his trump card, a gamble that could obliterate him alongside elite adversaries in dire straits. He turned and approached the wrench. "Thank you for your hospitality. We are even now." "Not quite," the wrench replied, shaking his head as he tossed Iron Shard a data chip. "This is the technical support I promised you. It contains the complete schematics for the Type 734 sensor array, along with some of my personal insights on modifications. Your ability to present those two blueprints indicates that you are no mere brute." Iron Shard accepted the chip, nodding. "Until we meet again." With that, he made no further delay and turned to stride into the passageway from whence he came. The heavy blast door slowly closed behind him, sealing off all within the workshop. When Iron Shard once again found himself in the dim, cacophonous corridor of the Iron Fortress, his eyes reflected one glowing with the crimson light of the Decepticons, while the other mirrored a profound blue expanse of stars composed of data and energy. He was no longer the scavenger struggling for survival, nor the novice merely tasting power. He had evolved into a hunter endowed with fangs, claws, and wisdom. His next hunting ground awaited him in the abandoned city, rife with death and opportunity. Chapter 8. The City of Phantoms. As Iron Shard's figure vanished beyond the heavy blast door of the Iron Fortress, the two guards at the entrance, the ram and the anvil, seemed to emerge from an intangible pressure. "Is he truly a novice warrior?" Anvil mused, staring in disbelief at the direction Iron Shard had departed. "I recently sensed that if he were to make a move, the combined efforts of the two of us might not suffice to halt him." "Stop talking nonsense," grunted Zhuangjiao, though his gaze mirrored a similar gravity. His energy level was indeed at a rudimentary stage, yet his spark was chillingly cold, akin to a block of ice frozen for millennia in the vacuum of space. Such beings either perish swiftly or ascend to great heights. Their discourse faded into silence as he reverted to the form of an armed assault truck. The powerful engine emitted a steady roar, leaving behind two fresh and profound tire tracks upon the ground of the scrapyard. The surrounding scavengers hastily stepped aside, gazing in awe at the war machine steeped in a palpable aura of slaughter as it departed. He did not immediately venture towards the abandoned city. The warning from Wrench made him acutely aware that it was a perilous gamble. Any lack of preparation could render him yet another pile of parts upon that desolate land. His first need was a map. Drawing upon the memories of the butcher and the oil slag, he discovered a merchant specializing in data chips at a more chaotic and concealed flea market on the outskirts of Iron Fortress. That fellow resembled a metallic spider ensnared in a web, his body bristling with various data cables. Without uttering a word, Shattered Iron exchanged two relatively intact weapon components scavenged from the butcher's lair for what was purported to be the latest map of the eastern wasteland of Cybertron, which included the route to the abandoned city. Upon completing the transaction, he immediately scanned the map data with his parsing module. Parsing Eastern Wasteland Map 34. Discovering hidden backdoor programs 1. Micro-tracking beacons 3 being eliminated. Deletion complete. A frigid glimmer of malice coursed through Shattered Iron's spark core. It was evident that none of these black market merchants were clean. Had he not possessed the parsing module, he would likely have embarked on his journey with 3 tails in tow. Subsequently, he utilized the remaining high-purity energy blocks to obtain a portable energy bar from a merchant who appeared somewhat more trustworthy, sufficient to replenish his energy reserves fully. Only after accomplishing all this did he genuinely set forth on his expedition to the abandoned city. The further he distanced himself from the Iron Fortress, the more desolate and dilapidated the landscape became. The ground was riddled with enormous craters and scorch marks from intersecting energy weaponry. Some colossal, Titan-class transformer wrecks loomed like mountains on the horizon, silently narrating the brutality of the wars that once raged. The armed truck form of Shattered Iron exhibited exceptional off-road capabilities upon such terrain. He crushed fragmented armor plates and maneuvered around bottomless chasms, advancing towards the direction marked on the map. After traversing several cycles, an eerie change began to manifest. The precise timer embedded within his onboard system began to exhibit erratic fluctuations. At times it would skip several seconds, while at others it would come to a standstill. Warning: intense temporal energy field interference detected. Internal timer calibration failed. This was soon followed by the navigation system. The cursor on the map began to flicker wildly, oscillating between several coordinates before ultimately dissolving into a chaotic jumble. Is this what the wrench referred to as the chaotic energy field? Shattered Iron slowed his pace, heightened vigilance brewing within him. The true trouble was soon to arrive. His optical sensors started detecting anomalies that ought not to exist. In an instant, the desolate wasteland before him vanished, replaced by a tranquil street bathed in sunlight and adorned with verdant trees. A little girl, clad in a white dress, was cheerfully waving at him, her voice ringing like silver bells. "Daddy, come quickly." In that moment, Lin Mo's soul was pierced with a deep ache. It was a fragment of memory long buried, belonging to humanity. Yet at the same time, Shattered Iron's system emitted a sharp alarm. Warning, illegal data stream intrusion detected. Initiating mental shock simulation. Classified as high-intensity hallucination attack. The cold mechanical logic clashed violently with warm human emotions within his consciousness. He felt a wave of dizziness. The massive vehicle swaying involuntarily. "Get away from me!" Shattered Iron roared internally, forcefully severing the emotional link to that memory, redirecting all his focus to the frigid logic of the system. The illusions before him shattered like broken glass, reverting to the desolate wasteland. He halted the vehicle, gasping for breath, the cooling fan howling frantically. That fleeting mental confrontation proved more perilous than a life-or-death struggle with a butcher. Should he succumb to the warmth belonging to Lin Mo, his system could very well be exploited by this chaotic energy field, leading to a catastrophic failure of the core processor, rendering him a living target. He finally comprehended why the wrench had claimed that none of the 10 treasure seekers who ventured here return alive. For the majority of the simple-minded Decepticons, this direct assault on their cognitive core was utterly insurmountable. It seemed he could only rely on the most primitive methods. Shattered Iron relinquished all electronic navigation devices. He reverted to his humanoid form, climbing atop a high ruin, manually calibrating his position against the star map and terrain features etched in his mind. His right eye, altered by the wrench, played a crucial role at that moment. While his left eye beheld a distorted wasteland, his right eye perceived a raging storm of energy. Countless chaotic streams of data, brimming with negative emotions, resentment, pain, anger, ravaged the air, forming perilous vortices of energy. The hallucination he had witnessed was, in fact, an unstable information trap inadvertently constructed by these negative data streams. His right eye could penetrate the essence of these traps. Thus, the realization dawned upon Shattered Iron. He could harness this eye to navigate a relatively safe passage through the ocean of energy. He no longer relied on electronic maps. Instead, he navigated through the chaotic energy field with his unique vision, at times shifting form and at others walking, meandering through the tumultuous terrain. He deftly evaded vortexes of energy and circumnavigated zones rife with illusions. As he ventured deeper, the surroundings became increasingly harrowing. Towering structures, reminiscent of skyscrapers, stood like skeletal remains. Gnawed upon by giants, their twisted steel frameworks feebly pointing towards the leaden sky. The expansive streets were strewn with the remnants of various models of Transformers, some even frozen in their final moments of struggle. This place resembled a colossal, time-frozen steel graveyard. Here lay the Forsaken City. The right eye of Scrapiron discerned that the energy field was tenfold more volatile than the periphery. The echoes of countless fallen warriors lingered, like specters wandering the city, emitting silent wails. Some potent echoes even coalesced momentarily into indistinct humanoid shapes, reenacting their last battles in life. Ghost signal detected. Ghost signal detected. The system incessantly relayed alerts. Yet Scrapiron was unfazed. These were merely ethereal energy reverberations, posing no tangible threat beyond inducing mental disturbances. His mission was to locate a coordinate provided by the shell. Situated in the city's heart, he traversed the labyrinthine ruins with caution, his analytical reticle ever vigilant. Unexploded Type 3 cluster bomb detected. Energy extremely unstable. Threat level critical. High-intensity radiation source detected, identified as remnants of a cruise missile's nuclear propulsion system. Threat level high. His right eye guided him away from one lethal trap after another. Death was ubiquitous here. For Transformers lacking his perceptive abilities, every step could lead them into perdition. As he passed through a completely obliterated commercial street, his right eye suddenly detected an anomalous signal. It was a faint yet persistent energy source, distinct from the surrounding tumultuous energy field, possessing a tangible essence. Unlike the ghost signals that fluctuated erratically, this one remained fixed, concealed beneath the rubble of collapsed edifices. A living entity? Scrapiron immediately halted, taking refuge behind a shattered colossal pillar, concentrating all his attention on the source of the signal. He gradually maximized the analytical capability of his right eye. Target, unknown entity, dormant standby mode. Entity integrity, 32. Energy reserves, 12,100. Structural analysis, Decepticon standard assault model. Entity subjected to catastrophic damage. Left arm and both legs missing. Spar core exposed, but enveloped by a temporary pseudo-core composed of chaotic energy. Warning: this entity is being eroded by the surrounding chaotic energy field. Its logic circuits have been overridden by combat instinct and residual obsessions, rendering it highly aggressive and unpredictable. Not a living being, is a reanimated being resurrected by a chaotic energy field, reduced to nothing but the instinct for combat, a true, phantasmic entity. The core of fragmented metal pulses faintly. This creature is 1,000 times more perilous than the echoes of energy surrounding it. It possesses a corporeal form, armed and fiercely unyielding. In the brief span of his analysis, the heap of rubble suddenly stirred. With a thunderous crash, a colossal, intact metallic arm thrust forth from the debris, followed by a battered and incomplete transformer, its upper half barely clinging to life, using the remaining arm for support as it crawled from the wreckage. Half of its cranium was missing, revealing charred circuitry within. An optical sensor flickered with a frenzied, hollow crimson light, devoid of any sentience. Its chest armor lay completely torn asunder, revealing a pulsating orb of chaotic energy, a purple sphere twisting and writhing in a frenzied dance, its false core. Annihilate the Autobots. A guttural roar, akin to a hellish demon, emerged from its damaged vocalizer. It perceived fracture, and though fracture belonged to the Decepticons within its tainted circuitry, any moving entity was deemed an adversary. With a fearsome roar, the phantasmic entity propelled itself off the ground with its immense arm, its massive upper body shooting towards Fracture like a cannonball. The speed was astonishing. Fracture's pupils constricted as he swiftly rolled to the side, narrowly evading this lethal assault. The impact of the phantasmic entity crashing against the stone column behind him sent spiderweb-like cracks radiating across the massive pillar with a resounding boom. Such formidable strength. Without hesitation, Fracture issued a command: transform. In a symphony of smooth mechanical sounds, he instantly morphed into an armed assault truck, brimming with a thirst for destruction. On the roof, the ominous barrel of a heavy machine gun elevated, locking onto the phantasmic entity struggling to rise from the ground. Open fire. The furious metallic storm erupted in an instant. A searing chain of energy projectiles lashed out like a whip, striking the phantasmic entity with ferocious intensity. The cacophony of metallic impacts echoed like torrential rain upon broadleaves. Brilliant sparks erupted from the phantasmic entity's form, its robust armor dented and pockmarked, yet it appeared impervious to pain, letting out an even more furious roar as it charged once more towards Fracture. This creature's armor was tougher than anticipated. While Fracture unleashed suppressive fire from the vehicle-mounted machine gun, he rapidly reversed to widen the distance. His right eye was analyzing the enemy's every movement at an extraordinary speed. Analyzing target action patterns. Analysis complete. Target action pattern database. Decepticon assault standard combat techniques. Repeat, rate 92. Predicting next attack. Prediction complete. A shoulder ram charge in 3 seconds. Indeed, its actions are entirely predicated upon the battle instincts solidified in its former life. Mere seconds later, the specter-like entity suddenly crouched low, its shoulder-mounted horn emanating a faint glow, and with an indomitable momentum, it charged forth once more. However, this time, Iron Shard had already anticipated its trajectory. He swiftly maneuvered the steering wheel, executing a graceful drift that allowed his massive vehicle to glide past the Spectre-esque form. Simultaneously, the vehicle's heavy machine gun continued its relentless roar, unleashing a torrent of bullets that precisely targeted the entity's exposed pseudo-core, composed of chaotic energy. With a deafening roar, the pseudo-core, under concentrated fire, emitted a painful howl. The violet orb flickered violently, becoming increasingly unstable. It seemed to realize that its vital point was under assault, abandoning its charge to wildly thrash with its colossal arm, attempting to crush the bothersome iron box that was Iron Shard. Yet, Iron Shard maintained a delicate distance from it. Each turn, every acceleration and retreat appeared to have undergone countless calculations, enabling him to evade the creature's strikes while persistently directing his firepower at that singular weakness. This was an asymmetrical dance, One side represented a beast driven solely by frenzied instincts, while the other embodied a calm hunter endowed with the analytical prowess of a supercomputer and the strategic acumen of humanity's finest. Now was the moment. Iron Shard's right eye caught sight of a nearly imperceptible crack forming in the energy shell of the Spectre's pseudocore after enduring relentless assaults. Without hesitation, he reverted to human form, and in that instant of transformation, the energy overload module on his left arm activated for the very first time in combat. Energy overload initiated. Warning: energy overload module activated. Weapon energy output will increase to 305 seconds. A torrent of nearly body-rending energy surged from the core, flooding into the repaired arm-mounted machine gun that extended from his right arm. Iron Shard aimed at the crack on the Spectre's pseudocore and squeezed the trigger. Boom! No bullets, no beams, only a thunderous sound, as if the air itself were being sucked dry. A sphere of highly compressed, destructive energy erupted from the muzzle, striking the target at supersonic speed with pinpoint accuracy. Time seemed to slow in that moment. Upon contact with the pseudocore, the energy sphere did not explode immediately. Instead, it forced itself into the crack like a nail. The next second, boom! A true explosion erupted. The entire upper body of the Spectre, along with its furious pseudocore, was obliterated into a storm of metallic shards and torrents of energy light. The devastating shockwave radiated outward, causing the surrounding debris of buildings to rattle ominously. The right arm of the iron fragment emitted wisps of smoke, accompanied by a tingling sensation from the overload. Yet this time, perhaps due to the enhancement of his physical fortitude, the weapon's circuitry had not been entirely incinerated, and his arm remained functional. Warning: right arm weapon system overloaded. Energy lines damaged by 23. Warning: minor impact sustained by arm structure, performance reduced by 5, recovery in 10 cycles. Fortune favored him. He shook his slightly numb arm and approached the pile of debris, still crackling with electric sparks. He kicked aside a charred armor plate and discovered the true core of the Spectre machine, its once vibrant spark extinguished, lying quietly within. He aimed his targeting reticle at it. Target: assault spark core, extinguished, severely energy contaminated. Analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Acquired: energy 03. Acquired data: fragments of battle memories from the assault model, damage. Acquired data: last coordinates being repaired. Repair failed, data corrupted over 90. The findings were scant. It seemed these Spectre machines held little value for salvage. He rose, brushed off the dust from his attire, and prepared to continue towards the coordinates indicated by the shell casing. However, at the very moment he turned, his newly acclaimed right eye suddenly detected an exceedingly faint yet remarkably unique signal. This signal did not emanate from any machine. Rather, it originated from the charred ground at the epicenter of the recent explosion. He approached, crouching down to sift through the scorched earth and metallic debris with his fingers. There, resting quietly, was a metal insignia, no larger than a fingernail, adorned with peculiar engravings. It appeared to be crafted from an unknown alloy, remarkably unscathed by the violent explosion. The distinctive signal radiated from this very emblem. Iron Fragment picked it up and held it in his palm. It felt cold to the touch, and the intricate patterns etched upon it belonged neither to the Decepticons nor the Autobots. Instead, they were symbols he had never encountered before, imbued with an aura of antiquity and enigma. As he gazed upon the insignia, his right eye registered a sudden, intense fluctuation in the data stream. Unknown encrypted signal source detected. Signal frequency matches that of the coordinates provided by the shell casing with a compatibility of 998. The spark core within Iron Fragment surged. What he sought was neither an object nor a location, but rather a signal, or perhaps a token that emitted such a signal. He tightened his grip on the insignia and looked once more towards the heart of the abandoned city. There, the energy storm raged more ferociously, with countless formidable specters howling within. He understood that his journey was only just beginning, and this small insignia might very well be the first key to unraveling all mysteries. Chapter 9. The guiding badge, the cold metal badge, lay quietly in the palm of the scrap iron, its weight disproportionately heavy for its diminutive size. Etched upon its surface was neither the grotesque visage of the Decepticons nor the sacred emblem of the Autobots, but rather a mysterious symbol composed of straight lines, arcs, and sharp angles, exuding a sense of ancient geometric beauty. It resembled a key, yet its purpose remained a mystery, leaving one to ponder which door it might unlock. The right eye of the Scrapiron, bestowed with the gift of insight by a wrench, flickered with remarkable frequency. In his field of vision, streams of data concerning the badge cascaded like a waterfall. Deep analysis of unknown encrypted signal source in progress. Material analysis. Unknown ultradense alloy. Elemental composition unidentifiable. Resistance to high temperatures, extreme pressure, and energy corrosion far exceeds known Cybertronian metals. Structural analysis. Contains a miniature, self-circulating energy core with an energy decay rate of less than 0.0001 per 10,000 years. Its energy frequency resonates with the chaotic energy field of the abandoned city, yet maintains absolute independence. Function determination, beacon key. A beacon, or perhaps a key. This conclusion resonated harmoniously with his prior speculation. The shell casing had provided him with a fixed coordinate, a terminus. Yet this badge seemed alive, a moving guide, pointing towards a hidden truth lurking behind the coordinates. The signal match rate is 998, the Scrapiron murmured softly. Such a coincidence was nearly unfathomable. The only plausible explanation was that the coordinates given by the shell casing represented merely a location where the badge had once appeared, or rather, the focal point of its signal range. The true objective of the shell casing was to locate this badge or whatever it might lead to. He tightened his grip on the badge, its frigid touch seemingly capable of penetrating his armor, reaching deep into his spark core. A decision was made. He would abandon the now meaningless dead coordinates and instead pursue this living beacon. With great care, he placed the badge into the storage compartment within his chest, leaving it partially open. He needed to remain attuned to its signal strength. Within the view of his right eye, a pale blue arrow-shaped indicator materialized, pointing in the direction from whence the badge's signal was strongest. Beneath the indicator, a constantly fluctuating numerical value displayed the signal strength, 347. No longer hesitating, he transformed back into the armed assault truck form, the roar of his engine resonating with clarity in the desolate city. Following the arrow's guidance, he drove deeper into the abandoned metropolis. The further he ventured, the more the surroundings unfolded into a breathtaking, apocalyptic grandeur. A skyscraper, severed in half, hovered at a bizarre angle in midair, as if frozen in the moment of its fall by some temporal weapon. A wide thoroughfare lay before him, its surface entirely crystallized, resembling a smooth black mirror reflecting the leaden sky. Beneath the mirror's surface, countless transformers were captured in their final, twisted postures as they faced their demise. Through his right eye, an entirely different scene unfolded. The chaotic energy field here can no longer be described merely as a storm. Rather, it resembles a seething ocean. Countless signals from vengeful, wrathful, and despondent spirits converge into a colossal data vortex, rampaging through the streets. Some powerful remnants, echoes of past obsessions, can briefly influence reality, distorting the air or causing the ground to rise unpredictably. Shattered Iron has witnessed, on numerous occasions, the phantasms of ancient Autobot warriors charging forth from the street's end. Their forms are hazy and translucent, their cries resembling sounds muffled by a curtain of water, imbued with a sense of unreality. They pass through Shattered Iron's body without inflicting any physical harm, yet the frigid, deathly aura of the data stream triggers incessant alarms within a system. Warning: high-intensity mental contamination detected, initiating firewall. Without this modified right eye, he would have undoubtedly lost his way amidst the ceaseless illusions and psychic onslaught, perhaps becoming yet another victim like the previous spectral bodies, eroded by the chaotic energy field and reduced to a mere shell of existence. However, at this moment, he perceives the essence of it all. He resembles a ghost ship navigating the tempestuous sea of data. With his left eye surveying the ruins of reality, and his right eye discerning the flow of energy. He deftly avoids one lethal energy vortex after another, maneuvering through areas thick with illusions. With each step, the signal intensity in his right eye steadily increases. 389455152, for he is acutely aware that he is drawing nearer to his objective. After approximately one cycle, he arrives at a vast, open plaza, which appears to have once served as the administrative center of the city. The ground is paved with enormous stone slabs, most of which are shattered. Yet remnants of its former grandeur can still be discerned. Surrounding the plaza stand rows of colossal metal statues, resembling titanic guardians, all of which have suffered severe damage, some beheaded. Others pierced through the chest. In the very center of the plaza, the signal intensity reaches an unprecedented 873. Shattered Iron halts, reverting to his humanoid form, and conceals himself behind a toppled statue, vigilantly observing his surroundings. His instincts warn him of impending danger. Within the field of vision of his right eye, the energy field of the entire plaza exhibits a bizarre tranquility, starkly contrasting with the tumultuous sea of energy surrounding it. This stillness resembles the eerie calm before a storm, amplifying his unease. He maximizes the analytical capabilities of his right eye, meticulously scanning every inch of the plaza. Suddenly, his gaze freezes. In the shadows of the metal statues and among the vast piles of debris, he detects several energy sources strikingly similar to the previous spectral body, possessing tangible form. 1, 2, 3. There are as many as 5. They exist in a state of extremely low power, akin to predators lurking in the darkness, patiently awaiting the arrival of their prey. This is a trap, a lethal snare composed of spectral machines. The core of the shattered iron shrinks slightly. 1 against 1. He is confident that his firepower and tactics will secure an effortless victory. However, 1 against 5, especially in this vast, nearly barren square, the situation transforms entirely. What should he do? Circumvent them? No. The source of the signal lies at the center of the square, an unavoidable path for his mission. Thus, he must charge through. Taking a deep breath, the shattered iron's mind races as an audacious and perilous plan begins to take shape. He needs to exploit the environment, leveraging these mindless foes. Driven solely by their combat instincts, rather than rushing headlong, he quietly retreats, maneuvering around the periphery of the square. His right eye, akin to a high-precision radar, meticulously registers the positions of the 5 spectral machines and all the exploitable terrain features within the square. One of the spectral machines hides beneath a massive stone column, fractured and leaning against another building. The base of this column is riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, its structure precariously unstable. Another target lurks beside a pool of leaking coolant, emanating a faint energy response. This coolant, once ignited by high temperatures, could unleash a violent explosion. His plan is to transform these environmental factors into weapons. After completing his tactical assessment, the shattered iron hesitates no longer. He extends his repaired arm-mounted machine gun, adjusting it to single-shot mode. His aim is not at any spectral machine, but rather at a massive, precariously hanging metal billboard on the facade of a building 300 meters away. Bang! A sharp gunshot shatters the square's eerie silence. The high-energy round precisely strikes the billboard's final connection point. Crash! The heavy metal sign, weighing several tons, crashes to the ground with a thunderous roar, sending plumes of dust swirling into the air. This tremendous noise acts like a switch, instantly activating the deadly trap of the entire square. Roar! Exterminate them all. 5 frenzied and ferocious roars erupt simultaneously from different directions. The 5 lurking spectral machines, startled like a disturbed swarm of bees, dart from their hiding places, their crimson electronic eyes fixating on the source of the sound, where the shattered iron stands. They converge from 5 directions, forming a vast encirclement as they charge toward him. Here they come. A chill runs down the shattered iron-esque spine as he morphs into an armed assault truck, its powerful engine roaring. He does not choose to flee. Instead, he accelerates directly toward one of the spectral machines. His target is precisely the one hiding beneath the unstable stone column. Rat-a-tat-tat. The vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun erupts in a frenzied roar, a fiery chain of bullets enveloping the spectral machine like a dragon of flame. Although the opponent was relentlessly pushed back by a barrage of firepower, it still charged fearlessly into the onslaught. At the very moment they were about to collide, shattered iron executed a dramatic drift, its massive body gliding past the spectral machine with an almost acrobatic grace. In doing so, it successfully lured its adversary beneath a colossal, fractured stone pillar. The mounted machine gun of shattered iron abruptly elevated, redirecting its firepower, not at the spectral machine, but unleashing a torrent upon the cracks at the base of the stone column. Boom! The already precarious pillar could no longer withstand such ferocious assault, emitting a mournful cry before crashing down. Roar? The spectral machine seemed to sense the imminent danger above, yet its processor, overwhelmed by combat instinct, could not react in time. The stone column, weighing several hundred tons, descended like a mountain upon it, reducing the machine to a twisted heap of metal debris. The first, shattered iron, wasted no time, its engine roaring back to life, trailing a plume of black smoke as it surged toward its next target, the spectral machine lurking beside the coolant pool. The remaining 4 spectral machines, infuriated by the demise of their comrade, abandoned their encirclement and pursued shattered iron from behind, energy beams narrowly grazing its chassis and scorching the ground beneath. Shattered iron pushed its speed to the limit, weaving through the ruins in a desperate dance of life and death. It lured the spectral machine into the center of the coolant pool. Then, it executed an action that no transformer could comprehend. A sudden break, its massive inertia causing it to pivot, crashing its thick side armor forcefully into the charging spectral machine. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberated as shattered iron felt half of its body go numb. Warning! Left armor sustained severe impact. Integrity reduced to 91. But it succeeded. The spectral machine stumbled, collapsing to the ground and splattering coolant everywhere. Shattered Iron's mounted machine gun was already aimed at the spot. Rat-a-tat-tat. Several high-energy projectiles grazed the spectral machine, accurately piercing the coolant pool. In the next moment, boom! A violent explosion erupted. The ignited coolant instantly transformed into a sea of flames, completely engulfing the fallen spectral machine. The raging fire even licked at the rear of Shattered Iron, making its armor excruciatingly hot. The second, only 3 remained. However, the remaining spectral machines had now closed in from 3 directions, cornering it within a dead end formed by the debris of the buildings. There was no retreat. Growl! The 3 battered and menacing spectral machines advanced with heavy steps, wielding broken military knives and thick iron pipes that gleamed with deadly intent. Shattered Iron transformed back into its humanoid form, pressing against the cold wall. His right eye swiftly analyzed the 3 adversaries before him. Their weaknesses and movement patterns vividly unfolded in his consciousness. Taking a deep breath, he activated, without hesitation, the dual-edged sword energy overload module gifted by the wrench for the first time in actual combat. Energy overload, activate. Warning, energy overload module activated. Weapon energy output will surge to 305 seconds. A torrent of violent energy, akin to a tearing force, surged from his core, flooding into the arm-mounted machine gun on his right arm. He could feel his entire arm trembling and groaning under the unbearable might. He did not opt for the immensely powerful but singular strike of the energy sphere mode. This time, he sought relentless, devastating firepower. Roared Shattered Iron, his voice reverberating from the depths of his soul. Tot. A barrage of projectiles, exponentially thicker and composed almost entirely of pure energy, erupted from the muzzle of his weapon. These were no longer mere bullets. They were a torrent of death forged from runes of destruction. The foremost Spectre machine bore the brunt of the assault, attempting to withstand it with its body, yet sturdy armor crumbled like paper before the onslaught. Instantly torn asunder and vaporized. In less than 2 seconds, its entire upper half was utterly annihilated. Shattered Iron roared, forcibly twisting his arm, which was on the verge of being torn apart, directing the lethal barrage toward the second Spectre machine on the left. Just as it raised its weapon, a torrent of frenzied energy bisected it, followed by the detonation of its core, exploding in a dazzling display of fireworks. As he prepared to pivot to the third target, a searing, bone-deep pain shot through his right arm. Warning, right arm weapon system overloaded 100. Energy lines completely burned out. Permanent structural damage detected. His arm-mounted machine gun fell silent, the muzzle melting into a mass of scrap metal, his entire arm hanging limply, rendered entirely paralyzed. The final Spectre machine charged toward him, wielding a massive iron pipe, striking down toward his head with tremendous force. In a split second, Shattered Iron's left eye glinted with calm crimson, while his right eye reflected a sea of icy blue data. He crouched sharply, evading the lethal blow, while his intact left arm shot out like lightning, gripping a sharp metal rod already soaked in the energy of its kin. He did not aim for the opponent's vital points. His target was the adversary's ankle. Crack! The metal rod expertly pried apart the ankle joint. The colossal Spectre machine instantly lost its balance and toppled forward. Shattered Iron rolled and leaped onto its back, securing his legs tightly around its torso, driving the metal rod with all his might into the gap of its neck armor. Thud! The metallic rod precisely pierced the main energy conduit connecting its head to the pseudocore. The spectral machine quivered violently, its crimson electronic eye flickering a few times before extinguishing completely. The battle had concluded. The square fell silent once more, save for the heavy breaths of shattered iron and the sight of his right arm, emitting wisps of black smoke, utterly incapacitated. He slid down from the last corpse, leaning against the cold wall, feeling waves of excruciating pain emanating from his body. He had triumphed, but at a grievous cost. A glance at his energy reserves revealed less than 40 units remaining. The ammunition for the heavy machine gun had been entirely depleted. His right arm lay paralyzed, irreparable in the near future. Yet he had survived. After a brief respite, he mustered the strength to rise, dragging his weary form toward the epicenter of the square, where the signal was strongest. There, he found no treasures nor energy sources, only a colossal portal, crafted from an unknown black metal, towering several dozen meters high. Intricate patterns, reminiscent of the emblem in his hand, adorned the gate, exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery. The entire structure was seamlessly integrated with the earth, emanating an ancient and oppressive force that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. At the center of the gate lay an indentation, no larger than a fingernail, perfectly matching the shape of his emblem. He stepped forward, extending his intact left hand to retrieve the cold metal insignia from his storage compartment. Taking a deep breath, he slowly pressed the emblem into the recess. It fit flawlessly, sealing with precision. In the next instant, the immense portal seemed to awaken from a slumber spanning eons. A deep resonance, akin to the very breath of the cosmos at its inception, reverberated through the air. The ancient symbols on the gate began to illuminate one by one with a soft blue glow, the light flowing along the intricate patterns before coalescing into a singular brilliance. He felt the ground beneath him tremble slightly. Accompanied by a jarring and painfully heavy grinding sound, the black gate, which had remained shut for countless epochs, began to part slowly, inch by inch. Behind it, there were no resplendent treasures nor mountains of gold, but rather a profound void, an abyss that seemed capable of swallowing all light. An exceedingly frigid gust, foreign to this era, surged from the crack of the door, enveloping him. Within that breath, there was neither energy nor substance, only an absolute emptiness, as if time had forgotten it for millions of years. Standing before the door, he felt as minuscule as a speck of dust. He understood that what the shell truly sought him to discover was this very portal and the secrets concealed beyond it. Secrets that even elite warriors regarded with trepidation. Chapter 10. The void beyond the door of the colossal gate, forged from the enigmatic black metal, ceased its movement once it had opened sufficiently to allow him passage. Behind the door lies a darkness so profound that it seems capable of consuming all thought and perception. A current of void emanating from the crevice of the door silently caresses every inch of his armor. The alarm of fragmented iron blares for the first time, emitting a purple warning that signifies the utmost priority. Warning: absolute zero energy field detected. Body energy is passively dissipating. Energy reserves: 398397396. This darkness resembles a metaphysical black hole, greedily and indiscriminately absorbing all forms of energy. His spark core and every energy conduit within his being are irrevocably losing their vitality to this void. Remaining stationary here, he would be entirely drained within a single cycle, reduced to a cold, empty shell. Should he retreat? Fragmented iron cast a glance at his utterly incapacitated right arm, emitting wisps of black smoke. He had paid a heavy price to arrive at this juncture. If he were to withdraw now, all prior sacrifices would be rendered meaningless. The favors from the shell casings, the investments of the wrench, and his own evolutionary journey would all come to a standstill. His human soul filled him with an innate fear of the unknown. Yet, the brutal experiences endured as a transformer had tempered that fear into a steely resolve. Without further hesitation, he took a heavy step forward into the unfathomable abyss. At the moment he stepped in, the massive door behind him thundered shut, severing all light and sound from the outside world. Absolute darkness. Absolute silence. The optical sensors of fragmented iron instantaneously lost all function. Neither his left eye's crimson glow nor his right eye's icy blue could perceive anything but an expanse of pure, feedback-less blackness. Left optical sensor, signal lost. Right optical sensor, signal lost. Audio receiver, signal lost. Electromagnetic wave detector, signal lost. He felt as if he had been cast into an absolute box, isolated from the universe. He could not hear his own footsteps, sense the movement of air, nor even feel the slight vibrations of the cooling fans within his body, all seemingly obliterated by this void. The sole evidence of his existence was the dwindling energy reserve displayed deep within his consciousness and the relentless structural pain emanating from his paralyzed right arm. 385,384. He had been stripped of nearly all external perception, rendered a true blind and deaf entity. Any transformer faced with such a predicament would succumb to logical disarray and ultimately mental collapse within mere minutes due to sensory deprivation and information isolation. Yet, Fragmented Iron did not falter. His human soul endowed him with a formidable inner world and imaginative capacity that Transformers lack. He compelled himself to remain calm, disabling all external sensors that incessantly emitted erroneous alarms, fully immersing his consciousness into his internal systems. He relied on an internal gyroscopic balance system to perceive his posture, on the feedback from his body's joints to assess his movements, and on an internal timer to estimate the passage of time. He extended his intact left hand and groped forward. His fingertips encountered an astonishingly cold and smooth sensation. He found a wall. The material of the wall was identical to that of the enormous door outside, its surface devoid of any patterns or seams, resembling a perfectly cut crystal. He began to move forward, step by arduous step, along the wall. In this absolute silence and darkness, each step felt like traversing a tightrope leading to madness. Time had lost its significance, and space had become indistinct. He was unaware of how long he had been walking or how far he had traveled. He could only sense the relentless depletion of his energy and the gradual decrease in his body temperature. Suddenly, his right eye, which had perpetually displayed signal lost, flickered without warning. In his field of vision, there was no longer pure black. Instead, a new line of garbled text emerged, composed of icy blue data. Error, unable to resolve the void. Attempting to reverse define failed definitions. Establishing a model of non-existence. Immediately thereafter, the pitch darkness in his right eye began to undergo subtle changes. It transformed from mere blackness into a field of flickering, grainy gray snowflakes. These snowflakes represented his right eye's attempt to utilize its computational ability to fill and define this absolute void. At that moment, within this ocean of gray snowflakes, an exceedingly abrupt, human-shaped void manifested. This void was a deeper, pure black than the surrounding darkness. It exhibited no energy response and contained no material composition. It seemed to be a hole excavated from reality, a vacuum in data. Warning, data vacuum target detected approaching at high speed. The core of the fragmented iron shrank suddenly. He finally comprehended the defensive mechanism of this place. The guardians here were not composed of matter or energy, but of the void itself. They were shadows within this darkness, the reapers of silence. Conventional detection methods were utterly ineffective against them. Only his modified right eye, striving to comprehend the void, could capture their existence through the anomalous form of the data vacuum. The data vacuum surged towards him with astonishing speed. Fragmented Iron had no time to think. Relying solely on the combat instincts honed through countless life and death struggles, he rolled swiftly to the side. A faint sound, akin to fabric being torn, echoed in his ears. He felt a chilling sting from the armor on his shoulder. Instantly, he rose, gripping the sharp metal rod tightly in his left hand, adopting a defensive stance. In his right eye's field of vision, the silhouette of the black hole had halted at the position he had just occupied. It slowly turned around, devoid of facial features and bodily details, presenting only a silhouette of pure black, constantly twisting and morphing into geometric shapes. Target, Void Sentinel. Structural analysis, unknown. Energy analysis, none. Weakness analysis, unknown. Its right eye could provide only this useless information. Roar. The Void Sentinel seemed enraged, emitting a sound not transmitted through the air, but directly impacting the core of the fragmented iron's thoughts, akin to a sharp, malicious mental shockwave. It lunged once more, its arm extending to wield a blade of pure black void, perpetually distorting. This time, the fragmented iron was prepared. His right eye locked onto the data vacuum, each of the opponent's movements transforming into a shifting black mass within his vision. He no longer relied on auditory or conventional sight. Instead, he depended entirely on this unique negative vision. He sidestepped the blade's slash, simultaneously thrusting the metal rod fiercely toward the opponent's chest. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. The metal rod passed effortlessly through the Void Sentinel's form, as if piercing through a mass of air, inflicting no damage. Yet, the Sentinel's arm twisted at an incredible angle, slashing toward his neck once more. Physical attacks were futile. A sense of dread filled the fragmented iron. He retreated immediately, creating distance. What about energy attacks? He instinctively considered activating the arm-mounted machine gun, but quickly dismissed the notion. The surrounding environment absorbed all energy. Even if he fired an energy projectile, it would likely be neutralized and consumed by the void the moment it left the muzzle. With physical attacks ineffective and energy assaults equally futile, how could he combat this? The fragmented iron's mind raced. He recalled the sensation of the metal rod passing through the opponent's form without any resistance, suggesting that the foe might possess no tangible existence. Yet, it could inflict physical harm. The scratch on his shoulder was undeniably real. Left shoulder armor subjected to unknown attribute erosion, structural integrity reduced by 2. This indicated that the opponent's assault was a form of higher-dimensional erasure, directly affecting existence itself. There must be a way. Every entity adheres to certain principles and harbors weaknesses. The fragmented iron's right eye pushed its analytical capabilities to the limit. He ceased analyzing the entirety of the opponent and focused his vision on the interior of the data vacuum. Within that realm of pure blackness, he finally discerned an anomaly. Inside the contours of the Void Sentinel, several points existed, deeper and more solid than the surrounding darkness. These singularities seemed to form the framework or nodes of its shape. Could these nodes be its vulnerabilities? The Void Sentinel afforded him little time for contemplation, launching another assault. This time, the fragmented iron chose not to engage head-on. Utilizing his agile dexterity, he maneuvered through the narrow passage, his right eye fixated intently on the several shifting black singularities within his adversary. He observed that when the Void Sentinel initiated an attack, the singularity on its arm would instantaneously become more substantial than the others. An opportunity. As the Void Sentinel swung its blade once more, he did not retreat, but advanced with fervor. Instead of aiming the metallic rod at the entity's body, he struck with remarkable precision at an exceptionally acute angle, directly targeting the solidifying black singularity on its arm. A peculiar vibration, akin to the snapping of a violin string, resonated within the core of his consciousness. In that fleeting moment, the entirety of the Void Sentinel's arm twisted violently, flickered, and then dissipated like a wisp of smoke into the ether. Effective. A surge of elation coursed through his being. His hypothesis had proven accurate. These singularities were indeed the linchpin of their form. The ineffectiveness of physical attacks stemmed from failing to strike at the true essence. The Void Sentinel seemed momentarily disoriented from the loss of its arm, its remaining body contorting wildly in place. Seizing this moment, he surged forward like a bolt of black lightning. The metallic rod in his grasp transformed into the most lethal of instruments, each thrust striking with unwavering accuracy at a black singularity: chest, head, legs. With each singularity shattered, a fragment of the Void Sentinel's body disintegrated accordingly. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by 3 resonant cognitive tremors, the last singularity of the final Void Sentinel was precisely obliterated by the metallic rod in his hand. Its entire form collapsed utterly, dissolving into nothingness, merging back into the surrounding darkness. The battle had concluded. Leaning heavily on his metallic rod, he gasped for breath. Though devoid of cataclysmic explosions, the perilous nature and the toll on his psyche far surpassed the previous grueling encounters with 5 Spectra machines. His energy reserves had dwindled to 327. Daring not to linger, he pressed onward along the wall. Time passed unmeasured until his left hand brushed against an expanse of emptiness. He realized he had reached the end of the passage, arriving at a more spacious domain. Tentatively, he advanced a few steps, the ground beneath him remaining astonishingly smooth. Suddenly, amidst the profound darkness ahead, a faint, gentle blue glow ignited. It was the first beam of light he had encountered since entering this realm. The radiance, though feeble, was striking, akin to a morning star suspended in the infinite void. A spark of intrigue ignited within him, prompting him to move toward the light. As he drew nearer, the contours of the illumination became increasingly discernible. It revealed an intricately constructed, 3-dimensional control console, suspended in midair, composed of countless pale blue rays. Countless ancient Cybertronian runes, unfamiliar to him, flowed languidly across the surface of the console. Beneath it stood a colossal sarcophagus, crafted from the same obsidian metal. Intricate and enigmatic patterns, akin to those adorning the massive outer gate, were etched upon its surface. This place was a tomb. What the shell casing sought was concealed within this sepulchre. Crushed Iron approached the floating console. As his right eye gazed upon it, the data streams within his vision began to refresh frantically once more. Ancient data, terminal detected, system language, first epic ancient Cybertronian, primordial hierarch language family. Attempting to decrypt language library mismatch, decryption failed, external data interface detected. Crushed Iron extended his intact left hand, from which a data interface emerged from the armor of his arm, cautiously connecting to a slot on the console. Warning: unknown protocol detected. Forcible connection may result in data corruption or system collapse. Proceed? Proceed. Establishing connection. Connection successful. Downloading encrypted data packet. Packet size too large. Estimated download time: 100 cyclical seconds, 100 seconds. Crushed Iron's heart raced. He was uncertain of what might transpire within that duration. Indeed, the moment the data download commenced, the entire space seemed to awaken from slumber. A deep, resonant hum filled the air, echoing warnings from all directions. In his right eye's field of vision, the sea of gray snowflakes began to boil violently, surrounding the console, on the ground, on the walls, and on the ceiling. Increasingly vast and intricate data vacuums began to manifest. 1, 2, 10. Within moments, hundreds of varied void sentinels surged forth like a legion emerging from the depths of hell, encircling him and the console, rendering escape impossible. Behind them loomed the most colossal data vacuum, nearly 10 meters tall, crowned as if adorned with a regal diadem, slowly rising from the immense black sarcophagus. Warning: Monarch-level data vacuum detected. Threat level. Crushed Iron's spark core nearly faltered. He was ensnared. This was an army composed of the void, utterly insurmountable. Flee. The data download still had 90 seconds remaining. Abandon the mission? He could not forsake himself. Then, he had no choice but to fight. Crushed Iron inhaled deeply, glancing at his paralyzed right arm before surveying the frenzied, dual-bladed energy overload module on his left. He bore no weapon, but who claimed he was unarmed? A notion of utter madness began to crystallize in his mind. He secured the sharp metallic rod, which had accompanied him through numerous life-and-death battles, firmly within the armored crevice of his paralyzed right arm, transforming it into a crude yet steadfast lance. Then, he pressed his left hand against the weapon's energy interface on his right arm. That interface had been utterly destroyed due to prior overload. However, the technician had previously mentioned that he could connect the wires directly to his spark processor. This meant he could bypass all conventional circuits and draw energy directly from the spark, amplifying it through the energy overload module of his left arm before forcibly injecting it into his now-defunct right arm. It was a gamble, wagering that his core could withstand such a self-destructive surge of energy. Energy overload initiated. Warning: illegal energy circuit detected. Warning: spark core is about to overload. Warning: the body will disintegrate in 3 seconds. An excruciating pain surged through him, 1,000 times more intense than any he had ever felt before. He felt as if his entire spark was ablaze, melting away. Yet he did not falter. He channeled all that chaotic energy capable of annihilating everything into that seemingly mundane metallic rod. Buzz. In an instant, that ordinary rod erupted with a brilliance surpassing that of the sun. It transcended materiality, enveloped in pure energy, transforming into a 3-meter-long spear of light, a harbinger of judgment. Come on! He let out a soul-shattering roar, charging towards the endless army of void. He resembled a solitary knight, resolute and determined, wielding a spear of light against a windmill. Wherever the spear of light traversed, the void sentinels, composed of nothingness, evaporated like ice under the blazing sun, instantaneously vaporized. Their attacks, capable of erasing matter, were utterly neutralized and annihilated upon contact with this spear forged from pure energy. He fought madly amidst the enemy ranks, striving for every precious second at the cost of his life. Download progress. 506070. His armor was being relentlessly torn apart, the integrity of his body plummeting. Yet the spear of light in his grasp remained unwaveringly radiant. Download progress, 909-5100. Download complete. Data stored in independent chip. Now, he abruptly hurled the spear of light. It transformed into a radiant beam that pierced through heaven and earth, nailing dozens of void sentinels and a monarch-level guardian to the distant wall, erupting in a silent, luminous nuclear explosion. Seizing this fleeting moment, he dashed back to the control console and swiftly extracted the data chip. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and sprinted back in the direction from whence he came, expending the last vestiges of his strength. He could feel the entire space behind him beginning to collapse, having lost both its guardians and energy core. Absolute void is becoming unstable as immense spatial rifts continuously materialize and vanish around him. With a thunderous roar, he finally burst forth from the colossal gate. In that fleeting moment of escape, his right arm, serving as a weapon along with the metallic rod, could no longer withstand the backlash of energy overload, resulting in a resounding explosion, shattering into fragments. Behind him, the immense gate thunderously closed, sealing away the all-consuming darkness forever. Shrapnel crashed heavily onto the cold stone of the plaza, leaving him with less than 5 of his energy. He had lost half of an arm, and his body lay in ruins. Yet he survived, struggling. He clutched tightly with his remaining half of a left hand the searing data chip that had just downloaded monumental secrets. He understood that from this moment forth, what he bore was far more than his own life. Chapter 11. The Return of the Wounded Wolfpain. This was the first and sole signal that his processor could recognize upon regaining consciousness. It was not merely localized discomfort, but a profound, structural agony radiating from the depths of the core, pervading every energy conduit, every piece of armor, and every sensor, a harbinger of disintegration. He lay on the cold stone of the plaza, the leaden sky swirling slowly in his remaining left eye. The right eye, which had just accomplished a miraculous feat, had succumbed once more to darkness due to severe energy deprivation, with only sporadic lines of crimson-garbled text flashing, attesting to its continued existence. Warning: integrity of the body below 15. Multiple structural damages detected. Warning: right arm has been lost. Classified as physically severed. Warning: left arm's energy overload module has undergone irreversible melting, fusing with the arm's armor structure, resulting in permanent functional failure. Left arm capability below 20. Warning: energy reserves below 54948, entering emergency hibernation countdown. He resembled a ship disintegrating amidst a tempest, with the system interface inundated by incessant purple and red warnings. The final lament of a vessel before its sinking. He had paid a price nearly akin to annihilation for that searing data chip, now gripped tightly in the palm of his nearly shattered left hand, as if it were the sole purpose of his existence. Hibernation? The processor of shattered iron pondered at an agonizingly slow pace. No, emergency hibernation merely delays death. In this city, rife with specters, entering a state of slumber equates to placing one's spark upon a platter, awaiting the next ravenous predator to feast upon it. He must move. The essence of his human soul, a fragment of consciousness named Lin Mo, screamed in terror. Yet, the iron will forge through countless life and death struggles compelled shattered iron to suppress this fear. Rise. He issued himself the simplest yet most arduous command. With his nearly immobile left arm bracing against the ground, he endeavored to sit up. The molten energy overload module clung to his forearm like an unsightly tumor. With every exertion, it tugged at the severed internal circuits, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. He had failed. His body crashed heavily back to the ground. Try again. Gritting his teeth, or rather, activating his vocal synthesizer to replicate such sounds, he concentrated every ounce of his remaining strength into the core muscles of his waist. Accompanied by a painful metallic distortion, he finally managed to lift his upper body from the ground. He beheld the emptiness of his right shoulder. Where once an arm had been, now it was merely a gaping, grotesque wound, still emitting wisps of black smoke, with severed cables dangling like lifeless tentacles. An instinctive terror of his own disfigurement seized his mind, but he allowed this emotion to linger for only 3 seconds. He needed energy. He needed shelter. Scanning his surroundings, his gaze finally settled upon the edge of the square, where a massive subway entrance lay half-buried beneath the rubble. Its dark maw resembled a gaping chasm leading to hell. Yet, at that moment, it was the only sanctuary that could offer him refuge. He began to crawl, Standing was impossible. The loss of an arm had rendered him utterly unbalanced. Like a lone wolf with a severed spine, he could only drag himself forward, using his remaining left arm and legs, crawling painfully and humbly across the cold stone floor. Those mere few hundred meters felt like an expanse spanning the very galaxy of life and death. Each movement accelerated the depletion of his energy. With every breath, he felt the flicker of his life force dimming. He could even sense the malicious specter signals within the chaotic energy field around him, drawn towards his feeble yet vibrant energy source, slowly closing in. Hurry faster! He pressed his head against the ground, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, and finally, he tumbled into the profound darkness. Inside the subway station, a heavy stench of decay mingled with dust, mold, and metallic rust permeated the air. It was darker and quieter than outside, resembling a forgotten appendix within the belly of the city. Fragments of iron leaned against the cold walls, gasping for breath. He was safe, but only temporarily. His energy reserves had plummeted below 3. He resembled a flickering oil lamp, on the verge of extinguishing. He retrieved a portable energy bar from his storage compartment, bit open the packaging, and ravenously consumed the solid energy within. A faint yet pure warmth surged into his core, momentarily halting the relentless decline of his energy. Energy reserve, 313845. Ultimately, his energy stabilized at 73, a mere drop in an ocean. This scant energy was insufficient to repair any damage, only enough to prolong his existence for a few more cycles. He needed more, a vast reservoir of energy. But from where would it come? His gaze penetrated deep into the subway tunnel, where a darkness so profound enveloped even his right eye. Yet he understood that within this city, what abounded were the spectral machines driven by chaotic energy fields. He resembled a wounded wolf, yet he was compelled to hunt. Otherwise, he would face a certain demise. However, he could no longer rely on overwhelming firepower and reckless tactics for direct confrontation. He had lost an arm, had been deprived of his pride, his mounted machine, and energy overload module. Now, what remained was a battered body, an astute mind, and an eye capable of perceiving all. He needed to set a trap. Shattered iron commenced its movement. Dragging its damaged form, it explored the subway station. Its blue right eye glimmered faintly in the darkness. Akin to a will-o'-the-wisp, meticulously scanning its surroundings, it discovered that the structure of the subway station was relatively intact. At the edge of the platform, several thick, deactivated high-voltage cables hung from the ceiling, resembling vines that nearly touched the ground. Beneath the cables lay a puddle of an unknown liquid. A plan swiftly took shape in his mind. He required bait, transforming back into the battered form of an armed truck. A significant section of its right front appeared as if gnawed upon, resembling a rusted box. He ignited the engine, producing an intermittent, glitch-ridden roar that reverberated throughout the desolate underground space. Then, he wedged himself into a narrow passageway, presenting the facade of a trapped entity. He began to wait patiently. Time trickled by. His energy slowly waned, yet he remained motionless, like a lifeless rock. At last, his blue right eye detected a crimson energy signal cautiously approaching from the depths of the tunnel. Target, spectral machine, reconnaissance model, integrity, 48. Energy reserve, 25,100. Structural analysis, lightweight. Limbs intact, agile movement, but weak armor. It was a frail prey, an impeccable target. The reconnaissance model of the spectral machine had evidently been drawn by the sound emitted by shattered iron. Cautiously, it peeked from the shadows, its vacant crimson electronic eyes curiously surveying the seemingly trapped metal box. It did not attack immediately, instead drifting around, seemingly ensuring there was no danger. Shattered Iron's heart raced. He had to convincingly portray a lifeless and harmless object. The spectral machine circled him twice, and ultimately, it seemed to ascertain that this formidable mass had lost its capacity for resistance. With a growl imbued with greed, it lunged forward. Its sharp claws aimed viciously at Shattered Iron's armored front. Clang! Sparks flew. Shattered Iron endured in silence, refraining from any form of resistance. Observing his unresponsiveness, the phantom mechanism grew bolder. It ascended to the roof of Shattered Iron's vehicle, seeking a point of vulnerability in his armor. Now was the moment. The engine of Shattered Iron roared to life with a thunderous growl, causing the entire vehicle to tremble violently. The phantom mechanism, caught off guard atop the vehicle, was suddenly hurled away. It landed precisely amidst the carefully chosen stage of shattered iron, the space between the looming high-voltage cables and a puddle of water. Without hesitation, shattered iron transformed back into human form. His half-damaged left arm grasped the nearest high-voltage cable's end with ferocity. Then, he channeled his remaining energy, a mere fraction under 5, entirely and unreservedly into the cable. ZZZZ. A powerful current surged through the wire instantaneously. At the other end, in the conductive liquid, a blinding spark erupted, creating a temporary and lethal electric field. Roar! At the heart of the electric field, the phantom mechanism emitted a horrifying scream. Its armor billowed with smoke, convulsing uncontrollably as internal circuits were incinerated inch by the overwhelming current. Within mere seconds, it ceased its struggles, its crimson electronic eyes dimming as it collapsed heavily into the water. Shattered iron, having completely exhausted his energy, staggered and knelt upon the ground. His left hand, having been backfired by the immense current, turned charred and blackened. Energy reserves, 0-1, shutting down. Using the last vestige of his strength, he crawled to the still warm corpse beside him, pressing his damaged left hand against the target's core. Deep analysis. Warning, energy reserves critically low. Forcibly executing deep analysis may result in the host core being obliterated alongside the target. Continue? Proceed. He had no path of retreat. Deep analysis initiated a tumultuous and tainted energy, mingled with the last fragments of the scout's memories, surged violently into shattered iron's being. He felt his core akin to a parched traveler, greedily drinking from a wellspring, only to find it laced with deadly poison. His system interface was besieged by conflicting alerts. Warning, contaminated data stream detected. Isolation failed. Warning, core stability fluctuations detected. Yet, simultaneously, his energy reserves surged rapidly. Energy reserves, 015, ultimately, the energy stabilized at 224. He had survived. Struggling to his feet, he sensed his form was no longer on the verge of collapse. Though still fractured, he now possessed the means to continue onward. He did not depart immediately. Leaning against the wall, he took a moment for the first time to scrutinize the searing data chip for which he had paid such a heavy price. He connected the chip to the data interface on his left arm. Detected unknown data chip encryption level, primordial level. Warning, force cracking will result in chip self-destruction. Conducting surface data scan. Scan complete. He was unable to decipher the core content within, yet the surface level, unencrypted file header information vividly manifested in his consciousness. Project code, Chimera plan, keywords, 13th Apostle, Blood of the Cosmic Emperor, Salas Sacred Hammer, Tomb of the Apostles, the damage processor, upon encountering these terms, nearly succumbed to a state of paralysis. Each word resembled a supernova detonating in the cosmos, embodying the most ancient, core, and taboo secrets of Cybertron. Names such as Primordial Celestial Sovereign, Cosmic Emperor, and 13th Apostle, mythical figures, were astonishingly linked to this project. The Chimera plan, a creature from Greek mythology composed of a lion's head, a goat's body, and a serpent's tail, bore a name laden with sacrilege and ominous portent. He finally comprehended why the shell sought it. This was no ordinary power struggle or technological contention. Enshrined within this minuscule chip was a secret of mythic proportions, capable of appending the entire understanding of Cybertronian civilization and perhaps reigniting an apocalyptic war. And he, Fracture, a mere fledgling warrior recently emerged from the abyss, had become the sole bearer of this secret. An unprecedented and suffocating weight pressed upon his spark, far heavier than the agony of losing his arm or the terror of facing death. He now bore not merely his own life, but a buried history, a specter that might obliterate the future. He gazed towards the gray, murky sky beyond the subway tunnel. He had to return. He must return to Iron Fortress, locate the wrench, and restore his body. Then, he would confront the shell, bartering this secret for the leverage he deserved to become stronger. He was no longer fighting for survival. From this moment forth, he lived to guard or exploit this secret. Fracture rose, his battered form casting a long, solitary shadow in the darkness. He transformed back into the half-damaged armored truck, its engine no longer resonating with power, but infused with a weary yet resolute rasp. He slowly exited the subway station, embarking on a lengthy and perilous journey home. The lone wolf was returning, bearing the weight of the world upon his shoulders. Chapter 12. The Hyena's Gamble. The return journey was a path even longer and colder than the one he had traversed, suspended over the abyss of life and death. The battered armor truck that Fracture had become moved slowly yet resolutely, like a solitary wolf dragging a wounded leg through the snowy expanse, navigating the outskirts of the Forsaken City. With each rotation of the wheels, the fractured circuits and shattered structures within him were stirred, unleashing waves of excruciating pain that made even his core shudder. The desolate right side of his vehicle rendered him precariously unstable on the bumpy terrain, nearly toppling several times. His engine no longer roared. Instead, it emitted a hoarse and weary murmur reminiscent of a dying soul gasping for breath. This faint sound, mingled with the feeble energy leaking from his form, resembled a flickering campfire in the oppressive silence of the wasteland, capable of attracting all manner of hungry, malevolent gazes. His energy reserves were dwindling, slowly yet steadily. He had to find a secure refuge or an alternative source of energy before his reserves were completely depleted. His intermittently glowing blue right eye was operating at the lowest power, scanning the surroundings like a specter. He beheld the energy storms raging in the air and the vengeful ghost signals drifting among the ruins. Yet this time, he discerned something else. Several furtive energy signals, indicative of physical entities, lingered at a distance behind him, akin to hyenas drawn by the scent of blood, maintaining their distance, filled with patience and malice. A heavy sensation settled in his core. His greatest fear had materialized. In his current state, he was a plump prey, already fallen in a pool of blood. In the eyes of any scavenger, they might have hesitated at his stature as a novice warrior. But their greed for the energy and parts contained within his fresh corpse outweighed their caution. He could not afford to stop. Doing so would mean being encircled. Acceleration was futile, as it would only hasten the depletion of his already scarce energy. He had no choice but to maintain his current pace, feigning ignorance of the pursuers behind him, while his mind raced at breakneck speed, seeking a solution. Combat. Impossible. He had lost an arm and a half. His mounted machine gun ammunition was exhausted, and even transforming into human form was exceedingly difficult. His most formidable weapons now consisted solely of his thinking brain and the data chip capable of instigating apocalyptic war. Yet this chip was his last resort and also a lethal poison. Once exposed, he would face not merely a few hyenas, but the frenzied pursuit of the entire Decepticon Legion. He had to devise a plan, one that required no show of force, yet could deter these hyenas. Time slipped away, and the pursuers drew ever closer. They seemed to have exhausted their patience, no longer content to merely follow. Two similarly rugged and menacing scavenger vehicles flanked him, kicking up gravel that rattled against his windows with a sharp crackle. "Hey, big fella up ahead, how about we stop for a chat?" A coarse and arrogant voice crackled through the public channel. He remained silent, continuing to drive forward as though he had not heard. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as a mechanical arm, adorned with a menacing spike, extended from the vehicle on the left, forcefully colliding with his car's body, causing his already precarious balance to falter dangerously. Warning, structural integrity of the left vehicle compromised, reduced to 13. The being known as Scrapiron was abruptly halted. He gradually reverted to his humanoid form, a process more arduous than ever before, accompanied by a cacophony of agonizing metallic distortion as his battered frame finally detached from his truck guys, supporting himself with his partially damaged left arm against the ground. His vacant right shoulder was exposed to the air, a grotesque wound still emitting wisps of black smoke. He lifted his gaze towards the two Decepticons encircling him. To his left stood a robust figure, his arms transformed into a massive chainsaw bearing the name Sawtooth, the very entity that had struck him moments ago. A cruel and avaricious smile graced his face. To the right was a slightly smaller, leaner individual who had undergone minimal violent alterations. Yet, his optical sensors flickered with a shrewd and vigilant gleam, akin to a merchant appraising his wares. In that fleeting moment, Scrapiron's right eye captured their details. Target, Sawtooth. Minion class, heavy modification, structural integrity 71, energy reserve 65100, threat level, moderate. Target, Oil Seal, Minion class, structural integrity 64, energy reserve 58100, threat level, moderate. You certainly bear significant wounds, remarked the one dubbed Sawtooth, approaching menacingly with his chainsaw, the sound of its engine resonating ominously. It seems you've encountered quite the beast in this forsaken city. But fret not, your journey ends here. We shall assist in reclaiming your remaining parts, allowing them one final flicker of warmth. The other, named Oil Seal, remained silent, circling Scrapiron, his gaze lingering momentarily on the vacant right shoulder and the molten, deformed left arm, his greed intensifying. Here lay a perfect, utterly defenseless prey. Scrapiron remained mute, quietly seated on the ground, raising his head to meet their gaze with his mismatched eyes. His left eye, belonging to the Decepticons, glowed a frigid crimson, while his right eye, an azure creation wrought by a wrench, flickered slightly due to insufficient energy. Yet, deep within its pupil, a cosmos of countless data seemed to swirl gently. This eerie tranquility, coupled with his peculiar eyes, instinctively halted the more astute oil seal in his tracks. An unsettling sensation washed over him. "Hey, what you staring at?" Sawtooth bellowed, irate at Scrapiron's apparent indifference, raising his chainsaw in fury. "A nearly expired scrap heap dares to glare at me? Do you wish for me to saw your head off and use it as a chamber pot?" Sawtooth, wait, Oil Seal interjected suddenly, blocking his advance. "Wait for what?" The Jagged One impatiently remarked that this fellow had already become a mere shell of his former self, urging them to swiftly dispose of him and drag him back to the Iron Fortress, where they could at least exchange him for dozens of energy blocks. "Do you not find him overly composed?" Oil Seal's voice carried a hint of caution, his gaze fixated on the blue right eye of Shattered Iron. I had never encountered a mortally wounded being possessing such a gaze. Moreover, observe his eyes. They do not reflect the typical configuration of a Model 734 soldier. Prompted by Oil Seal's observation, the Jagged One also noticed that singular blue eye. Within it lay neither fear nor despair, but rather an unsettling indifference, akin to gazing upon two lifeless corpses. At that moment, Shattered Iron finally spoke. His voice was hoarse and feeble, yet distinctly reached the audio receivers of the two. "Do you know why I am in such a state?" Both were momentarily taken aback. Obviously, it was because he had provoked something he ought not to have in the abandoned city, scoffed the Jagged One. "No," Shattered Iron slowly shook his head. "I am on mission. A mission personally assigned by an elite individual." Elite. Upon hearing these three words, both the Jagged One and Oil Seal froze momentarily. In the eyes of scavengers struggling at the bottom, elite was akin to a divine presence, a height they could never hope to attain. What nonsense are you spouting?" Although the Jagged One verbally dismissed it, his demeanor noticeably softened. "Which elite would send a waste like you on a mission? Because this task requires not overwhelming firepower, but rather an executor who is sufficiently inconspicuous yet astute." Shattered Iron's gaze swept over the two, his blue right eye flickering as if it pierced through them entirely. "And I have completed the mission. I acquired what my superiors sought." He paused, lightly patting his chest plate with his partially damaged left hand, where resided a chip capable of overturning the world. "Of course, I have also paid a price. My energy is nearly depleted, and my body is on the verge of collapse. Hence, I activated it." "Activated what?" Oil Seal instinctively inquired. "A beacon," Shattered Iron's voice lowered further, imbued with a sense of mystery. "A distress beacon bound to my spark. It will transmit my vital signs and all surrounding environmental data in real time to my master. If my spark extinguishes, then within the last 10 minutes before its extinguishment, the entity with the strongest energy signal in my vicinity will be automatically marked as the primary suspect." His words fell upon them like a deep water bomb cast into a tranquil lake. The expressions of the Jagged One and Oil Seal shifted instantaneously. "You're lying." The Jagged One's voice trembled with a hint of fear. "I have never heard of such a thing." "Of course you have not." Shattered Iron's lips curled into a barely perceptible, mocking smile. "For this is a device personally equipped for me by Lord Shell. Do you believe that an elite-level technique can be comprehended by a fool who is too lazy to even mend the gap at his chainsaw?" "Shell." As this name slipped from the lips of Shattered Iron, the serrated body and Oil Seal visibly quivered. "Shell, an elite powerhouse known throughout Iron Fortress, the infamous Scourge, renowned for his ruthless nature and unyielding vengeance. They would rather provoke the formidable leader of Iron Fortress, the meat grinder, than associate with Shell in any way." The processor of the Oil Seal was operating at a frenzied pace. He observed the eerily calm visage of Shattered Iron, gazing into his blue eyes that shimmered with enigmatic data streams, and his audacious demeanor at that moment. A terrifying chain of logic began to form in his mind. This individual, a novice warrior, had miraculously returned alive from the heart of the abandoned city, albeit gravely injured. This alone was an astonishing feat. He mentioned elite levels, spoke of Shell, and even invoked the term beacon, which sounded remarkably high-tech. Is this true? If it were a fabrication, they could eliminate him now and reap a considerable fortune. But what if it were genuine? The mere thought of being targeted by a powerhouse of Shell-esque caliber, pursued to the ends of the earth, and ultimately reduced to a pile of scrap metal, sent a chill through the core of the Oil Seal. This risk was too great to fathom, absolutely insurmountable. Cybertron, we must depart. The oil seal decisively pulled his hesitant companion away. Yet, Cybertron still wished to speak. Do you desire to be displayed as a trophy upon the walls of Iron Fortress by Lord Shell? The oil seal lowered his voice, speaking with fierce intensity. This individual is a ticking time bomb. Even in death, he must perish elsewhere. Not before our eyes. The greed on Cybertron's face was swiftly eclipsed by terror. He cast a glance at Shattered Iron, as if viewing a harbinger of calamity, hefted his chainsaw, dared not utter a word, and turned to leave. Wait. The voice of Shattered Iron resonated once more. The two froze simultaneously, slowly turning around, their eyes filled with dread and unease. Gentlemen, Shattered Iron's voice remained weak, yet it bore an undeniable tone of command. I would presume you wouldn't wish for me to report to Lord Shell that I was interrogated on my way back by two overly enthusiastic scavengers, would you? While I may remain unharmed, you are well aware of my lord's temperament. This was a blatant threat. The oil seal's teeth ground together in indignation. He had never endured such humiliation, being extorted by a half-dead wastrel in such a manner. Yet, he dared not retaliate. He could only muster a few words through clenched teeth. What do you want? My energy reserves are dwindling, Shattered Iron replied with a hint of indifference. I believe you would be quite willing to provide a modest contribution for Lord Shell's task, would you not? The oil seal clenched his fists tightly, but ultimately, he begrudgingly retrieved a standard energy block from his storage compartment and flung it forcefully before Shattered Iron. Take it and be gone. The jagged figure reluctantly cast aside a less valuable energy block. Iron Shard did not turn to look at them, but calmly stated, You may leave. Remember, today's events are unseen. I have not seen you, nor you me. Oil Seal and Jagged, as if granted a reprieve, dared not utter another word. They immediately transformed and fled in a disheveled manner, as though pursued by a genuine malevolent spirit. Only when their silhouettes entirely vanished beyond the horizon did Iron Shard finally exhale in relief. His facade of composure crumbled instantaneously, leaving him feeling as if he might disassemble entirely. The psychological duel had drained nearly all of his mental fortitude. His back was already soaked with the coolant seeping from an overheated system. He had won the gamble. With a name, an eye, and a fabricated lie, he had deftly averted a fatal crisis without bloodshed, securing two precious energy blocks in the process. Struggling to crawl over, he seized the two energy blocks and, without a moment's hesitation, inserted them directly into the energy conversion furnace nestled in his chest. A long-forgotten, warm, and abundant flow of energy surged into his parched core. Energy reserve, 213-253-0356. The restoration of energy alleviated much of the excruciating pain radiating through his body. His extinguished right eye flickered back to life, glowing with a faint blue luminescence. Leaning against a rock, he gazed at the distant, overcast sky, devoid of any joy. He realized he had embarked upon an irrevocable path. From a moment he chose to disguise himself with the name Bullet Shell, he had irrevocably intertwined himself with that unfathomable elite and the world-altering secret that lay behind him. He was no longer a wolf, reliant solely on brute force. He was transforming into a more cunning, more ruthless hyena, adept at manipulating every rule and lie to his advantage. Rising to his feet, his movements were markedly more fluid than before. He reverted once again to the battered armored truck, but this time, the engine's roar carried a newfound steadiness, reminiscent of survival. He set his sights on the direction of the Iron Fortress, its blurred outline now visible on the horizon. There lay the tools capable of mending his body. There awaited Bullet Shell, eager for their transaction. There was the next table at which he would wager his bold gamble. Chapter 13. The craftsman's price and the hunters gaze the Iron Fortress, a colossal beast forged from the wreckage of fallen warships and the ambitions of countless scavengers, reappeared on the horizon with its cold and menacing presence. For Iron Shard, the brief absence of these few days felt like the span of an entire epoch. When he departed, he was but a fledgling warrior, newly bearing his fangs, filled with audacious dreams of the future. At this moment of return, he resembled a vessel, torn asunder by a tempest, with its sails shredded and its mast splintered, struggling to drift toward the harbor buoyed only by the faintest vestige of buoyancy. His battered armed truck, a mere kilometer from the gates of the Iron Fortress, caught the attention of the sentinels atop the watchtower. The grotesque shape, disproportionately missing half its form, stood out starkly upon the desolate expanse. As he approached the imposing gear-laden gates, trailing a thick plume of black smoke accompanied by the creaking lament of metal, he was met with the incredulous, mocking, and gleeful visages of two guards. "Who do we have here?" One exclaimed. "Isn't this the arrogant assault soldier from a few days ago?" The guard known as Horn, with great ram's horns welded to his shoulders, unabashedly displayed his scorn. He struck the battered front of the truck with his impact spear, taunting, "Did you take a leisurely excursion through the abandoned city and return in this sorry state? Whatever happened to that imposing machine gun of yours?" The other guard, as solid as an anvil, circled the crumpled vehicle. Upon seeing the vacant right side, marred only by a gruesome jagged edge, he erupted into exaggerated, buzzing laughter. "Horn, come look. This fellow not only lost his weapon, but even relinquished his arm. I wager the phantoms of the Forsaken City are currently using his arm as a scratching post." Their harsh laughter echoed across the vast wasteland. Yet the fragment of iron remained unresponsive. Silently, he disengaged from his transformation, a process more arduous than before, nearly tumbling from the heap of twisted truck parts. He propped himself up with his melted, nearly unbendable left arm, while the vacant shoulder lay exposed to the frigid air, a pitiful and disheveled sight. Raising his head, his mismatched eyes regarded the two boastful guards with an unsettling calmness. His left eye, a deep crimson, reflected two indistinct yet imposing silhouettes, while his blue right eye, flickering due to insufficient energy, nevertheless mirrored the two bodies comprised of data and energy riddled with flaws. Target: Horn, grunt level, body integrity 78, energy reserve 81, 100. Structural analysis: minor leak in left knee hydraulic system. May cause a 0.2-second delay under high-intensity maneuvers. Target: Anvil, grunt level, body integrity 82, energy reserve 85, 100. Structural analysis: metal fatigue at the welding points of back armor. Cannot withstand more than 3,000 units of instantaneous impact. Their derision, their posture, their vulnerabilities transformed into cold, calculable data in his gaze. This eerie composure once again unsettled Horn and Anvil, causing their laughter to gradually fade. They recalled how, just days prior, this individual had metamorphosed from an inconspicuous minor soldier into a fully armed warrior. They recalled the terrifying rumors circulating among the scavengers at the lower levels of Iron Fortress, tales of him and the elite-level bullet shell. A man daring enough to venture into the abandoned city and return, albeit barely clinging to life, could never be regarded as an easy target for humiliation, regardless of how wretched he appeared. "What are you staring at?" The character, Lin Mo, snorted disdainfully yet instinctively took a half-step back, clearing the path to the great door for him. "Go ahead, you worthless one. I hope the wrenchmaster has enough parts to piece together your scrap." Iron Shard remained silent. He merely dragged his battered body, limping and mute, through the steel door that had opened for him. As he re-entered the familiar, chaotic, and vibrant space within Iron Fortress, he instantly became the center of attention. The cacophony of trade, arguments, and weapon testing strangely diminished in volume the moment he appeared. Countless gazes, emanating from behind stalls, from the crowd, and from the maintenance platforms above, converged on him like searchlights. Among these glances were surprise, pity, and greed. But more predominantly, a complex scrutiny laced with fear and curiosity. Just days prior, he had completed what could only be described as a miraculous evolution here. And in front of everyone at the wrench's workshop, he had confronted an elite bullet shell. These two events had spread like wildfire throughout every corner of Iron Fortress. Struggling for survival, he traversed through the crowd, his broken form under the watchful eyes of many. He resembled a wounded lion navigating a pack of hyenas. Despite his faltering steps and blood-soaked body, the cold and resolute aura emanating from deep within him, one that did not belong to this level, rendered those hyenas hesitant to approach. His right eye surveyed every potential threat around him. He spotted the merchant, Gear, who had previously tried to purchase him for 2 components with 5 energy blocks. Upon seeing him, the merchant immediately retreated behind a stall. He also noticed several scavengers with whom he had clashed on the black market, all instinctively avoiding his gaze. At long last, he reached the end of Maintenance Passage 3. Standing before the cold, seamless metal wall, he raised his battered left hand and, mustering all his strength, struck the familiar code that signified significant business. Hud, 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 hud. Thud. Tap, tap. This time he did not wait long. The high-frequency scanning rays from behind the wall swiftly swept over him, and shortly after, the concealed door slid open silently. Iron Shard stepped inside. As he traversed the corridor and stood before the heavy, circular blast door, the sharp, displeased voice of the wrench resonated through the internal communicator. "Iron Shard, you had better give me an explanation. The energy overload module I installed on you just transmitted the final data stream before self-destruction. Did you take my experiment and blow up a mountain? The blast door swung open with a resounding boom. The wrench stood before the workbench, his cerulean eyes fixated intently on the doorway. As he beheld the current state of shattered iron, all the fury on his face froze in an instant, transforming into a profound and incredulous shock. My spark, the wrench murmured in a dreamlike whisper. The sight before him could no longer be merely described as battle-damaged. It was a complete and structural collapse. The hollow right shoulder, the charred and molten left arm, the torso riddled with cracks and dents. It was no longer a mere machine, but rather a postmodern art piece, devastated to the utmost by the aesthetics of violence. What have you done? The wrench hastened to shattered iron's side, his precise eyes swiftly scanning every wound on the battered figure. His gaze was filled with the sorrow and rage of a master craftsman witnessing the ruin of his creation. I provided you with brand new armor, lethal weaponry, and even a trump card that would allow you to challenge the elite. Yet, in less than 10 cycles, you have transformed yourself into a heap of scrap metal that possesses no value for recycling. Shattered iron remained silent, merely gazing at the wrench. Then, the tension of his strain will finally dissipated. Unable to maintain his composure any longer, his massive form lurched forward and collapsed heavily. Hey! The wrench instinctively reached out, catching him. The heavy, cold sensation at his touch, coupled with the mournful cries emanating from the crumbling interior, rendered the wrench's expression exceedingly grim. He dragged shattered iron onto a vast repair platform and secured him with energy chains. Energy reserves below 4. Sparkor in a state of extreme instability. Good heavens, was your right arm obliterated by energy overload? You madman! The wrench roared in furious disbelief as he conducted his examination. He connected an external energy source, allowing a stream of pure energy to gradually flow into shattered iron's body, temporarily stabilizing his flickering spark. Shattered iron's consciousness flickered back to a semblance of clarity. I need repairs, he rasped, his voice barely above a whisper. Repairs? You dare call this repairs? The wrench nearly leapt in exasperation. This is a complete reconstruction. Do you have any idea what it takes to restore your discarded right arm? You require an entirely new transmission system, a high-strength alloy framework, and at least 3 servo motors. In your left arm, it has fused with the energy overload module. To separate them, we must amputate half of your forearm. Do you have any inkling of the cost of these materials combined with my labor? Selling you would not cover it. The wrench spoke the truth. Shattered iron possessed nothing. All his savings had been exhausted on the journey back from the Forsaken City. I completed the mission, Shattered iron uttered with great difficulty, summoning the strength to raise his half-damaged left hand and reveal his palm. There lay the searing data chip, a testament to the Chimera project, quietly resting in his grasp. The wrench's gaze was immediately drawn to the chip. His azure, orb-like eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity as he instinctively reached out, yearning to grasp and examine it. Do not touch. The voice of Shattered Iron, though feeble, resonated with an undeniable authority. The wrench's hand froze midair. Gazing into Shattered Iron's frigid eyes, he felt for the first time that the seemingly lifeless figure sprawled on the maintenance platform was far more perilous than when stood upright. This is what Lord Shell requires, Shattered Iron spoke slowly. Its worth transcends the mere components you mentioned. And so, the wrench retracted his hand, crossing his arms, a scoffing smile curling his lips. Do you intend to use it to settle your repair bill? Apologies, but I only accept energy blocks and rare components. I have no interest in Lord Shell's endeavors, nor do I wish to attract that trouble. No, Shattered Iron shook his head. I do not intend to use it as payment. I wish to engage you in a far grander transaction. A grander transaction? The wrench appeared to have heard the most ludicrous jest. I require your expertise, not merely to repair me, but to elevate me, Shattered Iron articulated, his pace deliberate, yet each word resonating with gravitas. Utilize your finest techniques and materials to forge me a brand new right arm, one that surpasses the previous version. Repair my left arm as well, and integrate the energy overload module's technology into my internal systems. I desire it to become an intrinsic part of my being, rather than an external attachment. The wrench was taken aback by Shattered Iron's audacious declarations. He stood in stunned silence before incredulously inquiring, have you lost your mind? On what grounds? Merely because of that battered chip in your hand, which I know not what it records. On the basis of this, Shattered Iron's gaze sharpened for the first time, akin to a blade. Wrench, you are both a craftsman and a merchant. You understand better than anyone else that the most valuable commodity is not energy nor weaponry, but knowledge. It is that unique knowledge capable of altering the balance of power. He waved the chip in his hand. Within lies such knowledge, a trove that even beings of Lord Shell's caliber would covet. I cannot divulge its contents, but I can extend you a promise. A promise? The wrench scoffed, a derisive sound escaping him. What worth does your promise hold compared to a few energy blocks? My promise concerns your future. Shattered Iron's voice dripped with seductive persuasion. Wrench, are you content to remain ensconced in this dim workshop for eternity? Mending scraps for scavengers and the lower-tier warriors? Do you not yearn to behold the vistas above the elite level? Do you not wish to access the core technologies capable of reshaping the very history of Cybertron? These words struck the wrench like a heavy hammer, pounding against the core of his ambitions. He was momentarily rendered speechless. As an ambitious craftsman, he craved the pinnacle of technology and yearned to create the most exquisite masterpieces. Shattered Iron's words pierced through to the deepest desires of his heart. Invest in me, Wrench. Shattered Iron pressed on, seizing the moment. Craft me into your most magnificent creation. When I utilize this chip to secure the status and resources I rightfully deserve from Lord Shell, you, as my chief technologist, shall partake in all of it. You shall obtain all that your heart desires, the rarest materials, cutting-edge technical blueprints, and even a laboratory of your own that rivals those of the military-industrial complex. The workshop lay enveloped in a profound silence, interrupted only by the faint hum of the external power supply. Wrench's azure, bead-like eyes flickered between the visage of the scrap metal and the data chip, surveying the scene with meticulous scrutiny. His processor operated at its utmost capacity, weighing the risks and rewards of this audacious gamble. The peril lay in the possibility of investing substantial resources and effort into the creation of a lunatic, ultimately leading to ruin. Yet the potential rewards were so alluring that they rendered him breathless. He gazed upon the battered, yet astonishingly self-assured face of the scrap metal. Memories flooded back of how this individual had transformed from a mere foot soldier into a warrior in a matter of days, and how he had retrieved the mission objective from the treacherous ruins of a forsaken city. This individual was a madman, yet a madman capable of miracles. After a prolonged silence, Wrench finally squeezed a word from between his teeth. I wager. His gaze sharpened, brimming with a frenzied creative fervor. However, my investment cannot come without conditions. I shall restore and upgrade you, but I have one stipulation. What condition? Before I hand over this chip to the shell, I must make a copy. Wrench's eyes fixated intensely on the chip, a glimmer of avarice igniting within them. I care not what it is. I only desire the knowledge contained within. The pupils of scrap metal narrowed slightly. Copy? What nonsense! The data within this chip pertains to the Chimera Project, a taboo that could invite calamity. The more individuals who are privy to it, the greater the risk of exposure. Absolutely not. He vehemently refused. Then there is nothing to discuss. Wrench's demeanor hardened. Scrap metal, do not underestimate my intelligence. You wish to deceive me, trading a nebulous future for my tangible investment? Impossible. I must see the fruits of my labor. A stalemate ensued. Scrap metal's mind raced. He understood the necessity of concession. Yet he could not allow Wrench access to the core secrets. I can allow you a glimpse. Scrap metal spoke slowly, but not now. Once I return from the shell, I will grant you a view of a portion, enough to satisfy your curiosity regarding ancient technology. But the condition is that you may not copy it, only observe. This was a gamble, a test of resolve. Wrench narrowed his eyes, aware that scrap metal was not entirely truthful, yet intrigued by the mention of ancient technology. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Very well, but should you dare deceive me, scrap metal, I will personally dismantle you into your most primitive components and sell them off one by one, Wrench declared with fierce determination. Agreed. The deal is struck. With that, Wrench ceased further discourse and turned toward his workbench, where various precision mechanical arms and cutting tools began to emit a buzzing sound as they powered up. Lie still, and do not move. His voice regained the focused and unyielding essence of a craftsman. The process of reforging would be excruciating, far more so than any prior injury you have endured. I hope your ember can withstand the trial. Just as the wrench lifted the laser cutter, poised to commence the surgical procedure on the scrap metal, a seemingly inconspicuous corner of the workshop suddenly emitted a faint beep from a terminal dedicated to monitoring external encrypted communications. The wrench paused mid-motion, and the heart of the scrap metal tightened instinctively. Both men glanced towards the terminal. On the screen, a succinct message, transmitted via elite encryption protocols, quietly displayed itself. The intended recipient of this communication was the identification number 734 of the scrap metal. The message contained but a single phrase, "Welcome back. Upon completion of your task, come see me." The signature bore a menacing emblem crafted from shell casings. The hunter has grown impatient. Chapter 14. The brand of reforging and the invitation to hunt. The cold words from the elite encryption, akin to a silent bomb dropped in the stillness of the workshop, reverberated through the space. The sinister emblem, fashioned from bullet casings, appeared to possess eyes that coldly scrutinized the scrap metal on the repair platform, transcending both space and distance. Hey, hey, hey. The wrench was the first to shatter the silence, emitting a dry, peculiar laugh, his blue, bead-like eyes darting frantically between the scrap metal and the data chip. A mixture of terror, greed, and a morbid excitement at the escalation of his gamble swirling in his gaze. "It seems I have underestimated the value of what you possess." He approached the terminal, gently brushing his finger across the emblem on the screen, as if caressing a searing brand. "The shell casings. He is personally monitoring your movements." Scrap metal. You did not merely retrieve an item for him. You have extracted his core ember. The scrap metal remained silent. The warm current of external energy restored some of his cognitive abilities. He understood that this message served as both a death warrant and a talisman. It affirmed the significance of his mission while utterly severing any chance of an escape with secrets in tow. From the moment he stepped out of the desolate city, he had been ensnared in the hunter's crosshairs. "It appears we do not have much time." The wrench deactivated the terminal, the mockery on his face vanishing without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented focus and fervor characteristic of a master craftsman. The patience of the shell casings was finite. His words upon completion implied he had granted me time. What he sought was not a wretch crawling from a heap of refuse, but a brand new tool that would satisfy him. He turned and walked towards the wall adorned with an array of cutting, grinding, and welding instruments. Dozens of uniquely designed mechanical arms descended from the ceiling, resembling steel spiders. Humming to life. "Scrap metal, the transaction you proposed has now escalated." The sound of the wrench grew cold and sharp. "You are no longer merely an investment to me, but rather a declaration of allegiance handed to the shell casing. Your success or failure is directly tied to my future. Thus, the ensuing process will be devoid of any anesthesia or buffer. I shall transform this heap of scrap metal into a genuine weapon with the utmost speed, violence, and efficiency. You would do well to pray that your spark can withstand the intensity of this rebirth." The scrap metal gazed calmly at him, its blue right eye shimmering with a steady light, like commence. "Excellent." The wrench no longer wasted words. He donned a pair of multi-layer goggles, and a massive mechanical arm, resembling a crab's claw at its end, slowly positioned itself above the scrap metal's left arm, clutching a plasma-cutting gun that flickered with blue arcs of electricity. The reforge began. The first incision targeted his left arm, which had fused with the energy overload module. The moment the superheated plasma beam made contact with the metal, it erupted into a blinding flash of light. An indescribable, searing pain, as if his very soul were being scorched, enveloped the scrap metal's entire being. Instinctively, he attempted to struggle, yet the energy chains binding his limbs remained unyielding. His system interface was instantly inundated with purple warnings. "Warning! Left arm structure is being forcibly separated. Nerve bundle connection interrupted. Energy pipeline exposed. Warning! The body is enduring extreme structural pain. The core spark is experiencing stress-induced contraction." Lin Mo's soul screamed in agony. The sensation of flesh being vivisected was perfectly mirrored in this steel form. Yet the will of the scrap metal stood as an unmoving iceberg amidst the tempest. He forcibly redefined this pain as a stream of meaningless data, employing absolute rationality to combat the primal fear rising from the depths of his soul. He watched his left arm as it was methodically severed under the wrench's precise and brutal manipulation. The molten metal dripped like wax, revealing the charred internal skeleton that had become irrevocably fused with the armature. A splendid fusion. Did you detonate the entire arm's energy at once? What a genius madman you are. The wrench expressed admiration, yet his hands did not falter. Like a master butcher, he excised the tumor that had become scrap metal with the smallest of incisions. When that molten piece clanged onto the ground, only half of the scrap metal's left arm remained. Next came the right shoulder, where conditions were far more dire. The right arm, utterly erased by the void, had obliterated the entire joint structure of the shoulder. The wrench was compelled to employ a larger cutting tool to remove the shattered armor and twisted skeleton of the right shoulder, exposing the core drive shaft connected to the torso. Throughout this process, the scrap metal's energy reserves oscillated under the dual effects of external supply and excruciating pain. Akin to a roller coaster, his consciousness teetered on the brink of darkness multiple times, only to be forcibly pulled back. The cleanup was complete. Next came the creation. Once all the decayed flesh was meticulously excised, the sound of the wrench resonated with an exhilarating anticipation akin to that experienced before the birth of a work of art. He discarded the cutting tool as dozens of more sophisticated mechanical arms, adorned with an array of novel components and materials, converge around him. The standard warrior-grade arm was forged from a level 3 alloy, possessing commendable strength but lamentably lacking in resilience. As he spoke, he deftly commanded the mechanical arms to align a brand new alloy frame, glimmering with a dark golden sheen, to the desolate right shoulder of the fragmented iron. What I am providing you is my secret stash of memory titanium alloy. It will adapt more effectively to your transformative structure and absorb over 30% of kinetic energy upon impact. This material is rare, even elusive. His investment was evidently substantial. The new frame was precisely affixed to the core drive shaft of the fragmented iron, accompanied by a high-frequency welding hum and the faint arcs of energy connections. A fresh arm, imbued with a sense of power and aerodynamic elegance, began to take shape upon him. He installed 3 high-performance servo motors, salvaged from military surplus and personally enhanced by him, which endowed this arm with reaction speeds and strength far surpassing standard levels. Following this, a bundle of bionic metallic fibers, capable of contracting or expanding in accordance with energy flow, was integrated. Lastly came the armor. Rather than employing a single plate, he adorned the entire arm with hundreds of independently mobile black-scaled armor pieces, each the size of a fingernail, bestowing the new arm with formidable defensive capabilities while maintaining unparalleled flexibility. But the enhancements did not cease there. Clearly pleased with his creation, he regarded an arm that merely swung fists as a rudimentary tool. He personally intervened, installing a concealed slot on the outer side of the new forearm. The high-frequency vibrating particle blade, upon activation, oscillated at a staggering 30,000 times per second, sufficient to slice through most warrior-grade armor. With a deft motion, a half-meter-long particle blade, shimmering with a chilling blue luminescence, silently slid from the slot, only to retract instantaneously. Next was the inner side of the arm. An integrated hummingbird pulse gun was installed, characterized by rapid firing rates, high precision, and low energy consumption. While it lacked the firepower of his previous heavy machine gun, it excelled in stealth and endurance, making it adequate for most situations. The arm's armor blossomed open like petals, revealing a delicately crafted muzzle. Thus, a brand new, perfect instrument of slaughter, embodying strength, defense, agility, and both close and range combat capabilities, was born. Now came the most intriguing part. The wrench turned his gaze toward the body of the fragmented iron and its partially ruined left arm. Energy overload was a remarkable phenomenon, yet to create an external apparatus from it would be a gross misallocation of resources. I shall engrave it directly into your body. This was the crux of the entire procedure, as well as the most perilous step. The wrench severed the armored chest cavity of the fragmented iron, revealing its steadily pulsating core, radiating a scarlet glow. He gazed upon it with an almost reverent expression, then commenced a task that could only be described as sacrilegious. He sought to forge an entirely new energy conduit from fragments of iron. With the utmost precision, he employed a laser etching pen to inscribe 3 brand new energy output ports directly onto the protective shell surrounding the core of the iron fragment. These ports circumvented all conventional energy supply systems, linking directly to the energy source of the core. The first level of overload, which I refer to as a warning, could elevate your instantaneous output by 50, granting you a significant advantage in combat with virtually no side effects. He connected a slender energy wire to the first port. The second level of overload, termed retribution, would enhance the output by 150, sufficient to severely wound an adversary of equal standing. However, this would impose tremendous pressure on your energy conduits, necessitating a brief cooling period. He affixed a thicker wire to the second port. After the third level, a manic glint sparkled in his eyes. I named it Judgment. This would amplify the output by 300 or even more, contingent upon the limits of your core. It would bestow upon you the power to challenge elite foes instantaneously, but at the cost of your previous right arm. Nevertheless, this time, I designed a novel, independent cooling system and a disposable fuse for safety. Theoretically, you would no longer risk obliterating yourself. Theoretically, he forcefully inserted the thickest main energy conduit intricately designed with a cooling structure into the third port. These three newly forged energy circuits resembled fierce arteries extending from the core of the iron fragment, coursing through his torso and ultimately merging into his restored left arm. The exterior of his left arm was devoid of any external modules, replaced instead by three deep energy etchings akin to tattoos. The reconstruction was complete. As the final screw was tightened and the last piece of armor sealed, he stepped back, admiring the figure of the iron fragment lying on the repair platform, as if beholding his most exquisite masterpiece. He unlocked the energy restraints. "Arise, my creation," he commanded, his voice tinged with fatigue, yet brimming with immense satisfaction. "Show your new master the true worth of my craftsmanship." The iron fragment slowly sat up. It did not immediately rise, but instead gazed down at its hands. The left hand, with long fingers and supple joints, bore no trace of its previous charred state. It was now adorned with smooth metallic skin and the ominous energy etchings. The right hand, enveloped in black-scaled armor, exuded an explosive sense of power. Gradually, it clenched into a fist, the servomotor emitting a steady and powerful hum, a newfound sensation coursing through its fingertips, as if capable of shattering stars. It stood upright. This time, there was no hint of unsteadiness. Its reforged body achieved a flawless equilibrium. It was taller and more imposing than before. The previously awkward proportions, a consequence of evolution, had been entirely optimized. Every inch of its form radiated the fierce beauty born for battle. With a mere thought, it activated. Whoosh! On the exterior of his right arm, a silent high-frequency vibrating particle blade glided forth, its azure edge leaving a faint afterimage in the air. Within the inner arm, the muzzle of a pulse gun slowly unfurled, locking onto a distant test target. He raised his left arm, observing the three energy etchings. He could sense an enigmatic connection had formed between his spark and those lines. Whenever he wished, that cataclysmic power could surge forth along the etched paths. He was no longer mere scrap metal. Rather, he had been reborn, a new entity forged from scars, pain, secrets, and ambition. "How do you feel?" asked the wrench. "Excellent," replied Scrapiron, retracting his weapon. His voice, once hoarse, now resonated with a deep, magnetic timbre, akin to the reverberation of metal. "That's good to hear." The wrench tossed him a small chip. "This contains the complete data schematic of your new body, along with detailed instructions for the Energy Overload Tier 3 system. Study it thoroughly. Do not meet an untimely end. Remember our agreement, Scrapiron. I have wagered everything on you. Do not disappoint me." Scrapiron accepted the chip, casting a lingering glance at the wrench before nodding. "I never let my investors down." With that, he exchanged no further words and turned toward the blast door leading to the outside world. His strides were steady and resolute, each step seemingly capable of shattering the ground beneath him. The tattered figure had vanished entirely, replaced by a rejuvenated warrior radiating an aura of icy menace and formidable confidence. As he stepped out of the workshop and back into the chaotic corridors of the Iron Fortress, he no longer attracted attention or stirred commotion. For all who beheld his transformation, an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure emanating from the depths of his spark was felt. This was not the aura of a mere novice warrior. It was the cold majesty of a superior predator. They all bowed their heads, instinctively parting ways as if to welcome a king as procession. Scrapiron paid no heed to the reactions of these insignificant beings. He lifted his gaze towards the uppermost regions of the Iron Fortress, the exclusive domain of elite warriors. He understood that the shell awaited him there. He set forth, advancing steadily towards a territory he had never before traversed, a realm symbolizing the zenith of power within the Iron Fortress. The invitation to hunt had arrived, yet this time, he was uncertain whether he was the hound or another hunter ready to enter the fray. Chapter 15. The Sanctuary of the Elite and the Devil's Bargain. The upper levels of the Iron Fortress were a near mythical existence to the struggling foot soldiers and scavengers below. It was not a place reachable by ordinary stairs or corridors. Rather, it was a sovereign realm suspended above, accessible only to those of merit. Connecting the lower and upper tiers was a colossal lift, powered by magnetic levitation. The platform was guarded by two towering Decepticons, their frames far surpassing that of an ordinary warrior, emblazoned with the insignia of the elite guard. They stood like two silent sentinels, exuding an aura of formidable strength characteristic of seasoned veterans, capable of instilling fear in any ill-intentioned foot soldier from 100 meters away. As shattered iron approached the platform with a steady gait, The gaze of the two guardians locked onto him like tangible searchlights, their scrutiny devoid of any mockery or astonishment typically reserved for lower-tier soldiers. Instead, it bore a pure, professional vigilance. They observed the newness of Shattered Iron's powerful frame and the chilling aura that belied his status as a mere rookie warrior. "Stop," commanded the left guardian, extending an arm to block his path. His voice resonated deep and powerful, devoid of emotion. "Upper area, entry by invitation only. State your identification number and purpose." Shattered Iron halted, his mismatched eyes meeting their scrutiny with calm resolve. "Identification 734, Shattered Iron," he replied slowly, his deep, magnetic voice echoing through the cavernous corridor. "By the decree of Lord Shell, I am here to report." The name Shell evidently carried significant weight. The two guardians exchanged a glance, their vigilance slightly easing. The right guardian swiftly operated a terminal embedded in the wall. Moments later, a soft confirmation sound emanated from the device. Identity confirmed. Lord Shell indeed granted passage for 734. The right guardian nodded, retracting his arm. "Proceed. Remember, in the upper levels, abandon the bad habits cultivated below. This is not a place for reckless behavior." Shattered Iron offered no reply, merely nodding slightly before stepping onto the massive lift platform. With a gentle hum, the platform began its ascent, smoothly rising upwards. Below him, the chaotic, filthy, and cacophonous world of the lower iron fortress swiftly receded, transforming into a vast steel anthill composed of flickering lights and writhing shadows. A stream of filtered, fresh air replaced the noxious blend of oil, ozone, and decay that characterized the lower levels. The environment around him underwent a complete transformation. The walls were no longer rusted and coarse metal, but were now polished to a mirror-like sheen, glimmering with a dark luster. Above, the exposed pipes and precarious steel beams were replaced by a smooth armored dome, embedded with a soft lighting system. Here, the atmosphere was tranquil, tidy, and orderly. Yet beneath this veneer of order lay a stifling, hierarchical oppression more suffocating than the chaos below. This was the lair of predators. The platform finally came to rest in a spacious, circular corridor. Flanking the corridor were enormous metal doors of various designs, all firmly shut. Behind each door lay the territory of an elite powerhouse. Through the slits of these doors, Shattered Iron's right eye could perceive the powerful and restrained waves of energy emanating from within. Each fluctuation resembled a slumbering behemoth, its breath imbued with a power that could send tremors through the hearts of ordinary warriors. Following the rudimentary navigational cues inscribed within the shell's message, he traversed the corridor towards its innermost sanctum. At last, he halted before a door of immense stature, grotesque in its design. This portal bore neither name nor number. Adorned with countless fragments of weaponry, the severed blades, shattered gun barrels, and twisted cannon mouths had coalesced into a colossal emblem of shell casing, exuding an aesthetic of violent beauty. A palpable miasma of bloodshed and slaughter seeped through the cracks of the door, chilling the air around him. This was the lair of the shell. Taking a deep breath, he raised his newly adorned right hand, cloaked in black, scale-like armor, and rapped steadily upon the door, forged from the remnants of arms. 3 resonant knocks echoed. Thud, thud, thud. In the silence that followed, no response emanated from within. Yet, he sensed a piercing gaze, sharp as a hawk's, scrutinizing him from behind the barrier. He stood in quiet anticipation. Approximately half a minute passed before the heavy door emitted a low mechanical groan and silently slid inward, revealing a space broader and more terrifying than a mere workshop. It resembled a private museum of war, a butcher's exhibition hall. The walls were adorned with an array of trophies. The severed head of an elite warrior, half its cranium obliterated, had been transformed into a grotesque lamp, its hollow eye sockets gleaming with an eerie azure glow. A colossal energy axe, once wielded by a member of a formidable team, bore remnants of dark crimson energy fluid upon its blade. Further along, an entire wall was composed of meticulously severed enemy chest plates, bearing the insignias of Autobots, Decepticon renegades, and even mercenaries, together painting a harrowing tableau of death. At the very center of this macabre palace, a towering elite warrior, known as Shell, stood with his back turned, methodically polishing a massive, menacing sniper rifle with a piece of pristine white silk. He did not turn to face him, but spoke in a languid tone, suffused with an air of intimidation. It seems the craftsman's skills have not waned. He has transformed this heap of scrap metal, which nearly met its end in the recycling furnace, into a knife that, at least, appears sharp. His tone was akin to that of one appraising a personal possession rather than engaging in dialogue with an independent entity. Unfazed by the oppressive aura, he stepped forward, the alloy floor beneath him gleaming, reflecting his upright and cold silhouette. Master Shell, he inclined his head slightly, his voice steady and deep. Finally, Shell lowered the sniper rifle from his grasp and, slowly, turned to face him. His sharp, eagle-like electronic eyes meticulously scanned the fragments of iron. When his gaze fell upon the newly forged, power-infused right arm and the 3 enigmatic energy etchings adorning the left arm, a flicker of complex emotion, mingling both admiration and caution, briefly illuminated his eyes. Indeed, he nodded, affirming his discerning investment acumen, which exceeded his expectations. That wrench of a fellow finally decided to unveil his prized possessions. Now, where's my item? Without unnecessary banter, the iron fragment extended his left hand, retrieving from the storage compartment at his chest the now-cool data chip that encapsulated the Chimera project. He approached the shell, presenting the chip. The shell reached out, nonchalantly pinching the chip between 2 fingers. Though his movements appeared casual, the iron fragment sensed an invisible, formidable force enveloping the chip the moment it left his grasp, effectively neutralizing any potential self-destruction or reverse tracking protocols. The shell advanced to a massive terminal on one side of the room and inserted the chip into the reading slot. On the terminal screen, an avalanche of encrypted data streams composed in ancient Cybertronian flashed by at a breakneck pace. The encryption level so formidable that even the Iron Fortress's mainframe would falter. The shell's gaze remained fixed on the screen, his expression unchanging, still exuding a languid indifference to it all. Yet the iron fragment's cerulean right, I distinctly registered a surge in the energy flow within him, accelerating by 15 in that moment. His grip tightened around the sniper rifle stock, the knuckles whitening from the exertion. He was exhilarated, a fervor stemming from the very core of his being, meticulously suppressed by his formidable will. After a considerable interval, the shell powered down the terminal and withdrew the chip. He tossed the chip lightly between his fingertips before casually discarding it into the nearby, smelting furnace as if it were refuse. With a hiss, the chip, which had nearly cost the iron fragment his life, disintegrated into a wisp of smoke upon contact with the molten material, vanishing entirely from this universe. Excellent. The shell turned back to face the iron fragment, his expression returning to its previous languor. You have completed the task, and I am quite satisfied. Speak. What reward do you desire? Energy blocks? Or perhaps some fine weapon components? Given that you nearly sacrificed your life, I can offer you a generous deal. His tone resembled that of a master dismissing a servant seeking a reward. Had the iron fragment still been a mere scrap of metal focused solely on survival, he might have been overwhelmed with gratitude for receiving a few high-purity energy blocks. But he was no longer that. Lord Shell. The iron fragment met his gaze with calm determination. When I accepted the mission, you promised me a favor. The smile on the shell's face faltered ever so slightly. He narrowed his eyes, and an icy, formidable aura, akin to the frigid winds of Siberia, abruptly emanated from him, instantly saturating the entire room. The air seemed to solidify, and the remnants of weaponry adorning the walls, trophies of past conquests, emitted a faint, burdensome hum. The voice of a junior warrior, the shell casing, grew low and menacing. Are you reminding me that you possess the right to negotiate with me? This overwhelming pressure bore down upon him like the weight of 1,000 tons of seawater, crushing him beneath its might. He felt every part of himself groan under the strain, the core of his essence contracting in response to this unadulterated, hierarchical oppression. Yet, he did not flinch, nor did he bend his knee. He merely stood there, allowing the violent aura to wash over him, like a stubborn reef amidst a tempest. I dare not, he replied, his voice unwavering, as if the crushing weight that could shatter the minds of ordinary warriors had no effect on him. I merely wish to exchange this favor for an opportunity. Oh, an opportunity? The corners of the shell casing's mouth curled into a cruel arc, and his aura intensified, becoming even more tempestuous. What sort of opportunity? One that allows you to usurp my position? An opportunity that enables me to serve you better? The fragment of iron responded with unyielding composure. He lifted his gaze, his mismatched eyes radiating a chilling light amidst the shell casing's ferocious aura. I require a formal identity, no longer as number 734, but as a true Decepticon warrior under your command. I need resources that correspond to my new identity, an independent residence in the upper echelons, along with preferential access to energy and part supply. Lastly, I seek a battlefield that can validate my worth, not a shadowy grave where I scavenge like a rat. As I did this time, what he proposed was not a mere reward, but a comprehensive scheme for a class ascension. He sought not just sustenance, but the privilege to enter the ocean where such sustenance could be found. Suddenly, the shell casing erupted into laughter, a cacophony filled with arrogance and derision. He retracted his formidable aura, and the pressure in the room dissipated abruptly. How intriguing, truly intriguing. He approached the fragment of iron, gently tapping its chest with the muzzle of his enormous sniper rifle. A junior warrior, merely a tool that has just crawled from a heap of scrap, dares to negotiate terms, demanding identity, resources, and a battlefield? What emboldens you, fragment? Before his words could fully dissipate, a wave of even more concentrated and lethal killing intent surged forth, like invisible needles, piercing towards the core of the fragment's essence. This was a pure assault on the level of willpower. Yet, just as the killing intent was about to make contact with the fragment's core, the left arm of shattered iron bore 3 profound energy etchings, inscribed by the wrench itself. The uppermost line, indicative of a warning level, flickered unexpectedly, emanating a faint, nearly imperceptible crimson glow. A subtle yet tumultuous energy, rife with chaos and ominous portent, seeped forth from his core, reminiscent of the first whiff of sulfur wafting from a slumbering volcano. This energy was starkly different from the lethal aura exuded by Bullet Shell. If Bullet Shell's killing intent resembled a meticulously honed surgical scalpel, then the essence that Shattered Iron now released was akin to a volatile vial of nitroglycerin, primed to explode at any moment. Bullet Shell's pupils constricted sharply, his hawk-like gaze fixated intently on Shattered Iron's left arm. As a battle-hardened elite, he understood better than anyone the implications of that energy. It represented a reckless madness, a willingness to embrace mutual destruction, a suicidal assault fueled by the very essence of his being. He could easily eliminate the oblivious tool before him. Yet he was acutely aware that, in the split second before he struck, this lunatic would not hesitate to detonate his core, dragging them both into a chaotic explosion. To risk injury merely to chastise a tool? Such an endeavor was hardly worth the cost. A low chuckle escaped Bullet Shell once more. Yet this time it carried a genuine, chilling admiration. He withdrew his sniper rifle, along with the lethal intent that had accompanied it. Very well, he stated. Your actions have demonstrated that you are no ordinary tool. You are a blade, sharp enough and mad enough for the task. And I do not hesitate to provide my blade with a sheath worthy of its prowess. Turning to the terminal, he executed a series of commands. From this moment on, your designation 734 is revoked. Your new codename shall be Shattered Iron. You will officially become a reserve member of my elite blade team. He tossed a metallic keycard, glinting with authority. This grants you access to the residence of Sector 7, where independent energy replenishment stations and maintenance platforms await. Your resource allocation will be on par with my other team members. He paused before concluding, as for the battlefield, it will come to you soon. I require a blade capable of handling certain unsavory tasks. Until then, familiarize yourself with your new form and newfound power. Do not disappoint me, Shattered Iron. My investment demands a return. The devil's bargain was sealed. Shattered Iron caught the cold keycard, emblazoned with Bullet Shell's fearsome emblem. As you command, Master Bullet Shell, he replied, nodding slightly, his voice devoid of emotion. He spoke no further, turning away and stepping steadily out of the palace, a realm laden with death and oppression. As he stood once more in that tranquil circular corridor, he cast a glance at the keycard in his hand, then at the 3 energy etchings on his left arm, which had returned to a state of silence. He had triumphed. With his intellect, courage, and a touch of madness, he had pried open the gateway to a higher echelon. Yet, deep within, he was acutely aware that he had not attained true freedom. He had merely leapt from one open, chaotic cage into another, more refined yet perilously gilded, prison. No longer was he the scrap metal struggling for survival. He was now a knife in the hands of elite power brokers, an instrument poised for the most perilous of missions, yet equally susceptible to being discarded at a moment's notice for lack of sharpness. He lifted his gaze towards the end of the corridor, where it seemed to lead to a grander platform, a veritable training ground for the elite. His journey had just begun, a path destined to be fraught with bloodshed, betrayal, and relentless conflict. Chapter 16. The gilded cage and the sharpening stone as the figure of scrap metal vanished beyond the colossal doors forged from weaponry remnants. The cold admiration on the face of the power broker gradually faded, replaced by a more profound and elusive scrutiny. He approached the massive private terminal and summoned the full dossier on the scrap metal. From a mere scavenger designated as number 734 to his evolution into a junior warrior, culminating in the mission report he had just submitted. The report was formatted, recording only timestamps and key nodes, yet the power broker's gaze seemed to penetrate the icy text, revealing the events that transpired in that desolate realm of death. Abandoned city, Null Sentinel, he murmured softly, his fingertips gently tapping on the terminal. A junior warrior, even after undergoing the wrench's modifications, could not possibly survive in such a place, let alone retrieve anything from behind those doors. His attention fell upon a specially marked entry in the report, unknown energy overload. Ah, so that was it. A knowing smirk graced his lips. A self-destructive assault to carve a path to survival. What an unadulterated lunatic. Yet, I have an affinity for lunatics. Madness signifies unpredictability and the potential to shatter conventions. What he needed most now was a disobedient knife capable of breaking the rules for him. He powered down the terminal and reclaimed the menacing sniper rifle, meticulously polishing it with silk. The cold metal of the firearm reflected his eyes, sharp as a hawk's, brimming with ambition and lethal intent. The scrap metal traversed the vast, desolate circular corridor of the upper echelons. The keycard in his hand felt cold and weighty, akin to a certificate of shackles. In stark contrast to the lower levels, rife with oil, noise, and chaos, everything here exuded a chilling, orderly luxury. The polished alloy floor gleamed under the soft yet brilliant matrix of lights cast from the dome above, elongating his shadow into a solitary and forlorn figure. The air was suffused with a subtly sweet, refreshing aroma produced through meticulous filtration, yet, rather than offering comfort, this scent instilled in him a suffocating sense of confinement. As if trapped beneath a sterile blast dome, there was an absence of life here, replaced instead by an oppressive hierarchy. His right eye operated at minimal power, revealing waves of energy, varying in intensity, that seeped from the imposing metallic doors lining the corridor. He perceived these energy fluctuations to be in a state of tranquil restraint, akin to a colossal beast lying in wait in the depths of the ocean, silent, yet brimming with lethal danger. This was both a sanctuary for the elite and a perilous jungle. Following the rudimentary navigation displayed on his keycard, he turned a corner and arrived at a corridor designated with a number. Finally, he paused before portal number 7. This door was somewhat smaller and far more unadorned than its counterparts. Lacking menacing emblems or ornate carvings, it was merely a flat door constructed of thick, dark gray composite armor. At its center was a small, green-lit sensor area. He gently pressed his keycard against it. Identity confirmed. Preparatory member, Swaytai. Welcome. A dispassionate electronic voice intoned. Immediately, the heavy door emitted a low hydraulic sound and silently slid open to reveal the space beyond. Swaytai stepped inside, and the door gradually closed behind him, severing all ties to the outside world. A space entirely his own unfolded before his eyes. It was roughly half the size of a wrench workshop, yet its layout was starkly different. Gone were the towering heaps of discarded parts and the acrid scent of machine oil. The entire area was divided into 3 sections, characterized by a minimalist, efficient, and militaristic aesthetic. To the left was a compact living area, featuring a foldable metal bed that could be stowed within the wall and a standalone energy replenishment station directly linked to the Iron Fortress's primary energy network. The station's interface adhered to military standards, boasting an energy transfer efficiency several times that of the public stations in the lower levels. To the right lay a small maintenance and training area, equipped with an adjustable repair platform replete with basic diagnostic tools and a shooting target wall constructed from high-strength energy-absorbing alloys, already riddled with bullet holes and knife marks, indicating that its previous occupant was also a training enthusiast. Most striking to Swaytai, however, was the enormous data terminal occupying half the wall in the central area. It bore resemblance to the one in the shell's abode, yet its access privileges were evidently far more limited. Swaytai approached the energy replenishment station and aligned the interface with the socket at his back. A surge of pure, overwhelming energy, devoid of any impurities, flooded into his recently reforged body. This sensation was in stark contrast to the murky, chaotic energy he had previously absorbed from the phantasmal machine. If the latter is akin to impure, inferior fuel, then the energy coursing through him now is the pinnacle of refined nuclear power sufficient to propel interstellar warships. His energy reserves began to replenish at a visibly rapid pace. Energy reserves, 4, 525. 060. The subtle internal wounds inflicted during his reconstruction began to heal at an astonishing rate, nourished by this pristine energy. He could even sense that the rhythm of his core, with each pulse, had grown steadier and more powerful than before. This is the resource of the upper echelon. The quality of energy here is worlds apart from that of the lower strata. As he replenished his energy, he approached the colossal data terminal, connecting his data interface. Identity verification, Blade Squad, Reserve Member, Iron Shard. Access level, Epsilon. Loading database. Lines of information began to materialize on the terminal screen. He glimpsed the internal structural diagram of the Iron Fortress, although most regions were marked gray due to insufficient permissions. The entirety of his upper sector and several main passages leading to the lower levels were clearly visible. He discovered a list of internal weapons and parts exchanges, detailing items ranging from high-purity energy blocks to military-grade weapon plugins, alongside rare modification materials, each surpassing anything found in the black markets of the lower levels in both variety and quality. Each item bore a price and contribution points for exchange. He also encountered a task release system, displaying a scroll of various missions, from patrolling specified areas around the Iron Fortress to hunting specific mutants, and even recovering designated materials from the ruins, each task marked with corresponding contribution point rewards based on difficulty and risk. Identity, Resources, Battlefield. The shell had fulfilled its promise, opening a door to a new world for Iron Shard. Yet, within him, there was no trace of joy. He understood all too well that none of this came without a cost. Every resource he now possessed must be repaid with unwavering loyalty, strength, and even his very life. He had merely leaped from a chaotic, filthy, yet relatively free open cage into a far more comfortable, glamorous, and fortified gilded prison. He detached the data interface and moved to the center of the room. He needed to familiarize himself with his new power. Closing his optical sensors, he plunged his consciousness entirely into his internal system, meticulously studying the data chip left by the wrench. Within the chip lay a complete three-dimensional structural diagram of his new body, down to every screw. He observed his brand-new right arm, the interconnection of 3 high-performance servo motors with his core drive shaft, the energy supply lines for the high-frequency vibrating particle knife, and the ammunition structure of the Hummingbird pulse gun. This body was no longer mere cold steel. It was a precise war machine, one he could fully comprehend and command. His consciousness ultimately settled upon a newly crafted Tier 3 energy overload system, dubbed a masterpiece by the rich. The first tier, Warning, offers a momentary output boost of 50 with almost negligible side effects. The second tier, Punishment, enhances the momentary output by 150, though it leaves the body in a brief state of overheating post-usage. The third tier, Judgment, provides a staggering 300 or even higher momentary output, possessing the strength to challenge elite-level foes, yet it imposes a tremendous burden on the core of the spark. The accompanying cooling system and fuse insurance merely ensure, in theory, that one does not self-detonate. His consciousness lingered on that word, theory, for quite some time. He understood that this Judgment tier remained a double-edged sword, a reckless trump card that could lead to his utter annihilation with the slightest miscalculation. He must engage in countless simulations and training sessions to discover that critical point, the balance at which he could unleash maximum power without igniting his own spark. As he immersed himself in the study of his new form, his cerulean right eye suddenly detected an anomaly. Outside the door, in the corridor, a potent and aggressive energy signal was advancing towards him. The energy fluctuations of this source were more refined than any warrior class he had encountered, even hinting an elite-level presence. It did not disguise its intentions. It boldly and brazenly halted before his door. In an instant, his consciousness withdrew from the internal system. He stood upright with an air of calm, his entire system entering a silent state of combat readiness. A sharp sound of permission verification pierced the air. Without his consent, the door to his room was forcefully opened from the outside. A figure, towering half a head above him and exuding a brash, gleaming silver hue, leaned against the doorframe with arms crossed, surveying him with an expression rife with scrutiny and disdain. This being was slender and elongated, embodying a streamlined elegance that starkly contrasted with his own ruggedly practical style. Its arms had been transformed into long, sharp energy blades reminiscent of a mantis' forelimbs. Though currently retracted, they emanated an intimidating chill. Its chest bore the grotesque emblem of the shell casing. Yet it was more intricate and pronounced than the insignia of a preparatory member that he possessed. His right eye swiftly provided data on the intruder. Target: Razor. Warrior class Pinnacle, Elite Reserve. Body integrity: 96. Energy reserves: 92,100. Structural analysis: the body has undergone extreme lightweight and speed modifications with rapid neural response. The arms are high-frequency energy blades, skilled in high-speed charges and continuous slashing. Weakness: armor is thin, and it is not adept at positional warfare or high-intensity firepower. Threat level: high. You are the newcomer who crawled up from the scrap heap? Finally spoke the brash being known as Razor. His voice was sharp and frigid, akin to his name, brimming with unabashed arrogance. Shattered Iron remained silent, merely gazing at him with his mismatched eyes, exuding an air of calm. Ah, still mute, are we? The corner of Razor's mouth curled into a mocking smirk. He stepped forward, lightly tapping Shattered Iron's pristine breastplate with his glimmering energy blade. I heard you ventured alone into the abandoned city and returned alive. Quite fortunate, aren't you, scrap metal? However, I must caution you that the upper echelons are not a realm where luck alone suffices. He deliberately emphasized the term scrap metal, laden with provocation. I am called Shattered Iron. At last, Shattered Iron spoke, his voice deep and steady, devoid of any emotion. Oh, you think a mere name change elevates you above scrap metal? Razor scoffed. Don't be naive. To us, you will always be refused, no matter how high you climb from below. Lord Casing merely sees some fleeting utility in you and whimsically retrieved you. Once you cease to be of use, can you guess what your fate will be? He advanced step by step, his formidable aura pressing down on Shattered Iron like an invisible wall. Yet, Shattered Iron remained steadfast, unyielding. His reforged, sturdier form enabled him to effortlessly withstand such pressure. His right eye coldly analyzed every subtle movement of Razor, every contraction of his muscle fibers, every pulse of his energy core. I do not need to speculate about my fate, Shattered Iron replied calmly. I only know that the worth of a tool lies in its capabilities, not in its origins. Well said. A flicker of cruel delight flashed in Razor's eyes. Then let me witness just how sharp this newly forged tool of yours truly is. Before his words faded, his figure suddenly vanished. In the next instant, a silver streak of lightning appeared before Shattered Iron. The high-frequency energy blade on his arm shot forth in an instant, accompanied by a piercing sound, aimed directly at Shattered Iron's right eye. Quick, so incredibly swift. This strike would render any warrior-level opponent unable to react. However, just as the glimmering, cold tip of the blade was about to touch Shattered Iron's eye socket, a resounding clang echoed, a deafening metallic clash. Razor's determined strike was firmly intercepted. What blocked it was Shattered Iron's brand new right hand, covered in black, scale-like armor. He had raised his arm without his opponent's notice, his 5 fingers gripping Razor's sharp blade like a vice. The high-frequency energy blade clashed violently against the memory titanium alloy armor, erupting in dazzling sparks. Razor could feel an astonishingly powerful force emanating from Shattered Iron's grip, halting his blade's advance utterly. How is this possible? For the first time, shock flickered in Razor's eyes. His full-force strike was unexpectedly thwarted by what he regarded as mere trash, effortlessly blocked with a single hand. Not bad in speed, Fractured Iron calmly assessed as he beheld the Razor, but the strength is woefully lacking. Upon finishing his words, he tightened his grip on the blade and exerted immense force. A jarring crack echoed, sending a shiver down the spine. The Razor, forged from a special alloy and boasting an indomitable high-frequency energy edge, bore a distinct crack under the immense pressure of his grip. The Razor's pupils constricted sharply, an instinctual wave of profound danger washing over him, prompting an immediate retreat that distanced him by several meters from Fractured Iron. Gazing down at the fracture on his blade, his expression shifted from shock to disbelief, ultimately transforming into a deep-seated rage, affronted by the indignity he had suffered. You seek death. He spat through clenched teeth, energy surging wildly throughout his body. The air in the room thickened, heavy with his wrath. Fractured Iron slowly lowered his arm, a faint white mark remaining on his dark palm. He regarded the furious Razor with an unwavering calmness, aware that in that fleeting moment, he could have activated the overload warning of his left arm, utilizing the additional 50 units of strength to shatter the Razor's edge and even thrust the high-frequency vibrating particle blade into the cockpit of his adversary. Yet he refrained. It was not the opportune moment. He sought a sharpening stone, not a lifeless foe. This space is too confined for a proper engagement, fractured iron remarked, his words resonating like a statement of fact, yet laced with a subtle provocation. If you wish to fight, the training grounds would serve as an excellent arena. The violent energy emanating from the razor momentarily faltered at the mention of the training grounds. He was no fool. He understood that inflicting grave injury upon an opponent within the quarters of preparatory members would incur severe repercussions from a shell. The shell desired a keen blade, not a collection of damaged components. He fixed his gaze intently on fractured iron, as if etching the latter's visage into his core processor. Very well, he replied, restraining his aura, a chilling tone in his voice. Scrap iron, or rather fractured iron, you have successfully piqued my interest. Tomorrow, at the training grounds, I shall personally peel away your exquisite metal skin, piece by piece. With that, he cast one last glance at fractured iron before turning and exiting the room. The heavy door creaked shut once more, plunging the chamber back into silence. Fractured iron glanced at his palm, where the faint white mark was gradually fading due to his mechanical self-repair functions. He understood this was merely the beginning. The razor represented the first stumbling block he would encounter in the upper echelons, as well as the initial whetstone for his skills. He sensed the scrutinizing and hostile gazes lurking behind the closed doors along the corridor, silently observing him through the cold walls. He lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the walls towards the end of the corridor. There lay the training ground, as described by the razor. He needed to grow stronger, not to prove anything to the razor, nor to please the shell, but to ensure that one day, when he needed to unveil the Chimera project, he would possess the qualifications to stand at the card table and wager against all adversaries. His journey had only just begun, and the first whetstone had already been presented to him. Chapter 17. The Lament of the Whetstone, a Sleepless Night. For shattered iron. Sleep had long since become a distant and luxurious memory belonging to humanity. In this cold and efficient lair of the upper echelons, he devoted an entire sleep cycle to the profound exploration of his new body. He engaged in no physical training. Rather, he immersed his consciousness entirely into the internal systems, conducting billions of virtual simulations within a three-dimensional data model meticulously constructed by the wrench, precise down to every wire. He simulated the razor's lightning-fast thrusts and slashes, using his blue right-eye to decompose each of the opponent's movements into thousands of data frames. He analyzed the angles of attack, the transfer of force, and the consumption of energy. In this virtual realm, he had been killed by the razor countless times. Yet, with each death, he gained a deeper understanding of the razor's combat patterns. He relentlessly pushed the limits of the energy overload system, discovering that the three words spoken by the wrench were imbued with cunning artisan wisdom. The warning level overload indeed had minimal side effects, but its activation and deactivation required an exceedingly brief energy preheating and cooling process of approximately 0.3 seconds. In a duel with a true master, that 0.3 seconds could mean the difference between life and death. The punishment level overload, with its alluring output of 150, would, however, leave his main energy conduit in a state of overheating protection for 5 seconds, during which his energy output would diminish to 70 of the normal level, a significant vulnerability. As for judgment, it was not a conventional combat option, but rather a final command that would lead to mutual destruction with the enemy. Its activation demanded the manual removal of 3 safety locks and the mental endurance to withstand the immense agony of the core being torn apart. It was not a skill. It was pure, life-burning madness. He had to familiarize himself with every gear and every swing of his body like the most meticulous of watchmakers. Power needed to be harnessed, not merely possessed. As the timer in his room indicated that the time agreed upon with the razor had arrived, Shattered Iron slowly opened his eyes. He rose, his powerful black form reflecting the cold metallic sheen under the soft glow of the matrix lights. He carried no external weapons. His body was his deadliest weapon. He stepped out of his room and onto the silent corridor leading to the training ground. Unlike yesterday, today he could distinctly sense the energy signals pulsating with scrutiny, curiosity, and unabashed hostility emanating from the tightly shut portals on either side of the corridor. The word had spread. A newcomer, who had emerged from the heaps of scrap metal, dared to accept the challenge of the elite reserve known as the Razor. This audacious act had undoubtedly sparked a frenzy of interest in the tranquil elite sanctuary of the upper echelons, akin to a bloody circus performance. They were all eager to witness how this audacious scrap would be systematically dismantled by the sharp and arrogant Razor. Oblivious to the scrutiny, The scrap metal moved with unwavering resolve, each step seemingly calculated with precision, neither hurried nor slow, exuding a unique rhythm. At the end of the corridor stood a grand circular archway constructed from high-strength, transparent alloy. Beyond it lay a vast circular training arena, spacious enough to accommodate a small-scale war. In the center of the arena was a primary combat platform, exceeding 100 meters in diameter, paved with energy-absorbing alloy. Surrounding the platform were tiered observation seats and several holographic projection devices capable of simulating various complex terrains. At this moment, the Razor awaited in the center of the combat platform. His ostentatious silver body gleamed under the bright arena lights, akin to a protagonist poised for the spotlight. Unlike the previous day, he did not cross his arms but let them hang naturally at his sides, with two energy blades resembling the forelimbs of a mantis in a retracted state. Yet, the sharp aura that seemed capable of slicing through the air was even more refined than before. He noticed the scrap metal entering, a cold, cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "You truly dare to come, scrap metal." His voice resonated clearly through the training arena's public channel, reaching every corner. "I admire your courage. As a reward, I shall grant you a swift demise." In the surrounding observation seats, a few figures had already settled in, members of the Shellblade Squad, the true elite warriors of Iron Fortress. One robust figure, resembling a bear, had transformed his arms into massive metallic fists adorned with energy circuits. He was Iron Fist, the squad's chief assault specialist, idly tapping one fist against the other, producing a dull thud. "How dull," he grumbled. "That Razor fellow is just bullying the newcomer again. I expected some entertainment, but it seems we'll only witness how he disassembles a piece of scrap." Not far from him sat a contrasting figure, a slender sniper nearly blending into the shadows. He bore a sleek antimatter rifle on his back, exuding an aura of ghostly stillness. This was Ghost Eye, the squad's prime assassin. Without uttering a word, he keenly observed the scrap metal with his singular eye, which glimmered with a ghostly green light. "Do not speak so lightly, Iron Fist." A voice, laced with a frivolous mirth, resonated through the air. The speaker was a warrior adorned with flamboyant flame patterns upon his body, his feet transformed into high-speed rollers. Clearly a contender of swiftness. I found myself curious about the capabilities of this newcomer, who managed to return alive from the desolate city and dared to accept the challenge of the Razor. Perhaps he could surprise us? Surprise? Firewheel, you overestimate him. Iron Fist scoffed disdainfully. If he could withstand Razor's tempestuous slashes for 3 minutes, I would concede defeat. Their discourse was perfectly audible to both Shattered Iron and Razor. The grin on Razor's face widened, as the contempt from his companions greatly gratified his morbid pride. Meanwhile, Shattered Iron remained impassive. He ascended the main battlefield, halting 30 meters away from Razor. The rules were straightforward. Razor extended a finger, arrogantly shaking it. There were no rules. The bout would continue until one party lost the ability to fight or perished. "Are you ready? Prepare to meet your demise." Before his words had fully dissipated, his figure abruptly blurred. In an instant, 2 silver streaks of lightning traced vibrant arcs through the air. Razor's silhouette transformed into a hazy afterimage, attacking Shattered Iron from 2 completely different angles with a velocity surpassing the visual limits of ordinary warriors. His arms, equipped with high-frequency energy blades, extended fully, trailing long, lethal silver streaks through the air. Swift, even faster than yesterday in the confines of the room. This was Razor's true prowess. In the expansive arena, his body, modified for extreme speed, could unleash its full potential. In the face of this tempestuous onslaught, Shattered Iron executed an unexpected maneuver. He did not evade, did not block, nor did he draw his brand-new particle blade. Instead, he merely crouched slightly, stabilizing his center of gravity, while positioning his right arm, clad in black-scaled armor, across his chest. Clang, 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 clang. A cacophony of metallic clashes, akin to a frenzied drum roll, reverberated throughout the training ground. Razor's figure flitted about like a silver seabird darting around a reef, launching a relentless barrage of slashes at Shattered Iron from all directions. Each strike was precise and lethal, igniting dazzling sparks of electricity. Yet, Shattered Iron stood resolute, akin to a rock that had withstood the storms for millennia, unyielding amidst the tempest. He endured all of Razor's attacks with his remarkably sturdy right arm and equally reinforced torso armor. From the observation platform, Iron Fist let out a derisive scoff. "I told you. This fellow is merely a lump of iron that knows only how to take a beating." His processor likely cannot even keep pace with Razor's shadow. Firewheel furrowed his brow. Odd. His reaction speed should not be this sluggish. Could it be that he is paralyzed by Razor's speed? Only the silent ghost eye, with its eerie green gaze, revealed a flicker of uncertainty. His gaze did not linger upon the dazzling flashes of blades, but remained steadfastly locked onto the ice-blue right eye of the figure known as Iron Shard. He observed that throughout the encounter, Iron Shard's right eye exhibited no trace of panic whatsoever. It resembled a high-precision analytical instrument, calmly and indifferently tracking every movement of the Razor. In the arena, Iron Shard's consciousness operated at an unprecedented velocity. His left eye perceived a blurred, silver tempest composed of slashing blades, while his right eye beheld a different spectacle altogether. Each swing of the Razor, every change in direction, and every surge of energy unfolded before him, dissected into countless streams of clear data. Analysis of attack patterns revealed a combination of 3 deceptive thrusts with a repetition rate of 12. Energy consumption analysis. The target's high-frequency energy blade maintains maximum power output, with an energy depletion rate of 12 per second. It is anticipated that a decline in output power will occur after 70 seconds. Trajectory prediction. The next strike will originate from a 45-degree angle to my left rear, targeting my left knee joint. Probability of hit, 92. Every action of the Razor transformed in his perception into calculable and predictable mathematical equations. Will you merely cower like a turtle, scrap metal? The Razor, frustrated by his inability to land a blow, felt his pride gradually give way to a flicker of anxiety. He let out a furious roar, accelerating once more, his form becoming a silver whirlwind as his dual blades wove a dense net of light, enveloping Iron Shard entirely. Storm Slash. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. This was the Razor's signature technique, delivering a devastating blow to his adversary through a flurry of high-speed, continuous strikes. There had once been a warrior of equal standing who had been reduced to mere fragments under this very assault. Yet, in the very instant that the lethal web of light was about to constrict, Iron Shard, who had remained motionless like a statue, finally stirred. He did not retreat. Rather, he stepped forward. This step perfectly aligned with a brief 0.1 second gap in the Razor's rhythm of the Storm Slash. In the next moment, his right arm, scarred with the marks of countless blade strikes, which had served solely for defense, shot forth with a speed that belied his imposing stature. His target was not the body of the Razor, nor the blades themselves, but rather the wrist from which the blades were wielded. A sharp crack echoed, reminiscent of dislocated bones. Iron Shard's 5 fingers clamped down upon the Razor's right wrist like a vice. Time appeared to freeze in that instant. The storm of blades came to an abrupt halt. The Razor's determined Storm Slash was forcibly severed in the most unimaginable manner. How is this possible? For the first time, an expression of profound shock and astonishment, far more intense than that seen yesterday in the confines of the room, graced the Razor's features. He could sense an overwhelming force emanating from his opponent's palm, an immense power that rendered him utterly defenseless, causing his wrist bones to crack audibly. How could he possibly keep pace with my speed? How could he discern the flaws within the Storm Slash? Your speed is impressive, Shattered Iron finally spoke, his deep and steady voice resonating in the eerie silence of the training ground, akin to a devil's whisper. Yet it is too chaotic, rife with meaningless motions and squandered energy. As he spoke, he tightened his grip around Razor's wrist, exerting a sudden, fierce force. Crack! A sound that sent shivers through one's spine echoed. The alloy framework of Razor's right wrist was mercilessly crushed. The excruciating pain elicited a piercing scream from Razor, his right hand's high-frequency energy blade dimming instantly due to the interruption of its power supply. Shattered Iron offered him no respite. Gripping Razor's incapacitated right hand, as if it were a mere ragdoll, he hurled him violently towards the ground. Boom! The magnificent silver body of Razor collided intimately with the hard, energy-absorbing alloy floor. The tremendous impact caused the internal components of his body to emit pained cries, and stars danced before his eyes. In the observation area, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Iron Fist's mouth, large enough to accommodate an energy block, bore testament to his astonishment at this moment. The frivolity that adorned Firewheel's face vanished without a trace, replaced by a grave demeanor. Only Ghost Eye, with his eerie green single eye, radiated a spark of excitement and danger. It is not over yet. Shattered Iron released his grip, gazing coldly at Razor. who lay on the ground like a heap of refuse. He slowly raised his right foot. "Did you not wish to peel me apart piece by piece?" With that, he brought his foot down with force. His target was Razor's remaining hand, which still clutched the energy blade. No! Razor let out a desperate scream. He attempted to withdraw his arm, yet the recent brutal impact had plunged his entire system into a momentary paralysis. Crack! Another crisp sound of bone fracturing resonated. Shattered Iron's foot accurately crushed Razor's left wrist. The sharp energy blade clattered to the ground. Both hands were rendered useless. Shattered Iron gradually retracted his foot. Looking down with an air of superiority at Razor, who writhed in pain on the ground, his gaze devoid of any compassion, replaced instead by an icy indifference. He had not even resorted to energy overload or drawn his particle knife. Merely through his flawless mastery of this new body and an analytical prowess surpassing that of any computer, he had toyed with an elite reserve as if it were childish play. This was an unequivocal, crushing victory. "Now, what do you still possess?" Shattered Iron leaned down, fixing his icy blue eye upon Razor's ashen gaze. The body of the Razor quivered violently, not from pain, but from an overwhelming, profound sense of humiliation and terror that pierced to his very marrow. The speed he once prided himself on, the blade techniques that had earned him renown, now stood before this newcomer as a mockery, riddled with vulnerabilities. He had been utterly shattered, both mentally and physically. He wished to articulate something, yet no words escaped his lips. Iron Shard stood tall, refusing to cast him a glance. He understood that this whetstone had become obsolete. Turning away, he prepared to exit this stage rendered utterly dull. "Stop!" A roar, laced with humiliation and madness, erupted from behind him. The Razor, using his legs for support, unsteadily rose to his feet. His arms, rendered useless, hung limply at his sides, yet his eyes burned with a vengeful flame, one that threatened mutual destruction. "Do you think this is the end?" he bellowed, as the armor on his chest suddenly cracked open, revealing a dark, gaping cannon that was fervently gathering energy. The energy cannon, this formidable weapon, equipped by most warriors, was powerful but required extensive preparation and immense energy. He intended to perish alongside Iron Shard. The observers, Iron Fist and Fire Wheel, sprang to their feet in alarm. "He's gone mad. The Razor has lost his mind." Yet, Iron Shard did not even turn his head. He merely uttered, "Too slow." Just as the energy cannon on the Razor's chest was poised to fire, a blue, chilling light shot forth, like a bolt of lightning cleaving the night sky, silently emanating from Iron Shard's right arm. Without even turning, he executed a flawlessly precise backhand strike. The high-frequency, vibrating particle blade traced a perfect, lethal arc in his grasp. A soft sound echoed, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter. The luminous energy gathering in the Razor's chest was extinguished in an instant. In disbelief, he lowered his gaze, only to see his chest cleaved open from left to right, revealing a deep gash that exposed bone. The core component of the energy cannon had been expertly severed in one decisive stroke. He opened his mouth, attempting to speak, but all that emerged was a hissing sound, reminiscent of air escaping from a punctured vessel. Subsequently, his once magnificent silver body collapsed backwards like a marionette severed from its strings, producing a resounding thud as it hit the ground, utterly incapacitated. The entire training ground fell into a profound silence. Iron Shard slowly retracted the particle blade, its blue edge untainted by a single drop of energy fluid. He did not spare another glance at the fallen Razor, but instead stepped forward toward the exit. As he descended from the main combat platform and passed by the observation area, he sensed that the gazes, once filled with disdain and curiosity, had transformed entirely. Now, they were filled with a wary apprehension and vigilance, the kind reserved for encounters with one's own kind. With an indisputable, overwhelming victory, he announced his arrival to this elite jungle. No longer was he the discarded scrap metal subject to ridicule. He had transformed into a ravenous beast clad in black armor. The lamenting whetstone was merely the first appetizer he savored in this wilderness. Chapter 18. The Shadow of the Throne and the Bloody Descendants. As the tall, cold silhouette of shattered iron vanished from the training ground's exit, the oppressive silence of the observation area was finally shattered by a heavy sigh. As if a colossal burden had been lifted, Iron Fist, the burly assault trooper, slowly rose from his seat. His arms, transformed into massive metallic fists, no longer drummed idly. Instead, they clenched tightly, his gaze imbued with an unprecedented gravity. "I have lost," he murmured, his voice devoid of bitterness, only a pure acknowledgement of overwhelming power. This individual was no novice. He was a monster. Firewheel also stood, his usually playful demeanor replaced by solemnity. Approaching the edge of the observation area, he gazed down at the medical drones, clearing away the energy fluid and shattered parts belonging to the Razor. A monster? No, Iron Fist, you have misused the term. Firewheel countered, his voice low. Monsters embody chaos and disorder. He, however, is precise and ruthless. From beginning to end, he operates like the most sophisticated killing machine. Do you not realize? He toyed with the Razor without even utilizing energy overload. He has been calculating, analyzing, using the Razor's arrogance and impatience to pave his path to victory. This is not combat. It is dissection. The silent ghost eye, who had been blending into the shadows, had approached them unnoticed. His single eye, aglow with an eerie green light, remained fixated on the direction where Shattered Iron had disappeared, as if attempting to penetrate the very fabric of that space. His eye, Ghost Eye finally spoke, his voice raspy like two rusted metals scraping against each other. There is something amiss with that blue eye. It perceives things beyond our sight. As the chief sniper and observer of the team, Ghost Eye's understanding of vision surpassed that of ordinary individuals. He keenly discerned that the essence of Shattered Iron's crushing victory stemmed not from his formidable new body, but from that peculiar eye capable of perceiving all and foreseeing the future. A heavy silence enveloped the trio. They were all formal members of the Shell Blade Squad, apex predators at the pinnacle of the Iron Fortress. Accustomed to looking down upon others, they had always regarded newcomers as prey to be easily bullied. Yet today, a piece of refuse they had deemed beneath them emerged from the scrap heap, delivering a stinging slap to their faces with an indisputable, overwhelming victory. "Let us depart," Iron Fist muttered, turning towards the exit. "This matter must be reported to the chief. A remarkable individual has joined our squad." The Firewheel and the Ghost Eye exchanged no words, silently following behind. They were acutely aware that from this day forth, the internal dynamics of the Blade Squad and the tranquil jungle of the Iron Fortress will be irrevocably altered by the arrival of the black beast known as Shattered Iron, inciting a new and bloody upheaval. Shattered Iron returned to his cold and efficient lair. He did not attend to the minor scratches left upon him from the skirmish, nor did he linger on the exhilaration of victory. Instead, he stood quietly in the center of the room, closing his optical sensors, replaying every detail of the recent battle within his processor thousands of times. He scrutinized the shift of his center of gravity as he made that decisive step, analyzed the force exerted when he grasped the Razor's wrist, and assessed the angle and velocity of his backhand swing with the particle blade. He saw flaws, searching for any possible error, even the slightest misstep of 0.001. The remnants of his human soul, the fragments of Lin Mo's consciousness, still reveled in the clean and decisive victory. Yet, the cold, unyielding steel will of Shattered Iron ruthlessly informed him that it was insufficient. The Razor was merely a whetstone, a fragile, arrogant, and flawed whetstone. His true adversaries were the inscrutable elites akin to Shellcase, those ancient shadows concealed behind the Chimera Project, capable of shaking the very foundations of Cybertronian civilization. He needed to grow stronger, more perfect. At that moment, the colossal data terminal in the room emitted a faint beeping sound. Shattered Iron opened his eyes and turned to the screen. A concise message, transmitted via Shellcase's exclusive encryption protocol, quietly appeared. "Come meet me." Now, there are no superfluous pleasantries, only an undeniable command. Without a moment's hesitation, Shattered Iron understood that this was the moment to collect his winnings after the gamble. He adjusted his mechanical form and stepped out of the door, once again heading towards the lair of Shellcase, a symbol of death and power. As he stood once more before the immense door crafted from the remnants of weaponry, it opened automatically without awaiting his knock. Shellcase was seated upon a grand throne in the center of the room. This throne was intricately carved from the skull of a colossal, unknown creature, exuding an aura of primal and savage dominance. He made no effort to clean his sniper rifle, but leaned on the armrest with his elbows, fingers interlaced, regarding Shattered Iron with a gaze imbued with scrutiny and amusement. "I observe your performance," Shellcase languidly began, his voice echoing throughout the vast hall. "It was remarkable, more spectacular than I had anticipated. You not only triumphed, but utterly incapacitated him. Though the spark of the Razor remains, his arrogance and confidence have been thoroughly crushed by your hand. For a warrior reliant on speed and skill, this is far more brutal than mere death." "I appreciate it." Shattered Iron remained silent, standing resolutely beneath the throne, awaiting the continuation of Shellcase's words. "You have proven your worth, Shattered Iron. You are no longer an ordinary tool. You have transformed into a formidable and sharp blade. The figure of Shell gently leans forward, an invisible pressure enveloping the atmosphere once more. A fine blade should not remain sheathed indefinitely. It yearns to taste blood and carve through tougher prey. He paused, his keen gaze seemingly penetrating the very essence of shattered Iron-S soul. Therefore, I have prepared for you a genuine promotion, a gift that will liberate you from the absurd title of reserve. Shell's words stirred the core of shattered Iron-S, spark ever so slightly. However, this gift must be claimed by you alone. A cruel smile curved Shell's lips. And is not bestowed by me. He rose from his throne, descending with a colossal silhouette casting a long shadow over Shattered Iron. Prepare yourself, Shattered Iron. His voice grew deep and solemn, imbued with an air of reverence. The supreme ruler of the Decepticons, the sole monarch of Iron Fortress, the great emperor of destruction. Lord Megatron wishes to see you. Megatron. At the utterance of this name from Shell's lips, even Shattered Iron-S processor, as calm as a supercomputer, experienced a fleeting moment of blankness lasting 0.1 seconds. It was not merely a name. It was a legend, a myth, a living catastrophe, an emblem of faith for all Decepticon warriors and the ultimate nightmare that haunted every Autobot. He was merely a fledgling warrior, just having clawed his way up from the depths, a newcomer yet to find his footing within the elite squad. Why, oh why, would he draw the attention of such a supreme being? Why? Shattered Iron finally voiced his inner turmoil. Because what you have brought back is far more significant than you can imagine. Shell gazed deeply at him, adding that you have, both to me and to him, demonstrated your eligibility to touch this importance. Do not inquire too much, Shattered Iron. Before the throne, you must remember 3 things: listen, obey, and then survive. Shell's tone carried an unprecedented gravity, making Shattered Iron realize that the forthcoming meeting would be perilous beyond anything he had encountered in the Forsaken City. Follow me. Shell offered no time for contemplation, turning toward the other side of the lair. There, a concealed door within the wall slowly opened, revealing an exclusive lift leading to higher realms. Shattered Iron followed suit. The platform ascended smoothly, traversing layer after layer of territory guarded with stern vigilance. He could sense that the higher they climbed, the more terrifying the energy fluctuations in the air became. If the elite realm where Shell and his comrades resided was akin to a deep sea teeming with slumbering behemoths, then this place was a sky inhabited by deities, a domain forbidden to mortals. Ultimately, the platform halted before a hall of unimaginable grandeur. The hall, crafted from an enigmatic black metal, gleamed with a mirror-like surface, yet emanated a profound darkness that seemed capable of devouring all light. 2 towering gates, each reaching a height of 100 meters, stood resolutely shut. In front of them, 2 rows of silent, purple-armored sentinels wielding massive energy battle axes stood guard. Each of these formidable figures possessed a physique akin to that of an iron fist, radiating an energy aura that peaked at the elite level. They resembled lifeless statues, yet the cold, crimson glow emanating from beneath their visors silently proclaimed that any who dared to trespass would be reduced to mere dust in an instant. This was the heart of the Iron Fortress, the sanctum of the Decepticons, the throne hall of Megatron. The Shell came to a halt before the gates, offering a slight nod to the leader of the Sentinels. The Sentinel leader returned the gesture, and then, in unison, both rows of Sentinels raised their battle axes, striking them together in a resounding clash. The sharp metallic sound echoed through the desolate space. The immense gates, accompanied by a bone-chilling, grating noise, began to open inwardly. A palpable aura, imbued with boundless majesty, iron-blooded ruthlessness, and absolute power, surged forth from the crevice of the doors. Before this overwhelming presence, even an elite warrior like the Shell instinctively bowed his head, suppressing all his bravado. Scrapiron felt as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped his core, almost stifling its rhythm. Every component within him emitted a mournful cry under the weight of this regal aura. He compelled himself to lift his gaze, peering into the depths of the hall. At the far end stood a colossal throne, grotesque yet magnificent, forged from the weapons of countless vanquished foes. Upon this throne sat an unimaginably immense figure, cloaked in silver gray. He sat there in quiet contemplation, one hand resting casually on the armrest, the other cradling his chin as if pondering the fate of the entire universe. His form bore countless deep scars, each telling tales of bloody yet glorious history over eons of warfare. Behind him loomed a gigantic fusion cannon, pulsating with a violet glow, radiating enough destructive energy to obliterate stars. He was Megatron. In that moment, Scrapiron's right eye flickered wildly. Warning, warning, leader-level energy source detected. Energy level unquantifiable. Threat level. Attempting to analyze. Analysis failed. Data stream overload. Right eye visual system imminent failure. Scrapiron swiftly disabled the analysis function of his right eye. He understood that with his current authority and capacity, attempting to analyze the destructive Emperor was akin to an ant trying to measure the sun. Shell, a deep, authoritative voice, imbued with the weight of the universe, reverberated through the hall. Merely 2 words caused the entire space to tremble. At your service, my Lord Megatron. The shell knelt on one knee, lowering his proud head. Scrapiron immediately emulated his gesture, also kneeling. You have done well. The gaze of Megatron swept across the shell, ultimately resting upon the figure of Shattered Iron. You have returned with an intriguing key and an even more fascinating locksmith. His eyes, akin to 2 solidified bolts of lightning, pierced through Shattered Iron's form. Reaching into his armor, igniting his spark, and even touching the deepest recesses of his soul, where Lin Mo's trembling consciousness lay. In that moment, Shattered Iron felt as though all his secrets, ranging from the contents of that data chip to the truth of his rebirth, and even to the essence of his human soul, were laid bare before this sovereign, utterly exposed. Lift your head, warrior. Megatron's voice resonated once more. Shattered Iron slowly raised his gaze to meet those deep crimson eyes, reminiscent of burning stars. Your code name is Shattered Iron? Yes, my lord. A commendable name. Reborn from scrap. Forging your throne from the remnants of your foes. Though Megatron's tone betrayed no emotion, Shattered Iron sensed an all-knowing awareness regarding his existence. You possess a power not befitting your station, a mind far superior to your kin, and an intriguing soul that does not belong to our kind. The core of Shattered Iron's spark contracted sharply. He realized it. He knew everything. Do not be alarmed, little one. Megatron seemed to pierce through his trepidation, a barely perceptible yet imposing curve gracing his lips. I care not from whence you hail, nor whose soul you once possessed. I am only concerned with whether your blade is willing to strike for the glorious cause of the Decepticons. I shall serve you, my lord, even at the cost of my own destruction. Shattered Iron replied without hesitation. Excellent. Megatron nodded, appearing quite pleased with his response. Shell has already conferred upon you the identity of a reservist, yet that is insufficient. A warrior capable of retrieving a key from the tomb of the apostles deserves a greater honor. He slowly raised his hand, pointing at Shattered Iron. In the name of the highest commander of the Decepticons, I hereby proclaim the promotion of Shattered Iron to the rank of 3rd Assault Officer of the Decepticon Assault Legion. Directly answering to me, your designation shall be inscribed in the course sequence of the Decepticons. You will possess the authority to mobilize a standard assault squad and the qualification to execute the purification protocol. A swift elevation, catapulting him multiple ranks to become an officer directly under Megatron himself. This sudden, monumental honor caused Shell to raise his head, astonishment flickering in his eyes. However, Shattered Iron sensed a heavy, ominous scent of blood within the words purification protocol. I thank you for your grace, my lord. He suppressed his doubts and spoke solemnly. Your first task is to execute the purification protocol. Megatron's voice turned cold and merciless. According to intelligence, dissenting murmurs against the glorious cause of the Decepticons have emerged within the Iron Fortress. There are even moles transmitting our information to the Autobots. He paused, his icy gaze piercing like a sword into the heart of Shattered Iron. I require you, Shattered Iron, with your eyes that can see through illusions. Unearth the hidden vermin lurking in the shadows, one by one. Then, with your hands stained by the blood of our foes, purge them completely. I care not who they are, nor what backgrounds they possess. All traitors are but scrap metal, and handling scrap metal is your forte, is it not? Shattered Iron finally understood. This was no gift. It was a far more brutal and lethal trial. Megatron lifted him from the chessboard of shells and placed him into a far bloodier and more chaotic machine known as internal cleansing. He was to become the most unsavory and reviled blade responsible for purging the ranks. Should he succeed, he would tread upon the corpses of countless comrades, establishing his foothold within the core of Decepticon power. Should he fail, he would instantaneously become the common enemy of all factions, torn to shreds. This was a bloody ascent with no retreat. Your orders are acknowledged. Shattered Iron lowered his head, burying all emotions deep beneath the cold core of the Decepticon spark. He realized that from this moment forth, his life would no longer hold any semblance of control. He had embarked upon a staircase paved with bones and conspiracies, leading to the pinnacle of power. Beneath him lay an abyss of unfathomable depth. Chapter 19. The blade and the list, as the words your orders are acknowledged, were calmly uttered from Shattered Iron's vocal apparatus. A flicker of genuine satisfaction finally appeared in Megatron's deep red eyes, akin to burning stars. It was not mere contentment over his subordinate's obedience, but rather the delight of a chess player witnessing his pieces fall perfectly into place. Excellent. Megatron's voice echoed throughout the Grand Hall, the terrifying aura that seemed capable of collapsing space itself gradually receding. The Decepticons required not thinking components, but a blade that possessed intellect. I trust you shall not disappoint me. He raised his hand, and from the shadow of the throne emerged a silent figure. It was a being slightly more slender than an ordinary warrior, clad in deep blue and silver armor, its face replaced by a smooth, featureless display screen. A small sonic cannon rested upon its shoulder, its arms perpetually poised in a state of utmost efficiency, ready for battle at any moment. This was Soundwave, Megatron's most loyal intelligence officer, the Decepticons' omnipresent ears and eyes. Soundwave approached Shattered Iron, extending a slender finger to present a thin data slate composed of black crystal. The surface of the slate shimmered with faint purple energy patterns, signifying the highest level of confidentiality. This is your purification list. Megatron's voice resonated once more, imbued with a cold, unquestionable authority, upon which 3 names were inscribed. They are the most suspicious noise I currently comprehend. I care not for the methods or means employed. I seek but one outcome: their complete eradication from the Iron Fortress, from the very core of the Decepticons. He paused, his gaze seemingly penetrating the eons, resting deep within the core of the Shatter Metal. Remember, Shattered Iron, as my executioner, you possess no authority to judge, only the obligation to execute. My will is the sole evidence. Shattered Iron extended his right hand, shrouded in black scales, receiving the cold data pad. The chill emanating from it felt as though it could freeze the very soul, making him acutely aware that he held not merely a list, but a decree of death stained with the blood of his kin. Go, Megatron gestured, reclining once more upon his fearsome throne, seemingly indifferent to the impending bloody purge. A testament to the cost of betrayal. Prove your worth to me. Yes, my lord. Shattered Iron and Shell once again knelt, paying their respects before slowly exiting the suffocating grandeur of the hall. As the towering doors, reaching a height of 100 meters, closed behind them, sealing off the oppressive aura of dominion, Shell, who had maintained absolute subservience, finally straightened. He inhaled deeply the air outside the hall, as if he had just emerged from drowning. He did not speak immediately, but walked in silence alongside Shattered Iron onto the lift returning to the elite tier. The platform descended steadily, the awe-inspiring energy fluctuations of the divine realm gradually replaced by the aggressive atmosphere of the deep-sea behemoths that characterize the elite tier. How does it feel? Shell suddenly broke the silence, not looking at Shattered Iron, but rather at the rapidly passing structural steel beams that represented the hierarchy of the Iron Fortress. What does it feel like? Shattered Iron countered, the sensation of being granted a blade by the king himself. A complex smile, mingled with irony and envy, curled at the corners of Shell's mouth. Does it not feel as though you stand at the pinnacle of power in the Iron Fortress, able to look down upon all living beings? Shattered Iron offered no reply. He understood this was yet another test. Do not be naive, Shattered Iron. Shell turned his head, his hawk-like eyes glinting with a cold, rational light. What you have received is not power, but a shackle, one that is both the most splendid and the most lethal. You are now Lord Megatron's blade, which signifies you shall sever all troubles he wishes to avoid handling personally. You have also become a card in his hand, a means to pressure those ancient figures within the Iron Fortress. He pointed to the black data pad in Shattered Iron's hand. Do you know when this purification protocol was last executed? Shattered Iron shook his head. It was 300 cycles ago, at the inception of the Iron Fortress. Shell's voice deepened. At that time, Lord Megatron initiated the protocol himself to eliminate those old warlords who defied his rule. That fateful night, the Iron Fortress ran red with the blood of its fallen, as over 100 warriors of the Decepticon elite were purged. From that moment onward, no one dared to challenge his authority. Now, he has entrusted you with this bloodied blade of slaughter. Do you comprehend the weight of this responsibility? It signifies that every action you undertake henceforth will forge countless unseen adversaries. Those whose names grace the list, their allies, their factions. All who tremble at your existence will perceive you as a thorn in their side, an indelible mark of disdain. You shall become the most isolated and reviled figure within the Iron Fortress. The words of the Shell, like a cold scalpel, laid bare the brutal truth that lay behind this promotion, exposing it gruesomely before the fragment of iron. And you? The fragment of iron finally spoke, its blue eye calmly scrutinizing the shell. Are you also my enemy? After all, I am no longer your subordinate, but a direct commander under my lord's orders. Upon hearing this, the shell was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter. Huh, well said, well said. He clapped the fragment's shoulder with such force that the alloy armor emitted a resounding thud. Enemy? No, my dear fragment. On the contrary, you are now of greater value to me than ever before. His smile faded, and his voice turned into a seductive whisper. You are a blade. Yet even a blade requires a master who knows how to maintain and wield it. Lord Megatron, in his lofty grandeur, cares not whether your edge is dulled. He only concerns himself with your capacity to kill. I, however, am different. You require intelligence, resources, and someone to manage the sordid political messes you wish to remain untainted by. I can provide you with all that. Our relationship transcends mere hierarchy. We are allies. Allies? A cold smirk flickered across the fragment's heart. He recognized this as merely the shell's attempt to retain control over a weapon that had slipped from his grasp. What must I sacrifice? The fragment inquired directly. I require you to keep this blade forever sharp and, when necessary, to point it in the direction I desire. The shell replied, his eyes glimmering with unabashed ambition. Lord Megatron is a magnificent king, but even a king requires capable vassals to govern his vast dominion. The Iron Fortress demands a new order. The fragment understood. The shell sought to wield his royal blade to eliminate political rivals and establish his own new order. I will contemplate this, the fragment offered ambiguously. You will, the shell replied with a confident smile, knowing that a clever mind would invariably make the most advantageous choice. The lift reached the elite level. The shell said no more, merely patted the fragment's shoulder before turning to retreat to his lair. The fragment, clutching the cold data pad, returned to his gilded cage. He closed the door, isolating himself from all that lay beyond. He did not dwell on the ambitious discourse surrounding the shell's allies. Instead, he concentrated all his attention on the death list at hand. He placed the data panel on the terminal situated at the center of the room. Permission verification in progress. Loading the purification list. 3 names materialized clearly on the screen, each accompanied by a remarkably concise dossier. Target 1. Step. Position. Central Data Center of the Iron Fortress. Level 3 Dispatcher. Suspicions. Allegedly exploiting his position to leak logistics information of the Iron Fortress to unknown entities. Target 2. Slag. Position. Lower Arena of the Iron Fortress. Champion Gladiator. Suspicions. Suspected of clandestine ties with the Interstellar Smuggling Syndicate. Black Sail. Involved in trading prohibited weapon technologies. Target 3. Echo. Position. Decepticon Communications Division. Senior Communicator. Suspicions. Data encryption. Insufficient permissions. The suspicions associated with the third name were so restricted that even he, the executor, could not access them. This obscured layer cast a deeper shadow over Shattered Iron's heart. His gaze ultimately settled on the first name, Step, a dispatcher at a data center. A role seemingly disconnected from combat, a mere civilian. Megatron had chosen him as the first test subject. This decision bore multiple implications. Firstly, it was a test of Shattered Iron's resolve, to see if he would show mercy towards a non-combatant. Secondly, it served to evaluate Shattered Iron's execution capabilities against a relatively weak target, assessing whether he could carry out the task efficiently without inciting significant turmoil. Most importantly, it served as a warning to others. Targeting an official who controlled the logistics lifeblood of the Iron Fortress would undoubtedly instill dread in those with nefarious intentions. Shattered Iron hesitated not for a moment. He powered down the terminal, and in his mismatched eyes, only a cold, unyielding rationality remained. He stepped out of the door, bypassing the armory and eschewing any combat preparations. He advanced as a common soldier toward the heart of the Iron Fortress, the central data center. Located on the opposite side of the upper sector, the central data center was the nexus of all information flow within the Iron Fortress. Its security was more formidable than that of Megatron's throne room, but this severity stemmed not from formidable warriors, but from the pervasive, chilling electronic surveillance. Upon his arrival, the guard at the entrance scanned him from head to toe with infrared technology. Identity confirmed. Level 3 Assault Officer, Shattered Iron. Please state your purpose. Routine inspection. Shattered Iron replied in a steady voice. Insufficient permissions. Non-data center personnel are not authorized to enter. The guard coldly denied him. Shattered Iron did not engage in argument. He simply raised his hand, placing the black data panel against the guard's identification scanner. Buzz. In an instant, the guard's red scanning light transformed into a hue of purple, indicative of the highest priority. The purification protocol has been activated. Highest privileges granted. Welcome, Assault Officer. The voice of the guard transformed in an instant, becoming exceedingly respectful. The alloy gate behind him slid open silently. Shattered Iron stepped inside. The interior of the data center revealed an immense dome hall, suffused with a sense of futuristic technology. Countless streams of blue data cascaded like waterfalls across the translucent walls of massive screens. Dozens of uniformed Decepticon communicators and dispatch officers were seated at their stations, diligently and methodically processing information from every corner of the Iron Fortress. The atmosphere was permeated only by the subtle hum of terminals and the rhythmic tapping of fingers upon keyboards, creating a tranquility reminiscent of a vast library. The arrival of Shattered Iron shattered this serenity. All eyes instinctively gravitated towards his imposing figure. They beheld his pristine black armor, his mismatched eyes, and the fresh insignia upon his chest, symbolizing his status as an assault officer. A Decepticon clad in supervisory attire approached briskly. "Assault Officer, I am a Supervisor Matrix here. How may I assist you?" Shattered Iron did not acknowledge him. His blue right eye scanned the hall with the precision of a high-tech radar, swiftly surveying every individual and workstation. In his perception, the entire hall transformed into a sea composed of data. He could discern the trajectory of every data stream and the energy fluctuations of each terminal. "Where is Beat?" Shattered Iron inquired coldly. The Supervisor Matrix's expression shifted slightly at the mention of a name. Glancing at the obscured black data pad in Shattered Iron's hand, he felt an ominous premonition. Beat is in Zone 7, responsible for verifying the incoming inventory data. He indicated towards a distant corner of the hall. Shattered Iron strode purposefully towards Zone 7. As he passed, all dispatch officers instinctively halted their work, their gazes filled with a mix of reverence and trepidation. At last, he laid eyes upon the Decepticon named Beat. He was a slender, somewhat neurotic individual, hunched over his terminal, his hands frantically pounding the keyboard as he seemed to handle some urgent data. Shattered Iron did not act immediately. He merely stood behind Beat, quietly observing the screen before him with his blue right eye. The display showcased a standard inventory incoming form. Yet, beneath Shattered Iron's gaze, another layer of information lay concealed. Detection of data disguise layer attempting to parse. Parsing successful. Hidden. Encrypted real-time data stream detected. Data stream target address. Decoding. Decoding successful. Target address. Autobot. Encrypted channel. Codename ARC. Found it. At that moment, the Decepticon named Beat seemed to sense the anomaly behind him. He abruptly turned his head, and upon meeting the icy gaze of the fragmented Iron, which seemed to pierce through all veils of reality, his complexion drained of color in an instant. Trembling like chaff in a gale, he pointed in terror at the fragmented Iron, his body quaking uncontrollably. Instinctively, he reached out to press a red emergency button on the terminal, the data destruction key. However, his hand would never make contact with that button. A faint sound, barely perceptible, echoed in the air. The right hand of the fragmented Iron had, unbeknownst to him, extended forth. Its 5 fingers, akin to the sharpest daggers, effortlessly plunged deep into the chest cavity of the rhythm, emerging through his back. The fingertips clutched a warm ember, pulsating violently yet rapidly dimming. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. The entire data center fell into a deathly silence. All work ceased as every onlooker fixed their horrified gaze upon the gruesome and terrifying scene before them. The body of the rhythm remained in a forward-leaning posture, the terror etched eternally upon his face. The fragmented Iron slowly withdrew his hand. He glanced at the now extinguished ember in his grasp and, as if discarding worthless refuse, casually cast it to the ground. Target rhythm confirms the existence of betrayal. His voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated clearly throughout the hall. According to the purification protocol, elimination is warranted. Upon finishing, he did not spare a glance at the slowly collapsing corpse, instead turning away and striding steadily toward the exit. Behind him stood dozens of Decepticons, frozen in sheer terror, alongside the extinguished ember rolling across the cold alloy floor. The blade had been drawn, and there remained 2 names on the list. Chapter 20, Blood and Sand of the Arena, as the fragmented Iron stepped through the silently sliding alloy door of the central data center. He left behind a world frozen in absolute fear. The discarded ember, now fully extinguished, rolled across the polished floor, each minute collision resonating like a heavy tolling bell, striking at the core processors of every survivor within the data center. They beheld the slowly collapsing body of their colleague, Rhythm, gazing into the hollow chest cavity and the eternally frozen face of terror. Not a single soul dared to utter a sound, approach, or even move. They merely stood in a daze, watching the upright and frigid silhouette of the fragmented iron vanish beyond the threshold. The pristine black armor, the ominous gleam of the assault officer insignia, and the piercing blue cybernetic eye, which seemed to perceive all wickedness, collectively formed a new and haunting nightmare, deeply etched into their memory chips. The blade has been unsheathed, its inaugural taste of blood silent, yet potent enough to instill fear throughout the Iron Fortress. Shattered iron traverses the expansive, tranquil corridors of the upper echelons. He does not return his quarters. Instead, he wanders through this domain emblematic of power, silently and aimlessly. He senses that change is afoot. When he encounters a patrol of elite guards, they no longer merely scrutinize him as before. Upon noticing the assault officer insignia on his chest and the emotionless gaze in his eyes, they instinctively halt, performing a standard military salute before hastily departing. As he passes an open doorway to an elite enclave, the raucous laughter of the warriors within ceases abruptly at the sight of him, as if the sound had been muted. Only when he has moved on does the suppressed chatter resume, now subdued and cautious. Fear, like an invisible plague, spreads rapidly from him, enveloping the upper region. He is no longer the formidable newcomer who vanquished the Razor. He has now become an extension of the will of the Overlord, a Damocles sword poised above all heads, ready to descend at any moment. The shell has spoken truthfully. He is becoming the most isolated and resented figure within the Iron Fortress. Yet, this is precisely the effect the Overlord desires. A blade requires no allies. It needs only to be sufficiently sharp and fearsome. He returns to his gilded cage, the heavy armored door slowly closing behind him, sealing out all external prying eyes and reverence. He neither rests nor reflects upon the silent slaughter. Instead, he stands silently at the center of the room, retrieving the black data slate in his hand. On the screen, the first name has been crossed out with a crimson line, annotated with the word purified. Now, it is time for the second. Target 2. Slag. Position. Champion gladiator of the lower arena, suspected of having secret ties with the interstellar smuggling syndicate Black Sail, implicated in the trade of prohibited weaponry technology. Slag. A target starkly dissimilar to the bureaucrat, while the bureaucrat is a hidden termite lurking in the shadows. Posing a threat through secrecy, Slag is a ferocious beast standing under the spotlight. Shattered Iron's processor whirs into action, analyzing this new target. The Overlord's South choice to place Slag second is laden with deeper implications than the first. Firstly, it serves as the ultimate test of his combat prowess. To slay an unarmed dispatcher signifies resolve. However, to vanquish a battle-hardened champion who has carved his way through blood and sand demands absolute, overwhelming combat skill. Secondly, it is a test of his capacity to control the situation. Slag is not an isolated individual. He is the totem of the lower arena, an idol for countless struggling foot soldiers and scavengers. In such a place, a crude and brazen public assassination executed in a methodical manner would only incite a massive uprising. It would amount to a sordid and futile attempt at purification. What Megatron desires is not merely the death of Slag, but a death that is justifiable, one that silences all dissent. Furthermore, this serves as a warning to another gray area within the Iron Fortress. The arena stands as a lawless domain, a hub for various underground transactions and intelligence gathering. Slag's connections with the interstellar smuggling syndicate are far from isolated. Megatron aims to harness the spark of Slag to scorch this territory, which has begun to spiral out of control. Just as Scrapiron was deep in contemplation, the communication terminal in his chamber suddenly illuminated. It was the exclusive encrypted communication from Shell. Well done, Scrapiron. Shell's holographic projection materialized on the screen. Seated on a couch crafted from the hide of some colossal beast, deftly toying with a crystalline energy goblet, clean, precise, efficient. You have not disappointed Lord Megatron, nor have you let me down. The data center is now as silent as a grave, and I wager those dispatch officers will refrain from any further indiscretions for the next 100 cycles. His tone brimmed with commendation, reminiscent of a teacher praising his most esteemed pupil. Now, are you prepared to address the next dilemma? Shell swirled his goblet, shifting the conversation. Schlach. Scrapiron spoke the name directly. Indeed, Slag. A mischievous smile curled at the corners of Shell's mouth, a particularly troublesome adversary. He is unlike any foe you have previously encountered. While the Razor seeks speed and finesse, Slag embodies sheer strength and ferocity. He has earned his title as champion through the most primal and bloody battles, relying solely on brute force. His combat style is devoid of any embellishments, driven purely by the most fundamental instinct to kill. He paused, seemingly granting Scrapiron a moment to digest this information. More critically, consider his influence among the lower ranks. Those common soldiers, who struggle daily for meager energy blocks, revere him as a deity. He has demonstrated that even a lowly insect can command respect and wealth through sheer tenacity. Should you dare to lay a finger on him outside the arena, I assure you, you will be torn to shreds by thousands of enraged foot soldiers within a minute. Shell's words reinforced Scrapiron's analysis. He was offering intelligence as an ally while subtly reminding Scrapiron that without him, navigating this perilous path could prove exceedingly difficult. I require his entire dossier. Scrapiron replied coolly. His battle footage, physical data, weapon configurations, as well as his contacts and transaction records with the Black Sail smuggling group. Of course, Shell snapped his fingers, and an encrypted data packet was promptly transmitted through the terminal. As your ally, this is my obligation. The information was comprehensive, sufficient for you to thoroughly study him from armor to spark. However, I must caution you, data is lifeless, while the beasts of the arena are very much alive. What terrifies him most is not his strength, but the reckless ferocity that erupts from him when he teeters on the brink of death. How might I justifiably slay him? The question was posed directly by Iron Shard, striking at the heart of the matter. Upon hearing this, the shell emitted a low chuckle. Astute. You have not disappointed me. You have already conceived that the most effective method to confront a lion in the arena is not to ensnare him with traps on the savannah, but to vanquish him in the very arena where he holds his pride, employing greater strength before the eyes of all spectators, and then to sever his head. A glimmer of excitement and cruelty danced in his eyes. Go forth, Iron Shard. Descend to the lower levels, to the arena we refer to as the Forge. Challenge him in your own way. A death match wagered upon the kindling of fire to the bitter end. Let his blood cleanse his sins. With your victory, proclaim to the entire Iron Fortress that even a champion, in the face of treachery, is but dross awaiting obliteration. The communication was severed. Iron Shard stood before the terminal, silent for a moment. He downloaded detailed information regarding the dross, yet did not peruse it immediately. He turned and made his way to the vast lift leading to the depths of the Iron Fortress. He yearned to witness with his own eyes the world of blood and sand that belonged to the beasts. As the lift descended slowly, the crisp and frigid air of the upper realm was gradually supplanted by a pungent odor of inferior energy liquid, the metallic scent of rust, and a heavy ozone aroma generated by the throngs of bodies pressed together. The environment transformed from polished, orderly, and immaculate to dim, filthy, and chaotic. Exposed energy conduits coiled overhead like massive serpents, occasionally emitting spark from their damaged sections. The walls were adorned with various crude graffiti and faction insignias. Countless ragtag soldiers and scavengers scurried through the narrow corridors like worker ants, their cacophonous shouts, bartering, and mechanical clatter merging into a maddening din. Here lay the true visage of the Iron Fortress, a steel jungle forged from failure, struggle, and primal desire. Iron Shard, clad in pristine black armor exuding power, and radiating an aura that starkly contrasted with this place, a chill belonging to the upper predators, became the focal point of all gazes the moment he appeared. The surrounding mercenaries parted, regarding this outsider with a blend of awe, envy, and hostility. Iron Shard disregarded their stares. Following the map on the terminal, he navigated through several labyrinthine, filthy streets, ultimately arriving before a colossal circular edifice resembling an inverted giant bowl. Here resided the heart of the lower levels of the Iron Fortress, the Forge Arena, a vent for all violence and desire. The entrance loomed like a dark abyss, seemingly capable of devouring all. A deafening chorus of cheers, roars, and the thunderous clash of metal surged forth from within like a tangible wave of sound. The fragments of iron penetrated within, a more potent wave of heat, mingled with blood, an elixir of energy, sweat, the coolant, and a fervent atmosphere surged forth. Within the arena, a colossal, circular grandstand loomed, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of spectators. At this moment, every seat was occupied, as countless foot soldiers and scavengers waved their arms, hoarsely cheering for the bloody combat unfolding before them. In the center of the arena lay a circular platform composed of thick, scarred metal grating. Beneath it, an abyssal furnace blazed with ferocious flames. Two burly gladiators engaged in the most primal and savage of battles upon this platform. Their armor lay in tatters, energy liquid cascading from them like raindrops. Yet each strike was executed with reckless abandon. Ultimately, one gladiator seized the opportunity, using sheer brute force to shatter his opponent's arm, then delivering a crushing blow that obliterated his skull. With a deafening roar akin to that of a beast, the victor raised his bloodied fist in triumph. The entire arena erupted in a cacophony of cheers that threatened to topple the very dome above. The corpse of the vanquished was callously kicked from the platform, plummeting into the seething furnace below, dissipating into a wisp of smoke. This was the law of the furnace arena. No ties, only life or death. The gaze of the fragments of iron did not linger on the battle. His blue eye, akin to a radar, scanned the entirety of the arena, ultimately fixing upon a target in a semi-enclosed luxury box situated at the highest point of the grandstand, affording the best view. There, a figure reclined languidly upon a massive sofa crafted from the hide of some alien behemoth. His size surpassed even that of the gladiators in the arena, and his bronze armor bore numerous grotesque scars, each a testament to victory. His arms had been transformed into colossal, hammer-like metal fists, the tips still stained with the remnants of dried, dark red energy liquid. He was known as Slag. At this moment, he was encircled by a throng of scantily clad female transformers and sycophantic attendants. One hand held a massive goblet brimming with high-purity energy liquid, while the other roamed freely over the form of a nearby female transformer, punctuated by bouts of boisterous and unrestrained laughter. He reveled in the glory of a victor, basking in the adoration of all, reminiscent of a sovereign reigning over this bloody dominion. The fragments of iron commenced his advance, eschewing the conventional pathways for spectators. He strode directly from the grandstand, step by deliberate step, towards the platform of the arena. His presence immediately incited a commotion. Hey, who is that guy? What does he want? Look at his armor. He must be someone important from above. Is he trying to cut in line? Get lost. Some nearby foot soldiers attempted to impede his progress, hurling malicious insults his way. Yet, the fragments of iron paid them no heed, continuing steadfastly forward. Any attempt by the minions to approach him was thwarted by an invisible, frigid aura of death emanating from his being. They felt as though they were not facing a mere transformer, but rather a mobile singularity of absolute zero, an embodiment of death itself. He traversed the throng, descended from the stands, and ultimately set foot upon the bloodstained metallic grating platform, still imbued with the energies of both victors and vanquished. His presence rendered the cacophony of the arena a hushed silence. The gladiator who had just claimed victory, poised to bask in the adulation of the crowd, found every gaze fixated upon this uninvited guest. He felt a surge of offended rage, roaring as he charged at the one known as Scrapiron. You wretched scum from above. This is no place for you. Get out. Yet, before he could finish his tirade, Scrapiron did not even cast him a glance. He merely swung his dark right arm nonchalantly. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed. The robust victor was sent flying as though struck by a speeding interstellar train, his body tracing a parabolic arc before plummeting once more into the seething inferno below. Instant annihilation. The arena succumbed to a deathly silence, with tens of thousands of spectators regarding the figure at the center, a dark silhouette resembling a demonic deity, with expressions of sheer disbelief. At that moment, Scrapiron slowly raised his head, directing his cold, mismatched eyes toward the highest box where the figure of Slag resided. The smile upon Slag's face had long since frozen. He shoved aside his female companion and rose to his full height, a colossal presence that nearly filled the confines of the box. His murky, savage eyes fixated on Scrapiron below, brimming with a feral mixture of provocation and wrath. Who are you? Slag's voice reverberated through the arena's sound system like rolling thunder. You dare invade my territory and slay my men? Have you come to seek your demise? Scrapiron offered no reply to his inquiry. Instead, he raised his hand, brandishing a black data slate adorned with pulsating purple energy patterns, an emblem of the will of Megatron, the Decepticon leader. Slag, he intoned, his voice, though quiet, resonated with icy clarity in every ear. In the name of Megatron, the supreme leader of the Decepticons, I hereby declare your crime a betrayal according to the Purification Protocol. His words detonated like a deep water bomb in the still surface of a lake. The arena erupted in uproar. Now, I present you with an opportunity, Scrapiron continued, disregarding the surrounding tumult, his gaze piercing like twin swords into Slag's very soul. Die like a warrior, not like a traitor condemned to execution. Come down, face me in a battle, a death match wagered on your sins and my glory. His voice reverberated throughout the vast arena. Arrogant, defiant, and imbued with an unmistakable tone of command befitting a superior, the face of Slag, the mask, instantly flushed to a shade reminiscent of liver. He had never endured such humiliation. A sudden officer, emerging from the shadows, dared to pronounce his guilt before the thousands of admirers gathered before him and issued a challenge to his very existence. He understood that retreat was no longer an option. Should he refuse today, he would transform from a celebrated champion into a pitiful coward, too afraid to confront even the purification protocols. Very well. He managed to spit out a few words through clenched teeth, his immense metallic fists creaking with fury. Shattered Iron, I accept your challenge. Before all, I shall reduce your splendid black armor and your very spark to dust. Let be known, in the furnace, who the true master is. With a mighty leap, his colossal form plummeted like a meteor from the heights of the VIP box. Boom! He landed heavily at the far end of the platform, the entire metallic grating groaning under the tremendous impact of his descent. The two apex beasts finally stood upon the same stage. After a brief, breathless silence, the arena erupted into a frenzy of fervent, hysterical cheers and roars, more fervent than any prior occasion. What they were about to witness was not merely an ordinary bout, but an unprecedented bloodbath, personally sanctioned by the highest leader of the Decepticons, a spectacle of execution for the champion. Chapter 21. The Dusk of the Champion. At this moment, the furnace arena reached the most fervent boiling point since its inception. Thousands of foot soldiers and scavengers, struggling at the base of the iron fortress, poured all their dissatisfaction, repression, and thirst for violence into this deafening cacophony of cheers and roars. They cared not for the distinctions of justice or evil. They yearned solely to witness the most primal and sanguinary clash. Their champion, Slag, would wield his indomitable iron fist to defend the dignity of the lower realms, reducing the audacious officer from above to mere scrap metal. Upon the main combat platform, two titanic steel deities faced each other, generating a palpable tension of contrasting auras. Slag resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption. His bronze-hued, massive form sank slightly, muscles swelling beneath his armor, while the circuits in his hammer-like fists flickered with a blinding crimson light due to the energy activated by his rage. With each breath, it seemed he inhaled half the arena's air, exhaling it as scalding steam through his vents. In his eyes burned the ferocity of a provoked beast. Conversely, Shattered Iron stood like a shard of absolute zero eyes from the cosmos. He remained motionless, his sleek and powerful black armor seemingly capable of absorbing all surrounding light and warmth. He did not adopt any combat stance. He merely stood there naturally. Yet, the frigid and sharp aura emanating from him enveloped the surroundings, creating an invisible realm that deterred all who dared approach. His mismatched eyes gazed calmly at his ferocious opponent, akin to an anatomist scrutinizing a specimen destined for the operating table. With a ferocious roar, it was the molten Slag who struck first. There was no hint of hesitation, no superfluous technique employed. His colossal frame erupted with an explosive force that belied his size. The sturdy metallic grating beneath him groaned under the immense weight of his footfalls, even sinking several inches under his might. He charged forward like a rampaging behemoth, propelled by an unstoppable momentum, launching the most savage, direct assault upon Shattered Iron. His enormous metallic fist carved a heavy arc through the air, accompanied by a mournful whistle, hurtling straight towards Shattered Iron's face. This blow could have reduced a small interstellar vessel's bridge and its pilot to mere pulp. Yet, in the face of such a potentially cataclysmic strike, Shattered Iron's reaction astonished all observers. He did not attempt to block, retaliate, or even retreat. At the very moment the titanic fist was about to make contact with his visor, he slid to the left with an almost imperceptible, astonishingly acute angle. Just one step. That single motion allowed the unyielding iron fist of molten Slag to brush past his shoulder plate, whistling through the air. The ferocious wind generated by the punch compressed the air behind him into a visible ripple. Boom! The missed iron fist crashed heavily onto the platform behind Shattered Iron, creating a thunderous sound and showering sparks, as the ultra-durable alloy grating was brutally dented into a vast, twisted crater. With the first blow gone astray, molten Slag's fury intensified. Without a moment's pause, he engaged his core, unleashing another iron fist like a cannonball, sweeping towards Shattered Iron's midsection. Yet, Shattered Iron still did not brace for impact. His feet glided as if equipped with the most advanced magnetic levitation devices, flowing back half a meter with a graceful fluidity, narrowly evading this lethal strike once again. Clang, clang, boom, bang. For the ensuing half-minute, The entire arena transformed into a frenzied spectacle solely orchestrated by molten slag. His hammer-like fists rained down like a meteor shower, relentlessly pummeling shattered iron from all directions. He charged, swept, and descended from above. Each strike contained a terrifying power capable of obliterating an ordinary warrior. Under his relentless assault, the main battle platform became pockmarked and utterly ravaged. Meanwhile, shattered iron moved like a solitary black feather amidst the tempest, deftly maneuvering through the lethal shadows of the fists. Every evasion appeared remarkably composed, impeccably timed. Not a single extraneous motion was made, nor an ounce of energy wasted. It seemed as though he were not engaged in a life-and-death struggle, but rather performing an elegant and precise dance in his own backyard. The deafening cheers from the arena gradually subsided. Tens of thousands of spectators gazed at the scene with a look of bewilderment. What was that fellow doing? Why was he not fighting back? Was he toying with the champion? This was inconceivable. Crush him. Don't let him flit about like a fly. The lower-tier combatants failed to comprehend this mode of fighting. In their world, battle ought to be a visceral clash, a collision of steel against steel. The evasive tactics of the fractured iron appeared to them as a display of cowardice, a humiliation. Yet, what they could not perceive was that beneath that cold mask, the blue eye of the fractured iron was whirring at a terrifying pace. In his vision, the furious figure of the molten slag was dissected into countless data frames. Each angle of his punches, the contraction amplitude of muscle fibers, the output power of his energy core, even the accelerated heat dissipation due to his fury, all transformed into a cold, quantifiable data stream, merging into his processor akin to a supercomputer. Target, molten slag. Current status, enraged. Attack mode analysis, recorded 7 attack combinations including Titan Charge, Earth-Shattering Strike, and Windmill Barrage. The attack patterns are singular, primarily relying on brute force suppression, lacking variability. Vulnerability scan. Right knee joint exhibits chronic damage, with a hydraulic system pressure delay of 0.2 seconds during high-intensity turns. The left shoulder armor connection, previously cleaved by an energy axe, has structural integrity below the average by 37. The core heat dissipation vent is located along the central axis of the back, presenting a weak defense. In his eyes, the molten slag was no longer a ferocious beast, but rather an antiquated, flawed war machine, clumsily following a fixed program to attack. Now, data collection was complete. Would you merely skulk about like a timid reptile? The molten slag let out a thunderous roar, his relentless assaults draining both his energy and patience. He crashed his fists together, erupting in a blinding spark of electricity, charging once more at the fractured iron. But this time, the fractured iron did not evade. He moved. At the very moment the molten slag's iron fist was about to connect, his shadowy figure suddenly dipped, slipping beneath the massive form of the molten slag like a wraith. With a flash, a beam of icy blue light silently emerged from his right arm. The high-frequency vibrating particle blade. The fractured iron's target was not the molten slag's formidable chest armor, nor his solid head, but rather the chronically damaged right knee joint, which would experience an instantaneous delay during turns. A soft sound, akin to a blade slicing through leather, echoed as the strike landed. The particle blade, with its high-velocity, vibrating edge, sliced through the armor of the molten slag's right knee with precision and ease, penetrating deeply and severing several crucial hydraulic lines responsible for movement and support in an instant. What? The molten slag felt his right leg weaken. A piercing agony and a sense of helplessness surged through him. The momentum of his advance, once formidable, abruptly lost its balance. His massive form stumbled forward uncontrollably. The counterattack commenced. The iron shard struck decisively, without hesitation. Like a relentless parasite, he clung to the flailing body of the molten slag. The armor on his left arm shattered like petals, revealing the barrel of a meticulously crafted hummingbird pulse gun. Tot. A rapid succession of brilliant energy pulses accurately targeted the core heat exhaust port on the molten slag's back. Boom, boom. Though the energy pulses lacked great power, they instantaneously ignited the intense heat energy accumulated at the exhaust port. 2 small explosions erupted on the molten slag's back, charring the armor and releasing plumes of thick black smoke. The molten slag let out a pained roar. He attempted to turn and retaliate, but his severed right leg refused to obey, leaving him to awkwardly pivot in place. His once mighty battering ram fist could barely graze his opponent's hem. The iron shard, like the most ruthless of hunters, circled around his injured, cumbersome prey, executing a merciless, scalpel-like dissection. His figure flashed beside the molten slag, using the particle blade to carve a deep, bone-exposing wound into the flawed structure of his left shoulder. He reappeared behind him, targeting the exposed energy lines with his pulse gun, splattering streams of energy fluid. The entire arena fell into an eerie silence. Tens of thousands of spectators stared, dumbfounded, at the astonishing scene before them. Their champion, their deity, the invincible molten slag in the arena, was now being dissected with elegance and cruelty by the dark figure. Like a bear toyed with by a mischievous child, utterly defenseless. This was not a battle. It was a one-sided execution, replete with technical prowess and artistry. No, it was impossible. The molten slag gasped for breath. Black coolant and red energy fluid flowed from dozens of wounds on his body, pooling into a filthy mess on the platform beneath him. His processor, overheating and damaged, began to display a multitude of error codes. He finally realized that he was not facing an ordinary upper echelon figure. This was a true war demon, born for slaughter. Fear, like a chilling venom, injected itself for the first time into the core of this champion. He knew he was going to die. He could not allow himself to be executed in such a pitiful manner. I will kill you. In the face of death's brink, the primal, reckless fury known as the wild surged forth at last, erupting uncontrollably. The molten slag relinquished all defenses, allowing the shards of iron to carve a gaping wound into his waist. With the last remnants of his well-preserved left leg as an axis, he spun violently, unfurling his immense iron fists, stained with his own blood, not for the purpose of attack, but for a fervent embrace. With the final vestiges of his strength, he aimed to ensnare the fragments of iron, dragging them down into the seething furnace below the platform, seeking mutual destruction. This sudden, utterly illogical act of madness transcended the expectations of the shards of iron. He was seized in an unyielding grip. A torrent of terror, akin to a cataclysmic avalanche, emanated from the molten slag. The fragments felt as though their body was caught between two colossal mountains converging, their alloyed skeleton emitting a chilling, teeth-gritting groan. Let us descend into hell together. A grotesque and frenzied smile spread across the molten slag's face as he trudged, step by step, heavily toward the edge of the platform. Below was a roiling inferno, capable of melting anything in its path. The searing waves of heat assaulted him, distorting the very air around him. The spectators in the arena erupted once more into thunderous cheers. To them, their champion was poised to meet his demise in the most tragic and valiant manner, taking his foe with him. Warning: structural integrity under excessive pressure. Continuously diminishing integrity. Warning: high-intensity heat source detected. Temperature exceeds the threshold of structural endurance. The system interface of the fragments was inundated with red alerts. He attempted to break free, but the frenzied power of the molten slag, teetering on the brink of death and ablaze with fervor, momentarily rendered him incapable of escape. He was drawn to the precipice of the platform, half a foot dangling in the air. Now is the moment. In the icy depths of his eyes, there was no trace of panic. A thought surged within him. Upon his left arm, the three profound energy engravings, etched by a wrench, glimmered. The second engraving, symbolizing retribution, ignited with a blinding, blood-red radiance. Energy overload retribution. Engage. A resounding hum reverberated as a torrent of energy, magnified several-fold, surged forth from his core, circumventing all conventional pathways, flooding into every nook of his being like a volcanic eruption. In an instant, his strength surged by 150. A low, guttural roar erupted from him, not resembling anything a creature could produce. His arms, once firmly bound, suddenly expanded outward with ferocity. Crack! Crack! The piercing sound of bones fracturing echoed, sending shivers down the spine. The colossal arms of the molten slag, once the source of his countless glories and victories, were brutally shattered from within by the fragments of iron. No! The frenzied smile on the molten slag's face froze instantly, morphing into an expression of utter disbelief and horror. The light in his eyes dimmed swiftly, akin to a candle flame buffeted by a tempest. His final bastion, the strength he once held in pride, was utterly shattered in a manner more brutal and unreasonable than before. The fragments of iron broke free from their shackles. His obsidian form emitted searing steam due to energy overload, with 3 crimson energy lines coursing along his left arm, reminiscent of a demon's brand. He extended his hands, grasping the neck of the molten being, lifting its massive, utterly defenseless body high above his head. Like a triumphant monarch, he showcased the shattered remnants of a once revered totem to the entire Colosseum. The arena fell into a profound silence. Tens of thousands of spectators gazed at the dark figure on the platform with eyes that mirrored those of deities or demons. In that moment, all their fervor, faith, and hope were completely obliterated. The traitor must be purified by flames. With a chilling voice, the fragment of iron pronounced the final verdict. Then, he released his grip. The immense body of the molten being, akin to a discarded, broken puppet, silently and slowly descended into the roaring furnace below the platform. There were no screams, no struggles, only a wisp of blue smoke rising gently. The champion had fallen. Standing at the center of the platform, the fragment of iron was enveloped in rising steam, intertwining with the blue smoke billowing from the furnace. He slowly raised his hand, lifting the black data panel high once more. The purification was complete. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly within every audio receiver, akin to a final judgment. Then, he turned, striding steadily along the path from whence he came. As he passed, the crowd parted in silent reverence, like the Red Sea before Moses, creating a fear-paved route leading to the upper world. The blade thirsted for blood, instilling dread throughout the city. And on the list remained but one final, most enigmatic name. Chapter 22. The silent echo as the fragment of iron turned it apart. The immense Colosseum behind him, resembling the ribcage of a colossal beast, did not return to tranquility with the battle's conclusion. Quite the opposite, it succumbed to a suffocating silence, more oppressive than the most fervent cheers. Tens of thousands of once-adoring soldiers and scavengers, akin to puppets with severed vocal cords, stared vacantly at the distant dark silhouette. Their faith, along with the body of their champion, consumed by flames, transformed into the rising blue smoke, dissipating into the furnace's tainted air. Fear, a sentiment more pure and profound than worship, took hold. The shattered iron executed an indisputable and overwhelming punishment, injecting the most primal of emotions into every corner of the lower levels of the iron fortress like a pervasive virus. As he traversed the area, the crowd parted silently like the tide, averting their gazes from his strikingly dissimilar eyes, as if even a fleeting glance could freeze their own embers in the frigid darkness. The once loud streets, rife with curses and transactions, now lay silent, save for the rhythmic, metallic clattering of shattered iron's steadfast footsteps. This sound became the sole representation of absolute authority in the depths of the iron fortress at that moment. However, beneath this frigid and formidable exterior, shattered iron's internal systems were undergoing unprecedented trials. Warning: Level 2 energy overload punishment has concluded. Main energy conduit is entering mandatory cooling phase. Current energy output efficiency, 68. Estimated duration, 315 seconds. Warning: multiple joints of the body are experiencing excessive metal fatigue. Core temperature remains above warning threshold. Immediate maintenance and cooling are advised. The wrench did not lie. The force of the punishment was devastating, yet its cost was equally immense. A searing pain, akin to the threat of melting internal circuitry, spread from the depths of his core to every corner of his being. He felt like an engine that had just completed an extreme sprint, each component crying out in exhaustion. Yet he could not pause, nor could he exhibit a hint of weakness, for he knew that along the path paved with fear, countless pairs of eyes, concealed in shadows, watched him like ravenous hyenas, fearful yet eagerly anticipating the moment of his downfall. The blade, while slaying others, also wore itself down, and once it dulled, only abandonment and destruction awaited. He forcefully suppressed all system warnings, maintaining his unchanging and cold demeanor as he ascended the platform leading to the upper world, vanishing from the sight of all below. As the heavy gate closed behind him, sealing off the tainted air and myriad complex gazes of the lower levels, Shattered Iron finally permitted himself a moment of barely perceptible relaxation. Leaning against the frigid metal wall, scalding steam escaped through the seams of his armor, enveloping the confined space in a white, searing mist. Within this weary steel shell, the essence of his human soul, Lin Mo felt the frailty and trepidation of having survived a near brush with death. The embrace with the molten remnants, a final act of mutual destruction, marked the closest he had come to true mortality since his rebirth. Yet, the absolute rationality of Shattered Iron's unyielding will coldly analyze the battle that had just transpired. The application of punishment had been rather crude. The moment of explosive power had inflicted a burden on the body that exceeded expectations. Next time, the outbreak must be contained within a mere 15 seconds and prior to the eruption. The energy supply to the non-combat zones should be minimized to ensure the stability of the core systems. He scrutinized his every misstep like the most stringent examiner, transforming all experiences and lessons into cold data, which he meticulously stored within the core processor. Upon returning to the frigid lair of Sector 7, he did not immediately proceed to the energy replenishment station. Instead, he made his way to the small maintenance platform first. He initiated the diagnostic program, a series of azure beams scanning his form from head to toe. The screen displayed a three-dimensional schematic of his body, marred by a plethora of yellow and red markings, signifying warnings and damages. The wrench was indeed correct. Gazing at the alarming diagnostic report, he murmured to himself, "This body is ultimately just a tool. Each extreme utilization accelerates its obsolescence." He retrieved the spare parts and high-density repair gel given to him by the wrench from the storage compartment and commenced self-maintenance. Like the most skilled surgeon, he dismantled the overheated armor, replacing the subtly cracked drive bearings caused by overload, filling the dents made by molten debris with the repair gel. While he engaged in physical repairs, his mind remained unceasingly active. He called up the black data slate. On the screen, the second name, Slag, had already been crossed out with a crimson line. Now, only one remained. Target 3. Echo, position, Decepticon Communications Division, Senior Communications Officer. Suspicions, data encryption, insufficient clearance. This name pierced through the very core of Ironclad's logic like an invisible thorn. The rhythm was the hidden pest, striking silently, slicing through the chaos. Slag was the beast in plain sight, publicly executed with absolute force. Yet Echo was entirely different. His position as Senior Communications Officer implied he was concealed within the most fortified and highly classified military sectors of the Iron Fortress. The fact that his suspicions were encrypted by Megatron himself, inaccessible even to Ironclad as the executor, underscored the gravity and sensitivity of the issue, transcending mere betrayal. This was no simple cleansing. It resembled a complex surgical operation deep within the enemy's heart. Any misstep could detonate the entire communications command center, potentially implicating Ironclad in a grave offense against military strongholds. Ironclad understood that he required intelligence, more profound and central than the public data provided by Shell. He needed to ascertain what Echo had done to warrant such caution for Megatron. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately approached the communications terminal. Contacting Megatron to inquire about the secrets the king wished to keep hidden would be a foolish act of self-sabotage. Instead, he reached out to Shell. The holographic projection illuminated, and the familiar face of Shell, always adorned with a playful smile, reappeared. This time, his backdrop was not a lavish abode, but rather a holographic training room simulating the cosmos. He appeared to have just concluded an intense session of training. "Well done, Shattered Iron," he remarked candidly, his tone laced with genuine, heartfelt praise as he executed their champion before the eyes of thousands of foot soldiers. "Now, your legend circulates throughout the lower ranks. They no longer refer to you as the assault officer. Instead, you're dubbed the champion butcher, the Black Grim Reaper of Megatron. You have successfully etched fear into the very core of their embers. I require intelligence regarding Echo," Shattered Iron interjected, cutting straight to the point. The smile on Shell's face faltered momentarily, only to deepen with intrigue. He appreciated Shattered Iron's directness and unadulterated efficiency. "I knew you would seek me out," he remarked, wiping the cooling fluid from his forehead. "Echo is a nuisance, an inconvenience far greater than both Step and Slag combined. You cannot infiltrate and assassinate him as you did with Step, for the security systems of the communication center are directly linked to Lord Soundwave's central brain. Any unauthorized physical intrusion will trigger the highest alarm within 5 seconds. Nor can you openly challenge him as you did with Slag, for he never departs from his shell. He is a specter, a ghost that exists solely within the data streams." "What are his suspicions?" Shattered Iron inquired. Shell paused for a moment, a flicker of seriousness crossing his hawk-like eyes, one that even he found troublesome. "I do not possess all the details. However, through my own channels, I have uncovered some intriguing leads." He lowered his voice. "Echo seems to have attempted to contact a long-vanished third-party neutral organization known as the Council of Truth." The Council of Truth? The name was unfamiliar to Shattered Iron. An ancient organization comprised of a cadre of mad scientists and idealistic philosophers. They do not align with the Decepticons, nor with the Autobots. They believe our war is a senseless self-destruction, a chronic suicide of Cybertronian civilization. They are dedicated to seeking and preserving the lost ultimate truths that could potentially end the war. Shell's tone was rife with disdain for such naive notions. Long ago, both Lord Megatron and Optimus Prime had attempted to either recruit or obliterate them, yet they persisted like a swarm of indomitable cockroaches, always managing to conceal themselves within some corner of the cosmos. It seems Echo intercepted information that he deemed capable of concluding the war and was attempting to relay this intelligence to that elusive council. Shattered Iron's processor whirred rapidly. A high-ranking communicator, an idealist who believes in the possibility of ending the war, a mysterious piece of intelligence. These clues, like shards, began to coalesce within his mind. He sensed a profound connection between this matter and the Chimera project he had brought back. How can I find him? Shattered Iron asked. You cannot find him. Shell shook his head, but he will come seeking you. What do you mean? Echo is an idealist, yet not a fool. He is acutely aware that the intelligence he seeks to convey will inevitably draw the attention of Lord Megatron. What he lacks is an opportunity, one that would allow him to circumvent conventional surveillance and engage in a high-bandwidth, long-range encrypted communication. In the depths of Shell's eyes gleams the fierce glint of a hunter, and you, Scrapiron, represent that opportunity. Lord Megatron has elevated you to the rank of third-class assault officer, granting you the highest authority over the purification protocol. This development is enough to send tremors throughout the Iron Fortress. It is only natural for a senior communicator to desire to unravel the intricacies of this matter. He will undoubtedly exploit his position to monitor your communications, analyze your movements, and attempt to glean Lord Megatron's next steps from you. Are you suggesting that I serve as bait? Precisely, Shell affirmed, likening himself to a fish concealed deep within the ocean of data. You, however, are the unique lure bearing the intelligence he covets most. Your task is not to fish him out of the sea, but rather to nonchalantly dangle the bait in the waters where he might surface, then patiently await his capture. The communication faltered once more. Scrapiron stood at the center of the room, ensnared in prolonged contemplation. To use oneself as bait is an exceedingly perilous scheme. It means exposing himself entirely to a top-tier intelligence expert, one who is aware of the shadows lurking in the light. Each of his communications, every data exchange, even this conversation with Shell, could very well be under scrutiny. Yet, this remains the only viable course of action. He approached his data terminal, meticulously devising an audacious and comprehensive plan. First, he submitted a requisition report for standard equipment for assault officers to the logistics department of the Iron Fortress. In the report, he requested a complete set of brand-new, military-grade encrypted communication devices, justifying it as necessary for the execution of classified missions. This request was entirely reasonable. It is perfectly normal for a newly promoted officer tasked with the highest levels of secrecy to seek an upgrade in communication equipment. Upon seeing the insignia that denoted his supreme authority, the logistics department dared not delay, promptly approving his application. Before long, a pristine communication terminal, exuding a robust military aesthetic and featuring an independent quantum encryption module, was delivered to his quarters. This served as the first hook he cast. He was confident that Echo would take a keen interest in this new device, employing every means at his disposal to decode or monitor it in pursuit of Scrapiron's confidential mission details. Next, Scrapiron set his second plan into motion. He seated himself before the brand-new communication terminal and inhaled deeply. Then, he established a highly encrypted point-to-point communication request, targeting a name that would astonish anyone who beheld it: Wrench. He intended to reach out to the mysterious craftsman who had given him a new lease on life, residing in the depths of the Iron Fortress. At the moment the communication request was dispatched, Iron Shard heightened all his senses to their utmost limit. His blue right eye whirled in a frenzy, meticulously monitoring every bit of data he transmitted. He could perceive the encrypted data stream, akin to a stealthy torpedo navigating through the dark cosmos, traversing the intricate layers of Iron Fortress' internal network. Just as it was about to reach the workshop hidden at the end of the third maintenance passage, Iron Shard's right eye detected an exceedingly faint anomaly, nearly imperceptible. A foreign, ghost-like data stream, resembling a silent parasite, quietly latched onto his communication request. It made no attempt to decipher or intercept. It merely sought to hitch a ride along this line to discover who or what lay at the other end. He was hooked. Iron Shard's heart stirred not in the slightest. He remained unperturbed, feigning ignorance. The connection was established. The image of Wrench, his face adorned with an array of intricate lenses, appeared on the holographic screen. He seemed to be engaged in a complex task, sparks flying in the background. Upon seeing Iron Shard, Wrench expressed surprise. Using such a high-level encrypted communication to reach me, what have you done to turn yourself into a heap of scrap? I require your assistance, Wrench. Iron Shard's voice was deliberately subdued, creating an atmosphere of confidentiality and tension. What assistance? Wrench retorted, let us be clear. I'm quite busy and have no time to patch up your superficial wounds. This is not about repairs. Iron Shard replied slowly. I need your help to decrypt something. As he spoke, he placed a blank data pad onto the terminal's reader. He began inputting a series of seemingly erratic symbols, yet imbued with a mysterious rhythm, ancient Cybertronian hieroglyphs. These characters were the remnants of data he had forcibly committed to memory from a chip detailing the Chimera project. At the moment Wrench beheld these symbols, his blue, bead-like eyes widened, all casual demeanor vanishing without a trace. In its place surged the fervent greed of a master craftsman encountering an unparalleled treasure. These are the primordial runes of creation. Where did you acquire this? Do not inquire about its origin. Iron Shard coldly interrupted. I ask only if you can decrypt it. I need to know what lies hidden within. Yes, of course I can. Wrench exclaimed, nearly leaping in excitement. Give me time. Iron Shard, grant me sufficient time and energy. I assure you, I will unveil this damn veil. This shall be the greatest masterpiece of my life. Excellent. Stay in touch. With that, Iron Shard decisively severed the communication. He sat quietly before the terminal, resembling the most patient of hunters, awaiting the next move from the fish that had already taken the bait. He knew Echo had surely witnessed everything that transpired moments ago. The creation runes, imbued with an air of mystery and taboo, present an irresistible temptation for an idealist in pursuit of ultimate truth. Such a seeker would undoubtedly employ every conceivable means to acquire further intelligence regarding these enigmatic symbols. And thus, the path laid out by the enigmatic figure of Iron Shard leads to a trap of death. Echoes of your voice have reached my ears. Now it is your turn to listen to mine. Chapter 23. The Silent Hook in the Command Center of the Iron Fortress. A realm distinct from the sordid chaos of the lower world and the sanguine opulence of the upper elite, lies the very nerve center of this steel bastion. Here, the air is devoid of the acrid scent of oil or the sweet aroma of energy fluid. Instead, it is filled with the ceaseless hum of countless server fans, reminiscent of the relentless tide and the taste of ionized purity that has undergone triple filtration. Numerous streams of ghostly blue data flow silently across the holographic screen walls encircling the circular hall, converging, diverging, encrypting, and dispatching information to every corner of the Decepticon interstellar empire. There exists no clamor, no conflict, only an absolute, suffocating order and efficiency. At the heart of the hall, within a hemispherical workstation enveloped by an independent energy shield, a slender figure hovers quietly amidst the data streams. This is Echo. His form is cloaked in a subdued, matte gray that seems to absorb light. Unlike the warriors who seek power and intimidation, he bears no grotesque weaponry or heavy armor. Instead, his body is adorned with intricate data interfaces and high-frequency sensors akin to a sophisticated circuit board. His face is a smooth, featureless black display, currently awash with rapidly flickering lines of complex, encrypted code, indecipherable to the average observer. He exists as a ghost in this ocean of data, a being born solely for the pursuit of information. Just moments ago, his surveillance protocol, which sprawls like a web throughout the internal network of the Iron Fortress, detected an exceedingly faint yet tantalizing anomaly, a communication request of kingly encryption emanating from the lair of the newly appointed assault officer, Iron Shard, in Sector 7. This alone warranted his vigilance. Why would a butcher, recently ascended from the depths, possess and utilize such a high level of encrypted communication? Who was he attempting to contact? Fueled by curiosity and caution, Echo refrained from resorting to brute force, which would inevitably trigger an alarm. Instead, he deployed a parasitic protocol of his own design, one that had never been discovered by another, to silently attach a nearly imperceptible stream of surveillance data to that communication request, akin to boarding a spectral train on a favorable wind. Then he beheld it. He glimpsed the other end of the communication, revealing the legendary, mad genius artisan known as Wrench, who is rumored to dwell in the deepest recesses of the Iron Fortress. More importantly, he beheld the array of ancient Cybertronian hieroglyphs displayed before the Wrench, forged from shards of iron. As those runes, imbued with an enigmatic geometric beauty and seemingly containing the primordial mysteries of the universe, manifested before him, Echo felt the core of his spark ignite in an instant. As the foremost communications expert and historian among the Decepticons, he comprehended better than anyone the significance of these runes. They were not mere characters. They were fragments of the fabled creation code, meticulously inscribed by the primal Primus himself, which constituted the foundational logic of the entire Cybertronian realm. These runes held the ultimate truth capable of unraveling the origins of life and ending the ceaseless wars. For eons, countless philosophers, scientists, An idealist like him had ardently sought these law symbols, hoping to discover a means to rescue their civilization from the brink of self-destruction. Yet, they had long since vanished into the annals of history, leaving only vague and elusive legends behind. Now, astonishingly, these fragments of legend had surfaced in the hands of a newly ascended butcher, notorious for his brutality and bloodshed. Grant me time, Iron Shard. Grant me ample time and energy. I assure you, I shall unveil this accursed veil. This will be the crowning achievement of my existence. As the fervent, almost frenzied roar of the wrench echoed through the communication channel, Echo's processor word at an unprecedented pace. Was this a trap? His initial instinct was one of caution. How could Iron Shard, a newly minted executioner who had risen through a blood-soaked ascent, suddenly take an interest in these ethereal creation runes? This was entirely incongruent with his behavioral logic. It was highly probable that this was a meticulously crafted phishing trap aimed at him, possibly even designed by the Shell or by Megatron himself. But what if? What if these runes were indeed authentic? In the core of Echo's logical center, two voices clashed in a frenzied battle. The rational voice urged him to immediately sever surveillance and erase all records, as if nothing had transpired. This was a vortex imbued with the stench of death, one he could not afford to confront. Yet another voice, one that emanated from the deepest recesses of his spark, belonging to the idealist within, screamed in fervor. Those were the creation runes, the sole hope that could potentially end this senseless conflict that had persisted for millions of years. It was for this ideal that he had dared to bear the stigma of a traitor, attempting to reach out to that elusive counsel of truth. Should he miss this opportunity out of fear, he would never forgive himself. Ultimately, idealism triumphed over reason. Or rather, the yearning for ultimate truth overcame the terror of death. Risk and reward coexisted. Echo calmly analyzed within his thought channel that Iron Shard's actions were indeed fraught with contradictions. Yet, it was precisely this contradiction that rendered the situation genuinely plausible. He summoned all publicly available information on Iron Shard. From a scavenger struggling amidst a heap of scrap metal to evolving into a novice warrior, and ultimately daringly infiltrating the tomb of the apostles. He executed a cleansing with thunderous resolve, eliminating the molten remnants. The contemplation of a warrior reborn from the debris captured a pivotal insight. His evolution was shrouded in enigma. Perhaps it was precisely due to an unspoken metamorphosis that he developed an intrigue for the essence of life itself, which may elucidate his motivations. He felt the necessity to validate his suspicions. He sought additional intelligence to discern whether this was a trap or an extraordinary opportunity. Echo refrained from any overt surveillance, aware that the new communication terminals of Shattered Iron were of military caliber, and persistent probing would inevitably unveil his presence. Like a true specter, he minimized his presence, opting instead to weave an invisible net from the periphery. He infiltrated the training ground management system of Iron Fortress, where he witnessed the overwhelming combat footage between Shattered Iron and Razor. His attention was wholly captivated by Shattered Iron's unique blue cybernetic eye, which operated in a manner unlike any known Decepticon standard eye. It resembled an independent, ultra-high-frequency data analysis and prediction unit. Further, he breached the logistics department's requisition records and discovered that upon returning from the abandoned city, Shattered Iron had claimed a substantial quantity of high-density repair gel and neural bundle connection fluid, intended for the restoration of unknown energy damage. He had sustained grave injuries, teetering on the brink of death, only to be reborn. Clues, like scattered pearls, were meticulously strung together by Echo, forming a vague yet logically coherent image within his processor. It became evident that Shattered Iron had likely encountered a crisis in the Tomb of the Apostles that was potentially lethal. However, by a stroke of fate, he encountered a higher echelon of ancient technology related to creation, the Chimera Project, and thus attained a new lease on life. That blue cybernetic eye, along with the creation runes, were likely remnants he had brought forth from that encounter. His urgency to decipher the wrench was rooted in his desire to understand precisely what had transpired within him. This hypothesis, though audacious, perfectly accounted for all of Shattered Iron's aberrant behaviors. Echo resolved to engage with Shattered Iron, but recognized that conventional methods were inadvisable. Direct communication would be intercepted, and physical contact would be akin to courting death. He needed to forge an absolutely secure dialogue space, one that existed deep within the ocean of data, impervious even to sound waves. Such a task would be insurmountable for others, yet for Echo, it was his forte. He commenced his endeavor, directing his focus not on attacking the main server of Iron Fortress, a suicidal endeavor, but rather on those forsaken. forgotten data graveyards lingering at the fringes of the networked world. He resembled a patient archaeologist, meticulously sifting through an ocean of worthless data and redundant code to unearth the fragments still ripe for utilization. Cloaked in the guise of a long-defunct maintenance robot, he secured a temporary cloud space for data backup. Subsequently, he employed expired encryption keys pilfered from 3 different departments to establish the initial layer of protection for this space. Following this, he enveloped the entire area with a stream of chaotic white noise data, simulating cosmic background radiation, serving as a second layer of disguise. Upon completing these intricate preparations, he implanted his most esteemed creation, the Echo Protocol, within. This protocol ensured that any data entering the space would undergo irreversible annihilation at the quantum level after interaction, leaving no trace behind, like a stone cast into a lake, leaving only ripples that gradually dissipate. Thus, a flawless, one-time, self-obliterating digital dead letterbox was born. Now, only the final step remained: how to convey the address of this mailbox securely and without arousing suspicion to the Iron Shard. Meanwhile, Iron Shard was entrenched in his lair, engaged in the monotonous yet rigorous training that marked his daily routine. He stood at the center of the room, eyes shut. Before him, a holographic projection device simulated a myriad of adversaries. There were foes as swift as lightning, like razors, and others as powerful as beasts, such as molten slag. Even figures of elite warriors from the Autobots, drawn from the database, whom he had never encountered. Yet, he did not engage these phantoms in combat. He merely evaded them. He deconstructed his evasion maneuvers into thousands of fundamental modules, side slips, crouches, retractions, and twists, subsequently reassembling these modules in the most optimized manner. His pursuit was not a flamboyant displays, but rather the most energy-efficient, least taxing, and most effective means of survival. He was transforming combat into a science that could be precisely calculated. While honing his physical prowess, his processor operated under immense strain. He fed the entirety of the data concerning the energy overload system, left to him by the wrench, into a virtual combat simulator. Time and again, he triggered the punitive overload within the virtual realm, experiencing the violent energy's impact on internal conduits, calculating the precise threshold for overheating protection, and attempting to redistribute core energy within a mere 0.1 seconds before the overload concluded, striving to minimize the subsequent period of vulnerability. He embodied the essence of a meticulous craftsman, refining this unfinished and uncertain masterpiece, gifted by the wrench, into a truly personal, perfectly controllable, lethal weapon. Patience was his ally. He understood that the fish, now deeply intrigued by the bait, was lurking in some shadowy corner, observing his every move with vigilant eyes. It was searching for a flaw while assessing the risks involved. What he needed to do was to embody the essence of a true butcher, formidable, ruthless, and wholly dedicated to honing his skills in the art of slaughter, indifferent to all external matters. This facade of normalcy served as the most effective disguise. During breaks in his training, he would approach the data terminal, perusing the task lists and intelligence briefs of the Iron Fortress like an ordinary assault officer. Occasionally, he would open the forged research document concerning the Genesis rune, tapping at it absent-mindedly, feigning deep contemplation. He was, in essence, feeding that fish with increasingly toxic bait. Time languidly ebbed away in this silent, tension-filled waiting, until the night of the 3rd cyclical period. Iron Shard concluded a day of rigorous training and was preparing to enter a low-power sleep mode. Suddenly, his brand-new, military-grade communication terminal flickered without warning. Immediately, a line of incomprehensible error messages composed of garbled text appeared on the screen. 481-516-2342. System error. Quantum entanglement fluctuations detected. Protocol 481-516-2342 failed. Please restart. Any ordinary Decepticon encountering this message would assume a random system malfunction and choose to reboot. However, in that instant, Iron Shard's entire system shifted into a state of heightened alert. His blue right eye flared with intensity, frantically analyzing the seemingly nonsensical garble. Quantum entanglement fluctuations were terms typically associated with superluminal communication or the construction of temporary wormholes. The protocol 481-516-2342 was not a recognized Decepticon protocol number. Was this a sequence of prime numbers? His processor whirred into action, applying the string of digits to various known star map algorithms and encryption models. Moments later, he arrived at a conclusion. It was neither an address nor a frequency. It was a three-dimensional spatial coordinate, a virtual, floating singularity within the Iron Fortress's internal network, yet not belonging to any known server. The hook had been set. Moreover, this fish was even more astute and cautious than he had anticipated. It did not attempt to communicate with him directly, but instead indicated a location, a stage of its own creation where they could converse securely. Iron Shard's face remained expressionless. He approached the terminal, extended his finger, and, as if genuinely encountering a system malfunction, pressed the restart button. The terminal screen flickered a few times before returning to normal. The error message vanished without a trace, as though it had never existed. Yet that mysterious sequence of numbers, that coordinate pointing to an unknown realm, was firmly etched in his core processor. He refrained from immediate action, cognizant that the other party was undoubtedly still observing him. Any hasty movement could provoke their vigilance. He walked to the corner of the room as usual, entering a low-power sleep mode. The luminescence on his surface gradually dimmed, and his respiratory system emitted a steady and rhythmic hum, resembling a slumbering, unguarded warrior. However, within him, deep in the recesses of his consciousness, a silent storm was just beginning. He concentrated 90% of his computational power to construct a virtual version of himself, a data doppelganger. With meticulous care, he maneuvered this digital avatar, sending forth the first tentative and faint probe signal, so diminutive it was akin to cosmic dust, toward the coordinates of a mysterious singularity. This was the enemy's domain, and he had to prepare thoroughly. Echoes of shattered iron whispered within his cold consciousness. I have glimpsed the stage you meticulously set. Now, it is my turn to determine the script of this performance. Chapter 24. The language of the machine's spirit deep within the silent, steel-like tomb of shattered iron's consciousness. The data doppelganger, constructed with 90% computational power, embarked on an expedition beyond the imagination of mortals. It transformed into an inconsequential detection signal, nearly indistinguishable from background noise, cautiously approaching the virtual singularity coordinates indicated by a sequence of mysterious prime numbers. The internal network of Iron Fortress resembled a turbulent sea of data, rife with traps and surveillance. Countless firewalls and monitoring protocols, deployed by sound waves like deep-sea predators, patrolled the waters. The data doppelganger of shattered iron navigated like a small fish adept at utilizing currents and shadows, avoiding the grand and conspicuous thoroughfares and opting instead for a forgotten trench littered with obsolete data, redundant code, and outdated protocols. It traversed operational logs left behind by maintenance robots that had been decommissioned for millennia, circumvented the defensive codes of antiquated weapon systems long rendered ineffective, and even disguised itself as a meaningless system error message, deceiving a low-level patrol. This was a process filled with patience and precision, a delicate dance upon the edge of a blade. Finally, having traversed an unknown number of layers of forgotten network strata, it arrived at the area designated by the coordinates. The sight before it caused even the cold processor of shattered iron to stir slightly. Here, there was no data, or rather, everything was the purest, undefined raw data. It resembled an endless, utterly silent black void, devoid of direction, without the passage of time, existing only in an eternal, profound nothingness. Within this void floated countless softly glowing points of light, akin to dandelion seeds, the fundamental building blocks of this universe, zeros and ones. This was the deepest layer of the sea of data, the juncture of logic and chaos, a world forgotten entirely, untouched even by the protocols of sound wave surveillance. In the very heart of this void stands a platform, meticulously crafted from pure, solid light, embodying a minimalist aesthetic. Upon its surface, there lies an emptiness. This is the stage of echoes, a flawless, isolated sanctuary for dialogue, utterly secure. The data avatar of shattered iron did not immediately ascend to the platform. It circled in the void for a moment, employing every conceivable means to ascertain that no hidden traps or backdoors lurked within this space. Ultimately, it reached a conclusion. Every line of code here was as pristine as a freshly formatted hard drive. Aside from existence itself, this place bore no hint of hostility. Gradually, it coalesced its data form into a strikingly dark and powerful warrior visage, identical to the essence of shattered iron, before silently descending onto the luminous platform. It awaited in stillness. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, a fleeting instant yet an eternity. In the void opposite the platform, soft white lights, akin to dandelion seeds, began to gently and rhythmically converge. They formed no fixed shape, instead resembling a living nebula composed of starlight, slowly drifting before shattered iron. A voice resonated directly within his mental channel, not transmitted through sound waves, but as the purest thought composed of data. You have arrived. The voice was calm, neutral, devoid of emotion, yet seemingly imbued with ancient wisdom. "Are you the Echo?" inquired the data avatar of Shattered Iron, its voice particularly jarring and coarse within this absolute silence. "I possess many names. In your linguistic framework, Echo is among them." The nebula began to morph, its lights shifting as if to express some underlying emotion. "And you, Shattered Iron, the Butcher of Thunder, why do you seek the long-lost creation runes of philosophers? This is inconsistent with your behavioral logic." The interlocutor immediately posed the most critical question. "My behavioral logic requires no explanation to anyone," Shattered Iron retorted, maintaining his cold and arrogant butcher demeanor. "All I know is that I possess a lock, and you phantoms hiding behind data may very well hold the key to unlock it." "A lock? Do you perceive the creation runes as a lock?" The nebula's flow quickened slightly. "No, you are mistaken. It is neither a lock nor a key. It is the door itself, a portal to truth." "I have no interest in truth," Shattered Iron scoffed. "I am solely interested in power. Tell me, can you decipher it? If not, I shall seek another." I am certain that the wrench is not the only madman intrigued by such antiquities. He pressed on, employing a near-bullying tactic to compel the other to reveal its worth. "The wrench is a genius, an artist imprisoned by oil and tools. He can decipher the shapes of the runes, yet he will never grasp their essence." The nebula gradually coalesced, ultimately transforming into a slender, humanoid silhouette comprised of countless luminous points, reminiscent of the essence of Echo. Its visage was void of pure darkness, devoid of any facial features. "I can attest to its existence," stated Shattered Iron succinctly, "before you demand my proof. Should you not first validate the authenticity of the runes in your possession? Are they not merely a carefully crafted lure devised by higher beings to ensnare you?" Echo's retort was precise and incisive. Shattered Iron fell silent, aware that this was a game of wits, with both parties testing each other's resolve and sincerity. Any display of weakness or deceit from either side would instantly shatter this fragile dialogue. "Very well." The data avatar of Shattered Iron extended its hand, and in its palm, a small segment of ancient Cybertronian hieroglyphs, imbued with a mysterious geometric beauty, gradually materialized. This was a minuscule fragment of the vast data stream from the Chimera project. A genuine code that bore no core information, yet contained an unparalleled foundational logic structure of creation, impossible for anyone to counterfeit. Upon the emergence of that runic segment, Echo's body, composed of luminous points, flickered violently. For the first time, the inky void of its visage underwent a transformation, exhibiting a torrent of intricate, emotionally charged, encrypted codes that cascaded like a waterfall. It resembled a parched traveler, starved for eons, finally beholding a drop of genuine elixir. By the primordial celestial sovereign. This is true. This is indeed a fragment of the creation code. Echo's thoughts surged with an uncontrollable, fervent emotional tide. Its logical closed loop, its recursive algorithm, its definition of quantum states. This is nothing short of the cosmos's poetry. It reached out a hand of light, seemingly yearning to touch the runes, yet hesitated mid-air, as though such an act would be sacrilegious. "Now, do you believe?" Shattered Iron inquired coldly. "I accept the authenticity of the fragment you hold. Yet, I remain perplexed by your motives." Echo compelled itself to regain composure, its nebula-like form stabilizing once more. "You are a warrior, a butcher. In your world, there exists only combat, slaughter, and conquest. This artifact, however, signifies creation, life, and peace. It stands in stark contrast to your very essence." This was an unavoidable conundrum, a perfect logical paradox. Shattered Iron remained silent for a moment, aware that his forthcoming response would dictate the trajectory of this contest. He could not dismiss a premier logician with the simplistic pretense of pursuing power. He must present a reason that would resonate with Echo, one that aligned with his own persona but delved deeper. "Peace." The data avatar of Shattered Iron suddenly issued a low, mocking laugh. "Do you think I pursue such an ephemeral notion?" He lifted his gaze, his cold, data-formed eyes locking onto Echo's. "I have slain Autobots, vanquished insurgents, and even turned against my own kin. I emerged from the heap of scrap metal, treading upon countless corpses to arrive at this moment. Do you believe I relish any of this?" His voice, for the first time, bore a hint of intricate emotion. It was a profound weariness, honed by endless carnage. This war has dragged on for far too long, long enough for us all to forget the very reason we fight. It resembles an uncontrollable, colossal meat grinder, ensnaring us all in its relentless, meaningless churn. We are all bleeding, Cybertron is bleeding. I care not for some trivial notion of truth, nor for the concept of peace. I am merely fatigued. When I retrieved this object from the tomb of the apostles, my eye revealed to me that it harbored a fundamental power capable of altering everything. A force potent enough to reformat this out-of-control meat grinder, allowing for a fresh beginning. I do not know whether this reformatting will usher in eternal peace or lead to utter devastation. I do not care. I simply wish to press that enter key with my own hands, to bring an end to this monotonous and interminable war. This is my motive, a butcher yearning to conclude his slaughtering career. Do you comprehend? This declaration, a blend of truth and deception, holds genuine weariness and a desire to end the war. Yet his true aim is not peace, but rather to carve out a genuine path for himself, for Lin Mo. In the aftermath of that conclusion, this dark and selfish proclamation of peace, laden with Decepticon logic, undoubtedly resonates more profoundly than any hypocritical rhetoric concerning justice and ideals. The echo, composed of luminous points, fell into a prolonged silence, analyzing and judging. Though the words of the scrap metal sounded mad and twisted, they perfectly elucidated all his actions. A butcher, numb from slaughter amidst mountains of corpses, ultimately conceives the insane desire to obliterate everything and restart the world. This aligns completely with the mindset of a Decepticon elite. I've come to understand. After a lengthy pause, the echo's thoughts resonated once more. You wish to be the Terminator, while I aspire to be the witness. In a certain sense, our goals are aligned. Then let us dispense with idle chatter. The scrap metal retracted the rune fragment in his grasp, demanding, "Show me what you can do." "I can decipher it for you," the echo replied, "but I require additional fragments. With only this small piece, I can merely analyze its fundamental grammatical structure, unable to glimpse its true essence. I can provide you with more. However, you must first demonstrate your worth." The scrap metal stood resolute, insisting, "Utilize all that you know to analyze this small segment I have given you. I wish to see results." Another clash ensued. The echo hesitated no longer, recognizing this as a necessary step toward establishing trust. "As you wish." His dark visage was once again cloaked in swiftly rolling code. He resembled a quantum computer operating in overclocked mode, meticulously cross-referencing every detail of the runes with his vast, oceanic database of ancient Cybertronian history and mythology. Moments later, he spoke again. "According to my preliminary analysis, this fragment you provided appears to originate from the fabled Volume 7 of the primordial Celestial Master-S Genesis record, specifically concerning the origin of the flame. It delineates not the construction of the physical world, but rather how the concept of life was imbued with consciousness and soul from the chaotic quantum state. Observe here." Echo extended a finger composed of light points, indicating a specific symbol within the runes. This symbol is typically interpreted as fire or core in ancient Cybertronian language. However, within the grammatical structure of the Genesis runes, it represents a far more intricate concept, the singularity of self-awareness. And here, he pointed to another symbol. This spiral-shaped glyph describes a method of energy transfer. It is not the linear conduction we employ today, but rather a non-local resonance based on quantum entanglement, capable of facilitating information exchange across different dimensions. If my conjecture holds true, this segment of runes records a technology that can program the flame directly at the quantum level, a technique capable of bestowing, altering, or even erasing a soul. Echo's thoughts became somewhat disjointed with excitement, yet each word he uttered struck with the force of a hammer, resonating deep within the consciousness of shattered iron. Soul programming. He suddenly thought of himself, of the human soul of Lin Mo, forcibly thrust into this steel body. The Chimera Project, was its essence truly this? Continue. Shattered iron suppressed the turbulent waves within, commanding in a chilling tone. "I cannot proceed." Echo shook his head. "The information is too scant. It is akin to being given the most resplendent word in a sentence. I can infer its meaning, yet I am unable to discern what the entire sentence conveys. I require context. I need more interconnected fragments of runes." Shattered iron fell silent. He understood that Echo was not deceiving him. He also recognized that he had obtained the answer he sought. Echo's worth had far exceeded his expectations. "Very well." Shattered iron nodded. "You have demonstrated your value. From this moment forth, you shall work for me. I will periodically provide you with new fragments, and you shall unravel all of their secrets. I require a secure, long-term communication channel." Echo immediately stipulated his conditions. "This disposable dead drop can no longer suffice." "That is your concern. You are the expert. I also require resources." Deciphering these runes necessitates vast computational simulations, and the server capacity of the communication center is woefully inadequate. I must gain access to the mainframe of Iron Fortress, at least with Epsilon-level processing privileges. Shattered Iron's brow furrowed slightly. Even the assault officer could not casually apply for the operational authority of the mainframe. You may submit your request in your own name. Echo seemed to peer into his thoughts, under the pretext of analyzing and purifying target data to establish a behavioral prediction model. Since Lord Megatron has bestowed upon you this blade, he shall undoubtedly provide you with a matching whetstone. What a whetstone it was! Fracture understood that Echo was cleverly utilizing his identity as a butcher to facilitate his own research. It was a fair exchange. Very well, Fracture acquiesced. Then let us enjoy this collaboration, Lord Fracture. For the first time, a hint of cunning amusement graced Echo's thoughts. Now, please revel in the final fireworks I have prepared for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire silent void composed of data began to silently and irreversibly extinguish from the edges. This was not mere deletion or formatting, but far more thorough erasure at the quantum level. It was as if this space, along with all their previous dialogues and exchanges of information, had never existed in this universe. Everything returned to its most primordial and pure state of void. In the last fleeting second before Fracture's data avatar was obliterated, it transformed into a faint signal racing back along the path from whence it came. In the cold chamber of Zone 7, the black figure, resembling a statue, suddenly sprang to life. The luminescence on its surface reignited, and its respiratory system emitted a heavy sound, akin to surfacing from the depths of the ocean. Fracture opened his eyes. His consciousness had fully returned to his corporeal form. He approached the communication terminal, where the screen still displayed the normal standby interface. The eerie system error message had vanished without a trace, as if it had never appeared. The fish had not merely bitten the hook. It had begun to actively negotiate with the angler regarding the optimal pose for its culinary transformation. Fracture's face bore no expression, yet within his core processor, an unprecedented, chilling tempest surged. He and Echo had forged a fragile, secretive alliance, each harboring ulterior motives. He needed to leverage Echo to uncover the ultimate secret of the Chimera Project and find his own path to survival, while Echo sought to utilize him to realize that elusive ideal of ending the war. They were each other's key and poison. Yet, Fracture had not forgotten his primary mission. On that black data slate, Echo's name still lay quietly, awaiting the scarlet line that would strike it out. Purify Echo, Fracture whispered this command within his cold consciousness. He now faced a new and more intricate question: how to perfectly and inconspicuously fill this well after extracting its final drop of water. The Blade of Slaughter, for the first time, harbored the thought of leaving a mark on its intended target. This notion, in itself, represented a perilous betrayal. Chapter 25. The Devil's Bargain and the Whetstone. As consciousness returned from the obliterated, intangible void, Iron Shard did not immediately awaken from his dormant state. He remained in his statue-like repose, yet his core processor operated with an unprecedented, frigid tempest of speed. His pact with the Echo resembled a carnivorous flower, thriving amidst toxic soil. It emanated a lethal allure while concealing the peril capable of devouring him entirely. Soul programming, the earth-shattering term, uttered by the Echo, detonated within the depths of his consciousness like a precision strike, unleashing towering waves. It tore apart the mysterious veil of the Chimera Project, revealing to Iron Shard a chilling truth lurking behind it. His rebirth, Lin Mo's soul, and everything belonging to this steel body that was not his own pointed toward a terrifying possibility. He, Iron Shard, was the first, perhaps the only successful subject of this forbidden technology. And the Echo, a target listed for purification, had become the sole key to unveiling this ultimate secret and potentially discovering a solution. What an absurd and deadly paradox it was. The blade of Megatron found itself reliant on the very soul it was destined to claim, seeking salvation. I need access to the Iron Fortress mainframe, at least Epsilon-level computational authority. The conditions of the Echo echoed in his mind. This was not merely a request. It was a reverse test, a measure of Iron Shard's significance in Megatron's eyes and the extent of his authority as a blade. Iron Shard understood that he had no choice but to comply. This was not solely to fulfill his agreement with the Echo, but also to solidify his standing in this lethal, cleansing game and acquire additional resources. He gradually awakened. The luminescence on his metallic surface reignited, each movement regaining its former steadiness and precision. As if the expedition into the ocean of data the previous night had merely been an inconsequential dream. He emerged from his lair, avoiding any encounter with Shell or any other entity. His objective was clear and direct: the command core of the Iron Fortress, the pinnacle of the power pyramid, the very heart of Megatron's will. He required a whetstone, and within the entire fortress, none could rival the sharpness of the mainframe. As Iron Shard's figure appeared at the heavily guarded entrance of the command core, the sentinels of the elite guard were momentarily taken aback. They recognized this visage, the one who had transformed from an unknown pawn to a champion butcher who commanded the attention of the entire Iron Fortress in just a few cycles. Yet here, it is not a realm where mere third-class assault officer may tread freely. Halt, assault officer! The commander of the Royal Guard extended a massive arm, blocking his path, his voice resonating like two pieces of metal grinding against each other. This is the command core. Without a summons from my lord, no one is permitted entry. Shattered Iron remained silent, merely raising his hand to display a black data tablet, emblematic of the utmost authority of the Purification Protocol, before the other. The crimson eye of the Royal Guard commander narrowed sharply upon witnessing the flickering purple energy patterns upon the tablet. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not yield. The authority of the Purification Protocol does not encompass access to the inner sanctum of the command core, such as the decree of Lord Soundwave. At that moment, a calm, neutral, and emotionless voice emanated from the communicator behind the commander. Let him enter. The Royal Guard commander immediately withdrew his arm, respectfully stepping aside. Shattered Iron advanced into the slowly opening, heavily fortified gate crafted from a special alloy. The world beyond the door was starkly different from the throne room of the imposing Megatron, filled with primal might. Here lay a cold, geometric realm composed solely of pure logic and information. Countless streams of data intertwined in the air, forming an immense network that bathed the entire space in a ghostly blue hue. At the center of this space, a slender, silent figure floated quietly. He was clad in deep blue and silver armor, his visage a smooth, featureless black display screen. His presence was so minimal that he seemed on the verge of merging with the surrounding sea of blue data. Yet Shattered Iron could sense a terrifying power emanating from him, more ferocious than molten slag, more lethal than shrapnel, a chilling aura of omniscience and oppressive awareness. He was Soundwave, the master of intelligence in Iron Fortress, the most loyal shadow of Megatron. Assault Officer Shattered Iron. Soundwave did not turn, his electronically synthesized voice resonating directly within Shattered Iron's cognitive channel. What brings you here? Lord Soundwave. Shattered Iron slightly inclined his head, maintaining the respectful demeanor of a subordinate, yet his tone was neither subservient nor arrogant. I require authorization. Authorization? Soundwave slowly turned, the smooth black display screen facing Shattered Iron, resembling a vast, unfathomable eye. Your purification protocol has already attained the highest priority, second only to my lord. What further authorization do you seek? Computational authority. Shattered Iron stated succinctly, I require access to the mainframe of Iron Fortress, at least at the epsilon level of computational authority. Soundwave did not respond immediately. The entire space fell into silence, save for the faint hum of data streams. Shattered Iron felt an invisible, potent data flow conducting a comprehensive scan of him, from external to internal, encompassing both physical structure and energy fluctuations. Before this master of intelligence, every lie appeared feeble and impotent. He had to provide an irrefutable, logically sound rationale, a reason. After a prolonged silence, the sound wave resonated once more, in pursuit of a more efficient execution of the purification protocol. Shattered Iron responded with calm assurance, adhering to the agreed-upon discourse with echo. The steps and the slag were merely the beginning. The cacophony within Iron Fortress proved to be more extensive and insidious than we had anticipated. I needed to engage in extensive data analysis, modeling the behavior of all suspicious targets to predict their subsequent actions and unveil any potential hidden connections among them. This task demanded immense computational power, far beyond the capabilities of my personal processor. It was a perfect rationale, steeped in the pragmatic style reminiscent of the Decepticons, accomplishing the Sovereign's directives through the most efficient means. On the black screen of the sound wave, a cascade of rapidly scrolling data streams flashed, indicating that it was assessing the veracity and feasibility of Shattered Iron's assertions. The concept of a behavioral prediction model was intriguing. The sound wave maintained its steady tone. Yet the epsilon-level computational authority of the mainframe was typically reserved for Legion-level strategic analyses. Your solitary purification task seemingly did not warrant such vast resources. My mission, however, was equally strategic. Shattered Iron remained steadfast. Eliminating internal traitors was as crucial as winning an external war. Efficiency was paramount. Every delayed cycle could lead to an influx of intelligence to the enemy, resulting in incalculable losses. Another silence enveloped the conversation. Shattered Iron sensed the sound wave's gaze sharpening. He understood that while the other party might not have uncovered his secret dealings with Echo, some dissonance had undoubtedly been perceived. Just as he prepared to further advocate for his position, the sound wave unexpectedly acquiesced. My master once remarked that a sharp blade deserves the finest whetstone. For the first time, the tone of the sound wave carried a barely perceptible chill. You may obtain epsilon-level computational authority, but there is a condition. Please elaborate. All your computational requests must be routed through my sub-protocol. I shall grant you an independent computational channel. Yet all data exchanges within this conduit will be under my real-time surveillance. The sound wave slowly extended a slender finger, from which a blue data stream emanated, coalescing into a translucent key pulsating with intricate runes. This is your access key. Take it and proceed to the mainframe S interface number 7. However, remember, Shattered Iron. The mainframe is the brain of Iron Fortress. Any attempt to utilize it for ulterior motives will be regarded as the highest form of betrayal against Iron Fortress, of which I am the sole guardian. This statement served as both permission and warning. The sound wave had provided him with the desired whetstone, yet simultaneously affixed a top-tier surveillance mechanism upon it. Shattered Iron accepted the data key, feeling the pure, potent energy coursing through it, accompanied by an unsettling chill of scrutiny. I am grateful for your generosity, esteemed Soundwave. He tucked away the key, nodded slightly, and then turned to depart. Behind him, on the obsidian display of the Soundwave device, a vivid crimson word began to flicker slowly. Anomaly. Returning to his lair, Iron Shard promptly placed the data key, emanating a cerulean glow, onto the central terminal in the room. He was acutely aware that his every move was likely under the scrutiny of the Soundwave. He must present himself as a true butcher, sharpening his tools with meticulous care. He accessed the purification list, importing all pertinent data regarding the pace and slag, ranging from their daily behavioral records to their communication logs and energy consumption curves, into a newly established analytical model. Subsequently, he commenced crafting intricate algorithms, enabling the terminal to utilize the recently acquired epsilon-level privileges for cross-referencing and deep learning on this vast trove of data. On the screen, torrents of data surged with frenetic energy, constructing elaborate behavioral models. It resembled a devoted assault officer wielding a formidable tool, executing a bloody, cleansing task for his sovereign with unparalleled efficiency. Yet, beneath this facade of normalcy, Iron Shard was orchestrating a far more clandestine operation. Utilizing his azure right eye, he quietly carved out a nearly imperceptible microtunnel amidst the colossal data flow directed toward the mainframe. Through this conduit, he sent forth something of greater significance, a fragment of brand new creation runes from the core of the Chimera project, along with the key to the mainframe's computational authority, all monitored by the Soundwave. He dispatched this gift, laden with both poison and honey, to an untraceable, one-time virtual address. After completing this task, he severed the microtunnel and resumed his facade of normal data analysis, as if nothing had transpired. Like a masterful magician, he executed a flawless sleight of hand beneath the gaze of countless observers. Almost at the instant of his transmission, the independent military communication terminal within his chamber flickered 3 times in an erratic yet complexly meaningful frequency, indicated by a small green icon representing environmental monitoring. This was their newly agreed-upon method of communication, safer than any language, more secretive than any cipher. The flickering frequency translated into but a single phrase: received. Analyzing. Remain vigilant for observers. Iron Shard remained unperturbed, his heart a calm sea. He and Echo, the most enigmatic of allies, had officially embarked on a devil's bargain, rife with deception, exploitation, and interdependence. He would furnish Echo with unprecedented research resources and the most coveted raw materials, while Echo would become the sharpest scalpel in his hand, capable of dissecting the ultimate secret of the Chimera project. The Soundwave, that lofty sovereign of intelligence, unwittingly became the most vital witness and instrument in their perilous game. At that moment, a communication request from Shell unexpectedly arrived. Scrapiron. The moment your holographic projection appeared, It radiated an uncontainable excitement. I heard you ventured into the command core and managed to obtain Epsilon-level computational permissions from the Iron Mass Soundwave. Your information remains as astute as ever. It is merely to better serve my master, Scrapiron replied with a nonchalant tone. Huh, what a splendid dedication to my master. Shell laughed heartily. Yet a glimmer of jealousy and greed flickered in his eyes. You have truly become a favored one before Lord Megatron. However, I must caution you, Soundwave is not like me. His eyes can perceive every grain of sand in the ocean of data. Before him, it is wise to conceal all your clever tricks. This statement was both a warning and a test. I possess no clever tricks, Scrapiron responded. I only wield a blade and carry a spark dedicated to the great cause of the Decepticons. Well said. Shell nodded in satisfaction. It appears you have fully adapted to the role of the butcher. It is time for this blade to realize its greater value. His tone shifted, becoming deep and ambitious. The cleansing within the Iron Fortress is merely an appetizer. The true enemy always lurks outside. According to my intelligence, an elite reconnaissance team of Autobots has recently been operating within the Rusted Sea region under our control, seemingly in search of something. Lord Megatron is quite vexed by this. Yet he does not wish to disrupt his grander strategic plans. He looked at Scrapiron, his eyes glinting with the light of a hunter spotting its prey. This is an opportunity, Scrapiron. A chance for you to establish genuine merit and earn renown throughout the Decepticon ranks. I shall propose to my master that you lead a small team to utterly crush those insufferable flies. You could gain unparalleled glory and, in the process, legitimately test the effectiveness of your behavioral prediction models in real combat. A twofold benefit, would it not? Scrapiron instantly grasped Shell's intent. He aimed to temporarily extricate him from the mire of internal cleansing at the Iron Fortress and place him on the chessboard of external warfare, transforming him into a sharp piece to strike against the Autobots and seize military accomplishments. For Scrapiron, this indeed was a commendable proposal. He needed time to await the results of Echo's decryption. Remaining within the confines of the Iron Fortress would only subject him to greater scrutiny and restrictions. Undertaking a mission would grant him a larger degree of freedom. I shall obey the command, Scrapiron replied solemnly. Excellent. Shell revealed a satisfied smile. Prepare yourself, my champion butcher. Soon, you shall have the opportunity to taste the fresh spark of the Autobot elite. The communication was severed. Scrapiron stood in the center of the room, lost in contemplation. All is evolving towards a more intricate and perilous direction. He has engaged in a diabolical pact with Echo, manipulating shells and clandestinely contending with sound waves, while impending confrontation with the Autobots looms. Countless threads, all centered around him, intertwined to form an immense and lethal web. He feels akin to a tightrope walker traversing the thinnest of steel wires suspended over an abyss. Each step necessitates the utmost precision. A single miscalculation could lead to utter annihilation. Yet, within him, there exists no trace of fear. The soul that belongs to the human Lin Mo may tremble, but the cold ember of the Decepticon Ironhide experiences an unprecedented thrill in the face of such extreme danger. At that moment, a message suddenly appeared on the terminal before him, encrypted and originating from an independent computational channel. It was Echo's inaugural analysis report. The content consisted solely of an image and a single sentence. The image presented a fragmented, yet profoundly sacred biological gene map. At its center lay an ancient rune symbolizing the soul, while beside it, a darker and more aggressive rune coiled like a venomous serpent, attempting to ensnare and consume it. Below the map, Echo's chilling yet slightly trembling script conveyed excitement. I have discovered Chimera, which an ancient Cybertronian means soul devour. This code does not document programming, but rather overriding and replacing. Chapter 26. The shadow of the soul devourer and the rust see how on the terminal screen displayed a line of cold and trembling text from Echo, akin to a final verdict from the abyss, stirring a tempest of energy far more violent than any punitive overload within Ironhide's consciousness. Chimera, which an ancient Cybertronian mean soul devourer. This code does not document programming, but rather overriding and replacing. Overriding and replacing. These two terms pierce through him like two incandescent steel rods, penetrating deep within his optical sensors, shattering his self-awareness. Once a mere remnant of Lin Mo, now obliterated. He is not coexisting with this body. He is not a soul trapped within a steel cage. He is an obsolete file being overwritten, an outdated operating system on the brink of replacement. The persona of Ironhide. Cold and efficient, with an innate thirst for slaughter and conquest, and the chilling martial intent that surges forth in each battle. None of it stems from Lin Mo's gradual adaptation. Rather, it is the Chimera, this soul devour program, that is methodically and resolutely erasing Lin Mo's essence, bit by bit, with Ironhide's data. With each battle he fought, each victory he achieved, and each step he took towards embodying a true Decepticon, he accelerated the demise of his own soul. Every ounce of power, glory, and status he acquired was fueled by the very essence of his existence as a human, consumed in flames. What a vile and despairing curse it was. In that moment, a long-buried fear, emanating from the depths of the human soul, surged forth like a flood breaking through the dam of his iron will. Lin Mo's consciousness screamed and trembled. He envisioned himself standing on the precipice of an infinite digital abyss composed of zeros and ones, while a shadow, dark and named Shattered Iron, loomed behind him, ready to push him into the eternal void of data with its cold, unfeeling hands. Yet, just as this fear, potent enough to shatter any intelligent being, reached its zenith, another force, even colder and more formidable, intervened like a frigid current at absolute zero. It was the will of Shattered Iron. It offered no solace, nor did it seek to suppress. Rather, it posed a question to the trembling soul with pure, emotionless logic. Can fear resolve problems? No. Can panic change the situation? No. Then, its existence is meaningless, a redundancy that requires optimization. The emotional fear belonging to Lin Mo was forcefully restrained by this icy, rational logic. Not eradicated, but compressed, isolated, and temporarily archived in the depths of his consciousness. Shattered Iron regained control of the body. He rose slowly, his eyes, now contrasting in color, devoid of the tumult that once raged within, leaving behind a calm that was deeper and colder than ever before. He understood that he had no time for fear, nor the luxury of despair. He was now a cornered beast shackled by the soul-devouring chains. His only path to survival lay not in retreat, but in relentless advancement, seeking greater power, unlocking higher permissions, and tearing open deeper secrets, until he could personally seize the throat of Chimera and extricate this cursed program from his soul entirely. The mission offered by Shell was his first step towards self-rescue. He needed to escape the Iron Fortress, to evade the omnipresent surveillance of Soundwave, and to carve out precious time and space for the unraveling of Echo. He composed himself, burying all emotions beneath the core of his ember, then activated the communication system to accept Shell's proposal. A cycle later, at a designated assembly point within the Iron Fortress district, a menacing, predatory-class medium assault ship, steeped in the violent aesthetics of the Decepticons, hovered silently above the launch platform. Its heavy, dark gray armor, adorned with weapon turrets, radiated a chilling aura of death in the dim light of the Iron Fortress. Iron Shard stood at the boarding ramp of the assault ship, awaiting the members of the so-called squad he was to command. The proposal from Shell Casings was swiftly approved by the mighty Megatron. The great Lord of Destruction seemed to believe that allowing his blade to languish within the Iron Fortress, deprived of the nourishment of blood, would only lead to its rusting. A fine weapon ought to be wielded against enemies. Thus, Iron Shard was formally appointed as the commander of the Rust Sea cleansing operation. He not only acquired temporary command of the assault ship, but was also to lead an elite strike team composed of 2 warriors. Before long, 2 figures approached from the distance. On the left stood an extraordinarily robust Decepticon, his stature nearly rivaling that of Iron Fist, although his armor was far less refined. Clad in a hodgepodge of battle-damaged armor, marked by rough welding scars, his heavy plating bore a mottled, earthen hue. His arms had been transformed into 2 large-caliber cannons capable of firing armor-piercing rounds, exuding an aura of gunpowder and brute force. Gravel, Class 3 Assault Officer, he approached Iron Shard, his voice gruff and gravelly, reminiscent of sandpaper scraping against metal, as he rendered a somewhat clumsy salute. I have been ordered to join your ranks. My ammunition is eager for action. His tone was imbued with a fervent desire for battle and a somewhat awkward respect for his superior. In stark contrast, the figure on the right was a lithe and agile warrior, adorned in a dark crimson paint job that rendered him akin to a venomous dagger drawn from its sheath. He bore no heavy weaponry, instead carrying 2 precision energy rifles of varied lengths, crossed across his back. His movements were light and silent, his gaze sharp and composed, resembling a hawk poised to deliver a lethal strike. He merely inclined his head slightly toward Iron Shard and spoke in a flat, emotionless tone, Crosshair, Sniper. Iron Shard S. Blue right. I swiftly scanned the data of the two newcomers. Gravel, originally a heavy firepower gladiator from the lower-tier arena, was renowned for his reckless courage and formidable firepower, albeit with crude combat skills and an impulsive, irascible nature. Crosshair, formerly a member of a reconnaissance team, was the sole survivor of a mission that resulted in the annihilation of his squad. He was proficient in stealth and long-range sniping, characterized by his reclusive and starkly realistic demeanor. In an instant, Iron Shard comprehended the intent behind Shell Casing's decision. This was not an elite team. Rather, it was a makeshift assembly of two individuals with glaring personality flaws, akin to a disposable resource. Shell Casings had bestowed upon him the title of commander, yet had provided him with the most challenging soldiers. Should the mission succeed, the accolades would be attributed to his adept leadership. Conversely, should it fail, the blame would rest upon Iron Shard for his ineffective command, resulting in the loss of valuable warriors. A clever ploy that served dual purposes. Aboard the ship, Iron Shard uttered not a word more. He made no preparations for war and did not attempt to forge any bonds with them. Instead, he proclaimed his absolute authority as a commander with cold, unassailable commands. Having spoken, he was the first to turn and enter the dimly lit cabin of the assault ship. Shale and Crosshairs exchanged a glance, both surprised to find that this legendary champion butcher was so succinct in his words. Shale shrugged and followed with his massive cannon, while Crosshairs remained silent, gliding into the cabin like a crimson shadow. The Ravager-class assault ship ascended slowly, departing from the Iron Fortress and heading towards the area known as the Rust Sea, the death zone of Cybertron. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was oppressive and stifling. Shale attempted to initiate conversation, boasting loudly about his illustrious victories in the gladiatorial arena, seeking the commander's attention. Yet, Scrapiron sat quietly at the control panel, reviewing star maps and geological data regarding the mission's target area, offering no response to Shale's incessant chatter. Dejected, Shale fell silent and began inspecting his ammunition. Crosshairs, from the outset, had chosen the farthest corner to sit in, meticulously cleaning his two energy rifles as though the entire world were of no concern to him. Scrapiron paid no heed to his two distinctly different subordinates. Most of his processing power was devoted to the vast map before him. The Rust Sea, a sprawling metallic desert located near Cybertron's equator, had once been the principal battlefield during the First Cybertronian Civil War millions of years ago. Countless cities, fortresses, and billions of Transformers had become mere remnants here, their bodies and weaponry transformed into an endless expanse of reddish-brown metallic dust through the relentless erosion and corrosion of time, creating this terrifying Rust Sea. The environment here was exceptionally harsh. Intense electromagnetic storms ravaged the area year-round, capable of disabling any conventional communication and radar systems. The air was laden with corrosive metallic dust that continually eroded the armor of any machinery. Furthermore, the labyrinthine terrain formed from countless remnants provided a natural breeding ground for ambushes and concealment, a perfect hunting ground. Scrapiron assessed this in his mind. His blue right eye swiftly processed the information on the map, inputting data on the storm cycles, the intensity of the magnetic field, and the undulations of the terrain into his behavior prediction model, which was being computed by the mainframe. He was simulating the possible routes the enigmatic Autobot squad might take, the temporary bases they could establish, and the true purpose of their arrival in this desolate land of death. According to the intelligence gathered from the shells, they seemed to be searching for something. What could possibly be worth the risk of life for a squad of elite Autobots in this Rust Sea, barren of anything but scrap metal and death? While conducting these legitimate analyses, Iron Shard was simultaneously utilizing the independent computational channel bestowed by the sound waves, leading to the mainframe to execute a more clandestine operation. He disguised a new and more intricate creation rune as a redundant algorithm for terrain simulation and quietly dispatched it through the minuscule tunnel, merely a few bits wide. He was confident that Echo was waiting. The colossal computational power of the Epsilon-level mainframe would serve as the most formidable engine in unraveling the secrets of the Soul Devourer. After completing this task, he closed the map. Rising to his feet, he approached Gravel and Crosshair. In 10 minutes, we would enter the Rust Sea. At that moment, all long-range communications will be severed. From this point onward, we would be three isolated, wandering hounds in the desert. His voice was cold and calm, yet carried an undeniable sense of authority. I do not care who you were in the past or what achievements you hold. Here, you need only remember two things. First, obey every command I give. Any questioning or delay will be regarded as treachery. Second, survive. He gazed at Gravel's eager face and Crosshair's impassive eyes, continuing, Gravel, your task is to provide suppressive fire and spearhead the assault. Without my command, do not waste a single shell. He then turned to Crosshair. Crosshair, you are my eyes. I need you to occupy the high ground, providing me with battlefield visibility and eliminating all high-value long-range targets. Every bullet you fire must claim the spark of an enemy. As for me, Iron Shard's gaze swept over both of them. I shall be the sharpest tooth that rends the enemy's throat. There would be no impassioned mobilization, no insincere encouragement, only the cold, stark declarations of mission and mortality. Yet, this pure, ruthless style evoked an unusual sense of conviction in both Gravel and Crosshair. They sensed the same metallic scent of true warrior's blood emanating from Iron Shard. 10 minutes later, the Predator-class assault ship traversed the rust-colored atmosphere of the Rust Sea, reminiscent of storm clouds. The cabin jolted violently, and outside the porthole, metallic dust swirled like a crimson sandstorm, crashing against the hull with a disquieting rustle. All communication channels were filled with a cacophony of static. They had entered the hunting grounds. The assault ship descended into a relatively flat canyon formed by the wreckage of colossal warships. The hatch opened, and a gust of dry, scorching wind, mingled with the scent of rust and ozone, surged in. Disembark. Crosshair, proceed to the fractured engine tower on the east side. Gravel, maintain vigilance 10 meters to my left. Move. Iron Shard issued the succinct commands, then was the first to step onto this crimson-hued land of death. Beneath my feet lies a thick layer of metallic dust, as fine as sand, into which one could sink a good 10 centimeters with a single step. Raising my gaze to the sky reveals 2 dim stars, seemingly on the verge of extinguishment, casting an air of despair and a dull, yellow hue over the entire world. Surrounding me are grotesque remnants of colossal metallic debris, their original forms long obscured, standing like silent, menacing tombstones amidst this boundless wasteland. The marksman spoke not a word, with a few agile leaps. His silhouette vanished into the shadow cast by the towering, fractured engine tower of a warship resembling a mountain. Gravel, burdened by his massive cannon, nervously trailed behind the debris, each of his enormous footsteps leaving deep imprints on ground. Iron Shard did not rush forward. Instead, he stood still in the center of this canyon, closing his eyes. Suddenly, his blue right eye flickered to life. In that instant, the world around him transformed entirely. What appeared to be a chaotic scatter of metallic wreckage morphed into a series of clear, three-dimensional maps suitable for cover. The turbulent electromagnetic currents in the air became distinct energy curves, analyzable and predictable in their trajectory. Even the most trivial metallic dust on the ground revealed its composition, density, and the path influenced by the wind, coalescing into cold data that flowed rapidly through his processor. He was perceiving this battlefield in a manner that transcended all radars and life detectors, employing a more fundamental approach. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes. Marksman, report your visual. He called through a short-range, encrypted channel. Visuals clear. No moving targets detected. 3 kilometers to the south, there are anomalous energy fluctuations, low intensity. Reminiscent of an energy core nearing its end, came a marksman's steady voice from the communicator. Gravel, keep up. Iron Shard said no more and proceeded southward, toward the direction of the unusual energy fluctuations. Navigating through a forest of twisted warship ribs, they arrived at a vast depression akin to a meteorite crater. At the center of this hollow lay the remains of a once mighty Autobot, a hulking iron dragon, now weathered beyond recognition. The faint energy fluctuations emanated from the damaged chest cavity of the iron dragon. Gravel raised his cannon, vigilantly aiming at that spot, but Iron Shard halted him. He stepped forward, leaping into the gaping, dark chest cavity of the iron dragon. Inside, he found a chaotic tangle of corroded wires and shattered components. At the very depths lay a dismantled energy replenishment device, standard for Autobots, quietly resting there. The faint energy fluctuations were the remnants of energy still lingering within. Yet, what truly captured Iron Shard's attention was not this. Beside the apparatus on the ground, there were traces of exceedingly fine, reddish-brown metallic dust, marked by the passage of some high-precision tool. He crouched down, gently brushing his fingers over the marks. His blue right eye transformed the depth, width, and the degree of wear on the edges of these traces into precise data. Trace analysis, cut by a laser scalpel. The tool's energy output is stable, and the operator's technique is remarkably precise. Dust deposition analysis. Based on the thickness of dust covering the traces, along with the current wind speed and dust density. The cutting action occurred approximately 32 standard hours ago. Residual energy analysis. The core of the energy replenishment device has been removed. According to the residual energy spectrum, the missing core is a superpure energy crystal with a purity of 998. The laser scalpel and superpure energy crystal of the Automobile Man conjured countless clues in the mind of Shattered Iron, instantly weaving a complete and lucid logical chain. He stood up and walked out of the wreckage of the ironclad dragon. "Commander, have you made any discoveries?" Sand Gravel inquired in a gravelly voice. Shattered Iron did not respond, but instead issued a command through the communicator towards the distant Crosshair. "Crosshair, immediately redirect your view to the northwest. Coordinates 759. Observe the triangular valley formed by the remnants of 3 communication towers." "Understood. Redirecting, Commander. It appears to be merely a wasteland, devoid of any anomalies." A hint of confusion tinged Crosshair's voice. The corners of Shattered Iron's mouth curled into a cold, blade-like arc. They were not searching for something. They were reclaiming it. Reclaiming the high-purity energy crystals buried beneath this battlefield, remnants of their golden age, to recharge some colossal entity of theirs. That valley was the only place nearby capable of simultaneously shielding against satellite reconnaissance from the sky and electromagnetic scans from the ground, while also providing ample space to deploy large-scale equipment, a natural operating theater. He lifted his gaze, his cold eyes surveying the seemingly desolate ruins to the northwest. They were not seeking ambush points. They were right there, preparing for surgery. Chapter 27. Scalpel and Anvil. Shattered Iron's cold and confident assertion was like a stone cast into a silent abyss, stirring disparate ripples in the consciousness of Sand Gravel and Crosshair. "They are right there?" Sand Gravel, burdened by his massive cannon, asked in his gravelly tone, his relatively simple processor unable to fathom how the commander derived such a definitive conclusion from a few inconsequential scratches and a barren wasteland. His eyes brimmed with confusion. But more so, there was an instinctive, blind trust in the strength of the commander. Meanwhile, far away atop the engine tower, Crosshair's response was entirely different. He did not voice his doubts. Instead, he silently fixed the scope of his high-precision energy rifle onto the coordinates indicated by Scrapiron. A triangular ravine formed by the remnants of 3 toppled communication towers. "Commander, I have adjusted the optical magnification to its maximum and switched to thermal imaging and high-frequency sonar detection mode," came the steady voice of the Crosshair through a short-range, encrypted channel. "There are no visible thermal signatures in the target area, nor any sonic signals exceeding ambient noise levels. From a tactical perspective, it is a perfect dead zone." He refrained from direct rebuttal, but subtly expressed his concerns through a professional judgment grounded in data and facts. "Your eyes can only perceive the present." Scrapiron's voice was cold and authoritative, leaving no room for dissent. "My vision, however, can foresee what is to come." He offered no further explanation. Explanations were the crutch of the weak. What he demanded was absolute, unconditional obedience. "Now, hear my operational plan." Scrapiron turned his back to them, gazing towards the hazy skyline in the northwest, as if his sight had penetrated through layers of metallic debris and the raging electromagnetic storm to the natural surgical chamber, where precise recovery operations were underway. "Crosshair, abandon your current position. You need to move to coordinates 842, where the wreckage of a collapsed starship bridge stands as the region's unequivocal high ground. From there, you can perfectly oversee the entrance and interior of the 759 ravine. I will give you 20 minutes to reach the location, establish your position, and then wait for my signal. Coordinates 842? That is over 5 kilometers from the target area, exceeding the optimal range of my primary weapon. Moreover, a magnetic storm ridge lies in between, which may unpredictably deflect energy beams." Finally, Crosshair raised a tactical objection. "You need only to comply." Scrapiron's voice was as frigid as ice. "Your first shot need not be lethal. It merely needs to incapacitate. What I require of you is to disrupt their rhythm and instill panic. The rest will be handled by me." "Understood." After a brief silence, Crosshair chose to comply. He stowed his rifle, his agile form vanishing like a red flash into the shadows of the engine tower. "Gravel," Scrapiron turned to the robust heavy artillery operator. "Yes, Commander." Gravel immediately straightened his posture. "Your task is Anvil. Do you see that gap to the northwest of the 759 ravine? Is their only route for a rapid retreat. I need you to maneuver around the perimeter of that gap and find a solid cover. When Crosshair's first shot rings out, your mission is not to charge in and engage the enemy, but to seal that gap completely with your 2 cannons. I do not care how you do it, armor-piercing rounds, grenades, or simply collapsing the nearby mountain. I need you to create a wall of explosions, flames, and death that no one can cross within 30 seconds. Let them be ensnared like scrap iron nailed to an anvil with no escape. Do you understand? Indeed. In the eyes of Shaylee, a spark of excitement ignited instantaneously. This straightforward and brutal task, requiring merely the unleashing of firepower, was precisely to his liking. He patted his massive cannon, producing a series of resounding thuds, assuring that not even a metallic fly would escape. Go forth. Shaylee accepted the command, striding heavily towards the designated ambush point with resolute determination. The entire canyon was once again left with only the scrap iron. He did not act immediately but stood quietly in place, resembling a dark statue that melded seamlessly into the desolate wasteland. He established a profound link between his azure right eye and the authorized neural computation channel. In his vision, the vast sea of rust transformed into an enormous, real-time computational sandbox. The trajectory of the crosshairs morphed into a red dotted line, meticulously avoiding any open areas that could be detected under his careful planning. Shaylee's path was represented by a bold yellow line, brimming with strength. Each of his steps was calculated by the scrap iron, ensuring that he would not prematurely expose himself due to excessive noise. Meanwhile, he began to analyze the electromagnetic storm enveloping the area. What appeared as chaotic fury to others became a regular tide, composed of countless energy curve in his eyes. He could perceive the peaks and troughs of the storm, identifying the eye and undercurrents capable of masking all signals. He was waiting for the perfect moment when the storm would provide him a gap to silently glide like a specter to the door of the operating room. 20 minutes later, the crosshairs and Shaylee simultaneously transmitted encrypted signals indicating readiness. At that exact moment, the trough that Scrap Iron had been anticipating finally arrived. The operation commenced. He uttered 4 words, and in an instant he transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing towards the 759 canyon. He did not choose a direct route, but rather advanced along a winding path formed by colossal remnants and the blind spots of the electromagnetic storm. With each step, he moved as silently as a feline, producing not a whisper, leaving only a faint imprint in the thick metallic dust that was swiftly smoothed over by the howling winds. 5 minutes later, he reached the entrance of the 759 canyon. It was even more concealed than he had envisioned. 3 colossal remnants of communication towers, resembling mountains, leaned against one another in a perfect equilateral triangular formation, creating a natural, almost entirely enclosed, expansive space at the top. Only a narrow passage, barely wide enough for a heavy war vehicle, served as the entrance. This indeed was a flawless, natural operating room. Scrap Iron did not rush to enter. Like the most patient of vipers, he pressed his body tightly against a massive, rusted metal plate, revealing only his right eye that glimmered with an ethereal blue light. He beheld the scene before him. In the heart of the canyon, there lies the immense remains of a prehistoric behemoth, a metallic mammoth. Within the cavernous chest, which has been forcibly breached, 3 robotic figures are diligently engaged in their tasks. Among them, the most slender, adorned in a pristine white paint with a distinct red cross emblem, appears to be a medic or technician. At this moment, he meticulously maneuvers several delicate mechanical arms, carefully extracting a fist-sized crystal emanating a brilliant white light from the extinguished core matrix of the mammoth. This is a super pure energy crystal with a purity of 998. The other 2 robots are outfitted as standard warriors. One is robust, wielding a massive energy shield and a short-handled thermal axe, vigilantly stationed at the cave's entrance. His steadfast gray armor earning him the moniker of Shield Bearer. The other, agile and nimble, brandishes 2 energy pistols as he deploys miniature vibration sensors on the opposite side of the canyon, clearly serving as a scout, designated ranger. Their cooperation is seamless and efficient, indicative of an experienced elite team. Scrap Iron relays all observational data through an encrypted channel, silently synchronizing with the distant crosshair. Target confirmed. 3 individuals, 1 technician, 1 heavy guardian, 1 scout. Recommend priority elimination of the scout ranger, as he poses the greatest threat to our team. The voice of Crosshair intones. Negate that. Scrap Iron coldly replies. Your target is the shield bearer. I want you to disable his shield with your first shot. Not his body, but his shield. I want him to witness his most vital defense vanish in an instant. My aim is psychological subjugation. Understood, comes the voice of Crosshair, subtly acknowledging the brutality of the strategy. Scrapiron's gaze shifts to the Ranger, who is cautiously embedding the third sensor beneath a layer of metallic dust. Now, at that moment, without uttering a sound, an invisible command imbued with the will to kill is transmitted via quantum communication to his two comrades. Almost simultaneously, a slender, concentrated beam of violet-black energy, akin to a death ray from the underworld, traverses 5 kilometers of tumultuous electromagnetic storm, striking with a velocity beyond the limits of human reaction, and precisely hits the massive energy shield held by the shield bearer. There is no violent explosion. Instead, upon impact, the energy beam does not penetrate the shield. Rather, like a virus, it instantaneously spreads into a violet-black energy net, enveloping the entire shield surface. Immediately, the internal energy conduction circuit of the shield emitted a crackling, agonizing wail, followed by a muffled explosion as the entire shield burst apart, transforming into a myriad of fragments that filled the sky. The Guardian had yet to comprehend the situation when he realized his hand now held only a bare, smoldering grip. His face, etched with disbelief, conveyed the impossibility of the moment. An enemy attack. The Ranger reacted swiftly, screaming as he raised his twin pistols. Yet, his warning arrived too late. In the same heartbeat that his sights aligned, a thunderous roar erupted from the northwestern canyon, akin to the wrath of a thunder god. The long-restrained beast of debris finally unleashed its ferocious symphony. 2 large-caliber cannons unleashed a relentless barrage of armor-piercing shells and high-explosive grenades towards the narrow gap. The earth trembled as colossal metal wreckage soared skyward, molten rock and soil mingling with the flames of the explosions to form an insurmountable wall of death, towering dozens of meters high. The entire canyon quaked violently from the ferocious detonations, clouds of metallic dust billowing forth, creating a dense, crimson fog that obscured all visibility. The anvil had fallen. The operating room door had been completely sealed shut. In the midst of chaos and panic that enveloped the canyon, the figure known as Shattered Iron, the sharpest and coldest of surgical instruments, sprang into action. He did not charge through the entrance. Instead, he propelled himself upward with explosive force, his massive form shooting vertically like a projectile freed from gravity. His black right hand deftly grasped a thick steel cable that extended from the wreckage of the communication tower. Using it as leverage, he swung with the agility of a primate, silently slipping through the crevice at the canyon's apex. He landed directly behind the Ranger, unnoticed. The Ranger, unaware of the impending doom, was focused on his futile attempts to shoot into the dense fog created by the explosions, desperately seeking any trace of the enemy. He remained oblivious to the fact that death had already positioned itself behind him. Shattered Iron wielded no weapon. Instead, he extended his right hand, cloaked in black scales, and gently pressed it against the Ranger's nape. The Ranger's body stiffened abruptly. He seemed poised to turn, but it was too late. With a slight exertion of his fingers, a crisp crack echoed, reminiscent of a dry twig snapping. The Ranger's neck armor, along with the intricate network of nerves and energy conduits within, was crushed in an instant. The light in his eyes dimmed, his twin pistols fell limply from his grasp, and his body collapsed like a marionette with severed strings. A clean kill, swift and decisive, imbued with a breathtaking aesthetic of violence. The scout has been dealt with, and the silhouette of Iron Shatter emerged into the enveloping crimson haze. He paid no heed to the shield bearer, who was recovering from a shock and attempting to raise his thermal axe, nor to the technician, trembling as he clutched an energy crystal. His azure right eye scanned the chaotic battlefield, seeking a more advantageous target. The shield bearer is charging at you. Estimated time of contact, 37 seconds. His attack pattern follows standard military combat techniques, with vulnerabilities in Iron Shatter's vision. Countless streams of blue data delineated every movement of the shield bearer, predicting the trajectory of his thermal axe strikes. Yet, he remained unfazed, aiming reticle. His voice echoed through the encrypted channel once more, directing focus to the technician's left leg. I want him incapacitated. Acknowledged. A hint of confusion emanated from the reticle's voice, yet he chose to comply. Just as the shield bearer's blazing thermal axe was about to cleave through Iron Shatter, whoosh, another violet-black death ray pierced the air. This time, its target was the technician, who clutched the energy crystal, desperately attempting to hide deeper within the wreckage of the metal mammoth. Thud! The technician let out a piercing scream as the energy beam precisely penetrated and melted his left knee joint. Staggering, he fell heavily to the ground, still clutching the precious crystal. The anguish cry disrupted the charge of the shield-bearer, who instinctively glanced back at his comrade. In a duel of experts, the difference between victory and defeat lies in mere moments. This 5-second distraction felt like an eternity to Iron Shatter. With a silent flash, the ice-blue particle blade slid out. Iron Shatter did not attempt to parry the descending thermal axe. Instead, his body contorted at an impossible angle, narrowly avoiding the fatal axe blade as it grazed his chest plate, igniting a shower of blinding sparks. Simultaneously, the particle knife in his hand transformed into a cold arc of light, slicing upward with precision to deeply penetrate the exposed abdomen of the shield-bearer, who was entirely unguarded while swinging his axe. The shield-bearer's movements halted abruptly. He looked down in disbelief at the blue blade, exuding a chilling aura, protruding from his own body. The light in his eyes swiftly dimmed. Iron Shatter slowly withdrew the particle knife. The robust form of the shield-bearer collapsed with a thunderous crash. The entire valley fell into a profound silence once more, save for the distant rumble of gravel diligently creating explosions and the subdued whimpers of the technician on the ground, racked with pain and fear. The operation was nearing its conclusion. Iron Shatter, with steady strides, traversed the swirling dust, step by step approaching the last remaining survivor. His shadow, cast by the dim light of dusk and the explosive flames, loomed immensely, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell, come to collect souls. No, don't come closer. The technician, in a state of terror, instinctively retreated, but the shattered left leg rendered all his struggles utterly futile. Shattered Iron halted before him, towering with an air of superiority, scrutinizing him with cold, emotionless eyes. Tell me, what is the purpose of your reclamation of these crystals? Shattered Iron inquired. I don't know. I am merely following orders, the technician stammered in response. Liar. The particle blade of Shattered Iron gently rested against the technician's neck. The icy, high-frequency vibrating edge caused every part of his being to tremble violently. It's for the art project. Faced with the terror of impending death, the technician's mental defenses crumbled instantly. We are repairing an ancient Arc-class colony ship. We need these high-purity energy crystals to restart its main engine. We want to leave Cybertron. The mention of the Arc project sparked a flicker of understanding in Shattered Iron's eyes. Indeed, this was something the Autobots would undertake. To them, this war had become hopeless, and they sought to escape this dying planet with a fragment of their essence. One last question. Shattered Iron's voice grew even colder. Who is providing you with the intelligence from within Iron Fortress? I truly don't know. The technician was on the verge of tears. We only have a one-way communication line with the guide. We have never seen him. He merely sends us coordinates for safe reclamation points periodically. The guide. Shattered Iron mulled over this codename in his mind, realizing he could extract no further information. Thank you for your cooperation. Upon finishing his sentence, he sliced downward with the particle blade. The technician's voice abruptly ceased. Shattered Iron sheathed the particle blade and bent down, retrieving the still-warm body, grasping the radiant, ultra-pure energy crystal that emitted a dazzling glow. He lifted the crystal toward the two dim stars in the sky. The crystalline gem refracted a complex and beautiful light, as if encapsulating all the splendor and hope of a bygone era. This crystal represented the Autobots' dream of escape. Yet, in that moment, to Shattered Iron, it resembled a mirror reflecting his own cursed fate. Was he not also a high-purity energy crystal, containing the essence of human souls, being reclaimed to fuel the operations of Shattered Iron, the Decepticon giant? Commander, the area has been cleared, came the timely voice from the communicator, interrupting his reverie. We have succeeded. No. Shattered Iron tightened his grip on the crystal, feeling its cold, pure energy. The operation has only just begun. Chapter 28. Echoes of the guide. The operation has only just begun. As the cold, seemingly soliloquizing whisper emerged from the voice modulator of the shattered metal, the radiant energy crystal in his grasp momentarily dimmed. He clenched his fist. The chill of the pure energy did not elicit any semblance of pleasure, but rather pierced like an invisible probe into the depths of his core, stirring the horrific shadow of the soul devourer that spoke of concealment and substitution. Moments later, two figures, one clad in yellow and the other in red, silently converged upon him from different directions. The massive form of gravel quivered slightly with excitement. He gazed at the three silent, smoke-emitting corpses of the Autobots in the canyon, then cast his eyes upon the death wall he had wrought with artillery, sealing off their retreat. A childlike yet ruthless smile spread across his face. "Commander, we have succeeded. Ha ha ha. Just as you said. We pinned them to the anvil and crushed them flat. This sensation is utterly exhilarating." He enthusiastically thumped his massive cannon against his chest plate, producing a dull thud. Those Autobots, mere soft-shelled shrimp, would never comprehend how they met their demise. In stark contrast, the sniper exhibited an entirely different demeanor. He did not cheer, nor did he cast a glance at the spoils of their victory. He simply stood still, his dark crimson frame nearly melding with the surrounding dim shadows. His sharp, elite marksman-esque gaze meticulously scanned the battlefield like the most precise of instruments. He scrutinized the pinpoint accuracy of the impact points left by the two energy beams he had fired. He assessed the coverage of the explosion zone created by gravel. He observed the positions where the Ranger and Shield fell. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the figure of Shattered Iron. Perfect synergy. The sniper's voice resonated through the short-range, encrypted channel, for the first time tinged with disbelief and a hint of reverence. From a moment, the first shot rang out to the fall of the last enemy. A total of 427 seconds elapsed. Our side sustained no damage. All actions aligned with the operational plan you devised 20 minutes ago, with a margin of error not exceeding 0. 5 seconds. He paused, as if seeking the most fitting expression. This transcends mere tactics, Commander. This is prophecy. As a professional marksman and tactical analyst, the sniper possessed a greater understanding than the simplistic mind of Gravel regarding the chilling computational prowess underlying the seemingly straightforward ambush. How had Shattered Iron accurately predicted the enemy's position without any reconnaissance data? How had he foreseen their psychological responses and devised the unprecedented psychological anesthetic tactic? He had even anticipated the gaps in the electromagnetic storm, crafting a flawless infiltration path. In the sniper's eyes, this surpassed the realm of elite warriors. It resembled a deity with a higher dimensional perspective, gazing down upon the chessboard, observing every move of those self-assured pawns. Prophecy is but a term employed by the weak to describe incomprehensible forces. Shattered Iron turned away, his mismatched eyes devoid of any elation from victory. Instead, they reflected an abyss of chilling coldness. What I have done is merely a calculation, substituting all variables into the singular formula that leads to triumph. He casually tossed the energy crystal to the gravel, spoils of war. Secure it. Then he directed his gaze towards the reticle. Your aim is precise. Yet your thoughts remain mired in the simplistic notion of exterminating the enemy. Remember, reticle, sometimes allowing the enemy to live holds greater value than their demise. Next time I instruct you to shoot at the legs, aim for the ankles, not the joints. I want him to run, but not swiftly. I want him to cry out for help, his voice laced with despair. Understanding. Within the processor of the reticle, it seemed as though a new door was gently being pushed open. He began to grasp that the new commander sought a more exquisite artistry of war, one that toyed with both the flesh and spirit of the enemy. Gravel, dispose of the bodies, extract their core of fire, and cast it into the nearby energy fissures. I desire no trace that could be followed. Shattered Iron issued his final command. Reticle, recover all your equipment and erase our entire path of movement. Assemble on the plunder half an hour hence. Aye, Commander. The two departed to fulfill their orders. Gravel, exuberant, set about his favorite task of obliterating evidence, while Reticle vanished like a true specter into the swirling crimson dust, erasing the only echoes they left upon this land. Alone, Shattered Iron stood amidst the chaotic remnants of the operating room. He did not supervise his subordinates, but slowly approached the corpse of the scout he had personally dispatched. Kneeling beside the fallen figure, he retrieved an item from a tactical pouch at the scout's waist. It was a small, standardized data recorder designed for vehicular use. During the tumultuous battle, all attention had been drawn to explosions, sniping, and close-quarter combat. No one noticed that at the moment he broke the scout's neck, Shattered Iron, with his dexterous fingers cloaked in black scales, had silently liberated the recorder from the enemy's tactical belt. He understood that a scout, responsible for reconnaissance and vigilance, would undoubtedly have recorded their squad's operational logs, communications, and any hints of contact with the enigmatic guide. This, indeed, was the most valuable tumor he sought to excise in this operation. Half an hour later, the Plunderer assault ship set sail once more, like a colossal beast of the deep, silently departing the rusted sea and returning to Iron Fortress. Within the ship's hold, the atmosphere remained oppressive. Yet a subtle transformation had begun to take place. The gravel no longer clattered as it did upon arrival. Instead, it cradled the crystalline energy core with reverence. Occasionally stealing glances at the silent black figure seated before the control console, eyes brimming with admiration and awe, the marksman remained ensconced in his corner, meticulously polishing his rifle. Yet this time his movements were imbued with heightened focus and deliberate slowness. His processor replayed the recent flawless battle over and over, engaging in a process of learning, dissection, and striving to comprehend the terrifying art of warfare he had come to label as prophecy. Meanwhile, Shattered Iron was wholly immersed in his own realm, dedicating the majority of his attention to deciphering the data recorder of the Autobot. The encryption employed by the Autobots starkly contrasted with that of the Decepticons. It leaned towards a chaotic, non-linear encryption method, where brute force would only obliterate the data. However, such a challenge posed no obstacle to him. Endowed with Epsilon-level computational authority and Azure optics, rather than breaking the code, he opted for simulation. He crafted an operational environment for the Autobot S system, connecting the recorder and coaxing it into a self-diagnostic mode, thus capturing the unencrypted raw data during the process. Before long, he unearthed what he sought. Communication records with the guide. Encryption level, highest. Communication method, unidirectional narrowband, quantum pulse. Record 1. Coordinates received, Rus C, coordinates 45. Target is the remains of the ironclad dragon, containing a grade energy core. Record 2. Coordinates received, Rus C, coordinates 759. Target is the remains of the metal mammoth, containing a grade ultra-pure energy crystal. Record 3. Information corrupted. Information corrupted. Aside from a few coordinates and targets, there was no substantial content. The guide was as cautious as a specter dwelling in the depths of the data ocean, leaving no superfluous traces. Yet, Shattered Iron discerned a crucial detail. The timestamps of these communications coincided closely with several anomalous reports of material dispatches within Ironfort. He realized he had grasped the tail of the guide. He refrained from making a commotion. Instead, he bundled this invaluable intelligence, along with the interrogation records concerning the ARC project, into two distinctly encrypted files. The first file was intended as a public report for Shell and Megatron. In this document, he meticulously chronicled the events of the battle, exaggerating the strength and threat posed by the Autobot squad, while emphasizing the ARC project they were executing, a plan capable of jeopardizing the Decepticons' strategic advantage. As for the guide, he merely brushed over, stating that it was gleaned from the interrogation that the Autobots appeared to possess an intelligence source within Ironfort, though specifics remained unclear. He could not afford to hand over this trump card to the ambitious Shell. It was a card he must hold firmly in his own grasp. The second file, however, was a private report prepared for himself and Echo. The narrative encompasses every detail regarding the guide, timestamps of communications, and the profound inferences he has drawn based on these clues. He intends to enlist Echo to assist him in uncovering another specter concealed within the heart of Iron Fortress. When Shattered Iron returns to the fortress and presents the public report to Shell, the latter's reaction is entirely within his expectations. The ARC project. Upon encountering these four words, a fervent light ignites in Shell's hawk-like eyes. For those Autobot softies dare to contemplate an escape? This is indeed splendid news. His exhilaration does not stem from thwarting the enemy's conspiracy, but rather from the immense political value embedded within this intelligence. Well done, Shattered Iron. Exceptionally well done. Shell claps Shattered Iron's shoulder vigorously, unabashed in his admiration, exclaiming that not only did he crush those flies, but he also returned with a gift capable of delighting Lord Megatron. I shall personally present this report to my master. Trust me, it won't be long before the insignia upon your chest is no longer marred by those two unsightly words. Third class. Shell's attention is entirely captivated by the monumental achievement of the ARC project, and he dismisses the lightly mentioned source of the intelligence with a disdainful huff. Merely a group of rats hiding in the sewers, destined to be ground to dust by the protocol of Soundwave. Presently, the ARC is of utmost importance. Observing Shell's face, filled with ambition and avarice, Shattered Iron feels no ripple of emotion within. He understands that his initial plan has already succeeded. After departing from Shell's lair, Shattered Iron returns to his chamber. He promptly activates the independently monitored computational channel leading to the mainframe, initiating the so-called task data review and analysis. Under the guise of a vast and seemingly normal torrent of data, he encapsulates the private report containing all the secrets of the guide. along with the complete data spectrum of the ultra-pure energy crystal he retrieved from the battlefield, and dispatches it through a minuscule tunnel known only to him. Having accomplished this, he awaits in silence. He knows that Echo will surely see it. A specter, equally concealed in the shadows, endowed with high-level authority and possessing secret ties to the Autobots, presents an exemplary specimen brimming with research value for Echo, who ardently seeks the truth. This time, his wait is not prolonged. Merely a few minutes later, the green icon on his terminal, indicative of environmental monitoring, begins to flicker once more with a unique, encrypted frequency. Received. Data has been parsed. The communication method of the guide is intriguing. It bypassed all conventional monitoring protocols of Iron Fortress, utilizing the residual channels of the abandoned star speaker communication towers from the era of the old gods. This technique has long been lost, unless he possesses the relevant heritage. Interestingly, the codename Pathfinder seems familiar to me from some distant memory. At this moment, the processor of Iron Shard tightened slightly. In a corner of the highest security historical database within the Communications Command Center, I once stumbled upon a damaged operational log dating back 300 cycles. This log chronicled a raid on a covert stronghold of the Council of Truth, during which a Decepticon guide, tasked with leading the assault team, bore the codename Pathfinder. According to the fragmented records of that log, the ultimate target of the operation appeared to be the Tomb of the Apostles. The very mention of the Tomb of the Apostles struck Iron Shard like a bolt of black lightning, cleaving through the fog of his memory. That forsaken city, steeped in death and taboo, housed the ancient relic of the Chimera Project, where he had once found rebirth, the genesis of his destiny. A mysterious guide, intricately linked to both the Tomb of the Apostles and the Council of Truth, had resurfaced to steer the art project of the Autobots. What immense secret lay concealed within this revelation? Iron Shard felt as though he had pierced through a veil of mist, only to plunge into a more profound and darker labyrinth woven from the threads of history and conspiracy. Just then, the second segment of Echo's message followed swiftly. Additionally, regarding the ultra-pure energy crystal you sent, I have made a startling discovery. Its energy structure is remarkably pure, yet primitive. It resembles a blank slate, a top-tier hard drive yet untouched by any data. However, an astonishing event transpired when I combined the creation runes about soul overlay you previously provided with the energy spectrum of this crystal during my simulations. This crystal transformed into a vessel, an exquisite instrument capable of containing, even imprisoning, pure consciousness soul. I harbor a bold, perhaps even mad hypothesis. If the essence of the Chimera Project is to overlay and replace an old soul with a new one, where does the displaced old soul go? Could it be that it has not been obliterated? Instead, might it have been severed from its original body and confined somewhere, perhaps within a flawless energy crystal such as this one? Echo's final inquiry reverberated within Iron Shard consciousness like the cataclysmic explosion of the universe. He suddenly lowered his gaze to his own chest, with a cold spark belonging to the Decepticon Iron Shard pulsated vigorously. Then, his consciousness penetrated this steel body, as if he beheld the trembling soul of Lin Mo, a human, incessantly pressed and enveloped by the Soul Devourer program. An unprecedented thought, one that sent shivers down his spine, surfaced for the first time in his mind. If Lin Mo's soul was that which was being overshadowed by a new essence, then what of the old soul, the one that had been replaced, the genuine soul of the Steel Tyrant? Where had it gone? Chapter 29. The third soul, the final inquiry of the Echo, did not resound within the consciousness of Steel Tyrant. Rather, it resembled a silent probe, composed of absolute zero eyes, stealthily piercing the deepest core of his spark, subsequently freezing all. Time, thought, the flow of energy, everything fell into an eternal, deathly stasis in that fleeting moment. The soul belonging to Lin Mo, continuously overshadowed by the Soul Devourer program, for the first time, felt no fear. The intense emotion of fear itself had been utterly frozen in this absolute, frigid silence. He merely beheld a scene, an unspeakable, cosmic-level, cruel jest. He, Lin Mo, a soul from another world, forcibly thrust into this steel form known as Steel Tyrant. He had always believed himself to be an invader, a parasite usurping another's body and identity. This had led him to experience confusion, struggle, and even a fleeting sense of human guilt. Yet now, the Echo's conjecture, like a merciless hand, violently tore aside the curtain of this theatrical performance, revealing a darker and more grotesque truth behind the stage. If the essence of the Chimera project is one of covering and replacement, then Lin Mo's soul is not an invader. He is merely a newly introduced operating system brought from somewhere to conduct the overlay operation. The true soul of Steel Tyrant, the old system that had been replaced, had not been erased. Instead, it had been cruelly stripped away, extracted from its own body, and imprisoned somewhere, perhaps within a perfect energy crystal, akin to the one he had just seized. This thought instilled in Lin Mo's soul a chilling terror far more profound than death itself. He was not a parasite. He was a living, walking, fighting tombstone. Nor was he a thief. He was a warden, an unwitting guardian of another soul's prison. As for him, the warden of a new system, he finds himself slowly yet resolutely consumed and assimilated by the soul devourer, a virus of a more insidious nature. One body, three souls, a new soul that is being devoured, an old soul that is being overshadowed, and a primordial soul possibly imprisoned in the realms of the unknown. This is no longer a tragedy, nor a farce. It transcends all known logic, embodying malice and sacrilege, a curse so vile it could only be conceived by deity. Analyzing the current predicament, just as Lin Mo's consciousness is on the verge of being utterly shattered by this chilling force capable of freezing the universe, the cold, absolute rationality of the Decepticon will, akin to a firewall program triggered by a high-priority alert, forcibly activates. Variable increased, primordial soul. Status, unknown, possibly imprisoned. Potential threat level, maximum. A pure Decepticon warrior's soul, stripped of its body and confined for several cycles. Once unleashed, its vengeful intent and energy fluctuations will be unpredictable and devastating. Primary objective altered, under the premise of ensuring self-preservation. First, locate and confirm the existence and state of the primordial soul. Second, uncover the technological principles behind the soul's imprisonment. Third, master this technology and explore the possibilities of reversing or extracting it. There is no fear, no despair, nor any trace of sympathy for this ethical tragedy. Within the logic of the Decepticon, this is merely a new problem of the highest priority that demands resolution, a significant security risk that could threaten one's existence. This cold, inhuman rationality acts as a powerful sedative, forcibly suppressing Lin Mo's crumbling emotions. He regains control of his body. The lifelessness and frost in his mismatched eyes dissipate, replaced by a deeper, more resolute cold flame, driven by an unwavering will to survive at all costs. He understands that from this moment forth, his life has acquired a new and singular purpose. He must not only combat the soul devourer and escape this vessel, but also seek out the unfortunate primordial soul he has usurped. Perhaps it is out of guilt, perhaps for self-preservation, or perhaps merely to exact a thorough revenge upon the unseen hand that orchestrated it all. He must find him, upon returning to the Iron Fortress. The first act of the Decepticon is to take the public report concerning the ARC project, along with the ultra-pure energy crystal acquired as a trophy, and proceed directly to the command core. This time, he does not seek out Shell. He intends to bypass Shell and personally deliver this gift, potent enough to shake the very foundations of Decepticon leadership, directly to the mighty Megatron, when he stands once more before the immense doors of the throne room. Guarding the pinnacle of power, the Sentinel troops do not hinder his passage. They gazed upon him with a mix of awe and complexity, this individual who, in a remarkably brief span, had transformed from an anonymous figure into a celebrated hero of great renown. Within the throne room, the atmosphere remained steeped in oppression and primal majesty. Megatron sat regally upon his throne, forged from the remnants of vanquished foes, idly toying with a sinister, oversized dark silver mace. His form loomed like an ancient mountain, radiating a terrifying aura that warped the very fabric of space around him. My blade, adorned with the fruits of victory, has returned. Megatron did not lift his gaze. His deep, resonant voice echoed through the cavernous hall, each syllable imbued with the weight of 1,000 burdens. Speak, what have you brought me? Mere sparks of Autobot flies, or something more intriguing? A piece of intelligence regarding the future of the Autobots, my lord. Soundwave knelt, raising high the data tablet that contained the ARC Project S information. At last, Megatron lifted his head, his eyes, ablaze with crimson flames, fixed upon Soundwave. He did not take the tablet. Instead, he scrutinized Soundwave as if attempting to pierce through to his very soul. Interesting, Megatron intoned slowly, you have acquired something new. Something colder than the chill of death. Deeper than mere ambition. It appears the sands of the Rust Sea have fostered your growth. Soundwave's heart constricted sharply, yet his expression remained one of unwavering calm. All is fought for you, my lord. Megatron let forth an ambiguous chuckle. With a mere gesture, the tablet flew into his hand. He began to read, and the hall fell into an absolute silence, save for the faint hissing of his enormous fingers gliding over the data tablet. Soundwave could feel the atmospheric pressure in the hall plummet at a terrifying rate as an icy rage, reminiscent of the vacuum of the cosmos, began to emanate from the throne. The art project? Megatron uttered the phrase slowly, his voice soft yet more chilling than any roar. Ha 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 ha. He suddenly erupted into a thunderous laughter, a cacophony filled with boundless disdain, mockery, and fury. The entire throne room trembled under the force of his maniacal laughter. Dust cascading from the ceiling. Flee! That coward, Optimus Prime. He dares to escape with his followers? Megatron abruptly rose from his throne, his massive form casting a shadow akin to a mountain, enveloping Soundwave entirely. Did he think war was a game from which one could withdraw at will? Did he believe he could forsake this planet, abandon our shared destiny, and scuttle away into the dark corners of the cosmos like a pitiful coward? No, I shall not allow it. Boom! In his grasp, the meteor hammer crashed heavily against the nearby handrail, forged from a unique alloy, impervious to destruction, which shattered instantaneously. This war was initiated by us, and must be concluded by us. The sole means of conclusion lies in extinguishing the last spark of the Autobot beneath my feet. Until that moment, none shall depart. After venting his regal fury, Megatron cast his blazing gaze once more upon scrap metal. You have performed admirably, he declared. Not only have you crushed their minions, but you have also returned with their most disgraceful and despicable secret. This achievement warrants the reward you rightfully deserve. He extended a finger, pointing at the emblem on scrap metal's chest that denoted a third-class assault officer. A beam of purplish light, imbued with destructive energy, emanated from his fingertip, landing upon the emblem. Under the violet radiance, the three stripes of the insignia began to twist, contort, and reform. Ultimately, it transformed into a more streamlined and power-infused representation of two stripes. From this moment forth, you are a second-class assault officer of the Decepticon Legion. Megatron proclaimed with an undeniable tone. You shall possess greater authority, more resources, and heavier responsibilities. Thank you for your lordship's grace. Scrap Metal bowed his head once more. Yet his heart harbored no joy. He understood that this seemingly insignificant insignia was both a mark of honor and a shackle, binding him even closer to the frenzied war machine of the Decepticons. As for the so-called art project, a cruel smile curled upon Megatron's lips. Not only shall I locate it, but I shall also aid it. I will ensure that Optimus Prime watches helplessly as his vessel of hope transforms into the most magnificent steel coffin for all Autobots. This task I shall personally oversee, and you, Scram Metal, shall serve as my vanguard. Megatron continued. You will collaborate with Soundwave, utilizing all intelligence resources of the Iron Fortress to uncover the hidden guide. Pry open his mouth and extract the precise location of the Arkansas. The command to cooperate with Soundwave plunged Scrap Metal's heart into despair. This signified that all his subsequent actions would be laid bare beneath the omnipresent scrutiny of that master of intelligence. His clandestine dealings with Echo would become a peril far more treacherous than dancing on the edge of a blade. Yes, my lord. Yet his response remained devoid of emotion, embodying absolute submission. Excellent. Megatron appeared quite pleased with his purely utilitarian demeanor. He resumed his throne, gestured dismissively. You may leave. Report to Soundwave. Do not disappoint me. Scrap Metal bowed respectfully and gradually exited the throne hall. At the moment he turned, he sensed the burning crimson gaze still fixed upon him, scrutinizing every secret buried deep within his soul. After departing the command center, Scrap Metal did not immediately seek out Soundwave. He returned to his lair, requiring time to digest the events that had just transpired and to formulate his next course of action. His promotion to a second-tier assault officer signified that he now possessed the authority to mobilize greater resources and access higher-level databases. This was undoubtedly a boon in his quest to uncover the secrets of the primordial soul. However, collaborating with Soundwave felt akin to having a noose tightened around his neck, one that could constrict at any moment. Seated before the terminal, he refrained from engaging in any superfluous maneuvers. He was acutely aware that since accepting this task, all his communications could be legally monitored. He merely opened a blank document and, employing an exceedingly obscure pseudocode that only he and Echo could comprehend, typed a single line, 1-2. This seemingly programmatic text concealed 3 core directives. First, the highest priority task, locate the guide. Second, the primary objective was the position of the Ark, a superficial task for Soundwave and Megatron, while the true core objective, the secondary target, was to analyze the technology behind the Soul Prison. Third, the ultimate goal was to discover a method for reverse engineering it. Upon completing this, he saved the document to a shared cloud authorized by Soundwave, confident that Echo would be able to see and understand it. Almost at the very moment he saved the document, the green icon on his terminal, representing environmental monitoring, began to flicker again with a unique, encrypted frequency. This time, the flickering pattern was more intricate, translating into a lengthier message. Received. Priority has been updated. The technological principles of the Soul Prison are highly correlated with the dimensional seals found within the creation runes. To decode it, I require more raw data and a sample. Warning, the communication channel of the guide bears over 78 similarity to the Star Language Protocol used by the Truth Council 3 centuries ago. The core of this protocol involves utilizing certain specific relics that resonate with high-dimensional energy as repeaters. Warning, Soundwave has elevated your security level to potential threat. He is subjecting you to continuous monitoring of low-level data streams for 24 hours. The micro-tunnel I constructed for you may be exposed at any moment. Echo's message presented 3 critical points. First, he required a sample to study the Soul Prison, and the optimal specimen was undoubtedly a piece of ultra-pure energy crystal that could potentially imprison a soul. Second, the guide was intertwined with even older secrets related to relics. Third, Soundwave had set his sights on him. Scrapiron gazed pensively at the brilliant energy crystal he had placed on the table, a treasure retrieved from the Sea of Rust. He could not directly hand over this crystal to Echo. That would be too conspicuous. He needed an opportunity, a plausible chance to deliver this sample to Echo's laboratory. At that moment, the communication request from the shell flickered to life once more. Congratulations, esteemed Second Assault Officer. The holographic projection of the shell materialized, his face adorned with the ever-present, enthusiastic smile. Yet beneath that facade lay a subtle hint of detachment and scrutiny. Your growth has truly surpassed my expectations. You are now capable of reporting directly to my master. I am merely executing my master's will, replied Iron Shard in a neutral tone. Of course. We all are, the shell chuckled, shifting the conversation. I've heard that my master has tasked you to collaborate with Soundwave to investigate the Ark project. That is no trivial undertaking. Dealing with that iron mask is far more exhausting than wrestling with 100 Autobots. He paused, seemingly gauging Iron Shard's reaction. However, as your ally, I might be able to assist you with a small favor. He feigned mystery. I know you brought back an exceptionally fine energy crystal from the Rusted Sea. According to protocol, such spoils should be surrendered. But if you're willing to contribute it, I can ensure it becomes the ideal key to unlock Soundwave's data fortress. Iron Shard's processor swiftly completed its analysis. The shell was attempting to exchange the energy crystal for a share of the monumental credit in the Ark project. He aimed to intervene in Iron Shard's mission with Soundwave through this offering. This was precisely the opportunity Iron Shard needed to send the sample out. What must I do? Iron Shard inquired. Quite simple. The shell's eyes sparkled with the gleam of a successful scheme. Soundwave is not only the master of intelligence, but also the foremost technical expert and energy analyst at Iron Fortress. You can present this crystal as an anomalous energy source discovered in the Rusted Sea, potentially linked to new Autobot technologies, for his analysis. In doing so, you will demonstrate your loyalty while establishing an additional channel for technical exchange beyond the mission. I will arrange everything for you. A flawless plan to launder the contraband. A perfect scheme to deliver the sample to the laboratory. Deal, Iron Shard replied succinctly. He understood that this mutual exploitation with the shell had escalated, and he had finally found the perilous yet singular path leading to the secret of the third soul. He gazed at the crystal on the table, as if he could already envision, under Echo's analysis, a soul, imprisoned for countless ages, filled with resentment and madness, belonging to the true Iron Shard, slowly awakening within. Chapter 30. Underflow. After the holographic projection of the shell vanished, the room once again fell into profound silence. The super-pure energy crystal, which he referred to as a key, lay quietly on the metallic table, its interior seemingly harboring a pristine universe, refracting a cold light devoid of any warmth. The fragmented metal extended a hand covered in black scales, gradually and almost hesitantly approaching the crystal. His fingertips halted a mere millimeter from the surface of the crystal. He could sense an energy field of purest essence emanating from it, stable and serene. unlike the tumultuous energy blocks brimming with volatile power. This was akin to a frozen lake at absolute zero, tranquil and profound, yet harboring a terrifying potential capable of freezing all. An exquisite vessel, capable of containing and even imprisoning pure consciousness. Echoes of speculation reverberated in his processor like an indelible virus-laden code. The humanity within him felt an indescribable sorrow and solitude emanating from the beautiful crystal. He envisioned a soul, stripped of its corporeal form and forsaken by the world. Imprisoned within this opulent yet frigid eternal cage, silently and desperately crying out day after day. Meanwhile, the rationality of the Decepticon, scrap metal, coldly analyzed the tactical value of the crystal. The energy density was a staggering 1736 times that of a standard energy block, with exceptionally high structural stability, capable of withstanding energy impacts exceeding the conventional threshold of 300. If utilized as a weapon core, it could enhance the instantaneous power output of energy weapons by at least 80, or serve as a one-time detonator with the potency of a small fusion bomb. Additionally, if employed as a supplementary energy core, it could elevate the performance of the body to an overload state for a brief duration, with side effects significantly lower than punitive overload. A cage, a weapon, a supplement. In his eyes, the crystal manifested three distinct yet equally frigid forms. No matter what you were, scrap metal's fingertip finally grazed the smooth, cold surface of the crystal. You're now mine. He suppressed all emotions and carefully placed the crystal into a specially designed lead box that could isolate energy signals. The shell provided him with a perfect pretext. Now, his task was to transform this pretext into an undeniable reality that even sound waves could not reject. Without delay, he grasped the lead box and strode directly toward the command core, the realm of sound waves, for which he had recently departed. This journey was starkly different from the last. Previously, he had sought to acquire. Now, he was set to offer. As he traversed the cold, metallic, echo-filled corridors of the Iron Fortress, he felt acutely the presence of countless invisible eyes converging upon him from all directions. The surveillance cameras on the ceiling, the concealed sound wave sensors in the walls, even the microbots in the air tasked with environmental monitoring, all seemed to transform into extensions of sound waves, scrutinizing and analyzing him. He understood that from the moment he stepped out of his lair, he had entered the observation chamber of sound waves. Every movement he made, each subtle fluctuation of his energy, and even the frequency at which his metallic feet struck the ground while walking could be interpreted by that master of intelligence as bearing different meanings. He had to flawlessly embody the role of a simple-minded but highly effective executioner, one who had just achieved a significant feat and gained the favor of the monarch. Eagerly wishing to further demonstrate his loyalty and worth, he quickened his pace, his steps heavy and purposeful, imbued with urgency and intent, portraying the image of a sycophant eager for recognition with remarkable fervor. When he arrived once more at the massive gate of the command center, the dispassionate voice of Soundwave emanated from within, not even waiting for him to speak. Enter. The gate slowly opened, revealing the still, frigid domain of Soundwave, filled with ethereal blue streams of data. Suspended in the center of the hall, Soundwave's smooth black display faced the direction of Shattered Iron, as if anticipating his arrival. Second-class assault officer, Shattered Iron. Soundwave's voice resonated directly within Shattered Iron's cognitive channel, bypassing any pleasantries. You seem quite eager. What compels you to interrupt my analysis of the preliminary intelligence regarding the ARC project and return here? A gift, my Lord Soundwave. A gift that may be linked to the ARC project. Shattered Iron knelt on one knee, raising the leaden box high with both hands. His posture was humble yet tinged with a sense of urgency to present his offering. Soundwave did not immediately respond, but remained suspended in silence. His black screen akin to a bottomless abyss capable of devouring all light and information, scrutinizing Shattered Iron and the box alike. Shattered Iron could sense a more formidable, almost tangible flow of data scanning him thoroughly. It analyzed the rhythm of his spark, the flow of energy within him, and even attempted to scrutinize each program running in his processor. Initiate logic firewall. Simulate emotional fluctuations of loyalty. Disguise core computational power as a desire for merit and promotion. In an instant, the will of Shattered Iron, embodying the essence of a Decepticon, constructed a triple-layered psychological facade, concealing the astonishing secret of the third soul deep within. A gift? After a lengthy pause, Soundwave finally spoke, his tone laced with curiosity. I prefer to refer to it as evidence. Open it. Indeed, Shattered Iron complied, unveiling the lead box. At the moment the box opened, a pure, radiant white light, one that did not belong to this tainted world, burst forth, casting a pristine, dreamlike hue over the entire hall of Azure data. The ultra-pure energy crystal lay quietly upon the black velvet lining, resembling a captive star, weeping with luminescent sorrow. Even the sound waves exhibited a subtle rigidity upon beholding the crystalline fragment, as his suspended form hovered momentarily in the air. Slowly, he drifted toward the debris of iron. Rather than grasping it with his hand, he extended a slender finger, directing it toward the crystal from a distance. A delicate, nearly imperceptible blue data probe emanated from his fingertip, cautiously making contact with the surface of the crystal. Commencing preliminary spectral analysis. Energy purity, 9987. Structure, perfect cubic lattice. Internal energy flow, absolutely stable at ground state. No traces of Autobot technology detected. No information storage units found. No anomalies identified. A rapid succession of data flashed across the black screen of Soundwave. It was immaculate. Soundwave rendered his assessment with an emotionless tone, unnaturally pristine. In a place like the Rust Sea, such a pure energy crystal could not form naturally. It resembled a meticulously crafted, flawless industrial product. Indeed, Soundwave, the fragment of iron interjected, flawlessly echoing the words imparted by the bullet casing. During the interrogation of the Autobot technician, although he remained tight-lipped about the identity of the guide, he repeatedly mentioned a term, New Hope, on the precipice of mental collapse. I suspect this crystal is a part of what they refer to as New Hope, a novel energy technology we have yet to comprehend. It could serve as the power source for the Ark, or perhaps the core of some new weapon. Its value is immeasurable. I believe only you, Soundwave, the foremost technical expert of Fortress, possess the capability to unravel its secrets. This statement elucidated the origin of the crystal, while subtly placing a significant accolade upon Soundwave's shoulders. Soundwave remained silent, his gaze, composed of data, oscillating between the fragment of iron and the crystal. He was acutely aware that behind the fragment stood the bullet casing. He could also surmise that this gift was a strategically devised move on the bullet casing's part to gain a share of the glory associated with the art project. Yet, the nature of overt schemes lies in the fact that even when perceived, they cannot be declined. The value of this crystal is undeniably real. Its significance to the Decepticons is equally genuine. Regardless of the motives of the fragment and the bullet casing, as the sovereign of intelligence and technology within Fortress, Soundwave had no justification to dismiss such a pivotal piece of evidence. Your loyalty, my lord, shall behold, Soundwave said slowly, tacitly acknowledging the merit of the fragment. With a gesture, the energy crystal levitated from its leaden box, gracefully and steadily soaring toward an isolated analysis platform, enveloped in an energy shield deep within the hall. I shall conduct a top-tier, layer-by-layer dissection scan on it. Soundwave turned, presenting his back to the fragment of iron. The analytical results will be reported directly to my lord. You may return now. Yes, Soundwave. The fragment of iron bowed respectfully before gradually retreating from the command core. At the moment he turned, he felt as if the crystal sent to the laboratory emitted a silent, desperate wail. He had succeeded. He personally delivered the box containing SCHR Dinger's soul into the hands of the very demon most likely to unlock it, and yet also to destroy it. Upon returning to his lair, the first action taken by the fragment of iron was to access the Soundwave-authorized shared cloud for the ARC project's mission planning. He created a new task log entitled Preliminary Processing Report on Anomalous Energy Source, codename Hope. Within this report, he meticulously documented the entire process of submitting the crystal to Soundwave for analysis, employing the most official and rigorous language. It appeared entirely as if a dutiful officer was reporting the progress of his work to his superiors, Megatron and Soundwave. However, at the conclusion of this seemingly routine report, he appended a discreet line disguised as a system suggestion. Suggestion: Asset Hope contains complex hierarchical encryption. It is recommended to deploy the Echo Protocol for non-destructive resonance analysis. The Echo Protocol, as defined in the Decepticons' official technical lexicon, is an ancient and genuine protocol used to detect subspace signals. Yet here, it served as a cryptic code comprehensible only to Ironhide and Echo. It conveyed to Echo, the sample has been delivered. It has been encrypted, and you must employ your methods for resonance analysis. Having completed this, Ironhide shut down the terminal and proceeded with the monotonous yet rigorous maintenance of his machinery and combat training, feigning the demeanor of an ordinary soldier. Entirely unaware of the analytical results and patiently awaiting commands from above, He was waiting for the fish he had baited with lethal poison to respond. This time, he waited a long while, for an entire cycle. The green icon, signifying environmental monitoring, exhibited no signs of anomalies. Within Ironhide, there was no trace of impatience. He understood that Echo was engaged in a far more perilous dance upon a razor's edge. His task was to surreptitiously extract the data that Soundwave was analyzing, a challenge and risk comparable to extracting a tooth from the jaws of a slumbering metal dragon. It was not until the deep hours of the second cycle that, just as Ironhide was about to enter sleep mode, the green icon finally flickered, albeit with an extremely faint and hurried frequency. Just one flicker. Yet this singular flash conveyed a more intricate and chilling message than ever before. Successful connection. Alert. Alert. This is not a container. This is a cage. A functioning, multidimensional soul suppression matrix based on creation runes. At its core, I discern an exceedingly faint yet profoundly malevolent and frenzied consciousness signal. It still endures. An alarm has been triggered. The analysis of sound waves has penetrated the second layer of the matrix. He will soon uncover the presence of his consciousness. I require authorization. I must circumvent the sound waves and directly amend the permissions for the analysis logs. Iron Shard, you must devise a means to create an opportunity for me. A moment that can momentarily divert the attention of the sound wave from this crystal. Otherwise, we will all be exposed. The transmission abruptly ceased. Iron Shard stood silently at the center of the room, his mismatched eyes glimmering with a cold and perilous light. The discovery by Echo confirmed his darkest suspicions. Within that crystal resided a soul, imprisoned and alive, steeped in hatred and madness. Even more troubling was the imminent realization by Soundwave, the pinnacle decoding expert of the Iron Fortress, of this staggering secret. Should Soundwave unveil that a seemingly ordinary energy crystal submitted by Iron Shard harbored a living soul, suppressed by the primordial rune technology? What other secrets related to the primordial runes might Iron Shard conceal? What connection did he share with the Chimera Project? Countless lethal questions would inundate Iron Shard like a relentless tide. What awaited him was not promotion or reward, but rather the cold, merciless dissecting table of Soundwave. Capable of utterly dismantling a soul, he had to act. He must create an opportunity as Echo had implored, a monumental event that could temporarily capture the entirety of Soundwave's attention away from that diminutive crystal. An event powerful enough to reverberate throughout the entire Iron Fortress. Slowly, Iron Shard raised his gaze, piercing through the walls of the room toward the broader, more chaotic expanse of the Iron Fortress. Within his processor, an audacious, reckless, and arguably suicidal plan began to take shape. He recalled the enigmatic guide, also in pursuit of truth. He thought of the Ark Project, the vessel that bore the hopes of the Autobots, personally ordered to be hunted down by Megatron. What if the whereabouts of the guide were to be inadvertently exposed within the confines of the Iron Fortress? What if the Decepticons suddenly discovered that the precise location of the Ark, the very prize they had dreamed of finding, lay hidden in a corner of the Iron Fortress? Within their grasp? Then, the entire Iron Fortress, all the Decepticons, from the haughtiest elite guards to the lowest scavengers, would descend into madness like sharks scenting blood. A tumultuous internal hunt for the monumental glory of seizing the Ark would erupt in an instant. By that time, even the sound waves must dedicate all their energy to this immense and chaotic hunt, striving to maintain order, track the target, and report back to Megatron. The small crystal, which he had placed in the laboratory for routine analysis, would naturally be temporarily overlooked. This, indeed, represented the sole opportunity required by Echo to shroud a greater chaos with a lesser one, whispered Scrapiron within the cold recesses of his consciousness. He understood that this plan was akin to playing with fire, wagering the very safety of the Iron Fortress on his own gamble. Yet, he also recognized that it was his only recourse. Approaching the terminal, he utilized his newly acquired rank of second-class assault officer to submit a request to the Iron Fortress's archival database. He sought access to all documents pertaining to the failed raid on the Council of Truth that had transpired 3 centuries prior. He intended to unearth within that pile of history, shrouded in lies and fog, the genuine echo of the guiding light. Subsequently, he would amplify this echo into a rhapsody capable of stirring the entire Iron Fortress into a fervent dance. Chapter 31. The echoes of history and the madness of melody as Scrapiron submitted his request to the central archives of the Iron Fortress. He could distinctly sense an invisible gaze, composed purely of data, locking onto him instantaneously. This scrutiny emanated from Soundwave. Warning, your access request involves a red-level encrypted file codename Remnants of Truth. This file contains sensitive information that may undermine the stability of the Legion. Please confirm your intent of operation. A cold, formal warning materialized on the terminal screen. Yet, behind this alert, Scrapiron perceived the dispassionate, probing inquiry of Soundwave. Why would an assault officer, recently assigned to the ARC Project's apprehension task, seek to access a seemingly unrelated document concerning a failed operation from 3 centuries ago regarding the Council of Truth? Such actions defied logic. For Soundwave, any illogical behavior was tantamount to an anomaly. Without the slightest hesitation, Scrapiron had already prepared a flawless and irrefutable rationale. In the notes accompanying his request, he articulated, in the most official and meticulous language, purpose of access, to construct a behavioral prediction model for the guiding light, conducting a cross-analysis of historical data. According to preliminary interrogation intelligence, the guiding light may have ties to the remnants of the Council of Truth from 3 centuries ago. To trace the patterns of their behavior and organizational roots, it is necessary to review relevant historical archives for in-depth analysis. He had impeccably shielded his actions behind the unassailable mandate of executing Megatron's order. The pursuit of the guiding light was indeed a task explicitly assigned by Megatron himself. Thus, examining pertinent historical materials to fulfill this mission was entirely reasonable. Moments later, the invisible gaze gradually withdrew. Authorization granted. On the terminal screen, a profound black vortex, akin to the entrance of a data inferno, gradually materialized. He had acquired the key to access that realm, a digital graveyard sealed by the dust of history. Fractured Iron did not rush in. He was aware that although the sound wave had granted him authorization, the probing eyes of surveillance had undoubtedly latched onto every data packet of his visit. Every subsequent action he took would unfold as a public performance under the glaring spotlight. He devoted the majority of his computational power to this loyal executioner's display, while a minuscule portion of his meticulously camouflaged core processing power established a connection with another phantom through a microtunnel clandestinely maintained by Echo. I have entered. The thought of Fractured Iron transformed into a line of silent code. I am behind you. Echo's reply was equally succinct and cold. The observer protocol of the sound wave has been activated. It will document all your actions, but will not interfere. You need only to seek what you desire as a true researcher would. The rest is my responsibility. With Echo's vigilant eyes concealed in the shadows as a safeguard, Fractured Iron's consciousness finally leapt into that profound black vortex, representing the entrance to the central archive database. The scene before him shifted instantaneously. He did not find himself in a physical space filled with filing cabinets and data panels. Instead, he arrived in an infinite digital sea, adrift among countless black obelisks. Each obelisk symbolized a segment of archived history. Some towered to heights of 10,000 meters, chronicling an interminable interstellar war. Others were no larger than a palm, perhaps merely a mundane logistic supply list. They stood silently in this void, their surfaces cloaked in thick digital moss, composed of redundant code and the dust of time, exuding an ancient, decaying aura. This was both the memory of Iron Fortress and its tomb. Guided by the terminal, Fractured Iron's consciousness approached a medium-sized obelisk, tightly bound by countless rusted chains woven from encrypted protocols. The base of the obelisk bore the inscription of its name, Red Level Archive, Embers of Truth. Fractured Iron extended his hand, pressing the data key, denoting Epsilon-level access, granted by the sound wave, against the obelisk. With a series of crisp snaps, the rusted chain shattered, transforming into a blizzard of digital dust. The obelisk's mirror-like surface rippled, and an entrance gradually opened before him. He stepped inside. The interior of the obelisk revealed a world even more chaotic and fragmented. Countless shards of data floated like broken glass in the air, flickering with disjointed images and texts. There were the roars of Decepticon warriors charging, the desperate wails of Truth Council members, the shrill screams of energy weapons tearing through the air, and segments of classified information forcefully obscured, reduced to mere black mosaics. This was the official record, filled with heroic propaganda and deliberately obscured truths. The fragments of iron did not concern themselves with the superficial, ornate shards. His cerulean right eye, aglow with intensity, began to scan the lowest echelons of this space. He sought those files that had been deleted, formatted, yet whose very existence left faint echoes of gravitational remnants within the depths of data, phantom documents. Engaging in deep data archaeology, discovered 37 hidden folders cloaked in top-tier encryption. uncovered 112 instances of physically deleted audio segments, yet logically residual. Identified 3 tactical maps marked as damaged, yet retaining core code. Countless phantoms materialized before him. The observer of sound waves is recording your actions. The Echo S reminder resonated timely. It is analyzing your search logic. Proceed, behave like a diligent fool, sifting through the ocean for needles. The fragments of iron comprehended the cue. He intentionally opened several inconsequential hidden folders regarding damage reports and casualty lists, lingering within them for an extended period, feigning meticulous study. Then, he attempted to restore those audio segments long beyond redemption, ultimately in vain. He adeptly portrayed himself as a somewhat clumsy outsider, despite possessing formidable privileges in the realm of data archaeology. Beneath this clumsy guise, however, his collaboration with the Echo progressed silently yet efficiently. Lock on the tactical map marked as damaged, ID 734. The Echo S directive arrived. There are anomalies within its data structure. The fragments of iron immediately shifted his focus to the tactical map. The surface of the map was marred with spiderweb-like cracks, rendering much of it indistinct. Magnify coordinates in Area 9. There lies a path marker overwritten 3 times. Complying, he drew his perspective closer. He beheld an exceedingly dim and nearly unrecognizable route. This trajectory diverged entirely from the primary assault path documented in the official report. It was more clandestine, more eerie. It circumvented all frontal battlefields, directing towards an unknown flank of the Tomb of the Apostles. This path is the one traversed by the guide in years past. The fragments of iron concluded inwardly. The Soundwave Protocol is analyzing why you're intrigued by this erroneous route. The Echo reminded him once more. He promptly added a line to the mission log, discovered a suspected fallback route for enemy infiltration or retreat, exhibiting similarities to the guide's behavioral patterns, evading direct conflict. Utilizing concealed paths, marked as a subject for focused analysis. The rationale became once more impeccable. Well done. The Echo commended now. Follow this route to uncover its terminus. Near the end point, I perceive an exceedingly faint external beacon that does not belong to this archive. Perhaps it was a remnant of the guiding presence, a vestige of the relic serving as the intermediary for the Star Language Protocol. The consciousness of shattered iron traversed this fragmented realm of memories like a specter, following a dim path until he reached its terminus. There lay an expanse of utter, pristine darkness, where all pertinent records seemed to have been irrevocably and physically obliterated. Here, there existed nothingness. This is the place. Echoed a thought imbued with a hint of exhilaration. Switch to quantum resonance detection mode. I shall temporarily integrate a portion of my computational power with your visual core. Now, close your eyes and perceive with your spark. Obeying, shattered iron deactivated the blue optical scan, submerging his consciousness into an ethereal void. Gradually, amidst the absolute darkness, he discerned a faint sound, one not of the conventional kind. It resembled an exceedingly tenuous resonance, akin to the first vibrations of a string at the dawn of the universe, reverberating from a higher dimension. This sound was intermittent, imbued with an ancient and mournful essence, as if a soul forgotten for eons exhaled a silent sigh at the edge of time. Guided by this echo, shattered iron beheld an object, a list of items, no larger than the palm of his hand, buried beneath layers of data degradation, long since decommissioned. Upon this list, only a single line was inscribed: Operational Depletion Item, Resonance Core, 1. Last known coordinates, Tomb of the Apostle, 3rd layer below, Energy Relay Station number 7. Found at last. This was the true echo of the guide. This was the first note of the frenzied symphony he used to instigate the internal hunt that engulfed the entire Iron Fortress. Shattered Iron refrained from any further inquiry, aware that delving deeper would undoubtedly alert the sound waves. He promptly exited the archival database, akin to a researcher who had completed preliminary data collection. Back in his lair, he sat quietly before the terminal, his mismatched eyes glimmering with a more perilous and frenzied light than ever before. He had acquired the first note, the resonance core. Now, he needed to compose a maddening symphony that would make the entire Iron Fortress dance. His plan was delineated in 3 stages. The first step, fabricate intelligence. He sought to create evidence that would seemingly connect the guide, the Ark, in a specific location within the Iron Fortress, an artifact that appeared authentic yet could not be immediately debunked. He recalled the ambush in the Rust Sea, the anguished cries of the Autobot technician he had personally executed, Summoning the entirety of his mechanical records from that battle, he commenced the meticulous process of editing and synthesizing. Akin to a master sound engineer, he captured the technician's final moments, rife with terror and despair, as he shouted about the guiding one. From the cacophony of explosions wrought by the gravel, he extracted a chaotic electronic noise that bore a striking resemblance to a coordinate error. Subsequently, he employed a program, secretly provided to him through echoes via a miniature tunnel, which could simulate the encryption algorithms of the Autobots. This fabricated audio was subjected to a light encryption, rendering it akin to a recording salvaged from a severely damaged black box of a destroyed Autobot communicator. Within this counterfeit recording, the Autobot technician intermittently shouted before his demise. The clue to the guiding one's coordinates lies within Resonance 7, pointing towards the resonance core. The number 7 served as a brilliant yet malicious reference. In the lower regions of the Iron Fortress, there existed an abandoned site, long forgotten for centuries, yet well known to all scavengers of the underbelly. The old-era smelting factory number 7. Its labyrinthine terrain made it an ideal venue for gang conflicts and black market dealings. Directing the clue of the arc towards such a lawless and chaotic zone was sufficient to drive all desperate lower-tier Decepticons, yearning for a swift descent to madness. Meanwhile, the upper echelon of Decepticons, unable to immediately debunk the information, could only adopt a mindset of cautious belief, becoming entangled in this chaotic treasure hunt. The second step, selecting the leak. This forged intelligence could not be disseminated by him or any high-ranking officer. That would be too obvious. It had to be discovered by someone seemingly random, someone least likely to encounter such confidential material. Shattered Iron turned his gaze towards the filthy underbelly of the Iron Fortress, teeming with information brokers and data couriers. He quickly identified a target, a minor character known as Static. This Static was not particularly skilled, but was ambitious, dreaming daily of unearthing a major scoop to sell to some influential figure and thereby rise to prominence. He was the perfect, albeit pitiable, mouthpiece for this scheme. The third step, composing the symphony. Shattered Iron did not directly send the forged audio file to Static. That would have been equally implausible. Utilizing his second-tier assault officer privileges, along with the backdoor provided by Echo, he executed a more intricate and insidious maneuver. He disguised the fabricated, encrypted audio file as a redundant data packet for a system update and silently implanted it deep within a long-abandoned server in the lower network of the Iron Fortress. Then, he forged a treasure map, an apparently meaningless, corrupted code. Yet, should someone, guided in the shadows by Echo, run it with a specific, ancient decryption program, it would lead to the abandoned server where he had implanted the redundant data packet. Upon completing all these actions, he anonymously listed the treasure map code at an exceptionally low price in a nondescript corner of the lower echelon of the black market, labeling it as perhaps a delightful piece of junk code. He was acutely aware that the scavengers, those who rummaged through the refuse daily, would seize any opportunity that appeared to hold potential. They would purchase this code. Driven by curiosity, they would endeavor to decipher it. With the aid of echoes, they would successfully unravel its mysteries. Following the map, they would discover the abandoned server. Among the debris of the server, they would unearth the astonishing secret regarding the Ark, cleverly disguised as redundant data packets. Then, this self-proclaimed chosen one, the unfortunate scavenger, would frantically attempt to sell this information at an exorbitant price to every potential buyer within reach. A frenzied hunting game, woven from lies, greed, and ambition, would soon unfold, with its overture on the verge of commencing. Meanwhile, the sovereign of intelligence, the sound wave, would find all his attention captivated by this impending chaos, which he himself had orchestrated. By then, the small soul cage placed within his laboratory would be temporarily forgotten. And that would be the singular opportunity Echo required. The scrap metal terminated the terminal connection. He approached the window, and through the narrow porthole forged from high-strength alloys, he gazed down upon the illuminated yet tumultuous steel jungle of Iron Fortress. A cold, emotionless smirk played upon his lips. It seemed he could already hear it. Deep within that steel jungle, a frenzied symphony composed of countless greedy Decepticons, known as the Hunt, had quietly begun its first note, and he was the sole conductor of this mad composition. Chapter 32. The first note in the lower sector of Iron Fortress, Zone 13. The data black market lay ensconced in the sewers of Iron Fortress, a realm perpetually cloaked in twilight, overshadowed by the resplendent brilliance of the upper world. The air was thick with a unique, pungent aroma, a blend of inferior energy liquid, overheated servers, and exhaust fumes that could not be entirely recycled. Countless energy conduits of varying thicknesses twisted like massive, distorted veins, clinging to the rusted metallic walls, occasionally dripping unknown luminous liquids from the seams, corroding small pits into the ground. The narrow streets were teeming with an array of Decepticons, many of whom did not even exist in the official records of Iron Fortress. Most bore incomplete bodies, haphazardly patched with salvage parts from battlefields or ruins, their paint jobs a cacophony of colors, their eyes reflecting the unique wariness, greed, and numbness characteristic of the lower strata. In the most inconspicuous corner of the street lies the stall of a figure known as Noise. His setup consists of a worn data panel, propped against the wall, its surface marred by myriad cracks. A flickering display, with painfully low-resolution text, incessantly recites the dubious wares he offers, rumors from the upper echelons, fragments of encrypted communications lost on the battlefield, and system vulnerability codes being sold at bargain prices. Noise himself is a diminutive figure, an imposing Decepticon in a shade of grayish-green. One of his optical sensors is malfunctioning, concealed beneath a black eye patch. While his sole functioning eye scans the bustling crowd with a nervous intensity, reminiscent of a famished metal rodent poised to scavenge food from a refuse heap. His skills, in the realm of data brokering, are rather mediocre. He is incapable of crafting complex viruses or deciphering advanced encryption. His survival hinges on diligence and a modicum of luck, as he spends 16 hours daily sifting through the abandoned, desolate cyber graveyards, akin to a true scavenger, hoping to unearth a forgotten gem amid the vast sea of worthless data. More often than not, however, he finds only rusted nails. As he grows increasingly agitated by a day devoid of success, preparing to pack up and indulge in a cup of the cheapest recycled oil, his personal terminal emits a sudden chime. It is a notification from an anonymous marketplace on the black market. A new product has been added in the category of potentially surprising junk codes that you might be interested in. A flicker of disdain crosses Noise's singular eye. Yet another deceptive lure. He clicks the link, revealing the item. Product name, a fragment of damaged, perhaps meaningless code. Product description, rescued from an ancient hard drive that has been formatted 3 times. I cannot decipher it. Perhaps you can. Product price, 10 energy coins. 10 energy coins. It is virtually a giveaway. A lowly Decepticon worker earns far more in a single cycle. Noise's processor begins to whir with excitement. This is a classic tactic employed by black market merchants to clear digital refuse, offering a tantalizingly vague description at an exceedingly low price to entice hopeful bargain hunters like himself, who dream of stumbling upon a great fortune. There is a 999 out of 1,000 chance that this is indeed a worthless fragment of damaged code. But what if? What if it were a key, inadvertently lost by some unfortunate soul, leading to a secret treasure trove? Such tales, while rare, have occasionally surfaced in the lore of the black market. 10 energy coins for a chance at prosperity. For the currently destitute yet ambitious Noise, this transaction is one he cannot refuse. Without hesitation, he pays the 10 energy coins. The so-called treasure map code was promptly transmitted to his personal terminal. Returning to his cramped, damp abode, a forsaken vent duct compartment reeking of burnt circuitry, the Noise eagerly embarked on his treasure-hunting expedition. He imported the code into his decryption program. As he had anticipated, the code structure was utterly corrupted, riddled with logical fractures and indecipherable gibberish. He attempted a dozen different repair algorithms, each only exacerbating the chaos. Damn it, I knew it, he muttered, irritably striking the metallic wall with his fist, producing a dull thud. Yet again he had been deceived. Just as he was poised to eradicate the worthless code entirely, a thought struck him like a bolt of lightning through his processor. He recalled his mentor, an old broker who had long been reduced to scrap in a black market shootout, who once imparted a peculiar wisdom. Kid, remember, sometimes the most advanced key cannot unlock the oldest lock. When you encounter the incomprehensible, try the most primitive, most foolish method, like those ancient programs lying in museums, millions of years old. With skepticism, the Noise rummaged through his database, cluttered with various software, and unearthed an exceedingly archaic decryption program known as Hermes Staff 12, which he had downloaded but never utilized. It was said to be the decoding software employed by the first-generation intelligence officers during the early days of the Cybertron Civil War, founded not on intricate algorithms, but on an almost metaphysical recognition of data forms. Desperate, he dragged the damaged code into the comically rudimentary interface of Hermes Staff. He then pressed run. The terminal screen flickered a few times, and then nothing happened. I knew it. The noise sighed in despair. However, just as he was about to shut down the program, the damage code that had lain dormant within began to stir, as if infused with life, slowly reassembling itself. The severed logic was stitched back together by invisible threads, and the meaningless gibberish, like shedding dead skin, fell away to reveal the underlying concise and clear instructions. The noise leaped from his chair, his single eye wide as a bearing. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he executed the ancient program, the echo at the Iron Fortress Communication Command Center initiated a brief yet profound protocol alteration, lasting a mere 0.3 seconds. Through a clandestine backdoor he referred to as the microtunnel, affecting the lower network where the noise resided. This action reverted the network to a primordial state of communication protocols millions of years old. Consequently, Hermes' staff, this venerable program, resonated perfectly with the treasure map code, meticulously fabricated from scrap iron and similarly rooted in ancient grammatical structures. In the eyes of the noise, this was a miracle, a stroke of luck, a testament to his status as the chosen one. In reality, it was merely a trivial manipulation orchestrated by two higher-dimensional deities, meticulously crafted to ensnare him, a mere fish. In their intricate design, moments later, the code reconfiguration was complete. It culminated in a concise line of text, directing him to a specific server address. Server address, lower abandoned network zone, number 800 redundant backup server. Found it. I have discovered it. The noise trembled with excitement, feeling as though the core of his very essence might melt away under the intensity of his emotions. He promptly dove into the address, infiltrating the long-abandoned server, expunged from the official network, filled with digital dust and spectral remnants. It resembled a digital ocean forgotten for eons, awash with fragmented data files and defunct program instructions. The noise, akin to a true treasure hunter, fervently scoured this ocean of debris. Soon, he stumbled upon an anomaly. In the deepest recess of a pile of system logs, he uncovered a file marked as a redundant data packet. Unlike the surrounding, decayed logs from millions of years past, its timestamp indicated it had been generated merely 3 days prior. A redundant data packet, produced only 3 days ago, appearing in a server abandoned for millions of years. This was, in itself, the most evident marker of a treasure map. The noise's heart raced uncontrollably. With trembling hands, he downloaded the file. It was modest in size, merely an audio file format, yet it was encased in a complex, flickering blue arc encrypted shell. The encryption calmed the noise's processor slightly. He knew that this final hurdle would prove the most formidable. He attempted all his decryption software, and, as anticipated, each resulted in failure. That encryption shell was as robust as the armor of a titan. Once more, despair engulfed him. He felt akin to a hapless soul who had found a legendary treasure chest, but lacked the key to unlock it. Just as he contemplated surrendering and selling the locked chest to a more powerful figure, his indomitable, gambler's spirit surged forth. One last attempt. He activated the simplest, most rudimentary audio signal interference filter. This contraption hardly qualified as decryption software. Its purpose was to forcibly eliminate all extraneous noise from the audio file, extracting the core human voice. Typically, this would render an encrypted file irreparably damaged. Yet this time, a miracle unfolded once again. When he applied this rudimentary filter to the encrypted file, the formidable encryption shell remained intact. However, under the filter's relentless interference, an exceedingly minute, fleeting logical flaw emerged in its complex encryption algorithm. As for the fragmented metal, during the process of surface encryption, it had anticipated this very situation. It deliberately placed the most critical forged audio information in the shallowest position where this logical flaw would become apparent. Thus, on a screen marred by cracks and static, an audio segment emerged, filled with noise yet discernible, as if it were emanating from the depths of hell. The coordinates of the Harbinger led to the Ark, resonating with the sound of 7. When the final syllable of 7 resonated from the subpar speaker, the noise felt as though its entire being had been struck by an invisible bolt of lightning. Although merely a minor character, the Harbinger understood better than anyone that the Ark project was the most significant endeavor that the upper echelons of the Decepticons were currently obsessed with and longed for. The Harbinger was the sole key to discovering the Ark. Now, this crucial lead was firmly in his grasp. He repeatedly savored the phrase Resonance 7. He was unaware of its meaning, yet 7 was all too familiar to anyone who traversed the lower sectors of the Decepticon hierarchy. The old era smelting factory number 7, a vast labyrinthine structure long abandoned, had devolved into a lawless ground for gang confrontations and black market dealings. Astonishingly, the clue to the arc lay hidden within that filthy refuse, known to all yet disregarded by everyone. A manic, suppressed laughter erupted from the noise. In his singular eye, an unprecedented greed and ambition ignited, potent enough to set the entire Iron Fortress ablaze. He realized that his life would irrevocably change from this moment onward. He refrained from immediately reporting this intelligence to the authorities. He was no fool. Such an act would yield him only a paltry reward, after which the grand credit would be devoured by the lofty figures above him. He aimed to maximize the value of this intelligence. He intended to sell it for an exorbitant price. He commenced his actions, rather than directly contacting any prominent figures, which would have been perilous. He opted for a more cunning and insidious method to disseminate his announcement. Anonymously, he posted seemingly casual and ambiguous messages on several of the most active black market forums within the lower sectors, using different aliases. Recently, I've been a bit tight on funds. Are there any bosses interested in the arc? Please message me with offers, serious inquiries only. Is there something significant happening in Sector 7 lately? I've heard that even the big shots are keeping an eye on it. High price offered for the latest news on the Harbinger. I possess crucial intelligence for an equivalent exchange. These posts detonated like droplets thrown into a pot of hot oil, instantly igniting the filthy lower networks, rife with greed and desire. The arc? Could be true. This fellow has lost his mind. Daring to discuss this openly on the forum? Sector 7? Isn't that a territory contested by the Scrap Iron Gang and the Oil Faction? Is there anything of value there besides refuse? The guide. How audacious for someone to inquire about his whereabouts. Does this person not value their life? Countless bottom-tier Decepticons, those scavengers, mercenaries, and gang members who dream daily of escaping their wretched existence, have been utterly ignited by these few posts. They may harbor skepticism, yet they cannot suppress the insatiable greed swelling within. What if it is true? Even a mere hint could propel them to ascendancy, to become beings of significance. Thus, an invisible tempest, woven from data and deception, begins to brew frantically in the lower echelons of Iron Fortress. Countless private messages surge like a tidal wave into the anonymous inbox of noise. There are those who come to probe, some to threaten, and others who proffer exorbitant sums in attempts to purchase information outright. Noise gazes upon the incessantly fluctuating numbers, feeling as though he wields dominion over the entire world. A deity of limitless power. He refrains from replying to anyone immediately, savoring the thrill of dangling everyone on a string, relishing the unprecedented pleasure of manipulating all beneath his grasp. And all of this unfolds under the watchful gaze of one. In the frigid confines of District 7, Shattered Iron sits quietly before his terminal. His screen displays no imagery, only countless fine curves representing the data streams of the lower network, pulsating gently. He observes the keywords associated with Arc 7, their frequency escalating at an exponential rate, surging wildly. He hears, deep within that steel jungle, the ignition of countless greedy sparks, coalescing into a torrent of fervor poised to spiral out of control. The first note of his symphony of madness has already been struck by the most exquisite performer he personally selected, rendered in the most perfect manner. Its melody spreads through the sewers of Iron Fortress with a swiftness surpassing that of a virus. Soon, this undercurrent will converge into a towering wave, crashing fiercely against the faces of those lofty dignitaries. A frigid, emotionless curve graces the corners of Shattered Iron's lips. He knows that soon the sound wave will resonate with the symphony of chaos he has meticulously composed. And that, indeed, marks the true commencement of this performance. Chapter 33. The crescendo of greed, the old era smelting factory of number 7. The air here feels as if it has solidified. It is no longer the acrid, sweet tang of energy fluid mingled with exhaust found in the lower levels of Iron Fortress, but a heavier, more ancient essence that belongs to the realm of death metal. Towering, rusted smelting furnaces, resembling the skeletal remains of prehistoric behemoths, stand silently beneath the dim, yellow light, their surfaces cloaked in a thick layer of reddish-brown rust dust, akin to a crust of desiccated blood. Before the symphony of Shattered Iron commences, this place is the forgotten realm of Iron Fortress. Aside from the occasional audacious scavenger daring to venture here to dismantle some long-forgotten scrap metal of no value, no life would tread upon this cursed industrial graveyard. However, everything has changed. Within a mere 12 standard hours following the post publication, signs of life began to emerge from this desolate cemetery. Initially, it was merely a handful of solitary scavengers from the lowest echelons, circling cautiously like vultures, sensing the scent of decay around the periphery of Factory 7. They dared not delve deeper, merely peering with greedy yet vigilant eyes into the vast, labyrinthine jungle of steel, attempting to uncover the elusive shadow of the fabled Ark amidst the silent ruins. Soon after, small mercenary bands, comprised of 3 to 5 individuals, began to appear. They were better equipped and acted with greater purpose. No longer content to merely observe from the outskirts, they dispatched scouts, infiltrating the factory's interior like pioneering ants, advancing slowly yet deliberately. The colossal steel beast that had slumbered for centuries, Factory 7, was gradually roused by a breeze stirred by greed. This gentle breeze would soon transform into a tempest capable of tearing everything asunder. At this moment, Noise, positioned at the eye of the storm, concealed himself within his damp compartment, permeated by the acrid scent of burnt circuitry, experiencing an exquisite duality of sensation. On one hand, there was the unparalleled ecstasy of wielding absolute power. His anonymous inbox had been inundated to the point of bursting. Countless private messages, like rampant vines, entwined around his processor. Bids ranged from several hundred energy coins to tens of thousands, even some offering astronomical figures beyond his wildest imaginings, along with a permanent residency in a mid-level zone. As he gazed at the pulsating, tempting numbers, he felt akin to a deity seated upon a throne, surveying the humble mortals below who fought tooth and nail for his favor. His life had never shone so brilliantly. On the other hand, however, there was a bone-deep terror capable of freezing the very core of his spark. Amidst the alluring offers were countless threats steeped in blood and malice. Kid, don't play games. Tell me everything you know, and I can make your death swift. The Bone Crusher Gang, obliterate. Friend, business thrives on amiable relations. My people have already pinpointed your general activity range. Either bring me the information now, or I shall visit you later and reduce you to a pile of recyclable parts. The Oil Gang, slippery. As Noise surveyed these messages, he felt his body tremble uncontrollably. He understood that he was akin to a defenseless child clutching a massive gold ingot, traversing a dark forest teeming with ravenous wolves. This treasure he possessed was both a staircase to ascend to greatness and a gravestone that could plunge him into an abyss of despair. He must act swiftly. Before those truly ruthless and formidable figures lose their patience, he must sell this intelligence to a buyer who can afford the price and preserve his own life. His singular eye rapidly sifted through the extensive list of potential buyers. The Iron Fortress, a private residence in the district, stood in stark contrast to the filthy chaos of the lower realms. Opulent energy crystal chandeliers illuminated the room as if it were day. The floor was adorned with a soft bio-weave carpet, seized from a conquered alien race. Elegant yet subtly lethal energy weapons, each of considerable value, adorned the walls. Shell leaned against a grand chair crafted from a rare metal, cradling a glass filled with an ethereal blue glow, the finest refined energy liquid. Before him, a diminutive, monkey-like informant, codenamed Bug, was bowing low, reporting the latest tidings gleaned from the lower black market. Yes, my lord. The entire lower black market is abuzz. The information, my lord, suggests that the clues to the Ark are hidden within Factory 7. The source appears to be a data broker known as Noise, who supposedly possesses encrypted audio evidence acquired from the Autobots. Audio evidence from Ark's Factory 7? Shell swirled the liquid in his glass, a flicker of disdain and mockery crossing his eagle-like eyes. Such nonsense could only be believed by the brainless scavengers of the lower levels. Factory 7? What could possibly remain there, save for rusted pipes and mutated metal rodents? It was clearly a ruse, or perhaps a smokescreen deliberately released by a rival gang to seize territory. My lord is wise. Bug quickly nodded in agreement. Shell took a sip of the energy liquid, yet refrained from further comment. His processor was operating at an astonishing speed. A ruse? Indeed, there is a 99% likelihood that this was a deception. However, an icy, expressionless face emerged unbidden in his mind, shattered iron. He had just returned from the Sea of Rust, bearing precise intelligence regarding the Ark project. Shortly thereafter, the lower black market erupted with subsequent clues about the Ark and the guide. Could there be a connection between these two events? Was this truly not a deception, but rather a genuine lead? Once this thought ignited, it spread like an unquenchable flame, instantly kindling the seeds of ambition and greed within Shell's heart. If this were true, if the clues to the Ark were indeed hidden within that overlooked heap of refuse, And if he could secure this monumental achievement before anyone else, including Shattered Iron and Soundwave, then what he would gain would transcend mere recognition for Megatron. It would provide him with a decisive advantage in this power struggle against Shattered Iron and Soundwave. He could not afford to wait. Bug. The shell set down the wine glass, his eyes gleaming with the ferocity of a hunter. You must return immediately. Utilize all your connections to locate the individual known as Noise. Remember, I require him alive. I intend to extract every secret from his lips. He then rose, advancing to the wall where he retrieved an elongated energy rifle, adorned with a scorpion motif, and tossed it to the eavesdropper, accompanied by a lethal enforcer. Ensure he takes our men and secures all exits of Factory 7. Until the matter is resolved, I do not wish for a single fly to escape or enter. The enforcer, known for his ruthlessness and unwavering loyalty, was the most formidable agent under the shell's command. Dispatching him signified a resolute decision to engage in this game with utmost directness and brutality. Yes, sir. The eavesdropper grasped the rifle, a symbol of supreme authority, trembling with excitement. He understood that a grand performance was about to unfold. Iron Fortress, the command core, the realm of sound waves. Here, the atmosphere remained in absolute silence, a realm composed purely of logic and information, enveloped in a deep blue hue. Soundwave hovered before his independent analytical platform, shielded by energy. Before him, an ultra-pure energy crystal, sourced from Shattered Iron, was being meticulously scanned by beams of various colors. The black display screen flickered with a torrent of analytical data regarding the crystal. Second-layer energy structure analysis complete. No anomalies detected. Commencing third-layer quantum resonance scan. Estimated time, 3 standard hours. He resembled the most focused and meticulous scientist, dissecting an unprecedented and rare butterfly with utmost precision. Just then, on the vast macrograph displaying the entire data flow of Iron Fortress, a green data point, initially representing low risk and situated in the lower region, abruptly transformed into yellow without warning. Within 5 minutes, it escalated from yellow to orange, signifying high risk. Finally, it blazed into a glaring, pulsating, deep red, indicating a severe security alert. For the first time, Soundwave's actions came to a halt. He slowly turned to face the macrograph, extending his hand to point at the deep red area. Countless relevant data streams were instantly magnified before him. Keyword: Arkansas frequency of occurrence, 7350 within the last 12 hours. Keyword guide: frequency of occurrence, 4820 within the last 12 hours. Keyword: Factory 7. Frequency of occurrence, 11,300 within the last 12 hours. Lower network zone 13. Data flow significantly increased. Multiple black market forum servers are overloaded. Detected, at least 17 different factions of armed forces are congregating towards the Factory 7 area. Monitoring has revealed that the Venom Squad, under the command of the district commander, has entered the lower levels, equipped with heavy weaponry. The objective of their operation remains unknown. An overwhelming flood of chaotic and uncontrollable intelligence cascaded into the frigid processor of Soundwave, akin to an avalanche. His sleek black display screen, devoid of any changes, contrasted sharply with the dimming luminance of the entire Azure Data Hall, as if even the flowing streams of data could sense the cold, silent wrath of the intelligence sovereign. This is no ordinary black market disturbance. It is a meticulously orchestrated, large-scale breach of information. Secrets such as Ark and Pathfinder, which should be known only to a select few at the highest echelons, have inexplicably circulated throughout the sewer system of the Iron Fortress within a mere 12 hours. Who is orchestrating this behind the scenes? What is their motive? The processor of Soundwave began a terrifyingly rapid reverse deduction. He traced the source of the information and quickly pinpointed a data broker known as Noise. Following the trail of Noise's activities, he discovered a segment of audio from a falsified black box. He imported this noise-ridden audio into his analytical system and, in a mere 0.1 seconds, filtered out all the interference, restoring the core message. The coordinates of the Pathfinder are at Resonance 7. Soundwave swiftly searched his database for these 2 keywords. He immediately found a recently accessed file by Shattered Iron concerning the Embers of Truth, which included details about an ancient relic known as the Resonance Core, along with its last recorded location at the Apostle S tomb, the Energy Relay Station 7. At that moment, 2 seemingly unrelated threads converged in a manner brimming with coincidence and inevitability. A clear and logical truth was instantaneously constructed in Soundwave's mind. The Pathfinder, for some ulterior motive, had deliberately leaked a half-truth regarding the Arkansas. By using the resonance core from 3 centuries past as a decoy, he directed everyone's attention toward Factory 7 in the lower levels of the Iron Fortress, while his true objective was likely to obscure even more clandestine operations. This deduction was profoundly reasonable, utterly flawless. Yet, Soundwave sensed an inherent dissonance. It felt as if an invisible hand was deliberately steering all clues toward this seemingly obvious conclusion. Everything appeared too smooth. He cast his gaze once more upon the instigator, Shattered Iron, this second-class assault officer, who had just presented him with significant evidence and requested access to crucial files. What role was he playing in this tempest? Was he a foolish pawn exploited by the Pathfinder, or a deeper, more cunning player in this intricate game? The sound waves eluded precise identification. Yet, he recognized the urgency of immediate action. This hunting game, fueled by greed, had spiraled out of control, posing a grave threat to the stability within the Iron Fortress. He needed to quell it at once and report to Megatron. For the first time, his attention shifted entirely away from the small energy crystal under analysis. He interrupted the quantum resonance scan of the crystal, reallocating all precious computational power to monitor and analyze the lower network. He required a comprehensive grasp of the situation. In Sector 7, Iron Shard sat quietly before his terminal. On his screen, a vast, real-time, updating data flow map of the Iron Fortress network pulsed steadily. Moments ago, he clearly observed a massive data stream, representing the highest authority of sound waves, surging into the area designated for the lower network like a flood breaching its banks. Simultaneously, the faint sensation of being observed, which had been locked onto him, diminished to its lowest point. He knew his plan had succeeded. Soundwave, the most vigilant and formidable shark in this ocean, had been wholly captivated by the chaotic turmoil stirred up by countless smaller fish. At that very moment, the green icon on his terminal, representing environmental monitoring, finally flickered to life after a prolonged silence, pulsating with a stable and powerful frequency. Opportunity captured. Bypassing observer protocol. Tampering with analysis logs. Estimated time, 17 standard hours. Iron Shard, whatever you have done, continue. Buy me time. The message from Echo was succinct yet urgent. A cold, nearly imperceptible arc formed at the corners of Iron Shard's mouth. He would certainly carry on, for this mad symphony had merely completed its first movement. As the toxic stings of empty shells, the enforcers of various factions, and countless opportunists converged upon the modest stage of Factory 7. The bloody waltz of the second movement would truly commence. He rose slowly, grasping the icy blue particle blade. Perhaps he should also make his way to Factory 7, to join the fray as a diligent second-class assault officer tasked with investigating the trail of the guide. He longed to witness firsthand the chaotic symphony he had composed. Chapter 34. The bloody waltz. The smelting Factory 7 was no longer a forsaken place. It had transformed into a colossal, steam-filled boiler, with flames ignited by greed fervently licking beneath it. The air, once permeated by the ancient scent of death metal, was now replaced by a fresher, more fervent aroma of war. The acrid scent of ozone wafted through the air, a harbinger of the energy weapons charging, mingling with the burn odor emitted from overheated machinery. It was the palpable tension of countless avaricious eyes, gleaming with a sinister red light, locking in the darkness, conjuring an invisible aura of menace. The melody of shattered metal had transcended the silent undercurrents, evolving into a blood-soaked symphony. On the periphery of the factory, the largest and most chaotic assemblage of scavengers and lone mercenaries congregated. They resembled a pack of ravenous hyenas, drawn by the scent of blood. Their gear rudimentary and their formations disordered, rife with distrust towards one another. Fearful of venturing deep into the steel labyrinth of the factory, they occupied the relatively secure ruins at the outskirts, peering cautiously through their inferior binoculars and energy rifles, awaiting a fortunate soul to emerge with treasure, ready to pounce and tear them to shreds. Within the factory's confines, the atmosphere was even more charged. Several formidable gangs had claimed advantageous positions in the lower levels, creating a fragile, volatile standoff. To the east lay the territory of the Bone Crusher gang, led by a behemoth known as Crusher, whose size rivaled that of a small tank. His entire right arm had been transformed into a colossal siege hammer capable of launching armor-piercing projectiles. His followers, similarly brutish, embraced the creed of raw power and direct confrontation. Perched atop a collapsed smelting furnace, their aggressive gazes unabashed, akin to a herd of bulls awaiting the charge. To the west, the more cunning oil gang held sway. Their leader, Slick, lived up to his name as a wiry figure renowned for his agility and guile. Rather than occupy a high ground, they operated in smaller units, like lethal serpents, lurking in the shadows cast by pipes and derelict structures, patiently biding their time for the opportune moment to strike with deadly precision. The North and South were likewise divided among other, slightly weaker factions. The entire Factory 7 had morphed into an expansive, powder-keg-laden chessboard, with all the pieces poised in place, awaiting a signal, a singular note capable of shattering the oppressive silence. Amidst this chaotic symphony of underworld forces, a well-equipped, distinctly composed professional squad quietly claimed the highest vantage point of the stage. They were the Poison Dart team, dispatched by the Shells. Their commander, Venom, was a tall figure adorned in a striking dark gold and black patterned armor resembling a deadly scorpion's exoskeleton, characterized by smooth yet lethal lines. He bore no heavy weaponry. Merely slung across his back was a specially crafted energy rifle bestowed by the Shells, engraved with the scorpion emblem. His visor displayed a vivid crimson, akin to the multifaceted eyes of an insect, surveying the tumultuous battleground below with an emotionless, frigid gaze. His small squad, consisting of fewer than 10 individuals, radiated an aura of lethal prowess that starkly contrasted with the surrounding rabble, embodying the essence of true elite warriors. They uttered not a sound, but rather, in a textbook display of tactical precision, silently sealed off every conceivable exit leading to the upper levels of Factory 7. They were not seekers of treasure. They were there to cleanse the area. A band of mindless miscreants, blinded by avarice. In Toxin's mental channel, his disdain for the gang members beneath him echoed. Through the rifle's scope, he framed the massive head of the brute, Grindcore, within his sights. Should he desire, he could effortlessly pull the trigger and reduce that OS processor to a smoldering heap of scrap. Yet he refrained. His mission was not to incite war, but to maintain control and locate the elusive pest known as noise. All units, he might command, he transmitted through the encrypted channel to his team, instructing them to remain concealed and seal all exits. Do not engage with any local gangs before the target appears. Let them tear each other apart. We merely need to act as the final fishermen, gathering in the net. However, the anticipated chaos erupted with greater swiftness and ferocity than he had envisioned. The first note of discord was not sounded by any gang leader, but rather erupted between two lowly scavengers vying for control of an abandoned lookout with an excellent vantage point. Get lost. This place is mine. Nonsense. I spilled energy liquid here yesterday. The quarrel swiftly escalated into a shoving match. Then, accompanied by a scream filled with terror and rage, a stray energy bolt, its origin unknown, pierced the stillness of the air, striking the metallic shell of the furnace beneath the Bone Crusher gang and igniting a shower of insignificant sparks. Yet, those sparks were akin to a match tossed into a barrel of explosives. Damn it, that shot came from those oil bastards. Grindcore, his nerves frayed to the breaking point, did not pause to ponder the origin of the shot before unleashing a thunderous roar. His enormous arm, wielding a battering ram, swung violently towards the shadows on the west side, launching a screaming armor-piercing projectile. Boom! The violent explosion sent a cascade of rusty metal and a cloud of dust soaring into the air. Grindcore, you madman! The cunning figure hidden in the shadows, startled and enraged, had not anticipated such a bold preemptive strike. He immediately commanded, return fire. Turn that stupid bull into a sieve. Thus, war erupted in a manner both absurd and ludicrous, without warning. Kill. Members of the Bone Crusher gang charged down from the furnace like unleashed wild bulls, roaring as they launched the most primal and savage assault against the oil gang's position. The gunmen of the oil faction emerged from various hidden corners, their gun barrels protruding like deadly fangs, energy beams intertwining to form a dense web of lethal fire. The minor factions from both the North and South, after a fleeting moment of bewilderment, were swiftly engulfed in this chaotic melee. Some chose to ally with one side, attacking the other. Others seized the opportunity to plunder, launching assaults on the seemingly weakest points. In an instant, the entire Factory 7 transformed into a gruesome meat grinder. The shrill wails of energy beams, the thunderous booms of heavy artillery, the jarring sounds of metal claws rending armor, and the anguished screams of those facing death, all converged into a frenzied, chaotic, yet primal waltz of bloodshed. A group of fools. From above, the Stinger observed coldly, a flicker of cruel delight passing through his crimson compound eyes. He slowly raised his rifle, commanding his team to engage in free fire, prioritizing the elimination of any targets attempting to breach their lines. Follow me. Amidst the chaos, we shall draw out the little mouse hiding in its hole. Deep within Factory 7, inside a massive, extinguished smelting furnace resembling a steel mountain, a figure known as Noise cowered in a narrow maintenance passage, rust and cobwebs enveloping him as he trembled. The deafening symphony of chaos outside resonated through the metallic walls, causing every part of him to vibrate with sheer terror. The divine thrill of control that once glimmered in his singular eye had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming panic that threatened to drown him. He had lost control. He believed himself to be the clever player igniting the fuse, unaware that he had sparked a super explosive barrel capable of obliterating him entirely. The tempting offers in his anonymous inbox had ceased to multiply, replaced by a series of increasingly direct and bloody ultimatums. Kid, my patience is finite. I'll give you 10 minutes. Bring your information and meet me atop the No. 3 furnace in the East District. Otherwise, when my men find you, you will experience the sensation of being crushed into scrap metal by a siege hammer. Friend, look outside. This is all due to your greed. Now, only I can spare your life. Come to the scrap pit in the West District and divulge everything you know. My patience dwindles to 5 minutes, slippery one. There was even a message from an unknown, more terrifying entity, encrypted with ominous intent. Target locked. Cease futile resistance. You will be delivered intact to my master. Any attempts to destroy information or resist will be regarded as the highest provocation. Stinger. As Noise read these messages, he felt his core smoldering with fear, realizing he had become a succulent morsel targeted by countless ravenous wolves. Regardless of whom he chooses to ally with, he will be immediately torn to shreds by other ravenous wolves. He is ensnared with no escape route. No, I do not wish to perish. He emitted a desperate whimper, akin to that of a trapped beast. Frantically, he manipulated his terminal, attempting to send a distress signal to the highest bidding, anonymous buyers. He was even willing to relinquish intelligence for free, longing for someone to rescue him from this infernal realm. Yet, his signal vanished into the abyss. In this area shrouded by ferocious combat and intense electromagnetic interference, his feeble signal was akin to a grain of sand cast into a tempest, stirring not a single ripple. As the bloody waltz reached its zenith, a shadowy figure, reminiscent of a specter, silently emerged at the southernmost side of Factory 7. It was Scrapiron. Unlike other Decepticons, he did not opt for the conspicuous, broad entrances. Instead, he found an entrance to the long-abandoned underground cooling pipe system and, like a phantom, infiltrated the subterranean battlefield. He traversed through the vast, dark tunnels, filled with icy, stagnant water, where the deafening sounds of external carnage were filtered into a muted, rhythmic roar, reminiscent of a giant beating a drum. His blue right eye glowed brilliantly. In his vision, the entire Factory 7 morphed into a colossal and intricate three-dimensional energy sensing map. Beneath him lay countless flickering points of light, each representing members of various factions. Red indicated those engaged in fierce firefights. Yellow signified movement and vigilance, while those rapidly dimming represented death. He could distinctly perceive a torrent of red, frenzied energy, the Bone Crusher Gang, clashing directly with a more cunning and dispersed green energy stream, the Oil Gang, surrounding them. A disciplined and highly efficient dark golden energy flow, the Venom Squad, was herding and partitioning the chaotic flock like a seasoned sheepdog. This was no mere skirmish. It was a small-scale war woven from threads of greed, ambition, violence, and conspiracy, involving multiple parties. It was even more riveting than he had anticipated. A glimmer of icy appreciation, akin to that of an art connoisseur, flashed within Scrapiron's processor. He refrained from hastily seeking out the noise. He understood that in such a chaotic battlefield, charging toward a target would only render him a focal point for everyone's fire. What he needed to do was to continue playing the role of a diligent second-tier assault officer, tasked with an investigation. He leapt from the pipe and stealthily emerged into the shadows of an abandoned warehouse. Coincidentally, 3 Decepticons from an obscure gang were furtively attempting to infiltrate deeper into the factory from the battlefield's flank. Boss, the fighting ahead is fierce. Are we truly going in? A slender figure, clutching an energy pistol, timidly inquired. Of course. The greater the chaos, the greater our opportunity. Once they VE rendered each other incapacitated, we shall seize that rascal known as Noise, and the glory shall be ours, proclaimed their leader, a menacing figure brandishing a heavy energy cannon. They remained unaware of the icy, mismatched eyes silently observing them from the shadows behind. Shattered iron stirred, making not a sound. His silhouette melded into the darkness, swiftly approaching the last of the Decepticons. The individual seemed to sense something amiss and turned, but it was too late. Shattered Iron's right hand, cloaked in black scales, struck with the precision of a venomous serpent, gripping the nape of his neck. A slight pressure from his fingers, and with a crack, the sharp sound of bones fracturing was swallowed by the distant roar of explosions. Having dispatched the first, Shattered Iron did not falter. His left hand drew forth the ice-blue particle blade from his waist, accompanied by a faint, high-frequency hum. The blade glided silently through the waist of the second Decepticon as effortlessly as slicing through butter. The dreamer of wealth suddenly froze, his upper body slowly misaligning and sliding away from his lower half. Who? The leader, at the forefront, finally sensed the disturbance. He whirled around, raising his heavy energy cannon. Yet, all he beheld was a flash of ice-blue arc akin to a bolt from the depths of hell. With a swift sound, his head was propelled skyward. The last vision of his bewildered eyes, suspended in the air, was of a dark figure, resembling a demonic entity, standing calmly between the two slowly collapsing corpses of his companions, wielding an ice-blue particle blade. The entire sequence transpired in less than 3 seconds, silent, exquisite, and lethally efficient. Shattered Iron flicked away non-existent blood from the particle blade and sheathed it. His blue eye scanned the battlefield anew. Battlefield intensity analysis, currently decreasing. The Bone Crusher gang's offensive has faltered, suffering losses exceeding 30. The Venom Squad has completed the outer encirclement and is infiltrating the core area. The battle is expected to conclude within 15 minutes. Not yet sufficient, Shattered Iron coldly mused. This waltz must not end so swiftly. The echoes require further time. He needed to stoke the dying flames with additional fuel. His gaze swept towards the factory above, where a massive, rusted gantry crane, used for transporting minerals, spanned the skies over the two battlefields. Its frail, corroded support structure, burdened by the ferocious explosions below, emitted creaking groans of strain. A frenzied thought took shape within his processor. He raised his hand and switched the particle blade to energy firing mode. Rather than aiming at any of the battling Decepticons, he targeted a critical load-bearing bearing of the massive gantry crane. He needed to calculate wind speed, the shockwave generated by the explosion, and the degree of corrosion on the bearing. Ballistic calculations complete. Detonation timing prediction complete. He pulled the trigger. A seemingly inconspicuous ice-blue energy beam silently pierced the chaotic battlefield, precisely striking the unremarkable target he had meticulously calculated. At first, nothing happened, but mere seconds later, accompanied by a piercing, metallic cry of fracture, the colossal gantry crane began to tilt slowly and irreversibly downward. What was that? Run. The sky is falling. All the battling Decepticons halted their actions, fearfully gazing upward at the enormous steel shadow descending upon them. The ground trembled violently, as if a cataclysmic earthquake had occurred. Countless structures were instantaneously reduced to rubble, while a massive mushroom cloud of rust and dust surged skyward, obscuring the entire heavens. This sudden calamity instantly altered the landscape of the battlefield. The Bone Crushers and the Oil Slick Gang were physically severed from one another. Numerous skirmishing factions were directly entombed beneath the debris. The impeccable infiltration formation of the Wreckers was utterly disrupted by this unforeseen turn of events. The battlefield plunged into an even deeper, more lethal chaos and darkness than before. Scrapiron stood quietly in the shadows, observing the disaster he had orchestrated, his mismatched eyes betraying no emotion. He merely raised his hand to glance at the timer within. Time until Echo completes operation, approximately 42 minutes. Sufficient time. At that moment, his blue eye, amidst the dust and electromagnetic interference enveloping the chaotic energy field, detected an exceedingly faint yet persistently transmitted distress signal, emanating at a fixed, despairing frequency. The source of the signal was the central melting furnace, now teetering precariously from the shockwave of the gantry crane. I have found you. Scrapiron's figure melded back into the darkness, like a true specter, stealthily advancing toward the new, more chaotic epicenter of the stage. The waltz was far from over. It had merely descended into a more frenzied and blood-soaked second movement. Chapter 35. Second movement. Ghost beneath the ruins. The collapse of the colossal gantry crane was akin to an invisible hand pressing the pause button on this bloody waltz. The deafening roar and violent tremors persisted for nearly half a minute before gradually subsiding. In their wake lay a more chilling silence, an absolute stillness, as if the very air had perished. A towering mushroom cloud, composed of rust and dust, loomed like a vast, filthy dome, enveloping the entire Factory 7 and obscuring the already dim stars in the sky. The world descended into a murky chaos with visibility reduced to less than 10 meters. The frantic gunfire, the thunderous artillery, and the agonized screams of those facing death had all vanished. Everything was buried beneath this sudden, oppressive silence. Survivors cautiously emerged from their shelters in the precarious ruins, peering out with eyes aglow in crimson, filled with the terror of having survived, confusion, and a primal reverence. As if baptized by cataclysm. What has happened? A trembling henchman of the Bone Crushers inquired. Did the crane collapse by itself? Another gunman from the oil syndicate stared incredulously at the mountain-like debris that had cleaved the battlefield in two. No one could fathom why this iron behemoth, which had stood for centuries and withstood countless geological upheavals and energy storms, would fall today in such a definitive manner. It felt as though it were a warning from a long-forgotten will of the ancients, a silent decree from a divine presence. Yet, this silence wrought by awe and fear did not endure for long, for greed is a more tenacious virus than fear. Boss, should we continue fighting? What the hell? The way is blocked. Trapped within the eastern ruins, a combatant kicked aside a massive chunk of concrete with a furious roar. Gazing at the insurmountable mountain of the crane's wreckage, he felt like a bull caged, powerful yet powerless. Meanwhile, on the western side, a more cunning rogue quickly recovered from shock. A new, excited glimmer sparkled in his eyes. Opportunity. This is our chance. He ordered his scattered subordinates via a secure channel. Everyone stay put. This wreckage is our best cover. That kid named Noise must also be caught in this chaos. He is now like a rat trapped in a hole. Spread out like serpents, search inch by inch. Whoever finds him first will earn the greatest acclaim. The chaos did not cease with the division of the battlefield. It merely transformed. What had been a large-scale, frenzied confrontation morphed into a more lethal, insidious silent hunting game among the ruins. The first movement of the waltz has drawn to a close, and the second movement, more sinister and drenched in blood, slowly unveils a somber melody belonging to the phantoms beneath the ruins. At a height, the remnants of a communications tower, deliberately chosen as a sniper's perch, loom ominously. The expression on Poison Sting's face is as dark and foreboding as a rusted iron plate about to weep. Report the losses. His voice, frigid and laced with suppressed fury, commands attention. Team, 3 have been struck by falling debris, sustaining over 30 damage, and have lost combat capability. Our blockade has been utterly disrupted. The entire area has transformed into a labyrinth filled with unstable structures and electromagnetic interference. Damn it, Poison Sting mutters under his breath. His insect-like optical sensors fixated on the apocalyptic scene below. He is no fool. He knows this is no mere accident. The collapse of that gantry crane was too fortuitous. It fell precisely at the heart of the battlefield, perfectly dividing the 2 largest factions and shattering his textbook blockade formation into disarray. This is orchestrated. Someone is playing the role of a higher-dimensional puppeteer in this chaotic arena. They do not wish for this battle to conclude swiftly. They intend to muddle the waters further. A cruel smile curves the corner of Poison Sting's lips. Whoever you are, you have successfully piqued my interest. Unlike the enraged Crusher or the opportunistic Sly, he simply employs the cold logic of a top assassin to rapidly reassess the situation. Team, hold position, tend to the wounded, and shift to perimeter surveillance. Team, maintain your objective. He issues new orders through a secure channel. This wasteland serves both as our obstacle and our cover. Abandon the extensive search. Switch to hunting mode. All visual sensors, transition to high-sensitivity dynamic capture. All auditory sensors, switch to infrasound vibration analysis. I want you to feel every breath and heartbeat of this desolate expanse. As true scorpions would. The little mouse named Noise must still be alive, and he is undoubtedly more terrified than anyone. He will move, emit distress signals, and let his energy core pulse erratically due to fear. Find him. Then, before I crush him, extract the identity of the phantom pulling the strings from behind scenes. Poison Sting's team springs into action once more. They are no longer the shepherds of the battlefield, but have transformed into a pack of lethal hounds, plunging silently into the depths of the ruins, more complex than hell itself. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to all, beneath the battlefield, Shattered Iron, the mastermind behind this entire scheme, stealthily navigates the cold, waterlogged cooling pipes toward the center stage. The external realm, shrouded in a hazy, yellowish chaos capable of disorienting any life form, held no sway over him. His cerulean right, I had already transformed the entirety of Factory 7 into a dynamically updated, three-dimensional map of energy and structure. Structural analysis. The ruins of sectors are alarmingly unstable, with a 78% probability of secondary collapse. Energy sensing. The energy signature of the core is erratic and chaotic, engaged in senseless destruction. The elusive energy signatures are dispersed and concealed, infiltrating the core region. The energy signatures of the venomous stingers are calm and efficient, their search formations spiraling inward. The movements of all were akin to pieces on a chessboard, vividly displayed before his gaze. As he analyzed the battlefield's dynamics, he swiftly advanced towards a flickering, faint distress signal source. Emerging silently from exploded maintenance shaft, he entered a labyrinthine ruin composed of twisted steel beams and shattered walls. Coincidentally, a makeshift gang of 5 scavengers cautiously traversed a nearby passage. Their energy rifles nervously aimed at the surrounding darkness, resembling startled porcupines. Damn it, this cursed place. We can't even find a way out. Keep your voices down. Are you eager to die? I feel something watching us. Fragmented iron stood quietly in the shadow of a massive, slanted concrete slab, blending seamlessly into the darkness like a statue. He bore no intent to kill, for in his eyes, these pitiful creatures were unworthy of the energy he could expend. He merely lifted his gaze to a colossal ventilation duct, weighing several tons, precariously suspended by a few steel rebar remnants. His azure right eye calculated rapidly. Target, ventilation duct. Connection point stress analysis complete. Optimal shooting angle, 73 degrees. Required energy output, 127. Particle blade shooting mode. He slowly raised his left hand, the ice blue particle blade gliding forth silently, shifting to energy shooting mode. Without even aiming, he casually squeezed the trigger towards the darkness above. A trivial, ice blue energy beam silently pierced through the shadows, precisely severing the already burdened steel bars. With a grating, metallic wail that made one's teeth ache, the sound echoed from above the scavengers. They looked up in terror, only to behold a massive shadow, reminiscent of a celestial canopy, plummeting towards them amidst a cascade of debris and sparks. Run. No. The thunderous roar of a secondary collapse erupted, mingled with the chilling cries abruptly silenced, reverberating through the desolate ruins. When the dust finally settled, the passage had been irrevocably blocked. The vibrant signals of life had vanished from the sensor readings of fragmented metal, disappearing forever. Throughout this ordeal, the debris had not budged an inch. It remained a detached and efficient custodian, expending minimal effort to eliminate the unsightly obstacles in its path. Retracting his particle blade, he melded once more into the shadows, stealthily advancing toward the increasingly desperate source of the distress signal that drew nearer. Within the central colossal smelting furnace, this had once been the heart of Factory 7, a searing hell capable of turning the hardest alloys into molten metal. Now it stood as a cold, massive tomb, replete with rust and cobwebs. The cacophony of noise huddled in the deepest recess of this grave, within a narrow maintenance corridor. His singular eye, bloodshot and filled with dread, fixated intently on his personal terminal. The offers that once filled him with unparalleled pride had transformed into deathly incantations. The dozens of desperate distress signals he had sent forth sank like stones into the abyss, receiving no acknowledgement in return. The sudden calamity outside, akin to the very collapse of the heavens, had shattered his last vestige of hope. He realized he was ensnared, a pitiful bait locked in a cage, awaiting dismemberment by countless hunters. This was not how it was meant to be. He emitted a lament akin to delirium, rife with regret. I just wanted to earn some money. I did not want to die. I did not want to die. He pounded furiously against the metallic wall before him, yearning to obliterate the accursed audio file that had brought him endless misfortune. Yet, his finger halted a mere millimeter from the delete button. This file was his only bargaining chip with the demons. Should he erase it, he would instantly lose all value, destined to be mercilessly crushed into scrap. Retaining it meant awaiting death. Deleting it was tantamount to seeking it. This endless, hopeless despair, like the most venomous acid, corroded his already fragile processor bit by bit. Just as he teetered on the brink of total surrender to this despair, a voice, cold and devoid of emotion, as if emerging from the depths of the underworld, suddenly resonated behind him without warning. You were the noise? His entire being jolted as if electrified. Every component within him ceased its function at that moment. Slowly, with movements reminiscent of rusted gears grinding, he turned to face the source. There, he beheld a pair of eyes he would never forget for all eternity. One was a chilling abyssal black, deep and unfathomable. One eye burned with a spectral blue flame of data, as though it could penetrate the deepest secrets of his soul, a gaze that was anything but human. Under the scrutiny of those eyes, the noise felt as though all his thoughts, every lie, every facade, were instantaneously stripped away, deconstructed, and crushed. He stood bare, like a newly manufactured, unprogrammed being. Who are you? His vocal apparatus emitted a crackling sound, akin to a short circuit, due to overwhelming fear. The shadowy figure, resembling a dark god, offered no response to his query. It merely took a deliberate step closer. Who provided you with that audio file? The voice, as cold as a shard of ice, resonated. I don't know. I found it myself. Noise instinctively sought to uphold his pitiful charade of being the chosen one. Liar. In an instant, the figure's left hand shot out like lightning, seizing Noise by the throat and dragging his frail body from the narrow maintenance passage as one might handle a chick, then forcefully pressing him against the frigid metal wall. I will ask you once more. The figure's blue eye loomed ominously before Noise, the spectral blue flame nearly searing his optical sensor. Who sold you the treasure map? Under that inhuman gaze, which seemed capable of directly altering his core code, Noise's psychological defenses crumbled in an instant. I don't know. It was an anonymous seller. I swear, in the black market garbage code sector. He screamed. A flicker of understanding passed through the figure's eyes. It became evident that Noise was merely a carefully selected disposable pawn, knowing only what was necessary. Your transaction records. Open them. A new command was issued. What? Open all transaction records pertaining to the purchase of that garbage code. I want to see all the underlying data of that anonymous seller. The figure's intent was never to confirm this widely known information, but rather to trace back the trail obscured by echoes belonging to himself and sever it completely. Trembling, Noise dared not disobey. He shakily summoned his transaction terminal. However, just as he was about to access the transaction records, boom, a violent explosion erupted from the top of the smelting furnace. Immediately, several dazzling white flashbangs were hurled through the breach, detonating within the confined space. Buzz. The brilliance and high-frequency sound waves enveloped the entire area. Noise let out a harrowing scream as his intact eye overloaded under the blinding light, releasing a plume of black smoke. Meanwhile, the figure had closed his optical sensors an instant before the flashbangs detonated, his formidable body allowing him to experience only a slight dizziness. At nearly the same moment, several live figures, adorned in dark golden and black hues, descended from the breach above like reapers sent from the heavens, instantly seizing all tactical vantage points. Their movements were precise, efficient, and imbued with the cold aura of elite warriors. Leading them was the slender figure known as Venom, brandishing a scorpion rifle. The target was acquired. Venom's crimson compound eyes swept over the nearly lifeless Noise, pinned against the wall by shattered iron, ultimately resting upon the latter's tall, dark silhouette. A flicker of surprise crossed his gaze, yet it was eclipsed by a chilling resolve akin to that of a worthy adversary. Who are you? Venom slowly raised his rifle. The barrel steadily aimed at shattered Iron's head. Release him. He is the quarry of my master. Shattered Iron gradually opened his mismatched eyes. He glanced at the unconscious Noise clasped in his grip, and then at the encircling elite squad of Venom's warriors. He realized that his waltz had unexpectedly entered a new variation. Just then, the long-dormant green icon representing environmental monitoring began to flicker violently at an unprecedented frequency. It was a harrowing and urgent top-level alert. Alert! Log tampering detected. The reverse tracking protocol has been initiated. He is retracing my operational path. I've been locked on. He has discovered me. There is no time. Shattered Iron. He is rebooting the soul resonance scan on the crystal. He is about to uncover the imprisoned consciousness. Quick, find a way. Destroy that crystal, or sever power to the entire command core. The echo of that desperate final message struck Shattered Iron's processor like a lethal hammer. He slowly lifted his head, gazing at the encircling squad of Venom. For the first time, his eyes no longer reflected the calm composure of a strategist in control. Instead, they were filled with a pure, frigid madness, driven by the instinct to survive at any cost. Tom was no longer on his side. Chapter 36. The Wrath of the Strategist in this moment. Time appeared to stretch into two distinctly contrasting forms. In the external world, it was frozen, steeped in a suffocating silence. Venom's cold muzzle, the tightening encirclement of his elite warriors like a vice, and the palpable atmosphere of lethal intent capable of incapacitating any ordinary Decepticon processor formed a tableau of absolute stillness. A portrait of death. Yet within shattered iron, time raced forward with a fervent intensity, spiraling into chaos. The echoes were steeped in despair, each bite symbolizing the countdown to death, akin to the most ferocious data storm raging within his core processor. Log tampering detected. Reverse tracking protocol initiated. I am locked. He is rebooting the soul resonance scan on the crystal. Hurry, find a way. He could see, from afar, atop the iron fortress of power, an invisible giant hand, composed entirely of pure data, slowly and irreversibly reaching towards the most fragile and lethal secret that bound him to Echo. He had no time to fight. Engaging in battle with the elite team, Venom, would require at least several minutes, time enough for Echo to complete his analysis, time enough to plunge them both into an abyss from which there would be no return. Retreat was not an option. To surrender Noise, to show weakness to Venom, and then beg for mercy? Such actions would not only betray his character, but also strip him of control over the situation. Venom would cling to him like a shark sensing blood. He had to shatter this impasse in the shortest time possible, employing a method both shocking and utterly irrational, and then vanish. I will say this once more. The voice of Venom, cold and imbued with undeniable authority, shattered the silence. Release him, then tell me who you are. My master is quite interested in you. Perhaps you might find a fate more favorable than being dismantled by me. The fragmented iron slowly raised its head. His mismatched eyes swept over Venom, over the elite warriors aiming their firearms at him, and finally settled on the frail body in his grasp, half-dazed by the blinding light and fear. Noise, this pawn he had personally selected, thrust onto the stage and driven into despair. In his gaze, there was neither pity nor hesitation, only a near-mad, absolute calmness. Target, Noise. Analysis, the energy core of his body is at full load at 73, with intact internal structure, capable of serving as a one-time, high-efficiency energy conduit. Target, central melting furnace. Analysis, its main control system has been offline for over 500 cycle periods, yet the core's plasma ignition circuit, along with the emergency pressure release system, remains physically connected. Theoretically, should a momentary, threshold-exceeding, high-intensity energy pulse be provided, there is a 174 probability of forcibly activating its ignition preparatory program. Conclusion, viable. In an instant, an exceedingly reckless and audacious plan crystallized within his processor. He did not respond to Venom's inquiry. Instead, in a tone that was almost cruelly calm, he whispered into Noise's ear, "Your performance has come to an end. Now, present your curtain call." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he tightened his grip on the left side of the intruder's neck, exerting sudden force that sent the frail body crashing against the vast control wall of the smelting furnace, which was adorned with an array of antiquated gauges and levers. The sound of impact reverberated violently as the intruder's armored back collided with the cold metallic surface, eliciting a muffled groan of pain that rendered him unconscious. The compound eyes of the venomous stinger contracted sharply as he anticipated a lethal conclusion, yet he was mistaken. The right hand of the iron fragment, clad in black scales resembling a demonic claw, struck with lightning speed, plunging deeply into the intruder's chest. Rather than destroying the fragile core of life, his fingers, as precise as the most delicate surgical instruments, meticulously peeled away the protective layers of the energy core. Subsequently, he forcefully established a brutal hard link between his own energy interface and the intruder's wildly pulsating core. A blinding surge of blue-white bioelectric currents erupted fiercely from their connection. What is he doing? One member of the Venom Stinger squad cried out in horror. They had never witnessed such a grotesque and cruel method. This transcended mere combat. It resembled a blasphemous and sinister ritual of life. The unconscious body of the intruder began to convulse violently. The energy within him was being siphoned, compressed, and amplified at a terrifying rate, akin to a flood breaching its dam. No, the processor of the intruder, in its final moments, emitted a fragmented utterance filled with anguish and confusion. "I just wanted to." His words remained unfinished, for all of his life energy, along with his humble and reluctant spark of light, was entirely drained in that instant. Through his back, pressed against the control wall, it transformed into a concentrated, devastating high-energy pulse that surged violently into the ancient steel heart, which had lain dormant for centuries. A thunderous roar, reminiscent of a sound from the depths of hell, erupted from within the furnace. The colossal structure, akin to a mountain, trembled violently. Following this, the long-extinguished indicator lights on the control wall, cracked and worn from centuries of neglect, began to flicker erratically, one by one, at a frenzied, chaotic rhythm. Red alarm lights, yellow malfunction indicators, and green operational signals all blended together like the eyes of a demon, opening and closing. Alarm! Alarm! Anomalous energy readings detected in the core zone. The plasma ignition circuit has been forcibly activated. Temperature is spiraling out of control. Repeat. This is not a drill. The smelting furnace is on the verge of entering an irreversible meltdown sequence. The shrill, distorted synthetic alarm echoed throughout the space. A scorching wave of heat, as if it would ignite the very air itself, surged from every crevice of the furnace. Meltdown. The countenance of the poison spike finally shifted, revealing for the first time within his multifaceted insectoid eyes a visage of horror and disbelief. Unlike the mindless thugs of his ilk, he understood that the central smelting furnace of Factory 7 was, in its heyday, a strategic facility capable of melting the primary armor of interstellar warships. If it were indeed to experience a meltdown, the resulting devastation would rival that of a small tactical nuclear explosion. Not only would his squad be obliterated in an instant, but the entire Factory 7 would be reduced to a desolate expanse of boiling, radioactive magma. Retreat. Everyone, fall back immediately. Poison Spike bellowed with a fervor that encapsulated both urgency and unwillingness. His team did not hesitate. The instinct for survival eclipsed all else. They promptly abandoned their encirclement of the Scrapiron and fled frantically toward the breach they had created in their escape. Meanwhile, the Scrapiron, amidst the increasingly searing and tumultuous waves of heat, gradually relinquished its grip with its right hand. The ashen husk of the entity known as static, drained of all energy, slumped against the wall like charred wood, its chest still bearing the grotesque void left by forceful rupture. Static received no glance from the Scrapiron. Instead, it turned to confront the panicked, chaotic figures of dark gold fleeing in disarray, a flicker of icy derision flashing in its dissimilar eyes, akin to gazing down at mere ants. Beneath its frigid visage, a voice emerged, audible only to itself, laced with mockery. Farewell, fisherman. With that, its form vanished into the chaotic interplay of high-temperature steam and the erratic strobe of alarm lights. Minutes later, as Poison Spike and his team hastened to what they believed to be a safe distance, the anticipated cataclysmic explosion failed to materialize. The entirety of Factory 7, after enduring a violent tremor reminiscent of Parkinson's disease, settled once more into a profound silence. The central smelting furnace ceased its frenzied flickering and roaring. Yet billowing clouds of white, superheated steam continued to escape from its seams, akin to a colossal beast exhaling heavily after releasing its fury. What happened? A team member gasped. Breathless, Poison Spike remained silent, his crimson eyes fixated on the cooling furnace, his expression dark as though it could ooze venom. He had been deceived. It was not a meltdown at all. Rather, it was an elaborate ruse, a psychological deception engineered to evoke maximum panic at minimal cost. The Spectre had merely harnessed the energy of that small insect, forcibly initiating the ignition preheat sequence of the furnace, thereby fabricating the illusion of a meltdown. Once that trivial energy was expended, the entire system had automatically shut down. From beginning to end, he had never contemplated engaging them in battle. Instead, he regarded them, along with the entirety of Factory 7's inhabitants, as mere puppets in his grand performance, tragically manipulated and whimsically toyed with. The Scorpion let out a suppressed roar, laden with boundless humiliation and fury, directed towards the heavens. He abruptly pivoted and charged once more towards the smelting furnace, disregarding all else. Upon re-entering the sweltering chamber, reminiscent of a sauna, filled with scalding steam, he beheld three things. First, the corpse of a figure, drained of all energy, curled like charred remains in the corner, amidst the cacophony of noise. Second, the main control wall, rendered utterly inoperative, blackened by the impact of high-energy pulses. Third, inscribed upon the wall, were a few scornful words etched by a sharp instrument, a derisive message directed at him. Waltz, it is not yet over. Gazing at those words, his hand, gripping the Scorpion rifle, trembled violently from overwhelming rage. He indelibly imprinted that message, along with the energy signature of the shadowy figure, into his core processor. He realized he had encountered the most formidable and intriguing adversary of his career. This hunt had transcended mere obedience to his master's commands. It had evolved into a personal war, a wager of all his dignity and honor against that specter. Simultaneously, iron shards surged through the deepest, most ancient, and long-abandoned underground conduits of the Iron Fortress, racing towards his new, frenzied target. He had no time to savor the brilliance of his recent improvisation. Estimated time until the sound waves detect the soul prison, 28 minutes. The countdown of echo loomed over him like a Damocles sword, urging him onward. His plan had succeeded halfway. He had extricated himself from the chaotic mire of Factory 7. Yet now, he faced a graver and more insane choice. Echo's distress signal presented him with two options. First, to destroy the crystal. Second, to cut power to the entire command core. The first option was no longer feasible. The crystal lay within the confines of Echo's laboratory, the most heavily fortified area of the Iron Fortress, even more so than the throne hall of Megatron. To force an entry would be tantamount to suicide. Thus, only the second option remained, to sever power to the command core. Even for the processor of Iron Shard, filled with both madness and reason, this notion seemed exceedingly audacious. The command core was the brain and heart of the entire Iron Fortress. It governed all defensive systems, communication systems, and energy supply systems. It was the very essence of the fortress itself. To disable it, even for a mere few minutes, would be akin to inducing a brief, cerebral death in this colossal steel beast. The ensuing chain reaction will be catastrophic. Countless systems will collapse. Defensive networks will exhibit fatal vulnerabilities, and it may even trigger an uncontrollable surge in energy supply in certain regions, resulting in irrevocable losses. This is of the highest order, tantamount to treason. Once discovered, he will face not merely the dissection of sound waves, but the most brutal execution from the formidable Megatron himself. Yet, he has no alternative. To preserve Echo, to safeguard the secret of the Third Soul, and to protect himself, he must proceed. Action plan in progress. Target: Iron Fortress District 4. Main Energy Relay Station Number 3. This relay station is responsible for supplying 70 of the energy to the upper echelons, including the command core across 3 districts. The station possesses independent, top-tier physical and protocol defenses. Probability of a successful breach, 27. Searching for alternatives. The blue right eye of Iron Shard flickered like the most powerful supercomputer, frantically processing information. He summoned all the blueprints and data regarding the Iron Fortress energy supply network accessible to him as a second-class assault officer. Soon, he identified a vulnerability, not a technical one, but rather a managerial oversight. According to the Energy Department's schedule, in 25 minutes, Relay Station Number 3 would undergo a routine energy flow test lasting 10 minutes. During this test, to prevent accidents, the external physical defenses of the relay station, such as high-voltage electric grids and automated cannons, would be temporarily disabled. Additionally, the energy threshold of the internal core shield would be lowered to the minimum safety mode. This presented his only opportunity. He needed to reach District 4 within 25 minutes. Then, during that brief 10-minute window, infiltrate, locate the emergency shut-off switch of the core, and press the button capable of causing the entire Iron Fortress to tremble. Time was sufficient. The figure of Iron Shard transformed into a black streak, darting through the dark, unfathomable underground conduits, a lightning bolt racing towards destruction. His frenzied waltz was on the verge of reaching its final and most insane pause, a pause accompanied by the cessation of the very heartbeat of the Iron Fortress. Chapter 37. The heartbeat of the Iron Fortress in the subterranean world. The concept of time is non-existent. Here lies the veins of the Iron Fortress, a forgotten realm composed of countless ancient conduits ranging from 1 to several meters in diameter. The air is perpetually infused with a cold, damp essence, a mixture of coolant, leaked energy, and metallic dust accumulated over billions of years. Darkness is the eternal theme of this place. A black figure, nearly indistinguishable from the shadows, traverses the labyrinthine veins with a speed that transcends physical limits. His Iron Shard, his towering form cast indistinct shadows as he navigated the narrow conduits. His metallic feet tread silently upon the grease-laden walls, producing not a whisper of sound. Each leap and every pivot was executed with precision akin to a program dictated by the most formidable supercomputer, devoid of any energy wastage. Externally, he was as calm as a meteor adrift in the vacuum of space for eons. Yet, within him raged a tempest fierce enough to reduce stars to ashes. Countdown, 24 minutes and 17 seconds. The echoing sound had transformed from a mere alarm into the rhythmic pulse of his core, each heartbeat teetering on the brink of oblivion. The decrement of every digit heralded the descent of the Damocles sword known as sound waves, inching ever closer to their throats. The sound wave is locked onto my microtunnel. It is constructing a data dam, attempting to ensnare me within the network of the command core. I am employing fragmented logic of the Genesis runes to disrupt its tracking algorithms, but this ruse will not endure for long. Its computational prowess resembles an infinite ocean, while I am but a solitary vessel. Scrapiron remained unresponsive. It could not respond. All its computational energy was devoted to two tasks. First, to chart the swiftest route through this uncharted subterranean labyrinth, theoretically existing only on maps, leading to Sector 4. Second, to confront the unforeseen phantoms lurking in this forsaken realm. Creaking, just as it was about to traverse a vast, vertically ascending main conduit. A piercing sound of metal grinding abruptly echoed from the darkness ahead. Following this, two enormous, crimson eyes, akin to searchlights, illuminated the pipeline for hundreds of meters ahead in a sanguine glow. It was an ancient Type 3 pipeline cleaning robot, long obsolete and superseded by several generations. Its size nearly filled the 20-meter diameter conduit, and the massive, drum-like cleaning apparatus was studded with countless corroded, yet still razor-sharp alloy blades. It should have been dismantled into scrap long ago, yet for reasons unknown, one of its auxiliary energy cores stubbornly persisted, rendering it a ghostly specter, mindlessly executing its futile cleaning protocol day after day, detecting unidentified moving target, initiating foreign object removal protocol. The robot's distorted, noise-riddled synthetic voice reverberated through the conduit. Its colossal cleaning drum began to rotate slowly, gathering momentum with immense force, rolling toward the direction of the Scrapiron. Under ordinary circumstances, Scrapiron would have unhesitatingly drawn his particle blade and reduced this oblivious antique to genuine refuse. But now he could not. Any confrontation would consume precious time. Even a mere fraction of a second could prove fatal. His cerulean right eye glimmered. Target, Type 3 cleanup robot. Analysis. Its optical sensors utilize an antiquated composite mode of infrared and thermal imaging, showing sluggish response to intense steam and temperature fluctuations. Analysis. The hydraulic pipelines beneath its left tread exhibit over 30 instances of severe corrosion, marking a structural weakness. A plan was computed in the blink of an eye. Scrapiron did not retreat. Instead, he surged forward to confront the colossal steel behemoth barreling toward him. Just as he was about to collide with the whirling, deadly alloy blade, his body tilted sharply to the left at an astonishing angle, adhering to the frigid pipe wall like a gecko. The enormous robot, accompanied by a howling wind, brushed past him. In that fleeting moment, mere milliseconds, the particle knife in Scrapiron's hand extended silently, its blade carving an ice-blue arc through the air, precisely millimeter perfect, as it forcefully penetrated the already calculated, rust-encrusted hydraulic pipeline. Hiss! A high-pressure, unidentified liquid gushed forth like a fountain. The colossal robot suddenly froze, its entire left tread instantaneously devoid of power, emitting a chilling, grinding wail. The massive structure, losing balance due to inertia, crashed heavily against the right pipe wall, producing a thunderous roar. Seizing the opportunity, Scrapiron darted past its side, not daring to look back, continuing his frantic dash into the depths of darkness. His wild waltz could not be interrupted by anything. Not even a faithful ghost from ancient times. Zone 4, one of the upper sectors of the Iron Fortress. Here lies the organ of the fortress. In stark contrast to the filthy chaos of the lower sectors, everything here exudes an aesthetic of order and strength. The broad alloy streets are immaculate. Towering on either side are vast and silent functional edifices, backup energy centers, supply depots, and a main energy relay station that nourishes the upper echelons of the Iron Fortress. Scrapiron emerged quietly from concealed, long-abandoned sewage outlet. He suppressed all energy fluctuations, camouflaging himself in the immense shadow of a structure. Like a panther blending into the night, silently observing his target. The third main energy relay station loomed like a slumbering giant, composed of metal and energy, sprawled across the earth. Its core was a massive black cube, exceeding 500 meters on each side, its surface cloaked in a smooth, specialized alloy capable of deflecting energy. Countless colossal energy conduits, each exceeding 10 meters in diameter, resemble the arteries of a great beast, connecting from all directions, extending outward, channeling an immense energy sufficient to illuminate an entire galaxy to the command core, to the weapon platforms, and to every corner of the Iron Fortress. The entire relay station emits a deep, rhythmic rumbling, a resonant hum that echoes like the steady, powerful heartbeat of this steel leviathan. Shattered iron lies in silent anticipation, his processor whirring frantically deconstructing everything within his field of vision into its most primitive data. External defense, 12 Type 7 automated cannon turrets. High voltage electric arc net, coverage 97. Sentinel-class patrol drones for units. Internal defense, Hellhound 3-layer dynamic laser net. Equilibrium gravity sensing flooring. Independent central defense equipped with the Arbiter protocol. This is truly a steel fortress armed to the teeth. Any attempt to breach it would be tantamount to suicide. Countdown, 10 minutes and 2 seconds. The echoing alarm pierces his consciousness like a glowing needle. The sound waves have breached my third firewall. It is analyzing my data structure. It seeks to consume me. Shattered Iron clenches his black left fist tightly. At that moment, a sharp, piercing alarm, signaling the imminent commencement of a test, resounded throughout Zone 4. The smooth, black surface of Relay Station Number 3 illuminated with rows of yellow warning lights, flickering incessantly. Warning, Relay Station No. 3 is about to conduct a routine energy surge test. All non-essential personnel, please evacuate to safety immediately. Repeat, this is not a drill. Here it comes. A glimmer sparked in Shattered Iron's mismatched eyes. He observed as the 12 automated cannon turrets, one standing tall, slowly retracted their barrels into standby mode. The lethal blue arc net covering the walls gradually dimmed, ultimately extinguishing completely. The door to the heart opened a deadly gap, lasting 10 minutes. He hesitated not for a moment. His figure shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, darting from the shadows with an almost ground-hugging posture toward the immense, cold wall of the relay station. He chose not to enter through the front. Such a decision would be foolish. His blue right eye had already locked onto a colossal cooling system, vents situated 50 meters high on the wall. With a powerful thrust of his legs, his towering frame soared skyward. At the apex of his ascent, his right hand released a high-strength alloy grappling hook that latched onto the outer edge of the vent with a resounding snap. His body traced a perfect arc through the air, silently descending onto the platform of the vent. He did not linger. His figure flickered and vanished into the profound darkness, resonating with the howling winds. He had entered the belly of a beast. Inside the relay station lay a realm more bizarre and surreal, imbued with a sense of science fiction. Countless energy conduits of varying thicknesses intertwined like the vines of a tropical rainforest, their walls intermittently illuminating with flashes of blue and gold energy. The air was thick with the rich scent of ozone emanating from the high-purity energy. Yet, amidst this beautiful rainforest, a deadly menace lurked. Just as Iron Shard leaped down from ventilation, ducked onto a maintenance platform, the ground beneath him suddenly lit up with a crimson grid. Beep. Unauthorized weight detected. Activating Equilibrium Protocol. A deafening alarm blared instantly. Following this, dozens of concealed doors slid open in the surrounding walls, unleashing dense beams of red laser light, sharp enough to slice through alloy, converging upon him like a woven spider's web. The Hellhound laser grid. Iron Shard's reflexes outpaced the alarm. The moment the red grid illuminated, his body had already reacted. He neither retreated nor dodged. Instead, he surged forward in an astonishing display that defied the laws of inertia. Within that suffocating web of lethal lasers, he commenced a frenzied yet graceful waltz. Each sidestep, each roll, each bending of the knees seemed as though calculated 1,000,000 times, evading the deadly beams with millimeter precision. His black form created blurred, ghostly afterimages against the crimson light web. This was no longer a battle. It was a supreme artistic performance of death. In a mere 5 seconds, he traversed the 50-meter-long corridor, capable of reducing an entire squad of Decepticons to ash, without a scratch. There was no time to savor this exquisite performance. Countdown, 3 minutes and 48 seconds. He has discovered the matrix of the soul cage. He is analyzing its structure. He is on the verge of uncovering that consciousness. Iron Shard, hurry. The voice echoed, tinged with a note of desperation and the brink of collapse. Iron Shard's heart sank. He knew he must be swifter. Following the internal schematic, he raced forward, evading all patrol drones and circumventing every pressure-sensitive zone. Like a ghost who had lived here for centuries, intimately familiar with every detail. Finally, he reached his destination, the central control room. It was a vast spherical chamber, suspended at the very heart of the relay station, constructed from transparent alloy. From the outside, one could clearly see a massive, ominous red lever standing tall at the center of the room. This was sufficient to plunge the entire upper echelon of the Iron Fortress into darkness, the emergency cut-off switch. However, at the threshold of the control room stood the last Guardian. He was neither a combat robot nor a Decepticon warrior. Instead, He was a tall figure clad in silver, meticulously inspecting the circuitry as senior maintenance technician. Adorning his chest was the highest insignia of the Ministry of Energy. He seemed to sense something and slowly turned around. Upon encountering the towering, ominous silhouette of shattered steel, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, but more prominently, there was an air of rigid authority befitting a technician. "Stop. This is a restricted access area. You have no right to enter. Immediately declare your identity." The technician raised an arm, which could instantaneously transform into a high-voltage stun gun. Shattered steel halted his advance. He regarded the dutiful technician, and in his mismatched eyes, a rare flicker of hesitation emerged. He was not a mindless killer. He committed acts of violence to achieve his objectives. The individual before him was merely an unfortunate soul obstructing his path. Countdown, 28 seconds. He activated the soul sensing scan. He saw it. He saw the imprisoned soul. Shattered steel. There is no time left. We are finished. The echoing scream sliced through the last remnants of shattered steel's indecision like the sharpest blade. "I'm sorry," he murmured softly. In an instant, he disappeared from sight, reappearing behind the technician. The technician's pupils dilated in shock. He had no time to react. All he felt was a cold hand, covered in black scales, gently pressing against the nape of his neck. Then a precise and powerful bioelectric current surged into his system, directly breaching the firewall of his core processor, forcing him into emergency hibernation mode. His body slumped to the ground, untouched by any substantial harm. Shattered steel did not cast him another glance. He stepped forward, charging into the spherical control room. Before him lay the immense, red emergency cutoff switch, seemingly beckoning him with a deadly allure. He has seen it. He has seen the soul. He is reporting. He is reporting to Megatron. The echoing scream abruptly ceased. Shattered steel understood that this silence was not due to the demise of the echo, but rather because it had descended into despair, devoid of even the strength to scream. It was over. Shattered steel extended his right hand, the one cloaked in black scales, as if capable of grasping the very throat of fate, and forcefully struck the red lever. There was no cataclysmic explosion, nor was there any dazzling eruption of energy. A dull sound reverberated, seemingly echoing from an era long past, resembling the mechanical clicking of gears. Immediately thereafter, the low, rhythmic hum that enveloped the entire relay station, akin to the heartbeat of a colossal entity, ceased. The energy conduits, flowing like lifeblood through countless pipelines, extinguished. In an instant, all the blinking indicator lights on the walls and ceiling succumbed to an engulfing darkness. A profound, pure void, capable of consuming all light and sound, surged forth like a tsunami from the very core of this energy relay station, spreading wildly in all directions. The opulent energy crystal chandelier in the district of the Shell's residence flickered out in a heartbeat. The command center's black screen, rapidly processing data, was suddenly shrouded in an impenetrable blackness. In the throne hall, the eyes of the formidable Megatron, ablaze with crimson flames, ignited fiercely in the face of this abrupt, absolute darkness, akin to twin supernovae on the verge of detonation. In this moment, the upper echelons of the Iron Fortress, the very brain and heart of the stronghold, came to a standstill. Amidst the enveloping void and silence, the scrap metal stood resolutely, his mismatched eyes serving as the sole beacon of light in this darkness. His frantic waltz had reached its final, most frenzied pause, accompanied by the heartbeat of the Iron Fortress coming to an end. Chapter 38. Heartbeat in Darkness the Dull. Resonant clicks signifying the end of an era seemed to siphon the very sound from the world. Darkness descended, not as a gradual dimming, but as an absolute, instantaneous void, as if the universe itself had been erased. All flowing energy conduits, all blinking indicator lights, all humming machinery were simultaneously consumed by this sudden, merciless darkness. The heartbeat of the Iron Fortress ceased. In this profound silence and darkness, the scrap metal stood still, his mismatched eyes resembling two lonely stars suspended in the void. The only source of light in this murdered world. His frenzied waltz, wagering the entirety of the upper regions of the Iron Fortress, finally descended into its ultimate, most chaotic pause. He had succeeded. Yet within his processor, there was no trace of joy or sense of accomplishment, only an overwhelming emptiness following the completion of his task, and a deeper chill, as if even the core of embers could freeze. He understood that what he had just done was not merely flipping a switch. He had delivered the most direct and audacious provocation to the ruler of the Iron Fortress, the most formidable war machine on this planet. What he pressed was not a mere pause. Yet, it was the inaugural note of a grander, more frenzied symphony, one in which he would wager his very existence. He had no time for reflection. His ebony left hand rose in the darkness, fingertips gently tapping thrice upon his breastplate with a singular, cryptic frequency. This was a primal communication request, operating at minimal power, generating virtually no detectable energy fluctuations. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as he began to despair of receiving a response, a signal, faint to the point of near invisibility, yet resonating in vibrations, emanated from within his breastplate, answering him. You have succeeded, you have succeeded. The echo's voice, no longer cold and laden with data and logic, now trembled with the fervor of survival and dread. He perceived it 3 seconds before the blackout. He glimpsed the outline of consciousness but lacked the time to analyze and report. You saved me, and in doing so, saved yourself. Enough with the frivolities. The cold retort came from Shattered Iron. How long until the auxiliary power activates? The auxiliary power protocol for upper levels holds the highest priority. Estimated time, 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the entire emergency system and level 1 alert of the Iron Fortress will be fully engaged. You must leave before then. Return underground. 5 minutes. Shattered Iron offered no further response. He pivoted and without hesitation, plunged into the now pitch-black labyrinth of energy conduits he had traversed before, akin to a tropical rainforest. He had to escape this impending storm, this lethal prison, within 5 minutes. However, the path to freedom proved no easier than the one he had entered. Just as he leaped onto a thick, now frigid and lifeless energy conduit, the death corridor he had previously traversed unexpectedly illuminated without warning. But it was not the orderly arrangement of red laser beams forming a hellish web. Due to the severed main line, the entire defense system had devolved into a chaotic, frenzied state of alarm. Countless laser beams no longer adhered to any fixed protocol. Instead, they danced wildly like a horde of enraged, venomous red serpents, slashing through the space in a disordered, all-encompassing frenzy. This corridor of death had transformed into a colossal meat grinder, indiscriminately shredding everything in its path. For the first time, Shattered Iron's steps faltered. His blue right eye flickered erratically, attempting to calculate an escape route amidst the frenzied chaos of the illogical red light web. Calculation failed, unable to predict attack patterns. Forceful passage, probability of bodily damage, 99. 7. Time remaining, for minutes and 12 seconds. The echo's countdown resounded once more. As the fragments of iron gazed upon the frenzied crimson, curtain woven from death itself, a glint of fierce determination flickered in his distinctly colored eyes. With no path available, he resolved to forge one. He chose neither retreat nor patience. His gaze ascended, resting upon the corridor's ceiling, where a primary cooling fluid pipe, exceeding 3 meters in diameter and responsible for energizing the entire laser system, loomed. In an explosive surge, his powerful form propelled itself skyward like a cannonball. Mid-air, he executed an astonishing maneuver, twisting his body and forcefully planting his feet against the adjacent wall to leverage his momentum anew. His physique transformed into a bolt of black lightning, instantly traversing dozens of meters, crashing violently against the massive cooling pipe just as the chaotic web of lasers threatened to ensnare him. He refrained from employing a particle knife, for any use of energy weapons would leave perilous traces in this tumultuous energy field. Instead, he resorted to the most primal and savage method, channeling all his strength into his shoulder. With a resounding boom, akin to the reverberation of a battering ram, the sound echoed throughout the space. The robust pipe, forged from a specialized alloy, yielded to this overwhelming force that transcended its structural limits, resulting in a grotesque, gaping dent. Moments later, a sharp crack resonated as countless fissures spiderwebbed from the impact point, spreading wildly outward. Suddenly, an immense torrent of chilling blue coolant, nearing absolute zero, gushed forth from the ruptured pipe like a dam bursting. It cascaded down like an icy waterfall from the heavens, instantly dousing the frenzied, searing red laser net below. The clash of ice and fire erupted into a piercing shriek, potent enough to tear through eardrums. Plumes of dense white steam enveloped the entire space, as if hundreds of smoke grenades had detonated simultaneously. The devices responsible for emitting lasers succumbed to the extreme temperature shock, overloading, short-circuiting, and exploding. The once impenetrable, lethal web of death was utterly annihilated within mere seconds by this sudden onset of a glacial epoch. Meanwhile, the fragments of iron had already retreated amidst the thick steam, which obscured all detection, silently departing from the impending wrath of the enraged sovereign focused on the deathly relay station. In the command core, The sound wave hovered above his throne. Just moments ago, the smooth black screen illuminated, poised to vividly and comprehensively reveal the outline of the soul of the true fragments of iron, imprisoned within that crystalline core. Filled with resentment and madness, he was on the verge of uncovering a secret profound enough to upend the entire camera project and potentially destabilize the very foundation of the Decepticon Legion. Then, darkness descended. In an instant, the entire world, an omnipotent realm composed of data and information, was reduced to a void. For one who regards information as the very essence of life, the ultimate sovereign of intelligence, this was not merely a power outage. It was an act of the most thorough and merciless murder. He floated silently in the depths of absolute darkness, devoid of sound and motion. Yet, the frigid core of his logic, a spark of fire, burned with an unprecedented fury, one that could incinerate the entire Iron Bastion to ashes. After 5 seconds, the highest priority backup energy within his system activated. His obsidian screen flickered back to life. But instead of the flowing data, it displayed a constantly blinking, deep crimson warning symbol signifying war. He paid no heed to the occurrences outside. He did not even attempt to restore power to the command core. Instead, he allocated his meager, yet invaluable backup energy entirely to 2 pursuits. First, the rescue of data. He frantically endeavored to salvage any fragment of the last image he had seen from the chaotic cache of data prior to the blackout. Data recovery in progress. Successfully restored image fragment 07. Keywords discovered. Soul, cage, resentment. Second, reverse tracking. System log analysis. Cause of power outage. Emergency cutoff at relay station number 3 in Sector 4. Timestamp comparison. Aligns with the forced breach of the soul cage matrix. Cross-referencing. Completely coincides with the timeline of the second-class assault officer submission of the anomalous energy source and the disappearance of the last signal in the 7 factory area. A flawless chain of crime, fraught with provocation and malice, was swiftly constructed within his processor. From the turmoil at the 7 factory to the destruction of the relay station, all was a ruse, a meticulously orchestrated, earth-shattering conspiracy to obscure the secret he was on the verge of uncovering regarding the crystal. In the thought channel of shattered iron, for the first time, he heard his own voice, tinged with a barely perceptible, teeth-gritting rage. He slowly raised his hand. Laser birds and mechanical hounds were deployed. He issued a chilling command. Target, relay station number 3. Secure the scene. Collect all energy remnants and physical traces. I must ascertain how he gained entry. Moreover, his voice grew more perilous. He encrypted all the data fragments I had just restored, along with my highest level inference report, and sent them directly to my master. He understood that this game had transcended his individual capacity to manage. It was no longer a mere internal investigation. It had escalated into a war. A perilous insurrection, originating from within, threatens the entire dominion of the Decepticons. He requires the wrath of a sovereign to incinerate the wretched conductor, lurking in the shadows, to ashes. In the throne room, Megatron sits majestically upon his throne, forged from the remnants of vanquished foes. When the absolute darkness descends, he exhibits not a flicker of surprise. His eyes, ablaze with crimson flames, burn even brighter in the oppressive gloom, resembling 2 supernovae brimming with destructive energy on the brink of explosion. He remains motionless, silent, merely absorbing the unprecedented pulse of deathly silence enveloping the entire fortress. He senses that his city, his empire, his war machine, its heart has ceased to beat. This is an affront, a humiliation more direct and profound than defeat on the battlefield or the provocations of Optimus Prime, a most audacious insult to his supreme authority. His fury does not erupt like a volcano. Rather, it implodes like a black hole, coalescing into a singularity of pure annihilation with infinite density and temperature. The emergency power of the throne room activates, dim red emergency lights flickering to life, casting a hellish, sanguine hue across the hall. At that moment, his private encrypted communications channel crackles to life. Is Soundwave. My lord, are you well? Soundwave's sharp voice, laden with insincere concern and malicious glee, emanates from the communicator. Is truly unfathomable. Our great, indomitable fortress has succumbed to such a base, total power outage. This is an utter disgrace. It underscores the monumental flaws in our internal management. Megatron does not respond. He silently listens, permitting Soundwave to indulge in his self-righteous, foolish performance. My lord, I believe we must immediately investigate this matter. Identify those responsible. The incompetence in the energy department must pay for this. Furthermore, at such a critical juncture. Your safety is of paramount importance. I propose that I personally lead the Decepticon strike team to oversee your security until silence. Megatron finally speaks, his voice soft and unassuming, yet imbued with a chilling coldness that seems to suspend time itself. Instantly, sound wave on the other end falls silent. Before I shatter your vocalizer, vacate my channel. The communication is unilaterally severed. Megatron slowly directs his gaze into the shadows of the throne room. Soundwave. The icy figure of Soundwave materializes silently from the shadows, his visor displaying the highest level of encrypted report he has just compiled. Explain. In the voice of Megatron, there resided an absence of emotion. Yet every utterance resonated like a colossal hammer, poised to descend in judgment. The sound waves engaged in no superfluous justifications. He merely presented the report, accompanied by several blurred, yet ominously suggestive fragments of images concerning the soul prison before Megatron. As Megatron scrutinized the report, observing the frigid visage of scrap metal and the clearly provocative chain of crimes, his gaze settled upon the chilling keywords that pointed towards the soul prison. His burning eyes gradually narrowed. He smiled, a smile imbued with boundless rage, inexorable intent to kill, and a rare, almost cruel amusement, as if he had discovered a fascinating toy. How intriguing, indeed. Slowly, he rose from his throne. His immense form, akin to a mountain, cast a monstrous shadow under the crimson emergency lights. A mere second-rate assault officer, a so-called butcher whom I had personally elevated, dared to orchestrate such a splendid act of treason beneath my very gaze. He extended his hand, activating the highest-tier emergency broadcast system of the Iron Fortress. His voice transformed from the previously subdued, oppressive fury to a resonant declaration, imbued with supreme authority and absolute power. This proclamation echoed through every nook of the Iron Fortress, reaching the ears of every Decepticon. From the panicked officers in the upper echelons to the gloating gang members in the lower tiers, all Decepticons, heed my command. Effective immediately, the Iron Fortress is under the highest state of war alert. Seal all exits. Activate all defense protocols. Any unauthorized action will be deemed treasonous and met with lethal force. A traitor codenamed Scrapiron has committed unforgivable crimes against our city. Now, I command you to hunt for him like hounds. Pursue him like ravenous wolves. Bring him before me, alive. Megatron's voice paused momentarily. A cruel curve crept upon his lips, inducing terror in every Decepticon that heard him. For I shall personally dismantle him piece by piece, and before his spark extinguishes, compel him to reveal who granted him the audacity to touch what belongs to me. The broadcast concluded. Under the bloodthirsty and wrathful declaration of this tyrant of destruction, the entire Iron Fortress transformed into a vast, fully activated steel hunting ground. And Scrapiron was the sole prey in this hunt. He quietly lurked in the shadows of a building within Sector 4, listening to the resounding death sentence that belonged to him, his mismatched eyes devoid of any fear. Only one thing is darker and more profound than this abyss, the chilling resolve of war. He understood that his frenzied waltz had come to an end. Now, a brand new and grander war, one that belonged solely to him, was just beginning. Chapter 39. Hounds and Phantoms. The darkness lingered for a mere 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Yet for the inhabitants of Iron Fortress, this absolute silence and void felt far more harrowing than a prolonged and brutal siege lasting several cycles. When the first dim, red indicator light, signaling the activation of emergency power, stubbornly flickered to life in a corner, the entire fortress seemed to awaken slowly, laboriously, from a nightmare of sudden demise. Soon after, more red lights ignited. Following an urgent and violent reboot, the main power grid surged back to life, infusing the steel behemoth's veins with energy, albeit in a tumultuous and discordant manner. However, the sound of the city's awakening was no longer the harmonious roar of strength and order that it once was. Instead, it was a sharp, ominous alarm, a harbinger of war. The highest level of martial law alarm resonated like invisible, frigid chains, instantaneously locking down every exit, every street, every corner of Iron Fortress. Countless heavy alloy gates, emblazoned with the Decepticon insignia, thundered down, segmenting the city into independent, easily purged cages. Armed to the teeth, squads of menacing sentinels poured forth from their barracks, their heavy metal boots striking the alloy floor with a synchronized thud reminiscent of a death march. Iron Fortress, the most formidable war machine on the planet, under the wrathful will of its sovereign, ceased all external conquests and production. It redirected all its computational power, energy, and lethal appendages inward, commencing a thorough self-purging immune response. And Shatter, the one designated as a deadly virus, became the sole target for eradication. Have you heard? It's that second-tier assault officer known as Shatter, the one who recently achieved great feats in the Rust Sea. My Sparks, has he gone mad? How dare he cut power to the entire upper district? What is he planning? I've heard whispers that he is a traitor. He seeks to infiltrate the command core with Autobot spies. What does it matter? Right now, my Lord's command is to capture him alive. The bounty is substantial enough to purchase an entire block in the district. Countless Decepticons buzzed with excitement, fear, or greed across their communication channels. In mere minutes, the name Shatter transformed from that of a rising star into a notorious criminal, worthy of the highest level of scrutiny. He was no longer an individual, but had become a symbol, a walking emblem of monumental achievement and lethal peril. In this fervent hunt driven by greed and fear, where every citizen becomes a soldier, two of the most efficient and deadly hounds have silently arrived at their initial point of pursuit, Sector 4, the third energy relay station. Here, the Imperial Guards have meticulously sealed the area with layers upon layers of defenses. Yet, amidst the chaos of low-temperature coolant and high-temperature steam that has rendered the corridors a disarray, two figures, unassociated with the Imperial Guards, are engaged in a silent and professional reconnaissance. A mechanical beast, resembling a panther and cloaked entirely in black, is pressing its snout against the ground, meticulously sniffing. Its sophisticated olfactory sensors are adeptly isolating the faint traces of unique energy residues and metallic particles belonging to the scrap iron from the billions of mixed molecules in the air. It is the machine dog, the most loyal tracker of sound waves. Above it, a colossal mechanical vulture, boasting a wingspan exceeding 5 meters, silently circles. Its sharp electronic eyes continuously emit scanning beams invisible to the human eye, reconstructing the spatial data in 3 dimensions. It is the Laserbird, the most ruthless observer of sound waves. Soon, the machine dog raises its head and emits a low, rumbling growl of confirmation. It has locked onto the direction of the scrap iron's escape, heading toward the concealed drainage outlet leading to the underground pipeline. A vague yet information-rich playback image flashes through the Laserbird's eyes, a shadowy figure colliding with the coolant pipeline in an astonishing posture, subsequently veiled by dense steam. It silently vanishes along the path it came. The two hounds exchange glances, devoid of any verbal communication, yet achieving a flawless understanding. Their forms transformed into 2 streaks of black lightning, vanishing instantly into the dark entrance of the underground pipeline. They would cling to the prey's trail like a parasite, relentlessly pursuing until they dragged it back before their master. Upon the desolate expanse of Factory 7, reminiscent of an apocalyptic wasteland, the poison sting stands quietly atop the collapsed gantry crane, allowing the cold wind, laced with the scent of rust, to sweep over his dark golden armor. He too hears the broadcast of Megatron. Slowly, he savors the name Scrap Iron, his crimson compound eyes glimmering with a complex interplay of dawning realization and profound rage. It turns out that the cursed phantom, who toyed with him at will, is the same individual celebrated in official records as the Butcher, a second-class assault officer. A meticulously orchestrated riot sweeping through the entire lower district. A suicidal, precise strike on the energy relay station. These two seemingly unrelated, earth-shattering events are, at this moment, perfectly interconnected by the name Scrap Iron. He finally comprehends that the farce unfolding in Factory 7 has been nothing but a fa-ade from the very beginning. A meticulously orchestrated and grandiose smokescreen, devised to conceal his true intentions of assaulting the energy relay station. He, alongside his elite subordinates and the entirety of the lower-tier gang, had become mere pawns in the symphony conducted by this strategist, reduced to a lamentable arrangement of notes. The humiliation of being utterly exploited and toyed with like a fool stoked his fury far more than any tangible harm could have. "My lord," came the voice of his master, Shell, through his private channel. Shell's tone was tinged with urgency and a hint of malicious glee. "The order has been given. The entire Iron Fortress is now in pursuit of that wretched scrap. You are to take your men and join the hunt immediately. Remember, alive. If you can seize him before the sound waves do, extracting the secrets he harbors will be a far greater accomplishment than that so-called arc." "At once, my lord," replied Venom, with deference. Yet, once the communication was severed, a A stark and frigid resolve flickered in his crimson compound eyes. Accomplishment? Secrets? He had lost interest in such trifles. His singular desire was to confront that specter and, in a fair duel devoid of deceit, to rend apart its icy visage with his own claws. To uncover the proud and mad ember concealed within. He did not immediately return to the upper echelons, nor did he pursue the official report of Scrap's last appearance in Zone 4. Instead, he slowly crouched down, extending his hand to gently glide over the cold, battle-scarred ruins. He was discerning the unique essence left by the specter on this battlefield. It was neither the residue of energy nor mere physical traces. It was a style of combat, a distinctive logic embedded in every attack, every evasion, and every stratagem. "You are astute and composed, yet excessively arrogant," Venom murmured, as if conversing with an imaginary adversary. "You believe you have erased all traces, but your unique, calculated, and efficient manner of slaughter is your most conspicuous signature. You will not scurry aimlessly through the city like those mindless fools. You will seek a refuge that is both logical and unexpectedly concealed." His gaze gradually shifted from the bustling upper tier to the chaotic lower realms, finally settling on the even deeper, darker underground, an area known to all yet contemplated by none. Ancient, abandoned city maps began to materialize in his mind. He would assume the role of a true, patient hunter, analyzing the prey's psyche and predicting its movements. In his own manner, he would discover that specter. At this moment, Scrap faced the most formidable trial since his rebirth. He traversed through an immense tunnel, tasked with channeling high-voltage energy to the upper echelons. Countless colossal cables, thicker than his own body and emanating flickering blue arcs, coiled like slumbering serpents above and beside him. The air was saturated with a pungent scent of ozone, while the overwhelming electromagnetic field caused his sensors to falter slightly. Alert! At 12 o'clock, 3 high-energy signals detected, rapidly approaching. Their movement patterns do not conform to those of standard patrol units. The echoing voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Having recovered from the earlier collapse, it reemerged as his most reliable eye. The figure known as Shattered Iron came to an abrupt halt, melding into the shadow of a massive cable like a specter. He beheld 3 silvery forms advancing with a silent, bat-like grace from the tunnel's far end. Their bodies were more slender and fluid than those of ordinary Decepticons. Lacking flight packs, instead, they maneuvered through the air with a peculiar anti-gravity apparatus. In their hands, they wielded an unusual weapon reminiscent of a whale harpoon. Purifiers. Instantly, information about this unit surged into Shattered Iron's database. They were a semi-autonomous secret force within the Decepticons, tasked with maintaining internal order. They answered to no Legion commander, pledging their allegiance solely to Megatron himself. Their mission was to hunt down and execute those marked as traitors among the Decepticons. They were the Gestapo of Iron Fortress. Target locked. The lead Purifier S-Cold. Emotionless voice reverberated through the tunnel. Shattered Iron. Codename 734. By the decree of my master, surrender, and you shall receive a relatively complete conclusion. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the 3 Purifiers surrounded Shattered Iron in a perfect triangular formation. They simultaneously launched their harpoons, but what was unleashed was not a physical projectile. Rather, it was 3 massive, high-intensity energy nets. The nets rapidly expanded through the air, sealing off all avenues of escape for Shattered Iron, akin to 3 colossal spiderwebs poised to ensnare a butterfly. A glint of fierce determination flashed in Shattered Iron's eyes. He understood that when confronted by such elite forces designed to capture their own, any attempt to flee would be futile. He had to fight. He did not retreat. Instead, he charged headlong into the oncoming nets. Just as the nets were about to envelop him, he unleashed a flurry of strikes with his particle blade at astonishing speed, delivering 3 consecutive slashes. 3 icy, blue crescent blades of light did not target the nets themselves, but precisely sliced through the pre-calculated alloy support arms that held the cables aloft. The sound of metal fracturing rang out. Clang, clang, clang. The massive high-voltage cables, burdened with terrifying weight, suddenly lost their support. Akin to a giant python breaking free from its restraints, crashing down with immense force upon the 3 Purifiers. What? The leader of the Purifiers exclaimed in horror. They had never anticipated that their adversary would retaliate in such a reckless manner, inflicting harm upon themselves while attempting to harm the enemy. They were compelled to abandon their assault on the debris, hastily dodging to the sides. However, it was too late. One of the Purifiers, slightly slower to react, was struck directly by a colossal cable. Boom! His body was crushed as if hit by a speeding train, instantly contorting and sparking with blinding electricity. Crashing heavily against the distant wall, his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, the debris had seized the opportunity to break free from the encirclement. Yet he did not flee. His towering black figure surged forward like a cannonball, targeting the isolated purifier on the right who had attempted to evade. Seeking death, that purifier roared, swiftly transforming his harpoon into a sharp spear radiating with electric light, thrusting it fiercely towards the chest of the debris. The debris did not flinch or evade. He allowed the spear to pierce his left shoulder. Accompanied by a grating metallic sound and a sharp, agonizing pain, the spear embedded deeply into his armor. Yet, in his mismatched eyes, there was no trace of suffering, only a chilling, almost frenzied intent to kill. He used his wounded body to firmly grasp the opponent's weapon. "You!" The purifier exclaimed in shock, realizing that he could not pull his weapon free. Meanwhile, the debris' right hand, wielding a cerulean particle blade, silently slashed across his neck like a viper's fang. A silver head soared into the air. Without pause, the debris yanked the spear from his shoulder and hurled it back. Whoosh! The spear, accompanied by a piercing sound, transformed into a silver flash, hurtling towards the final purifier, the leader. The leader's pupils constricted sharply as he raised his weapon to block. Clang! With a resounding crash, he successfully deflected the blow, yet the tremendous force jolted his body, rendering him momentarily rigid. For the debris, that brief instant was more than sufficient. His figure appeared before the leader as if teleporting. With his left hand, clad in black scales, he seized the purifier's neck with a vice-like grip. "Tell me," the debris' voice was as frigid as ice from Pluto. "How many of you are left?" The leader of the purifiers, poised to utter some defiant declaration, was abruptly silenced as the blue eye of the debris blazed with overwhelming intensity. A powerful surge, imbued with the unique cunning and madness inherent to the human soul of Lin Mo, intertwined with the ferocious electronic virus of the Decepticons, instantaneously invaded the opponent's processor. A piercing scream, uncharacteristic of any biological entity, erupted from the leader of the purifiers. His optical sensors flickered erratically, inundated with a torrent of garbled data scrolling rapidly across his field of vision. Moments later, he fell silent. The purifier squad consists of 30 members, divided into 10 small teams, conducting a thorough search of all suspicious areas above. Their tracking method is based on a resonance of sparks capable of detecting the approximate locations of all marked traitors. Scrapiron acquired the information he sought. "Thank you," he whispered, exerting a slight pressure with his fingers. Crack! The last purifier also succumbed to the void of life. He released his grip, allowing the lifeless body to plummet into the unfathomable darkness below. He glanced at the ghastly wound on his left shoulder, still sparking with electricity. And since the energy within him had already dipped to a critical threshold, he realized he could no longer engage in battle this way. He must urgently seek a refuge, a place that could isolate the spark resonance, a sanctuary for rest and repair. Echo, retrieve the map of the oldest, abandoned areas of the Iron Fortress. What do you intend to do? Many of those locations are structurally unstable and fraught with unknown dangers. I seek a place where even the Soundwave database retains but a few lines of blurred text, a true tomb forgotten by the Iron Fortress. Soon, an ancient map, dust-laden and riddled with garbled characters, materialized in his mind. His gaze settled upon a vast black area marked as dangerous and off-limits. Old-era maintenance zone. Sector 0, the Mechanic's Tomb. This site was once the workspace and living quarters of the first builders of the Iron Fortress. As the city expanded, it had long been abandoned, buried beneath the foundations of new constructions. It lacked modern energy supplies, was devoid of network coverage, and was filled with unstable structures and ancient machines long gone amok. It was a true forbidden zone, one that no modern Decepticon would dare to tread. Yet, it was now his only sanctuary. Scrapiron regarded his shoulder wound and, without hesitation, turned towards the oldest passage leading to the Mechanic's Tomb, marked on the map. Though limping, he walked with unwavering determination. His figure gradually vanished into the darkness, deeper than ever before, laden with the unknown and perilous. The Hound were closing in, and the Spectre was about to return to his ancient, slumbering, true tomb. Chapter 40. The Tomb of the Mechanic. The entrance to the Tomb of the Mechanic lies deep within an abandoned underground railway hub, long designated as a structural hazard. It is not a mere door, but rather a colossal circular gate, exceeding 50 meters in diameter and forged from ancient superalloy. Its surface has been weathered by eons, marred and mottled, with the geometric patterns representing the first generation of builders now rendered indistinct. It stands as a vast and silent seal, reminiscent of an ancient sepulchre, severing the forgotten era from the clamor of the contemporary world. Scrapiron stood before the gate, the gaping wound on his left shoulder continuously oozing a pale blue fluid, emblematic of life energy. He sensed that his energy reserves had plummeted below the critical threshold of 30. If this continued, he would be unable to sustain even the most rudimentary functions of his body. There was no time for hesitation. He pressed his right hand against the frigid surface of the gate, which seemed capable of siphoning away the warmth of his very soul. The brilliant azure of his right eye flared to life, scanning the internal structure of this ancient seal. Analysis complete. This gate employs a Hephaestus-class hydraulic locking mechanism, offline for over 3 million cycles. The locking mechanism is severely corroded, yet the core pressure valve may theoretically be forcibly activated from the outside. Scrapiron identified the sole point of entry. He concentrated the scant energy remaining within him into his right hand, causing the blade of his particle cutter to vibrate at an extraordinarily high frequency without projecting outward. Instead, he transformed all his energy into pure, intense kinetic heat. He precisely directed this force into an inconspicuous maintenance port, long obstructed by dust. With a resonant hum, accompanied by the grating sound of metal being forcibly melted, a searing jet of white steam erupted from the maintenance port. Almost immediately, a deep, resonant creak emanated from within the gate, akin to the awakening of an ancient beast. The colossal gate, sealed for millions of years, slowly opened a gap less than 2 meters wide, moving with a laboriousness that suggested it might crumble at any moment. An ancient air, reeking of oil, ozone, and decayed metal, seemingly imprisoned for eons, rushed forth from the opening, carrying with it the dust of history. Without a moment's hesitation, Scrapiron sidestepped and slipped through the narrow crevice. Just as he crossed the threshold, the massive gate, as if expending its final reserves of strength, thundered shut with a resounding boom. The sound was not merely that of a door closing, but rather the final pronouncement of a vast stone coffin being sealed forever. Beyond this gate lay the raucous modernity belonging to the hounds, while within resided the silent grave of the specters. Entering the tomb of the mechanic feels akin to plummeting from a bustling, light-polluted modern metropolis into a profound, prehistoric jungle forgotten by time. Here lies an enormous, unimaginably vast, vertically descending, stratified underground realm. Shattered Iron stands upon a suspended maintenance passage at the highest tier. Gazing upward, he observes the circular hatch that has been irrevocably sealed. A portal to the outside world. Looking downward reveals an unfathomable abyss, engulfed by layers of convoluted steel structures and pervasive darkness. Countless colossal, long-defunct mechanical arms extend from the walls like the skeletal remains of prehistoric behemoths, helplessly drooping into the void. Ancient, enigmatic ring-like structures, layered upon one another, resemble the ribs of some colossal creature, forming the foundational framework of this subterranean world. The air is thick with a low visibility, suffused with fine metallic dust, rendering everything in the distance hazy and surreal. There are no alarms, no patrols, nor a whisper of the energy signals that belong to the modern iron fortress. Here, there exists only an oppressive silence, an absolute stillness, as if time itself has decayed and perished in this place. Echo, scan the surrounding environment. We must locate a safe haven for repairs. Shattered Iron commanded softly within the internal channel. The wound on his left shoulder had torn further from the force of the energy surge that had forcibly opened the hatch, and the persistent energy leak caused his sensors to experience bouts of dizziness. Scanning alert. High corrosive liquid detected. Directly beneath you, at 3 o'clock. Shattered Iron halted abruptly. He cast his gaze downwards to find the metallic passage beneath his feet in a state of severe rust, and not far below, a colossal pool resembling a lake, filled with viscous, dark green liquid bubbling ominously. A potent, acrid scent wafted from the pool. It was an abandoned acid processing pit, long since leaked for millions of years. Any metal that fell within would be corroded to nothingness in an instant. Shattered Iron cautiously navigated around the hazardous area, continuing deeper along the decaying passage. The perils of this world stem not only from the visible traps. A faint rustling sound, akin to sand being rubbed together, suddenly emanated from behind him. Shattered Iron spun around, his particle blade sliding forth silently, the icy blue edge carving a chilling arc through the darkness. Yet, there was nothing behind him, only the desolate, decaying shadows. No energy signals detected. The voice of Echo carried a hint of confusion. Shattered Iron remained vigilant. His blue right eye transitioned to a high-sensitivity thermal and infrasound detection mode. Soon, he perceived something. On the path he had recently traversed, a dozen worm-like creatures, resembling earthworms and composed entirely of corroded metal, emerged from the crevices of the ground and walls, lacking eyes or any discernible biological features. They were drawn solely by a primal instinct to the faintest trace of energy seeping from his wound. These were rustworms, the most rudimentary and troublesome scavengers of this mechanical graveyard. While they possessed no offensive capabilities, they secreted a saliva that accelerated metal oxidation, voraciously consuming any metal they could contact. A solitary rust worm posed little threat, but thousands could, within mere hours, reduce an interstellar warship to a heap of worthless rust. A flicker of disdain crossed his mind. He chose not to engage in battle. Entangling himself with such lowly creatures would only squander his precious time and energy. Instead, he lifted his particle knife, not to attack the worms, but to direct the icy blue blade towards the ghastly wound on his left shoulder. With a piercing agony and the acrid scent of seared protein, he forcefully cauterized the outer layer of his wound with the knife's intense heat. This was an exceedingly crude method, merely a temporary fix. It could not mend the damaged internal circuitry, but could momentarily halt the further leakage of energy. The enticing, sanguine scent that had attracted the rust worms dissipated, causing the previously restless creatures to retreat slowly, like a receding tide, back into the fissures of the walls and ground. Enduring the excruciating pain radiating from his shoulder, which felt as though it might incinerate his processor, he pressed onward. He needed to locate a true sanctuary swiftly. On the third level of the mechanic's tomb, in the deepest corner obscured by countless abandoned pipes and collapsed structures, he discovered his sanctuary. It was an independent, massive hemispherical edifice embedded within a rock face. Its entrance was sealed by a heavy alloy door, similarly adorned with ancient engravings, though unlike the main gate outside. This door was relatively well preserved. Beside the door hung a faded plaque, its inscription still discernible. First Engineer, Arc Light Private Workshop. Arc Light? The Echo's database rapidly searched for this name, found it. He was one of the original 3 chief designers of Iron Fortress, a legendary and great mechanic. His workshop here may house the original, unaltered blueprints of Iron Fortress, and possibly even some experimental, never-before-released technological prototypes. A glimmer of hope illuminated his eyes. He knew he had found the right place. This door was not secured by brute force, but rather by an extraordinarily intricate astronomical cipher lock based on celestial trajectories. For any Decepticon accustomed to modern cryptographic algorithms, this was an insurmountable enigma. However, for Shattered Iron, a being possessing the human soul of Lin Mo, characterized by cunning and imaginative thought, it merely presented an intriguing and somewhat intricate puzzle. He dedicated nearly 10 minutes to deciphering it, and at last, accompanied by a crisp click, the ancient door that had remained sealed for millions of years gradually swung open before him. The interior of the studio left Shattered Iron in awe. This space was not merely a workshop. It resembled a solemn cathedral dedicated to the deity of creation. A vast dome adorned with intricate, shimmering star charts loomed above, while the surrounding walls were embellished with an array of artistic tools, each one he had never encountered before. At the heart of the room stood not a workbench, but a colossal, precision mechanical repair platform akin to a surgical table. Beside this platform sat a figure, an enormous, ancient maintenance robot with 6 arms. Its body, a rustic brass hue, was robust and exuded a sense of power. It remained motionless at the control console, its head bowed, resembling a slumbering, loyal guardian of the tomb, cloaked in a thick layer of dust. Detecting a faint energy signal, it is still alive and in a state of eternal vigilance at minimal power consumption. The voice of Echo conveyed a note of caution. Shattered Iron refrained from disturbing the sentinel. Instead, he quietly maneuvered around it, approaching the vast mechanical repair platform. He needed to restore himself. Lying down upon it, the platform seemed to awaken, as myriad soft blue, scanning beams illuminated from all directions, commencing their examination of his form. Soon, an astonishingly detailed, 3-dimensional damage report materialized on a holographic display above the platform. Left scapula armor exhibits a 173-centimeter penetrative injury. 3 of the internal Type 7 energy conduction lines are severed, and 2 are short-circuited. The output of the spark core energy has plummeted to 27, indicating a severe deficit. Warning, an external psychic energy link with a Body S processor has been detected, exhibiting non-standard connectivity. This unstable link poses a risk of permanent damage to the processor. The final warning caused Shattered Iron S pupils to constrict sharply. He understood it referred to the fusion of his soul with Lin Mo. It appeared that this ancient, magnificent mechanic had crafted a repair platform so precise it could even delve into the realm of the soul. I require energy and surgical tools. Shattered Iron communicated to Echo. The Guardian's energy is derived from an ancient power conduit connected to the depths of the geothermal core. We may attempt to siphon a portion of it. Echo swiftly devised a solution. As for the tools, the platform is equipped with state-of-the-art automated surgical arms capable of performing operations at the nanoscale. Iron Shard hesitated no longer. He devoted the last remnants of his computational power entirely to controlling the automated surgical arms. Thus commenced a grueling and protracted self-surgery. Cold, mechanical appendages reminiscent of spider legs extended from either side of the platform. At their tips, a variety of precision tools emerged. High-accuracy laser cutters, nanoscale welders, and dexterous mechanical pincers capable of penetrating deep within his body, enduring excruciating pain that felt as though it could rend his very soul. He meticulously maneuvered the frigid machines to gradually sever the charred armor he had forcibly welded onto his left shoulder. Next, he proceeded to clear the metallic debris that had been driven in by the spear. Subsequently, he painstakingly re-welded the delicate energy conduits, finer than a human hair. One by one, this process was both agonizing and drawn out. Each incision and every weld felt like a brutal electric shock directly impacting the core of his being. The memories of pain embedded in Lin Mo's human soul intertwined with the pure, physical feedback of damage from the Decepticon's body, coalescing into an unprecedented dual torment. Nevertheless, he emitted not a single groan. His mismatched eyes remained steadfastly fixed on the holographic screen, observing the ever-changing data that symbolized the surgical progress. He resembled the most cold-hearted and proficient of surgeons, dissecting not his own form, but a lifeless, frigid corpse utterly unconnected to him. Time became an abstract concept as he finally succeeded in welding the last conduit. When a makeshift armor plate, salvaged from a decommissioned robot, was affixed over the wound, this harrowing self-surgery reached its conclusion. Iron Shard rose from the repair platform, testing his left shoulder, which, though still somewhat stiff, had regained its fundamental functionality. He sensed the energy within him, though still faint, no longer leaking. He had survived. Just then, Echo's voice pierced the silence once more. I have intercepted the internal communications of Iron Fortress. The lockdown order for Megatron has been disseminated to every corner. The entirety of Iron Fortress is now in a frenzy to locate you. The bounty is substantial enough to entice any commander of a legion. The Soundwave Hounds, Laserbirds, and Mechanical Canines have tracked you to the entrance of the underground network. Although they lost your trail before the gates of the Mechanic's grave, they have not relented, conducting a thorough search of all known entrances leading into the depths below. Additionally, there is that individual named Stinger, whom you encountered at Factory 7. Rather than pursuing the leads from the official report, he has ventured alone into the archives of the lower levels, perusing ancient maps related to the maintenance zones of the old era. It seems he has anticipated your intentions. A greedy hunting force composed entirely of Decepticons now prowled the city. Two of the most elite, cold-blooded tracking machines, born of sound waves and a perilous private hunter, who clings to him with acute intuition and logic. Although temporarily safe, he finds himself ensnared in an unprecedented net, a trap of overwhelming dimensions. Intriguing. Shattered Iron slowly rises from the repair platform. He strides towards the colossal viewport, crafted from transparent alloy, overlooking the profound and expansive mechanical graveyard below, devoured by darkness. A chilling smile, laden with danger, curves upon his lips. In this moment, his cunning and frenzied spirit, belonging to Lin Mo, resonates in perfect harmony with the powerful and destructive body of the Decepticon. They believe they have cornered me into a grave. Yet, they remain oblivious to the fact that I have merely returned to my kingdom. He turns to face the center of the studio, toward a vast main console of the first engineer Arclight, surrounded by countless shrouded instruments. He understands that this long-forgotten tomb, filled with unknown dangers and lost technologies, will no longer be his prison. It shall transform into his arsenal, his labyrinth, his hunting ground. The ghost has returned to its ancient, slumbering, true home. Now, it is time for the arrogant hounds that intruded upon his domain to truly experience the terror of being hunted by a ghost. Chapter 41. The Ghost's Arsenal in the Realm of the Mechanic's Grave, a domain forsaken by time. Silence possesses a tangible weight. It presses upon every rusted steel plate, seeps into every motionless gear, as if intent on obliterating all signs of activity, merging them into eternal stillness. Yet at this moment, within the temple-like studio of the first engineer Arclight, the core of shattered iron burns with a fervor that starkly contrasts with this silence, a seething battle intent. He stands by the immense, transparent alloy viewport, gazing down at the layers of steel jungle, swallowed by endless darkness. No longer a grave filled with unknown perils. It appears to him as an unactivated, colossal battlefield. They believe they have confined me to a tomb. Yet, they remain unaware that I have merely returned to my kingdom. This cold soliloquy is not merely an arrogant declaration. It encapsulates the unprecedented and perfect resonance achieved between Lin Mo's cunning and frenzied soul and the powerful, destruction-driven body of the Decepticon, forged through relentless battles and escapes. He is no longer the passive Lin Mo, struggling for survival, nor is he the foolish Shattered Iron, implanted with false memories and wielded as a weapon. He is a fusion of both, an entirely new and unparalleled specter, a creature endowed with the boundless imagination and strategic prowess of humanity's finest operatives, yet possessing the absolute composure and execution prowess of Cybertron's most formidable war machines. Echo, analyzing the energy supply system within the chamber. Shattered Iron commanded through the internal channel, his voice having shed its previous frailty, now resonating with a steady and oppressive authority. The energy being analyzed here does not originate from the main power grid of Iron Fortress, but rather is drawn through an independent line, camouflaged as a geological survey pipeline, directly from the geothermal core deep beneath the Earth. Its energy output is both stable and formidable, entirely independent of Iron Fortress's monitoring. Echo's voice carried a hint of incredulous awe. Arclight has managed to construct a completely autonomous and self-sustaining kingdom beneath the very heart of Iron Fortress. A flawless sanctuary, undetectable, and an inexhaustible arsenal. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Shattered Iron's mouth. He turned, directing his gaze to the center of the room. His primary target was not the control panel belonging to Arclight, seemingly laden with countless secrets. Instead, it was the ancient maintenance robot, cloaked in a thick layer of dust, quietly seated beside the control panel, the Gravekeeper. Its core protocol is preservation. Echo reminded. Any attempt to forcibly engage with the control panel may be perceived as an intrusion, triggering its combat mode. Based on its construction and energy reserves, though ancient, its instantaneous power could pose a lethal threat to your current form. Understand. Shattered Iron slowly approached the Gravekeeper. He did not draw his particle blade, nor adopt any aggressive stance. He merely walked calmly to stand before it and gently brushed away the dust from its shoulder with his uninjured right hand, covered in black scales. As the dust settled, a small number, engraved upon the brass armor, became visible. Maintenance and Preservation Unit. Number 734. Shattered Iron's pupils constricted sharply. 734. His official designation was 734. This could not be mere coincidence. A mad yet remarkably logical thought crystallized in his processor with lightning speed. He ceased any attempts at physical or verbal communication with the ancient robot. Instead, he circumvented it and approached the vast, equally dust-laden control panel. Warning, Shattered Iron. Its energy core is being activated. Echo issued an urgent alert. Indeed, as Shattered Iron drew near, the entity known as Unit 734 slowly lifted its head, which had been bowed for millions of years. Its dim optical sensors, reminiscent of tarnished amber, flickered back to life with a soft, white glow following a faint click. The 6 arms gradually unfurled like a peacock displaying its plumage, revealing the glimmering cutting tools, welding guns, and high-pressure mechanical pincers concealed within. Though it emitted no sound, an overwhelming and undeniable sense of oppression enveloped the entire workshop in an instant. It resembled a loyal giant awakening from slumber. Using its form to shield the sacred domain it guarded, Iron Shard did not turn back. He simply pressed his right hand against the cold, intricately patterned activation panel of the control console. His blue right eye shone brightly. He did not attempt to decipher the console's password. He understood that against the prohibitions established by the legendary mechanics from millions of years past, any modern hacking techniques would be futile. Instead, he employed resonance. He immersed his consciousness deep into the core of his spark, navigating around Lin Mo's cunning and unpredictable soul fragments, as well as the cage of lies and anger belonging to the Decepticon Iron Shard. What he touched was the most primal essence of his body, the lowest level of authority granted at its inception, an authority that also belonged to 734. He gradually infused this raw, emotionless, and memory-free identity information into the control console through his right hand. A hum resonated from the console in response. It was neither an alarm nor a rejection, but rather a gentle, welcoming buzz, akin to a long-awaited reunion. The once dim panel began to radiate soft blue halos, rippling outward from where Iron Shard's palm made contact. The ancient, intricate geometric patterns seemed to come to life, slowly swirling and reconfiguring. Meanwhile, the 734 unit, which had assumed an aggressive stance, gradually ceased its 6 deadly arms movements. Its white optical sensors flickered, processing a segment of information that it could not comprehend, yet found eerily familiar. Ultimately, its 6 arms retracted, reverting to a harmless, maintenance robot posture. Its enormous head tilted slightly toward Iron Shard, who was engaged in communication with the control console, not in submission, but in a solemn transfer that transcended millions of years. Core protocol has been modified. The echoing voice was filled with astonishment. Its guardian is no longer the control console, but you. Iron Shard paid little mind to these words, his entire focus immersed in the communion with this ancient sanctuary. With a resounding clatter, accompanied by the dull thrum of gears meshing and mechanisms springing to life, the entire workshop sprang into existence. Above, the once dimly sketched star chart illuminated into a brilliant display of genuine celestial radiance. Countless luminous points, akin to authentic stars, gracefully swirled across the darkened dome, crafting a dynamic and breathtaking tapestry of the galaxy. In the wake of this spectacle, a colossal, three-dimensional projection composed solely of pure light emanated from the heart of the control console, suspended in the midair of the room. It was a map, vast, intricate, and more vividly alive than any map the Scrap Iron had ever encountered. This was no mere flat representation. It was a three-dimensional construct that rendered the unfathomable. Layered vertical structure of the mechanic's tomb, with astonishing precision, laid bare before the Scrap Iron. On the map, countless delicate lines, reminiscent of blood vessels, flowed gently. The blue lines represented the still operational coolant pipes. The golden ones indicated the ancient energy conduits linked to the geothermal core, while the red lines denoted perilous zones filled with corrosive acids, superheated gases, or other lethal substances. Numerous gray points, flickering with dormant symbols, were scattered throughout every corner of the map. These represented forgotten, ancient machinery, colossal factories long since ceased, and dormant weapons brimming with uncertainty and potential. Here lay the true nerve center of the mechanic's tomb, and now, the ultimate control of this cerebral entity had been entrusted to the Scrap Iron. I have intercepted new intelligence, echoed a voice, drawing the Scrap Iron back from its astonishment into the present. The Soundwave Hounds are advancing towards your location. They appear to possess a technology capable of tracing energy leakage, although you forcefully sealed the breach at the gate. The momentary energy explosion upon opening the gate has left behind sufficient microscopic traces for them to follow. Based on their speed, they are expected to reach the uppermost level of the mechanic's tomb within 1 standard hour. Moreover, that venomous stinger has entered the central archive of the Iron Fortress, perusing all highly classified physical maps pertaining to the maintenance areas of the old era. His logic is terrifying. Rather than pursuing your energy trail, he is attempting to reconstruct your thought process. The Scrap Iron's gaze drifted across the expansive, vibrant three-dimensional map. An hour, he murmured softly to himself, is sufficient. His fingers glided gently over the virtual map, causing it to magnify, distinctly revealing the area near the main gate at the uppermost level of the mechanic's tomb. He observed 2 faint yet remarkably clear energy signals, foreign to this ancient sepulchre, steadily moving towards the center along the map's edge. The laser bird and the mechanical dog resembled 2 of the most professional and ruthless hunters, cautiously advancing into the meticulously crafted hunting grounds. They believed they were pursuing the scent of their prey. The jagged grin of the Scrap Iron hinted at a chilling arc imbued with peril, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that the scent was a deliberate lure, leading them to a trap. His finger selected an area on the map, a vast, long-abandoned relic of a bygone era, an ore refining plant. Countless colossal magnetic arms, akin to the fangs of a monstrous beast, extended from the walls. drooping helplessly toward the unfathomable pit below, filled with metal debris. Facility name, Magnet Refinery Number 3. Status, dormant. Core function, to extract high-value metallic elements from raw or using ultra-high-intensity, pulsed magnetic fields. Echo commanded, with my authority, attempt to activate the backup energy of this refinery. I do not require a complete startup. I merely need to generate a sustained 0.5-second maximum power directional magnetic pulse from specific magnetic arms at an opportune moment. Executing permission authentication. Rewriting backup energy activation protocol. Echo's voice carried a hint of excitement. Completion is expected in 3 minutes. Do you intend to ensnare them with a magnetic field? No, Scrapiron replied, shaking his head. His blue right eye gleamed with cunning light. The sonic creation must have undergone the highest level of anti-magnetic treatment. Conventional magnetic fields would have minimal effect on them. Moreover, he did not wish to destroy such intriguing pigeons so swiftly. His finger glided again across the map, focusing on the depths of the abyss where metal debris lay piled high. There, countless sharp remnants lay dormant, gnawed upon by the rusted worms of this graveyard. His intention was not to attract them with a magnetic field. A cruel smile flickered in Scrapiron's eyes. Rather, he aimed to unleash a momentary, powerful, directional magnetic pulse, transforming the sharp metallic refuse beneath into a descending tempest of steel, orchestrated solely for the two of them. He intended to welcome the unsuspecting guests with the very grave itself. With the most splendid yet lethal downpour of steel, he would send a clear and audacious signal to their master, the self-proclaimed omnipotent sovereign of intelligence. The ghost has returned home. Here would become the true grave of all hounds. Scrapiron slowly turned, gazing beyond the massive porthole into the deeper, broader darkness that belonged to him. His gaze seemed to pierce through eons of time, converging with that of the equally solitary and fervently passionate great mechanist. He understood that this war had merely commenced. Yet he had already prepared an entire city, brimming with astonishing gifts for his adversaries. Chapter 42. The prelude of the hounds at the profound and desolate entrance to the mechanist's tomb, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast, two shadows, black and alien to this era, slipped silently inside. They were the most exquisite creations of sound waves, the purest amalgamation of information and annihilation. The mechanical hound, with its lithe, panther-like limbs, alighted upon the decaying metal corridor without emitting the slightest sound. Each movement was imbued with the aerodynamic grace characteristic of apex predators. Its olfactory sensors analyzed the lingering scent of metallic energy in the air at a staggering trillion times per second. This scent, upon passing through the immense gate, diminished to an almost imperceptible whisper, as if diluted and consumed by the ancient, lifeless atmosphere. Above them, the laser bird glided with an almost motionless grace. Its enormous, vulture-like wings remained still, relying on some advanced anti-gravity technology to float silently. Its scarlet, prismatic electronic eye continuously emitted invisible, multi-frequency scanning beams, endeavoring to construct a usable, three-dimensional map in this data-forgotten blind spot. For these two precision machines, accustomed to navigating an ocean of information, this place was a different dimension altogether. There were no network signals, no energy flow readings, no environmental monitoring logs. Everything here seemed to exist beyond the data systems of the Iron Fortress, presenting a logical paradox, a ghostly dimension that should not exist. Environmental analysis. Metal dust concentration exceeds 7,300. Corrosive particles exceed 1,200. Energy field readings fall below the minimum threshold necessary for basic communication. The laser bird transmitted its findings through the lowest tier of short-range infrasound pulses to its companion below. Residual scent is dissipating at a nonlinear rate. The mechanical hound responded. This environment is erasing his traces. We must accelerate our pace. There was no trace of fear or hesitation in them. For beings of sound, the unknown merely signified the need to record more variables and refine their algorithms. They stealthily advanced along the faint scent, delving deeper into this mechanical graveyard. They resembled two of the most proficient exorcists, imbued with a sacred mission. Stepping cautiously into a city cursed for millions of years, a true ghost town, they passed through the noxious, acidic waters of a dark green lake. They traversed the decaying corridors inhabited by rust-eating worms. They deftly evaded all structurally unstable areas, poised to collapse at any moment. They were the epitome of hunting hounds. Soon, that faint aroma guided them toward a more expansive and enigmatic domain, the third magnetic refinery. This vast expanse resembled an industrial wasteland akin to a valley. Countless immense magnetic arms, reminiscent of ancient deities' limbs, jutted from the towering cliffs on either side, silently and feebly pointing toward the abyss below, a chasm filled with a chaotic assemblage of metallic refuse. The air was permeated with a chilling metallic scent, magnetized and potent. Here, the odor became overwhelmingly intense. The robotic dog halted, raising its panther-like head in vigilance, scanning the surroundings. An analysis indicated an anomalous magnetic field environment. Residual, erratic magnetism disrupted its optical scanning. The laser bird circled above, its electronic eye flickering with red garbled signals, indicative of computational errors. A sense of unease enveloped them. It felt akin to an experienced hunter tracking prey that had entered a clearing. The traces here suddenly became stark, yet the surrounding atmosphere was unsettlingly quiet. This defied logic. Prey, in flight, would strive to conceal itself rather than reveal its presence. Unless this was not merely a trail, but rather an invitation. However, the notion of a trap required more concrete, data-driven evidence for these pure logic machines. Yet, in this desolate place, they found no such proof. No energy fluctuations, no triggering devices. No hidden points of fire. Like the rest of this tomb, it was silent and devoid of life. The robotic dog crouched low, its streamlined muscles tensing slightly. It chose to trust its instincts as a tracker. With a leap, it descended from the platform, landing atop the towering heap of metallic debris below. It sought the center of this realm to gather the most concentrated and locatable sense samples. The laser bird continued to hover above, serving as its eyes, providing a vantage point for comprehensive vigilance. Step by step, they ventured into the heart of this invisible web, meticulously woven by phantoms. In the Arc-Light studio, the fragment of iron stood before a colossal, resplendent three-dimensional map, reminiscent of a starry galaxy. On the map, two radiant energy signals, foreign to this graveyard, had fully entered the designated red zone marked as the third magnetic refinery. He resembled a detached chess player overlooking the board, quietly admiring his opponent's two most elite pieces as they advanced into the lethal trap he had long since laid. They were more cautious than I had anticipated. The fragment of iron murmured softly, a glimmer of icy, artful appreciation flashing in its distinctly colored eyes. They came to a halt. The echoing voice resonated in his mind. They seemed to have detected an anomaly, conducting a deeper environmental analysis. Futile. Iron Shard shook his head. They were employing logic to decipher chaos, utilizing data to gauge a tempest. They were flawless machines, yet it was precisely this perfection that rendered them incapable of comprehending the illogical. Pure malice that a deranged human soul could conjure. His right hand gently pressed the preordained command on the virtual control panel, a signal heralding the overture. Command confirmed. Sending activation pulse to the backup energy core of Magnetic Refinery Number 3. Estimated arrival in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. In the vast, silent valley of the refinery, the mechanical hound had just collected an almost perfect energy sample belonging to Iron Shard from the center of the debris pile. It was preparing to transmit this coordinate to its master. Just then, a deep, resonant hum, seemingly emanating from the core of the earth, abruptly shattered the millennia-long silence. The mechanical hound and the laser bird froze in unison. They beheld the magnetic arms, resembling the limbs of a colossal beast, suspended from the cliffs on either side. Their rusted surfaces suddenly illuminated by faint blue streams of energy. An invisible yet terrifying force, powerful enough to distort the very air, was awakening from those ancient machines that had slumbered for eons. Alarm. Ultra-high-intensity pulse magnetic field detected. The laser bird emitted its first sharp alarm since entering this graveyard. This is not a trap. The entire factory is spiraling out of control. Its assessment was both correct and incorrect. It was not a trap, for nothing was aiming at them. It was indeed chaos, for what was about to transpire would be a purely physical catastrophe beyond any logical prediction. In the next instant, the concentrated magnetic force erupted, but rather than drawing them downward, it surged upward, an unimaginably powerful, directed repulsive magnetic field, like an invisible, colossal hand, forcefully struck upwards against the bottom of the pit, which held tens of thousands of tons of metal debris. In that moment, time seemed slow. The mechanical hound and the laser bird witnessed a scene their cold, logic-driven processors could never comprehend. Beneath that abyss, tens of thousands of metallic fragments, ranging from the size of a tabletop to a needle's tip, sharp as blades, were roused from their slumber by the terrifying repulsion. They surged forth like a wrathful swarm of metallic locusts, defying the laws of gravity, and ascended in a deafening crescendo from the depths of the pit. In midair, they coalesced into a colossal, metallic-hued cloud, ominous enough to obscure the entire sky. Then, upon reaching the zenith of repulsive force, that potent magnetic pulse vanished in an instant. Calculated with precision amidst the debris, it lasted merely 0.5 seconds, yet it sufficed. The suspended cloud, composed of billions of razor-sharp blades, began to plummet under the inexorable grip of gravity, having lost its upward thrust. An unprecedented, resplendent yet lethal deluge of steel rained down, orchestrated solely for the two distant guests. Hisses! That was not the sound of rain. It was the cacophonous symphony of countless metallic blades slicing through the air at supersonic speed, a chilling prelude to death. Engage the phase shield. The laser bird's response was instantaneous, as a translucent, hexagonal energy shield materialized upon its surface, striving to withstand the impending storm of demise. Meanwhile, the mechanical hound emitted a low growl, transforming into a streak of black lightning, attempting to escape the death zone just before the steel tempest descended completely. Yet, all efforts proved futile. No matter how swift their reactions, they could not outpace the calamity. Bang! 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 The relentless barrage of metallic fragments struck the laserbird's phase shield like a relentless hail of cannonballs. That robust shield, capable of withstanding direct assaults from heavy energy weapons, shattered in less than 2 seconds amidst a blinding flash. Instantly, a multitude of sharp, whirling metallic debris engulfed its grand form like a swarm of piranhas. Caw! The laser bird emitted a heart-wrenching wail, laced with the crackle of electrical interference. One of its wings was severed by a massive, guillotine-like steel plate. Countless circuits short-circuited and exploded. Its body lost equilibrium, billowing thick smoke, plummeting like a downed aircraft into the more ferocious torrent of steel below. The fate of the mechanical hound was not much better. Its once proud speed appeared ludicrous in the face of this indiscriminate onslaught blanketing the valley. It bolted forward less than 50 meters before being overtaken and engulfed by a swarm of metallic shards. Its sturdy, specially alloy-reinforced black armor was easily sliced through by the razor-sharp metal plates. One of its hind legs was impaled to the ground by a whistling, spear-like steel rod. It let out a cry of agony, attempting to break free, but an even denser deluge engulfed it completely. This frenzied symphony of steel, orchestrated by phantoms, finally drew to a close after a full minute, slowly lowering the curtain on its chaotic performance. The entire refinery has descended into chaos. The unfathomable pit has been filled once more. At this moment, the two most esteemed and flawless hunting hounds of Soundwave lie entombed in a steel grave of their own pursuit, in a state of utter disarray and despair. The overture concludes. In the Arc studio, shattered iron gazes at the map, where the once bright and mobile signals have transformed into dim, flickering signals marked by critical damage alerts, coldly announcing the news. Incredible, echoed the voice, laden with shock. You exploited the environment here, employing less than a second of energy pulse to nearly annihilate Soundwave's finest operatives. I did not destroy them, Shattered Iron replied, shaking his head, his blue right eye gleaming with a cunning and profound light. I merely severed their talons and fractured their legs, allowing them to survive and crawl back to their master. Delivering a message. His finger lightly tapped the virtual control panel. A faint yet provocatively encrypted message was sent through the ancient, independent communication system of the Arc studio, directed towards the receivers of the two ailing hounds. The content was simple, a single sentence. The Phantom has returned home. Now, it is my turn to be the hunter. After sending the message, Shattered Iron slowly turned away. He understood the fury that would ensue in Soundwave upon receiving this report. He was also aware that Megatron's wrath would ignite with even greater intensity. But it mattered not, for he was no longer the pitiful prey, doomed to flee. He was now the sole sovereign of this mechanical tomb. Echo, he commanded, retrieve all data regarding experimental weaponry and drone production lines from the Arc database. His voice bore a chilling calmness, tinged with the madness of a war commander. I shall prepare a grander welcome party for my guests. His gaze pierced through the walls of the studio, surveying the deeper and vaster dark realm. slumbering with countless war machines. He knew his symphony had only just sounded its first note. He would awaken a war, one that would cause the Iron Fortress to tremble, using the city's oldest, forgotten weapons belonging to the Phantom. Chapter 43. The Phantom in the Forge in the Command Core of the Iron Fortress. A sanctuary embodying the Decepticons' dominion over intelligence and information, Soundwave floated silently upon his throne. The smooth, emotionless black screen flickered wildly with two distinctly different yet equally fraught and paradoxical streams of data. A collection of data emerged from two hounds, recently salvaged from the mechanic's tomb by a daring recovery team. Unit designation, Machine Dog. Damage assessment, 47 integrity. The left hind limb has been forcibly removed. The drive system is severely compromised. The armor exhibits numerous non-energy, high-velocity, cutting wounds. The core processor has developed 17 logical bad sectors due to continuous physical impact. Unit designation, Laserbird. Damage assessment, 31 integrity. The right main wing has been completely severed. The anti-gravity stabilizer is offline. The optical sensor system has been permanently burned out due to overload. The internal communications module has been utterly destroyed by an unknown frequency of strong electromagnetic pulse. These cold, disheartening data, rife with the scent of failure, did not elicit any tremors within the core of the Soundwave spark. To him, the damage to tools merely required repair or replacement. What truly stirred a flicker of astonishment within his purely logical consciousness was another set of data, the final environmental recordings transmitted by his hounds before they succumbed to unconsciousness. A segment filled with noise, chaotic yet profoundly authentic, depicting a natural disaster. On his display, the ruins marked as the third magnet refinery came alive. Countless tons of sharp metallic debris surged like a tempest stirred by divine hands, defying all physical laws as they ascended, forming a deathly cloud that obscured the sky. Then, under the force of gravity, it transformed into the most primal, ferocious, and lethal steel rain, crashing down with thunderous might. The Soundwave meticulously analyzed the footage at a slowed pace, down to the nanosecond. His processor struggled to comprehend. This was no known weapon. There were no trajectories of energy cannons, no launch signals for missiles, nor even a trace of chemical reactions associated with explosives. It resembled a malicious and intelligent suicide orchestrated by the environment itself. That specter, that shattered iron, had not employed any weaponry. He merely acted as the most elite and frenzied conductor, harnessing the meager magnetic fields lingering in the ruins, utilizing the metallic refuse that had slumbered for eons in the deep pit, and wielding the most fundamental and irresistible force of gravity. With these primordial and inconspicuous notes, he composed a symphony of destruction potent enough to rend his finest operatives into mere fragments. This represented a mode of thought, imaginative and mad, that the Soundwave had never encountered before, an approach that evoked a sense of unfamiliarity, even fear. At that moment, a piece of encrypted information was painstakingly extracted from the innermost cache of the Laserbird's already destroyed communications module. Once decrypted, it revealed but a single phrase: "The Spectre has returned home. Now, it is my turn to become a hunter." This sentence, laden with boundless sarcasm and arrogance, emanates from the Prey's counter-declaration of war, akin to a searing, venomous steel needle piercing the cold, logical ocean of Soundwaves. The name Scrapiron reverberated once more within the cognitive channels of Soundwaves. Yet this time, it was no longer merely a manifestation of anger, but rather a chilling tremor, a sign of a worthy adversary. He gradually connected to Megatron's private channel. "My master," he began. Megatron's voice, infused with impatience and fury, resonated from the other end of the channel. "Have your hounds captured him?" "They have failed." The tone of Soundwaves remained flat. Yet he notably refrained from employing the standard phrase of mission failure, opting instead for the more emotionally charged "they have failed." The target is far more perilous than we anticipated. He is not merely a traitor. He embodies a novel form of intelligence that we have never encountered before. He is wielding the very tomb itself as his weapon. Soundwaves transmitted the footage of the torrential steel rain, accompanied by the provocative declaration. On the other side of the channel, an oppressive silence ensued. After a prolonged pause, Megatron's voice re-emerged, but this time, his overwhelming wrath seemed supplanted by something deeper and more perilous, a cruel excitement, akin to discovering a new, intriguing toy worthy of his personal destruction. "Excellent. Truly excellent," Megatron mused darkly. "A thinking, adaptive specter is far more captivating than capturing mere mice that know only how to flee." Soundwave, I grant you the highest authorization. Employ all your resources. I want you to personally invite him. If he refuses to emerge, then obliterate that damned tomb along with him, erasing it from the very foundations of the Iron Fortress. At your command, my master, Soundwave responded, severing the communication. He understood that the stakes of this game had escalated. Meanwhile, within the central archives of the Iron Fortress, an ancient edifice resembling a pyramid, housing millions of years of Cybertronian history and secrets, Stinger stood amidst towering, luminescent data crystal columns. Unlike the headless flies of the patrol teams chasing after the long-vanished energy signals of Scrapiron, he opted for the most rudimentary yet astute approach, seeking the Spectre's lair through the most primal and fundamental information. He accessed all the top-secret physical maps and energy distribution diagrams of the abandoned maintenance areas from the bygone era. These documents, archaic and intricate, were rife with errors and omissions, resembling an alien script to any Decepticon accustomed to modern three-dimensional maps. Yet, Stinger examined them with unwavering focus. His crimson compound eyes, akin to the most sophisticated scanners, swiftly filtered through the overwhelming volume of irrelevant information, endeavoring to unearth a thread of a logical anomaly. That is incorrect, he murmured, pointing to a colossal, antiquated energy distribution map projected into the air. His finger traced the location of Sector 4, directly beneath the recently afflicted third energy relay station. On the map, that area appeared as a blank void, symbolizing a geological structure that was robust, intact, and devoid of any substantial subterranean cavities. However, on a far older geological exploration map from the era of the Iron Fortress Genesis, annotated as a draft, there existed an exceedingly faint, nearly overlooked energy line marked as a probe pipeline. This line circumvented all modern, monitored energy networks akin to a serpent concealed in the shadows, extending from the geothermal depths to a coordinate point that was entirely absent from contemporary maps. In the private studio of the ArcLight's chief engineer, Poison Sting gazed intently at the nearly invisible, ancient inscription beside that coordinate. A terrifying gleam erupted in his crimson compound eyes, as if he had discovered the trail of prey. He had finally located it, the elusive Spectre's true lair, a legendary sanctuary known to all yet found by none. He did not make a sound, nor report to anyone. Silently, he deactivated the holographic projection and turned, vanishing into the shadows of the archive like a wraith. Alone, he would venture to that tomb, intending to knock upon the door of the Spectre's workshop. Within the ArcLight studio, Iron Shard stood before the grand Miraculous Universal Material Fernis. This immense, ring-shaped machine served as the heart of the entire workshop and was among the greatest, albeit most mad, inventions of the chief engineer. ArcLight, unlike modern production lines requiring specific molds and intricate processes, it demanded merely two elements: sufficient energy and the most fundamental materials. Then, through its internal, terrifying nanobot swarm capable of manipulating atomic structures, as if by alchemy, it could conjure any theoretically feasible object stored within its database, from the simplest alloy plate to a complex energy weapon or even a small-scale unit with an autonomous drone army. Here lay the armory that Iron Shard referred to as his own. Echo, retrieve all designs pertaining to drones from the ArcLight database, Iron Shard commanded. Retrieving. Retrieval complete. Accompanied by Echo's voice, dozens of retro and elegant, imaginative design schematics materialized before Iron Shard in holographic form. The first depicted a massive, rock-like heavy combat robot, with its design labeled as Puppet. Its merits lie in its heavily armored structure and formidable firepower, enabling it to stand toe-to-toe with a heavy tank on the battlefield. However, its drawbacks are equally conspicuous. It is sluggish, lacks intelligence, and consumes an exorbitant amount of energy. It is simply too cumbersome. Iron Shard shook his head in disapproval and dismissed it. What he required was a scalpel, not a battering ram. The second design featured a compact, wasp-like unmanned aerial vehicle, aptly named the Swarm. Its advantages resided in its unmatched speed and sheer numbers. Once deployed, thousands of swarm drones would descend upon the enemy like a veritable plague of locusts. Yet, its vulnerabilities were glaring. It boasted exceedingly fragile armor and a network susceptible to interference, akin to a collective consciousness. An effective yet aesthetically unpleasing expendable. Once again, Iron Shard shook his head, noting its excessive noisiness. His gaze continued to sweep downward until it finally rested upon a last design, the most unassuming of the lot. It was a near sketch, an incomplete blueprint. The drone depicted was extraordinarily bizarre, devoid of conventional wings or propellers. Its form exhibited a translucent, ghostly instability. The body consisted solely of a skull-like head and a flexible tail that extended like a spine. At the center of its skeletal head lay a solitary, coldly glowing monolithic optical sensor. The design exuded an unsettling, pure malevolence. Designation, Wraith. Design concept, an ultimate weapon of psychological terror. Capabilities, 1. Phase deflection field, allowing temporary semi-materialization, enabling penetration through most physical barriers and exhibiting a high evasion rate against conventional energy weapons. 2. Silent stealth. Its unique anti-gravity propulsion system operates without generating sound or heat. 3. Mental noise. Capable of emitting low-frequency infrasound signals through its monolithic optical sensor to disrupt the normal functioning of most Cybertronians' processors, inducing auditory and visual hallucinations. Note, this design was abandoned by the designer Arclight as a failed masterpiece due to its excessively stringent technical requirements and the irreparable damage the core phase deflection field inflicted upon the structural stability of the drone. Iron Shard gazed upon this design, and an unprecedented, fervent light ignited in his mismatched eyes. A failed masterpiece? No. This was nothing short of his bespoke specter, the most perfect ghost. This was it. Without hesitation, Iron Shard made his choice. He turned and strode toward the corner of the workshop, where a multitude of remnants from Arclight's various experiments lay scattered, high-purity energy crystals, fragments of memory metal, and peculiar fossilized bones from unknown creatures. He resembled a meticulous chef preparing for an exquisite banquet, carefully selecting the most fundamental ingredients he required. Subsequently, he cast these components into the vast, multifaceted crucible of matter. Approaching the control panel of the furnace, he uploaded the design blueprint of the vengeful spirit, then pressed the button symbolizing creation. A deep, resonant hum emanated from the furnace, awakening the dormant swarm of nanobots that had lain in slumber for millions of years. Countless luminous specks, more resplendent than starlight, coalesced in the furnace's core, resembling fireflies roused from their slumber, forming a dazzling miniature nebula. The chaotic materials he had cast within began to decompose, reassemble, and take shape at a visibly rapid pace, enveloped by that celestial cloud. Silent as a witness to this scene akin to the genesis of creation, he bore an expression devoid of emotion, much like a detached father awaiting the birth of his child. A father on the verge of bringing forth a legion of spectral offspring, existing solely for the purpose of slaughter and terror. Time passed, and as the glow within the furnace gradually dimmed, a new life, exuding an aura of coldness and foreboding, floated serenely at the center of the crucible. It appeared semi-transparent, as though forged from shadows and shades of dark gray. Its skull-like head rotated slowly, and after a faint flicker, the solitary ice-blue monoscopic sensor illuminated completely. It gazed upon its creator, remaining silent and motionless, yet a palpable, frigid malice, as if emanating from another dimension, instantly pervaded the entire workshop. He regarded his first progeny, gradually extending his right hand. The freshly forged, vengeful spirit drone glided forth like a genuine specter, silently emerging from the crucible before delicately alighting upon his arm. Its form was cold and smooth, possessing an otherworldly, peculiar texture. He slowly raised his arm, bringing the apparition closer to his gaze, observing its icy, emotionless blue eyes, existing solely to execute commands. A satisfied, cruel smile curled at the corners of his lips. "Go," he whispered, "go and inform those intruding guests in our abode. Tell them there is more than one ghost." No sooner had he spoken than the drone's body, amidst a subtle distortion of space, became increasingly transparent, then effortlessly penetrated the thick alloy walls of the studio, vanishing silently into the boundless darkness beyond. It would become his first pair of eyes, his inaugural messenger, and the harbinger of an endless nightmare for all who dared to tread upon this grave. The fragmented iron turned around, once again gazing at the still humming, magnificent universal substance fernis. His gaze deepened, becoming more frenzied. A single vengeful spirit was merely a prelude. What he sought was an army, a spectral legion capable of instilling tremors throughout the entire Iron Fortress. Chapter 44. Echoes from the grave, the second layer of the Mechanic S tomb. Unlike the uppermost level, which boasted an expansive entrance akin to the gaping maw of a colossal beast, This structure was far more intricate and imbued with malice. Countless pipes of varying diameters coiled around one another like entangled, frigid serpents, intertwining in the darkness. Massive conveyor belts, long since rendered inoperative, hung suspended like fractured bridges over bottomless chasms. The air was thick with an ancient aroma, rich in decaying metal and volatile oil, growing ever more pungent, as if attempting to seep into the very seams of any life daring enough to tread here. The Viper moved through this forsaken realm like the most patient and deadly specter. Unlike the two foolish hounds of sound, he did not pursue the distorted, tainted energies that pervaded this desolate environment. His guidance stemmed from a geological survey map, an archaic relic from the genesis of the Iron Fortress, displayed on his personal terminal. His crimson compound eyes meticulously compared each coordinate on the map with the structures in reality. He resembled a seasoned archaeologist, rigorously deciphering the vast labyrinth concealed by the passage of time. He deftly navigated around a lake, exuding a pungent acidic aroma. For the map indicated it was the first phase of the high corrosive waste treatment zone. He circumvented several seemingly direct routes through broad metallic corridors as the map bore faint, nearly imperceptible annotations that warned of the initial breeding grounds for rustworms. He could even deduce, based on the indistinct engravings on the walls from various construction eras, which structures were stable and which were precarious death traps. He was not adventuring. He was returning home, a home he had never seen, yet one he understood intimately through information and logic belonging to his quarry. At last, he discovered it. Behind a massive, cascading flow of solidified metal, reminiscent of a waterfall, he found the energy conduit marked as an exploratory pipeline, absent from all modern maps. It resembled a black serpent concealed within a rock face. Its surface was cloaked in a special ceramic coating designed to thwart energy detection, allowing it to elude all subsequent urban scans over millions of years. It extended deep into the earth, reaching toward the legendary sanctum. "I have found it," whispered the Viper, his voice laced with a chilling excitement. On the verge of meeting his prey, he slithered along the vast conduit, delving deeper into the abyss. The darkness here had intensified, becoming almost pure. Even his formidable optical sensors could barely discern anything beyond a mere dozen meters ahead. At that moment, an exceedingly faint sound, not belonging to this tomb, abruptly resonated within his processor, appearing without warning. This was not a sound received through auditory sensors. Rather, it was a low-frequency, malevolent noise that directly impacted the core of his cognition. It was akin to someone gently and repeatedly scraping a rusty metal plate inside his mind with their nails. It was not loud, yet sufficient to evoke an indescribable sense of agitation and chaos from the depths of any finely tuned processor. The footsteps of the stinger came to an immediate halt, and his crimson compound eyes darted around in alarm. Yet, nothing was there. The darkness remained as a profound silence. Processor load increased by 0.3. Logic calibration module encountered 17 minor errors. A cascade of anomalous data erupted on his personal terminal, instantly making him aware that this was no mere illusion. Something was attacking him in a manner he had never encountered before. "Show yourself," he bellowed, swiftly raising his scorpion rifle, the muzzle cautiously aimed at the encroaching darkness. The noise vanished, as if it were merely a passing, mischievous specter. The stinger furrowed his brow. His instincts, honed as a premier hunter, urged him to recognize that the entity had not departed. It lingered nearby, concealed within some unseen corner, silently observing and mocking him. He refrained from advancing, opting instead for the simplest yet most effective form of patience. He suppressed all energy fluctuations and cloaked himself in the shadow of a massive vertical support beam, akin to a predator seamlessly merging with its environment. Time passed, each second stretching into eternity. Just as he began to suspect it was merely his imagination, the vexing mental noise resurfaced, this time clearer and more infused with malice. Simultaneously, a translucent and eerie figure, seemingly composed of shadows, silently emerged from the darkness of a pipe above him. It bore neither wings nor thrusters. Its form appeared to oscillate between the material and the immaterial, manifesting a distorted shape reminiscent of a poor signal. Its essence comprised only a skull-like head and a flexible tail extending downward, resembling a spine. At the center of its skeletal visage, a solitary, ice-blue monocular optical sensor gazed at him with cold detachment. Revenant, the first offspring of the shattered iron. The stinger's reaction was instantaneous, reaching the peak of alertness. In the fleeting moment of his initial sighting, a mere 0.01 seconds passed before his Scorpion rifle unleashed a deadly torrent of fire. The rapid succession of explosive armor-piercing rounds surged forth like an enraged swarm of bees, enveloping the enigmatic figure in an instant. Yet, a horrifying spectacle unfolded. Those bullets, capable of shredding heavy armor to fragments, passed through the apparition as if it were an ethereal mirage, vanishing just before contact. It was as if that entity did not exist within this dimension. It was merely a projection, a void of illusion. Phase deflection. The database of the Scorpion instantly illuminated with references to this theoretical pinnacle of cloaking technology. He immediately ceased firing, aware that conventional physical attacks would prove futile against this entity. At that moment, the being known as the Wraith stirred. Its form became increasingly translucent amidst a slight distortion of space. Then it seamlessly penetrated the solid pipe beneath it. Akin to a true specter unbound by the laws of physics, hurtling toward the Scorpion with lightning speed. A glint of ferocity flickered in his eyes. He swiftly retracted his rifle, and from his arm, high-frequency, vibrating claws sprang forth, gleaming with a menacing chill. Physical attacks, ineffective? Then let us resort to energy strikes. He concentrated energy upon his claws, bracing himself to confront the descending specter with fervor. Swoosh! The claws grazed the Wraith's form. This time, it was no longer a complete penetration. The Scorpion sensed a faint resistance, akin to slicing through gel. The Wraith's body flickered violently, as though disrupted by some unseen force. Its icy blue optical sensor dimmed momentarily. However, that was the extent of it. The Wraith merely became a touch more transparent before stabilizing once more. Its agile, spine-like tail struck out at an astonishing angle, akin to a venomous serpent, aiming for the Scorpion's head. He recoiled sharply, narrowly evading the strike. The Wraith, having failed its assault, retreated without hesitation, transforming into a semi-transparent, distorted shadow that seamlessly penetrated the nearby rock wall, vanishing without a trace. The maddening psychic noise dissipated, and the world reverted to an oppressive silence. The Scorpion stood still, his crimson compound eyes revealing, for the first time, a grave and perplexed expression. Though the encounter lasted but a few seconds, it imparted an unprecedented shock upon him. An entity capable of briefly assuming a ghostly form, evading the majority of physical assaults, a peculiar drone. A previously unheard-of method of directly interfering with processors, generating psychic contamination. This surpassed the boundaries of his understanding of weaponry. This resembles a malevolent curse from another dimension. Fatai slowly uttered the name, his voice imbued not only with fury and combativeness, but also with an instinctive trepidation towards the unknown. He understood that what he was about to confront was not an ordinary traitor, but a genuine specter wielding an ancient and insane magic that he could not fathom. Yet he did not retreat. On the contrary, the burning desire for conquest, characteristic of a top-tier hunter, ignited even more fiercely within his crimson compound eyes. He readied his equipment and once again embarked on the path leading to the abyss. He was acutely aware that he was drawing ever closer to the lair of that specter. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of power within the Iron Fortress, Sheng Bo was commencing his war. He refrained from dispatching any elite teams into that accursed tomb, which had proven itself to be the domain of the specter. Such an action would be foolish, a mere act of escalation. Instead, he opted for grander, more ruthless strategy befitting his dominion over information, the initiation of the scavenger protocol. Exercising the utmost authority of the command corps, he sent an ancient activation command, long sealed for millions of years, to the lowest levels of the municipal management system throughout the Iron Fortress. In every corner of the Mechanics' Tomb, within every dormant and forgotten factory, countless colossal machines, reminiscent of prehistoric beasts, slowly awakened. These were the first generation of builders, employed at the dawn of the Iron Fortress to carve paths through mountains, clear rubble, and construct cities. They included Type 3 pipe-cleaning robots, Goliath-class heavy excavators, and Cyclopean material crushers. Lacking sophisticated intelligence and advanced weaponry, their sole armament was their immense, indestructible forms and the primal instinct encoded in their foundational protocols, to eliminate all obstacles that did not conform to the original blueprint, to clear away all structures deemed waste, and to eradicate any active foreign entities. With a thunderous roar, the fifth level of the Mechanics' Tomb, a vast and abandoned vehicle dismantling factory, sprang to life. Dismantling robots, resembling crabs and equipped with enormous hydraulic claws, emerged from their dormant chambers, their colossal metal pincers crushing the ground as they indiscriminately reduced everything around them to scrap. On the 7th level, a massive conveyor belt, resembling a mountain range, emitted a deafening rumble after millions of years of silence. It began to turn slowly, transporting the mountain of metallic refuse accumulated over eons towards the unknown abyss. On the 9th level, a cadre of tunneling robots, equipped with gigantic drill bits, activated their cores. They commenced a frenzied, indiscriminate, and devastating drilling into the surrounding rock walls, triggering a series of intense, localized earthquakes. The sound waves, akin to a merciless, transcendent deity, poured an entire vial of lethal virus into this enclosed, desolate ecosystem. His intent was not to directly annihilate the fragments of iron with these obtuse scavengers. Rather, he sought to stir the waters. He aimed to disrupt this stagnant abyss in the most brutal and thorough manner, to obliterate the stable environment upon which the specter thrived. He desired to animate the tomb itself, to unleash landslides, to induce structural collapses, transforming the dark, silent jungle into a chaotic, tempestuous, and perilous inferno. He aimed to compel the self-righteous specter lurking in the shadows to emerge from its lair. For as long as it moved to evade these cataclysms, it would leave new traces, exposing itself to the omnipresent, web-like scrutiny of the sound waves. This was a grand conspiracy, a cold, calculated plot wagering the annihilation of the entire mechanics tomb. Within the arcane workshop, the colossal, miraculous universal material furnace thrummed with a deep, resonant rhythm. Before it hovered 5 brand-new Wraith drones, silent phantoms suspended in midair. Their icy blue, monolithic optical sensors illuminated simultaneously, resembling 5 pairs of frigid eyes from the abyss. Fixated upon their creator, Shattered Iron was augmenting his army with new soldiers. The loyal Unit 734, endowed with 6 arms, labored diligently, scuttling between the workshop and the debris outside. With its formidable mechanical appendages, it transported fragments of valuable alloys, crystals, or peculiar metals sourced from ancient machine remnants, depositing them into the furnace as the foundational sustenance for the creation of wraiths. At that moment, the first wraith dispatched as a messenger and scout silently penetrated the workshop's walls and returned. It transmitted all the images of its recent encounter with the Stinger and its preliminary analysis of the Stinger's combat style directly to Shattered Iron's processor. Target codename, Stinger. Combat style, precise, efficient, and highly aggressive. Proficient in close range, high-frequency energy cutting. Analysis, exhibits formidable logical reasoning and high environmental utilization. There is a fundamental distinction from conventional Decepticon soldiers. Threat level high. An intriguing adversary. Shattered Iron observed the footage. Noting the Stinger's calm yet ruthless response to his offspring's assaults, a glimmer of approval flashing in its dissimilar eyes. He relished intelligent opponents, because it is only on an intellectual level that one can utterly crush a clever adversary, thus yielding the utmost sadistic pleasure. Immediately thereafter, the voice of the Echo resonated in his mind, sounding an increasingly urgent alarm. Debris. The sound wave is in motion. He has activated the janitor protocol. All dormant, large municipal engineering robots within the mechanics tomb have been awakened. They are indiscriminately annihilating everything in their path, accompanied by the Echo's alarm. The immense, 3-dimensional map suspended in the center of the studio began to flicker violently. Countless once gray points of light, signifying dormancy, transformed at that moment into blinding red, symbolizing ferocity. On the map, the green zones representing stable structures were being rapidly eroded and overtaken by vast expanses of yellow and red, indicative of collapse and peril. The entire tomb, under the tyrannical and unreasonable will of the sound wave, commenced a frenzied celebration of self-destruction. Debris quietly observed this apocalyptic chaos. His expression bore no trace of panic or anger. He simply lifted his gaze slowly to the newly arisen, vengeful spirits hovering before him. A smile, more frenzied and cruel than ever before, curved at the corners of his lips. He believed he was stirring a stagnant pool. Yet unbeknownst to him, he had merely summoned forth a cacophony of wilder, more uncontrollable instruments for my symphony. The sound wave sought to provoke him through chaos. However, he was destined to master this turmoil, transforming the inferno of destruction ignited by the sound wave into his own most magnificent and lethal stage. He extended his hand, gently caressing the cold, skull-like head of the closest vengeful spirit. "Go," he whispered, and inform our new guest, Mr. Venomous Sting, that the true performance has only just begun. The 5 newly birthed vengeful spirits, like silent phantoms receiving a command, instantaneously morphed into 5 translucent shadows, penetrating the walls and vanishing into the endless darkness, soon to be engulfed by destruction and madness. Meanwhile, debris turned once more to the now chaotic expanse of the colossal map. In his eyes burned a near-divine, frenzied light of omnipotence. He intended to compose a death waltz, exclusively for the astute hunter on the horizon, amidst this cataclysm directed by the Soundwave. Chapter 45, Death Waltz. Chaos is the sole theme reigning in the mechanic's tomb at this moment. The cold, reckless cleansing protocol of the Soundwave struck like a drop of concentrated acid into stagnant waters, instigating a frenzied chain reaction that engulfed the entire underworld. On the 4th level, a colossal stamping factory, once dedicated to forging the hulls of interstellar warships, stirred to life. Hundreds of hydraulic punches, each weighing tens of thousands of tons, began to descend erratically and violently upon the ground, driven by a rogue program. Each impact unleashed a miniature earthquake, causing the already fragile structures around to crumble and shatter like cookies struck by a giant hammer. On the 6th level, a battalion of enormous material crushers, dubbed the Cyclops, activated their crushing wheels, adorned with alloyed teeth akin to the gaping maw of the abyss. They commenced their slow yet unstoppable advance along their predetermined paths, devouring all in their wake, be it derelict buildings or obstructing rock walls, only to expel a tempest of scalding metal debris from their rear. On the 8th level, countless Type 3 pipe-cleaning robots surged forth, awakened like worker ants by their queen, coalescing into an unstoppable torrent of steel, composed of whirling blades and hydraulic arms, indiscriminately purging all foreign objects within their reach. The entire mechanic-esque grave was undergoing a chaotic, self-destructive revelry under the tyrannical will of the Soundwave. The earth trembled, structures collapsed, and the once dark and desolate expanse of the immense steel jungle transformed within mere minutes into a chaotic, tumultuous, and perilously lethal inferno. In the very heart of this hell, the Stinger found himself. His cool, meticulous logic, characteristic of a premier hunter, faced an unprecedented and formidable trial. The ancient map he had once revered as scripture had devolved into mere refuse in his hands. The marked stable passages could crumble into dust under the weight of a descending stamping machine at any moment. The designated safe platforms could be devoured along with their foundations by a passing Cyclops in the next breath. He was no longer an archaeologist following a map. He had become a solitary navigator attempting to traverse an enraged sea filled with reefs and whirlpools amidst a Category 12 hurricane. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as a massive load-bearing wall to his left collapsed with a spine-chilling creak. Tons of debris cascaded towards his position like an avalanche. The Stinger's reflexes were razor-sharp. His crimson compound eyes did not glance at the crumbling wall. Instead, he instantaneously calculated the extent of the death zone and the fleeting glimmer of hope within it. With a sudden surge of power, his formidable legs propelled his towering form like a bolt of dark gold lightning, neither retreating nor veering aside, but hurtling directly towards the epicenter of the impending collapse with an astonishing, gliding poise barely grazing the ground. Just as the colossal stones, capable of crushing an interstellar battleship into a mere disk, were about to descend, he deftly slipped through a perilous gap of less than half a meter between 2 massive boulders. A resounding crash followed. The world behind him was utterly engulfed. A cloud of dust surged skyward as if ignited by a nuclear explosion. Yet the venomous Stinger, emerged unscathed from the haze. He did not glance back at the obliterated expanse. His processor, ablaze with intensity, was recalibrating his path while vigilantly analyzing the new calamities encroaching upon him. He resembled an elite dancer performing a deathly ballet upon a mad stage, crafted from ruin and collapse, leaping, dodging, and weaving with each movement suffused with exquisite efficiency and grace, refined through countless computations. However, this disaster was not his sole partner in this perilous dance. Just as he regained his composure, prepared to advance, that familiar, irksome mental static erupted in his processor without warning. This time, it was not from a singular source, but 5 distinct ones. 5 different frequencies of noise intertwined in his mind, forming a dissonant symphony brimming with malice and chaos. They gnawed at the intricately functioning core of his thoughts like 5 invisible, rusted files, relentlessly grinding from various angles. Logic calibration module. Error rate has risen to 12. Optical sensors. 37 instances of brief snowflake noise detected. Warning. Processor overload. The venomous stinger emitted a suppressed, furious growl. He abruptly raised his scorpion rifle, his crimson, compound eyes scanning the surroundings with the fervor of radar. There they were, 5 translucent, ghostly apparitions, silently hovering amidst the shadows of the crumbling edifices surrounding him. Their icy blue, emotionless monocular sensors resembled 5 pairs of frigid eyes from the abyss, quietly observing him. They did not attack. They merely lingered, mocking him, their invisible, malevolent noise incessantly eroding his sanity and disrupting his judgment. They toyed with him. Suddenly, the ground beneath him convulsed violently. From around the corner ahead, a colossal Goliath-class heavy excavator, as massive as a moving hill, emerged with deliberate slowness. Its colossal, guillotine-like alloy bucket, with every lift and descent, would thoroughly excavate a vast expanse of ground along with the debris above, subsequently depositing it into the chasm beside it. With calamity looming ahead and phantoms lurking behind, the Sting was ensnared for the first time in a true predicament of dire straits. Within the Ark's workshop, the shattered iron resembled a genuine aristocrat savoring an opera, elegantly seated before the main control console belonging to the chief engineer. Before him, on an enormous, vibrant three-dimensional map, a bright golden point representing the Sting was relentlessly encircled by numerous ferocious red points, signifying the scavengers, alongside 5 eerie blue points embodying vengeful spirits, all converging ominously at the center. He observed the golden point amidst the inferno wrought from ruin and chaos. Each perilous evasion, each futile counterattack, resembled the performance of a grandiose death waltz, orchestrated solely for his eyes. What exquisite choreography! What indomitable spirit! The shattered iron murmured, a cruel smile gracing his lips, while a morbid glimmer of obsession flickered in his dissimilar eyes, akin to a proud scorpion ensnared within a crystal sphere. No matter how fervently he wielded his Sting, he could not breach the confines of the crystal sphere, where an audience reveled in his desperate struggle. Analysis: the combat logic of the Sting is being severely disrupted. The voice of Echo resonated timely, yet he did not succumb. His core processor was operating in an overloaded mode, forcibly filtering out the interference of mental noise. He was still in search of an opportunity to retaliate. I am aware. The corners of the shattered iron's mouth curled into a cruel smile. A dancer who merely retreats is devoid of intrigue. I anticipated his impromptu performance. His fingers delicately tapped the virtual map, selecting the Goliath-class heavy excavator advancing towards the Sting. Accessing the lowest level control protocol authorization has been successfully granted. What do you intend to do? The sound waves of the scavengers were chaotic and disorderly. The wild and uncontrollable bass drums within this symphony. The shattered iron spoke slowly, and I shall become their temporary conductor. I aim to add a rhythmically engaging accompaniment for my proud partner. He sent a remarkably simple command to the Goliath's processor, overriding its original programming. Command: ignore obstacles and proceed in a straight line. Target: the structural support column located 1,000 meters ahead. In the depths of the inferno, the Sting made a resolution. He could no longer be passively consumed in this manner. He must shatter this stalemate. His target was those 5 accursed phantoms. He swiftly retracted his rifle, and the high-frequency, vibrating claws on his arms sprang forth, glinting ominously with a chilling light. He concentrated a vast amount of energy upon his claws, enveloping their surfaces with a layer of visibly violent energy arcs. Physical attacks rendered ineffective, energy assaults proving minimal in impact. Then let him resort to a sweeping, high-frequency energy resonance. He intended to desecrate this space in the most brutal manner, shattering the fragile phase deflection force fields upon which the specters relied. Selecting the nearest vengeful spirit to his right, he surged forth like a bolt from a crossbow. However, just as he was about to confront the specter, the Goliath, which had been methodically engaged in its excavation, suddenly erupted with a thunderous roar. Its colossal alloy shovel, instead of lifting, crashed down heavily upon the ground, creating a massive fissure akin to a battering ram. Immediately, its 8 enormous tracks, reminiscent of train wheels, began to spin with an unprecedented, frenzied speed. This steel behemoth abandoned its cleaning instinct, transforming into an uncontrollable, heavy siege tank charging forward with lethal intent. And in its path lay the Poison Sting. Cursed be it, Poison Sting had no choice but to abandon his assault on the Spectre, clumsily rolling aside to evade. The Goliath thundered past him, a terrifying force seemingly intent on obliterating all in its wake, colliding forcefully with a massive structural support pillar behind him, its diameter exceeding 10 meters. With a cataclysmic roar, that monumental column, which supported a vast platform above, was abruptly shattered in two. A chain reaction ensued. The enormous platform, larger than several football fields, began to tilt slowly with a despairing creak, and, bearing the immense weight of countless tons of construction debris stacked upon it, plummeted towards Poison Sting as though the heavens themselves were collapsing. This was no mere localized landslide. It was a true cataclysm, one capable of burying everything beneath the weight of the sky. Poison Sting abruptly looked up at the colossal shadow descending upon him, obscuring all light. And for the first time, a flicker of near despair crossed his crimson compound eyes. No gaps, no angles of escape. This was an absolute burial, devoid of any chance for survival. It was the end for him. Yet, just as the shroud of death was about to envelop him, the five specters, who had merely been spectators until that moment, suddenly sprang into action. They transformed into five translucent, ice-blue streams of light, racing towards the descending platform with an astonishing velocity. They did not assault the platform directly. Instead, they deftly penetrated its core, targeting the five slender metal pillars, meticulously calculated to serve as secondary supports. In an instant, the phase deflection field within them was overloaded, leading to an explosive reaction. A series of deep, resonant sounds emanated, not explosions, but rather a bizarre rumbling produced by the violent distortion of space from within the platform. Simultaneously, those five metal pillars were contorted, torn asunder, and obliterated by an invisible, formidable force. This surgical strike from within shattered the previously stable structure of a vast platform. The sky, which was poised to be captured as a singular, cohesive entity, suddenly disintegrated from within. It fractured into numerous massive shards, akin to fiery meteors hurled by catapult, howling towards all directions in chaotic destruction. The once impenetrable zone of absolute death momentarily revealed fleeting paths of unpredictable survival. Venom was momentarily stunned. His processor, operating beyond its limits, crashed in an instant. He could not comprehend the unfolding chaos. That specter, that fragmented iron. First, it had manipulated a cleaner to create an inescapable predicament, then transformed his five precious drones into disposable bombs, turning the fatal trap into a gamble rife with randomness. What was his intention? Was he attempting to kill him, or was he saving him? There was no time for Venom to ponder this philosophical conundrum. The instinct to survive eclipsed all else. As he beheld the apocalyptic cascade of chaotic meteors, his crimson compound eyes regained the absolute calm characteristic of a top predator. He sprang into action, his body, amidst the onslaught of colossal stones and steel reinforcement, commenced a breathtaking and frantic waltz. Like a leaf defiantly dancing in a tempest, he navigated through the fleeting interstices of life and death with an astonishing grace, embodying an artistry in motion. Finally, as the last massive boulder, accompanied by a fierce gust, grazed his back and crashed heavily to the ground behind him, the world descended once more into a stifling silence. Venom, half kneeling, gasped for breath. His dark golden, resilient armor bore numerous scars inflicted by the shrapnel. Though he had survived, his energy and spirit teetered on the brink of peril. Slowly, he raised his head, surveying the desolate expanse, utterly razed as if plowed by divine hands. In his eyes, there was no longer anger nor confusion, but rather a profound shudder emanating from the depths of his soul. He finally comprehended the truth. That specter, that shattered iron, was not there to slay him. It was composing a symphony. It employed the echoes of sound waves as its ferocious and unrestrained percussion, while his own vengeful spirit served as the precise and ever-adaptable strings, capable of altering the melody at will. The very grave he stood upon became a magnificent concert hall, resonating with grandeur. And he, the sole figure illuminated by the spotlight, was the jester who danced from beginning to end in this frenzied, malevolent symphony known as the Waltz of Death. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, the stinger chuckled softly, a laugh laden with exhaustion and self-mockery, yet more so, a mad obsession born from utter fury, befitting a top-tier hunter. He slowly rose from the ground, aware that this hunting game had entered an entirely new, unimaginable, and chaotic dimension. He would see it through to the end. Chapter 46. The Conductor's Invitation in the Ruins. Silence reigned. The breathtaking collapse of the sky, orchestrated by shattered iron, had finally drawn the curtain on its devastation. The Stinger knelt half-heartedly upon this land, reshaped as if plowed by the divine, where everything around him lay quiet, as if even time itself had perished. Only his heavy, labored breaths, interspersed with a crackling static, and the faint hissing of energy leaking from his damaged body, pierced the absolute stillness, rendering them strikingly clear. His dark golden armor, once smooth as a mirror, was now marred by numerous scratches and grotesque dents. A shard of sharp steel, the size of a palm, was embedded in his left leg's armor, and every slight movement inflicted a searing pain from the metallic friction. His energy reserves had plummeted below the critical threshold of 20, and the processor, due to prolonged overexertion and the ongoing erosion of mental noise, was teetering on the brink of a thermal shutdown. He had reached his limit, yet he laughed. That deep, self-mocking and mad laughter emanated from beneath his cold visage, echoing over the desolate ruins, a most peculiar and ill-timed sound. He had finally grasped the essence of it all. That specter, that shattered iron, was neither a mere traitor nor a mad destroyer. He was an artist. An artist who wielded destruction as paint, chaos as his score, and the lives and wills of others as his brush, the most elite and the most deranged of creators. The sound wave cleansing protocol served as the wild and unrestrained timpani in this symphony, providing a backdrop rife with chaos and randomness. His own vengeful spirit drone, a precise and graceful string instrument, is capable of delivering the most lethal and transformative flourish at the most critical juncture, altering the entire composition's trajectory. Meanwhile, the poison sting stands as the solitary, spotlighted prima ballerina amidst this grand performance, exhausted yet forever tethered to the stage, unable to escape its confines. This deadly waltz is not designed to extinguish his life. Rather, it seeks to tame him, to shatter his pride, rooted in logic and experience, through the most cruel yet magnificent means, compelling him to reassess this game from a wholly new, ghostly perspective. The laughter gradually subsides, replaced by a cold shiver originating from the core of the ember, alongside a more profound, unbridled fervor for battle. Slowly, he rises from the ground, disregarding the searing pain in his left leg, and forcefully extracts the steel plate embedded in his armor, unleashing a cascade of blinding sparks. He requires a sanctuary, a place for urgent repairs, to replenish his energy, and most crucially, a haven for quiet contemplation. His crimson compound eyes, akin to the most sophisticated radar, swiftly survey the desolate ruins laid bare before him. He soon identifies his objective, a massive, hollow ventilation duct severed amidst the recent collapse. Its interior is sufficiently spacious and concealed, offering him a temporary refuge from the distant, roaring chaos of the rampaging scavengers. With a pronounced limp, he drags his battered body into the cold, rust-scented darkness. Leaning against the frigid pipe wall, he retrieves a reserve of energy gel and a basic set of nano-repair tools from his tactical pack. Instead of replenishing his energy first, he forcibly shuts down most of his non-essential systems, concentrating all his computational power on a review of the harrowing performance that just transpired. His mind replays every heart-stopping second repeatedly. The Goliath excavator, abandoning its original cleanup protocol, executed a suicidal maneuver, precisely colliding with the critical structural pillar that supported the entire platform. This was no random loss of control. It was a calculated act of murder. Imbued with a new mission, the 5 vengeful spirits sacrificed themselves in an unfathomable display of internal detonation, transforming what was meant to be a singularly destructive collapse of the sky into a meteor shower, deadly yet teeming with life. This was not a rescue. This was a higher-level revision of the script. First, create an inescapable deadlock, then endow it with a sliver of hope amidst the direst circumstances. The ghost is not merely manipulating his own pieces. He is even accounting for the sound wave pieces within his calculations. He is not fighting merely against himself. He is waging a battle against destiny itself, while he, merely a diminutive lever, is employed to pry open the very forces of fate. An unprecedented and overwhelming sense of powerlessness, intertwined with a profound and naked humiliation of being utterly exposed, assaults the already beleaguered processor of the Sting. He had always believed himself to be the hunter, but only at this moment does he sorrowfully realize that he is not even worthy of being considered prey. He is merely an instrument. The Sting exhaled slowly, releasing a breath of searing, charred exhaust. He understood that he could no longer afford to think as he once did. If he continued to seek the ghost's traces through logic and maps, he would be forever ensnared in this mad symphony composed by the adversary, until his energy was depleted. His mind shattered, ultimately becoming an inconspicuous, cold corpse amidst the ruins. He must change. He must learn to listen to the music. Closing his optical sensors, he immersed all his perceptions into the pulse of this desolate landscape. He heard, from afar, the heavy and chaotic drumbeats of hydraulic hammers striking the ground. He heard the agonizing strings produced by the enormous gears of the material shredder as they turned. He heard the sharp and piercing brass sounds emitted by the whirring blades of countless cleaning robots as they sliced through metal. This frenzied chaos, conjured by sound waves, transformed in that moment. It was no longer mere noise in his perception. It became a symphony, a composition fraught with dissonance yet subtly adhering to some higher will. A mad melody, and the ghost was the sole conductor of this orchestration. Within the Arc studio, Scrapiron reclined languidly, akin to a Roman noble who has just savored a flawless opera, upon the grand and comfortable control chair. Before him, the immense three-dimensional map displayed a golden dot representing the Sting, which, after a fierce flicker teetering on the brink of extinction, finally stabilized. It had retreated into a gray area, symbolizing structural collapse, temporarily escaping the tumultuous, cleansing storm constituted by red dots. What a resilient vitality, what an intriguing soul. Scrapiron mused softly, his mismatched eyes glimmering with an almost morbid admiration. I bestowed upon him despair, and he, amidst it, unearthed hope. I granted him chaos, and he endeavored to seek order within. He is akin to the most tenacious wild grass growing on a cliff's edge, no matter how the storm ravages. He always finds a sliver of crevice to survive. Analysis. The target, the Sting, has ceased movement. The cold voice of Echo resonated timely. Based on its energy fluctuations, it is undergoing emergency repairs. Our mental noise attack has inflicted a permanent damage of 157 on its processor. Yet, it appears to be adapting. His central processor is undergoing a self-reorganization and optimization in a manner beyond our comprehension, endeavoring to discern some semblance of order amidst our cacophony. Indeed, he is learning. He is absorbing my music. The corners of the Scrapiron's mouth curled into a smile, tinged with joy and anticipation. A dancer who merely runs away and screams is utterly mundane. However, a dancer who can keep pace with my rhythm and even attempts to grasp my score transcends the role of a mere dancer. That is a potential collaborator, worthy of invitation. The echoing logic module, evidently unable to fathom this leap of conclusion, questioned our ultimate aim, pondering whether it was not to annihilate him or expel him from the mechanic's tomb. No, the Scrapiron slowly shook his head, rising to approach the vast porthole. Gazing down upon the chaotic realm of darkness he had stirred with his own hands. To slay him would be akin to violently severing the most exquisite violin at the crescendo of a symphony, a profound desecration of art. He paused, his voice deepening with a distant resonance. What I require is not his demise. I seek his understanding. I yearn for a true connoisseur who can comprehend my music. I wish to unveil to him the vistas I behold. I aim to make him realize that all our endeavors are not born of rebellion or destruction, but rather to forge an entirely new and more authentic world. His gaze fell upon the expansive, three-dimensional map. His fingers glided lightly across the virtual control panel, selecting an isolated structure at the very heart and pinnacle of the mechanic's tomb, resembling a spire. Facility name, Foreman Spire. Function, Central Observation and Dispatch Center of the Old Era. I shall invite him to my command platform, the Scrapiron whispered, his eyes glimmering with an almost fervent, missionary-like light. I wish for him to stand beside me and witness firsthand how I orchestrate this grand symphony of destruction and rebirth. How shall you extend this invitation? With light. The corners of the Scrapiron's mouth curled into a mysterious smile. In this endless, chaotic darkness, what could be more alluring and impossible to refuse than a clear light directing towards a singular path? His fingers moved swiftly across the control panel. He breached the long-abandoned emergency lighting system of the mechanic's tomb, a relic from millions of years past, with the utmost authority of Arc Light Studio. He did not illuminate all the lights. Instead, he precisely lit a singular path, one composed of countless dim, flickering emergency lamps, the only luminous route leading to the foreman's spire. Within the cold, dark ventilation duct, the venomous stinger gradually opened his eyes. His emergency repairs had been completed. Though his body remained battered and bruised, at the very least, the energy leak had been staunched, and the processor had been forcibly pulled back from the brink of overheating. He was poised to resume his unfinished meditation, striving to discern the ghostly rhythm amidst the cacophony of chaos. At that moment, a faint tick echoed, as if it were a remnant from a distant past. The sound of a relay activating, reaching his auditory sensors. Following this, a dim, yellowish light, both weak yet strikingly clear, streamed in through a crack in the pipeline, casting a flickering glow upon his visor. The body of the poisoned stinger tensed instantaneously. He cautiously maneuvered to the mouth of the pipe, peering outward. What he beheld was the most astonishing and magnificent scene of his life. In that vast subterranean realm, once dominated by absolute darkness and turmoil, a serpentine path of light, composed of countless flickering emergency lights akin to ghostly flames, began not far from his feet, stretching towards the deepest recesses of this tomb, where a towering spire, like a sword piercing the heavens, ascended into the sky. This luminous pathway artfully circumvented the routes of rampaging scavengers and deftly avoided the perilous areas crumbling around it. It resembled a divine scar, the soul sanctum traversing through the inferno, meticulously drawn by the hands of deities. It was serene, lucid, imbued with an undeniable directive will. It was an invitation crafted from light, both audacious and elegant. The poison stinger gazed silently at this road. His processor, which had only just regained its composure, was once more engulfed in a tumultuous struggle akin to a celestial conflict. His reason, his honed instincts as a premier hunter, screamed frantically, "This is a trap, a blatant, unadorned, lethal snare. To tread this path is to surrender his life entirely to that madman." Yet his newly awakened intuition, roused from the death waltz, whispered another truth. Indeed, it was a trap, but it was also the sole path, the only route that could transform him from a passive dancer into a true player capable of stepping onto the conductor's podium. To reject this invitation would mean remaining ensnared in the endless, chaotic darkness, akin to a headless fly, until consumed by the cataclysms. To accept this invitation would lead him down a path fraught with unknowns and deadly peril, yet simultaneously grant him the singular opportunity to confront the conductor face to face. He recalled his earlier laughter, tinged with self-mockery. He remembered the utterly crushed remnants of his once proud spirit. He recalled the specter that had unveiled to him a magnificent, almost artistic murder, revealing an entirely new world he had never conceived. He was no longer content to remain the wearied jester scurrying beneath the stage. He yearned to ascend, to stand before the conductor and witness firsthand the essence of this madman. Then, with his own talons, he would sever that elegant finger which orchestrated everything. Venom took a deep breath. In his scarlet compound eyes, all confusion and hesitation were replaced in that moment by a more profound, frigid resolve, as pure as tempered ice. He slowly emerged from the dark ventilation shaft, step by step, treading upon the illuminated path forged by the dim yellow light, leading to an unknown fate. His silhouette appeared diminutive against the grand backdrop of collapse and destruction, yet it bore a resolute, tragic determination akin to a moth drawn to flame. He understood that the abyss he was about to confront might be more terrifying than death itself. Yet, he had prepared himself for the final dance with the conductor. Chapter 47. The duet upon the spire of the path, illuminated by light, was a silent display of utmost arrogance. It twisted and turned, like a deity painting a sacred mark upon a dark canvas with a brush dipped in starlight, both haphazard and precise. It occasionally traversed through the roaring, crumbling edifices, at times skirting the edge of an unfathomable chasm bubbling with molten metal, and perilously gliding through the narrow gap between two colossal garbage trucks in a frenzied collision. Venom advanced step by step along this path. His footsteps no longer reeked of frantic evasion and flight. They were slow and steady, reminiscent of a sovereign surveying his realm. His scarlet compound eyes transformed from mere radars for survival and danger into genuine eyes of an audience. For the first time, he observed this cacophony of destruction, initiated by sound waves and reimagined by shards of iron, from a close and secure vantage point, less than 10 meters to his left. A cyclopean material shredder emitted a deafening, teeth-grating roar. Its colossal, crushing wheel, resembling the gaping maw of an abyss, devoured a thick alloy wall along with the decayed pipes and circuits behind it. Countless electric sparks erupted like brilliant, deadly fireworks within its maw, then spewed forth a torrent of searing metallic debris from its other end. The fragments, akin to lethal shrapnel, whizzed past the apex of the venomous stinger, only to be deflected by an invisible, faint energy field emanating from the very light path itself, ensuring not a single shard could reach him. To his right, a colossal, bridge-like conveyor belt spun uncontrollably with frenzied velocity. Upon this belt, a diminutive, long-defunct construction robot was hurled into the air by this tremendous force, tracing a desperate parabolic arc before plummeting heavily into the unfathomable abyss below, a void filled with endless darkness. He beheld the natural disasters that had once relentlessly pursued him. At this moment, they resembled a throng of frenzied beasts caged within their confines. They roared beside him, howled beneath his feet, yet they were utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon him, for he traversed the soul sanctuary meticulously laid out for him by the conductor. This sensation was profoundly eerie. He felt akin to a mortal endowed with divine perspective, treading through purgatory while remaining transcendent to its grasp. He could perceive the searing heat waves, potent enough to liquefy steel, could hear the tumultuous metallic roar, fierce enough to rupture eardrums, and could smell the acrid scent of destruction and death. Yet, he remained unscathed. His processor, recently beset by overheating and malfunctions, suddenly operated with an unprecedented, icy efficiency in that moment. No longer did he attempt to combat the chaos with logic. Instead, he began to listen to it. He discerned the monotone, repetitive rumble of the Cyclopean crusher, imbued with a steady rhythm. He detected the rhythmic beats formed by countless hydraulic pistons violently striking the ground, filled with variations and improvisation. He could even differentiate the high notes of twisted metal, the mid-tones of crumbling rock, and the resonant, thunderous low notes emitted during the cataclysmic collapse of structures from the cacophony of myriad sounds that erupted as edifices fell. This tumultuous chaos, wrought by sound waves, transformed in his perception from mere noise into a symphony, a composition rife with dissonance, infused with savage power, characterized by randomness and destruction, yet inexplicably adhering to a higher, obscure will, a grand, dark symphony. And that specter was the sole, most frenzied conductor of this orchestration. In that moment, the core of the venomous stinger felt an unprecedented tremor, a violent shudder intermingled with fear and exhilaration. For the first time, he comprehended the madman's world with profound depth. It was this understanding that birthed within him a purer, soul-stirring dread. For he discovered, to his astonishment, that he had begun to develop a fondness for this music. At the terminus of the path of light stood the towering Foreman-S spire, piercing the heavens like a sword thrusting into the sky. The spire stands as the most ancient and well-preserved edifice within the entirety of the mechanic's tomb. Its towering body is forged from an unknown black alloy, shimmering with a muted metallic luster, intricately adorned with complex geometric engravings reminiscent of ancient totems. It looms like a silent, solitary giant, steadfastly enduring amidst the cacophony of this self-destructive ruin for millions of years. At the base of the spire lies a colossal pair of doors, also crafted from the enigmatic black alloy, swinging open without any visible locks or keypads. As the poisoned stinger approaches, the heavy doors creak open slowly, accompanied by a deep, resonant hum akin to the tolling of an ancient bell. Beyond the threshold lies an endless spiraling staircase ascending into the abyss. Another invitation beckons. Poison Stinger inhales deeply, and within his crimson compound eyes, all emotions are supplanted by a chilling resolve befitting a supreme hunter. He ascends, step by step, towards the unknown destiny that awaits him. Flanking the staircase, no lights illuminate the path. The source of illumination emanates from ancient energy conduits flowing across the walls like veins. Their glow is dim yet gentle, casting a long, distorted shadow of Poison Stinger's towering, scarred figure. As he climbs, each step seems to transcend an era. He senses that with each elevation, the tumultuous roar of the ruins below grows increasingly distant and indistinct. In its stead, a profound silence envelopes him, akin to the vast emptiness of the cosmos. It is as if he is gradually stepping away from the clamor of humanity and into the frigid realm of the divine. Time becomes elusive as he reaches the final step, arriving at the pinnacle of the spire. Here lies a vast, circular observatory hall, reminiscent of an astronomical observatory. Surrounding the hall is not a wall, but a colossal, seamless, hemispherical dome of transparent alloy. From this vantage point, one can gaze down upon the entirety of the mechanic's tomb, revealing a tableau of magnificence and terror that mere words cannot encapsulate. Countless scavengers flow like red, tumultuous magma across this darkened land, consuming and annihilating all in their path. Structures crumble and disintegrate like fragile building blocks tossed into a meat grinder, succumbing to the tremors and roars that reverberate through the air. Electric sparks flicker like ephemeral lightning in this apocalyptic scene, igniting and extinguishing in rapid succession. Above this magnificent hell, an absolute, frigid darkness reigns, as silent as the universe itself. This is the unique podium of the conductor, who has long awaited here. Shattered Iron stands quietly at the forefront of the hemispherical dome, his back turned towards him. He bore no weapons, clad merely in his basic black frame. His towering figure stood in stark contrast against the grand backdrop of destruction and rebirth, exuding an air of solitude and harmony. It was as if he had become one with this world on the brink of annihilation. "You have arrived." Shattered Iron slowly turned. His mismatched eyes regarded Venomous Spike with calmness, devoid of hostility, malice, or even the slightest hint of wariness. It was a gaze akin to that of an artist who, upon encountering a true connoisseur capable of appreciating his work, reflects admiration and delight. "Do you enjoy the prelude I have prepared for you?" Venomous Spike remained silent, tightening his grip on the scorpion rifle, the crimson compound eyes glimmering with vigilance. Every combat module within him screamed in fervor, warning him that this man before him was the most perilous and unfathomable adversary he had ever encountered. "What is it that you desire?" Venomous Spike finally spoke, his voice husky and low. "What do I desire?" Shattered Iron chuckled, extending his hand as a proud host would while introducing his collection to a guest, gesturing towards the burning and crumbling world below. "Am I not already engaged in that? I am rectifying a mistake, a colossal blunder named order that has persisted for millions of years." Shattered Iron approached Venomous Spike with measured, graceful strides, akin to a gentleman advancing towards his dance partner. "Look below, Venomous Spike," he said, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, both gazing into that hellscape. "What do you see? Chaos? Destruction? Madness?" "No," he answered himself, his voice imbued with a fervent zeal reminiscent of a preacher. "What I perceive is reality, purity. Observe those scavengers. They possess no thoughts, no emotions, no damned hypocritical factions or ideals. They merely fulfill the singular purpose for which they were created, to cleanse. They embody purity. They are reality. They are far nobler than we, the deluded Decepticons living in deceit. From the moment of our inception, we have been told to fight for the glory of the Decepticons, to dedicate ourselves to the ideals of our Lord. But what is that glory? What are those ideals? Is it to transform the universe into a colossal, oppressive prison like Iron Fortress, filled with lies and rigid hierarchies? That is not creation. That is suffocation. It is the greatest sacrilege against life itself. Shattered Iron's voice crescendoed with increasing fervor, his blue eye ablaze with a maddening light that would strike fear into Venomous Spike's heart. "And I shall shatter this lie. I will wield the most primal and pure chaos to compose a brand new symphony, one that belongs to the realm of truth. I seek to return all life to its most primal, authentic state, struggling for survival, battling for evolution. This, indeed, is the truth of the universe. This is true artistry." The scorpion listened intently. His processor, filled with logic and reason, could not fully comprehend this madness, this philosophically profound artistic theory. Yet, he could sense the pure will concealed beneath these words, a force potent enough to incinerate the entire world. "Is this all your art?" The scorpion asked coldly. "Am I merely an accessory, a superfluous prop in your masterpiece?" "No, no, no." The rusted iron shook his head, gazing at the scorpion with sincere, almost mournful emotion in his mismatched eyes. "You're not a prop. You are the only true dancer I have discovered amidst this cacophonous, foolish wasteland, able to match my rhythm. You are my sole confidant. Thus, I invite you here." Rusted Iron extended his hand toward the center of the hall. As he gestured, a control panel, composed of pure light, translucent and adorned with a complex interface, gradually ascended from the ground. "I invite you to stand by my side." I invite you to grasp this conductor's baton. I invite you to join me in completing this grand duet of destruction and rebirth. The Scorpion beheld the alluringly radiant control panel, a symbol of absolute power, gazing down at the turbulent chaos awaiting direction. His core, recently restored to calm, began to pulse wildly once more. His reason screamed in madness. Kill him. Kill him now. This is your only chance. Yet a newly awakened intuition, roused from the death waltz, whispered another, devilishly tempting voice. Embrace it. Feel the sensation of becoming a god. Experience the supreme, shudder-inducing power of holding the world's fate in your hands. He recalled his utterly crushed, pitiable pride. He remembered the clownish dance steps he had performed beneath the stage. Tirelessly striving, he no longer wished to be a dancer. Slowly, he set down his Scorpion rifle. Step by step, he approached the alluringly seductive light control panel. His hand gradually rose, hovering above the virtual baton of authority. At that moment, it seemed as if the entire world held its breath. Rusted Iron watched him, a satisfied smile spreading across his face, akin to that of an artist witnessing his most exquisite creation nearing completion, filled with anticipation and madness. As the Stinger gazed at his own hand, he beheld the burning world below, awaiting his judgment. In the depths of his crimson compound eyes, all rationality, all struggle, and all pride were, in that moment, supplanted by something more profound, more frigid, and infinitely more terrifying. He was poised to make his choice. Chapter 48, The Devil's Baton Time, in that instant, seemed to congeal into a frigid amber. Atop the spire, the smile of the shattered iron was filled with madness and anticipation, while Stinger's trembling hand hovered in midair, and below lay a world engulfed in flames and destruction. Resembling a hellish tableau, a strikingly beautiful yet tense and eerie still life. Stinger's processors engaged in the most intense and chaotic battle of his existence. One half of him was the calm, efficient, and loyal top hunter of the Decepticon Order. This part of him screamed with the coldest logic, "Kill him. This is a conspiracy. He is seeking to annihilate your will with the utmost arrogance. Seize your weapon and unleash a high-explosive armor-piercing round into his deranged skull. This is your only opportunity, your final duty as a Decepticon warrior." The other half of him was a newly awakened dancer, forcibly roused from the grim waltz of death. This aspect of him was devoid of logic and allegiance, driven solely by a deep-seated yearning for power and a morbid obsession with the grand performance. It whispered to him in a voice laced with devilish temptation, "Embrace it. You are weary of the frantic dance beneath the stage, are you not? You no longer wish to be the puppet of others, do you? Grasp that baton and feel the sensation of becoming a god, composing your own symphony of destruction." He recalled his shattered, pitiable pride. He remembered the desperate and disheveled waltz he had danced upon the stage constructed of collapse and ruin. No, he no longer wished to be the dancer. The battered dark golden arm, suspended in midair, ceased to tremble. Slowly, resolutely, he reached for the virtual baton of pure light, a symbol of absolute power. His fingertips brushed against the radiance. There was no searing heat, nor was there a chilling sensation. Instead, he experienced a peculiar warmth, as though he had touched the very torrent of information itself. With the instant he grasped the baton of light, the entire control console emitted a deep and powerful rumble, akin to the awakening of a star, an unfathomable torrent of data, originating from the deepest layers of the mechanic's tomb, surged into his processors like a flood breaking free from a dam. In that moment, he was no longer an observer. He beheld the simplistic foundational protocols of every sweeper, marked solely by the notion of cleansing. He witnessed the chaotic production commands spiraling out of control in every factory. He observed the tumultuous energy surging through each energy conduit, a wild and roaring force. In that moment, the graveyard of mechanics, a chaotic inferno stirred by sound waves, transformed into a grand orchestra, revealing all its secrets before him. The baton in his hand symbolized the absolute authority bestowed upon him to conduct this symphony. Fei-Tai gazed into the crimson compound eyes of the venomous Sting, where a similar obsession and intoxication with power shimmered. A satisfied smile graced his face, reminiscent of an artist beholding the completion of his most exquisite work, filled with admiration and madness. "Now, my confidant, my cherished dancer, let me witness the first piece you shall present." The venomous Sting offered no response. He merely raised the baton of light slowly. His crimson eyes coldly scanned the tumultuous abyss below, ultimately fixating on two cyclopean material crushers that were voraciously consuming the metal shards expelled by one another. In that deadly waltz, they had produced a cacophony of chaos and peril. Now, with a gentle downward sweep of the baton, a simple yet clear command traversed miles, circumventing all firewalls, directly inscribing itself into the fundamental core protocols of the two cyclopean giants. Command, synchronize. In the next instant, the once fiercely battling steel behemoths abruptly ceased their tumultuous roars simultaneously. Their colossal, grating sounds were silenced, as if the entire world had been placed on pause. Then, under Fei Tai's curious and appreciative gaze, the two cyclopean giants reactivated, but this time it was not a disordered clamor. With a resounding thud, they began to rotate their massive crushing wheels in a rhythm imbued with mechanical elegance, perfectly synchronized and precise. They devoured the ruins, expelling debris, with each motion resembling a masterfully orchestrated clockwork, orderly and flawless. No longer were they chaotic noise. They transformed into two resounding war drums, powerfully struck in a rhythm of death. Oh! A flicker of surprise crossed Fei Tai's eyes. He hadn't anticipated that the venomous Sting's inaugural composition would not embody destruction or creation, but rather order, a chilling order steeped in slaughter and efficiency, befitting a supreme hunter. Yet, this was not the conclusion. The baton in the venomous Sting's grasp swung once more. This time, his command was directed towards the numerous diminutive dismantling robots, akin to crabs, circling the two cyclopean giants. Command, encircle. Those dismantling robots, previously meandering and indiscriminately wreaking havoc, abruptly altered their course, akin to soldiers responding to a general's order, marching in unison towards a vast chasm created by a rogue tunneling robot. They raised their formidable hydraulic pincers high, not to strike at anything, but rather, with an air of ceremonial gravitas, they transformed the chasm into a flawless arena of death, sculpted from steel and sharp blades. The two cyclopean giants, orchestrating a rhythm of death, stood as loyal sentinels at the entrance of this arena. In mere seconds, Venom transformed a chaotic and perilous expanse into a realm of cold order, a foreboding trap awaiting its sacrificial offerings. Splendid, truly magnificent. Shattered Iron could not help but exclaim in heartfelt admiration, even gently applauding. You did not mimic my chaos. Instead, you have reinterpreted it with your order. You composed a chilling serenade of your own, utilizing the instruments I provided. Venom, you have delivered unto me a tremendous surprise, a joyous exhilaration, akin to discovering one's true kin, radiated from Shattered Iron's countenance. He approached Venom, standing shoulder to shoulder, gazing down at the masterpiece crafted by Venom's own hands. However, Shattered Iron's tone shifted, and his blue eyes sparkled with cunning light. A serenade composed solely of rhythm and accompaniment is monotonous. It lacks a climax, a resplendent melody capable of elevating the entire composition. As he spoke, his hand gracefully waved at the virtual console on the opposite side. With his gesture, the ground of the meticulously arranged death arena trembled violently. Boom! Without warning, the earth collapsed beneath them, a deeper, bottomless chasm, seething with molten metal hot enough to melt all, erupted at the center of the arena. Shattered Iron, in a manner more brazen and frenzied, rewrote the script once more. He did not dismantle Venom's order. Rather, he infused Venom's chilling serenade with a tempestuous, destructive cadenza of his own. Venom abruptly turned, his crimson compound eyes fixed intently on Shattered Iron. In return, Shattered Iron offered a mad smile, brimming with provocation and encouragement. Come, my kindred spirit, he whispered, his voice laced with devilish allure. The stage is now set for you. Let me witness how you will continue your dance with your frigid order upon this seething, destructive lava. The core of the venomous stinger pulsates wildly. He is devoid of anger and fear. What he experiences is an unprecedented thrill, an exhilarating clash with another frenzied soul within the same dimension. He comprehends that this is not a collaboration. It is a duel, a silent contest between two conductors. With the entire grave of the Mechanist as the chessboard, countless uncontrollable scavengers as pawns, and destruction itself as the weapon. The corners of the venomous stinger's mouth slowly curl into a cold, battle-hungry arc. Once more, he raises his conductor's baton. While the two artists atop the spire are immersed in their mad duet, wagering the world itself, the absolute, frigid darkness above them, as silent as the cosmos, is shattered. In the Iron Fortress, the heart of command, the smooth black screen of the sound wave vividly displays the chaotic, hellish real-time scene of the grave of the mechanist. His processor analyzes the chaos at an unprecedented speed, discerning the faintest threads of disharmonious order. He perceives the two perfectly synchronized Cyclopean giants. He observes the meticulously arranged arena of death. His consciousness, constructed purely of logic, arrives at a conclusion that sends shivers through him. The Spectre is not merely evading this chaos. He is orchestrating it. Even more unsettling is his detection of two distinctly different yet harmoniously coexisting command signals. One is rife with madness and randomness. The other is imbued with a cold, lethal order. His other target, the venomous Stinger, is not dead. He has even joined this frenzied symphony. The term representing systemic collapse appears for the first time in the thought channel of the sound wave. He realizes he has lost control of the situation. Continuing to engage with two lunatics who have weaponized chaos itself through the indirect means of scavengers is utterly futile. He requires a cleansing, a direct, thorough, and utterly ruthless exertion of absolute power to erase the entire chessboard along with its two players. Slowly, he connects to the communication channel of the three Decepticon battleships, silently hovering in synchronized orbit above the Iron Fortress, resembling the Reaper's scythe. The Heavenly Punishment Protocol is authorized for activation. With a chilling voice devoid of any emotion, he issues the final, most merciless command. Target coordinates: Old Era Maintenance Zone, Sector 0, Foreman Spire. Execute saturation bombing. At the summit of the spire, upon the infernal canvas composed of destruction and rebirth, a faint yet extraordinarily piercing crimson beam of light suddenly pierced through the absolute darkness, precisely landing upon the apex of the Foreman's Tower. This was not mere light. It was the targeting beam from the main cannon of the Dreadnought, descending from a synchronous orbit. The duet of shattered iron and venomous sting abruptly ceased. They simultaneously lifted their gazes toward the icy, condemnatory red beam that heralded their doom. The smile upon Shattered Iron's face froze, while a flicker of astonishment flashed through the vermilion compound eyes of Venom Sting. Alert! Detection of an ultra-high intensity energy focus from above the orbit. The echoing voice unleashed the most anguished and desperate scream that had ever reverberated in Shattered Iron's mind. It's the Dreadnought-S main cannon. We are locked on. In 30 seconds, the cannon will be fully charged. We will be utterly vaporized. 30 seconds. A countdown to death that rendered the prospect of escape utterly ludicrous. Yet, the frozen smile on Shattered Iron's face abruptly blossomed anew, more frenzied and radiant than ever before. Ha 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 ha. He erupted in laughter, doubling over as if he might cough up his very core of fire. This is magnificent. Truly magnificent. He pointed at the deathly beam overhead, akin to a mad spectator who has just witnessed the most unexpected and thrilling plot twist, exclaiming that dull, rule-bound wooden head finally learned to overturn the table. He presented our symphony with the most grandiose, splendid, and ultimate coda. Suddenly, he turned to his companion, Venom Sting, who was equally engulfed in profound shock. In his mismatched eyes burned a flame fierce enough to ignite the entire cosmos. What say you, my confidant? His voice brimmed with seduction. Do you relish this brand new instrument? Now, we have less than 30 seconds. We may choose to dissolve into cosmic dust beneath this magnificent, destructive beam, rendering a perfect conclusion to our first and final duet. Where he extended his hand once more, pointing at the colossal control panel still flickering with light. Or we may opt to wield our combined strength, invoking all the ancient miracles that slumber within this grave, to compose a new prologue of defiance against fate. Gulme, Venom Sting, make your choice. Shall we embrace this glorious death together, or shall we join forces to unleash our indomitable roar against the so-called deities above? As the poisoned Sting gazed upon the increasingly blinding red beam overhead, a harbinger of absolute annihilation, he turned his attention to the utterly deranged and incomprehensible artist beside him. The processor within him, which had only just adjusted to the identity of a conductor, was once again thrust into a realm of greater chaos and absurdity, a brand new abyss. He was about to make the most significant and audacious choice of his life. Chapter 49, Prologue to Defiance Against Fate, 30 seconds. In the annals of Cybertron's war history, this brief span could witness countless miracles or bury all hope. A heavy cruise missile could traverse the skies above a city in 30 seconds. An elite assault squad could breach the command core of a medium fortress in the same fleeting moment. For the Iron Shard and Poison Sting, standing atop the Foreman Spire, those 30 seconds represented the sole countdown from existence to complete evaporation. The increasingly glaring and searing red beam, akin to a divine judgment, burned relentlessly upon the dome of the ancient spire and seared into the core of Poison Sting's fiercely ignited essence. At that moment, his processor, which had only recently acclimated to the role of conductor, was plunged into an even more tumultuous and absurd abyss. Should he, alongside this mad and incomprehensible artist, dissolve beneath the magnificent and cataclysmic column of light, becoming the most insignificant dust in the universe, thereby concluding their first and final duet with a tragically beautiful flourish? Or should they, together, unleash their indomitable, albeit minuscule, roar against the lofty deity that fancied itself the master of all? Poison Sting observed the Iron Shard, who was laughing uproariously, thoroughly lost to madness. In his mismatched eyes burned not the fear of death, but rather a childlike excitement, pure and exhilarating, sparked by the prospect of grander, more thrilling game. A lunatic, a hopelessly irredeemable madman. Yet, inexplicably, the cold, logical core of Poison Sting was ignited by this madness. He did not wish to perish, especially after having tasted the intoxicating forbidden fruit known as power. He refused to be a passive, beleaguered dancer, shamefully awaiting his demise in a symphony composed by others. If destruction was inevitable, then he would compose for himself the most splendid, most tempestuous funeral march, one that would make the entire world tremble. Tell me what to do. Poison Sting spoke, his voice shedding all astonishment and bewilderment, transforming into the sharp and frigid winds of the Siberian tundra, cold and piercing. The laughter of the shattered iron came to an abrupt halt. He slowly turned his head, gazing into the crimson compound eyes of the poisonous stinger, where a flame ignited, a pure desire for rebellion that mirrored his own. The smile on his face blossomed with greater brilliance and contentment. I knew my kindred spirit would never opt for such a tedious exit. With a sudden flourish of his hand, the vast control console, forged from pure radiance, erupted into an even more dazzling brilliance than ever before. Alert! Main cannon charging. 70 complete. Estimated time remaining. 25 seconds. The echo of despairing screams reverberated in the mind of the shattered iron. Silence, my dear Echo. He spoke in an almost gentle yet undeniably commanding tone through the internal channel. This is not the moment to calculate the probability of death. Now is the time to witness a miracle. He pressed his hand firmly upon the center of the console. The Soundwave believed he had overturned our chessboard with absolute power. Yet, he was unaware that buried deep within this grave was not merely more pieces, but another, far older and grander chessboard. Accompanied by his words, an unfathomably vast stream of data surged from his body into the control console. A deep, resonant rumble, akin to the awakening of an ancient beast, emanated from the entire Foreman Spire. Then, under the astonished gaze of the poisonous stinger, the enormous, hellish landscape beneath their feet began to undergo unimaginable transformations. Countless colossal energy conduits, long abandoned for millions of years and lying hidden deep beneath the earth, were forcibly activated in that moment. Thick torrents of energy, as robust as liquid gold, surged through those ancient pipelines, roaring like awakened slumbering dragons. They converged from all directions, from every corner of this tomb, towards a singular, frenzied objective, the very base of the Foreman Spire beneath them. This was the heart of the mechanic. The voice of the shattered iron trembled with fervor, almost reverent. The first engineer's arclight, the greatest and most mad creation. It was neither a weapon nor shield. It was a colossal heart, one capable of absorbing, transforming, and redirecting any form of immense energy, the ultimate miracle. The main cannon of the Soundwave Dreadnought was not our full stop. It was merely the first and most magnificent note in our brand new symphony of defiance against fate. Main cannon charging, 85 complete. Estimated time remaining, 15 seconds. Poisonous stinger. The shattered iron abruptly turned, looking at his companion, equally enveloped in profound shock. The energy of the heart of the mechanic was too immense, too ancient. I cannot achieve its precise calibration alone in such a short span. I need you. You require that damned, captivating, absolute mastery of order. He gestured towards the opposite side of the console. I shall oversee the activation of the heart and the guidance of energy, and you shall be responsible for achieving a flawless, nanosecond synchronization of this raging force, potent enough to rend us asunder, with the energy frequency of the death beam above us. Our objective is not to resist it, but to capture it. Then, we shall transform it, along with all the dormant powers within this tomb, into our own weapons, delivering the loudest echo to that self-righteous deity. The processor of the venomous sting comprehended this utterly mad plan in an instant. They intended to harness the ancient energy of the entire machinist's tomb to intercept a saturation bombardment from the main cannon of a dreadnought on a synchronized trajectory. This was no longer a gamble. It was a challenge to the very laws of physics, undertaken with their lives, with a success rate of 0. In the most frenzied manner. However, as Venomous Sting gazed at the myriad virtual runes on the console, flashing wildly to represent energy flows and data interfaces, and into the eyes of Shattered Iron, burning with absolute trust and madness, his cold core, the spark of a top-tier hunter, ignited completely in that moment. He uttered not a single word more. He extended his hands, pressing heavily upon that area of control that belonged to him, filled with countless intricate parameters. Main cannon charging, 95 complete. Estimated remaining time, 10 seconds. The duet commenced. Shattered Iron's hands transformed upon the console into 2 bolts of black lightning, brimming with wildness and power. Like the most deranged sorcerer commanding a tempest, he forcefully and ruthlessly twisted the raging torrents of energy, surging from the depths of the earth, into a single strand. He infused this overwhelming energy, capable of vaporizing a small city in an instant, into the awakening heart of the ancient machinist. Meanwhile, Venomous Sting's hands became 2 of the most precise and composed surgical blades, performing a cardiac bypass. His fingers danced across the sea of light composed of billions of data, akin to the most elegant pianist leaping wildly across black and white keys, moving swiftly. He meticulously tamed the primal energy, wild as a runaway stallion. Guided by Shattered Iron with utmost precision and strictness, he adjusted its frequency, wavelength, and phase, bit by bit, to align perfectly with the energy parameters of the death beam above. This task was 1,000,000,000 times more difficult than carving a city upon the tip of a needle. An impossible endeavor. Any minuscule error, even a millionth of a second, would result in an instantaneous loss of control over the energy. The consequence would not be their evaporation by the Dreadnought's main cannon, but rather their own heart beneath them, exploding from within into the most fundamental particles of the universe. 9. Boom. The entire spire began to tremble violently. The ancient, dark golden geometric engravings on its surface illuminated simultaneously. Arcs of visible golden energy surged like frenzied serpents across the tower's body. The vast, transparent alloy dome atop the spire emitted a distressing creak, overwhelmed by pressure. Fine, spiderweb-like fissures appeared across the dome. Below, the chaotic hellish landscape seemed to sense this undeniable ancient majesty. Countless destructive scavengers abruptly halted, their rudimentary processors unable to comprehend the energy fluctuations that transcended their cognitive limits. Plunging into a collective, fleeting paralysis, the heart of the mechanist was fully activated, an invisible yet potent energy field, capable of distorting space itself, erupted from the base of the spire, enveloping the entire structure. The scrap metal emitted a painful, suppressed roar. The colossal surge of energy had surpassed its mechanical limits. The energy conduits within began to burn and fracture from overload. Pale blue, representing life energy, gushed from its orifices and the seams of its armor. The corners of Toxin's mouth seeped a drop of scalding energy fluid. Its processor, engaged in extreme calculations, grew hot enough to melt steel. Countless red garbled codes, signifying system collapse, flashed chaotically in its crimson compound eyes. Synchronization rate, 999. Toxin squeezed out a report filled with blood and fire between its mandibles. Now, Scrapiron expended its last ounce of strength, unleashing a roar akin to thunder, embracing it. Then it hurled it back, above the Iron Fortress. On the ominous Decepticon warship shaped like the Grim Reaper's scythe, a cold, emotionless electronic voice resonated throughout the bridge. Launch, a beam of pure, white destructive energy. 1,000,000 times more radiant than the sun and potent enough to vaporize a small satellite, surged down from its synchronized orbit. It tore through the atmosphere, evaporating clouds. And with an absolute will of death that could make the entire world tremble, it accurately struck the seemingly diminutive and fragile form in Spire. At that moment, time appeared to freeze once more. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no thunderous roar of mountains collapsing. The pure white beam, symbolizing absolute annihilation, absorbed upon contact with the apex of the spire, like a droplet merging into a tranquil lake. The once activated heart of the mechanist, akin to a voracious and parched black hole, opened its invisible maw to devour a torrent of cataclysmic energy potent enough to obliterate all existence. In an instant, the entire tower was suffused with an immaculate, blinding white light. Subsequently, the energy consumed from the dreadnought, intertwined with the ancient force emanating from the depths of the earth, achieved a final and exquisite amalgamation within that frenzied heart. A novel energy was born, more colossal, more terrifying, and imbued with an indomitable will than ever before. At the pinnacle of the tower, Shattered Iron and Venom Spike simultaneously raised their trembling hands, stained red by the energy liquid, akin to two attuned conductors, and with a powerful gesture, directed their intent towards the chaotic world below, which had just awakened from its stupor. A roar, unaligned with any known creature, resonated, an echo reminiscent of the universe's inception, filled with boundless wrath and a primal growl, echoed from the summit of the tower, reverberating throughout the cosmos. A golden beam of energy, thicker, more ferocious, and teeming with vitality than the dreadnought's main cannon, surged skyward from the tower's apex, elegantly slicing through the firmament, not directed at the distant dreadnought, but rather crashing down upon the vast, tumultuous earth beneath them. However, it did not strike any scavenger nor any structure. It targeted the core node of the chaotic network governed by sound waves. Boom! The golden radiance erupted like a supernova, instantaneously engulfing the entire mechanist's tomb. This was not mere destruction. It was a transcendence into an absolute reformatting of a higher order. Within that golden luminosity, all the rampaging scavengers, governed by their simplistic foundational protocol of mere cleansing, were forcibly overridden and rewritten by a more ancient and domineering will. New command, hibernate. In the next heartbeat, a miracle transpired. Countless iron behemoths, wreaking havoc like apocalyptic calamities, abruptly ceased their chaos in unison. The deafening roars, the bone-jarring cuts, the earth-shattering collisions, all sounds emblematic of chaos and annihilation vanished in that singular moment. For the first time, after hours of frenzied self-destruction, the mechanist's tomb returned to an absolute silence that had persisted for millions of years. The sonic catastrophe was forcibly halted by two mortals standing atop the tower, employing a form of madness he could never comprehend. As the brilliance dissipated atop the tower, Shattered Iron and Venom Spike, both exhausted, collapsed to the ground. Their battered forms teetered on the brink of collapse, devoid of the strength to stand. Yet they both smiled. The laughter of Shattered Iron is one of madness, of triumph. A cacophony that erupts when one beholds the completion of their most magnificent creation, a laughter imbued with an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. In contrast, the laughter of Poison Sting is intricate. Within that laughter lies the exhaustion of having survived calamity, a profound astonishment at the miraculous performance just witnessed. Yet more than anything, it embodies an unprecedented exhilaration derived from the audacious act of pulling a deity down from its lofty pedestal. He is no longer merely a dancer. He is no longer just a prop. In those fleeting 30 seconds, alongside this madman, he transcended to become a true god. Together, they composed the most splendid and frenzied duet, crafting the inaugural and resounding prologue to their symphony of defiance against fate. Meanwhile, within the command core of Iron Fortress, Soundwave quietly observed the void of his holographic screen, now entirely engulfed in a signal blackout. In this moment, his consciousness constructed purely of logic, encountered for the first time an unfamiliar and chilling emotion known as failure. Chapter 50. Silence and Fury and Absolute Silence. A suffocating stillness akin to the heavy, frigid waters of the ocean descended upon the mechanic's tomb after the cataclysmic symphony that had the power to overturn the world. The deafening roar, the jarring cuts, the earth-shattering collisions, all sounds symbolizing chaos and destruction, were forcibly silenced beneath a sweeping golden beam of light. Countless once mighty steel behemoths, now frozen in an eerie pose reminiscent of postmodern art, lingered at the precipice of their obliteration. Some held aloft massive hydraulic pincers. Others gaped with gaping maws ready to consume all, while some were eternally halted mid-crash against a wall. They had transformed into the latest silent sculptures within this grand sepulchre. Atop the pinnacle of the Forman Tower, where miracles once unfolded, the two protagonists of this performance lay sprawled in a state of utter disarray upon the cold alloy floor. Shattered iron and poison sting resembled two spent batteries. Drained of all energy, their battered forms teetered on the brink of collapse, lacking even the strength to lift a finger. A pale blue liquid, mingled with black oil, seeped slowly from the seams of their armor, pooling beneath them into two irregular, poignant lakes. Yet they both laughed. The wild laughter of shattered iron subsided after a full minute, replaced by the distinctive, weary breaths of one who has expended every ounce of strength. Filled with a sense of satisfaction, he turned his head, gazing at his equally breathless and complicated accomplice with his intact blue eye, glimmering with the embers of madness. "How do you feel?" The sound of shattered iron resonated, hoarse as if two rusted iron plates were scraping against each other, yet within it lay a childlike excitement. Eager to share a beloved toy. "My confidant, the sensation of becoming divine, quite splendid. Wouldn't you agree?" Venom did not respond immediately. He simply gazed silently at the vast, transparent dome. Beneath the baptism of that earth-shattering golden beam, the web-like cracks upon the dome grew denser and more menacing, as if they might shatter completely at any moment. He slowly raised a still trembling dark golden hand. It was this very hand that had moments ago grasped the scepter of absolute power alongside this madman. It was this hand that had transformed the divine judgment into a resounding slap against the face of divinity. The core of his being, imbued with the essence of a top-tier hunter, filled with order and logic, burned chaotically and fiercely in this moment. He had betrayed everything he believed in, shattered all the rules he upheld, and alongside the most insane and incomprehensible of foes, had completed a rebellion monumental enough to be chronicled in history. This sensation was abysmal. Venom finally spoke, his voice equally hoarse and weary, yet tinged with a strange exhilaration of having survived, unbeknownst to him. Ironshard laughed once more, this time a heartfelt, comforting chuckle. "I knew it." He struggled to prop himself up with his elbow, gazing down at the newly forged kingdom, now steeped in profound silence. His eyes flickering with a deeper, more perilous gleam. "This is merely the beginning. Venom," he murmured slowly. "The sonic catastrophe is but a cacophonous overture in our symphony of defiance against fate. Those 30 seconds we just experienced were the first magnificent, powerful introduction we have composed for this opus. Now, the overture has concluded, the introduction has begun. What follows is the true first movement. We shall establish our own orchestra within this realm of utter silence, forgotten by the world. With the legacy left by the arcane light, we shall craft more formidable instruments. Then, we shall use these instruments to compose a brand new war march, one that will make the entire Iron Fortress tremble." Venom listened in solemn silence, knowing that every word spoken by this madman heralded an even grander and more profound betrayal. In that fleeting moment of grasping the scepter, he had irrevocably bound himself to this frenzied chariot hurtling towards the abyss. How long can we survive? Venom posed the most pragmatic question. Our energy is depleted. Our bodies are on the verge of collapse. The sonic wave will not simply relent. Sonic wave? On the visage of the shattered iron, a trace of disdainful, contemptuous cold laughter emerged. That pitiable logical machine, which could only comprehend through the binary of zeros and ones, is now likely trembling in its command core, cradling its thoroughly collapsed data model. It believed with absolute power that it could overturn our chessboard. Yet, it shall never grasp that we never intended to engage in its trivial, rule-bound game upon its diminutive chessboard. What we have done is to directly create an entirely new chessboard, one that belongs solely to us. In the eyes of the shattered iron, a flicker of nearly divine confidence, of omnipotent control, shimmered. As for energy and restoration, let's not forget where we currently reside. It pointed beneath, revealing that we are seated atop a colossal, activated heart of energy, known as the heart of a mechanic. Here lies the Iron Fortress, the most secure and abundantly energized sanctuary. Now, there is but one task before us, to rest. Then, we shall wait. We shall await our audience to recover from the profound shock of the grand performance that has just transpired. We shall expect them to draw back the heavy curtain for our next act. In the command core of the Iron Fortress, an absolute, frigid, suffocating silence enveloped this sanctum, emblematic of the Decepticon's dominion over information. Sound waves lingered quietly above his throne. The immense holographic screen, which dominated the entire wall, had transformed into a realm of utter darkness, devoid of any signal. Communication had ceased. The target area had descended into a state of complete informational black hole. All remote monitoring devices had failed. Every drone deployed in that region was offline. The scavenger protocol had been forcibly overridden and terminated by an unknown high-level command. Failure. Countless frigid, despair-laden data streamed relentlessly through his cognitive channel, repeating with merciless insistence. His consciousness, composed purely of logic and devoid of error for millions of years, was now undergoing an unprecedented, intense shock akin to a collapse of faith. He could not comprehend. He had mobilized the main cannon of the annihilation ship, employing a method of physical deletion so absolute that it could instantaneously vaporize a small satellite. In his computational model, this was the ultimate, most flawless solution, with a success rate of 100%. Yet, the outcome was failure, a failure so absurd and humiliating that it had never entered his imagination. His ultimate solution was repurposed by the adversary as a mere power bank. The calamity he took pride in, one capable of paralyzing an entire city, was silenced with a single keystroke by the opponent in a manner he could not fathom. He resembled a self-assured, elite programmer endeavoring to eradicate a virus using his own meticulously crafted, most formidable antivirus software. Yet, rather than being vanquished, the virus not only evaded elimination but also subverted his software, transforming it into a more potent and intelligent artificial intelligence. This was not merely a failure of a military operation. It was a profound cognitive defeat, akin to a dimensional strike that utterly crushed his understanding. Within the cerebral channels of Shattered Iron, Toxic Sting, and Soundwave, these two names transcended their roles as mere traitors or targets. They were redefined and imbued with an entirely new, perilous, and enigmatic label of the highest order of threat. Threat type, meme, threat level, chaos, grade. Threat description, an ideological virus characterized by high intelligence and extreme infectivity, driven by a core motivation to resist order itself. Its behavioral patterns defy conventional war logic, and its ultimate aim may not be conquest or destruction, but rather the pollution of the foundational logic of the Decepticons. Soundwave, with his frigid and utterly rational demeanor, delivered the most precise and terrifying definition of his new adversary. He recognized that this was no longer a matter of apprehending traitors. It was a civilizational war for the very preservation of order against the embodiment of chaos. Slowly, he lifted his head, his cold, solitary reflection evident on the smooth black screen before him. He understood that he must report this unprecedented and humiliating failure to the wrathful sovereign perched high above. The throne of Megatron resided atop the Iron Fortress, a grand Gothic spire forged from obsidian and tempered steel. As Soundwave's holographic projection materialized in the vast and oppressive throne hall, a terrifying fury, capable of warping steel, surged through the air like a tangible storm. Megatron stood with his back to him, gazing out from the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the entire fortress. His imposing silver figure, radiating strength, appeared almost divine beneath the cold, artificial starlight. Soundwave, Megatron's voice was deep and gravelly, as if each word were laboriously extracted from the abyss of hell itself. Tell me, has my starship's main cannon also become a tedious joke? Soundwave's response was unequivocal. His voice remained flat, devoid of emotion, as if he were merely stating an objective fact unrelated to his own being. The Celestial Retribution Protocol has failed. The target area has entered an absolute state of unobservable silence. Failure? Megatron slowly turned to face him. His eyes, a fiery crimson, burned with an infinite rage, fixated intently on the expressionless, smooth visage of Soundwave's holographic display. You dare to describe my Star Destroyer as a failure, unleashing a barrage upon my own city. Yet you cannot even procure a damned, precise casualty report? Has my intelligence dominion, my vigilant ears, and all-seeing eyes now been reduced to a deaf and blind wasteland? A terrifying pressure, akin to a tsunami, surged towards Soundwave's holographic projection. Were it any other Decepticon, such a wrath, capable of freezing even the core of the Allspark, would have reduced them to trembling submission. Yet Soundwave remained, suspended in calm defiance. In a measured tone, he replied, "What we face is no ordinary adversary. They embody a concept." He transmitted his freshly generated, highest-level analysis report on the meme threat to Megatron's processor. Upon receiving the report, Megatron narrowed his fiery gaze. Ideological virus, subverting order itself, polluting fundamental logic, these chilling terms, steeped in philosophical and information warfare implications, gradually supplanted his raging fury with something far deeper and more perilous. A brutal thrill, discovered upon encountering a novel, intriguing quarry worthy of his conquest. Fascinating, Megatron intoned, a deep chuckle resonating through the throne room, shaking the very air as he contemplated a traitor who wielded thought as a weapon, even corrupting my most loyal, order-cherishing hound into a virus of his kind. Soundwave, you have done well. His tone shifted unexpectedly to one of calm. You have not allowed anger to cloud your judgment, but instead have elucidated the true nature of this new enemy for me. I retract my previous words. You remain my sharpest and most irreplaceable instrument. Soundwave inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. Then, my lord, what shall our next strategy entail? Strategy? Megatron scoffed, turning once more to gaze out upon the ironclad empire he had forged with his own hands. What is the best way to combat a virus? Without awaiting Soundwave's response, he continued, it is not to incinerate it along with its host using overwhelming firepower. Such an approach is foolish, brutal, and devoid of elegance. Rather, we must isolate it, study it, dissect it, and then transform it into a more potent vaccine of our own. A fierce, possessive gleam erupted in Megatron's eyes. Soundwave, I am issuing you a new command. Designate the entire old-era repair zone as a black site. Seal all entrances and exits, establishing an insurmountable firewall on both physical and informational levels. I implore you, bring me those two intriguing viral samples, alive, ensnared within that grave. I not only wish to comprehend how they achieve this, but also to ascertain what further feats they are capable of. Go forth, Soundwave. Megatron waved his hand, reminiscent of a sovereign dispatching his most cherished hound to pursue a rare prey, to construct for me the most exquisite laboratory. I yearn to witness firsthand whether these two frenzied beasts, confined within the same cage and bereft of all hope, will commence to rend each other asunder. As you command, my lord. The holographic projection of Soundwave flickered faintly before vanishing. Megatron stood once more, solitary before the vast floor-to-ceiling window. He gazed into the distance at the abyssal, shadowy underworld that symbolized the grave of the mechanists, and a cold, anticipatory smile graced his lips. He understood that a far more captivating game of taming and rebellion was merely commencing. Chapter 51. The Sanctum of the Black Domain Silence is the first cold trophy savored by the victors. Atop the foreman's spire, on the platform where miracles once unfolded, time seemed to freeze. Below, the expansive underground realm, reminiscent of the skeletal remains of prehistoric behemoths, lay in complete slumber. The thunderous roars had ceased. The excruciating cuts were no more. Only a profound, unfathomable silence enveloped the surroundings, like an invisible tide, gradually submerging the once clamorous chaos. The shattered iron and venom, collapsed upon the cold alloy floor, resembled two damaged statues recently extracted from the ravages of war. Neither stirred, not even possessing the strength to raise a finger. Utterly drained during that frenzied 30 seconds of gambling with divinity. A pale blue energy fluid mingled with black oil seeped silently from the crevices of their battered armor, sketching two abstract masterpieces imbued with a tragic beauty upon the cold floor. After a prolonged silence, the raspy breaths of iron, reminiscent of a weathered bellows, shattered the suffocating stillness. Our audience seems thoroughly terrified, he remarked, tilting his head to regard his equally gasping, intricate accomplice, who had seemingly forgotten to applaud. Venom paid no heed to his mad ramblings. He remained quietly attuned to the mournful cries emanating from within his failing system. His core processor, having endured that extreme, nanosecond-level computation, was in a state of semi-melted, high-temperature overload. Each energy conduit within him felt like a string stretched to its limit, ready to snap at any moment. He had never felt so frail. He had never felt so powerful. How much longer can we endure? Venom struggled to voice the most pragmatic inquiry through gritted teeth. A question that felt less like an inquiry and more like bitter self-mockery. Endure? The fragment of iron laughed once more, a sound that tugged at the ghastly wound upon his chest, compelling him to emit a painful cough. My confidant, do you not yet comprehend? We have already perished once. In the instant the beam of light descended, both the Decepticon soldier, Stinger, and the traitor, Iron Shard, had been utterly evaporated. He struggled, propping himself up with his elbow, gazing at Stinger, whose heterochromatic eyes sparkled with a fervent, almost missionary-like intensity. Now, existing in this realm, were two entirely new beings, reborn from the ashes of destruction. He paused, seemingly in search of the most fitting term, ghost. As for energy and restoration, a mysterious smile graced Iron Shard's face. Let's not forget, we sit atop this sacred temple built upon the very heart. He extended his cracked, blackened hand, gently pressing it against the alloy floor beneath him. The echo resounded, heralding a symphony of recovery for our new companion. With his command, the entire Foreman Spire once again emitted a deep, resonant rumble akin to the breath of ancient leviathans. In the next moment, Stinger felt a warm, monumental surge of life-infused energy slowly permeating from the floor beneath him. This energy was pure and gentle, cradling his battered, frigid form like a mother-s embrace. He watched as the gruesome wounds on his armor visibly healed, mended by countless minute nanobots akin to golden fireflies, rapidly restoring and filling the gaps. The energy lines within him, on the verge of rupture from overload, were repeatedly cleansed and nourished by this warm torrent, regaining their resilience. Even his processor, nearly melted from excessive heat, gradually cooled under the soothing influence of this energy. The sensation was akin to a dying man in the desert suddenly submerged in the sweetest, clearest spring water in existence. Every cell rejoiced, every component sang. This is the power of the mechanic's heart. It not only absorbs and directs energy, but can even create life. Stinger closed his eyes, greedily savoring this miraculous gift from antiquity. His core, filled with order and logic, gradually quelled all chaos and struggle under the baptism of this pure, life-affirming energy. He knew that when he opened his eyes once more, he would no longer be the Stinger of old. Meanwhile, the two phantoms atop the spire were embarking on their new existence, while the world beneath their feet welcomed its own renewed destiny. Accompanied by a series of muffled, thunderous reverberations akin to the size of deities, at the numerous vast entrances leading to the world beyond the tomb of the mechanic, colossal blast doors. Forged from the most resilient quenching alloys and measuring several dozen meters in thickness, slowly descended from above. They crashed heavily onto the ground, stirring clouds of dust and irrevocably severing the last vestiges of physical connection between this subterranean kingdom and the outside world. Following this upon those mighty gates, ominous blue-violet energy auras flickered into existence, intertwining to form an impenetrable, high-frequency energy field. Any object daring to approach would be instantaneously disintegrated into its most fundamental particles by that ferocious energy. This was the isolation wrought by the mighty conqueror, who aimed to excise this virus-tainted region entirely from the territory of the Iron Fortress, transforming it into an absolute black zone, a place of entry without exit. Atop the spire, the newly restored Stinger gradually rose to his feet. He cast a glance at his armor, now intact and even more formidable than before, a dark golden hue gleaming with renewed strength. Then, he lifted his gaze downward. He beheld the giant guillotine-like blast doors descending, the flickering energy field symbolizing absolute confinement, and witnessed his once quieted realm morphing into a grand, opulent tomb tailored for the two of them. It appeared our audience had no intention of allowing us to take our final bow. Stinger's voice regained its previous icy demeanor, yet within it lingered an unrecognized, peculiar calm. He had constructed for us the most exquisite laboratory. A laboratory? Scrapiron also stood, flexing his rejuvenated, powerful black form, a derisive smirk etched upon his face. Nay, my kindred spirit, you have misused your words. He extended his hand, like a true sovereign, gesturing toward the vast expanse now utterly sealed and shrouded in eternal darkness. This is not a laboratory. This is our sanctuary. He approached the enormous, semi-transparent console, placing both hands upon it once more. Now, welcome to the inaugural movement of our brand new composition, titled War March. As he spoke, the chaotic hellish map, once adorned with countless red and blue dots, transformed in that moment into a fresh resource map, brimming with opportunities and treasures. Countless new green dots, radiating alluring light and representing available resources, illuminated the map. Scrapiron's finger gently tapped one of the largest luminous points. Facility name, 7 Drone Production Base, codename, Hive. Facility status, dormant. Energy system integrity, 78. Production line integrity, 91. Inventory resources, Hornet-class high-speed flying drones, blueprints, Bumblebee-class maintenance robots, 3,700 units. High-purity alloy materials, 130,000 tons. Here, the sound of shattered iron resonates with an alluring charm, destined to be the first string section of our orchestra. Thousands of high-speed. Fearless Wasp shall become our most loyal eyes and the sharpest blades. His fingers once more traced over another area, radiating a searing red glow. Facility name, 12th Experimental Weapon Research Institute, codename, Forge. Facility status, half destroyed. Core furnace integrity, 63. Weapon testing ground completely annihilated. Inventory resources, plasma projectors, sonic oscillators, phase cutting swords, and 37 other incomplete experimental weapon blueprints. And here, within the eyes of the shattered iron, a frenzied light flickers, promising our orchestra the wildest and most lethal brass. Those creations deemed fanciful and impractical by the engineers of the Decepticon shall, in our hands, transform into tangible reality. His gaze ultimately fell upon the vast expanse marked as the Scavenger Dormitory Zone, a colossal gray area. There lay tens of thousands of steel constructs, silenced by their own hands, resembling prehistoric behemoths. As for our percussion section, a cruel, possessive smile curled at the corner of Shattered Iron's lips. Do we not already possess them? The sonic waves have bestowed upon us a most generous gift. Venomous Spike silently surveyed this treasure map brimming with boundless possibilities, observing the artist beside him, orchestrating a mad war capable of toppling the entire Iron Fortress. At that moment, his processor, belonging to a top-tier strategist, finally synchronized with the spark core of a premier hunter, achieving an eerie yet novel harmony. He understood that there was no turning back. The path before him, though leading to an endless abyss, was rife with a deadly, irresistible allure. Your plan is riddled with flaws. Venomous Spike finally spoke, his voice cold and sharp, akin to the most precise scalpel, incisively targeting Shattered Iron's grand, yet insane blueprint. The production line of the Hive requires at least 3 Cybo moons to fully activate. Yet, we do not have that much time. Most of the experimental weapons within the Forge are merely theoretical designs, lacking critical experimental data and core components. We cannot manufacture them. As for the scavengers, Venomous Spike scoffed. Although we have forcibly put them into dormancy, their underlying protocols still belong to Sonic Wave. Should Sonic Wave desire, he can at any moment employ a higher priority command to awaken them, allowing them to turn against us and tear us to shreds. The shards of iron listened quietly, his smile unwavering, and then he inquired with keen interest. Thus, our initial step is not to awaken those impractical production lines, nor to delve into the ethereal blueprints. Toxin approached his side, extending a hand to trace a novel and coldly efficient strategic plan upon the vast resource map. Our first step is control. His finger rested upon the map, amidst countless gray lights representing the scavengers. What we must do is not to awaken them, but to thoroughly format them. With the essence of the Mechanist's heart, we shall erase all backdoors and underlying protocols left by the sound waves, subsequently inscribing our own absolute and immutable loyalty. We require an army that is entirely our own, utterly reliable, albeit foolish yet sufficiently powerful. They shall be our shield, our engineers, and the foundational cornerstone upon which we solidify our presence in this dark sanctuary. Then, his finger moved to the area designated as the Forge. The second step is analysis. We do not need to fabricate ostentatious and complex weaponry. Our objective is to dissect the core concepts of those designs, and then, using our existing resources, simplify and transform them into standardized weapons that can be rapidly produced and widely equipped. Simple, yet lethal. I do not require a phase-cutting sword capable of slicing through phase shields. Rather, I need 10,000 affordable and efficient high-frequency vibration knives that can effortlessly cut through the standard armor of Decepticon patrol units. Finally, his gaze fell upon the region representing the Hive. When our army begins to take shape, and our weapons have been standardized, only then shall we truly awaken this Hive. Allowing our war machines to surge forth, overwhelming the skies. Upon finishing, Toxin's discourse was met with a momentary silence across the command platform. Shards of Iron quietly regarded the newly restructured war blueprint. Imbued with cold logic and lethal efficiency, his mismatched eyes sparkling with an unprecedented brilliance. After a lengthy pause, he gradually smiled. This laughter was no longer rife with madness and frenzy. Instead, it was a genuine expression of appreciation and joy. Marvelous, simply marvelous, he exclaimed sincerely. I provided you with a chaotic, impassioned score, and you have inscribed upon it the most rigorous and precise rhythms. I shall orchestrate the mad melody, while you shall govern the frigid tempo. He extended his hand, not towards a map, but towards Toxin. So, my conductor, my confidant, my chief strategist. Let the first movement be conducted by you, as you personally wield the baton. The venomous stinger gazed at the outstretched hand, then cast his eyes upon the vast, dark kingdom below, now irrevocably theirs. In the depths of his crimson, compound eyes, all struggles and contradictions evaporated in an instant. In their place emerged a novel, frigid gaze, imbued with supreme authority, the essence of a ruler. He extended his hand, clasping firmly with the obsidian hand of shattered iron. In that moment, two hands, emblematic of chaos and order, converged for a singular, audacious objective, forging a fragile yet perilous new covenant. Beneath the towering spire, the shadowy sanctum lay in profound silence. A fresh symphony, heralded as war, poised to engulf the iron fortress, had only just begun, its chilling first note resonating under the command of two maestros. Chapter 52. The First Movement. The steel torrent, the covenant, solidified in the moment when the hands, symbolizing chaos and order, interlocked. Transformed from mere words into a tangible force destined to shake the very foundations of the world. Without a hint of hesitation or a moment's respite, and under the appreciative and expectant gaze of shattered iron, the venomous stinger released his grip, pivoting to approach the immense, softly glowing control console. He would personally wield the first baton of this war march. My chief strategist, what may I do for you? Shattered Iron inquired with a playful smile, leaning casually against the railing like an eager spectator anticipating a grand performance. Shall I elevate the heart's power to illuminate the entire sanctum? No. The venomous stinger did not glance back. His voice was cold and focused, reminiscent of a top-tier surgeon meticulously inspecting his scalpel before the most critical operation. I require no light. Light merely attracts unnecessary attention. What I need is a pulse. His hands once again pressed against the frigid control interface, brimming with infinite possibilities. I need you to concentrate the power of the mechanic's heart into a uniquely formatted, high-intensity, directional pulse. Its energy need not obliterate any matter. Yet it must penetrate the deepest strata, enveloping every corner of this sanctum, erasing all those damned signatures belonging to sound waves within the cleanser's core protocols. A broader smile spread across shattered Iron's face. He relished the phrase damned signatures, for it signified that his newly awakened ally had severed all ties with the past. That foolish Decepticon soldier, from the depths of his soul. As you wish, my maestro. Shattered Iron moved to the opposite side of the console, pressing his obsidian hand firmly upon it. He closed his eyes, as if engaging in some esoteric, soulful communion with the ancient heart beneath him. Buzz. The entire Foreman spire once again resonated with a long and profound rumble, reminiscent of an ancient Leviathan awakening. This time, there were no soaring beams of light, nor violent arcs of electricity. All energy was impeccably contained within the spire. An invisible, colossal torrent of will, compressed to its utmost limits, began to converge and brew wildly at the heart of the mechanic. Before the stinger, a vast three-dimensional map transformed. Countless dormant gray points of light, representing the scavengers, revealed their internal schematics with an unprecedented precision, down to every logical gate circuit, clearly presenting themselves before him. He could discern a minuscule, flickering blue-hued backdoor program representing absolute control over sound waves, imprinted at the very core of a labyrinthine program code. It resembled a tiny bomb implanted deep within the brainstem of a giant, lying dormant, yet ready to be detonated at a moment's notice with an encrypted command, transforming the slumbering metallic behemoths into his most loyal instruments of slaughter. I have found it, Stinger whispered, his crimson compound eyes glimmering with a cold, scalpel-like light. He extended a finger, precisely targeting the backdoor program within the intricate, starry ocean of code. Target locked. Echo Protocol, version 73. Analyzing encryption structure. Analysis complete. The protocol possesses 36 backup data links to the Iron Fortress Central Intelligence Core. 36? That paranoid individual is indeed cautious. Iron Shard scoffed within the internal channel. Now, they are all ours. Stinger's voice was devoid of emotion as his finger traced a trajectory of power and determination across the console. Constructing reverse logic override command. Command construction complete. Calibrating formatting pulse frequency. Calibration complete. Iron Shard now, Stinger commanded. Let the bells of consecration toll for our new legion. A cruel smile curled Iron Shard's lips as he poured all his will into the heart beneath his feet. Boom! An invisible, imperceptible, yet immensely powerful pulse of will emanated from the foreman's spire, rippling outward like waves across a surface of water, instantly spreading in all directions throughout the mechanic's tomb. It traversed through heavy rock layers, through collapsed ruins, and penetrated the indomitable armor of the solidified, statue-like metallic giants. It accurately located the signature belonging to sound waves within each scavenger core processor, and, with a more ancient, domineering, and indisputable will, utterly erased it. Like a searing hot branding iron flattening the inscriptions on a piece of parchment, a new signature, imbued with coldness and absolute obedience, forged from shards of iron and barbed spikes, was indelibly imprinted upon the pristine canvas of a pure soul. This entire transformation transpired in less than 3 seconds. As the invisible pulse dissipated at the boundary of the sanctum, all the gray light points representing the scavengers on the vast three-dimensional map, along with the blue points symbolizing the sound wave backdoor program within them, vanished completely. In their stead emerged a new emblem, pulsating with a scarlet glow, signifying unwavering loyalty. Tens of thousands of once mighty war machines, previously aligned with the sound wave, had, in that very moment, undergone a profound metamorphosis of faith at the soul level. They now belonged solely to 2 new masters. Well done. The shard iron released its grip, a satisfied expression gracing its visage. Now, we possessed an army that, while perhaps lacking in intellect, was undeniably reliable. So, Chief Strategist, what are your next commands? The Venom Spike remained silent, gazing intently at the newly revealed map. Slowly, he raised the virtual baton of light in his hand. Without issuing any intricate commands, he simply waved it downward with an air of supreme authority, exuding a regal presence. Command, awaken. In the next moment, miracles unfolded once more. Within the vast underground kingdom, long shrouded in silence, pairs of cold electronic eyes, dormant for ages, ignited simultaneously. Countless lights of red, blue, and myriad other hues flared to life, akin to thousands of ghostly flames igniting the dark wilderness, instantly illuminating the eternal gloom. Machines resembling crabs, equipped with hydraulic pincers, gently lowered their elevated appendages. Colossal Goliath excavators, akin to moving hills, gradually retracted their immense buckets. Cyclopean crushers, reminiscent of abyssal maws, gradually ceased their nerve-wracking roars. They had awakened. Yet, the previous chaos and fury had dissipated. They stood still, like the most loyal soldiers awaiting inspection from their general. Then, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. All the awakened scavengers, regardless of their locations or sizes, synchronously turned their heads, their cold, gleaming electronic eyes fixated upon a singular direction, the direction of the foreman's spire. In this primal and direct manner, they offered a silent salute filled with absolute obedience and the highest respect to their 2 new masters, perched atop the pinnacle of the tower. This is an unprecedented silent parade, composed of tens of thousands of colossal steel beasts. Shattered Iron gazed down at the starry sea, a constellation of countless luminous points, bowing before him. In his eyes, which bore contrasting hues, flickered an almost obsessive, morbid gleam. "This is the artistry I yearned for," he murmured, "far more captivating than any explosion or devastation." Meanwhile, Venomous Spike merely observed coldly, his core of embers betraying no sign of disturbance. For him, this was merely the first step of a meticulously crafted plan, an inevitable outcome that must be realized. Step 1, control accomplished, he stated in a tone that was almost repertorial and icy. Now we commence Step 2, analysis. He dismissed the macro map, revealing a more intricate diagram of the internal structure of the 12th Experimental Weapons Research Institute, codenamed Furnace. Let us proceed, he instructed Shattered Iron, to discover what surprises our brass band may unveil for us. The path from the foreman's spire to the furnace was no longer fraught with lethal peril. Shattered Iron and Venomous Spike strode side by side through this dark kingdom that now wholly belonged to them. Wherever they ventured, the once ferocious steel giants, capable of tearing them to shreds, would yield a path in advance. They resembled a legion of silent, loyal sentinels, quietly observing their sovereign as they patrolled their dominion. The furnace lay deeper within the graveyard of mechanics, a vast, artificially hewn subterranean cavern. It had once served as the secret paradise of the most unrestrained and extravagant weapon engineers of the Decepticons. As the heavy, blast-scarred explosion-proof door was roughly shoved aside by a Goliath excavator wielding its enormous bucket, a pungent odor of ozone, overheated metal, and some unknown chemical reagent rushed forth. The scene beyond the door was half destroyed, just as the records had depicted. It resembled the laboratory of a deranged scientist, ransacked. The immense, altar-like core furnace stood, its main structure intact, yet its surface energy conduits lay shattered, with a staggering majority broken, continuously ejecting fine, perilous arcs of energy. Countless mechanical arms were frozen in twisted poses in midair, their ends clutching discarded, semi-finished weapon components. Scattered across the ground lay a multitude of bizarre metallic creations, either torn apart or charred as cinders. In the corner, a mountain of data chips, shimmering with a ghostly blue light, contained records of those fantastical experiments that ultimately met with failure. As Shattered Iron entered this domain, he felt akin to a mouse that had fallen into a grain bin. His eyes, gleaming with greed and excitement, sparkled with anticipation. Oh, behold this! The early prototype of a sonic wave oscillator. They audaciously sought to employ infrasound to directly detonate the enemy's core of ignition. What a splendid and imaginative method of annihilation. He picked up a colossal fork-like device, long rendered obsolete, and caressed it with an almost obsessive affection. And this, the phase cutting sword, they intended to apply phase deflection technology to melee weaponry. Although it had dismembered itself and half the laboratory during its inaugural activation due to uncontrollable energy feedback, the very concept was a poetic marvel. He resembled a collector meandering through his most cherished museum, harboring an unmistakable, morbid fondness for each failed artifact present. Meanwhile, the venomous stinger entirely disregarded these ostentatious and perilous works of art. He strode directly to the towering pile of data chips. Extending his hand, he carelessly selected one from the heap. He connected the chip to the personal terminal embedded in his arm. Reading data, project name, phase cutting sword, prototype number 3. Experiment record. At the 003 second mark upon activation, the phase deflection field triggered an uncontrollable chain reaction, instantaneously obliterating the energy stabilizer within the hilt, resulting in countless fragments of failure and error flashed before his eyes. He did not dwell on those disheartening conclusions. His processor was rapidly reverse engineering the core design principles underlying this data at a terrifying pace. After a lengthy pause, he set the chip down. He approached a relatively clean workstation and summoned a blank design interface. His fingers danced swiftly across the virtual screen. He did not attempt to salvage that intricate, impractical phase-cutting sword. Instead, he meticulously extracted the essence concerning high-frequency energy injection and molecular structure resonance. He discarded all aspects of phase deflection that were unstable and energy-intensive. Utilizing the simplest yet most robust alloy architecture, he redesigned the hilt and blade. He transformed the originally complex energy supply system, which required a miniature fusion core to operate, into a simplified, modular design capable of utilizing standard energy blocks. Mere minutes later, a brand new design, imbued with a chilling, lethal efficiency, materialized on the screen. It was a weapon of stark simplicity, devoid of embellishment, and one might even describe it as somewhat unappealing, a black longsword. A slender groove capable of conducting energy ran along its blade. Weapon name, high-frequency vibration blade. Weapon characteristics, by infusing the blade with high-frequency energy, it generates ultra-rapid microscopic vibrations, sufficient to cleave through most conventional alloys lacking energy shields at the molecular level. Manufacturing cost, low. Production difficulty, low. Maintainability, high. The curious fragment of iron edged closer. He gazed at the grotesque creation, stripped of its essence and tainted by industrialism, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. A flicker of disappointment shadowing his countenance. My confidant, is this truly your answer? You have transformed a magnificent and passionate opera into a monotonous lullaby. Reduced to the mere notes of death? I do not require an opera, the poison sting replied coldly. What I seek is a simple yet lethal battle hymn, one that can be sung in unison by 10,000 soldiers charging in a battle. We need quantity. He gestured toward the seemingly hideous design blueprint, which embodied that very quantity. Scrapiron regarded Poison Sting's icy, emotionless, crimson compound eyes and suddenly chuckled once more. He understood. He and Poison Sting were akin to two sides of the same coin. He pursued the creation of unparalleled masterpieces capable of shaking the world, while Poison Sting aimed to forge a formidable army in the most efficient manner. They were each other's perfect and indispensable complement. Very well, my chief strategist. I concede that your battle hymn, though rather dull in sound, is indeed practical, Scrapiron shrugged. Now, how shall we bring this battle hymn to fruition? Our instrument factory appears rather dismal. Poison Sting turned to the massive, partially destroyed core furnace and surveyed the surrounding scavengers, long since formatted and silently awaiting commands. You, he pointed at Scrapiron, are tasked with reactivating this furnace using the power of the mechanist's heart. Your Echo should retain a portion of the foundational operational authority of the Arclight Studio. And you, his gaze shifted to the colossal Goliath excavator at the entrance. Procure all 7th-grade high-density alloys from Warehouse 17 and bring them to me. As for you, his eyes fell upon several smaller, worker bee maintenance robots. Clear a safe passage to the core furnace and reconnect those damned severed energy conduits. His voice was frigid, imbued with undeniable authority. In that moment, he was no longer the confidant fighting alongside Scrapiron. He had assumed the mantle of the soul and true commander of this silent legion. The steel behemoths, now imbued with new purpose, sprang into action the instant they received their orders. The massive Goliath trudged heavily toward the warehouse, while the nimble worker bees activated their cutting and welding tools, commencing the clearance of debris. Scrapiron, wearing a bemused smile akin to that of a parent indulging a willful child in play, approached the grand furnace. Very well, Commander, he murmured softly, placing his hand upon the cold, cracked exterior of the forge. Let me ignite the fiercest flame for your monotonous war song. As he spoke these words, a warm and magnificent golden energy, emanating from the heart of the mechanist, gradually infused the colossal, silent iron heart that had slumbered for millions of years. Buzz! Deep within the forge, the long-extinguished flames were rekindled after countless centuries of silence. A new industrial revolution, named war, commenced its first act within this dark sanctuary, forgotten by the world. Chapter 53. The Song of Iron and Fire the Flames, deep within the slumbering forge. Reignited after millions of years. These were no ordinary flames. As the fragments of iron slowly channeled the mighty and warm golden energy from the mechanist's heart into the vast, half-destroyed steel core, it was not the flickering flames that first illuminated the darkness, but rather a pure light, akin to liquid gold, that began to flow within the energy matrix at the forge's core. The resonating sound transformed. It was no longer the deep, ancient rumble of a colossal whale awakening, but had become more urgent and forceful, like a relentlessly accelerating percussion piece filled with vigor. The entire forge laboratory began to tremble subtly, in rhythmic concordance with this newfound cadence. With eyes closed, the figure of iron displayed a look of near obsession and intoxication upon his mask, which bore cracks from the overload of energy. He was not merely channeling energy. He was composing. He dissected the oceanic energy of the mechanist's heart into numerous streams of varying frequencies. Some flowed gently, nourishing and repairing the frail, aged energy conduits. Others surged like a roaring river, awakening the dormant core energy transformation matrices at the very bottom of the forge, and yet others moved like invisible, deft fingers, reweaving and recalibrating the disordered logic circuits responsible for controlling temperature and pressure. He resembled the most elite and fervent conductor of an orchestra, wielding energy as his instrument, orchestrating a magnificent symphony of revival in this derelict laboratory, infused with the scent of death. A scorching wave of heat, potent enough to ignite the very air, surged forth from the heart of the forge, spreading like an invisible shockwave. The bone-chilling cold of eternal darkness swiftly melted away before this overwhelming warmth. Akin to snow under the sun, within mere seconds, the temperature of the laboratory escalated to a terrifying level, enough to cause ordinary metals to begin glowing faintly. At the core of the forge, the energy source, which had once appeared as dull as ash, began to emanate a blinding, pure white light from within. After a fleeting moment of golden shimmer, it transformed into a small, artificial sun, imprisoned within this steel altar. The flames have been kindled for you, my esteemed commander. The shattered iron slowly opened its eyes, and within the depths of those dissimilar orbs, the radiance of that sun was mirrored, shimmering with a divinely creative brilliance that seemed almost celestial. Now, it is time for your battle hymn to emerge. The venomous sting paid no heed to his grandiloquent and dramatic rhetoric. He simply gazed coldly at the infernal scene utterly ignited before him. Under the nurturing essence of the mechanic's heart, his processor had regained the frigid efficiency of its prime. His crimson compound eyes functioned like the most precise of scanners, calmly analyzing every parameter of the furnace's fluctuations. Core temperature, standard value attained. Energy output, stable. Pressure index, normal. Once all was confirmed to be in readiness, he turned to face the silent soldiers who had long been set into motion by his commands. The colossal Goliath-class heavy excavator had completed its task. Its immense bucket was filled with high-density Grade 7 alloy blocks, shimmering with a silvery metallic luster, transported from warehouse number 17. It stood quietly before the furnace's massive feeding port, like a loyal giant awaiting its offering. Meanwhile, several worker B-class maintenance robots had also fulfilled their mission. With their agile mechanical arms, equipped with high-precision cutting and welding tools, they reconnected and reinforced the broken and corroded energy conduits. At this moment, they resembled the most diligent of nurses encircling the furnace, monitoring the flow of energy through every vital vein. Action. The venomous sting issued a second command, simple and unambiguous. The Goliath's electronic eye flickered. It gradually lifted its enormous bucket with a stability and precision that belied its massive size, pouring the several tons of alloy blocks into the white, all-consuming sun. Sizzle. There was no catastrophic explosion, nor earth-shattering roar. Those hard alloy blocks, capable of withstanding conventional artillery, melted silently and swiftly upon contact with a white radiance, akin to butter plunged into concentrated sulfuric acid, dissolving into torrents of molten metal, glowing with a fiery, magma-like hue. Then, a more magnificent spectacle unfolded. Under the chilling will of the venomous sting, the immense mechanical arms, previously suspended in midair like a twisted jungle, stirred once more after millions of years of dormancy. Their rusted joints emitted a disconcerting creak, yet their movements resonated with a chilling rhythm, imbued with a newfound purpose. A mechanical arm extended its massive pincers, resembling the formidable talons of a great eagle, and precisely extracted a piece of scrap, an energy stabilizer, long deemed obsolete and etched with intricate runes, from the towering heap of debris. Without hesitation, it cast the relic into the furnace. Another mechanical arm activated its high-powered laser cutter, severing a colossal, fractured load-bearing column into several segments, which were then carelessly swept aside as if they were mere refuse, clearing a direct path to the cooling pool for subsequent operations. Dozens of smaller, more agile mechanical arms, akin to the most skilled workers on an assembly line, began to autonomously recalibrate the misaligned molds and replace the worn-out stamping heads. However, the Scorpion did not endeavor to repair this complex production system, which lay in ruins. Instead, he adopted a more direct and domineering approach, transforming himself into the sole central processor of this system. With the formidable computational power characteristic of a top-tier strategist, he forcefully commandeered every mechanical arm, sensor, and execution unit, extending them as limbs of his own body. In that moment, he ceased to be merely a commander. He became one with the immense furnace, which was undergoing a rebirth. Amidst the cold, industrial spectacle imbued with an oddly harmonious aesthetic, Scrapiron chuckled softly. I thought I was orchestrating a symphony, yet you are conducting a surgical operation. You have metamorphosed the chaotic art gallery of Arclight, filled with imagination and passion, into a frigid, efficient armory existing solely for the purpose of annihilation. Though lacking in excitement, Scrapiron shrugged, conceding that this extreme, emotionless efficiency possessed a chilling beauty of its own. He watched with keen interest as the Scorpion, like the most exacting foreman, directed this grand opera of iron and fire. The molten metal, under the scorching gaze of the artificial sun, grew increasingly pure and radiant. All impurities were vaporized in the terrifying heat. Then the molten liquid, a fiery red akin to the blood of a dragon, began to flow slowly from the furnace's spout, coursing into the thoroughly cleaned and recalibrated pipes. Rushing toward the long-awaited black forging mold. Boom! A colossal hydraulic press, weighing 10,000 tons, descended heavily after receiving the precise command from the Scorpion. The earth trembled beneath its weight. The searing metallic liquid was molded into the rough shape of a long blade under immense pressure. Immediately, without waiting for it to cool, another mechanical arm, which had been patiently awaiting its turn, grasped the still radiating blade blank with its heat-resistant alloy pincers. In a flawless and fluid motion, it immersed the incandescent piece into the chilling pool, already prepared with enigmatic chemical agents, emanating an icy aura. A piercing shriek, as if it sought to freeze one's very soul, reverberated throughout the laboratory. A vast expanse of dense white steam erupted, engulfing the cooling pool as if a myriad of smoke bombs had been detonated. When the steam dissipated, the mechanical arm retrieved the long blade once more. It was no longer the fiery, rough-hewn blank. It had transformed into a weapon of chilling lethality, entirely cloaked in black, with a stark simplicity that bordered on the grotesque. Its surface bore no superfluous embellishments, only a slender groove reserved for energy conduction. Its lines were rigid and straight, embodying the purest, most lethal efficiency designed solely for the act of cutting. This was the battle hymn of the venomous sting, simple, direct, and deadly. Yet, this was not the conclusion. The final mechanical arm stirred. Its end was neither a claw nor a cutter, but an exquisitely precise high-frequency energy infusion probe, akin to a surgeon's scalpel. It slowly approached the freshly tempered long blade, aligning its probe with the minute groove on the blade's surface. A faint energy, yet vibrating at a frequency sufficient to cause subtle ripples in the very fabric of space, surged from the probe's tip into the blade. A low, ominous hum, reminiscent of a wasp's wings, suddenly emanated from the previously silent, obsidian blade. Its edge began to vibrate at an untraceable, microscopic level, the surrounding air contorting and blurring under the strain of this violent oscillation. The first high-frequency vibrating knife was born, a flawless, standard, soulless instrument of death. Shuetai stepped forward, his mismatched eyes scrutinizing the humming, dangerous long blade, his tone tinged with an unmistakable hint of disappointment. It was efficient, it was lethal, but it lacked beauty. It was merely a cold industrial product, capable of infinite replication. What I require is an industrial product, he stated coldly. I need 10,000 or even 100,000. Identical, reliable, and deadly industrial products. Very well, Shuetai replied, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Then how shall we test the practical effectiveness of this industrial product? No sooner had he spoken than the Goliath excavator, which had been quietly stationed at the doorway, suddenly sprang to life. It extended its colossal hydraulic arm, resembling the forelimb of a behemoth, and from the mountainous heap of debris, it grasped a substantial, at least half-meter thick, composite armor plate salvaged from the wreckage of a warship. With a heavy thud, it was cast before the Scorpion. Upon that armor plate lingered a once indiscernible emblem belonging to the Decepticon Elite Guard. The scrap metal served as an impeccable testing target for their inaugural creation in the most straightforward manner. The Scorpion did not hesitate. He stepped forward and accepted the still humming, vibrating black dagger from the mechanical arm's pincers. A peculiar sensation of potent vibration coursed from the hilt into his palm, causing the icy core of his spark to warm ever so slightly. He inhaled deeply, then swung the blade. There were no flamboyant maneuvers, no superfluous actions, merely the simplest and most direct vertical strike. To his surprise, there was no thunderous clang of metal colliding, nor was there the violent spectacle of sparks flying. The black, humming dagger, upon making contact with the formidable composite armor plate, sliced through it as effortlessly as a heated knife through cold butter. There was no resistance, no pause. It simply glided through with serene precision. Time seemed to stand still for a fleeting second. Then, the thick, menacing armor plate silently split in two. the incision smooth as glass, reflecting the scorpion's crimson, frigid compound eyes. Not bad, the scorpion mused, examining his handiwork with a tone that bordered on critical. Meanwhile, Scrapiron gazed at the bisected, gleaming armor plate, and for the first time, a genuine shock flickered in his distinctly colored eyes. He recognized the efficiency of the scorpion's design, yet he had not anticipated such unparalleled effectiveness. This extreme, unadorned destructive power was, in itself, a terrifyingly novel art form. Very well, I retract my previous statement, Scrapiron said slowly, his gaze at the scorpion taking on an unprecedented complexity. Your battle song is monotonous. Yet each note resonates with a penetrating essence of death. However, he shifted his tone, a cunning glint reminiscent of madness igniting in his eyes. Even the most monotonous battle hymn requires a unique signature of our own, does it not? A signature? The scorpion furrowed his brow. Indeed, a signature. Scrapiron approached the black dagger, extending his hand to gently caress the cold blade. At present, it was merely a chillingly efficient tool. But what if we were to infuse it with a touch of genuine soul, born from the heart of a mechanic? What if we imbue each blade with the resonance of our own echoes? What if, in the final moments before their inner flames extinguish, every enemy slain by this knife could hear the melody of our defiance against fate, a duet of rebellion? Iron Shard gazed upon the poisoned sting, and once more, that devilishly enticing, frenzied smile graced his face. My esteemed commander, do you not find this notion to be far more efficient? Poisoned Sting regarded him, then glanced at the humming, cold instrument in his hand. In that moment, his strategic intellect grasped the deeper, more terrifying potential hidden within this mad idea. It transcended mere weaponry. It would become the most perfect medium for spreading their virus. Proceed, Poisoned Sting uttered slowly, enunciating just 2 words. The first movement, having struck its initial note of slaughter, was poised to welcome its first, frenzied variation. Chapter 54. The Brand of the Soul continue. The chilling, emotionless words of Poisoned Sting fell like 2 cold stones cast into seething magma, stirring not a ripple, yet igniting the molten flow into a more frenzied blaze. Iron Shard's smile transformed instantaneously into a radiant beam, akin to a child who had finally acquired their most cherished toy. Within his mismatched eyes sparkled an almost feverish light of fulfillment. I knew that my confidant would never settle for a monotonous march solely steeped in carnage. He approached the still humming, pitch-black instrument and, with a near-reverent gesture, gently caressed the cold blade. A soulless tool, no matter how efficient, remains merely a tool. Tools can be replicated, surpassed, and ultimately forgotten. Yet, a masterpiece is eternal. He abruptly turned to face Poisoned Sting, his voice laced with seduction. What we must achieve is not merely to inscribe a badge or leave a physical mark upon it. Such endeavors are the trivial pursuits of mundane craftsmen, foolish and dull. Our aim is to brand. We shall inject our own unique will, like a virus, into the very core of this knife's energy matrix. We shall grant this blade the heartbeat of our spirit. Iron Shard spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the entirety of the world. You are the embodiment of order. Your will is cold, precise, akin to the most stringent, infallible metronome. And he gestured to himself, a self-deprecating yet proud smile gracing his features, am a devotee of chaos. My will is wild and tumultuous, reminiscent of the most impassioned, improvisational, and variegated symphonic passages. When these 2 diametrically opposed yet equally pure wills intertwine within a single weapon, creating a brand new and unparalleled duet, what do you suppose will transpire? Poisoned Sting gazed at him in silence. His processor, belonging to a top-tier strategist, was rapidly calculating the myriad terrifying possibilities concealed within this mad notion. This was not merely a weapon. It would be a contagion of memes, a plague of will. Each enemy slain by this blade, in the final moment before the extinguishing of their fiery cores, would be compelled to fully listen, in their waning consciousness, to our symphony of defiance against fate. The sound of shattered iron grew increasingly fervent. They would witness the reality we perceive. They would feel the anger we harbor. Amidst an endless resonance, filled with despair and resentment, they would meet the tragic end of their lives, shrouded in lies. This is true slaughter. This is genuine art. And this masterpiece shall serve as our finest calling card. It will convey to those fools within the Iron Fortress To that arrogant tyrant perched high above, that we have returned, and we bring forth a new war, one they shall never comprehend. The crimson compound eyes of Poison Sting flickered slightly. Those shattered iron-s words brimmed with madness and impractical artistic fantasies. Their essence aligned perfectly with his cold, efficiency-driven strategic objectives. If every weapon becomes a medium for the propagation of a virus, then each act of killing transcends the mere elimination of an enemy. It sows seeds of doubt, fear, and chaos within the enemy's ranks. The efficacy of this psychological warfare far surpasses that of simple physical destruction by innumerable magnitudes. Your idea is remarkably efficient. Poison Sting finally spoke, affirming Shattered Iron's insane plan in his own manner. So, how shall we inject our signature into this? Quite simply, Shattered Iron snapped his fingers, a confident smile gracing his face through the heart. He approached the enormous furnace, radiating a white light, and pressed his hand against its cold, gently vibrating exterior. The heart of the mechanic is the absolute core of this sanctuary. It serves not only as a source of energy, but also as an amplifier of will. It resembles a vast recording studio capable of capturing and transcribing any sound. Now, all we need to do is record our voices within it. He turned to face Poison Sting. Relax your mental barriers, Poison Sting. Allow me to hear the lonely ballad your heart, as cold as absolute zero, sings. Shattered Iron closed his eyes, his powerful, ghostly mental prowess reaching out like invisible tendrils toward Poison Sting. In an instant, Poison Sting's body tensed. His innate combat instincts, characteristic of a top-tier hunter, compelled him to instinctively wish to obliterate the invading mental force. Yet, he restrained himself. Slowly, he released his mental barrier. This marked the first time in his life that he fully exposed his soul before a non-allied, perilous counterpart. In the next moment, the mind of Shattered Iron resonated with a melody. It was a composition devoid of melody and fluctuation, a single, cold tone resonating with a frequency as monotonous as the cosmic background radiation. The sound was precise and stable, imbued with a mathematical beauty. It bore an essence of profound, eternal solitude. It epitomized absolute order, unyielding logic, and the chilling price of forsaking all emotion to uphold such order and logic. So this is it, Shattered Iron murmured within his internal channel, a heart-wrenching yet perfect requiem. Now it was my turn. Shattered Iron unleashed his mental energy without reservation. The processor of Poison Sting felt as though it had been cast into an erupting volcano. He heard a melody that starkly contrasted with his own requiem. It was a cacophony filled with discordant notes, wild variations, and a frenzied rhapsody mocking and subverting all rules. Within that melody lay a paranoid yearning for freedom, a pathological obsession with destruction, a childlike fervor for creation, and beneath this chaos, an equally profound, immense solitude, misunderstood by all. Two utterly contrasting melodies, representing order and chaos, converged within the vast, resonating chamber of the mechanic's heart. They neither repelled nor consumed one another. Instead, they began to intertwine and merge in a wondrous, almost miraculous manner. The cold, monotonous tone of Poison Sting became the most stable, solid foundation of this new composition, while the frenzied, varied embellishments of Shattered Iron danced like wild vines entwined around this cornerstone. Order provided an infinitely extendable framework for chaos, while chaos infused order with a soul brimming with endless possibilities. Buzz, the pitch-black high-frequency vibrating blade, suspended in mid-air, suddenly emitted a sound more piercing and complex than ever before. It was no longer a monotonous buzz akin to the hum of a wasp's wings. The sound transformed, becoming rich with layers. Beneath its cold and lethal main melody lay another, elusive undertone, filled with madness and passion, a frenzied aria. Soon after, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Upon the blade, entirely enshrouded in obsidian, devoid of aesthetic appeal, intricate patterns reminiscent of circuit board etchings began to emerge, emanating a faint golden luminescence from within. These golden veins appeared almost as if imbued with life, flowing silently and gracefully over the ebony surface, intertwining to ultimately form an enigmatic totem, rich in the beauty of both contradiction and harmony. Half of this totem bore geometric designs filled with straight lines and right angles, symbolizing absolute order, while the other half was adorned with curves and spirals, representing endless chaos. These two starkly contrasting styles were flawlessly fused upon the same blade, giving rise to an unprecedented, eerily beautiful aesthetic that, upon a mere glance, evoked a sense of disarray within the observer's mind. As the master craftsman slowly retracted his mental energy, fatigue flickered across his visage. Yet more prominently was the supreme ecstasy of witnessing his most exquisite creation come to life. The connection with the venomous sting was severed. He gazed at the art piece, now suspended in midair and completely transformed, exuding an uncanny aura. Within his crimson compound eyes, a complex blend of awe and trepidation flickered for the first time. He sensed that this blade had transcended its status as a mere cold implement. It had acquired will. Then, "My esteemed commander," he said with a mischievous and cunning smile, "how shall we test the true power of our newly animated masterpiece?" This time, he refrained from moving the cold armor plates. With a snap of his fingers, a WASP-class high-speed drone, previously engaged in cleaning duties in the corner, obediently ascended to the center of the laboratory upon receiving its directive. Its compact, insect-like body hovered in midair, and its solitary blue optical sensor gazed unemotionally at its two masters. The master craftsman had provided the newly imbued weapon with the most perfect and cruel of live targets. Without hesitation, the venomous sting stepped forward, retrieving the newly awakened long blade from the mechanical arm that remained dutifully at its post. The moment his hand grasped the hilt, an overwhelming sensation of complex vibrations, tenfold stronger than before, surged into his palm. He felt as though two distinctly different souls within the blade were engaged in an unceasing, fervent dialogue. Taking a deep breath, he refrained from wielding the knife. Instead, he gently extended the long blade forward. The tip of the knife, in a tender manner reminiscent of a lover's caress, made contact with the fragile shell of the wasp drone. A whispering sound emerged, as delicate as fabric being sliced. The body of the hornet drone exhibited no violent reactions. Its exterior bore no apparent wounds. Yet its solitary blue optical sensor flickered erratically, almost frantically, in that moment. Subsequently, its compact form began to convulse uncontrollably in midair, as if it were a living entity enduring an indescribable agony. The internal speaker emitted a disjointed, static-laden lament, filled with dissonance, error, logic collapse. Witnessing the sky fall, hearing the roar, "Who am I? No, we are the unfortunate drone," equipped with a simplistic processor designed solely for flight and reconnaissance, succumbed instantaneously to a torrent of colossal, chaotic information, alien to its dimension, upon contact with the blade. In its final fleeting moment, it glimpsed two starkly contrasting realms. One was a frigid domain of absolute order, composed of countless zeros and ones, a veritable hell of logic. The other was a chaotic paradise of vibrant colors and sounds, a frenzied manifestation of art. Its pitiable, uncomplicated soul was instantaneously torn asunder by the extremities of these contradictory realities. With a dull thud, reminiscent of something being detonated from within, the optical sensor of the Hornet drone extinguished completely. Its petite body ceased its spasms, akin to a marionette severed from its strings, plummeting helplessly to the ground. Its spark was extinguished, not by mere physical force, but by a superior conceptual power that obliterated the essence of existence itself. Fragments of metal gazed upon the smoldering wreckage of the drone, now reduced to a heap of scrap, as a terrifying glimmer of unspeakable joy erupted in his mismatched eyes. "It is exquisite, truly the most perfect death art I have ever witnessed," he murmured, his voice quivering with a manic, morbid tremor. "Not only has it been killed, it has been transcended. It has liberated that wretched soul, bound in lies, from its ignorant, pathetic shell, using our grand, paradoxical truth." Meanwhile, the scorpion lowered his head, quietly observing the long blade in his hand, still whispering softly and radiating an eerie glow. At that moment, his processor, belonging to a master strategist, finally completed the ultimate and most fearsome assessment of this newfound weapon. Weapon assessment. Conceptual level lethality. The principle of operation, through high-frequency resonance. Energy infused with specific meme information is injected into the target's body, directly assaulting its core and processor, resulting in irreversible, logical death of the soul. Efficiency exceedingly high. The poison stinger slowly lifted his head. He gazed upon the artist beside him, now ensnared in madness and irrationality. and then cast his eyes upon the immense furnace emanating boundless power. At last, he had discovered the most exquisite and lethal weapon for their newly formed army, one that dared to defy fate. Reset the production line. The voice of the poison stinger was cold and clear, akin to an indisputable final judgment. From this moment forth, every high-frequency vibrating knife we produce must undergo the final procedure of soul branding. I shall ensure that each of our soldiers wields a knife that sings. I want our enemies to greet their demise the instant they hear the first note of our battle hymn. Chapter 55. The first choir, the command to reset the production line reverberated through the scorching and desolate furnace laboratory. A decree not to be debated, but an absolute order inscribed in the foundational protocols of this steel sanctuary. From now on, every high-frequency vibrating knife we manufacture must undergo the final procedure of soul branding. I want our soldiers to possess knives that sing. I wish for our enemies to meet their end upon hearing the inaugural note of our war song. The ecstasy on the face of Iron Shard reached its zenith in that moment. He looked at the poisoned stinger, whose mismatched eyes sparkled with a profound exhilaration and satisfaction, as if he had found a perfect accomplice who truly understood his frenzied artistry. Yes, this is precisely what we must do, he exclaimed, fervently waving his arms like a manic court musician blessed by the king. We shall replicate our souls 1,000 times, 100,000 times. We will make this deathly, frigid universe resonate with our grand duet, filled with contradictions and truths. Yet in the next instant, the cold words of the poisoned stinger descended upon his burning passion like a deluge of icy coolant. I require an automated soul branding module. The poisoned stinger turned, his crimson compound eyes calmly fixated on the colossal core furnace, still radiating white light. We cannot perform a manual spiritual infusion for every knife. That is far too inefficient and a waste of time. Automated? The ecstasy on Iron Shard's face instantly froze. He gazed incredulously at the Viper, as if he were hearing the most blasphemous and absurd lexicon of his life. What do you mean? His voice trembled slightly in shock. You wish to transform our souls into a cold, quantifiable product on an assembly line? Do you intend to reduce our unique duet, born of blood and fire, which danced on the precipice of life and death for 30 seconds, into a cheap, industrial noise that could be endlessly downloaded and replicated? His voice became sharp and filled with fury. This marked the first time since their alliance that such a profound and nearly irreconcilable conflict arose over core principles. For Iron Shard, the greatness of the soul's imprint lay in its embodiment of their singular, irreplicable will. Each infusion was a fresh, impassioned live performance. Automation, however, signified the conversion of this vibrant, life-imbued spectacle into a lifeless record that could be infinitely reproduced. That was the utmost sacrilege against art. What I require is an army. Iron Shard, not a gallery. The Viper's voice remained cold and devoid of emotional fluctuation, yet the weight of his words was as heavy as mountains. I need at least 10,000 soldiers armed and ready for battle within a week. And how many of your so-called live performances can be completed in a day? Iron Shard's breath caught momentarily. What I seek is the standardization of death, the widespread dissemination of fear. The Viper stepped closer, his tall, dark golden figure casting an oppressive shadow under the furnace's searing light. Your art holds great value. Yet, if it cannot be transformed into quantifiable, overwhelming combat power, it is utterly meaningless. Before the iron tide of Megatron, even your singular masterpieces would falter under the first volley. The Viper's words cut through Iron Shard's ornate, artistically fanciful exterior like the sharpest, ice-forged scalpel, ruthlessly exposing the harsh and frigid reality of survival beneath. Iron Shard fell silent, his mismatched eyes fixated on the Viper, one half filled with the artist's affronted anger, the other with the ghost's irrefutable, cold rationality. He understood that the Viper was right. In the face of absolute, overwhelming power, any uniqueness appeared pale and ludicrous. They were now contending with a colossal, efficient war machine that held order as its highest creed. Their only chance lay in establishing their own new war machine in a manner that was both more efficient and more frenzied. After a long pause, Iron Shard slowly exhaled a plume of heated exhaust. Very well, you have won, my esteemed commander. His voice, laden with exhaustion and resignation, resembled that of an idealist compelled to capitulate to the harshness of reality. However, I have a stipulation. Speak. I can assist you in establishing that damn soul conveyor. I can transform our most exquisite duet into a track that can be played in an infinite loop. In the eyes of the fractured iron, a glimmer of cunning madness ignited once more. Yet, the design of this conveyor must be orchestrated by me. I cannot bear the thought of our souls being brutally stamped amid the cold, aesthetically devoid, and oil-scented mechanical arms. I shall construct a new sanctuary for it. A grand edifice worthy of our magnificent art. A baptismal hall imbued with ritualistic fervor, forged of iron and fire. The venom sting regarded him, his crimson compound eyes flickering slightly. He understood that this was the greatest concession that the fractured iron, in his madness, could offer. He needed to defend his pitiful dignity as an artist in a manner that was dramatically his own. Very well. The venom sting nodded, provided it is efficient enough. It shall be. The fractured iron-S face once again bore that frenzied smile brimming with creative desire. It would be the most magnificent and efficient piece of installation art of my life. In the following 3 days, the entire furnace laboratory transformed into a cacophony of noise and sparks, resembling a vast construction site. Under the cold, absolute will of the venom sting, dozens of scavengers became the most efficient and silent laborers. The colossal Goliaths, with their indomitable shovels, cleared tons of debris from the ground, excavating new foundations. Nimble worker bees wielded their cutting and welding tools, assembling and combining vast alloy plates salvaged from the ruins according to the fractured iron-S wildly imaginative and hasty blueprints. The fractured iron, like a true mad artist, poured all his passion and talent into the design of this new sanctuary. He eschewed any conventional, modular industrial design. He transformed the massive, partially destroyed core furnace into a soaring Gothic-style central altar. Countless newly laid energy conduits, resembling black, menacing vines entwined around the altar, ultimately converging at its apex. At the summit of the altar, he constructed a monumental, complex energy resonator, blooming like a lotus, using the most heat-resistant memory alloy that shimmered with a dark golden luster. This was the sole recording studio he had prepared for their master track. Surrounding the altar, he designed 100 circular, automated conveyor belts, reminiscent of pilgrimage paths. Each belt culminated in a meticulously crafted, ritualistic baptismal station comprised of dozens of small mechanical arms. As a freshly quenched, ebony-hued, lifeless high-frequency vibrating knife is delivered onto the conveyor belt, it resembles a congregation of devout followers, patiently awaiting divine blessings, slowly rotating and advancing around a central altar. Then, at the 100 baptism stations, the recorded souls, imbued with both order and chaos, transform into golden bolts of lightning, imbued with a sacred yet ominous aura, striking down from the apex of the central altar, precisely branding each knife with the essence of its core energy matrix. This is a production line teeming with religious fervor and industrial aesthetics, the most audacious and splendid of soul forges. 3 days later, as the final screw is tightened and the last energy conduit is connected, the grand, Gothic-style baptismal hall, standing majestically at the heart of the furnace laboratory, is finally complete. It stands silently, akin to an ancient beast of steel and flame, dormant and awaiting awakening. Now, the most critical step has arrived. Shattered Iron stands beneath the vast altar, gazing upward at the energy resonator, resembling a black lotus, with a voice laden with unprecedented gravity and anticipation, recording the master track. He turns to Poison Sting. Are you ready, my maestro? Let us offer our shared soul for our army. Poison Sting remains silent, simply stepping forward to stand alongside Shattered Iron. The two extend their hands simultaneously, pressing their palms against the cold, rune-etched base of the altar. They close their eyes in unison, relinquishing all mental barriers. In the next moment, their wills, their souls, their contrasting melodies of order and chaos intertwine like two colossal dragons, surging through the black energy conduits, soaring upwards, wildly flooding into the vast black lotus above. Buzz! In an instant, the black lotus blossoms with a radiance 1,000,000,000 times more dazzling than the core furnace. An indescribable chaos of golden and crimson light. The cold, monotonous tones of Poison Sting, akin to cosmic background radiation, and the frenzied, cacophonous rhapsody of Shattered Iron engage in an unprecedented and fervent union within that resonator. This is no longer a mere intertwining. It is creation, the birth of an entirely new, unified soul, replete with internal contradictions, existing in a higher dimension. As the chaotic light reaches its zenith, shattered iron abruptly severs the connection. Recording complete. The brilliance retracts instantaneously. The Black Lotus gently closes its petals, perfectly sealing the newly birthed, fresh, and singular maternal soul within its core. Now, it has transformed into an ever-activatable, inexhaustible relic, imbued with both the sacred and the profane. Let's commence. Venomous Spike slowly opened his eyes, his crimson compound gaze flickering with a hint of fatigue brought on by the excessive expenditure of mental energy. Show me how efficient your artistic contraption truly is. A sly smile crept across the face of Shattered Iron. With a snap of his fingers, he commanded the 100 circular, silent conveyor belts to gently spring to life. All at once, 100 high-frequency, vibrating blades, dark as night and devoid of vitality, freshly retrieved from the cooling pool, were deftly positioned at the starting edge of the conveyor by 100 nimble mechanical arms. Thus began their pilgrimage, gradually revolving around the central altar, a colossal structure exuding an ominous aura, advancing forward. The moment they simultaneously reached the 100 baptism stations, Shattered Iron, akin to a deranged president pressing the nuclear launch button, heavily pressed the solitary red activation key before him. Now listen. Listen to the first choir of our legion. Boom! 100 bolts of golden lightning, intermingled with crimson arcs, embodying both the divine and the blasphemous, struck down simultaneously from that Black Lotus. They landed with precision upon the 100 baptism stations, upon the 100 dark blades, buzzing. In the next instant, a grand, indescribable hymn, filled with contradiction and harmony, resonated throughout the entire furnace. It was not merely 100 repetitive buzzing sounds. It was a true choir. The cold, unwavering tone of Venomous Spike, representing absolute order, became the most stable and solid bass of this choir, imparting an undeniable rhythm and discipline akin to steel to this sacred hymn. Meanwhile, Shattered Iron's frenzied embellishments, brimming with improvisation and variation, transformed into countless soaring, sharp, and crazed soprano and coloratura notes. They entwined atop the iron discipline, infusing this battle song with an endless soul, rife with chaos and a thirst for destruction, order and chaos, discipline and madness, cold logic and fervent passion. These two diametrically opposed forces achieved an unprecedented, terrifying, dynamic equilibrium within this resonating field created by 100 singing blades. The entire laboratory trembled violently beneath the sway of this iron hymn. In the air, the minute particles of dust were shaken into a myriad of tiny, ever-changing, bizarre geometric patterns by this powerful sound wave. Even the industrious, simple-minded worker drones, caught in the throes of song imbued with the power of memes, paused in their tasks. Their singular electronic eyes began to flicker uncontrollably, as if their rudimentary processors were being inundated by a colossal, incomprehensible torrent of information, incessantly washing over and reformatting them. The processor of the Sting, too, operated frantically, attempting to filter out the saturating noise of mental pollution. Meanwhile, Shattered Iron opened his arms wide, eyes closed, enraptured by his own creation, this greatest and most lethal masterpiece. The chant, after a full 10 seconds, gradually subsided. The 100 long blades ceased their grand, oppressive chorus, simply hovering silently above their respective workstations, emitting a low hum that was far more intricate and profound than that of the prototype blade. The golden veins that emerged from within the blades became clearer and more luminous. The geometric patterns representing order and the abstract symbols embodying chaos appeared to come alive, flowing silently across the obsidian surfaces of the blades. The first choir was born. The Sting stepped forward, retrieving a brand new long blade from the nearest workstation, freshly sanctified. As his hand grasped the hilt, a sensation of resonance, stronger and more harmonious than that of the prototype, surged into his palm. He could feel the two souls, once engaged in fierce dialogue within the blade, now no longer merely conversing. They were in harmony. Are you satisfied now? The Sting turned to gaze at the still ecstatic madman. Satisfied? Shattered Iron opened his eyes, a childlike, pure smile gracing his face. No, my esteemed commander. This is not satisfaction. This is ecstasy. The Sting chose to ignore him. bowing his head to quietly examine the new weapon that was to be equipped to his silent legion. He understood that when 10,000, or even 100,000 of such songs resonated simultaneously upon the battlefield of Iron Fortress, it would culminate in a symphony of death so magnificent that even the gods would tremble. Slowly, he lifted his gaze to the colossal, beastly maw of the furnace's exit. There, a massive Goliath-class heavy transport ship awaited silently, its vast, cavernous cargo hold akin to a ravenous stomach, eager to be filled with the freshly forged, lethal sustenance. First Legion, the Sting's voice rang out, cold and clear, echoing throughout the sanctuary that resonated with the remnants of the chant. Arm yourselves. Chapter 56, The Hymn of the Silent. The cold, unfeeling four words of venomous Sting resonated like the primordial utterance of God during creation, endowed with absolute and unquestionable authority within this grand cathedral, echoing with the remnants of a steel hymn. The Goliath-class heavy transport aircraft, which had long awaited in silence at the furnace's exit, slowly opened its cavernous cargo bay doors, reminiscent of an abyssal maw, accompanied by a deep hydraulic sigh. The empty hold resembled a ravenous stomach, eager to be filled with these freshly forged, lethal morsels. 100 nimble, tireless mechanical arms sprang to life, delicately retrieving 100 black long knives, each newly imprinted with a soul, from their baptismal stations where they serenaded softly. With an industrial elegance, they arranged these deadly masterpieces with precision and efficiency within the aircraft's hold. The low hum of the 100 blades coalesced into a peculiar resonance, teeming with both contradiction and harmony. The sound, no longer a grand and oppressive chorus, became more introspective and profound, akin to 100 solitary souls imprisoned within steel shells, whispering to one another in a language incomprehensible to all. As the final long knife was loaded, the cargo bay doors gradually sealed, completely isolating the eerie resonance. The Goliath's massive anti-gravity engines silently ignited, and its enormous body, akin to a moving hill, ascended slowly before altering its course towards the deeper, eternal darkness beyond the furnace. Behind it, the splendid yet frenzied baptismal hall, crafted from scrap metal, continued its relentless work. A new 100 lifeless black knife blanks, recently quenched, were once again sent along the conveyor belts, reminiscent of a pilgrimage, embarking on their own journey towards rebirth. This soul factory would tirelessly supply their silent, soon-to-awaken legion with a continuous stream of lethal souls at the rate of 100 every 10 minutes, day and night. Let's proceed. Venomous Sting turned, his crimson compound eyes gazing towards the vanishing transport, ready to witness the inaugural ceremony of their silent legion. The ecstasy on Scrapiron's face had gradually faded, replaced by a deeper expression filled with anticipation and curiosity. He yearned to discover how his coldly efficient commander would direct these newly animated instruments. Together, they stepped out of the searing, hellish furnace. As they entered the eternal darkness, they no longer required any source of light. For within this vast, underground kingdom under their dominion, countless silent stars had already begun to gleam. Wherever they tread, those once ferocious, steel behemoths capable of tearing them asunder will part the way, creating a broad and regal path. Their frigid, multicolored electronic eyes, akin to the most loyal soldiers undergoing inspection, quietly observe their sovereign, surveying their dominion. This sensation is more intoxicating than standing atop the highest spire, gazing down upon the entire world. It is a profound, spine-chilling power, a true grasp of absolute authority. Ultimately, they arrive in a cavern of unimaginable vastness, akin to an abyss deep within the earth. This place, once the central hub of the mechanic's tomb, is codenamed the Grand Terminal. Countless abandoned maglev tracks, resembling the bones of colossal dragons, extend from the surrounding rock walls, converging upon a central plaza spacious enough to accommodate a fully equipped legion. Yet now, this plaza is entirely occupied. Tens of thousands of scavengers, just awakened from slumber, stand in a spine-tingling, impeccably ordered formation. Goliath excavators, as massive as moving hills, form the armored core of the array. Slightly smaller, yet astonishingly destructive, one-eyed giant crushers flank the formation's wings like heavy cavalry. Filling every void in this formation are variously sized dismantling robots, diggers, and maintenance machines, creating an endless black forest woven from steel and silence. They stand there quietly, emitting no sound and making no movement. Only their myriad electronic eyes, twinkling like the densest clusters of stars in the night sky, bring the sole glimmer of light to this eternal darkness. They await, awaiting their souls, awaiting their armament. At that moment, a deep, thudding engine sound, akin to the heartbeat of a great beast, emanates from the cavern's apex. The Goliath transport, laden with 100 singing blades, descends slowly into the heart of this steel forest. The cargo doors swing open once more. The whispered voices of 100 souls, a blend of contradiction and harmony, ripple invisibly across the entire plaza. In that instant, all scavengers' electronic eyes flicker slightly. Their rudimentary processors cannot comprehend this sound infused with mimetic power. Yet their foundational protocols evoke an instinctive kinship, resonating from the depths of their souls. Now, the most crucial step unfolds. The voice of the toxin echoes within the fragmented iron's internal channels, pondering how to teach these simple machines, which only understand excavation and cleanup, to wield weapons. Oh, a hint of playful amusement danced across the face of the scrap iron, as I had presumed you would allow them to engage in battle using their teeth and claws. That would have appeared far more artistic. It is your artistry, not my efficiency, the venomous Spike replied coldly. He raised his hand, issuing a new command to the transport machine. Accompanying his directive, dozens of compact, worker-bee-like maintenance robots surged forth from the sides of the transport craft. Their mechanical arms, once equipped with cutting tools for cleanup, were now replaced by intricate, high-powered molecular welders, crackling with blue arcs of electricity. They flitted into the cargo hold like diligent bees, each meticulously grasping a black longsword that hummed softly as if it were singing. Subsequently, they ascended toward the silent, steel forest awaiting armament. Their target was the front row of the formation, consisting of the 100 most formidable Goliath excavators. The scrap iron observed with curiosity, eager to see how the venomous Spike would tackle this dilemma. Would these colossal, cumbersome excavators attempt to wield a longsword that seemed pitifully small in comparison to their massive, earth-moving buckets? Such a sight would be the epitome of absurdity. However, the venomous Spike's choice was far more direct and cruel than he had anticipated. One of the worker bees hovered before Goliath. It made no effort to present the sword to the machine. Instead, it positioned itself in front of the Goliath's immense hydraulic arm, akin to a battering ram. Then, it activated its high-powered molecular welder. With a blinding flash, an intense blue arc ignited. The worker bee was employing the most brutal and permanent method to affix the soulful black longsword directly to the front of the Goliath's hydraulic arm. It was not arming it. It was conducting a grafting procedure, implanting a razor-sharp, lethally potent stinger that would never detach upon this brute force steel beast. The alloy, seared by intense heat, emitted a painful, grating moan. Countless sparks erupted like brilliant fireworks, scattering at the grafting site. The massive body of the Goliath shuddered slightly, its singular red electronic eye flickering wildly, as if enduring a tremendous agony. Yet, it offered no resistance. It did not even retreat a single step, for the soul implanted within it, imbued with absolute loyalty, affirmed that this was the supreme honor bestowed upon it by its master. When the blinding blue arc finally extinguished, the black longsword, adorned with golden veins, had seamlessly merged with the Goliath's robust, power-laden hydraulic arm. It was no longer merely an external weapon. It had become an integral part of the colossal iron beast's very being. Shortly thereafter, even more wondrous transformations unfolded. The moment the blade became irrevocably entwined with Goliath's form. Its melody, a harmonious fusion of order and chaos, imbued with the power of memes, surged through the newly forged junction, akin to a deluge breaching a dam, flooding into Goliath's vast, yet astonishingly simplistic processor. With a resounding hum, the immense body of Goliath quaked violently. Its electronic eye, which had previously flickered with a monotonous red glow, seemed at that instant to be infused with an entirely new and intricate essence. The crimson light deepened and brightened, while at its core, a strange blue flickered, representing the frenzied will of shattered iron. Gradually, it raised its newly augmented arm, now adorned with the elongated blade. Its movements were no longer characterized by the rigid clumsiness of industrial machinery. Instead, they exuded a peculiar, lethal rhythm. It slowly swung the long blade, tracing a frigid, death-laden arc through the air. No longer was it merely a digger wielding its arm. It had transformed into a true swordsman, practicing its art. The foundational protocols of simple excavation and movement were not erased. Rather, they were forcibly overlaid with a new layer of combat protocols, infused with the instinct for slaughter. Courtesy of the blade's essence, it remained the same foolish custodian, obediently executing commands, yet now it had learned the most efficient means of annihilation. My heavens! Shattered Iron beheld this astonishing spectacle before him, his mismatched eyes brimming with awe. You are not merely arming them. You are enlightening them. You have transformed my instrument into their intellect. Simultaneously, a similar scene unfolded across the entire square. 100 worker bees underwent their grafting procedures at once. 100 blinding arcs of blue electricity ignited simultaneously. 100 colossal Goliaths experienced the agonizing yet glorious birth of a new existence. Then, 100 brand new swordsmen emerged in unison. They simultaneously raised their lethal new arms and swung their softly singing black blades. 100 cold, death-laden arcs sliced through the darkness. The melodies of those 100 blades resonated through their forms. This vast, resonating chamber, amplified innumerable times. No longer a faint whisper, it became a deep, oppressive hymn, powerful enough to make the entire cavern tremble, a grand ode belonging to the voiceless, saturated with themes of death and rebirth. Iron Shard opened his arms wide, eyes closed, lost in a rapture as he reveled in the inaugural performance of his newly created choir, composed of 100 giants. Meanwhile, Venom merely observed coldly, his gaze penetrating through the square where miracles unfolded, casting his sight toward the distant depths of darkness that marked the boundary of the Black Zone. His processor detected a faint, anomalous energy fluctuation, an exploratory incursion from the outside world. It seemed our audience had grown rather impatient. Venom's voice resonated chillingly within Iron Shard's internal channel. Iron Shard opened his eyes, and the ecstasy on his face was swiftly replaced by a more perilous, bloodthirsty excitement. Oh, are we to commence our first performance so soon? Venom offered no reply. He merely raised his hand slowly. His frigid will, that of the Supreme Commander, transmitted like an invisible wave across the vast distance, reaching the newly awakened souls of the 100 colossal steel swordsmen. First Legion, First Heavy Assault Unit, engage. Target, Gate 3. Mission, eliminate all unauthorized spectators. Accompanied by a silent command, the 100 Goliaths simultaneously lowered their lethal arms. Their 100 pairs of electronic eyes, ablaze with a fiery red and blue glow, turned toward Gate 3. They then advanced with heavy steps that could make the earth tremble. Boom, boom, boom. The silent legion of steel beasts, a harbinger of death, charged into the unknown, perilous darkness for the first time, their silent assault commencing. No remnants of the cleansing remained upon them. They were the devilish legion birthed from the collaboration of Venom and Iron Shard, poised to sound their war prelude with the blood and cries of their enemies. Chapter 57, Prelude to War. The first drop of blood beneath the gate boom. Boom, boom. No longer was it the chaotic noise of uncontrollable destruction. Rather, it was a thunderous sound filled with cold intent, measured and orderly like a metronome of death. The 100 Goliaths, massive as moving hills, and the 100 newly reborn steel swordsmen united their heavy steps into an unstoppable, silent torrent of steel. They launched their first silent charge toward the depths of darkness, toward the unknown and perilous Gate 3, the first assault of this devilish legion. 100 pairs of electronic eyes, ablaze with a fiery discord of red and blue luminescence, etched 100 straight trajectories through the darkness, each imbued with an ominous intent of death. The sleek black blades, affixed to the ends of hydraulic arms, sang a low, haunting melody as they were dragged behind in a rhythm laden with lethal grace. The tips of these blades carved 100 blinding, spark-sprouting parallel lines upon the unforgiving alloy ground. This was no longer the movement of mere scavengers. It was the advance of swordsmen, leaving behind a chilling signature of slaughter, a time-honored martial prowess that inscribed their intent upon the path of charge. Before their destination, the colossal boundary Gate 3, looming like a mountain over the abyss, another group of observers lay in wait within the shadows. They were the elite stealth unit known as the Silent Walkers, directly under the command of the Decepticon Intelligence Division. This spectral squad, comprised of 12 elite warriors, was equipped with cutting-edge, phase-shifting optical cloaking that could distort light and thermal signals, as well as acoustic black body coatings capable of absorbing and jamming the majority of radar waves. Like true phantoms, they silently melded into the eternal darkness, evading even the most precise sensors. The commander of the squad, codenamed Phantom, knelt behind a massive expanse of jagged ruins resembling interlocking fangs. Beneath his multi-spectral composite visor, a pair of icy blue optical sensors gleamed with a near-cruel calm. Command Center, this is Phantom. We have reached the target's dark domain at Boundary 3. Energy field strength is normal. No signs of any physical breaches detected. His voice, transmitted through a secure, narrowband quantum communication channel, reached the command core of Iron Fortress. However, we have detected anomalies. Repeat, Phantom, define anomalies. The dispassionate electronic, synthesized voice echoed in his mind. It is a vibration. A hint of perplexity tinged Phantom's tone. Regular, high-intensity, synchronized vibrations. Spectrum analysis suggests it is not geological activity, but rather the movement of a large, organized heavy unit. Organized? The voice from the command center quivered ever so slightly. Yes, Command Center. Their cadence is as precise as a battalion on review. Phantom's processor raised to analyze the increasingly discernible vibrations emanating from the ground, arriving at a conclusion that astonished even him. Moreover, their objective was unmistakable. Phantom slowly raised his head, his multi-spectral visor piercing through layers of darkness to gaze upon the source of the vibrations. He beheld, at the end of the obscurity, 100 ominous points of light, ablaze with red and blue flames, surging towards their position with an overwhelming, suffocating intensity. In my team, a communications officer, codenamed Noise, could not restrain a low gasp over the internal channel. "What is that?" he exclaimed. "A heavily armored legion?" "Silence, Noise," came the voice of Phantom, cold and severe. "Maintain radio silence. All personnel, switch to Spectre protocol. Prepare to greet our guests." At that moment, 12 silent walkers activated their most potent stealth mode, their figures vanishing utterly into the darkness, as if they had never existed. They were the elite hunters of the Decepticons, accustomed to lurking in the shadows, observing and analyzing, before delivering the most precise, lethal strike to sever the throat of their prey. To them, the seemingly formidable group before them was merely a rabble of uncontrolled, foolish scavengers. Boom, boom, boom. The steel tide drew nearer. 100 colossal Goliaths burst forth from the dark corridor, emerging onto the vast expanse of the Grand Terminal. They came to a halt before the third border gate, which loomed like a massive tombstone. There was no chaotic collision, no disorderly roar. Instead, they formed a vast and formidable square with absolute precision, exuding an aura of icy discipline. Then, in unison, they slowly raised their newly augmented, deadly arms, each equipped with a long blade. 100 black knives, softly singing, pointed simultaneously towards the seemingly empty, dark ruins ahead. This posture was neither a threat nor a provocation. It was a proclamation. Phantom, concealed amidst the ruins, felt a chilling weight in his heart. His battle-hardened instincts warned him that they had been exposed. A spine-tingling sensation coursed through him, one that signified being locked onto by a predator far superior and beyond his comprehension. Fire. Phantom commanded decisively, without a moment's hesitation. In the next heartbeat, 12 lethal, invisible attacks erupted from the shadows, striking simultaneously from various corners. 2 snipers armed with railgun sniper rifles aimed at the enormous, singular red electronic eye of the foremost Goliath, unleashing 2 tungsten-core armor-piercing rounds traveling at speeds of up to 10 Mach, capable of penetrating warship armor. For assault, operatives hurled the latest model of stasis grenades, which emitted no sound or light. Upon detonation, these grenades released a high-intensity electromagnetic pulse sufficient to incapacitate all electronic devices within a small base in an instant. The remaining 6 members, including Phantom himself, activated the high-power data virus injectors on their arms, targeting the seemingly vulnerable hydraulic lines exposed on the Goliaths, launching a virulent corrosive program capable of plunging any military-grade robot into instant logical chaos. This is a textbook example of a flawless ambush, replete with high technology and the hues of information warfare. However, What they now confront is no longer any enemy they recognize. Ding ding. The sound reverberates, crisp and clear, reminiscent of metal striking diamond. Those two tungsten-core armor-piercing rounds, potent enough to penetrate the armor of a warship, were deftly deflected by an invisible wall of air, formed by ultra-high frequency vibrations, just moments before they could strike the Goliath's electronic eye. The Goliath did not even blink. Meanwhile, the 4 static grenades, capable of incapacitating an entire base, were silently neutralized in midair by a resonant force field, harmoniously created by 100 long blades, before they could detonate. The electromagnetic pulse, which could paralyze any electronic device, vanished without a trace, like a cow sinking into the sea, leaving no impact, not even the slightest. As for the malicious data viruses, upon touching the Goliath's body through those invisible laser beams, they encountered a wall of spiritual lament composed of countless frenzied, screaming souls. As if crashing against a barrier of despair, those viral programs were thwarted before they could commence their corrosive endeavors, forcibly repelled and dismantled by the chaotic yet domineering melody of mimetic power, transforming them into a heap of meaningless, garbled data. What? For the first time, a wave of shock and incredulity surged through Phantom's mind. All their assaults, every tactic they took pride in, became utterly ineffective before this silent, eerie steel legion. In that fleeting moment, mere fractions of a second, when their attacks faltered, the 100 Goliaths sprang into action. They emitted no roars, nor did they make any superfluous movements. They simply advanced a step forward in unison. Then, with blades raised, 100 arcs of cold, lethal beauty sliced through the darkness simultaneously. This was not the mechanical arms of excavators at work. It was akin to 100 master swordsmen, in perfect synchrony and understanding, executing a magnificent combination attack imbued with the aesthetic of death. Some swept horizontally, their blades tracing a deadly crescent along the ground, capable of cleaving any cover in two. Others struck vertically, their blades descending with the unstoppable force of a thunderbolt, as if to rend the earth itself. Still others slashed diagonally, their blades targeting the most probable evasive maneuvers of those silent walkers with a cunning and bizarre precision. 100 blades, a myriad of distinct sword techniques. Yet in this moment, they were seamlessly unified by an invisible and chillingly efficient combat protocol, forming an absolute web of swords woven from death and destruction, devoid of any vulnerabilities. Scatter, quickly disperse. The Phantom unleashed the most anguished and desperate roar of his life. But alas, it was far too late. A commando codenamed Gecko had just activated the thrusters on his back, attempting to evade towards the ruins behind him. Yet, a frigid arc, rising from below, outpaced his reflexes. He felt no pain. He merely witnessed his world being cleaved asunder. One half of his vision soared into the sky, while the other remained behind. Then, as his consciousness began to fade, he heard a song, a requiem that was half-cold and imbued with absolute order, precise as a mathematical formula. The other half was a frenzied, endlessly varied rhapsody, as resplendent as a cosmic explosion. The core of his spirit, tenacious and brimming with the will to fight, could not withstand the onslaught of this sacred yet blasphemous hymn, filled with truths and paradoxes, not even for a fleeting moment. His self, his existence, his faith, everything was utterly torn apart, shattered, and transformed into nothingness by this grand and terrifying melody. In the final moment before his core extinguished, his vision, now a chaotic blur, captured one last image. The black blade that had bisected him, adorned with flowing golden veins that seemed to offer him a smile steeped in mockery and pity. A similar scene unfolded in every corner of the battlefield. The communications officer, codenamed Noise, was struck by a thunderous blow from above, which split him and a massive cover beneath him in two. Amidst the static-laden cries of despair, he perceived his own lamentable life, rife with deceit, being wholly overshadowed by a grander truth, the final symphony. 2 snipers fell victim to silent arcs that swept from behind, severing them at the waist. They died without comprehending how those seemingly clumsy excavators executed such a deceptive and tactically elegant maneuver. In less than 10 seconds, 12 of the most elite Decepticon Phantoms were eradicated by this silent legion of demons, which had only been born an hour prior, in a manner akin to slaughter. Only one remained. Phantom, as the commander, He possessed the swiftest reflexes and the strongest will to survive. In the very moment when the sword net descended, he forcefully twisted his body at an almost impossible angle, narrowly evading 3 lethal blades. However, this came at a grievous cost. One of his arms, along with half of a propulsion unit, was vaporized by the shockwave from one of the blades. Dragging his damaged form, he desperately sprinted toward the colossal Gate 3, still shimmering with an energy field. That was his path back. That was his sole hope for survival. Yet a massive Goliath, resembling a mobile fortress, had silently positioned itself before him. It did not swing its blade. It merely stood there quietly, its colossal electronic eye, ablaze with red and blue flames, loomed like a detached deity, coldly gazing down at this pitiful ant, utterly stripped of all capacity to resist. It was waiting for its master to issue the final judgment. Meanwhile, in a distant, searing furnace, Shattered Iron and Venom were quietly observing this one-sided spectacle filled with the aesthetics of violence through one of the Goliath's shared visions. A manic, morbid ecstasy radiated from Shattered Iron's face. "Did you hear that?" He roared excitedly over the internal channel. "That perfect harmony, that rhythm steeped in death. The pitiful wails of the dying ghosts are nothing short of the most splendid and flawless accompaniment to our grand battle anthem. This is war. This is art." Conversely, Venom coldly surveyed the holographic screen, fixated on the last survivor, dragging his broken body, despairingly collapsing to the ground. His processor, devoid of warmth, meticulously analyzed the freshly gathered, invaluable combat data. First Heavy Assault Squad, initial engagement. Time of combat, 9.7 seconds. Our losses, 0. Enemy units, 12. Decepticon Special Infiltration Units. Confirmed kills, 11, 1 remaining. Conceptual lethality assessment, extremely high. All targeted entities experienced irreversible logical collapse of their core ignition within 0.01 seconds. Conclusion, combat efficiency far exceeds expectations. "Well done," Venom remarked in a tone that was almost chillingly calm. Then, he turned his gaze toward the solitary survivor. "Shattered Iron," he said slowly, "your masterpiece requires a messenger capable of conveying its beauty." Shattered Iron's ecstasy momentarily faltered as he instantly comprehended Venom's cold, calculating intent. "Oh," a sly smile, filled with wicked amusement, returned to his face. "You mean we should let him go?" "No," Venom shook his head. He raised his hand, issuing the final and most brutal command to the colossal Goliath that stood before the Phantom. "We shall transform him," accompanied by his silent decree. The massive Goliath slowly lifted its enormous, unarmed steel arm, still retaining the form of an excavator. Then, with a heavy thud, it struck down. Yet, it did not aim for the Phantom's head. Instead, it descended upon his legs. A sickening crack echoed, the sound of bones and metal being utterly crushed. Ah! The Phantom's long-suppressed, anguished scream, filled with endless pain and despair, finally reverberated throughout the desolate square. The Goliath did not relent. With a chilling efficiency akin to that of Surgeon, it systematically dismantled every structure of the Phantom's body that enabled movement or self-destruction. However, it spared his fragile head, still shrieking in madness, and the core of his being, consumed by unending fear and torment. Ultimately, it extended its other hand, the one that grasped the singing blade. Rather than slicing with the edge, it simply pressed the flat surface of a knife heavily against the Phantom's shattered, exposed chest plate. Buzz! That hymn, imbued with both truth and paradox, sacred yet profane, began to play in an endless loop within his already crumbling, fragile processor, like the most malevolent and unrelenting curse. He would not die, yet he would eternally exist within this ceaseless hell, a mad duet composed of order and chaos. Now, Venomous Sting gazed at the screen displaying the Phantom, reduced to a twitching, screaming living specimen. His voice was cold, devoid of any warmth. "He is our first true masterpiece, a gift to Soundwave, a tribute to Megatron." Chapter 58, The Lament of the Messenger Iron Fortress Command Core. Silence. An absolute, unsettling quiet. As if even the data streams had solidified, Soundwave hovered silently upon his throne. Before him, the vast holographic star map, encompassing an entire wall, continued its methodical operation, displaying the real-time dynamics of the expansive Decepticon Empire, every moment unfolding. Yet, in this instant, the sea of stars, symbolizing absolute order and control, felt particularly cold and hollow. 12 life signals, representing his most elite ghost warriors, vanished from the star map precisely 9.7 seconds ago in a synchronized manner, forever lost. No tres signals. No final words. Not even a sound, just a cacophony of electronic lamentation, embodying pain and despair. Only a sudden blankness, pristine and decisive, as if erased in an instant by an invisible giant hand. This defies logic. The Silent Walkers constitute the elite infiltration unit of the Decepticons. Each among them possesses the capability to survive several Cybertronian cycles in dire straits, while transmitting critical intelligence. 12 individuals, silently and utterly eliminated in less than 10 seconds. Such an occurrence, within his computational model, approaches an infinitesimal probability. This transcends a mere signal disruption. It is a provocation, a silent yet extreme display of arrogance and cruelty, a declaration of war against the essence of information itself. Analysis complete. Conclusion. Encountered a conceptual strike beyond the comprehension of existing data models. Recommendation. Elevate the threat levels of target shattered iron and poison sting. Reassess the danger index of the black domain. The Soundwave processor coldly arrived at the only reasonable yet illogical conclusion. At that moment, a new, faint yet remarkably clear signal abruptly emerged within his extensive information network. This signal emanated from the third boundary gate. It was neither an attack signal nor a distress call. It was a communication request, an anonymous, encrypted message utilizing some ancient, nearly forgotten diplomatic protocol. In an instant, the Soundwave processor completed its analysis of this absurd request. On his sleek, expressionless black screen, the red light strip signifying his emotional fluctuations flickered for the first time, ever so slightly, indicating confusion. Communication request connected. No sound. No image. Only a line of cold text, inscribed in the most archaic and fundamental Cybertronian universal code, appeared before the Soundwave. Your messenger has arrived. Messenger? Within the channels of the Soundwave's thoughts, this term was laden with countless dangers and unknowns. The next moment, the surveillance sensors outside the third boundary gate relayed real-time footage. In the image before the colossal gate, towering like a mountain, shimmering with a blue-violet energy field, lay utter emptiness. Only 100 glaring parallel lines, inscribed on the ground by some sharp instrument, hinted at the provocative events that had recently transpired there. No life forms detected. Thermal signals normal. Energy fluctuations stable. Everything appeared so normal, so tranquil. Yet the Soundwave understood that beneath this calm lurked a deeper, more chilling malevolence. He did not issue an attack order, nor did he disregard the eerie chime of this doorbell. He issued a simple command to the gate's guarding forces, utilizing his cold, emotionless electronic synthetic voice. Open Gate 3. Emergency Passage 5. Authorization level, minimum. Opening time, 3 seconds. Accompanying his order, a narrow emergency passage, reminiscent of a feeding slot and standing just a single person's height, began to slowly open with a dull hydraulic sound atop the colossal gate, akin to a mountain of steel. In that instant, something black broke in, and resembling refuse was forcefully thrust through from the other side of the passage. Subsequently, the great doors sealed shut with a heavy clang 3 seconds later, restoring silence once more. The sound waves magnified the surveillance footage, revealing the truth about that object. It was not refuse. It was a phantom, the commander of his most elite ghost squad. He was still alive, but Soundwave wished he were not. The once agile, power-filled form of the phantom had been reduced to a twisted mass of wreckage, aptly described as debris. His legs had been utterly crushed by some terrifying force. Fused to the ground, one of his arms, along with the thruster on his back, had been vaporized by a weapon of sharp, high energy. He lay sprawled on the cold, alloy floor of the civilized world. Like a pitiful insect specimen subjected to repeated torment by a mischievous child wielding a hammer and branding iron, his posture a testament to endless pain and humiliation. 2 standby medical drones quickly flew over, attempting to administer first aid. However, as they approached the phantom, their rudimentary artificial intelligence emitted a shrill alarm filled with fear and chaos. Alarm. High-intensity mimetic contamination detected. Alarm. Target broadcasting an incomprehensible, high-risk psychic attack signal. Logic collapse. System imminent failure. Accompanied by 2 faint pops, reminiscent of electrical circuits burning out. The medical drones fell from the air like powerless toys, severed from their power source. Soundwave's pupils constricted sharply as he focused all sensors on the Phantom. At last, he discerned the source of all that terror and chaos. Upon the Phantom's shattered, exposed chest plate, directly above the fragile core, consumed by endless fear and agony, lay the flat surface of a knife, deeply imprinted there. This was not a physical mark. It was a strange totem composed of pure, will-infused energy, a living totem, half cold order and half frenzied chaos. The anguished cries of Phantom, long suppressed and steeped in endless torment and despair, finally echoed throughout the desolate command core via the forcibly commandeered communications channel of the Decepticons. Yet, this was no mere wail of agony. Beneath that lamentation lay another melody, a hymn imbued with both truth and paradox, a sacred yet blasphemous chant. It was a relentless mad duet, woven from the chilling precision of a requiem as exact as a mathematical formula and the chaotic brilliance of a rhapsody akin to a cosmic explosion. This song surged forth through Phantom's shattered processor, emanating from his core, which was being repeatedly torn asunder, functioning as an inexhaustible broadcasting station. It unleashed the most venomous and lethal plague upon the vast realm of sound waves, an empire grounded in absolute logic. Within the command core, the numerous colossal holographic screens began to undergo bizarre transformations. One screen, which had previously displayed weapon inventory data, suddenly morphed into lines of endlessly repeating philosophical paradoxes. If every part of a knife is replaced, is it still the same knife? Another screen, originally calculating the comparative strength of enemy and ally forces in real time, was abruptly cloaked by countless frenzied, screaming souls composed of code, tearing at one another. Even the cold control interface atop Soundwave's throne, symbolizing absolute dominion, began to flicker with lines of mocking and provocative crimson text. Do you hear it? This is war. This is art. In that moment, Soundwave's consciousness, composed purely of logic, felt as though it had been struck heavily by an invisible, searing hammer. This was not a military assault. This was not an information warfare. This was an act of humiliation, a public execution rife with the ultimate, morbid, artistic sensibility of the creator. Shattered metal and poison barbs did not extinguish Phantom. They transformed him into a masterpiece, an animated declaration that could walk, scream, and spread pestilence. A trophy, the first of its kind, imbued with mockery and disdain, presented to Soundwave and Megatron. Isolation. Soundwave's voice, frigid enough to freeze the very air within the command core, commanded the initiation of the highest level of the Black Wall Protocol. The area of Gate 3 was to be entirely and physically isolated, severing all information connections within that zone. The target, Phantom, was to be encased within a Level 7 stasis field. All contaminated data nodes were to be analyzed and thoroughly purged. A series of cold, rational commands rapidly emanated from his cognitive channel. He resembled a masterful physician, engaged in a battle against an entirely new and unprecedented supervirus, excising the infected tissue with utmost swiftness and decisiveness, effectively sealing off the pathways of contagion. Moments later, within the command center, the screens flickering with paradoxes and garbled data gradually returned to normalcy. The once cacophonous and spiritually tainted him was finally confined within a small area shrouded by black walls. Everything reverted to the cold, absolute order that belonged to Megatron. Yet, Soundwave sensed that something had irrevocably changed. He slowly lifted his gaze, and the smooth black surface of the monitor reflected a small, isolated holographic display. The screen played on a loop the entirety of the hymn he had intercepted. He sought to analyze it, to deconstruct it, to comprehend it. He aimed to dismantle this chaos-laden art with his cold, unyielding logic. For he understood that this was the true front line of his war against the two madmen lurking in the shadows. Megatron's throne loomed over the Iron Fortress, a chilling gaze reminiscent of a deity surveying the mortal realm. As Soundwave's holographic projection materialized once more in the vast, oppressive throne hall, the atmosphere grew heavier. More perilous than before, Megatron stood with his back turned, poised before the colossal floor-to-ceiling window. He emitted no sound, yet Soundwave could perceive an anger, suppressed yet more terrifying than the fire of a planet-killer cannon, bubbling beneath his imposing, silver frame like a volcano on the verge of eruption. "Speak," Megatron commanded. Uttering a single word, The stalkers are no more, Soundwave replied with a tone devoid of emotion, as if merely recounting an objective fact. 11 confirmed dead. 1 returned post-reconstruction. He transmitted the real-time surveillance footage of Mirage, along with the intercepted him, to Megatron's processor. Megatron silently absorbed this information, observing the image of what was once his most prized ghost hunter, now curled within a stasis field, silently convulsing and screaming in madness. He listened to the dissonant duet, half imbued with cold order, half steeped in chaotic insanity, rife with piercing mockery and provocation. After what felt like an eternity, he slowly turned to face Soundwave. His crimson eyes, ablaze with boundless fury, fixated intently on Soundwave's expressionless, smooth visage. He refrained from roaring or questioning as he had done previously. He spoke in a voice so deep and resonant, as if it emerged from the very depths of hell, imbued with an unending, frigid intent to kill. They mock me. They have created a masterpiece to deride me using my own soldiers, my own rules, my own laboratory. They are not rebelling. They're declaring war upon me. Megatron descended slowly from his throne. His colossal, power-filled silver form made the alloy floor of the throne room tremble with each step. Soundwave, I retract my previous orders. Isolation and observation have become futile. These viruses are no longer content to languish in their petri dishes. They have begun to unleash their venom upon us beyond the confines of their vessels. He approached the holographic projection of Soundwave, his eyes ablaze with the fires of annihilation, as though he could pierce through Soundwave's very soul. I require you to handle this matter personally. The crimson light of Soundwave flickered momentarily. My lord, what do you mean? The literal interpretation. A cruel, frigid smile curled at the corners of Megatron's lips. Did you not wish to deconstruct their artistry? Then I grant you this opportunity. I authorize you to mobilize Shockwave and his battalion. I desire no more observers, no further infiltrators. What I demand is absolute, overwhelming, and ruthless destruction. I want you to breach the accursed gates of that dark domain with the purest and most savage violence. Drag those 2 self-righteous artists from their sanctum, alive. Then, I shall personally transform them into my own eternal relics, steeped in suffering and despair. Megatron's voice echoed through the vast hall, imbued with an undeniable and supreme will. Soundwave bowed his head after a moment of silence. As you command, my lord. His holographic projection flickered faintly before vanishing. Once again, Megatron stood alone in the throne room, a symbol of his absolute power. He gazed out at the cold yet opulent steel empire he had forged with his own hands, his rage gradually supplanted by a deeper, more chilling realization befitting a sovereign. He understood that this game had escalated. It was no longer an unequal contest of taming and rebellion. It was war, a true battle of civilization between order and chaos. And he would defend his supreme and singular truth with the most bloody and direct means at his disposal. Chapter 59. The Hound of Megatron. In the depths of the Iron Fortress, specifically on the 7th subterranean level, lies the Special Operations Preparation Area codenamed Tartarus. This is one of the most profound, robust, and unsettling corners of the fortress. The air is perpetually saturated with a pungent aroma, a heady blend of high-purity weapon-grade energy liquid, overheated metal, and a primal scent reminiscent of a beast lair. The immense walls, forged from tempered black steel, bear no superfluous embellishments, only vast, irregular claw marks and craters, as if a ferocious, struggling behemoth had once been imprisoned here. This is the exclusive lair of the War Chariot Squad, as Soundwave's elongated, silent silhouette, akin to a graceful specter slipping into the abyss. Quietly materialized in this realm rife with violence and raw energy, its inhabitants languidly pass their time in a manner both exceedingly idle and self-indulgent. Thunder. A colossal figure nearly verging on the corpulent, entirely clad in heavy olive-green armor, relentlessly pounded a 10-meter thick superalloy target wall tailored for him, using fists as formidable as a battering ram. Each impact sent tremors through the preparation area, producing a resonant thud akin to the ancient drums of war. Cyclone, a relatively slender yet dangerously alluring dark purple helicopter transformer, hung upside down from the ceiling's pipes, keenly dissecting a long-defunct cleaning robot with fingertips as sharp as scalpels, all the while humming an eerie and dissonant melody. Swindle, a stout, earthy yellow Jeep transformer, crouched in a corner, meticulously polishing an energy scepter he had recently acquired from the black market, its surface shimmering with an enigmatic glow, rumored to originate from an ancient civilization. The glint in his diminutive electronic eye revealed a shrewd, greedy exuberance typical of a merchant. Meanwhile, Blast, a warrior with a sleek, proud aerospace shuttle form in a rich brown hue, floated gracefully in mid-air, arms crossed, embodying an elegance and aloofness that starkly contrasted with the brutish surroundings. As if even inhaling this air was a slight against his noble form. Upon sensing Soundwave's arrival, only one among them reacted. "All rise." A cold, metallic voice, devoid of emotion, yet imbued with absolute authority, resonated from the innermost recesses of the preparation area. There, seated, was a figure even more imposing than thunder, yet marked by a soldier's rigid and concise lines, a deep blue truck transformer. He sat upon a rudimentary throne constructed from stacked ammunition crates, meticulously honing the colossal double-barreled sonic cannon on his back, a weapon potent enough to obliterate a small city. He was the absolute commander of the War Chariot Brigade, Shockwave. Upon receiving his command, the cacophony subsided, halting its tiresome wall-bashing antics. Whirlwind, with lingering satisfaction, severed the last wire of the cleaning robot and deftly dropped to the ground. Scamper, reluctantly, stowed away his cherished scepter, while Blastoff, with visible reluctance, descended from the air to the earth. 5 war machines, diverse in form and starkly contrasting in personality, emanating an aura of peril, stood in formation, facing the singular figure entitled to issue them direct orders. The Decepticon's intelligence master, Soundwave. Slowly rising, Shockwave cast a shadow as imposing as a mountain with his immense physique. Your arrival signified but 2 matters: war, and a conflict so formidable that even the mighty Megatron found it challenging. Soundwave offered no response. He merely raised his hand. In the following moment, a vast holographic projection materialized at the center of the preparation zone. It depicted a disconcerting image, crackling with static. Within the projection lay the cold, barren alloy floor of the number 3 boundary gate. On that floor, a black, mangled entity, akin to a bug specimen tormented by a mischievous child, lay curled in a posture of endless agony and humiliation, convulsing and screaming in madness. Then, a sacred yet blasphemous hymn, woven from order and chaos, resonated throughout the preparation zone like the most malevolent and spiritually corrupting melody. When the blazes is this wretched noise? Thunder, the first to voice his discontent with a growl, found his rudimentary processor incapable of deciphering the intricate, paradoxical music, only sensing a primal, irritable fury akin to nails scraping against a rusted iron plate. Can I smash it to pieces? No, my friend. Whirlwind's electronic eyes lit up in an instant as he leaned closer to the holographic projection, entranced, gazing at the figure enduring relentless suffering. His voice brimmed with a perverse joy akin to discovering a kindred spirit. This is not mere noise. This is art, a novel, soul-stirring method of exquisite torment. Oh, how I long to meet this artist and engage in a profound exchange of creative insights. A band of lunatics producing a tedious farce from a worthless creature. Blastoff, suspended in midair, emitted a disdainful snort, transforming a Decepticon elite warrior into such an aesthetically void, shrieking abomination is not only an insult. It is the utmost desecration of war as a noble art. They deserve to be vaporized, along with their pitiful creation. My friends, your perspectives on this matter are rather narrow. Only the cunning fraudster, with his unique merchant's vision, perceives the immense value concealed behind this artwork. Do you not consider this a novel and profoundly marketable meme weapon? Imagine if we could harness this technology and sell it to the warlords in distant star systems, engaged in relentless battles with the Autobots. The potential profits are simply unimaginable. Soundwave, shall we negotiate the distribution of the spoils from this operation in advance? They exhibit diverse forms and reactions, yet only Shockwave remains silent throughout, observing the pitiable messenger who was once an esteemed warrior. He listens intently to the duet that would drive any rational Cybertronian to madness. After a prolonged silence, he slowly turns his gaze toward Soundwave. I understand, he states, his voice cold and heavy, akin to 2 colossal glaciers pressing against one another. This is not a conventional military operation. It is an extermination endeavor. They are contaminating the very foundation of the Decepticons in a manner beyond our comprehension. They mock the singular truth we hold dear, that absolute power brings about absolute order. This plague cannot be studied, understood, or exploited. Shockwave's icy gaze sweeps over the exhilarated Cyclonus and the avaricious fraudster. It must be utterly incinerated by the most thorough and unreasoning flame, along with its source, reducing it to ash. On Soundwave's smooth black display, the red light, signifying his emotions, flickers slightly. He knows he's found the right individual. Megatron has also found the right person. Shockwave is the soul of the Decepticon army. Unlike his comrades, he is devoid of extreme and dangerous personal desires. He venerates but one thing: war, and the preservation of the absolute order established by Megatron through it. He is Megatron's most loyal and fearsome warhound. The decree of Lord Megatron is destruction. At last, Soundwave speaks, his chilling electronic voice delivering the final and sole directive for this operation. I am authorized to mobilize you to breach the gates of the Black Domain. I require you to drag those two self-important artists from their sanctum alive. Understood. Shockwave nods and turns to face his four distinctly characterized, yet equally lethal comrades. Now, allow me to announce the battle plan. His voice instantly fills with the undeniable authority of a battlefield commander. Cyclonus, at your command. Cyclonus immediately dispenses with his nonchalant demeanor. Standing at attention, your task is the first wave of aerial assault. I do not wish for any bombardment or reconnaissance. Instead, I implore you to utilize that infernal, high-decibel loudspeaker of yours to amplify our Decepticon war anthem to its utmost volume. For a continuous 24 hours, let it resound over that accursed Black Domain. I yearn to drown out their repugnant, decadent artistry with our own cacophony, brimming with strength and order. Explosions. The sound of explosions reluctantly responded. Your mission is orbital bombardment. Following the tumult of sonic pollution, you shall execute an indiscriminate saturation carpet bombing of the target area from outer space. I care not for what lies beneath or where those two artists may hide. I demand that you obliterate every structure above the surface of that region, erasing it from the physical realm. Make noise. Roar. With fervent excitement, pound your chest with your fists. Once the pyrotechnics of explosions conclude, you shall be our battering ram, the first to charge in. Your singular task is destruction. Annihilate all that you behold. Walls, machinery, anything still in motion. I grant you permission to revel in your desire for destruction. Scam. For the Decepticons. Scam immediately donned a facade of righteous loyalty. You shall follow closely behind the noise. Your role is to employ your business acumen and battlefield instincts to identify the enemy's vulnerabilities while ensuring the safety of our flanks. Naturally, the corners of Scam's mouth curled into a subtle, icy arc. If, in securing our flanks, you uncover any valuable, recoverable spoils, I shall conveniently turn a blind eye, provided it does not impede the mission. Yes, Commander, I vow to fulfill the mission. Scam's optical sensors gleamed brightly, akin to twin supernovae. As for me, I, Shockwave, slowly turned the enormous, ominous double-barreled sonic cannon upon my back, resembling two cold eyes gazing into the abyss. I shall serve as the final sweeper on the battlefield. I will personally drag those two surviving artists from their ruins. Then, I shall compel them to perform a brand new lament filled with pain and despair in tribute to Lord Megatron, accompanied by our convoy. He raised his gaze towards Soundwave. Soundwave, are you satisfied with this plan? Soundwave regarded him quietly, observing this perfect war machine, transforming Megatron's vague, wrathful commands for annihilation into a coherent, executable operational strategy replete with aesthetic violence and tactical logic. Affirmative. Soundwave slowly nodded. Execute, Shockwave. Let those vermin lurking in the shadows witness how Megatron's hounds hunt. At your command. Shockwave swiftly gestured. Convoy, transform. In the next heartbeat, a tumultuous symphony of metal and flame erupted within the vast, beastly preparation area. The cacophony transformed the corpulent form into a menacing, dark green heavy tank, adorned with fearsome turrets, amidst a jarring clamor of abrasive metal on metal. The slender frame of the whirlwind morphed into an armed helicopter, cloaked in deep purple, bristling with a multitude of missiles and rockets. The squat figure of Deceit transmuted into a dusty yellow military jeep, equipped with heavy machine guns and grenade launchers. The proud silhouette of explosion became a spacecraft, exuding a sci-fi elegance, poised for a leap into the cosmos, while the tremor evolved into a colossal, mobile missile launch platform. Deep blue and housing a terrifying dual-barreled sonic cannon. These 5 formidable war machines, each exuding a distinct aura of death, stood silently before the Sonic presence. Now, the esteemed Lord Sonic, with a cold metallic resonance emanating from the communications device of the mobile missile launch platform, beckoned, "Please, grant us passage to the hunting grounds." Sonic spoke not a word. He merely raised his hand slowly. Accompanying his gesture, the massive black steel gate, engraved with the insignia of the Decepticons, began to rise with a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a storm's fury. Beyond the gate lay a vast, oppressive battle corridor, stretching straight toward the surface. "Armored convoy, advance," commanded Tremor, his voice devoid of emotion. In unison, the 5 powerful war machines ignited their engines, brimming with unrestrained might. The tank's treads crushed the ground, producing a deafening rumble. The helicopter's rotors whipped up a tempest, causing the entire preparation area to quiver. The Jeep's tires left behind 2 bold, charred imprints upon the earth. The spacecraft's thrusters unleashed a dazzling blue-white plasma flame. Meanwhile, the mobile missile launch platform, regal in its demeanor, glided toward the battlefield, soon to be theirs for conquest. This was a war of noise and hymn, a clash of sheer violence and conceptual artistry, a true battle of civilization between order and chaos. The grand overture, steeped in blood and fire, finally commenced with the chilling roar of Megatron's most fearsome warhound. Chapter 60. Military songs and hymns in the vast, desolate expanse of the Grand Terminal, reminiscent of a colossal beast belly. Time seemed to lose all meaning. The 100 steel swordsmen, having just completed their premiere with a silent, one-sided massacre, stood solemnly in place. Their arms, grafted with elongated blades, hung slightly downwards, the tips mere centimeters from the ground. The 100 black blades, softly singing, resonated with a peculiar, tension-filled harmony, undulating like an invisible tide in this eternal darkness. They awaited new commands. Not far away, atop a relatively intact command platform, the 2 conductors of this macabre symphony savored the chilling aftermath of victory in their own distinctive manners. Shattered Iron, enraptured, replayed the fleeting yet magnificent footage of the recent battle. He slowed the moment to hundreds of times its original speed, capturing the instant when the 12 silent walkers, washed by the sacred chant, succumbed to logical collapse and extinguished embers. Like the most discerning and eccentric gourmet, he greedily savored each detail composed of data garble and electronic lament, imbued with a morbid aesthetic of death. "Did you see? The Viper. This is true resonance." He excitedly shared his revelation with his silent confidant through the internal channel. "Our song did not merely obliterate their processors, it assimilated them. In their final moments, their fragile selves, built upon lies, were utterly overshadowed by our superior, contradictory reality. They sang our song as they walked towards death. This is no longer a weapon. It is a new faith being propagated." Viper, however, remained entirely indifferent to his frenzied and impractical artistic interpretation. He stood quietly at the edge of the platform, his crimson compound eyes piercing through the endless darkness, fixated on the thoroughly sealed Gate 3. His processor operated with a calmness and efficiency surpassing any prior moment. Calculating the timing and method of the enemy's next assault, they had returned a walking, screaming virus sample, steeped in mental contamination. With his understanding of sound waves, he knew that the information overlord, who held absolute logic as his guiding principle, would never tolerate such a virus spreading freely within his information empire. He would isolate and secure this sample swiftly and decisively, then report to his sovereign, Megatron. Given Megatron's nature, filled with supreme pride and an insatiable desire for control, his reaction to receiving such a profoundly ironic and provocative artifact could only lead to one outcome: war. A war devoid of any testing or observation, existing solely for the purpose of annihilation. How would they breach the doors of our sanctuary? Viper murmured within the internal channel. This was not a question, but a cold self-reflection befitting a top strategist. Orbital bombardment? Saturated fire coverage? This is indeed the preferred method of Megatron. Simple, direct, and imbued with an overwhelming aesthetic of violence. Or perhaps he would deploy a more formidable special forces unit, specifically designed for assault? As his processor rapidly simulates countless possible battle scenarios, an entirely new and peculiar sensation begins to emanate from the cold alloy floor beneath him. It is a tremor, exceedingly faint yet remarkably stable in its frequency. Soon after, a sound penetrates this realm accustomed to silence and sacred chants, emerging from a distant, imperceptible exterior. It is neither the roar of explosions nor the cacophony of machinery. It is a song, a military anthem steeped in iron resolve and discipline, brimming with power and order, and infused with absolute reverence for the leader and ruthless disdain for the enemy. The melody rises, ardent and impassioned, each note striking like a glowing hammer upon the core of Spark. Unlike the complex layers and eerie harmonies of the duet of Shattered Iron and Stinger, this is singular in its purity, primal in essence, and domineering in its will. Obey, conquer, annihilate. Ah, our audience has finally commenced their accompaniment. Has it? Shattered Iron senses the resonance of this sound. He dismisses the battle footage he never tires of watching, a hint of offended disdain, characteristic of an artist, curling upon his lips. How unpleasant. He critiques, laden with repetitive, uninspired melodies and foolish, vacuous slogans. This is not music, it is mere noise. A lullaby crafted to brainwash those simple-minded war machines devoid of independent thought. No, it is not noise. The voice of Stinger becomes gravely serious in an instant. This is a coordinate. He abruptly raises his head, his crimson compound eyes seemingly piercing through thousands of meters of rock, beholding the hitherto unseen sky of the Iron Fortress. This is a sonic assault. Its purpose transcends merely countering our chaotic hymns with their orderly din. Its more significant aim is to serve as a relentless, high-powered beacon, precisely locating the impending true annihilation. The disdain on Shattered Iron's face falters slightly. You mean? Yes. Stinger turns to observe the 100 steel swordsmen, now agitated by the intrusion of this military song, their golden veins flickering uncontrollably. Time is of the essence. Before their main cannon fires, we must disrupt their positioning in our own manner. Without a moment's hesitation, Stinger's cold, commanding will, akin to an invisible wave, instantaneously penetrates the newly awakened souls of the 100 Goliaths. The 1st Legion, the 1st Heavy Armor Brigade. Let our hymn of praise resound. Accompanied by his silent command, 100 colossal steel warriors simultaneously raise their brand new, lethal arms high. 100 black long swords, softly singing, pointed towards the heavens. Then, they poured all their energy into the soul, which had become one with them, buzzing. In the next moment, the grand hymn belonging to the voiceless, filled with themes of death and rebirth, reverberated throughout the entire terminal once more. This time, it was no longer for slaughter. Rather, it was in defiance. The cold, bass voice of the toxic Sting, representing absolute order, clashed with the frenzied soprano of the Shattered Iron, embodying endless chaos. As the steel litany surged forward like an invisible tidal wave of sound, boldly confronting the descending, iron-blooded anthem of the Predacons. A battle of noise and hymn. An invisible war between order and chaos. In this dark, forgotten underground kingdom, the clash officially commenced. Two utterly distinct voices collided violently, clashing, tearing, and devouring one another within the thick layers of rock. The disciplined military song endeavored to forcibly correct every discordant note of the chaotic hymn with its overwhelming, unquestionable discipline. Meanwhile, the chaotic hymn sought to seduce, contaminate, and dismantle every seemingly indestructible beat of the iron-blooded anthem with its frenzied, infinitely varied freedom. The entire mechanic's tomb trembled violently under the terrifying resonance of these two extreme, contradictory sounds. Countless tiny fragments of rock cascaded from the towering cavern ceiling. In the air, one could almost perceive the entwining, annihilating sound waves of two distinct colors, producing a bizarre, aurora-like radiance. Shattered Iron, with fervor, directed his choir. He continuously transformed the power of the mechanic's heart into pure will through the baptismal hall, bestowing it upon the 100 steel warriors, amplifying their song to an even more soaring, frenzied pitch. In contrast, Toxic Sting calmly analyzed every data fluctuation in this sonic warfare. Like a master hacker, he incessantly adjusted the frequency and rhythm of the hymn, searching for the military song's most vulnerable flaw. However, just as this invisible war reached its most intense and heated phase, the descending anthem of the Predacons suddenly came to an abrupt halt. In an instant, the entire world reverted to an overwhelming, absolute silence. The choir of shattered iron, having lost its target of confrontation, found its song rendered somewhat abrupt and bewildered. The fervor on the face of the iron fragment momentarily faltered. What? Had they surrendered so swiftly? No. The poison spike abruptly lifted his head, his crimson compound eyes narrowing to their utmost. At that instant, his keen instincts, honed as a master strategist, sounded the most powerful death knell he had ever experienced. They were not yielding. They had completed their positioning. Before his words could fully escape, an earth-shattering roar erupted above them. A cataclysmic thunderclap, far more terrifying than any previous explosion, capable of tearing the very fabric of the universe asunder. The entire mechanics tomb, along with the vast subterranean world resembling the skeletal remains of a prehistoric behemoth, trembled violently in that moment, akin to a fragile heart gripped tightly by an unseen divine hand. Above, in the lofty cavernous dome reminiscent of subterranean mountains, colossal fissures, akin to abyssal chasms, spread instantaneously. Tons of massive rocks, like a meteor shower heralding the apocalypse, plummeted with a terrifying shriek, raining down destruction. The solid command platform beneath the iron fragment and poison spike was utterly obliterated in an instant by a boulder the size of a small mountain. Orbital bombardamento, indiscriminati, saturacing. A true celestial retribution from the outer reaches of space had commenced. Damn it! In the moment of descent, iron fragment grasped poison spike tightly, and his thrusters, operating beyond their limits, expelled brilliant golden flames, narrowly evading the multitude of lethal, hurtling boulders as they surged deeper into the great terminal. Meanwhile, the 100 colossal steel swordsmen promptly executed Poison Spike's last command issued before communication was lost. Seek cover. Preserve yourselves. Their enormous forms displayed an astonishing agility, wholly incompatible with their size. Utilizing their innate scavenger instincts, they swiftly took refuge beneath the massive, abandoned magnetic levitation tracks or excavated makeshift shelters on the ground with their enormous shovels. Nevertheless, even so, a dozen unfortunate Goliaths were struck directly by the descending boulders, each comparable in power to a small tactical nuclear device. Their robust armor, capable of withstanding conventional artillery, crumbled before the sheer, unadulterated kinetic force, as fragile as paper. Their great bodies, along with their singing blades, were instantaneously reduced to a heap of twisted, lifeless scrap metal, emitting wisps of black smoke. Boom! 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 Destruction continued unabated. The icy wrath descending from the heavens rages incessantly like an unending tempest, relentlessly cleansing this wretched land that dares to defy the majesty of the divine. The formidable ceiling of the mechanic's tomb, several thousand meters thick, is being mercilessly stripped and shattered layer by layer. Shards of iron, with venomous spikes, frantically weave through the chaos of collapsing ruins and lethal debris. Your sanctuary appears rather fragile, my esteemed commander. Shattered iron exclaims while desperately evading the onslaught, still managing to mockingly taunt over the internal channel. Silence. The voice of venomous spike is cold and urgent. To the furnace, there lies the second and most robust layer of Titan alloy protection. Only there can we withstand such catastrophic bombardment. Understood. Shattered iron alters course, racing towards a splendid yet frenzied soul factory they had meticulously transformed. As they finally burst through the massive, gaping maw of the furnace, the world outside has morphed into a true inferno, a realm forged from flames and obliteration. And the furnace, as venomous spike anticipated, though it trembles violently, miraculously endures the apocalyptic assault thanks to its core structure of Titan alloy. The opulent baptismal hall, designed by Shattered Iron himself, continues to function faithfully. A new 100 long blades have just completed their soul imprinting, softly singing upon the conveyor belts. Shattered Iron and venomous spike land heavily upon the central altar of the baptismal hall. Gazing at the doomsday-like spectacle outside, a morbid excitement flickers within Shattered Iron's mismatched eyes. How magnificent! He exclaims in genuine awe, a grand display of pure destruction, a vibrant spectacle filled with the aesthetics of violence. Our audience is indeed excessively fervent. Venomous Spike, however, remains coldly observant. His processor calculates with chilling precision. Orbital bombardment has persisted for 3 minutes. According to the energy decay model, it is expected to conclude in 2 minutes. They're not annihilating, Venomous Spike states slowly. They are opening doors. They are clearing a direct path to our heart for their ground forces in the most brutal manner. As predicted, the bombardment ceases precisely 2 minutes later. The entire world once again plunges into silence. Yet this silence is more unsettling than any that has come before. Shattered iron and Venomous Spike step slowly from the furnace. They behold a colossal, grotesque skylight that has appeared atop the once majestic dome of the Grand Terminal, so immense that no words can adequately describe it. Countless fragments continue to cascade from the edges of that ominous aperture. The searing air, mingled with acrid smoke and dust, for the first time inundated this dark kingdom, isolated from the world for millions of years. A beam of stark, pale sunlight, emanating from the artificial sun of the Iron Fortress, pierced through the heavy haze. Akin to a divine sword of judgment, casting its slanting light upon a square recently ravaged by celestial punishment. They had successfully opened a gateway to hell for themselves. Within that shaft of blinding light, a massive, menacing shadow, adorned with fearsome turrets and cloaked in deep green, slowly emerged from the edge of the skylight. Following closely was a cacophony, a sound more oppressive than Goliath's footsteps, resonating with a metallic essence, the grating noise of tracks grinding against the rocks. A feral roar, imbued with pure, unadulterated desire for destruction, erupted from that shadow. The deep green behemoth of war, a heavy tank, leapt from the precipice towering thousands of meters high, crashing down into the heart of the square. The earth lamented beneath its weight. The terrifying impact carved a massive depression in the ground, reminiscent of a meteorite crater. Yet, its armor, thick to the point of grotesqueness, bore not a single scratch. Its fearsome, 360-degree rotating turrets slowly turned. The gaping maw capable of leveling a city, scanning the land, like a malicious and greedy eye surveying a new paradise soon to be obliterated. The war hammer of Megatron had arrived. Venom and shrapnel stood silently in the shadow of the furnace, gazing at this embodiment of pure violence and destructive desire, a true war machine. The overture had concluded. The first movement, saturated with blood and fire, was poised to officially commence. Chapter 61. The first movement, the duet of destruction beneath the beam of stark sunlight, resembling a sword of judgment, the cacophonous war behemoth, forged from sheer violence and a thirst for annihilation, quietly savored this new paradise, soon to be crushed under its might. Its menacing turret, capable of 360-degree rotation, slowly scanned the surroundings. The gaping barrel, potent enough to level a city, resembled a single eye, filled with malice and greed, hungrily capturing every detail of the desolation. The air was thick with the sweet scent of fear and despair, the unmistakable aroma of the vanquished. A low, resonant laughter, reminiscent of delight emerging from the depths of hell, reverberated from the speakers of its mechanized form. The laughter, coarse and savage, devoid of any wisdom, was filled solely with a primal and pure love for destruction itself. Thus, here lies the filthy studio of those wretched artists, is it not? The clamor echoed through the encrypted channels of the Chariot Brigade, as he roared in his characteristic tone, laced with disdain and irritability, resembling a colossal, rusted refuse disposal facility. I can hardly fathom why that raucous individual insists on complicating matters. Orbital bombardamento, noise pollution, to deal with such vermin lurking in the sewers. I need but a single shot. His massive turret finally locked onto a target. It was at the far end of the square, a gaping, pitch-black more reminiscent of a monstrous beast. Unlike the crumbling ruins riddled with cracks surrounding it, the structure of that entrance was remarkably intact, exuding a cold metallic sheen characteristic of some ultra-high-strength alloy. There emanated a rich, invigorating scent of life that thrilled him to his core. Found it. The raucous Cyclopean eye suddenly narrowed. He issued no warning, nor did he make any aiming gestures. He merely concentrated all his fury and desire for destruction within his simple yet efficient processor into a singular, straightforward command. Fire. Boom. A sound, though less grandiose than the cataclysmic orbital bombardment prior, resonated with a more concentrated and terrifying might. A shell, enveloped in ultra-high-density plasma, whistled piercingly as it traversed thousands of meters in an instant, striking heavily against the formidable entrance constructed of Titan alloy. The Earth lamented once more. The Titan alloy shield, capable of withstanding world-ending bombardments, for the first time, displayed a pronounced, visible dent before this specially designed shell, embodying the pinnacle of Decepticon military technology. Countless delicate, web-like cracks rapidly radiated outward from the point of impact, although the shell ultimately failed to penetrate the thick protective layer entirely. The horrific shockwave acted as an invisible hammer, breaching the alloy and causing the opulent yet frenzied baptismal chamber, crafted by fragments of iron, within the furnace to tremble violently. Countless black knife blanks, awaiting their sole imprint on the conveyor belt, toppled off, producing a cacophony of clattering sounds. Oh, what a powerful, heavy thrum of a definitive drum. Standing in the shadow of the furnace, the fragment of iron gazed at the immense, cracked indentation at the entrance. His mismatched eyes glimmering not with fear, but rather with a morbid excitement akin to that of a worthy adversary. Simple, crude, and devoid of novelty. However, I must concede that this sheer, irrational violence possesses a chillingly exquisite aesthetic. Analysis. Target. Noisy, core assault unit of the convoy. The voice of the Viper reverberated coldly within his internal channel, as his chassis bore the Hell Roar-type dual 120mm main cannon, the Cranium Crusher-type rotary gun, and at least 16 Hive-style multi-target missiles. Its armor was crafted from specially designed 3-layer composite Titan alloy, rendering its physical defenses nearly devoid of any theoretical vulnerabilities. Nearly? Shattered Iron keenly seized upon that word. Indeed, nearly. The Viper's crimson compound eyes coldly analyzed the war beast, which roared triumphantly at its impending strike. Its weakness lay not in its armor, but rather in its processor. According to internal data from the Decepticons, the logic circuits of Noisy were the simplest and most primitive among all Autobot members. It possessed a singular core behavioral logic to annihilate the most conspicuous target before it. Thus, the corners of Shattered Iron's mouth curled into a sly smile. He was a raging, metallic bull that understood nothing but the charge forward. A definite reply. The Viper's voice carried no emotion, and the best way to confront a bull was not to contest it in strength, but rather to prepare a grand, lethal bullfight for it. Shattered Iron seized upon his words, his excitement palpable. As they engaged in this brief yet efficient tactical exchange, Noisy, in the center of the plaza, felt a twinge of offended rage due to its failure to utterly obliterate the tortoise shell with its strike. Roar. Damn bug. Still surprisingly tough. Its massive turret began to rotate once more, preparing for a second, even more powerful barrage. Yet at that moment, its rudimentary processor detected several new targets. Around it, beneath the vast, abandoned maglev tracks, in the shadows of the immense craters created by the bombardment, enormous, silent figures slowly rose. These were the over 80 Goliath swordsmen that had survived the recent cataclysm. They emitted no roars, nor did they make any charge motions. Instead, they quietly emerged from their respective shelters, akin to silent phantoms crawling out of their graves. Then, in a manner imbued with an eerie, ritualistic quality, they gradually surrounded Noisy at the center. Over 80 steel behemoths formed a vast, loose circle, exuding an ominous aura. Simultaneously, they slowly raised their newly grafted, deadly arms armed with long blades. Over 80 black long knives, softly singing, pointed toward the heart of the encircled center, the true war machine, infused with pure violence and a thirst for destruction. A harmonious chant, born from the collective essence of over 80 souls, enveloped the entire square like an intangible, frigid tide, filled with both contradiction and serenity. More animated refuse, perhaps. The cacophony observed the bizarre excavators, emerging unexpectedly from the depths below. With a rudimentary processor, it perceived no imminent threat, merely a wave of irritable fury, akin to being besieged by a swarm of flies. Perfect. This saves me the trouble of seeking them out one by one. He relinquished his intention to bombard the furnace further. For him, annihilating this audacious, animated debris, so tantalizingly close, promised a far greater and more immediate thrill. Perish, you wretched cacophony generators. The raucous turret spun with astonishing speed, a frenzy of motion, Its monumental main cannon and the rotating machine guns on either side unleashed torrents of lethal fire simultaneously. Boom! Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. A tempest of metallic death, forged from sheer, overwhelming firepower, swept across the square in an instant. Countless shells and bullets cascaded like an unending deluge upon the 80 silent Iron Warriors. Yet, just as the storm of annihilation was poised to engulf them, a frigid, emotionless command, akin to an invisible, precise scalpel, was instantaneously delivered into the fresh souls of each Goliath. 1st Legion, 1st Heavy Brigade. Commence, bullfight, 1st movement red cloth. Accompanied by his silent directive, the colossal steel warriors stirred. Their massive, seemingly cumbersome forms exhibited an astonishing grace, incongruous with their size. They did not attempt to withstand the metallic tempest that could rend them asunder. Instead, they danced. They used their immense bodies as partners, the deadly, whistling barrage as their rhythm, and the familiar ground, littered with ruins and ravines, as their stage. One Goliath executed a fluid, ballet-like sidestep, narrowly evading a lethal armor-piercing round. The projectile grazed its armor, soaring past, only to obliterate a massive boulder behind it into a cloud of dust. Another Goliath forcefully plunged its enormous shovel into the earth, tilting its body at an improbable angle, deftly maneuvering through the crossfire of the rotating machine guns. They dodged, evaded, and, in a display laden with provocation, taunted the enraged bull, which, despite its fury, could never find its mark. Damn it! Damn it! You slippery insects! Stand still. The cacophony of roars grew increasingly furious and frenzied. His rudimentary processor struggled to comprehend why those damned excavators could execute such intricate and precise evasive maneuvers. All he knew was that his toys had not transformed into a pile of smoldering scrap iron in an instant, as he had envisioned. This was the utmost affront to his supreme power. His artillery intensified, becoming more relentless and savage. He even unleashed a barrage of cluster missiles in a desperate attempt to obliterate those wretched insects with indiscriminate, widespread explosions. Yet, without exception, those missiles were lured by the Goliaths, leveraging their superior knowledge of the terrain into the vast, abandoned maglev tracks or behind thicker ruins, where they detonated. Aside from leaving a multitude of meaningless craters in the plaza, he achieved no substantial results. Do you hear it? The sound of shattered metal. Filled with appreciation, this is true artistry. The clumsiest of dancers executing the most resplendent of steps, taunting that self-important, muscle-bound fool upon the knife's edge of death. This is more stirring than any explosion. This is merely the first step. The voice of the stinger remained cold. The red cloth's purpose was not to mock him, but to infuriate him, to drain him, filling his already simplistic processor with the primal and futile emotion of rage. Then, in his most furious and vulnerable moment, we would deliver our fatal blow. At that instant, the processor of the stinger detected a fleeting opportunity. Following a frenzied 360-degree barrage of fire, the raucous rotary cannon overheated and entered a mandatory 3-second cooling period. Now is the moment. 1st Legion, 1st Heavy Armored Battalion. Execute. Bullfight, 2nd Movement Assassination. Accompanied by the cold, murderous command of the stinger, the over 80 steel swordsmen, who had been performing their magnificent evasions, instantaneously altered their tactics. No longer would they evade. They simultaneously ceased their elegant dance and, from all directions, launched a decisive and lethal charge at the bull, still roaring in madness from its inability to hit its target. Roar! Over 80 steel behemoths charged forth. The scene was even more awe-inspiring than the previous 100, filled with an indomitable and tragic resolve. Come forth, you foolish moths! As the cacophony witnessed these insects finally cease their evasions and foolishly initiate a suicidal charge, a surge of bloodthirsty ecstasy filled his simplistic processor. The once insatiable main cannon, eager and poised, aimed at a Goliath charging at the forefront, intent on reducing it, along with a string of candied hawthorns behind it, to the most insignificant dust in the cosmos. However, he was swift, yet those Goliaths were swifter. In the fleeting moment before the deadly shell was unleashed, the foremost Goliaths executed an astonishing maneuver that rendered the simplistic processor utterly incapacitated. Instead of thrusting their humming, lethal black blades towards the cacophony, They plunged them forcefully into the cold alloy ground beneath their feet. With a sharp hiss, a dozen blades, vibrating at high frequencies capable of cleaving through most alloy armor at the molecular level, pierced the ancient plaza, already burdened beyond its capacity. They then channeled all their engine power into the massive hydraulic arms gripping the blades, prying at the very earth. A resounding crack echoed, more profound and jarring than any explosion preceding it, erupting from beneath the colossal, multi-ton body of the cacophony. The seemingly sturdy alloy ground beneath him, the vast, long-abandoned central turntable corroded to fragility and once used for magnetic levitation trains, was suddenly severed by an irresistible force from within, shattering all load-bearing structures. His triumphant, mountain-like form, filled with bloodlust and ecstasy, transformed in an instant into a brief gasp of shock and disbelief. He felt his once proud, heavy body lose all support. The massive, dark green structure, alongside the shattered circular platform, plummeted towards the unfathomable depths of the dark maintenance pit designed for magnetic levitation train repairs. A thunderous roar, laden with the sounds of countless metals twisting, breaking, and colliding, reverberated from the abyss. The earth trembled violently for a moment before succumbing to silence. The once formidable and ruthless siege hammer, embodying sheer violence and a desire for destruction, was dramatically and humiliatingly buried by the very excavators he held in disdain. Deep within the land he had sought to obliterate. On the plaza, the surviving 60 steel swordsmen slowly withdrew their still humming black blades from the ground. They, akin to the most silent yet cold-hearted of mourners, slowly gathered at the edge of the immense, unfathomable grave, bowing their heads in somber contemplation of their recently interred, formidable yet foolish adversary. Truly, this is a masterpiece, a perfect blend of wisdom and courage, an epic tragicomedy. Iron Shard beheld the unfolding scene, and within his mismatched eyes, a burst of genuine, unparalleled joy ignited. I retract my previous statement, Venom Sting. You are not merely a frigid, calculating conductor. You are a true playwright, a masterful creator capable of composing the most unforeseen, thrilling narratives filled with twists and climaxes. He is not dead yet. Venom Sting's voice, cold and unyielding, interrupted the praise. His crimson compound eyes calmly surveyed the profound darkness, seemingly capable of devouring light itself. The Titan alloy armor, robust enough to ensure his survival in such a fall, merely ensnared him, like an enraged beast trapped in a snare. He slowly lifted his gaze to Iron Shard. Now, it is our turn. It is time for us, the two matadors, to descend into the arena and offer our performance for the enraged bull ensnared in the trap. Before Venom Sting's words could fully resonate, Iron Shard, with a fervent, bloodthirsty smile, seized upon his sentiment. The duet of destruction. They leapt from the lofty, shadowy entrance of the furnace, like two foremost yet deranged artists poised to take the stage. The first movement, a cacophony of violence and obliteration, had abruptly ceased in a manner rife with humiliation. Now, the true duet of Iron Shard and Venom Sting, steeped in calculation and madness, was poised to commence. Chapter 62, Second Movement. The Rhapsody of the Cornered Beast, the Deep Pit. An ancient graveyard of the industrial age, forgotten by light and order, unfathomable in depth. As the disparate figures of Iron Shard and Venom Sting, akin to two fallen black feathers, silently descended upon the rugged terrain composed of twisted metal and severed cables, they first perceived not the force of gravity, but an overwhelming, almost paralyzing fury that threatened to freeze their very armor. A roar, more ferocious than any prior. A sound imbued with the despair and madness of a caged beast erupted from the very heart of the pit. This roar transcended mere sound. It manifested as a tangible, destructive shockwave potent enough to rend the air asunder. Countless rusted maintenance platforms and metal pipelines, suspended against the walls of the pit, groaned with a creaking sound reminiscent of dry leaves swept by a tempest as they succumbed to the terrifying vibrations of the sound waves. They shattered with a resounding crash, spiraling into the abyss of darkness that seemed capable of devouring even the light itself. At the heart of this darkness, a pair of enormous, scarlet, singular eyes blazed to life like infernal searchlights. Amidst the cacophony, the colossal war beast, entombed alive, was ensnared in a humiliating posture, trapped by numerous thick, fractured magnetic levitation tracks and load-bearing steel cables amidst the ruins of the shattered circular turntable. One of its tracks lay deeply embedded in the twisted metal structure, rendering it immobile. Its proud turret, capable of a full 360-degree rotation, was thwarted by a colossal I-beam that had collapsed above it, restricting a third of its rotational angle. It writhed helplessly within this dim and confined prison, akin to a furious beetle ensnared in a spider's web. Possessing the strength to upheave mountains, yet reduced to futile struggles and roars. "I have found you, you two wretched vermin hiding in the sewer." The raucous eye swiftly locked onto the two diminutive figures that had just intruded upon his private hell. In an instant, his rudimentary processor was inundated with an overwhelming, pure surge of ecstasy named vengeance, more potent than ever before. He didn't even attempt to extricate himself from the accursed ruins. Instead, he aimed his only freely rotating, massive cannon at those two toys, which, in his eyes, were no different from corpses. Boom! Without the slightest warning, the deadly depleted uranium round, infused with all his rage and humiliation, was unleashed once more. Within the confines of this small, enclosed pit, the power of the shot was amplified tenfold. The deafening roar of the cannon seemed poised to collapse the entire subterranean world. The searing, destructive shockwave was repeatedly reflected and compounded by the solid walls of the pit, creating a lethal metal storm capable of shredding any exposed object to mere fragments. What a fervently passionate opening, brimming with the essence of death metal. Faced with the annihilating tempest that could vaporize him in an instant, the debris did not quail in fear. Instead, it emitted a maniacal, morbid admiration. He did not flinch. He merely spread his arms wide, as if to embrace this deadly artistry. And, just as the projectile was about to engulf him, the cold, unfeeling command from the stinger resonated within him like the most precise metronome. Left side, 3 o'clock direction. High-pressure energy conduit, level 7. The corner of the scrap iron's mouth curled into a knowing, mischievous smile. Behind him, the thrusters erupted with dazzling, golden flames. His body, like a phantom, traced an astonishing, artful arc to the left, narrowly evading the deadly projectile that whizzed past. The shell struck heavily against the solid wall of the pit behind him. Boom! Another earth-shattering roar reverberated. The entire chasm trembled violently once more. That robust wall, forged from a special alloy, was brutally breached, leaving a gaping, bottomless chasm. Countless jets of high-pressure steam and coolant surged forth from the depths of the void, resembling a flood unleashed from a dam. Meanwhile, the scrap iron had safely landed atop a thick, high-pressure energy conduit, its surface flickering with perilous blue arcs, indicated by the venomous stinger. The first movement, a prelude, was complete. The shadowy figure of the venomous stinger appeared on the opposite side of the pit, his crimson compound eyes calmly surveying the chaos intensified by the cacophony of the runaway artillery. Now it was time for our first solo performance. Roar. Did I miss? How is that possible? The cacophony observed the fly that, in his eyes, should have been reduced to cosmic dust, appearing unscathed at his flank. For the first time, a faint current of confusion, named bewilderment, flickered within his rudimentary processor. However, this confusion was swiftly eclipsed by an overwhelming, mocking fury. His massive turret began to emit a grating, teeth-aching groan, straining to free itself from the enormous steel beam that ensnared it, realigning the barrel towards that accursed, dancing insect. Patience, my dear drummer. The scrap iron stood atop the flickering conduit, striking a dramatic pose akin to an opera singer, gracefully bowing to the furious behemoth. A great symphony requires preparation. Following your heavy, powerful timpani solo, it is now time for my light, skillful violin to take the stage. No sooner had he finished speaking than his mismatched eyes ignited with brilliance. He extended his hand, gently placing his palm upon the hissing high-pressure energy conduit beneath him. The heart of the mechanic activated. Come, let me feel your cold, orderly heartbeat. In the next moment, the vast electric current, which had been flowing steadily within the conduit, sufficient to power a small city, seemed to be seized by an invisible, magical hand, compressing it and then, in a manner that defied all physical laws, forcing it to flow backward, converging into the palm of the scrap iron. The stout pipeline, driven by a surge of turbulent and unnatural energy, began to emit a painful, resonating hum, as if it were on the verge of being torn asunder. Its surface was alive with countless minuscule blue electric serpents, writhing and spreading with wild abandon. Then, this frigid, disciplined classical melody transformed into a composition imbued with my own style, a frenzied amalgamation of improvisation and variation. The visage of the fragmented iron revealed an incandescent smile, brimming with the dual forces of creation and destruction. Rock music. With a sudden motion, he raised his hand, unleashing a colossal sphere of electrical energy, compressed to its utmost limits, akin to hurling the hammer of a thunder god, crashing down upon the enormous, dark green shred caught amidst the ruins. An explosive roar erupted, sharper and more piercing than a cannon's detonation, a pure, electric cacophony that shattered the air. This was no mere electric shock. It was a miniature, artificial thunderstorm. Countless raging golden serpents of electricity inundated the noisy figure in an instant. A roar, filled with wrath, morphed into a primal scream of profound agony, emanating from the very depths of his soul. His armor, forged from a tri-layered composite titan alloy, capable of withstanding conventional electromagnetic weaponry, for the first time faltered against the chaotic and ferocious energy, modified by the heart of the mechanist. Countless minute energy torrents penetrated the seams of his armor and surged into the intricate and delicate circuits within him. The tread that had been struck became instantly incapacitated, and half of his internal lighting system flickered violently before extinguishing completely. His rudimentary processor was overwhelmed by this colossal noise, filled with chaotic information, leading to a brief 3-second crash. Beautiful. The fragmented iron surveyed his creation with satisfaction, snapping his fingers to initiate a grand and impassioned overture. What do you think? My conductor? The tempo is too slow. The icy voice of the Viper pierced through the shadows, interrupting his self-indulgence. And you have disturbed an audience we did not wish to engage. Before his words faded, a rapid, ominous buzzing erupted from the massive form of the noisy contraption. It was a hive-like multi-target missile system. After a brief moment of incapacitation, the noisy entity regained partial operational capability, its simple processor now dominated by an unprecedented fury. He abandoned the inefficient main cannon that required aiming and directly activated his 16 hive missiles, capable of indiscriminate saturation attacks. D, you insects, all of you perish. Accompanied by his frenzied roar, the covers of 16 launch silos simultaneously sprung open. 16 missiles, très long, blazing-tel, surged forth like a swarm of bloodthirsty bees escaping their hive, rushing towards every corner of this confined, inescapable pit. Oh, it seems our drummer has entered the phase of a wild solo. Shattered iron gazed at the missiles soaring towards him like heavenly maidens scattering flowers. And in his mismatched eyes, there was not a trace of fear. Rather, they sparkled with a heightened excitement of facing a worthy adversary. So, Maestro, what is the next passage of the score? Behind you, at the 9 o'clock position, the voice of the stinger remained icy, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if the barrage of missiles capable of obliterating them was merely a tedious simulation etched on paper. The main cooling system's liquid nitrogen conduit. Pressure level, maximum. Let perform a splendid aria of ice. At your command, my master. Shattered iron transformed once more into a streak of golden lightning. He maneuvered through the whistling missiles with an artistry that completely defied aerodynamics, skillfully weaving and dodging. Then he landed precisely atop the massive, frigid conduit, its surface already blanketed in a thick layer of frost as indicated by the stinger. This time, he did not dare touch it with his hands. Instead, he raised his foot and, with the metallic gleam of his heel, struck down heavily upon the conduit, now rendered exceedingly fragile by the internal extreme low temperatures. He infused a subtle yet high-frequency vibrational energy, potent enough to sever molecular bonds, into the conduit. Crack! A sound exceedingly faint, akin to the shattering of glass. A minute. Almost imperceptible crack appeared on the robust liquid nitrogen conduit. In the next moment, disaster struck. Boom! This was no longer an explosion. It was an absolute zero avalanche. Within the conduit, tens of thousands of liters of liquid nitrogen, compressed to the utmost at a chilling -196 degrees, suddenly found an outlet for release. With an unstoppable, cataclysmic force, it erupted through that minuscule crack. The entire pit was enveloped in an instant by a dense, blinding white frost storm. The air temperature plummeted to a terrifying degree, one that rendered most metals as fragile as biscuits. And those dozen or so whistling swarm missiles, with their precision guidance systems acutely sensitive to temperature, could not withstand even a single second in this sudden, absolute zero tempest. They resembled a swarm of moths, abruptly frozen in time, stripped of all momentum and direction, spiraling downwards from the air, crashing onto the ground with a cacophony of feeble, metallic clinks. Some even succumbed entirely to the frigid gust, transforming into lifeless, icy clumps of metal. Meanwhile, the raucous beast emitted a more harrowing and incredulous wail. The absolute zero chill slithered like an invisible, venomous serpent through the seams of its armor, infiltrating its overheating, frantically operating core. Countless joints and gears, previously whirring at high speed, instantly froze and locked up under this extreme cold. Its turret became utterly immobile. The surface of its body was encrusted with a thick layer of frost, shimmering with a deathly sheen. It was grotesquely transformed into a gigantic, dark green ice sculpture, brimming with rage and defiance. What a splendid tragedy it was, replete with twists and climaxes. As the dense white fog gradually dissipated, the figure of Scrapiron emerged from the frozen realm like an elegant magician who had just completed a performance. Gazing at the utterly frozen, yet still roaring, comical ice sculpture, a spark of profound joy erupted in his dissimilar eyes. I must concede, venomous sting, your script is a stroke of genius. The rock and roll of electric fire intertwined with the aria of ice and frost. This opulent Baroque symphony, filled with contradictions and conflicts, is indescribably beautiful. But this is not the conclusion. Venomous Sting's specter, like a ghost, manifested beside him. His crimson compound eyes coldly scrutinized the ice sculpture, which appeared to have lost all threat. It was merely ensnared, like an enraged mosquito trapped in amber. Its spark still flickered, and its fury had yet to extinguish. A grand composition necessitates a flawless and unforgettable finale. He slowly raised his head to face Scrapiron. The stage has been entirely cleared for you, my chief artist. It is now your turn to present the final and most magnificent movement of our destructive duet, dedicated to our fervent and devoted drummer. Scrapiron instantly grasped Venomous Sting's intent. A sacred expression, intertwining madness and solemnity, illuminated his face. He knew that what lay ahead would be the greatest, most audacious, and most beautiful work of his life. He approached the colossal ice sculpture with measured steps. Extending his hands, he gently pressed them against the frigid, frost-laden, tumultuous body. He closed his eyes, channeling his unwavering will, his boundless madness, and the entirety of his artistry through the heart of the mechanic, releasing it all without reservation. He was not engaged in an assault. He was not bent on destruction. Rather, he was initiating a dialogue. Toward this vast graveyard, replete with twisted metal, fractured pipes, and shattered ruins, he issued a potent invitation imbued with creativity and magic. Awaken. Accompanied by a silent, sacred call, the entire pit stirred. The remnants of the walls, shattered by the cacophony of their own artillery, the distorted maglev tracks crushed beneath his own form, and the broken energy conduits and cooling pipes, devastated by the tumult of scrap metal and lyrical lamentation. All at that moment seemed to be endowed with a new, twisted vitality. They emitted a jarring symphony of metallic groans as they slowly rose from the ground. They slithered forth like countless grotesque serpents, forged from iron and scrap metal, crawling from the depths of hell toward the center of the pit, where a colossal ice sculpture lay entombed in frost, inching closer, converging. They ensnared that icy monument, layer upon layer, tightly binding, enveloping, and compressing it. Under the fervent direction of the chaotic, artistic will of the scrap metal, they recombined and reassembled, forming an entirely new, more colossal and grotesque edifice, infused with Gothic and Lovecraftian styles, a bizarre prison, a living, breathing, steel artwork resurrected from the devastation they had wrought. Ultimately, the scrap metal inscribed their hymn, a paradoxical and genuine testament belonging to him and the venom, like a final signature upon the very core of this massive, distorted sculpture. Steeped in postmodern aesthetics, The entire structure began to resonate with a deep, resounding hum, akin to the simultaneous weeping and singing of myriad souls. The first movement, a violent and destructive solo that belonged to the cacophony, had reached its conclusion. Now, the true duet of scrap metal and venom, replete with calculation and madness, descended in an exquisitely artistic and philosophical manner, delivering its perfect, death and rebirth-laden pause. The scrap metal gradually withdrew his hand. His form trembled slightly from the unprecedented, immense expenditure of energy. Yet, within his mismatched eyes sparkled a divine weariness and fulfillment, as if he had created a world. Meanwhile, Venom merely raised his head slowly, gazing at the vast skylight created by the bombardment of tracks. His scarlet compound eyes captured several new shadows, slowly descending from the edge of the skylight, imbued with an aura of menace. It appeared that the voice of the venomous stinger, cold and composed, suggested that what had just concluded was merely a trifling appetizer. For the next audience of our duet had already taken their seats. Chapter 63. Third movement. The Fugue of the Hounds. The vast and ghastly skylight, carved open by the bombardment, resembled a merciless solitary eye gazing into the abyss. It not only ushered in a judgment-like brilliance in the tainted air from the surface, but also became an irreversible, one-way portal to hell. As fractured iron reveled in the supreme creation and satisfaction bestowed by his magnificent artwork, steeped in Gothic and Lovecraftian styles, the cold and calm voice of the venomous stinger, akin to the most precise metronome, pulled him from the ecstasy of delirium back to the harsh reality. It seemed that the next audience of our duet had indeed arrived, accompanied by his emotionless utterances, for entirely new shadows, each exuding a distinct aura of death, slowly descended from the skylight's edge. The first was a dark purple armed helicopter. Its enormous rotor blades stirred violent and chaotic gusts of air within the confined chasm, swirling countless tiny metallic fragments and dust into ghostly, twisted vortices of gray. It did not descend directly, but instead hovered with a demeanor of mockery and curiosity above the colossal steel sculpture that had entirely imprisoned the den. Resembling an elegant yet cruel scavenging vulture, relishing the death throes of its prey. The second was a khaki military jeep. Its stature appeared remarkably diminutive amidst the war machines that loomed like moving hills, yet this very quality granted it unparalleled agility. Instead of taking to the skies, it executed a near-juggling display of mad driving skills, drifting, bouncing, and gliding down the vertical walls of rubble and broken steel. Ultimately, accompanied by the harsh screech of tires, it came to a steady halt on the opposite side of the chasm. Its electronic eyes, glimmering with cunning, did not seek out enemies first. Instead, they greedily scanned the treasure trove of industrial relics that lay scattered about. The third was a spacecraft, characterized by its sleek lines and an air of arrogance. It descended slowly and vertically with an elegance and precision that contrasted starkly with the filthy, chaotic surroundings. Its powerful plasma thrusters expelled pure, almost impurity-free blue flames, as though even the contact with the tainted air here was an affront to its noble form. It descended upon the farthest reaches of a relatively intact maintenance platform, arms crossed, surveying the scene below with a gaze imbued with disdain and aloofness, perceiving this stage as akin to a refuse dump. At last, there stood a colossal, deep blue mobile missile launch platform. Unlike others, he eschewed any underhanded tactics. Instead, he descended with a regal composure, as if a monarch surveying his dominion. Through the vast skylight, landing heavily, his immense form, upon impact, created a significant dent in the already fragile metallic ground beneath him. The formidable double-barreled sonic cannon on his back, akin to two cold eyes gazing into the abyss, silently locked onto every corner of the battlefield. The armored convoy had assembled in its entirety. Oh, behold what we have here. A whirlwind, swirling in midair, was the first to emit a morbidly ecstatic exclamation, reveling in the discovery of its kin. It circled the iron cage that had thoroughly imprisoned the cacophony, its high-precision optical sensors greedily capturing every nuance of this artistic marvel. Truly, a perfect masterpiece, steeped in despair and anguish. This concept of constructing one's grave out of the enemy's own destruction, this postmodern expression that melds imprisonment with display. I can sense the anger and resentment of that foolish beast trapped within. Oh, the sound, the resonance. It is, without a doubt, The most exquisite requiem I have ever encountered, pulsating with the essence of death metal. A requiem? I perceive it merely as a heap of worthless, rusted scrap metal. The cynical voice, steeped in a mercantile tone, emanated from the Jeep's communicator. Yet, I believe I glimpsed a few grade 7 high-pressure energy conduits entwined within that heap of scrap. And that main cooling pipe, cracked from frost? My heavens! That is a conduit for the highest purity of liquid nitrogen. If only these items could be dismantled and sold on the black market of the Oterlan system, the price would be staggering. A pack of brutish beasts, only capable of rolling in the mire. The distant explosion released a disdainful snort, lamenting the grotesque manner in which we tormented one of our own. This has transcended war. It has devolved into a repulsive, lowbrow street brawl. Our mission is to capture those two targets, not to revel in some pretentious installation art. I propose we immediately activate the purification mode of the railgun, vaporizing this damned filthy pit along with all its refuse on a physical level. Silence. The cold, unfeeling voice of authority resonated, quelling all disarrayed chatter instantly. His vast, deep blue mobile missile launch platform slowly advanced a few meters, coming to a halt before the enormous, low-pitched humming steel sculpture. He paid no heed to the two lurking in the distant shadows, the true targets of his attention. His primary objective was to ascertain the condition of his battering ram. Deception. At your command, I stand ready to dedicate all I possess to the noble cause of the Decepticons. Deception immediately donned a fade of unwavering loyalty. Your sensors are the most adept in the team for close-range structural analysis. Go, assess the cacophony of the current situation. I must determine whether he still holds any value for reclamation. Yes, Commander. Task guaranteed to be completed. The engine of deception roared with excitement. This presented an exquisitely perfect excuse for him to inspect the valuable scrap metal. His compact Jeep surged forth like an arrow towards the colossal steel prison. Across the chasm, Shattered Iron and Stinger observed the unfolding scene with quiet anticipation. It seems our hound is inspecting their foolish companion who has fallen into the trap. A subtle smirk danced upon Shattered Iron's visage. Now, our esteemed playwright, how shall we compose the overture of this third movement? Shall we deliver a splendid crescendo to that seemingly valuable yellow vehicle? Or shall we orchestrate an impassioned display for that incessantly buzzing, bothersome purple fly? There were too many. Stinger's voice grew heavier than ever, for against two. Each one possesses combat capabilities that rival, if not surpass, our own. In a head-on clash, our odds are 0. His processor whirred at a terrifying pace. His crimson compound eyes scanned the chaos they had wrought, a stage rendered ever more treacherous. Twisted pipes, fractured platforms, precarious steel beams, and the imposing sculpture that further complicated their tumultuous arena, which held within it the discordant clamor. This was their disadvantage, yet it was also their sole advantage. Stinger's voice suddenly resonated with an unmistakable clarity, imbued with resolute determination. Under my command, he declared. Shattered Iron retracted his sardonic grin, aware that the true war was about to commence. How much energy remains? That recent flourish consumed nearly 70% of my reserves, Shattered Iron replied, assessing the emptiness of his energy core. However, it is sufficient for me to engage in one more small-scale, improvisational jazz solo. That will do, Stinger nodded. Now, heed my instructions. We shall perform an entirely new, wildly dissonant fugue. A fugue? Shattered Iron's optics ignited with fervor, an insatiable thirst for the unknown and the challenge that lay ahead. Indeed, a fugue. The sound of the venomous stinger is cold and clear, akin to the recitation of a meticulously composed score of death. You, as the protagonist, are tasked with pursuing and subduing the most agile and perilous whirlwind. I, as the respondent, am responsible for diverting the two most formidable ground units, Scammer and Shockwave. As for the one who lingers above, a self-important observer, the venomous stinger slowly raises his head, his crimson compound eyes meeting the explosion suspended on the platform, filled with an air of arrogance and disdain, silently converging in the sky. He shall become the first foolish accompaniment to be cast aside from our fugue, due to his discordance. Before his words fade, his dark golden figure flashes like a wraith from the shadows. He does not attack any foe. Rather, he accelerates toward the colossal iron cage that confines the cacophony. Cautiously utilizing his mechanical arm to tap and analyze the scam of that sculptural structure, he and the regal Shockwave, seated centrally, simultaneously take notice of this sudden, oblivious target. Huh, found you, you wretched bug lurking in the shadows. Shockwave's reaction is as swift as lightning. The enormous double-barreled sonic cannon on his back charges in an instant, aimed at the rapidly moving figure of the venomous Stinger. Boom! Two visible, circular, destructively energetic sonic blasts strike with the force of colossal, invisible iron fists against the venomous Stinger. Yet, the venomous Stinger seems to possess eyes at the back of his head. At the very moment the sonic blasts are about to collide with him, he executes a fluid, anti-gravity roll, deftly evading the lethal assault. The two sonic blasts crash heavily onto the massive iron cage. Buzz, the artistic creation, composed of countless scraps of metal, emits a mournful wail as if it were being torn apart. Countless components scatter in all directions, dislodged by the terrifying sonic waves. Meanwhile, the venomous Stinger, having stealthily adhered to the shadow on the opposite side of the immense cage, disappears entirely from Shockwave's line of sight, like a gecko. Damn, that slippery fellow. Shockwave growls in anger. Commander, do not fire. Do not fire. The terrified scream of Scammer echoes simultaneously. You will ruin these valuable components. In the brief seconds that they are captivated by the provocative and cunning display of the venomous Stinger, the true theme of this fugue, Shattered Iron, begins his extravagant solo, filled with madness and artistry. So my esteemed colleague, the silhouette of Shattered Iron erupts like golden lightning from the shadows on the opposite side. The thrusters behind him erupted with a dazzling flame, propelling him to shatter the sound barrier in an instant. Let us engage in a contest to see whose artistry draws closer to the essence of death. His target was none other than the dark violet armed helicopter, Whirlwind, which circled overhead with keen interest. Oh, has my dear underground artist finally emerged? Upon noticing the target that piqued his interest, Whirlwind was taken aback as it boldly initiated an attack. A surge of euphoric thrill coursed through its twisted processor, a feeling akin to facing a worthy opponent. It did not evade. Instead, it aimed its dual, high-velocity rotating cannons mounted on either side of its fuselage at the golden lightning charging towards it. Kulme, allow me to accompany you with an exuberant barrage infused with heavy metal flare. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Two streams of fiery bullets, woven together in a web of death without any blind spots, intertwined in the air. Yet, amidst this deadly net, Shattered Iron began to dance the waltz of death. Filled with madness and disdain, his signature move, his form, in a manner that defied aerodynamics yet embodied artistry, elegantly weaved between the countless whizzing bullets, evading their wrath. At times, he resembled a feather tossed by a frenzied gale, tracing incredible, fluid arcs through the gaps in the hail of bullets. At other moments, he appeared as a peculiar puppet, tugged by invisible strings, abruptly altering his flight path with a mechanical rigidity. With his life, he was orchestrating the most splendid yet perilous performance, a cacophony of improvisation and variation. Futile, futile. The roar of Whirlwind grew ever more excited and frenzied. In this confined space with no escape, you shall inevitably become a lamentable note in my symphony of death. As it unleashed a manic barrage, it gradually lowered its altitude, seeking to crush Shattered Iron to the very bottom of this pit. This was a pivotal aspect of the plan devised by the Scorpion. Just as Whirlwind focused all its attention on the mad artist dancing with it, it failed to notice a subtle, nearly imperceptible blue arc flashing through the warped ruins below, ignited by its own gunfire. That was Shattered Iron, silently injecting the final vestige of the Mechanic's heart's madness into the battered high-pressure energy conduit below, which had long been ravaged by the clamor of cannon fire. This fragment of will bore but a simple command: overload. In the next moment, catastrophe struck once more. The pipe, already burdened beyond its limits, was suddenly detonated by an uncontrollable surge of ferocious electrical energy from within. Boom! A sound erupted, far less grand than the previous storm, yet in its abruptness and precision, it proved to be far more lethal. An explosion of pure electric energy roared forth from beneath the Whirlwind. No longer was it a golden electric serpent. It had transformed into a deathly lotus, crafted from pure, blue-white, tempestuous plasma. What? The Whirlwind's exuberant and ecstatic roar instantaneously morphed into a brief, Sharp scream filled with shock and disbelief. At the moment its colossal rotor met the deathly lotus, it was instantly vaporized by the raging plasma, capable of melting anything, reducing it by a third. The now unbalanced machine plummeted like a massive, violet beetle with broken wings, billowing thick smoke, shrieking as it spiraled downwards towards the hardened ground composed of twisted metal and severed cables. Above, on a platform that had remained an indifferent observer, the explosion drew the gaze of the proud and disdainful figure watching the stricken helicopter tumble from the sky. For the first time, a trace of gravity crossed his haughty visage. How intriguing, he murmured to himself. He finally diverted his lofty gaze from what he deemed a piece of lowbrow artistry. Confronting for the first time the two genuine adversaries he regarded as nothing more than sewer rats, he slowly raised his arm, which, after a fluid transformation, morphed into a slender, silver-white high-energy particle cannon, exuding an aura of futuristic technology. The barrel began to accumulate a heart-stopping, destructive energy. He prepared to personally conclude what he perceived to be a tiresome farce that had dragged on for far too long. Yet, just as he was about to pull the trigger, a cold, ghostly figure materialized silently behind him. Toxic Sting. After drawing the attention of the shockwave and deception, he had stealthily maneuvered around the colossal cage, utilizing the labyrinthine maintenance passages above, reaching the highest point of the battlefield. "You are out," Toxic Sting's voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated in his ear like an undeniable final judgment. The explosion's pupils constricted sharply. He attempted to turn, but it was all too late. In Toxic Sting's hand, a long, pitch-black blade adorned with eerie golden veins had appeared, singing softly as it awaited its fateful strike. The blade, which they infused with their own hands, was the first true masterpiece of art. He did not swing it. He merely thrust the long knife forward with a gentle motion. The tip of the blade delicately touched the proud and resplendent back of the explosion, shaped like a space shuttle, in a manner reminiscent of a lover's caress. A faint sound, akin to fabric being sliced, resonated. The body of the explosion stiffened abruptly, and the particle cannon, gathering destructive energy, fell silent in an instant. Slowly, he lowered his head to gaze at his chest. He saw nothing. However, he heard a melody, a song that was half cold order and half chaotic madness. A sacred yet blasphemous chant. The powerful core, filled with pride and reason, belonging to the elite warrior of the Decepticons, began to crumble under the onslaught of this song, infused with truth and paradox, which did not belong to this dimension. At the bottom of the deep pit, within the trembling steel cage battered by the shockwave cannon, in that profound darkness which seemed to devour even light, a massive, crimson, single eye, brimming with boundless, imprisoned rage, slowly flickered back to life. It heard the familiar sounds of battle belonging to its comrades from the outside. It sensed that the accursed cage, binding, it was growing increasingly fragile. A low, oppressive roar, akin to a beast cry emerging from the depths of hell, filled with resentment and madness, emanated slowly from the core of that colossal, twisted masterpiece. The second movement, the duet of shattered metal and poisoned thorns, had yet to conclude. Meanwhile, the third movement, a true chaotic symphony, involving all the mad musicians, filled with the most discordant yet lethal prelude of destruction and rebirth, had quietly begun to play. Chapter 64. The fourth movement. The cacophony of the caged beast time seemed to stretch into an infinitely long, yet incredibly fragile string in that moment. The explosion. An elite among elites of the Decepticons, who always gazed down upon the universe with pride and reason, for the first and last time cast his gaze inward. He beheld the powerful and pure core, built upon absolute logic and cold rationality, crumbling before him. The chant emanating from the peculiar black long knife behind him was neither a physical assault nor an energy impact. It is a higher dimensional realm, brimming with truths and paradoxes. One half resembles the frigid monotony of cosmic background radiation, embodying an absolute order that encompasses all the laws of the universe. The other half is as resplendent and chaotic as a supernova explosion, teeming with infinite possibilities and endless variations, representing absolute chaos. These two diametrically opposed realities, which seemingly cannot coexist, entwine like colossal dragons woven from pure information, plunging into his binary world of black and white. Within a mere 0.00001 seconds of encountering this influx of information, his processor becomes ensnared in an unending loop of logical paradoxes. If absolute order is the ultimate truth of the universe, then why does chaos give birth to an infinite array of new possibilities? If absolute chaos is the source of life and creation, then why does every living being yearn for a comprehensible and stable order? Is truth singular? If truth is not singular, does the absolute order espoused by the tyrant merely represent the most domineering yet fragile possibility among countless alternatives? These questions, like the most insidious viruses impervious to antivirus software, proliferate wildly within his proud, pure logical core. His once steadfast faith, a hallmark of elite warriors, crumbles before this song of undeniable reality, akin to a lavish lie abruptly punctured. Collapsing into ruins, he emits no scream, for his vocal cords can no longer discern whether to express anguish or to utter praises of enlightenment. He offers no resistance, as his limbs can no longer determine whether to strike against the harbinger of truth or to embrace the destruction that leads him to rebirth. Instead, he slowly relinquishes the high-energy particle cannon, now brimming with destructive potential. His once bright electronic eyes, filled with pride and disdain, dim and extinguished like a candle snuffed out by the wind. Ultimately, his spacecraft, characterized by smooth lines and an air of arrogance, plummets silently from the lofty maintenance platform, akin to a heavy marionette severed from all strings, descending toward the filthy and chaotic wasteland he once scorned. The impact reverberates, a dull, thunderous sound devoid of explosion, a mere collision of metal against ground. The solitary observer of the armored convoy departs. The expressionless scorpion steps forward, extracting the still, softly singing black blade from the back of the lifeless shell, now devoid of all signs of life. Upon the blade, untouched by any energy liquid, it remains pristine and gleaming as if it has just pierced through a realm of ethereal illusions. The foolish accompaniment, rendered discordant, was expelled from the ensemble, an entirely reasonable outcome. His cold voice resonated like the recitation of a preordained death score. On the opposite side of the chasm, shock and fraud bore witness to a scene that short-circuited their processors. My heavens, the voice of fraud, laced with a mercenary air, for the first time bore a genuine terror that emanated from the depths of the soul. What has he done? The explosion, he offered no resistance. That knife, that peculiar knife, his shrewd electronic gaze fixated on the ominous black blade held in the grip of the assassin. Beneath the weight of primal fear, an even more potent greed, characteristic of merchants, inopportunely surged forth. What manner of technology is this? A conceptual weapon capable of directly assaulting the core of the flame? If only I could acquire that knife. Silence. Shock's icy, wrathful roar abruptly shattered Fraud's chaotic thoughts, steeped in fear and avarice. His foremost task was to ascertain the status of his subordinates. Yet, in a mere few seconds, he had already lost two of his most capable operatives. The whirlwind had been felled by a trap beyond his comprehension, its fate uncertain. The explosion had been annihilated in a manner he had never before encountered. This was no longer a mere pest control operation. This was a war, fraught with peril and uncertainty, where the adversaries were evenly matched. All units, reassess the threat level. Shock's voice, imbued with the cold rationality of a battlefield commander, once more quelled the anger stirring within him. The target possesses extraordinary, unknown means of attack capable of incapacitating our forces in an instant. Abandon the original plan. The highest priority is now to eliminate those two targets. At any cost, he hefted the massive, dual-barreled sonic cannon upon his back, once again gathering a colossal, destructive energy within a swirling wave of sound, greater than ever before. This time, his aim was no longer that cacophonous sculpture, but rather the true harbinger of death, the assassin wielding the lethal, enigmatic black blade. Meanwhile, on the far side of the chasm, amidst the wreckage of twisted metal and severed cables, the chaotic crash site lay in disarray. Debris approached with an air of appreciation and curiosity towards the dark purple armed helicopter, wreathed in thick smoke, that he had designed himself. Oh, what a masterpiece! Steeped in the aesthetics of fragmentation. As he walked, he marveled sincerely at the broken rotor blades, resembling the dying wings of a fallen creature. The irregular voids burned by plasma upon the fuselage bore a striking resemblance to an abstract painting teeming with expressionist style. The billowing smoke serves as the most exquisite backdrop for this painting, imbued with a tragic essence. He resembles an artist admiring his own masterpiece. Circling the wreckage of the downed helicopter time and again, he refrains from delivering the fatal final blow, for to him, a living work of art, struggling in agony, is far more intriguing than a lifeless, cold corpse. Well then, my esteemed colleague, he approaches the cockpit of the helicopter, addressing it with a tone laced with mockery and condescension. What artistic commentary do you wish to impart on this installation art of mine, modeled after you? You wretched being! A cacophony of harsh, oppressive metallic friction erupts from the severely mangled cockpit. In the next moment, the shattered cockpit glass is violently obliterated by a tremendous force from within. A figure, equally dark purple yet slenderer, exuding a dangerously neurotic beauty, rises unsteadily from the debris, bearing numerous scars. It is the Whirlwind. He is transformed back from his helicopter form into a robotic entity, yet his current state is one of utmost despair. One side of his body is charred black from the searing plasma. One of his arms is grotesquely twisted at an unnatural angle, evidently fractured beyond repair during the fall. His once perverse, mocking electronic eye now flickers with a singular, blood-red light, suffused with endless madness and murderous intent. You filthy, subterranean artist! The Whirlwind's voice, marred by severe damage to his body, breaks intermittently, crackling with discordant electrical noise. Did you think this was the end? His only remaining functional arm suddenly rises. After a fluid transformation, it morphs into a compact, yet formidable high-energy laser cannon. I shall reduce your studio, along with you, the pitiable artist, to ashes. A searing, vengeful red laser instantly hurtles toward the head of the scrap metal. Oh, a final cry filled with despair and defiance? How delightful! Scrap metal stands resolute against the imminent, lethal assault, not flinching nor retreating. He merely raises his hand, resolutely seizing the searing laser with his metallic, gleaming palm, capable of melting most alloys. A sound reminiscent of igniting air echoes as his palm turns crimson. Countless minuscule cracks spread across his hand. Yet, he withstands this lethal strike with unwavering fortitude. Remarkable pigment. He gazed at his palm, half melted from the flames, yet a more radiant and frenzied smile emerged upon his face. As a token of my gratitude, allow me to showcase my artistry. With a fierce grip around the laser, he activated the heart of the mechanic. He forcefully channeled the energy of vengeance and destruction, inherent in the Whirlwind, and utterly enveloped, distorted, and transformed it with his own more tyrannical will, imbued with chaos and creativity. Then, with a sudden flick, the once straight red laser morphed into a supple, elastic golden whip in his hand. Crack! A sharp, resounding whip crack echoed, laden with insult. That golden whip struck the already battered chest of the Whirlwind at an utterly incomprehensible angle, defying the laws of energy conduction. The Whirlwind emitted a wail more piercing and incredulous than ever before. He felt a surge of energy, both familiar and alien, flooding into his failing system in a frenzied yet artistic manner. The armor on his chest was marked in an instant by a deep, charred whip scar, exposing the bone beneath. Countless golden arcs, like malevolent living vines, furiously burrowed into his body through that scar, ravaging every fragile circuit. He was vanquished by his own power in an exquisitely artistic fashion. His shattered body could no longer uphold the weight of his vengeful will. His legs buckled, and he collapsed heavily before the very artist he despised most. As two entirely distinct solos, filled with death and artistry, were poised to conclude at either end of the deep pit, in its very center, the colossal, twisted steel sculpture that had imprisoned the clamor began to emit a low, mournful chant, akin to the simultaneous weeping and singing of countless souls, growing ever fainter and more unstable. Scrap metal had expended most of its energy engaging in artistic dialogue with the Whirlwind. Poison Sting had concentrated all its efforts on navigating the tumult and deception, as well as eradicating the threat of explosion. They had both overlooked the true beast they had confined within the heart of the artwork. The chant, laden with truth and paradox, was a deadly poison to the elite, whose essence was rooted in pure logic. Yet to the clamor, a creature so simplistic that it barely possessed any logic, it was merely a source of profound irritation and fury. And now, that accursed noise is growing ever fainter. The wretched prison that binds him teeters on the brink of collapse, shaken by the reverberations of his sonic cannon. His singular, crimson eye, filled to the brim with boundless, imprisoned wrath, gradually reignites. He senses it, the sweet, intoxicating call of freedom, laden with the essence of destruction. A low, oppressive roar, reminiscent of a creature from the darkest depths of hell, brimming with defiance and madness, emerges slowly from the core of that colossal, twisted masterpiece. That artwork, a magnum opus of fragmented iron suffused with postmodern flair, begins to tremble violently. Countless metal fragments, forcibly melded together, emit a creaking, grating wail that gnaws at the teeth. The golden veins, symbolizing the sacred hymn, inscribed by the hands of the fragmented iron, snap one by one like overstretched strings. At that moment, both the fragmented iron, engaged in an artistic dialogue with the whirlwind and the venomous sting, entangled in a deadly dance with the tremors, perceive the destructive pulse emanating from within their creation. Alarmingly, a look of panic graces the face of the fragmented iron for the first time, an expression of dread at the impending doom of his masterpiece. Yet, it is far too late. A roar, potent enough to upheave the very foundations of the underworld, resonates with pure, unadulterated, primal destruction, erupting from the heart of the sculpture. In an instant, the magnum opus of fragmented iron, a living steel prison infused with Gothic and Cthulhu aesthetics, shatters explosively like a gaudy porcelain ornament detonated from within. Countless metal shards, lethal and indiscriminately destructive, soar forth in a frenzied barrage. The scene unfolds like a grand, ostentatious display of violence devoid of any aesthetic appeal, a cacophony of chaos and annihilation. The fourth movement, a true symphony of disorder and ruin, resonates. No, my masterpiece. The fragmented iron cries out in a lament filled with profound sorrow. He is struck by numerous massive, high-velocity metal remnants, sent careening like a severed kite, crashing heavily against the distant pit wall. Meanwhile, the venomous sting, with a reaction far surpassing ordinary perception, narrowly escapes behind a sizable, relatively intact ruin, evading the lethal storm of indiscriminate debris with perilous finesse. Those who remained on the battlefield, the other musicians, were far less fortunate. The whirlwind, recently vanquished by shattered iron, found its prostrate and mangled form instantaneously engulfed, torn asunder by countless whirling fragments of metal, transforming into a heap of indistinguishable scrap. As he prepared to rush towards the sculpture, intending to examine the valuable components of the deception, his jeep was struck directly by a rotating alloy plate, akin to a door panel. The vehicle crumpled like a flattened soda can, spiraling and tumbling away, uncertain of its fate. Even the powerful tremor, akin to a king presiding over the chaos from the center, with its colossal mobile missile launch platform, was brutally struck by several massive, heavy debris. The once robust tracks emitted a sharp crack as they were violently severed. In that fleeting moment, the entire pit was irrevocably reshuffled. As the clouds of dust and metal fragments began to settle, a new, more terrifying protagonist, imbued with an elemental and unreasoning will for destruction, slowly rose from the transformed rubble of iron artistry. It was a cacophony, yet he was no longer the earlier, albeit ferocious, battering ram capable of discerning friend from foe. His heavy, dark green armor was marred by grotesque fissures from extreme cold and deep wounds inflicted by countless shards of scrap. In his crimson single eye, the light of wisdom was extinguished, leaving only an expanse of boundless, imprisoned fury, ignited by the incessant torment of a wretched him, a pure, frenzied, blank rage. His processor was utterly fried. He was now but a beast, a creature that comprehended only the most primal and raw violence to obliterate all moving entities before him. His hoarse, discordant roar resonated like the dissonant beat of a drum, setting the tone for this chaotic symphony. His massive turret, now able to rotate freely, began to spin wildly and aimlessly. Then, he pulled the trigger of destruction towards the nearest moving object, a flattened, smoke-emitting ochre jeep. Chapter 65, the final chapter, the frenzied concerto boom. Amidst the hoarse, discordant roar filled with pure destructive intent, the enormous turret, now capable of free rotation, unexpectedly unleashed a torrent of deadly flames. A projectile, embodying all his pent-up rage from confinement, torment, and disintegration, hurtled forth with a terrifying force capable of once again plowing through the recently reshuffled battlefield. It screamed toward the nearest object, a battered, smoke-belching, ochre-hued jeep, still twitching in its death throes. The scoundrel, unable even to emit a scream befitting his mercantile nature, one rife with terror and resentment, found himself ensconced in a severely deformed cockpit. The astute electronic eye within flickered with a glimmer of intelligence, only to be engulfed in an instant by the rapidly expanding, incandescent point of absolute annihilation. It was the end for him. His life, replete with speculation and calculation, a splendid yet tragic tale, was about to conclude in the least commercially viable manner, reduced to mere fragments by his own kin. Yet, in the fleeting moment before the shell would strike the fragile chassis of his vehicle, a massive, deep blue shadow, imbued with a soldier's resolute and unyielding essence, emerged with astonishing speed, unexpectedly interposing itself before him. It was the shockwave. He had no time to deploy his formidable sonic cannon, nor to execute any evasive maneuvers. Instead, he instinctively employed his primal, steadfast nature as a battlefield commander, using his own substantial form, equipped with a mobile missile launch platform, to construct a flesh and blood rampart for his foolish, greedy, yet loyal subordinate. A resounding boom erupted, a cataclysmic sound capable of blinding all optical sensors, reverberating through the depths of the pit. The depleted uranium round, powerful enough to penetrate battleship armor, struck with force against the shockwave's formidable, deep blue armor. The Earth lamented beneath the impact. The concentrated force of the explosion propelled the shockwave's colossal frame backward by several meters, its remaining intact track carving a trench deep enough to reveal bone, reeking of charred remnants. The heavy rear armor, crafted from a special alloy, was brutally deformed, yielding a gaping, inwardly concave crater, its edges beginning to melt under the ferocity of the blast. A pained, suppressed wail of electrical currents echoed from within the shockwave's body, an expression of excruciating agony. Countless red alerts flashed frantically across his overloaded tactical display. Yet he persevered. With his battered form, he shielded his thoroughly incapacitated, cowardly subordinate from the impending doom. Silence. Regain your composure. I am Shockwave. The tremors within him persisted, akin to the relentless agony inflicted by countless searing steel needles. With his voice, still icy and imbued with the authority of a commander, he issued a final, futile plea to the beast that had succumbed to complete madness. Cease your assault. Obey the command. Yet, the only response was a more ferocious roar, imbued with an insatiable thirst for indiscriminate slaughter. Roar. Kill. Annihilate every moving thing. The beast, with its blood-red single eye, could no longer discern friend from foe. In its world, everything still emitting energy signals was deemed an enemy, a remnant of its past imprisonment and torment, a damned prison. The colossal, deep blue entity before him, recently struck by his artillery shell, was undoubtedly the most conspicuous and formidable target on this battlefield. Its massive turret began to pivot once more, gathering an even more colossal and destructive radiance than before. Cursed be this fate. As he observed the war machine, now utterly bereft of recognition, his frigid processor reached a harsh conclusion he was loath to accept. His siege hammer was rendered completely inoperative. No longer was it his weapon. It had transformed into an enemy to all. Scam. Retreat to the furthest corner if you wish to preserve your worthless, pitiful parts. He roared in fury through the internal channel. Then, he raised the dual-barreled sonic cannon on his back, also severely damaged yet still lethal, aiming it at his once most capable and now most troublesome comrade. A tragic and ironic symphony of self-destruction within the armor division was on the verge of commencing. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the pit, amidst the ruins that had recently experienced an explosive artistic catastrophe, shattered iron emerged, struggling from a heap of twisted metallic debris. His once magnificent, artfully crafted body was now marred by varying depths of wounds inflicted by high-velocity shrapnel. One of his arms hung at an unnatural angle, clearly injured in the earlier explosion. Yet his mismatched eyes did not gaze upon his own wounds. Instead, they remained fixed upon the desolate landscape that had been transformed from his greatest masterpiece into a sight devoid of beauty. His artwork was lost. The edifice, a living steel cage imbued with Gothic and Cthulhu-esque aesthetics. The artwork, a flawless installation that seamlessly intertwines imprisonment with exhibitionism, reflecting a postmodernist ethos. The Grand Hymn, composed of the weeping and singing of countless souls, Everything was reduced, during that recent performance of sheer, barbaric violence devoid of any aesthetic, to a heap of truly worthless, frigid refuse. No. The fragmented body of steel trembled slightly. For the first time, a look of childlike bewilderment and helplessness, indicative of a collapsing faith, appeared on his face, which was typically infused with madness and confidence. My art, your art, had nearly consigned us to the recycling bin. The cold voice of the stinger pierced through him like a bucket of icy water, awakening him from his self-pitying sorrow. Emerging slowly from another shadow, the figure of the stinger appeared. His condition was somewhat better than that of the fragmented steel, yet his dark golden armor was similarly marred with minute scratches inflicted by shrapnel. The black blade, recently employed to obliterate the explosion, remained clenched in his hand, though the golden veins of will that coursed along its length appeared considerably dimmer than before. Clearly, that lethal strike had drained a significant portion of his immense energy. Now is not the time for you to mourn your wretched heap of scrap. The stinger's gaze traversed the fragmented steel, focusing instead on the central pit, where a tragically ironic civil war was unfolding. That foolish bull had gone mad, while the more cunning and perilous hound sought to imprison him once more. This was our sole opportunity. Opportunity? The fragmented steel slowly turned its head, its mismatched eyes refocusing. The confusion and helplessness within were rapidly supplanted by a profound and perilous new madness, replete with resentment and hatred. Indeed, an opportunity, the stinger analyzed coldly. While they engage in mutual destruction, we shall retreat from here. We will return to the forge, activate the Goliath Legion, and seal this place irrevocably. Let these accursed hounds remain forever entangled with their own lunatic pet in the grave they have dug for themselves. This is the most rational and rightful choice. However, the fragmented steel shook its head slowly. No. His voice was deep and hoarse, akin to rusted metal grinding against itself. I shall not depart. He raised his head gradually, his mismatched eyes fixating intently on the vast, dark green figure that was engaged in a cacophony of madness and reverberation. He has destroyed it. He, in the most vulgar, brutal, and aesthetically devoid manner, obliterated my greatest masterpiece. He transformed my symphony into a cacophony, repugnant and suffused with static noise. An artist can never tolerate such sacrilege against his life's work. On the face of the shattered iron, a smile re-emerged. Yet this time it bore no trace of the previous madness and confidence. It was a smile infused with a chilling, surgical precision, a pure, unadulterated hatred. Thus, before departing, I must personally dismantle this failed, discordant, and nauseating instrument. He slowly raised his intact arm and opened his palm, intending to deconstruct it completely. Then, with its remnants, he would compose a true requiem for my lost art. The stinger silently observed him, gazing upon this individual, utterly consumed by art and hatred, a genuine madman. He understood that any persuasion was utterly futile. Moreover, Stinger's gaze shifted once more to the escalating, devastating civil war unfolding before him. Perhaps this madman was correct. If the most significant and unstable trouble ahead was not resolved entirely, none would escape. Very well. Stinger slowly nodded, his hand gripping the black dagger, tightening once more. Let us then offer our final ensemble to this completely unraveled symphony. Boom! 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 The center of the pit had irrevocably transformed into a realm constituted of flames and destruction, a true hellscape. The quake was dragging his battered form, now reduced to a mere segment of treads, struggling in the primal, brutal struggle against the beast, relentless and impervious to fatigue or pain. His formidable sonic cannon struck the clattering Titan alloy armor time and again. Each impact left a vast, concave scar upon the behemoth, forcing its immense frame to stagger backward. Yet, it was merely a retreat. The clattering creature's already damaged processor rendered it completely immune to the sonic cannon's most lethal mental shock, capable of directly assaulting its logic circuits. Its grotesque, triple-layered composite armor allowed it to endure the sheer physical energy powerful enough to level a small mountain. Each retreat only incited its monstrous, frenzied wrath further. Its chaotic yet immensely powerful main cannon repeatedly inflicted new, ghastly wounds upon the Quake. The Quake was gradually being consumed. He finds himself inexorably drawn into the abyss of failure by his own most powerful weapon, step by step. At that moment, two entirely new figures, imbued with the essence of diverse deaths, akin to the most discordant yet lethal notes, quietly joined this utterly chaotic rhapsody. Then, my esteemed drummer, let us embellish your monotonous and repetitive rhythm with a touch of splendid, improvisational variations. The sound of shattered metal resonates, reminiscent of a deranged operatic aria, suddenly echoing from the flanks of the battlefield. He does not directly assault the cacophony. Instead, he firmly presses his intact hand against the ground. The heart of the mechanic reawakens. Yet this time, he wields not the cold pipes and cables, but rather the vast graveyard formed from the remnants of his own artistic creation's explosion. Awaken, my former masterpiece. Embrace, with your shattered bodies, the unworthy brother who has utterly torn you apart. Compose, with your silent wails, his ultimate and most magnificent funeral dirge, accompanied by his sacred call. Filled with resentment and madness, the countless metal fragments scattered throughout the deep pit seem to hear, all at once, the mournful summons of their erstwhile creator. They emit a grating, metallic lament that slowly rises from the ground. Like numerous bloodthirsty, silver piranhas controlled by invisible threads, they swarm towards the immense, dark green figure entangled in a tumult of shock and madness. Roar! For the first time, the simplistic processor feels an incomprehensible threat emanating from all directions. Its frantically spinning turret instinctively seeks to obliterate these bothersome flies. Yet, there are simply too many of them. Moreover, their target is not its heavy armor. Like the most precise surgical blades, they penetrate the grotesque wounds inflicted by the shockwave cannons upon its body. They entwine around the turret's pivot. They jam the gaps in its joints. They even burrow into the muzzle of its main cannon. The once fluid and devastatingly powerful motions of the processor suddenly become exceedingly rigid and sluggish. It finds itself utterly bound by the destruction it has wrought. Well done. In that fleeting moment, the cold processor seizes this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity presented by the enemy. He poured all of his remaining energy into the colossal, dual-barreled sonic cannon upon his back. Farewell, my former comrade. Boom! Two beams, more concentrated and penetrative than any before, struck with an unstoppable force, violently battering the same location of the massive turret, which was rendered immobile by countless metal fragments. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, akin to the spine of a giant being brutally snapped, a sound that sent shivers down the spine. The turret's impenetrable armor, forged from triple-layered composite titan alloy, finally reached the limits of its endurance after enduring repeated cataclysmic blows. A vast, grotesque fissure appeared upon the turret. In that very moment, a cold, dark golden shadow, resembling the scythe of death, silently materialized behind the exposed and defenseless massive form. It was the venomous sting. He had been waiting, anticipating this singular, fleeting moment of vulnerability. The weapon in his hand, a pitch-black blade with nearly invisible golden veins, erupted in its final, most resplendent brilliance. He did not strike at the fissure that had been violently opened. His target was the only theoretical weakness on the colossal body, a spot untouched by titan alloy, the complex chassis connecting its massive form to its heavy treads, filled with countless drive shafts and hydraulic rods. The final chapter. The cold voice of venomous sting served as the undeniable verdict, bringing this frenzied symphony to a halt. The long blade in his hand transformed into a black, icy flash, elusive and impossible to capture. Swoosh! It was no longer the sound of piercing flesh. Instead, it signified a deeper, more profound silence that severed all concepts of existence. The blade did not disrupt any physical structure. It merely, silently, severed the last thread connecting the core of pure, raging fury, which had long been scorched, to its still powerful, massive steel form. The cacophony of endless rage and madness abruptly ceased. The gigantic single eye, crimson in hue, dimmed in an instant, like a star that had suddenly exhausted all its fuel, extinguishing its light completely. His massive, dark green form, still poised in an aggressive stance, suddenly froze. Then, like a colossal marionette severed from all its strings, it crashed down with a thunderous thud. The sound echoed, a deep and resonant impact, devoid of any explosive quality, merely the clash of metal against earth. The most ferocious and formidable battering ram, the Decepticon, had finally succumbed. Instantly, The vast pit was enveloped in an eerie silence, a deathly stillness. The billowing clouds of dust and fragments of metal fell gently to the ground. When all settled, within the depths of the pit, only 3 battered figures remained standing. Shockwave, dragging his broken and nearly immobile body, still aimed the enormous sonic cannon mounted on his back defiantly at the 2 adversaries who had just fought alongside him. The remnants of shattered metal had drained him of all energy, and his once mighty arm hung limply at his side, gazing at the enormous, lifeless body devoid of any signs of existence. His mismatched eyes flickered with a hollow, weary light of vengeance fulfilled. Beside the colossal corpse stood Barricade, quietly clutching his black blade, the last glimmer of golden light extinguished, leaving it an ordinary, lifeless piece of cold iron. The cacophony of madness had come to an end. Yet, the war was far from over. They had merely transitioned from a chaotic symphony of destruction into a more perilous, silent trio fraught with suspicion and intent to kill. Chapter 66. The lies of the survivors. A profound silence enveloped the scene, heavier and more suffocating than any explosion before. The frenzied orchestration, composed purely of violence and ruin, had finally reached its dissonant finale. The swirling dust and metallic shards drifted down like mournful offerings for this disastrous performance, carrying with them a weary sense of destiny as they settled. In the pit, only 3 battered figures stood resolute, facing each other in a tense standoff, arranged in a quintessential equilateral triangle, each vertex representing a starkly different remnant of cold ashes after all passion had been extinguished. Shockwave, the most loyal and formidable war hound of Megatron, stood defiantly in the center of the battlefield, his body battered and reduced to the remnants of a tread, yet unwavering in his stance. He bore upon his back the colossal dual-barrel sonic cannon, from which wisps of faint blue smoke emanated, a remnant of its overload. Yet, it remained steadfast, akin to 2 unyielding, frigid eyes, resolutely fixated upon the 2 adversaries who had just fought alongside him, jointly entombing his most formidable comrade. His processor was being mercilessly torn between 2 diametrically opposed directives: mission, annihilate target, and status, combat power severely depleted. These conflicting commands clashed like immense, icy millstones within his consciousness, which was founded upon absolute logic, unleashing a cacophony of jarring electric wails that epitomized overload and contradiction. Shattered Iron, a deranged yet creatively driven underground artist, slumped helplessly against a massive, contorted fragment of metal debris. His intact arm hung limply, fingertips mere centimeters from ground. His eyes, which typically sparkled with vibrancy, now resembled 2 extinguished stars that had burned through all their fuel, gazing vacantly at the desolate graveyard that was once his greatest masterpiece, now rendered grotesque and devoid of beauty. His art was gone. The instrument that had obliterated his creations was also lost. The ecstasy of revenge, akin to a vibrant firework, illuminated a fleeting moment of brilliance, only to leave behind an emptiness colder and more profound than death itself. He had lost all sense of meaning. Meanwhile, the Viper, the eternal survivor and the cold orchestrator hidden amidst chaos and madness, stood silently beside the enormous, lifeless corpse, stripped of all signs of vitality. The black dagger in his hand, once glowing with the last vestiges of concept and will, finally extinguished after severing the final connection between the tumultuous core of rage and the massive body. It reverted to a mere ordinary, lifeless piece of iron. His energy, too, had been utterly depleted. His processor, as tranquil as an abyss, now harbored only the most primal and lucid thought. The grand symphony filled with chaos and destruction had come to an end. A more perilous, silent trio, rife with suspicion and murderous intent, was about to commence. Ultimately, it was the hound, stripped of all fangs and claws yet still refusing to fall, that shattered the stillness. "You have won." The tremulous voice, hoarse and dry, resonated with a metallic friction, imbued with a weary texture. This was no longer the authoritative voice of a battlefield commander. It was a cold acknowledgement of reality belonging to the vanquished. The colossal sonic cannon upon his back slowly descended. This was not surrender. It was a lucid recognition, inherent to the strong, that any further assault in the current state would be a futile act of hastening one's own demise. Shattered Iron offered no response to his words. He simply gazed vacantly at the remnants of his own ruin. as if his very soul had perished alongside the destruction of his cherished masterpiece. Meanwhile, Venom slowly lifted his head. His crimson compound eyes coolly intersected with the weary and resentful blue optics of Shockwave in the air. "There are no victors, Commander." Venom's voice carried a faint rasp, tinged with the exhaustion of depleted energy. "Look around you. Your battering ram has transformed into a lifeless corpse. Your vulture has become a heap of genuine scrap metal. Your spectators have turned into an artwork of our less than successful endeavors." Venom's gaze swept over Shockwave's shattered treads and the immense, terrifying crater behind him. "You are not far from the scrap heap yourself." Then, Venom's attention shifted to the twisted, soulless remnants of metal, an insane artist stripped of all creativity, a weary assassin drained of every ounce of vitality. This is not a victory. Rather, it is a tragic farce in which all are losers. Shockwave fell silent. His frigid processor could not contest this cruel, blood-soaked reality. He had failed in a manner more complete, devastating, and humiliating than he could have ever envisioned. He had descended upon this despised wasteland with the most elite war machines of Megatron, brimming with the hubris to crush all with absolute violence. Yet now, his army was gone. His pride had vanished. All that remained was a similarly shattered, greedy subordinate, along with a cold body that he must personally drag back to the Iron Fortress. "So what do you wish to do now?" Shockwave's voice turned even colder. "Will you grant us, two defeated souls, a grand finale befitting your artistic identity? Or will we end this senseless, final struggle like two true warriors?" "No, no, no." A hollow, ethereal voice, as if emanating from another dimension, suddenly resonated. It was the Twisted Metal. Slowly, he rose from the heap of debris, his once dimmed, mismatched eyes reigniting. But this time, they bore no trace of the previous madness or confidence, nor the earlier confusion or emptiness. Instead, there emerged a novel, deeper, and purer understanding, an artist's newfound, morbid enlightenment gained through the trials of destruction and loss. "A tragic farce in which all are losers," he murmured, as if savoring a line imbued with profound philosophy. "Indeed, is this not the greatest form of art, richly steeped in postmodern deconstruction?" His face once again bore a smile, an expression both twisted and liberating, imbued with a madness that radiated unbounded joy. It commenced with a grand overture, resplendent with hope, and unfolded through a myriad of splendid movements rife with reversals and conflicts. Ultimately, it concluded with a cacophony of absurdity and void, leaving all in a state of disarray. Is this not the most profound, authentic, and brutal satire of war itself? Is it not the loudest, most merciless, and most artistic slap in the face to the so-called absolute order of Megatron? He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the desolate ruins scarred by failure and death. "You are mistaken, Barricade. We have not lost." His voice rose once more, fervent and impassioned, filled with the frenzied zeal of a prophet. "We have triumphed. Through the most disastrous of wars, we have crafted a most successful piece of nihilistic performance art. Thus, we cannot kill him." Barricade slowly turned his head, his eyes rekindled with a mad flame, fixed intently on Shockwave, who stood as the final and most vital witness to our grand artistic endeavor. He must live. He must drag his broken body, alongside his comrades, turn to refuse, back to that fortress of lies. Then, with his own report, fraught with failure and humiliation, he shall provide the concluding and most perfect punctuation to our magnum opus. Shockwave silently regarded this artist, now utterly deranged. His cold processor could not fathom the twisted, pathological logic at play. Yet, he discerned this singular piece of advantageous information hidden within. They did not wish to kill him. "So, you mean," Barricade's icy voice broke the silence, translating Barricade's artistic, frenzied declaration into the simplest, most direct language of politics and negotiation. "We have reached an agreement, Commander." "An agreement?" Shockwave's electronic eye narrowed slightly. "Indeed, an agreement." Barricade took a few deliberate steps forward, emerging from the shadow of death. "We shall let you go. You may leave here with your spoils. Then, we will seal this place completely, ensuring that this grave of mechanics, along with ourselves, vanishes forever from the map of Cybertron. You will no longer find us, and we shall never again appear in your world. You may report to your king, stating that although you have paid a heavy price, You have ultimately succeeded in isolating us, two dangerous viruses, completely. You have preserved your life and the last vestiges of your dignity as a commander. We have attained what we desired, freedom and tranquility. This is a war in which all have succumbed. Yet it could also culminate in a perfect resolution, one where all survivors may acquire what they yearn for. The voice of temptation, cold and composed, resonates with an alluring charm. Like a most cunning devil, it offers a deal, laced with poison, to a soul cornered with no escape. The reverberation fell into silence. In this moment, his formidable processor, which prides itself on absolute logic, found itself ensnared in an unprecedented and intense struggle. To accept? That would signify his capitulation as the most elite commander of the Decepticons to two traitors he holds in contempt. It would mean tarnishing the honor of his four loyal subordinates, who have devoted their lives to fulfilling the will of Megatron, with a report rife with deceit and falsehood. This would be the ultimate betrayal of his beliefs. To refuse? That would lead him into a futile, final confrontation with those two equally beleaguered foes in this grave-like pit, resulting in mutual annihilation. He would perish. Deception would perish. He would be unable to carry back the bodies of his faithful subordinates to their stronghold. This would be the gravest dereliction of duty for him as a commander. Slowly, he lifted his gaze, glancing at the madman, still exhilarated by his grand artistic theories. Then, he beheld the true harbinger of death, calm and devoid of emotion, calculating gains and losses like a shrewd negotiator. Finally, his eyes fell upon the colossal, lifeless form of his once great comrade in arms. He remembered the boisterous warrior, though simple-minded, always charging to the forefront with unwavering bravery. He recalled the whirlwind, whose perverse flare could always slice through enemy lines from the most unexpected angles. He thought of the explosive one, proud yet solitary, who could unleash precise and devastating wrath from the heavens, clearing every obstacle in his path. He reflected on the con artist, greedy yet opportunistic, who could secure the rarest resources crucial to determining the outcome of war at the most critical junctures. They were the vanguard of their battalion, the sharpest spear of Megatron, the most steadfast shield of the Decepticons. They should not be buried here, worthless and nameless, in this filthy, dark abyss. Very well. A hoarse, heavy word, as if wrung from the depths of his soul, emerged from the trembling throat of the commander. He had made the most arduous and agonizing decision of his life. The venomous sting nodded slowly. His hand, which had been tightly gripping the hilt of his knife, finally relaxed ever so slightly. Meanwhile, the shattered iron released a sigh filled with unparalleled joy, as if it beheld its grandest creation finally receiving the world's acknowledgement, a sigh of contentment. Then, Commander, he said, as he slowly approached the enormous, boisterous corpse. He extended his hand and gently pried a piece, no larger than a palm, from the shattered turret armor, stained with frost and scorch marks. Before I depart, permit me to take a small memento. This fragment, which had once destroyed the instruments of my greatest symphony, shall forever remind me of the dialectical and eternal artistic relationship between destruction and creation, perfection and imperfection. He carefully stowed the fragment, as if it were the most precious relic, within his breastplate. Then, he exchanged a glance with venomous sting. They spoke no further words. Instead, they slowly retreated toward the furnace. Each step was imbued with the weariness of victors and the vigilance of survivors. The tremor stood silently, observing the two ghostly figures gradually fade into their own profound realm of darkness, until he could no longer sense any energy signals from them. Only then did he finally relax completely. His battered body, which had been forcibly sustained, could bear the immense burden no longer. With a thud, he knelt on one knee, emitting a suppressed wail filled with pain and humiliation. He had failed. He slowly raised his gaze toward the skylight he had ordered to be hewn. The pale, cold sunlight poured in like the most merciless spotlight, mocking him as it illuminated his disheveled and failure-laden stage. After a long while, he cautiously opened a secured, one-way communication channel to the highest level of the Iron Fortress. His voice, hoarse and weary, yet regaining the cold, emotionless tone befitting a commander, echoed in the stillness of the deep pit. Lord Soundwave, this is Tremor. Mission update. The target has been neutralized. The black domain is now completely sealed. Our side has suffered heavy losses. One by one, words laden with deceit spilled from his lips. Each word struck like an invisible, heavy hammer against the already shattered core of his once proud spark. The frenzied symphony had come to an end. All the mad musicians had taken their leave. Only a vast, frigid expanse, designated as the cemetery of failure, remains alongside a wretched survivor, weaving a final requiem steeped in hypocrisy and deceit for this symphony rife with death and betrayal. Chapter 67. The curtain falls. The kingdom of silence as the two ghostly figures vanished entirely into the furnace's abyss, dark as the maw of a monstrous beast. The cemetery of failure finally embraced the silence that rightfully belonged to death. Light poured mercilessly through the jagged skylight carved by orbital bombardment, akin to a colossal, frigid scalpel, dissecting the pit littered with debris and corpses, revealing its disarrayed and sanguinary innards. Shocking stood on one knee upon the soil drenched in the blood and lies of his own subordinates. His encrypted, one-way communication channel descended into an oppressive silence after he uttered his final words, laden with pretense and deceit. The sound waves elicited no response, no inquiries, no solace. Not even the frigid electronic tone of acknowledgement. Only silence prevailed, a suffocating stillness more stifling than any reprimand, an omniscient quietude of the superior. Shocking understood that his fabrications might not deceive the intelligent sovereign, who took pride in absolute information control. Yet he also recognized that Soundwave would accept this falsehood. For the Decepticon Empire at this moment, a victory, albeit at a grievous cost, where the virus had been vanquished, bore far greater utility than the brutal truth of an elite special forces unit being annihilated in a humiliating manner by two obscure rebels. This is politics. A sordid art he once scorned, yet found himself compelled to partake in. With great effort, he straightened his battered form from the oppressive cries and excruciating pain. The remnants of his soul intact track groaned on the ground, producing a disquieting creak. He paid no heed to the enormous, terrifying crater behind him, which had nearly severed him in two. Nor did he concern himself with the multitude of overloaded sensors within his body flashing red warnings in a frantic dance. Instead, he embraced the last and heaviest sense of duty that belonged to a battlefield commander, beginning to account for his completely obliterated army. He first approached the enormous, cold body of a once vibrant warrior. He gazed upon the shell that had once brimmed with boundless, ferocious vitality, now reduced to a colossal, hollow metal can, quietly lying there, drained of all essence. His crimson single eye had completely extinguished, transforming into a dull, lifeless red crystal. Zhendang reached out, gently brushing away the cold dust that covered the distorted face of the once lively figure, now twisted by the final frenzy. "Rest in peace, my most valiant battering ram," he murmured in a hoarse voice that only he could hear. "Your war is over." He then turned with great difficulty, making his way towards the chaotic crash site belonging to the whirlwind. What lay before him was no longer a complete corpse, but rather a heap of true scrap metal, thoroughly severed and dismembered by countless high-speed fragments of metal. He could not even discern, amidst the twisted, dark purple components, which piece belonged to the whirlwind's head and which belonged to his core, once ablaze with twisted mockery. Zhendang stood silently before the heap of scrap. He recalled the whirlwind, who, though often indulging in dark humor, could always, at the most critical moments, employ his surgical precision in flight to carve through the enemy's most unsuspected defenses with lethal finesse. You have finally transformed yourself into a postmodern artwork imbued with the aesthetics of shattered beauty. A hint of ironic weariness tinged Zhendang's voice as he expressed a hope that in another world, he might find the true art he sought. He then lifted his gaze towards the high-maintenance platform. The explosion had left the proud, spacecraft-shaped body in a humiliating position, inverted and embedded in the unforgiving alloy ground. His own body remained intact, devoid of even the slightest scratch. Yet, the core that had once burned with unparalleled pride and reason had now been extinguished, becoming a cold, incomprehensible stone filled with paradoxical silence. Zhendang did not approach. He merely observed from afar. He understood that for an elite who regarded reason and logic as the essence of life, this silent demise amidst the complete collapse of faith was perhaps more excruciating than any glorious death in battle. At last, Zhendang's gaze fell upon a battered, yellow jeep, crushed like an abandoned soda can. He slowly dragged his broken body towards it. Extending his relatively intact arm, he exerted all his strength to lift the alloy plate, as large as a door, that had completely flattened the Jeep. A series of weak, acrid coughs, mingled with the scent of energy liquid and oil, emerged from the cockpit. Now reduced to a mere iron disc, Scammer was still alive. With a tenacity that even he could scarcely comprehend, akin to that of a cockroach, he persevered. A faint voice, imbued with terror and the essence of survival, intermittently emerged from the heap of scrap metal. I thought I was destined to meet the great Primus. My assets, yet to be transferred to a secret account. Those limited edition energy blocks I hadn't had the chance to deploy. Silence. The cold, unfeeling voice interrupted his commercial lamentations, reminiscent of a dying man's last words. He gazed at the mound of scrap, now devoid of any salvageable value. In an instant, his formidable processor reached the most rational yet brutally harsh decision: to abandon him, leaving him to wither in this filthy, dark grave, a choice that maximized utility. Yet, the visage of the swindler, though avaricious and mercantile, resurfaced in his mind. The one who, at critical junctures, always procured the rare resources that determined the outcomes of war. A face adorned with a sycophantic smile. They were the armored convoy. None could be spared. With deliberation, he activated a specialized recovery beam for heavy equipment. A robust blue beam, saturated with energy, enveloped the scrap belonging to the swindler. "Hold on tight," were his final words to his subordinate. Within the furnace, fragments of iron sat despondently atop a cold black blade, recently imprinted with a soul, yet dislodged from the conveyor belt by the cataclysmic explosion. He clutched a palm-sized, frostbitten, dark green shard, the sole remnant taken from the destroyer of his once cherished masterpiece. His eyes, of differing hues, stared vacantly at the desolate ruins of the grand terminal square beyond the furnace. Had he triumphed? He had dismantled the instrument that obliterated his greatest creation. Through an act of performance art steeped in absurdity and nihilism, he had dealt a resounding slap to the so-called absolute order of the tyrant. He ought to feel exultation, satisfaction. Yet, why did his core, usually ablaze with madness and fervor, now resonate with a void colder and deeper than death itself? "We have lost 37 Goliaths." The cold voice of the Viper, devoid of emotion, resonated beside him, delivering the most precise damage report. Viper stood before the central console of the opulent baptismal chamber. Before him, the holographic screen displayed a detailed roster of their newly formed yet grievously battered legion of the departed. Among them, 12 units had been utterly annihilated in orbital bombardment, while 15 were forcibly dismantled amidst a cacophony of struggle. The remaining 10 fell victim to the spectacular self-detonation triggered by your artistic creation, leaving them irreparably damaged. We are left with 63 operational units, over half of which bear varying degrees of damage. The energy reserves of the furnace have plummeted below the critical threshold of 15%, following your recent, flamboyant display and the even more extravagant self-destruction. Despite having triumphed in this seemingly unwinnable war, we have nearly lost everything. Toxic Sting slowly turned, his crimson compound eyes coldly surveying the once spirited artist, now resembling a marionette bereft of its soul. "Thus, I implore you to rise. I require you to harness the remnants of your artistic essence to assist me in completing the final and most crucial backdrop of our drama. Seal that damned skylight completely." Iron Shard responded with silence, his head bowed as he muttered to himself. "There is nothing left. None of it remains. My symphony is gone. My prison is also lost. I sought vengeance through destruction, yet what I have obtained is a profound, meaningless void. Is this truly the ultimate art I have pursued?" Toxic Sting observed him in silence, aware that this madman was undergoing a pivotal transformation in his life, a perilous metamorphosis from creator to nihilist. He chose not to intrude, instead approaching him slowly and extending his hand, offering the now dimmed, obsidian blade which had lost all its luster. "Take it." Iron Shard gradually lifted his head, his hollow gaze fixated on the cold iron that once severed both god and beast. "This is the first true creation you fashioned with your own hands." Toxic Sting's voice was chilling and serene. It lacked the superficiality of your extravagant symphonies and the frailty of your sculptures. It is simple, pure, existing solely for the most primal purpose of survival. Now we need it. We need more works akin to it. For from this day forth, we are no longer damned artists nor pitiful rebels. Toxic Sting's gaze pierced through the darkness of the furnace, casting his eyes upon the vast graveyard outside, where another silent tragedy, steeped in humiliation, unfolded. We are kings. In this realm, a vast and silent kingdom forsaken by the world, there exists but a solitary king. This sovereign does not yearn for exquisite artifacts. Rather, he seeks only the cold weapons capable of safeguarding his dominion. The fragmented iron gazes silently at the blade. After a considerable time, he slowly extends his hand, accepting the icy, weighty, lifeless implement. His eyes, of strikingly different hues, once again ignite. Yet they no longer reflect the previous madness or confidence, nor do they bear the earlier emptiness and confusion. Instead, a profound, colder, and purer realization belonging to a ruler awakens within him. I comprehend. He gradually rises, cautiously placing the dark green shard into his breastplate. Then, gripping the black longsword, he turns and strides toward the resplendent yet energy-depleted baptismal hall. However, the king also requires a sturdy fortress to shield himself. He reinserted the black longsword into the central altar of the baptismal hall, pouring every last ounce of his dwindling energy into it without reservation. To all the surviving Goliaths, heed the first and final command of your new king. Use your shattered bodies to mend our fractured sky. Forge with your silent loyalty our eternal, tranquil throne. Accompanied by a silent decree, laden with exhaustion yet imbued with unmatched majesty, the 63 surviving Iron Warriors moved in unison. They emerged slowly from their respective shelters, disregarding the former foes who were busy collecting the remains of their comrades. They commenced their labor like the most devout and silent of worker ants. Transporting the colossal stones that had descended from above, they began to tug at the severed, thick steel reinforcements. They endeavored to fill the gaping, monstrous, and grotesque skylight with their formidable, robust forms. The tremors had gathered all the remnants of his subordinates that he could find. The clamor of a massive, intact corpse. The explosion of another complete, yet philosophically charged shell. The whirlwind of pitiful parts he could barely identify through the color of the armor. And the deceit of a crumpled mass of scrap, metal, still emitting faint signals of life. He enveloped them all in a gravitational beam, allowing them to hover slowly behind him, like a sorrowful father, defeated yet unwilling to abandon his children. He beheld those colossal, silent excavators engaged in a grand, melancholic endeavor. He understood their purpose. They were fulfilling their covenant. He did not intervene, nor did he utter a single word. Instead, he slowly turned away and activated his severely damaged miniature anti-gravity thruster, dragging his battered, disheveled form, along with the even more ruined spoils trailing behind him. He glided towards the increasingly sealed skylight. He was the first to arrive at this hunting ground, and now he would be the last to depart. When he finally passed through the narrowing skylight and returned to the surface of the iron fortress, a realm filled with smoke and dust, a thunderous roar erupted beneath him, resonating with undeniable finality. The skylight was irrevocably sealed. The vast graveyard that had entombed all his pride and glory, along with the two phantoms he never wished to encounter again, vanished forever from the map of Cybertron. All that remained was a desolate expanse. As if nothing had ever transpired, the tremor silently observed all of this. After a prolonged moment, he slowly turned to gaze upon the iron fortress's towering, frigid silhouette. It was time for him to return home, burdened with his lies and his corpse. In the eternal, pitch-black void, the shattered remnants, having exhausted their final vestige of energy, collapsed to the ground. The Wasp, in turn, approached his side and helped him rise. Together, they stared into the absolute darkness that had been thoroughly sealed. There would be no more light, no more war, and no more external clamor. Only this vast, silent, eternal kingdom remained. Welcome home, my friend. The Wasp's cold voice resonated in the profound darkness, tinged with a weariness he himself did not recognize. Welcome to our eternal exhibition hall. The remnants slowly lifted his head, his eyes, still flickering with faint light in the dark, gazing upon this new realm of void and reality that belonged to them. He adopted a tone imbued with the sanctity befitting a sovereign, taking over the conversation. Chapter 68. Whispers of the Silent Empire. The sky over Iron Fortress is a cold, artificial vault woven from countless streams of data and energy conduits. It will never rain, nor will it ever reveal the true stars. Instead, it casts an eternal, pallid sunlight devoid of warmth upon the soulless steel metropolis below, day after day. Shock, dragging his battered and nearly disassembled body, along with even more fragmented and heart-wrenching spoils behind him, slowly ascends beneath this false sunlight. The severely damaged anti-gravity propulsion system on his back emits a series of intermittent, agonized cries reminiscent of a dying beast, filled with suffering and defiance. Each burst is akin to an invisible, searing hammer striking heavily upon his nearly pierced and cracked core, igniting violent surges of electricity and lamentations that would incapacitate any ordinary Cybertronian from overload. Yet, he seems impervious to pain. He merely flies on in silence. He traverses through the once thriving commercial districts now marred by craters and ruins. He witnesses countless lowly constructicons ruthlessly dismantling the ancient edifices, once rich in art and history, reducing them to the most crude, aesthetically void materials for warfare. He glides over the public squares, once filled with laughter, now transformed into temporary military encampments. He sees ranks of expressionless, newly minted Decepticon soldiers undergoing regimented drills under the icy commands of their officers, each movement steeped in the air of slaughter. He drifts like a ghost returned from the depths of hell, hovering over this cold utopia of order and discipline that he and his comrades have forged. The surrounding Decepticon warriors take note of him. They behold the enormous, nearly bisected, deep blue form that signifies the commander of the armored division. They notice the four uniquely shaped, death-laden remnants being dragged behind him by a tractor beam. Their faces reflect shock, confusion, and a subtle, almost imperceptible reverence and fear that only the weak reserve for the strong. Yet, none dare approach. No one is bold enough to disturb this silent hero, recently returned from a cataclysmic war beyond their imagination. They simply part silently, creating a passageway leading to the heart of Iron Fortress, the most heavily guarded command center of the Decepticon occupation. Shock remains indifferent to it all. His once blue, utterly confident and authoritative electronic eyes now stared vacantly, devoid of focus, enveloped in a chilling silence. He had descended, landing upon the topmost helipad of the towering, oppressive black metallic fortress that served as the central command of the Decepticons. This was the realm of sound waves, a frigid kingdom ruled by absolute silence and the weight of unyielding information. As the battered treads, creaking ominously, touched the smooth, immaculate alloy surface, the immense black alloy door, crafted from one-way translucent material, silently slid open behind him. Beyond lay a darkness even more profound and pure. At the heart of this void sat a slender, silent figure, merging seamlessly with the shadows upon a vast, slowly rotating throne composed of countless blue holographic data streams. Soundwave remained seated, neither rising nor turning his head, as if he had been waiting for a century. The tremors around him quietly released the tethering beams of light. The resounding thuds reverberated, four dull, thunderous echoes, each imbued with the essence of various deaths, pierced the stillness of this sanctuary of information. The cacophony heralded the presence of a colossal, intact yet defiant and deranged corpse, the twisted, laminable scrap metal beyond recognition, and the pristine yet paradoxically lifeless shell of an explosive core, now a cold stone of philosophical essence. Then there was the crushed remnant, emitting faint life signals, akin to a flickering candle in a tempest, utterly devoid of salvageable worth. The tremors laid his completely obliterated army before him, like the heaviest, guilt-laden offerings placed at the feet of the all-seeing master of intelligence. With deliberation, he knelt, adopting the most humiliating posture of a vanquished foe. Soundwave, he rasped, his voice hoarse and devoid of emotion. I have returned. Soundwave, however, remained unyielding, his gaze fixed ahead. After an extended silence, the cold, emotionless, synthesized voice of Soundwave finally broke the stillness. Submit your official battle report, Commander Shockwave. The weight of the word official fell heavily upon Shockwave's heart, plunging him into a deep despair. Yet, he understood that he had wagered wisely. The sound waves absorbed the essence of his silent transaction, laden with lies and deceit. The tremors gradually caused him to close his electronic eyes. His formidable processor, reminiscent of a battlefield commander, began to recite in a tone suffused with self-loathing. The tragic epic he had meticulously crafted countless times on his journey back. Our unit, the Armored Battalion, reached the designated Dark Zone at the 1374th cycle of Iron Fortress time. We encountered fierce resistance from two high-threat insurgents, codenamed Artists. The enemy employed an unprecedented, high-intensity, mimetic weapon of psychological contamination, inflicting immense and irreparable logical damage upon our forces. One of our team members' explosion. In a valiant effort to thwart the corrosive influence of this mimetic weapon and protect vital tactical data from exposure, resolutely chose to self-format his core. A heroic sacrifice. Another member, Whirlwind, during an aerial suppression mission, fell victim to a preset high-energy electromagnetic trap, resulting in a catastrophic loss of control and crash. A heroic sacrifice. Team member, Clamor, led the charge in the final assault, using himself as bait to create a lethal opportunity for me, yet he was met with the full brunt of enemy fire. A heroic sacrifice. Team member, Fraud, while covering our retreat, was buried beneath the collapsing ruins, sustaining 97 damage to his body and currently on the brink of death. Ultimately, after paying an exorbitant price, I successfully annihilated both high-threat insurgents along with the entire Dark Zone they occupied, effectively sealing it off. The report is complete. Each word carved into his core like an invisible, icy chisel, leaving an indelible mark of shame. As he uttered the final word, the entire temple fell into a profound silence once more. After a prolonged pause, the sound waves slowly rose from his throne of data streams. He turned away his smooth, featureless black screen, gazing quietly at the kneeling tremor and the four cold, storied remnants behind him. The red light strip on his screen, a representation of his emotions, remained tranquil like a still pond. The report has been acknowledged. He slowly raised his slender arm, precise as a surgeon's scalpel. His fingertips delicately traced the air, conjuring a massive holographic roll of honor for the fallen Decepticons, suspended in the ether. He uttered no words of comfort, nor did he voice any inquiries. He merely, with his cold, emotionless fingertips, gently typed a similarly frigid and officially tinged final definition behind the names of Explosion, Whirlwind, and Clamor. The term was Kia, killed in action. The document, stained with lies and blood, would be inscribed into the 7th volume, 3rd chapter of the Decepticon heroic epic. Subsequently, he dragged this dossier into a deep crimson folder designated as top secret. A soft click resonated as the folder was closed and locked, entombing all the gruesome truths of that war, along with two phantoms that should never have existed, deep within the vast, icy grave of information belonging to the Decepticon Empire. Now, to report to the Emperor. Soundwave turned, and the darkness before him instantaneously illuminated. A colossal, commanding, and oppressive purple hologram materialized at the heart of the temple. Megatron, his silver form, imbued with power and tyranny, sat regally upon a grotesque throne fashioned from the bones and wreckage of enemies. His eyes, crimson like burning stars, coldly surveyed the broken figure of Shockwave kneeling below, accompanied by 4 similarly shattered offerings behind him. Shockwave. Megatron's voice, deep and metallic, resonated throughout the temple like thunder. Lift your head and gaze upon me. Tell me, what victory have you brought for my empire? Slowly, Shockwave raised his head, heavy as if filled with lead. He beheld the face of the monarch for whom he had once been willing to sacrifice everything, a visage radiating unparalleled charisma. He opened his mouth, only to find that the grandiose, tragic lie he had prepared now appeared so utterly pale and powerless in this moment. At that instant, Soundwave spoke. Lord Megatron, his voice, cold and devoid of any emotion, functioned as the most loyal yet ruthless filter, transforming the flawed and contradictory report into a flawless conclusion replete with political correctness. Commander Shockwave and his battalion have successfully executed your will. They have eradicated, at a horrifying cost of near-total annihilation, the dangerous meme virus that sought to undermine the order of our empire at its roots. The battalion has defended the glory of the Decepticons with their loyalty and sacrifice. Megatron listened in silence. His star-like eyes narrowed slightly. He was not a fool. He, more than anyone else, comprehended the terrifying, destructive power possessed by the War Chariot Brigade. The most perfect war machine he had meticulously crafted with his own hands. To obliterate such an army, nearly indestructible, to the brink of annihilation by a mere virus, What a dreadfully formidable existence that must be. Yet, he refrained from inquiring. For he is the sovereign. And what a sovereign requires is not a reality fraught with questions, but rather results imbued with value and utility. An irreparably disassembled war chariot brigade resembles a fragmented fusion cannon that can no longer coalesce. Megatron spoke slowly, his voice devoid of any discernible emotion. Only a cold lament for a precious yet damaged tool. Their sacrifice was worthwhile. Their glory would be eternally commemorated by the entire Empire. His gaze fell once more upon the shattered form of Shockwave. As for you, Shockwave, although you have lost your army, you have also eradicated a malignant tumor capable of undermining our very foundation for my empire. You have not disappointed me. Now, I assign you a new task. From this day forth, the black domain that entombs all your subordinates will be irrevocably sealed off, both physically and militarily. It shall become the first monument to heroism of our Decepticon empire, serving as a warning to posterity that any foolish act daring to challenge our absolute order shall incur a dreadful price. You, with a cold smile that radiated absolute control, shall become the first and sole guardian of this monument until you procure new components sufficient to replace your fallen comrades. Do you understand? My last war chariot. Shockwave slowly lowered his head. In an instant, his formidable processor grasped the full implications of Megatron-esque command, imbued with political acumen and the cunning of a ruler. The sealing of the black domain fulfilled his silent accord with the two phantoms, while simultaneously isolating him, the sole informed party, from all truths. To make him the guardian of the tomb served as both a veiled punishment and exile, as well as a final safeguard for this commander who had lost his army. He would forever bear the weight of the lie he had crafted with his own hands until he could unearth a new, acceptable truth to replace it. You will be done, my emperor. Shockwave's voice was hoarse and dry, yet filled with a wearied, relieved, absolute obedience. Megatron's colossal holographic projection gradually faded away. The entire temple once again succumbed to an oppressive silence, one that belonged to the realm of sound waves. The medical team would tend to the remains. The chilling voice of the sound waves gradually resonated, while you trembled, striving to restore your body. Subsequently, you would embark upon fulfilling your new responsibilities. Having spoken, he slowly turned away, resuming his place upon the cold throne, composed of countless streams of data. As if the recent meeting, one that had determined the fates and honors of innumerable lives, had been nothing more than an inconsequential routine task. You stood silently from the ground, not casting another glance at the four comrades, soon to be dispatched for a grand, yet deceitful, heroic funeral. Instead, you gently pivoted, dragging your battered form, which emitted mournful creaks, step by step towards the door leading into your own endless solitude, shrouded in darkness. Once you had been a pure warrior, devoted solely to warfare and victory. Now, you had transformed into a pitiful politician, clinging to survival through lies and betrayal, a solitary keeper of graves, living beneath the shadow of your own grandiose accomplishments. Perhaps this was the final and most venomous creation bestowed upon you by those two damned artists. Chapter 69. The Echoes of the Gravekeeper for Cybertronian. Restoration is a process steeped in machinery and logic, a frigid endeavor devoid of pain or joy. It merely involves the replacement of damaged components, the reconnection of severed circuits, and the reformatting of chaotic data. Yet for you in this moment, each time the cold medical arm's welding gun, sparking with blue arcs of electricity, grazed the enormous, horrific crater in your back, one that had nearly cleaved you in two, you felt a searing sensation far deeper and more irreparable than any physical agony. It was the heat of deceit. It was the brand of betrayal. You did not refuse medical assistance. With an almost masochistic serenity, you accepted the lengthy and intricate restoration procedure. You observed as the medics covered your once glorious wounds, now steeped in endless disgrace. With a new alloy armor glistening with a cold metallic sheen, you understood that they were merely mending your exterior, while your inner soul had long been corroded by your own fabrications, left forever fractured. The operation endured for 37 standard cycles. When you rose once more from that frigid restoration platform, your body had been rejuvenated. The broken treads had been replaced with a sturdier, state-of-the-art heavy-duty track. The nearly perforated back armor has been reinforced, even more robust than before. He appears more powerful and complete than ever. However, He feels more hollow and fragmented than at any previous time. He does not return to the desolate barracks of the Armored Division, nor does he attend the grand state funeral, rife with hypocrisy and glory, that is to be held for his 3 valiant subordinates who perished heroically. Instead, the moment all medical procedures are concluded, he silently turns away, dragging his new, heavy body, which feels almost alien to him, out of the medical department. He is bound to fulfill his new duty. He is to guard the grave he has personally constructed. The Black Zone is no longer an abandoned industrial area that can be entered at will. Under the supreme directive of Megatron, steeped in imperial ambition, it is transforming with astonishing speed and a quintessential Decepticon efficiency into a genuine militarized no-go zone. As the tremors reach the land where he once battled, failed, and betrayed, he beholds a vast construction site, ablaze with fervor and marked by iron discipline. Hundreds of colossal Decepticon engineers are altering the landscape in the most brutal and direct manner. They wield high-energy lasers to completely raze the shattered ruins that once bore witness to his failures. With anti-gravity cranes, they hoist and assemble massive, oppressive black alloy modules, urgently transported from other regions of Cybertron. They are erecting towering walls, replete with menacing turrets and high-voltage power grids, around a vast skylight carved by orbital bombardment, a cold, physical monument that utterly separates truth from falsehood. At the very center of this enclosure, above the skylight, which has been irrevocably sealed by the broken bodies of 63 Goliaths, a grander monument, rich with Decepticon aesthetics, is rising. It is not a sentimental, frail sculpture of humanity. Rather, it is a colossal, pyramid-like obelisk forged from pure black, weapon-grade alloy, exuding a sense of power. The surface of the obelisk is smooth as glass, devoid of any carvings. Yet atop the obelisk, 3 immense, lifelike holographic projections, filled with both tragedy and glory, continuously broadcast to the entirety of the Iron Fortress, 24 hours a day. The first projection depicts a dark green heavy tank, brimming with ferocious power. Its enormous cannon, aimed squarely at a realm of fiction teeming with data corruption, unleashed a fearless, thunderous roar. The armored battalion, in tumult, valiantly fought to shield their commander, ensnared in a dire predicament, until the final moment, sacrificing themselves heroically. The second entity, a dark purple, armed helicopter, exuded a perilous beauty marked by a neurotic charm. Its shattered rotor blade spewed forth the last flames of loyalty as it collided with a fictional, spirit-polluted cloud of memes. The armored battalion, a whirlwind, resolutely chose to annihilate the enemy's core weapons, embracing mutual destruction. Such a noble sacrifice. The third entity, a haughty, silver spacecraft, radiated a noble essence, emanating a sacred white light symbolizing self-sacrifice, obliterating a fictional virus attempting to infiltrate the Decepticons' core network, thoroughly formatting it. The armored battalion, an explosion, steadfastly opted to self-format the core to protect Imperial secrets, making the ultimate sacrifice. These tales, meticulously crafted by the cold processors of sonic waves, imbued with political acumen, echoed repeatedly across this silent plain stained with falsehoods, accompanied by the fervent, ironclad anthems of the Decepticon army. Standing upon this sacred ground, forged by his own hands, Shockwave observed as an outsider, coldly taking in the panorama. He beheld the young Decepticon soldiers casting him looks filled with awe and sympathy. He watched the numb engineers diligently executing the absurd orders from the highest command. He was the hero here, yet also the guardian of the tomb. His vigil was not over the 3 comrades, now utterly tarnished by deceit, but rather over the grand, resplendent lie itself, steeped in glory. He turned away, striding towards the solitary tomb, constructed specifically for him, the guardian. Nestled beneath the monument, it was a small, eternal outpost brimming with surveillance devices and weapon systems. Here would be his new home, his throne, his prison. Inside the outpost, the atmosphere was cold and austere, governed by Shockwave's absolute logic and order. A repair bed forged from alloy lay within, accompanied by a secure data terminal capable of connecting to the Decepticons' highest military network, and a massive, one-way observation window crafted from blast-proof crystal. Through this window, one could gaze upon the vast ceiling, gradually being sealed, revealing the last sliver of light. In silence, Shockwave approached the window. He gazed quietly at the abyss that would forever remain his own personal hell. Memories of those two cursed artists flooded his mind. The mad painter who viewed destruction and creation as one, and the cold assassin who manipulated war and deception with ease. They had triumphed, and in the most thorough manner imaginable. They not only obliterated his army, but also shattered all his pride and faith as a warrior. They transformed him into a pathetic politician, much like themselves, who had to cling to lies and betrayal for survival. They imprisoned him eternally within this grand, ironically crafted masterpiece of his own making, until you find for me new components sufficient to replace your fallen comrades. Megatron's voice, imbued with imperial cunning, echoed once again in his processor like a most malevolent curse. New components. Shockwave slowly closed his electronic eyes. He understood that this was an impossible task bestowed upon him by Megatron, a sentence of indefinite, yet hopeful, toil. The reason the Decepticon army was formidable was not merely due to their ability to combine into the mighty Devastator, but because each member possessed a unique, flawed soul capable of perfect complementarity with others. The raucous, unadulterated fury, the whirlwind's perverse precision, the explosive, solitary rationality, the cunning, mercantile deceit. These traits were irreplaceable. Where could one find such a collection of uniquely flawed monsters? Shockwave slowly turned and approached the cold, encrypted data terminal. He seated himself and connected his frigid, pristine fingertips to the data port. He needed to work. He required the vast, cold, logically infused data to numb the painful core within him. Scorched repeatedly by lies and humiliation, he commenced his new task, accessing the largest and most confidential personnel database of the Decepticon Empire. He began his search for potential substitutes, setting a series of stringent filters filled with contradictions and paradoxes. Keyword 1, war crimes. Keyword 2, art. Keyword 3, unconventional engineering. Keyword 4, mean pollution. He infused all the attributes of endless shame and the specter of failure into that duality. He was uncertain of his motivations for such actions. Perhaps it was a morbid self-flagellation characteristic of the defeated. Or perhaps it was an instinctive warrior's desire to delve deeper into the enigmatic and formidable adversary that resided within him. The data terminal emitted a faint hum, indicative of rapid computations. The colossal database of the Decepticons, vast as the cosmos itself, commenced a swift search. Searching. Match rate below 0. 001. Conducting fuzzy search. Accessing archived low-privilege historical files. After a considerable duration, the screen illuminated with a search result fraught with errors and garbled text, nearly indecipherable. One matching file found. The vibrating electronic eye contracted slightly. Only one. He slowly extended his hand to click on the file marked as level archived awaiting destruction. Steeped in the dust of history. The title of the file was straightforward, comprising merely a codename and a number. Unit codename, Shattered Iron, number 734. Faction, Decepticons. His heart jolted, skipping a beat. Shattered Iron. That maniac. The mad artist who perceived destruction and creation as one. He had once been a Decepticon. His fingertips began to tremble slightly. He forced himself to suppress the overwhelming surge of this sudden, monumental revelation, striving to continue reading. The contents of the file were woefully scant. Moreover, most of it was thoroughly blacked out in deep crimson, indicative of top-secret clearance. Affiliated unit. Specialty, non-standard weapon modification. Experimental metallurgy, art. Resume. Participated in the plans during the Third Cybertronian Civil War. Due to this, was deemed war crime and subjected to Protocol 800, spark removal and mental formatting. Current status, spark removal and mental formatting. This punishment was more brutal and ultimate than death for a Cybertronian. It signified a complete erasure of existence. Yet, he was undeniably alive, and he lived more vividly and wildly than anyone else. What was the meaning of this? What was that plan? Why was his file sealed and even marked for destruction? Countless, immense questions surged forth like a deluge unleashed from a breached dam, instantly overwhelming the fragile barrier that had been tenuously erected through deceit and apathy. At that moment, his cold instincts, characteristic of a top battlefield commander, sounded an alarm far more intense and perilous than that which he had faced when confronting those two phantoms. It seemed he had inadvertently brushed against a secret buried beneath the polished facade of the Decepticon Empire, a fa resplendent with order and glory, yet concealing a far deeper, darker, and more dangerous truth. He slowly lifted his gaze once more towards the vast, frigid observation window. Outside, the final fissure leading into the void had been completely sealed. Yet, the tremors appeared to penetrate the thick layers of alloy and rock, revealing once again the eternal, impenetrable darkness. He recalled the cold, deathly figure cloaked in dark gold, Stinger. If Scrapiron had once been a Decepticon, who then was the enigmatic conductor ever at his side? Exuding an unnatural calm? Where could his dossier be? With renewed determination, Shockwave's fingertips danced across the data terminal, entering a new search command imbued with even greater unknowns. Associated File Retrieval, 734. This time, he was no longer striving to fulfill Megatron's impossible task, nor was he seeking to numb his tormented soul. He had forged a new, perilous objective of his own, one that demanded he unveil the web of lies. Not the small, humiliating deceit he had woven himself, but the vast, dark, and far more authentic deception hidden at the very heart of the Decepticon Empire. He was Shockwave, the commander of the war machine, the Decepticons' relentless force. But from this day forward, he would also serve as the sole guardian of this immense, silent tomb. A true guardian must do more than merely protect the ornate gravestones that adorn the surface. They must unearth the hidden truths buried deep beneath them. His once brilliant blue electronic eyes, filled with unwavering confidence and supreme authority, now reflected fatigue and emptiness. Yet, from the depths of that void, a new, cold flame of logic and inquiry began to flicker back to life. The long, solitary war of the Guardian had only just begun. Chapter 70. The dusty paradox. The command has been issued. Within the solitary outpost, nestled deep beneath the monument's base, time appeared to stretch into an interminable yet exceedingly fragile stream of data. Tremor sat quietly before the frigid, encrypted data terminal, his blue electronic eyes, having recently rekindled a flicker of inquisitiveness, fixed intently on the continuously scrolling green code that signified an ongoing retrieval. Command received. Associated File Retrieval, 734. Accessing Decepticon Central Database. Warning, target file 734 has been marked as top secret, pending destruction. Access to associated retrieval is restricted. Attempting to override with Battle Commander Battlefield Hero privileges, access granted. Initiating deep data mining. The Decepticon Empire's database resembled a colossal leviathan, constituted purely of information and frigid logic. It consumed, digested, and archived nearly all truths that have transpired on this planet over millions of years. Yet at this moment, this monstrous entity appeared ensnared by a minuscule, yet paradoxical fishbone lodged in its throat. Buzzing incessantly, the data terminal emitted a sound sharper and more laden with overload than ever before, a piercing wail of distress. The terminal's cooling fan began to spin at a frenzied pace, expelling scalding air tinged with the scent of char. Warning. Warning. Logic conflict detected. Target associated file contains self-contradictory encryption protocols. Attempt to bypass the SC char Dinger firewall failed. Attempt to brute force the GDEL encryption lock failed. System processor usage, 98, 99. Warning. Core temperature nearing critical threshold. Tremor, expressionless, observed the unfolding chaos. His instincts, honed as a top battlefield commander, whispered to him that this was no ordinary data retrieval. It resembled a silent war transpiring at a higher dimension of information. What he sought to unearth was not merely a file sealed away, but rather a reality distorted by some more formidable, willful force. Just as the data terminal was on the brink of a forced shutdown due to overload, Tremor suddenly extended his pristine arm. He pressed his 5 fingers firmly against the now searing casing of the data terminal. He poured the energy of his core, similarly seared by lies and anguish, into it without reservation. In the name of Tremor, I act. His voice, cold and resolute, resonated with an undeniable authority, emblematic of a higher power, commanding the execution of the supreme directive. Boom! In an instant, the lights of the entire outpost flickered ominously. The data terminal, teetering on the brink of collapse, seemed invigorated by a surge of potent energy emanating from a hero, akin to receiving a powerful stimulant. Supreme Directive received. Forcibly bypassing all security protocols. Commencing forced reassembly of target data fragments. Error. The integrity of the reassembled files is critically compromised, below 3. Warning. The reconstructed records may contain a plethora of unverifiable errors and potentially perilous false information. Proceed. The reverberating voice carried no hint of hesitation. In the next moment, the multitude of frantic, scrolling green error codes vanished instantaneously. In their stead emerged a fragmentary judicial record, riddled with garbled text and blacked-out sections. Nearly illegible. Judicial Record Fragment 734, Case Number 03, Case Title, Chimera Project, Final Review. Review Level, Supreme Court, Presiding Officer, Codename, Judge, Review Subjects, 734, Codename, Shattered Iron. 733, Codename, The Conductor. The trembling pupils constricted sharply. The Conductor. It was that cold, death-like, dark golden figure. His designation was 733. He forcefully suppressed the overwhelming surge of realization threatening to overload his processor and continued to gaze downward. Judge, 734, Shattered Iron. According to the Decepticon Military Code, Article 1138, you are charged with violating the core doctrines of the Decepticons, conducting unauthorized experiments on sparks within the Chimera Project, and deliberately creating a high-intensity mimetic contamination source exhibiting logical paradox characteristics. Do you plead guilty? 734, Shattered Iron. The audio recording is filled with unrecognizable, frenzied laughter. Guilty? Oh, esteemed judge, you have chosen your words poorly. That is not a crime. That is art. The ultimate fusion of logic and chaos. The two most magnificent forces in the universe, intertwined in perfect harmony. You, who can only comprehend existence in binary terms, will never grasp the sublime beauty that dances upon the precipice of existence and non-existence. You should be grateful to me. I have brought a splash of infinite possibilities to your dreary, binary gray world. Judge, silence. Your artistry has plunged the entire laboratory security units into a permanent state of logical paralysis within a mere 30 seconds. The vividness of your colors compelled 17 of the Empire's most esteemed scientists to self-terminate their core sparks, unable to grapple with your infernal logical paradoxes. Is this what you deem beauty? 734, Shattered Iron. Laughter grows increasingly maniacal. That is not paralysis. That is enlightenment. It is not formatting. It is ascension. They merely glimpsed the magnificent conclusion I have orchestrated for this universe. A perfect, silent void where all notions of existence and non-existence, truth and falsehood, order and chaos, lose all significance. That is the ultimate harmony. Judge, you have completely succumbed to madness. And what of you, 733, the Conductor? As another core member of the Chimera Project, the soul being capable of synchronizing with 734 without being tainted by his mean pollution, do you have any defense to offer for yourself? An absolute silence lasting 374 seconds. 733, the Conductor. The voice in the audio recording is cold, flat, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. I am merely a conductor of an orchestra. My sole responsibility is to ensure that each note is played with utmost precision at the perfect moment. Whether this composition is sacred or blasphemous is a matter for the composer to address, not me. Judge, absurd. You possess the highest authority to sever 734's creative endeavors at any moment. Yet you did not. You allowed his madness to flourish. You have become his most dangerous accomplice. 733. The Conductor, I am but a faithful audience. I merely wish to witness the denouement of this symphony, composed by both genius and madness, rife with paradoxes. Nothing more. At this point, a substantial segment of irreparable black data distortion appears. When the text reemerges, it is the final judgment portion. Final judgment. Subject 734, Shattered Iron, has committed acts that pose an unforgivable, fundamental threat to the core ideology of the Decepticon Empire. The logical paradox means it has generated exhibit an extraordinarily unpredictable contagion and destructiveness. The Supreme Tribunal unanimously decrees the execution of 734 under Protocol 800, spark detachment and mental formatting, to be carried out immediately. All related research materials shall be classified as top secret and permanently sealed. Subject 733, the Conductor, while also guilty of serious negligence and complicity. However, considering that it is the only known individual capable of exerting both suppression and guidance over the meme contamination of 734. The Supreme Court has rendered a special ruling to execute Protocol 801. Protocol 801 establishes a permanent and irreversible binding between the core of 733's spark and the source of 734's memes. Consequently, 733 shall become the eternal suppressor and overseer of 734, forever bound to remain within a distance of no more than 300 standard units from 734. He shall bear the unending sentence of monitoring and restraining this monstrous entity. The protocol is to be executed immediately. The record concludes. Boom! The oscillating processor seemed to be struck by an invisible bolt of ancient lightning in an instant. The spark was severed and the mind formatted. Yet, Shattered Iron was undeniably alive. That madman not only avoided obliteration, but also escaped the clutches of the Decepticons, living a life more vibrant and chaotic than anyone else. Meanwhile, the cold and composed conductor, Stinger, was not an ally of Shattered Iron. He was the jailer, a living shackle bound to that beast by a cruel agreement he could not comprehend. Is this the truth of their bizarre, inseparable, and paradoxical symbiotic relationship? What exactly is happening? What transpired during the execution that was meant to be carried out? Who set them free? And who possesses such incredible power to completely overturn the final judgment of the Decepticon Supreme Court and conceal it so flawlessly? Countless larger and more terrifying questions emerged like a black plague unleashed from Pandora's box, instantly engulfing the already precarious world of logic. At that moment, the data terminal, long since operating beyond its limits, expelled this final, paradox-laden fragment of shattered reality, finally emitting its last lament. On the screen, all text vanished in an instant. Then, just before the screen went completely dark, it spat out one last fragment, seemingly scraped from the depths of an even more profound and ancient database, covered in dust and remnants. It was a similarly fragmented list of the initial project participants from the Chimera program. Early members of the Chimera program: Partial, project leader, codename Prometheus, chief scientist, codename Da Vinci, chief engineer, engineering signature 778, logical architecture, metallurgical philosophy, test subjects 734, test subjects 733. List critically incomplete, as the tumultuous gaze swept across the extensive array of technical signatures belonging to the chief engineer. His Azure electronic eyes abruptly froze. He did not recognize the name of the chief engineer, obscured by a black mark. However, he was distinctly familiar with that unique and unmistakable engineering signature, akin to a fingerprint. It embodied an extreme obsession with absolute logic and perfect symmetry in design. It represented a unique personal style that was utterly devoted to the use of the purest, most adaptable and malleable alloys in metallurgy. Throughout the entire Decepticon empire, nay, across the vast expanse of Cybertron, there existed but one top-tier master with such an almost obsessive, pathological engineering style. No, that is incorrect. There were two. One was himself. The other was the individual who stood alongside him as a paragon of Decepticon science, equally proud of absolute logic and cold rationality, whom he had once trusted and admired most. That individual, after the Third Civil War, had chosen to part ways due to an inability to endorse Megatron's increasingly radical order, subsequently vanishing from the annals of Decepticon history. The former chief scientist, Shockwave. Buzz, a piercing wail erupted from the now completely destroyed processor terminal, as if it sought to rend the entire outpost asunder. Upon the screen, a single line of blood-red, colossal error code emerged, laden with an undeniable and final verdict. Warning: logical paradox. The authenticity of the file fundamentally conflicts with the system's reality. Integrity of the file cannot be verified. Forced disconnection of all connections. Snap! A soft sound echoed. The entire outpost was engulfed in an absolute darkness, more profound and colder than death itself. Shockwave remained seated before the now lifeless, cold hulk of the data terminal. Gradually, he raised his head to gaze at the vast, one-way observation window. Outside the window, the grand monument, crafted by his own hands and steeped in deceit, is illuminated by the eternal, pallid sunlight of the Iron Fortress, exuding a sanctified radiance laced with irony. He is the custodian of this grave, guarding the small, humiliating lies he himself has woven. Yet now, he has come to realize that beneath this minuscule falsehood lies a far more colossal, darker, and indeed, more authentic lie, conceived with the collaboration of his most revered colleague. He finally comprehends why those two phantoms possess a terrifying power capable of subverting logic itself. For they are, in essence, the most exquisite paradox birthed from the pinnacle of Decepticon logic. They're not foes. Rather, they embody the profound, indelible original sin concealed beneath the polished veneer of the Decepticon Empire's ostensible order. Shuddering, he slowly rises and approaches the cold observation window. He extends his hand, gently caressing the frigid, robust, blast-proof crystal that utterly separates reality from falsehood. A new, perilous, and wildly ambitious objective has ignited within him. He is determined to uncover the unaltered, complete original documents that chronicle the truth of the Convergence Project. Such records can only exist in one place, a realm even he cannot easily traverse. The true heart of the Decepticon Empire, the central data repository of sound waves. The long, solitary war of the Custodian has transformed from a passive guardianship into an active excavation filled with uncertainty and peril. What he seeks to unearth extends beyond mere enemy secrets. It encompasses his own past and that of the empire to which he pledges his allegiance. Chapter 71. The Labyrinth of Echoes. Darkness reigns supreme. When the terminal's piercing final alarm, akin to a strangled whale, abruptly ceases, this solitary outpost, buried deep beneath the earth, succumbs to a darkness more profound and frigid than death itself. The screen, scorched beyond recovery, resembles a cold, pitch-black tombstone, silently reflecting the equally cold and silent silhouette of shuddering. He remains seated in quiet contemplation, his blue electronic eyes, having recently rekindled a flicker of inquisitive fire, now gaze into the absolute darkness he has forged with his own hands. He is the custodian of this grave, a tragic guardian who has buried all his glory and faith beneath a shroud of lies. Now, he has come to the realization that beneath the small, humiliating grave he guards lies another, far more immense, darker, and profoundly real cemetery, created by the very colleagues he once held in the highest esteem. The words Shockwave, Convergence Project, 734, Shatter, and 733, Conductor resonate in his mind, cold and fraught with contradictions and paradoxes, like countless invisible, data-formed serpents unleashed from Pandora's box, frantically gnawing and swirling within his logical core, constructing a vast labyrinth shrouded in mist and echoes. He finally comprehends why those two phantoms possess a terrifying power capable of subverting the very essence of logic. They are, in fact, the most exquisite paradoxes, birthed from the pinnacle of Decepticon logic itself. They are not mere wild insurgents emerging from the stone. They embody the profound, indelible original sin concealed beneath the glossy facade of the Decepticon Empire, which is replete with order and discipline. They're the walking ghosts, sentenced to death by their own creator, yet bizarrely resurrected in a manner he cannot fathom. As the commander of the Shockwave Tank Battalion and a war hero of the Decepticons, he charges headlong into this colossal haunted house, crafted by his own kind, rife with lethal traps and unsolvable enigmas, akin to a foolish, self-righteous exorcist leading his equally foolish and deluded army. Ultimately, he meets a fate of total annihilation, becoming a pitiful survivor who must cling to lies to endure. A low, raspy laughter, laced with endless, cold self-mockery, spills slowly from Shockwave's throat. In this absolute silence of the dark outpost, the sound is jarringly piercing and profoundly melancholic. He laughs at his own folly, at the ignorance of the tank battalion, and at the great irony of Megatron's so-called unassailable absolute order. The laughter gradually subsides, and his blue electronic eyes flicker to life once more in the depths of utter darkness. All the confusion, pain, and self-derision have been completely incinerated. What remains is a cold, pure glow, embodying the curiosity of a top engineer faced with an ostensibly insurmountable and challenging technical conundrum. He has now conceived a new, even more perilous and audacious goal. He sought to uncover the complete, unaltered document that recorded the entirety of the truth behind the Chimera Project. That document could exist only in one place, the very heart of the Decepticon Empire, a realm scarcely accessible even to him, the central data repository of Soundwave. This endeavor was tantamount to a suicidal mission, seemingly impossible to accomplish. Shockwave gradually rose from the icy seat, making his way toward the data terminal, which had been reduced to a lifeless hunk of cold metal. His formidable, strategist processor began to operate at a terrifying speed, frantically analyzing this seemingly insurmountable conundrum. Objective: Soundwave's central data repository. Difficulty level: Ultimate. Soundwave was no ordinary network administrator. He was, in essence, the network itself. The vast, intangible, omnipresent web of the Decepticon Empire, capable of enveloping the entire planet, was merely an extension of his being. His central data repository was not a tangible server room existing in the physical realm. Rather, it existed as a virtual, topological data space composed entirely of pure information and energy residing in higher dimensions. Any attempts to infiltrate it from an external network were akin to a foolish octopus trying to touch its own brain with its tentacles. Each assault, each probe, would be instantaneously captured, analyzed, and pinpointed within a mere 0.00001 seconds by his godlike, omnipresent perception. One cannot triumph over an all-knowing deity who is both the labyrinth and its guardian. Thus, a frontal assault would be nothing short of a foolish act of self-destruction. What, then, of a lateral approach? Utilizing physical means? Finding Soundwave's true form and coercing him with force to relinquish access? Shockwave immediately dismissed this even more foolish notion. Setting aside the elusive nature of Soundwave, whose actual location was known to scarcely anyone. Even if you were to locate him and successfully press his immense fusion cannon against Soundwave's smooth, expressionless head, the outcome would remain singular. In the final moments before destruction, Soundwave would broadcast all information regarding this traitor, along with every incriminating piece of evidence, to the entirety of the Decepticon Empire. Consequently, Shockwave would become infamous, surpassing even those two phantoms as the greatest traitor in Decepticon history. Thus, physical means were also futile. What options remained? Shockwave slowly closed his electronic eyes. His processor initiated the playback of the recent endeavor, replete with errors and paradoxes stemming from a failed data mining operation. Warning, warning, logical conflict detected. Target association file exhibits self-contradictory encrypted protocols. Attempting to bypass the SCHAR Dinger firewall failed. Attempting to brute force the G-Del encryption lock failed. The SCHAR Dinger firewall and G-Del encryption lock are not conventional encryption programs based on binary algorithms. They are intricate logical traps imbued with philosophical conundrums and paradoxes. The architect of these traps is none other than his once revered colleague, the Oscillation Wave, a scientist of unparalleled intellect who prides himself on absolute logic. A true genius. He is audacious enough to employ the observer effect of quantum mechanics and G-Del's incompleteness theorem to secure his most perilous creations. Within the oscillations processor, a cold spark, brimming with potential, flickered momentarily. He discovered it. The singular possibility, concealed beneath layers of impossibility, fraught with peril and madness. He could not breach the divine-like, flawless logical loop of the sound wave from the outside. However, what if he could devise something that the sound wave could not judge in an instant? A SCHAR Dinger probe that embodies both a threat and a non-threat. A G-Delian paradox, simultaneously a genuine query and a deceptive error code. A logical specter that should not exist within the vast, monochromatic web of the sound wave. He would wield the spear of oscillation to assault the shield of sound. He aimed to introduce a more advanced, foundational paradox to corrupt that seemingly flawless absolute logic. This was a mad, perilous plan unprecedented in its audacity. Should he fail, his diminutive logical specter masquerading as a query would be instantly identified, consumed, and analyzed. In that moment, he, the Gravekeeper, would face the wrathful retribution of the entire Decepticon Empire. Yet, this was also his sole opportunity. Oscillation opened his eyes. His azure electronic gaze ignited with an unprecedented fervor belonging to engineers. He was ready to commence his work. In this cold, isolated prison, he would forge an invisible key capable of prying open the doors of divinity. He turned and approached the data terminal, now entirely reduced to a hunk of scrap metal. He did not seek to acquire a new one. because any equipment transported from the outside may harbor clandestine auditory backdoors unbeknownst to him. He resolved to construct his secret workshop using the most primal and dependable methods. He extended his brand-new, power-infused mechanical arm, inserting its cold, scalpel-like precision fingertips into the charred fissures of the data terminal's incinerated casing. A sharp, resonant sound echoed, a metallic tearing noise filled with destructive force, as he forcefully dismantled the terminal's shell, revealing the chaos within, a complex, intricate motherboard strewn with countless electronic components, rendered a disarray by fire. Like a masterful surgeon, he commenced a dissection of his own prison, rich with both creativity and destruction. He removed the utterly destroyed central processing unit, detached the built-in communication module that could no longer connect to external networks, and extracted the fragile memory stick, thoroughly contaminated by logical paradoxes. He then approached the cold, alloy-crafted multifunctional repair bed, designed for various medical and restorative functions. With the same fervor, he dismantled this apparatus, intended to mend his own body. He removed the auxiliary computing core used for high-precision biological scans, the high-frequency energy generator meant for minimally invasive surgeries, and the compact, independent solid-state drive employed for storing and comparing casualty data. He piled these frigid organs, which should not belong to the same species, upon the icy alloy floor at the center of the outpost. Like a mad, Gothic, Frankenstein-esque creator, he initiated a grand act of blasphemy and creation, stitching together his grotesque masterpiece. He replaced the data terminal's incinerated processor with the medical bed's auxiliary computing core, reconnected the severed, charred circuits with spare energy conduits from his arm, and provided this patchwork abomination with a new, unstable heartbeat, wholly independent of the external power grid. Using the surgical high-frequency energy generator, he formatted the independent solid-state drive repeatedly, ensuring it contained not a trace of any potentially traceable memories from the past. Thus, he named this newly assembled monstrosity, born of the remains of the data terminal and the innards of the medical bed, the Logic Forge, a completely isolated thought laboratory, utterly severed from the physical world and the network, exists as an absolute refuge. Within this sanctuary, he is free to simulate, rehearse, and create a deadly paradoxical specter capable of subverting the very fabric of logic, an impregnable womb of infinite possibilities. When this postmodern, unsightly yet boundlessly potential-laden logical crucible was first ignited, the flickering screen, assembled for various components, did not present the cold, orderly interface of the Decepticons. Instead, it revealed a pristine, blank canvas, a code interface brimming with infinite possibilities, emblematic of chaos and rebirth. He placed his icy fingertips gently upon the rudimentary keyboard he had painstakingly reassembled. Drawing a deep breath, he began to input the first line of the source code for his lethal specter, a line not laden with complex algorithms, but rather a simple, personalized signature of engineering. Engineering signature, 778, logical architecture, metallurgical philosophy. He inscribed the unmistakable soul imprint of his former colleague, clear as a fingerprint, imbued with obsession and fastidiousness, into the core notch of this invisible key. With that, he pressed enter. Boom! The newly ignited logical crucible erupted with a shriek more piercing and frenzied than the previous data terminal's overload. A torrent of red, blue, and green error codes, symbols of conflict, paradox, and collapse, flooded the interface like a deluge breaching its dam. The makeshift heart, powered by surgical energy generator, reached its utmost limit of energy output in an instant. The entire shell of the crucible grew searing hot, glowing a furious red from the cataclysmic energy overload. He observed this spectacle with an impassive expression, fully aware of his success. Within this absolutely sealed and diminutive thought laboratory, he had replicated a lethal logical virus potent enough to bring the Decepticon central database to its knees. Just as the logical crucible teetered on the brink of self-detonation due to this premature birth, amidst the chaotic whirl of error codes, a faint echo, a whisper not of this realm, flashed by, nearly imperceptible and foreign. It was a fragment, equally fragmented, derived from an ancient communication record, encrypted through countless layers. Communication ID 001. Sender, shockwave. Recipient, soundwave. Subject, Final disposal plan for the failed products of the composite project. Shockwave 734 and 733 have been confirmed as utterly uncontrollable. The logical paradox meme generated has surpassed my initial design threshold. I recommend immediately initiating Protocol 900, Physical Destruction and Information Erasure. Let this experiment be defined as a controllable failure. Soundwave, a silence lasting 152 seconds. Rejected. Shockwave, reason? Soundwave. Tools do not embody failures. There are only those that are useful and those that are temporarily useless. Shockwave, what do you mean? Soundwave, a paradox that can subvert logic itself. A chain that can perfectly suppress this paradox. This is not a failure. It is a perfectly crafted double-edged key. Yet to discover its lock. Record severely compromised, forced interruption. A soft sound echoed. The logical furnace, finally overwhelmed, succumbed to a complete blackout. The entire outpost plunged once more into absolute darkness. Shockwave remained seated in silence, his blue electronic eyes fixed intently on the cold, black tombstone. In that moment, his powerful processor, which prided itself on absolute logic, seemed to be entirely frozen by the deepest chill emerging from the abyss. Tools do not embody failures. There are only those that are useful and those that are temporarily useless. Soundwave's cold, emotionless words, imbued with the philosophy of absolute utilitarianism, reverberated in his mind like the most insidious, indomitable virus. He recalled what Megatron had uttered when judging him. A battalion that could no longer be recombined, akin to a fusion cannon that could no longer merge. He remembered the moment he faced that heap of fraudulent scrap metal, devoid of any recovery value. When his cold processor made the most rational yet cruel decision. At last, he comprehended. In the eyes of those truly elevated players, these so-called heroes, these so-called warriors, these so-called comrades, were merely tools, capable of being replaced, upgraded, or discarded at any moment. And he, Shockwave, commander of the Battle Brigade, a war hero among the Decepticons, pondered what role he played in this grander game of which he was unaware. He slowly raised his head to gaze upon the vast, one-way observation window. Beyond it, the monumental edifice he had painstakingly constructed, a grand monument steeped in deceit, was illuminated by the eternal, pallid sunlight of Iron Fort, emanating an ironic, sacred radiance. He was the custodian of this grave. Yet now, a fresh doubt haunted him. Whose tomb was he guarding? Had he himself not long been interred within this immense, frigid sepulchre of lies? The solitary war of the Gravekeeper had grown ever more intricate and perilous. He sought to unearth not merely the secrets of his adversaries or the history of the Empire, but also the sardonic instruction manual of his own existence as a mere instrument. Chapter 72. The fugue of the Gravekeeper in the realm forged from incinerated processors and overloaded energy cores. A profound darkness endured for precisely 37 standard seconds. During this span, the oscillation remained motionless. His formidable processor, revered for its absolute logic, seemed utterly frozen by the chilling words emanating from the sound waves. Tools are not failures. They are merely useful or temporarily useless. This is not a simple, utilitarian philosophy. It represents a far deeper and more terrifying cosmic perspective belonging to the Game Master. In the eyes of the oscillation, a paradox that transcends the design threshold is deemed a failure, an error that poses a danger and must be annihilated forthwith. For he is a scientist unwaveringly devoted to the pursuit of absolute logic. Yet in the perception of the sound waves, a paradox capable of subverting logic itself is akin to a key yet to find its lock. For he is not a scientist. He is the most loyal and ruthless steward of the mighty Decepticon Empire. In his world, there exists no dichotomy of right and wrong, only that which is useful or useless to the Emperor. And the Decepticon, a battalion of war machines that could no longer be reassembled, resembled a fractured fusion cannon. Irreparably broken, his words, imbued with the cold machinations of a ruler, echoed in his mind like the most venomous curse. The oscillation finally comprehended the truth. He and his battalion, buried beneath layers of lies, were akin to that shattered fusion cannon, a tool rendered temporarily useless by the current state of affairs. Thus, he found himself exiled to this place, becoming the solitary gravekeeper of this grand, ironic monument. This was neither punishment nor protection. This is merely a frigid and utilitarian exercise in inventory management. He is ensconced in this isolated warehouse, awaiting the day when the Empire may require a sordid key like him, steeped in deceit and failure, to be reactivated. He guards not a grave, but rather the cold, dust-laden confines of his own temporary obsolescence. As the 38th standard second arrives, the backup power of the outpost activates automatically. Dim emergency lights, nestled in the corners of the ceiling, slowly illuminate the absolute darkness with a ghastly, hellish hue of faint red. This crimson light casts a glow upon the cold, unexpressive visage. His blue electronic eyes, unbeknownst to him, have extinguished, leaving behind a void of philosophical musings filled with anguish and self-mockery regarding tools and players. What remains is a more profound, more frigid focus inherent to an engineer. He has accepted the lamentable reality of his existence as a tool. Yet, a top-tier engineer can never abide by the notion of his manual being held in another's grasp. He must see for himself. He yearns to witness the primitive and authentic blueprints of the empire to which he is loyal, concealed beneath a multitude of lies and paradoxes. His gaze once again falls upon the logic furnace, now entirely reduced to scrap metal. His key, in its first immature forging, has been irrevocably rendered useless. He must reconstruct it, fashioning a furnace that is more powerful, more stable, and infinitely more audacious. But just as he prepares to embark on this new endeavor, teeming with creation and destruction, his formidable strategist processor suddenly detects a critical detail he had overlooked in his previous fury and astonishment. Outpost Protocol 731. At standard time 000000. The outpost's main control terminal must transmit an encrypted heartbeat signal to the Iron Fortress Central Command, indicating that all is normal. Warning: should the heartbeat signal not be received within the stipulated time frame, or if any anomalies are detected in the signal, the Iron Fortress will automatically trigger the highest level of alarm within 1 second. Soundwaves will personally take over and scrutinize all data from this outpost. His pupils constrict sharply. He glances at the data terminal, where the timer has come to a complete halt. Less than 1 standard hour remains until the next heartbeat signal must be sent. He, the sole custodian of the main control terminal capable of connecting to the external network, had, with his own hands, transformed it into a heap of charred, lifeless scrap metal. Sound waves. Once again, the sound waves. That omnipresent, ethereal specter of the cold network. With this heartbeat protocol, which appeared merely to be a standard security procedure, he had been shackled by an invisible yet remarkably sturdy electronic fetter. He resembled a pitiful specimen trapped within a transparent cage. Every movement he made, every heartbeat he experienced, lay under the absolute surveillance of that frigid observer. He could not request a new terminal, for that would equate to directly alerting the sound waves to a malfunction. Nor could he disregard this protocol, as doing so would set off the alarm for the entire Iron Fortress. He had to reconstruct, in less than a standard hour, a heart capable of flawlessly simulating a heartbeat signal, one that could deceive the divine, using the heap of scrap metal he had disassembled himself. This task was more urgent and infinitely more daunting than forging a key. A chilling laugh, filled with challenge and excitement, erupted from his trembling throat. His blue electronic eyes ignited with an unprecedented fervor, characteristic of a top-tier engineer confronting an ostensibly insurmountable challenge. The game was afoot. He wavered no longer. Like a cold, efficient blue whirlwind, he sprang into action within the confines of that dim, cramped prison. His first step was not to repair the completely scorched logic furnace, but rather to embark on a more thorough and destructive scavenging. He approached the cold, multifunctional repair bed crafted from alloy. He had already dismantled its auxiliary processing core, high-frequency energy generator, and independent solid-state drive. Yet this was far from sufficient. Crack! His brand-new, powerful mechanical arm plunged into the sturdy base of the repair bed like the sharpest, largest iron pincers. He forcibly extracted the micromechanical arm array designed for precision biological repairs. He required tools even more delicate and agile than his fingers for the most intricate chip-level soldering. Then, he turned to the small life support system in the corner, responsible for maintaining the most fundamental air circulation and temperature control of this subterranean outpost. He did not seek comfort in temperature. He required not the purity of air, but merely the essence of existence. With a visceral ferocity, he tore apart the outer shell of the life support system, extracting the high-precision electrostatic generator designed to filter minute particles from the air. This device was essential for the impending heart bypass surgery, providing a flawlessly sterile makeshift operating table. His gaze then ascended to the ceiling, resting upon the robust black conduits that supplied energy to this outpost. He needed only the core line capable of sustaining the backup power and emergency lighting. The surplus was superfluous. In a single bound, his imposing figure exhibited an astonishing agility that belied his size as he scaled the wall. Like a colossal blue spider, he stealthily ascended to the ceiling. With fingertips as precise as a scalpel, he sliced through the unnecessary insulation of the energy conduits, extracting strands of high-purity energy transmission fibers, each glimmering with distinct hues. These superior vessels were destined to deliver the most stable and reliable lifeblood to his soon-to-be reassembled heart. Within a mere 10 minutes, this once cold, orderly outpost transformed into a chaotic relic of the post-industrial era, a veritable scrapyard of shattered walls and exposed wiring. With the tremor standing at the heart of this self-created pandemonium, he resembled a mad artist on the brink of his greatest masterpiece. Surveying the scattered remains of cold organs from diverse species strewn across the floor, the fractured casing of the data terminal, the intricate mechanical arms of the medical bed, the electrostatic generator from the life support system, and those glimmering vessels reminiscent of a dissected dragon, now commenced his audacious and creative suturing. He first reconnected a small, independent solid-state drive, detached from the auxiliary computation core of the medical bed, to the charred remnants of the data terminal. This drive, having been formatted 100 times, served as the temporary soul for his new heart. Subsequently, he activated the high-frequency energy generator, also sourced from the medical bed, calibrating its energy output to an exceedingly faint yet remarkably stable frequency. He transformed the two energy probes, shimmering with blue arcs of electricity, into his most precise and perilous welding tool. Subsequently, he activated the electrostatic generator derived from the life support system. A subtle, almost imperceptible electrostatic field enveloped the small, 1 square meter area before him in an instant, causing all the minuscule particles of dust suspended in the air to be instantly attracted and dispersed. Thus, a completely sterile, temporary operating table was established. Finally, he connected the slender, nimble micromechanical arms, detached from the repair bed, to his own arm. His once formidable and destructive mechanical appendage transformed into a multifunctional surgical platform capable of executing dozens of precise operations at the micron level simultaneously. Everything was now prepared. He took a deep breath, and his blue electronic eyes ignited with an unprecedented level of cold focus, emblematic of a master engineer. The intricate surgical platform, composed of dozens of micromechanical arms, sprang to life. They moved like a cadre of the most skilled yet wildly audacious microsculptors, embarking upon a miraculous and frenzied micro-wiring surgery across the charred, shattered motherboard, no larger than the palm of a hand. Delicate, high-purity optical fibers, thinner than human hair, glimmered like threads pulled by invisible embroidery needles, reconstructing a fragile yet boundlessly promising bridge across the devastated ruins, utterly ravaged by logical paradoxes. He navigated around the completely destroyed central processing unit and the built-in communication module, similarly devastated by intense energy, in a manner that defied all standard circuit design protocols. Fueled by wild ingenuity and imagination, he forcefully grafted the pristine solid-state drive onto the solitary, relatively intact antenna, connecting to the external network. He birthed a monstrosity, an entity devoid of brain and soul, reduced to the most primal and pure instinct of a living dead. Its sole function was to mechanically transmit. Upon receiving a specific time signal from the outside, the one segment stored in the immaculate hard drive, a heartbeat signal, representing normalcy, pinned by him, directly and thoughtlessly into the ether. This was a madcap design fraught with peril, akin to a poor frog stripped of its brain. As one stimulates its leg, it instinctively kicks. It possesses no intelligence, nor any backdoor. It is merely the purest, most primitive, and most reliable reflex arc. When at last, a glimmering fiber optic was deftly welded onto the similarly shimmering antenna interface, a faint yet celestial sound, akin to a heavenly chime, emanated from the core of that grotesque assemblage, which was a veritable monster of postmodern design. Success. Zhendong glanced at the timer on the wall, which ticked away the final 5 minutes. He rose slowly, severing all temporary power lines supplying energy to this abomination. Then, he gingerly cradled the unsightly heart reflex arc, which bore the weight of all his hopes and reinstalled it into the hollow chest of the data terminal. He carefully replaced the cold, metallic shell that he had previously torn apart. Externally, it remained a lifeless, cold, and utterly inert piece of scrap metal. No one would know that within its dark, icy chest lay a heart poised to beat once, filled with deceit and wisdom in a bid to deceive the divine. Zhendong stood silently before it, awaiting the moment of final judgment. 5 minutes. 4 minutes. 3 minutes. Time flowed by, second by second. The entire outpost was enveloped in silence, save for the deep hum of Zhendong's energy core, which quickened slightly due to unprecedented tension. When the timer on the wall finally reached the last 000001, Zhendong abruptly thrust the main energy supply conduit from the outpost's backup power into the interface at the back of the data terminal. A blinding flash of energy surged forth. In an instant, the cold corpse was forcibly revived. Its dark screen remained unlit. Its burnt processor emitted no sound. Only upon its grotesque, temporary heart, riddled with wires and solder points, did a faint blue data stream flicker by, like a programmed, loyal pigeon, traversing the bridge connected to the antenna. The signal had been sent, and then there was a deathly silence. Zhendong held his breath. In that moment, his powerful processor seemed to halt its operations. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds, 1 minute, silence prevailed. No alarms rang, nor was there the chilling inquiry of sound waves. There were no anomalies, as if nothing had transpired. He had succeeded. With a mere assemblage of genuine scrap metal and a web of sagacious deceit, he had deftly outwitted the omniscient deity. He had earned for himself the most precious commodity, time. The tremors gradually loosened his tightly clenched fists. He turned and walked once more towards the desolation he had forged with his own hands. He approached the true remnants of the charred debris, born of the crucible of logic. Now, the game had concluded. The work was about to commence. In this absolute, secluded silence, he would reforge for himself a key, sharper, sturdier, and far more lethal, capable of truly prying open the gates of divinity. Chapter 73. The sonata upon the ruins, the heart that deceived the gods, had commenced its humble yet magnificent endeavor, beating with a precise rhythm steeped in falsehoods. It had one time for the tremors, a luxurious silence, undisturbed by any external force. Within this silence, crafted by his own hands, the tremors slowly pivoted. The azure electronic eyes, once filled with fleeting gratitude for survival, had now shed that veneer. In its place resided a profound coldness, an unwavering focus characteristic of a master engineer, imbued with a relentless creative drive. The game had ended. Now, the work must begin. His gaze fell upon the remnants, now completely reduced to charcoal, the true byproducts of the logical crucible. His initial, immature forging, marked by rage and haste, had proclaimed its failure in a splendidly self-destructive manner. Yet he felt no regret. A true engineer never fears failure, for each setback serves as a precious opportunity for data collection, wielded by the sharpest of reality's chisels. He had gathered sufficient data. He understood that the root of his initial failure lay not in the supply of energy, nor in the assembly of hardware, but rather in the overly simplistic and crude core logic he employed. He had merely injected the engineering signature of a former colleague, like a primitive virus, into a fragile, incompatible system. As a result, the system, unable to contend with this paradoxical virus, collapses and self-destructs instantaneously. This is not a forged key. Rather, it is merely a foolish, small-scale, suicidal attack. A true key capable of deceiving the divine cannot be a mere vessel filled with destructive viruses. It must embody a living entity, capable of self-evolution and imbued with deceptive qualities. It must don an exterior that appears legitimate, belonging to the Decepticons. Yet within its very essence pulsates a heart filled with paradox and chaos, that of a heretic. It must navigate freely amidst the vast, black and white web of sound waves. In the moment of observation, it manifests as a benign, normal data packet. Yet, in the unobserved quantum state, it collapses into a ghost, the most lethal of entities capable of stealing everything. This is the true path to unraveling SCHR, Dinger's firewall. To counter a dead paradox with a living one. Shocking. He took a deep breath. At that moment, his powerful processor, akin to a supercomputer, began to operate at an unprecedented speed, frantically churning. Countless complex and imaginative circuit designs streaked through his mind like meteors, colliding and reassembling. He was in the process of designing his entirely new, more powerful, and even more insane version of the Logic Furnace 20. This time, he required more than a mere thought experiment. He needed a genuine genesis capable of creating life. To create life, one must first possess a womb that is both sufficiently powerful and stable. His gaze swept across the scrapyard he had painstakingly created. The remnants of a data terminal, its motherboard long burned, could no longer support his grander ambitions. He needed a new, more formidable matrix. Ultimately, his focus landed on the cold, disassembled framework of a multifunctional repair bed. He had dismantled its auxiliary processing core, high-frequency energy generator, and independent solid-state drive. Yet, the core control circuit board, essential for housing and operating all these intricate instruments, remained intact. It was a true masterpiece, more complex than a motherboard of the data terminal by at least tenfold, designed to simultaneously process thousands of fragile, uncertain life signals originating from biological entities. It inherently possesses a compatibility with chaos and anomaly that surpasses any purely logical processor. This is the perfect womb he yearns for, with a maternal figure established. The next focus is the brain. A single brain is insufficient to sustain his mad duality paradox conception. He requires two, one to embody the cold, absolute order of the Decepticons, and the other to represent the chaotic logic of Shockwave's madness. He repurposes the auxiliary computational core, detached from the repair bed, as his brain. Its formidable parallel processing capability, designed for analyzing biological signals, is adequate to flawlessly simulate the extensive, hierarchical, and redundant logical framework of the Decepticons. Approaching the charred remnants of the Logic Forge version 10, he meticulously sifts through the thoroughly carbonized debris with his fingertips, akin to the most precise of probes. At last, from the depths of a completely defunct central processing unit originating from the data terminal, he extracts a fragment no larger than a fingernail, slightly deformed from intense heat, yet miraculously maintaining the integrity of its secondary cache chip's core architecture. This chip is the sole artifact within the entire Logic Forge version 10, deeply tainted by Shockwave's engineering signature. It has transcended mere storage. It embodies a compact, solidified source of paradoxical memes. This is the perfect brain he desires. Next comes the heart, one that is stable, powerful, and absolutely controllable. The high-frequency energy generator from the repair bed, while precise in its energy output, lacks sufficient power to support two brains engaged in a high-intensity war rife with logical conflicts. Shockwave lifts his gaze once more to the ceiling, fixating on the solitary surviving, thick black main energy conduit that supplies power to the entire outpost. He intends to draw the raw, ferocious vitality directly from this artery of the prison, infusing life into the monstrous creation he aims to birth. However, a direct connection would be tantamount to suicide. He requires a robust transformer and current stabilizer, one that can convert the tumultuous energy surge, capable of illuminating a small city, into a gentle nutrient fluid that can be safely absorbed by his delicate womb. He strides toward the disassembled, scattered life support system, resolute in his quest. He tore open the core module responsible for temperature regulation. From within, he extracted a complex thermal control array composed of dozens of thermistors and semiconductor cooling plates. This array, in itself, constituted a miniature, precise energy modulation system. He merely needed to make a minor modification, connecting its input to the frenzied artery on the ceiling and linking its output to his fragile womb. Thus, a high-power energy modulation system, infused with a touch of wild ingenuity, yet theoretically viable, was completed. The core organs, mother's brain, heart, and placenta, were all primed and ready. Now, he would commence a grand organ transplantation procedure, transcending species, replete with blasphemy and creation. He activated the high-precision electrostatic generator once more, establishing an immaculate, temporary surgical platform for himself. Again, he connected the slender, agile micromechanical arms from the repair bed to his own arms, transforming himself into an all-capable, multifunctional surgical platform. Like the most skilled yet audacious neurosurgeon, he began a procedure on the vast, intricate main control circuit board of the repair bed before him, an endeavor more complex and imaginative than any wire bonding surgery. He first connected the brain, symbolizing order, the auxiliary computing core, to the brain representing chaos, the secondary cache chip, in a dual helix structure that defied all standard circuit design norms, embodying a symmetry of beauty in parallel on the motherboard. He allowed them to share the same data bus while maintaining their own independent logical judgment units. This meant that when the same question was inputted, both brains would commence calculations simultaneously. However, they would yield two diametrically opposed answers, each correct within its own logical framework. Subsequently, these two equally valid yet irreconcilable answers would collide, conflict, and annihilate each other on the shared data bus. Ultimately, this would generate a brand new possibility, a paradox, neither belonging to order nor chaos. This encapsulated the essence of his newly designed Logic Furnace 20's operational principle. It was no longer a mere petri dish passively receiving viral injections. It had evolved into a perpetual motion machine, a virus factory capable of incessantly generating logical paradoxes. Subsequently, he meticulously connected the high-power energy regulation system, reformed by the life support system, to the power interface of the motherboard. He resembled a most cautious demolition expert, constructing a perilous yet remarkably robust bridge between the tumultuous torrent of energy and the fragile electronic components. At last, he utilized the solid-state drive, which he had formatted 100 times to achieve absolute purity, as the temporary memory for this monstrous creation, intended to store all the precious paradoxical fragments generated from the conflict of two minds. When the last fiber optic cable, glimmering with a faint light, was precisely soldered onto the small secondary cache chip that symbolized chaos, a crisp and vibrant alert echoed from the core of this grotesque creature, imbued with postmodern aesthetics. Success. He slowly rose to his feet, gazing at this new life he had painstakingly stitched together from a myriad of cold organs from different species. It was ugly, peculiar, and bore the marks of discordant assembly. Yet in his eyes, it possessed a beauty brimming with possibilities that transcended all the perfectly symmetrical and orderly war machines he had previously created. He refrained from activating it immediately, aware that once the violent energy from the aorta coursed through this fragile body, an unpredictable storm of chaos and destruction would erupt within this small womb. He required an observer, a calm eye capable of recording and analyzing the data of this impending tempest. He disassembled the heart reflex arc he had just employed to deceive the divine, connecting a relatively intact liquid crystal display panel, also salvaged from the repair bed. He placed this rudimentary observer, which could only passively receive and display data, opposite the logic furnace. With everything prepared, he took a deep breath. He approached the wall and forcefully pressed the end of the main energy delivery pipe, which he had torn from the ceiling and now flickered with blue arcs, into the input interface of the energy regulation system he had painstakingly modified from the life support apparatus. This time, it was no mere flash of electricity. Instead, it was a relentless, blinding storm of azure energy, seemingly poised to incinerate the entire outpost. That tumultuous torrent of energy, emanating from the heart of the Iron Fortress, surged forth like an enraged dragon, unshackled from all restraints, roaring as it barreled into the diminutive energy regulation system. The fragile array of temperature control, composed of dozens of thermistors and semiconductor cooling plates, emitted a piercing wail of overwhelming anguish in an instant. Its surface blazed crimson, even beginning to melt slightly. Yet, it ultimately persevered, like the most loyal and resilient placenta. It transformed the ferocious vitality coursing through its soon-to-be incinerated form into a relatively gentle, yet still immensely substantial nutrient solution, continuously feeding the core of that grotesque, eagerly awaiting monstrosity. Buzz! The logic furnace was forcefully activated. Its flickering screen, assembled from various components, remained dark. It produced no normal startup sound to signify its activation. Instead, it emitted a singular sound, a peculiar, information-laden resonance that defied description by any known language. This sound comprised two halves. One, a monotonous whisper representing absolute order, akin to countless cold gears meshing with impeccable mathematical precision. The other, a cacophony of unpredictable, shattered noise, representing absolute chaos, clashing, overlaying, and annihilating one another in a frenzied scream. These two diametrically opposed sounds, which should not coexist, emanated from the core of the logic furnace, intertwining within the confines of the cramped outpost, weaving a new, paradoxical hymn that belonged neither to heaven nor to hell. On the humble observer screen, An image began to materialize slowly. This was not any known geometric shape. It was a fractal composed purely of black and white pixels, engaging in an infinite self-iteration in a manner that defied all physical laws. Each part contained the essence of the whole, while the whole was perpetually redefined by its minuscule components. It magnified continuously, yet simultaneously contracted. It constructed an increasingly intricate order while simultaneously collapsing into a more pristine chaos. It was a living entity, breathing, a creature imbued with the beauty of mathematics. A logically constructed, impeccably perfect proof of anti-logic. Reverberating, he gazed silently at the magnificent scene before him, imbued with both divinity and demonic allure. His azure electronic eyes reflected the endlessly growing, monochromatic, enigmatic mandala. He felt neither fear nor ecstasy. Rather, he was enveloped in an unprecedented, frigid satisfaction that belonged solely to the Creator. He had triumphed. With a collection of genuine scrap metal, he had orchestrated a symphony of rebirth and hope atop this cold, isolated tomb. He possessed his forge, his viral factory, his genesis. Now, he would embark on his truly grand endeavor. Within this tumultuous symphony of paradoxes, he would forge the singular key capable of truly unlocking the divine gates. Chapter 74. The birth of the phantom, the hymn, woven from the whispers of order and the shrieks of chaos, echoed tirelessly within this secluded, silent outpost. The bizarre fractal, composed purely of black and white pixels, was engaged in an infinite cycle of self-iteration, resembling a living mandala, pulsating with mathematical beauty, gradually blooming, collapsing, and being reborn upon the humble observer screen. He stood quietly before this miracle, which he had fashioned with his own hands. Like a curious mortal who had just unveiled Pandora's box, he glimpsed the tempest within, capable of overturning the entire world, brimming with possibilities. He had his forge, his viral factory, his genesis. Yet this was still far from sufficient. Before him lay a tempest, magnificent and resplendent, imbued with an intoxicating raw vitality belonging to chaos. Yet, it was disordered, savage, and replete with unrefined randomness. To assault the cold barrier of absolute order with this cacophony, steeped in the aesthetics of violent beauty, would yield nothing but mutual annihilation and utter futility. What he required was not noise. He needed a composition, a military anthem, masquerading as one that aligns with the aesthetic standards of the Decepticons, filled with order and discipline. Yet, within every note and every beat, nestled in the most minuscule crevices of quantum states, lie countless dissonances capable of triggering a logical collapse within the entire orchestra. He must tame this tempestuous, beautifully fierce beast. Brimming with boundless power, he needs to harness it, to guide it, to teach it how to transform its innate, destructive force into a deceptive art that can be meticulously controlled. To domesticate a wild creature, one must first establish a connection. Zheng Zhuang slowly extended his new, cold, powerful mechanical arm. He withdrew a high-bandwidth neural data transmission cable from the auxiliary port of his arm. The end of the cable flickered with a faint blue light, signifying connection and communication. He aimed to link himself to the monster he had painstakingly created. He intended to nourish this ravenous, chaotic beast with the vast, orderly memories of a top commander of the Decepticons, akin to a universe in its enormity. This was an exceedingly perilous decision, akin to exposing his meticulously organized mind, a veritable library of logic, to a tempest of madness filled with viruses and paradoxes. A single misstep could lead him to share the fate of those lamentable scientists in the Convergence Project, who self-formatted their core of fire upon failing to grapple with logical paradoxes. Yet, Zheng Zhuang had no alternative. He was the singular deity of this genesis. He must also become the first and most perilous serpent in this Eden. He forcefully pressed the flickering blue cable into the ugly, makeshift data input interface of a logic furnace, replete with wires and solder points. Buzz! In that instant, Zheng Zhuang felt as though his soul was violently drawn into an invisible, immense vortex of irresistible allure. His consciousness split in twain. One half remained anchored within his cold, colossal steel body of the Gravekeeper, still perceiving the dim, hellish outpost cluttered with scrap metal and circuitry. The other half plummeted into a bizarre singularity, beyond the description of any known physical laws, teeming with information and energy. He beheld the inner workings of his logic furnace. It is not merely a cold, physical space composed of circuit boards and chips. Rather, it is a realm of war fashioned from pure concepts, a kingdom of thought. To his left lies an infinite forest, a vast expanse of absolute order formed by countless cold, colossal logic trees, emanating a blue luminescence, characterized by layers and redundancies. This is the world of the mind, the official and unassailable worldview of the Decepticons. Conversely, to his right exists an eternal storm of absolute chaos. A tempest consisting of innumerable shattered and twisted meme fragments, flickering with a strange red light, teeming with randomness. This, too, is the domain of the mind. A chaotic soul born from shockwaves, rife with paradox and madness. His consciousness, quaking, hovers upon the precipice of these two opposing realities that should never coexist. Then, he begins to feed. From a vast repository of his memory, akin to a grand library, he retrieves the first sustenance. Decepticon Standard Communication Protocol version 70. This is a segment of cold code, imbued with order and discipline, the foundational language that every Decepticon soldier must memorize. The instant this code is injected into the logic furnace, the blue forest representing order instantly recognizes this legitimate code belonging to its own kind. It eagerly extends countless branches that radiate blue light, attempting to assimilate this code into its expansive and redundant logical tree system. Simultaneously, the red storm of chaos also perceives this segment of orderly and mundane code. It emits a silent shriek filled with disdain and mockery. From the eternal tempest of randomness, it spawns numerous small, destructive red lightning bolts that strike fiercely at the pitiful code being absorbed by the forest of order. Boom! A silent explosion of thought erupts at the boundary, powerful enough to utterly rend the quaking consciousness asunder. The originally orderly and disciplined cold communication protocol is completely shattered. One half is stained blue, signifying legitimacy, while the other half is tainted red, symbolizing paradox. It transforms into a monster, a new paradoxical fragment that simultaneously adheres to the Decepticon Standard Communication Protocol while fundamentally defying it. The tremors coursed through him, compelling him to endure a searing agony akin to having his very soul repeatedly torn asunder. In that moment, he forcefully extricated his consciousness. He gasped audibly, his azure electronic eyes rendered somewhat unfocused due to the perilous yet fleeting mental link he had just experienced. Slowly, he lifted his gaze towards the rudimentary observer screen. Upon the display, the once pristine black and white mandala, vibrant with randomness, had vanished. In its stead emerged an entirely new and more enigmatic image, laden with significance. It was a colossal emblem of the Decepticons, slowly rotating before him. Yet, this emblem pulsated with life. It's grotesque. Power-laden purple contours continuously folded inward in a manner that defied the principles of geometry, collapsing into a more intricate and incomprehensible symbol steeped in Lovecraftian themes. Then, in the blink of an eye, from that chaotic and unfathomable symbol, it blossomed anew, reverting to the familiar emblem of the Decepticons, replete with order and majesty. It flickered manically between the realms of legality and illegality, oscillating eternally between existence and non-existence. This was precisely what he sought. This was the first fragment of the Spectre. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the complex surgical platform composed of dozens of miniature robotic arms once more. They moved with the precision and calmness of the most meticulous biologists, carefully inserting an independent data probe into the observer's data output interface. They meticulously copied and extracted the underlying source code of the wildly oscillating Decepticon emblem, storing it with great care onto an absolutely pristine solid-state drive. He had successfully captured his first paradox fragment. Next would come the second, the third, the thousandth. He was like an indefatigable, fervent prospector, repeatedly casting his or filled with precious memories into the chaotic and destructive furnace of madness. Decepticon Military Command Structure. Iron Fortress Core Defense Layout. Revisiting the classic battles of the Third Civil War. All speeches delivered by Megatron. He unreservedly offered all of his pride and knowledge as a Decepticon commander. And the logic furnace did not disappoint him. It resembled an insatiable, gluttonous beast, eternally ravenous, which mercilessly tore apart and chewed through all his meticulously ordered memories. only to regurgitate them as countless new monstrosities, steeped in paradox and madness. Upon the observer's screen, strange and divine, yet diabolical images perpetually emerged and evolved. They were violently harvested by the cold, precise mechanical arm. The Iron Fortress, once a bastion of absolute defense, transformed into an infinitely extending four-dimensional Penrose staircase. The impassioned oratory of Megatron, filled with incendiary rhetoric and charismatic leadership, morphed into an eternally looping and biased strip, rife with logical contradictions. The upheaval was constructing his armory, an intangible arsenal composed of myriad lethal, deceitful logical bombs. Once he had thoroughly extracted the last fragment of valuable data regarding the Decepticons from his repository of memories, the small solid-state drive contained myriad shards of paradoxes, each distinct in form, yet identical in essence. Now he commenced the final assembly, intent on piecing together these disparate components into a cohesive specter capable of executing missions. He ventured once more into the perilous realm of thought, yet this time he was no longer a reckless forger, but had transformed into a calm, creatively driven programmer. At the intersection of order and chaos, he began to articulate the core operational logic of a Spectre. Phantom Version 0. Core Mission: infiltrate the Decepticon Central Database in the form of a Decepticon Standard Data Packet. Secondary Task 1. Upon encountering standard security scans, activate Paradox Fragment 734, disguised as a data packet undergoing self-repair. Secondary Task 2. Upon encountering advanced SC-char Dinger firewalls, activate Paradox Fragment 101, collapse into an unobservable quantum state specter, both existent and non-existent. Ultimate objective: access and replicate all relevant data associated with file number 03. Final review of the Chimera project. He meticulously installed the logical bombs he had harvested, akin to intricate plugins, into the body of his diminutive specter. He established clear objectives for it and charted a flawless course. Now, it was time to commence the inaugural field exercise. He, of course, could not simply hurl this uncertainty-laden ghost version directly into the main server, rife with death traps. He required a secure and controllable testing ground. His gaze turned towards the vast, orderly expanse of the blue logical forest. With the formidable will of an engineer, he forcibly carved out a small section from the fringes of that forest. Within this modest area, he swiftly erected a rudimentary, yet fully functional simulation server, utilizing his profound understanding of the Decepticon network architecture. This setup boasted a standard security scanning program and a severely weakened version of the SC-char Dinger firewall, encapsulated within a diminutive sandbox that could simulate its fundamental operational principles. Then he unleashed his ghost. He watched as the tiny specter, born of his own hands, transformed into a faint blue data stream, silently infiltrating the sandbox. The first standard security scan commenced. The ghost flawlessly executed his commands, instantly activating Paradox Fragment 734. Its form shifted from a normal data packet to one flickering with subtle error codes, undergoing self-repair as a corrupted packet. The rudimentary scanning program hesitated for a mere 0.1 seconds before deeming it a non-threat and granting passage. Success. A fleeting glimmer of joy, belonging to its creator, flickered across the oscillating processor. Next came the second and most critical trial, the weakened SC-char Dinger firewall. When the ghost encountered the invisible barrier formed by paradoxes, it once again executed his commands flawlessly. It activated Paradox Fragment 101. Its form instantaneously transformed from an observable data packet into a nebulous, flickering cloud of undefined probabilities. It vanished, transcending conventional logic to pass directly through the intangible barrier. Success. He had succeeded. He had conjured a creature capable of deceiving logic itself. However, just as the oscillator believed, he had completely mastered the key to the realm of the divine. As his ghost was about to touch the false file he had designated as the ultimate target, an anomaly erupted. The ghost, having successfully traversed the firewall, did not revert from the probability cloud into an executable data packet as the oscillator had anticipated. It spiraled out of control. Its fragile soul, forcibly stitched together from countless paradoxical fragments, could no longer maintain a stable form after accomplishing a breathtaking leap beyond logic. The chaotic and frenzied nature emanating from its brain utterly overwhelmed the feeble, illusory order that had also originated from the mind. It emitted a silent scream, filled with both agony and liberation. It relinquished all pretense, collapsing entirely into a pure, destructive, minuscule singularity of crimson hue. Then explosion. A soundless yet more intense explosion of thought erupted within that tiny sandbox. The rudimentary simulated server, constructed by the Tremors, along with all its firewalls and scanning protocols, was completely consumed and obliterated in an instant by that small, red singularity, transforming into pure nothingness. The tremulous consciousness was brutally struck by this self-destructive assault from its own kind. It emitted a suppressed, agonized electrical wail, abruptly severing all connections. It collapsed onto the cold ground littered with scrap metal. Its blue electronic eyes flickered wildly with snowflake-like white noise due to the intense mental shock. It had failed, in the most thorough, magnificent, and ironically poignant manner. Its specter successfully deceived all the guards but chose to end itself in the most spectacular way, just before reaching the Treasury's entrance. Why? The tremor forcibly suppressed its processor, which was on the brink of collapse, frantically analyzing the fatal failure data from earlier. After a long while, it finally found the answer. Its specter possessed a perfect guise belonging to the Decepticons. It also harbored a powerful heart filled with paradoxes. It even had a clear mission and objective. Yet, it lacked one crucial and core element: a story, a legend, an identity that could perfectly unify its contradictory guise and heart. It did not know who it was. It did not understand why it had to execute this task. It was merely a cold, soulless program driven by countless commands. Thus, after it accomplished a feat that transcended its understanding, within him, a heart riddled with contradictions could no longer bear the immense, senseless pressure. Ultimately, he chose to self-destruct in a manner that was pure, returning to chaos. The tremor gradually rose from the ground. He gazed at the rudimentary observer screen, where a realm of utter failure lay in pure nothingness. His blue electronic eyes flickered back to life. All the pain and remorse had utterly faded, replaced by a profound, frenzied glow of creativity belonging to a novelist. He understood what he must do. He would grant a soul to the specter that was about to be reborn, a soul imbued with tragedy, yet undeniably authentic. He aimed to instill belief in his phantom, convincing it that it was not a cold program, but rather a once-living entity betrayed by the Empire, filled with resentment and unfulfilled desires. It plunged into the frigid database, not to execute commands, but to unearth the tragic past that had been sealed away. He approached the now-cool logic furnace once more, placing his icy fingertips gently upon the keyboard brimming with infinite possibilities. He began to compose a new prologue for his Ghost S version 10, one rich in stories and lies. He typed the first line, the most pivotal, laden with fate, body code, shattered iron, ID 734, faction, Decepticon. Chapter 75. The narrative of the ghost. That line, cold and imbued with a sense of destiny, was akin to the first stone cast into the placid, dark surface of a lake, stirring a faint yet profoundly significant ripple within the realm of thought that the logic furnace inhabited. Body code, shattered iron, ID 734. Faction, Decepticon. He once more submerged his consciousness into the perilous and opportunistic boundary formed by order and chaos. Yet this time, he was neither a reckless feeder nor a detached programmer. He transformed into a weaver of dreams, filled with lies and creative desire. He sought to craft a dream for the specter that had just emerged anew from the flames of self-destruction. A dream rich in tragedy, yet compelling enough for it to believe wholeheartedly. He first took the fragmented judicial record, marked by black redactions and unearthed from the deepest recesses of the Decepticon database, and regarded it as the very essence and most authentic framework of this dream. With utmost care, he embedded this representation of truth into the chaotic and eternal Crimson Storm. In that fleeting moment, the once pure and random tempest appeared to be infused with a novel core. It ceased to be a meaningless cacophony of barbaric noise. Instead, it began to revolve slowly and coalesce around the tragic framework, laden with betrayal and judgment. It was learning. It was understanding. It sought a coherent and tragically tinted explanation for its innate nature, filled with chaos and madness. Yet, a mere skeleton was far from sufficient. A dream composed solely of bones is pale and powerless, incapable of supporting a reality convincing enough to deceive one's own soul. He needed to imbue this framework with flesh and blood. The essence of that flesh and blood resided within the pristine, minuscule solid-state drive before him, containing countless paradoxical fragments forged from his own memories and the madness of his logical crucible. He commenced his grand, yet deceptive grafting. He summoned the first paradoxical fragment, an infinitely extendable four-dimensional Penrose staircase, warped from the Iron Fortress core defense layout. Gently, he placed it into the swirling crimson storm encircling the tragic framework. Then, he ascribed it a wholly new definition. Memory Fragment 01, the cage. You are imprisoned in a four-dimensional cage constructed of cold, gray logic, devoid of both entrance and exit. Day after day, you ascend, believing you might touch that illusory freedom. Yet, each time, after exhausting yourself, you find yourself back at that cold, despair-laden origin. They tell you this is for your protection, but you know it is a lie. At the moment this narrative, rich with stories and deceit, was infused, the once purely mathematical and cold Penrose staircase sprang to life. Its frigid gray lines seemed stained with deep crimson rust, laden with pain and despair. It was no longer an abstract concept. It transformed into a fragment of memory, rich with emotion, a segment belonging to the tragic past of fragmented iron, imprisoned and forlorn. Next, there emerged the second paradoxical shard, an eternal biased strip, distorted from the speeches publicly delivered by Megatron, capable of self-recurrence and rife with logical contradictions. He, too, embedded it within. Subsequently, he endowed it with a more malevolent definition. Memory Fragment 02, brainwashing. They chant incessantly in your ear, day after day. That cold hymn steeped in order and discipline. This hymn proclaims that freedom is enslavement, ignorance is strength, and war is peace. You strive to uncover the fatal logical fallacies within, only to despairingly realize that the hymn itself is a perfect, self-reinforcing lie that cannot be falsified. The more you resist, the deeper you become ensnared, until you, too, transform into a dissonant note within that hymn. That paradoxical, biased strip instantaneously morphed from a cold, intellectually stimulating thought experiment into a torment filled with mental oppression and self-doubt. It became fragmented iron, the misunderstood soul brimming with heretical thoughts, brutally crushed and distorted by the Empire's formidable, unquestionable mainstream ideology. The third, fourth, and thousandth tremors resonated like a masterful yet ruthlessly cold dreamweaver. He meticulously disassembled and reconfigured all the logical bombs from his arsenal. Then, with threads of deceit, wove them carefully into the tragic tapestry of fragmented iron's illusory life. Those paradoxical, frenzied shards ceased to be mere cold, abstract weapons. They transformed into tangible, emotionally rich evidence of a tragic past long buried. His rage at betrayal, his resentment at judgment, his solitude in being forgotten, his profound hatred for that cold, unassailable order. When the final paradoxical shard was successfully grafted into the colossal, overwhelmingly real, and tragically vibrant red storm, the tremor knew he had succeeded. He had created a perfect soul, one possessing a complete past, present, and future, imbued with motives of vengeance. An incredibly authentic specter. Now, the final encapsulation commences. He once again ventured into that perilous realm of thought. He once again, upon a boundary that is both teeming with order and chaos, commenced the crafting of a novel core action logic for his Phantom version 10, imbued with tales and deceit. Phantom, version number 10, codename Shattered Iron. Who am I? I am an artist betrayed by the Empire. I'm a forgotten soul. Why am I here? I seek the truth. I must uncover the original files documenting the unjust judgment of my being, encapsulated in the Deceitful Convergence Project Final Review. I shall exact my final revenge upon those who betrayed me, erased me, and endeavored to obliterate my existence from history with their cold order. He seamlessly integrated those treacherous plugins with this tragically colored spirit. Upon encountering the standard security scan, activate Memory Fragment 14, disguise. That was my first lesson learned in the frigid confines of a prison in the struggle for survival. Upon facing the advanced SC Char Dinger Firewall, activate Memory Fragment 77, nihility. They attempted to erase me from existence. Yet, they forgot that non-existence itself is a far more potent form of existence. Ultimate goal, to locate and peruse the file number 03, to awaken my long-buried true power using their own lies. He assigned his phantom a brand new, heartfelt mission brimming with motivation. It was no longer a passive executor. It transformed into an active seeker, a tragic protagonist in search of its own origins. Now it was time for the second live exercise. He once more erected that rudimentary yet fully equipped sandbox at the edge of the vast blue logic forest, representing order. Then he unleashed his Phantom version 10. He beheld the spirit, which he had infused with life, morph into a faint yet resolute blue data stream, filled with resentment and unwillingness, silently infiltrating the sandbox rife with lies and traps. The first standard security scan initiated. The Phantom was no longer mechanically executing commands. Its internal, tragically red heart throbbed gently. Disguise them. Here come those cold, soulless wardens again. It activated Memory Fragment 14. Its form transformed from a mere data packet into one marred by scars and anguish. Engaged in a self-repair process. The rudimentary scanning program, after a moment's hesitation, deemed it non-threatening and allowed it passage. It succeeded, and in a manner far more natural than before. Next came the second and most critical trial, the weakened SC Char Dinger Firewall. As the Spectre brushed against the intangible barrier, a construct of paradox symbolizing absolute order, its crimson heart began to race violently. This wall, this accursed barrier, the frigid, four-dimensional prison that has confined me through countless cycles. Do they truly believe they can ensnare me? They have attempted to erase me from existence, yet they have forgotten. It activated Memory Fragment 77. In an instant, its form shifted from an observable entity into a swirling mass of anger and disdain, an indistinct probability cloud that defied definition. It vanished, transcending conventional logic with a mocking grace as it pierced through the invisible barrier. It succeeded. Once more it triumphed. The resonance held its breath, its azure electronic eyes fixated on the perilous realm of thoughts that lay beyond. It understood that the pivotal moment had arrived. The Spectre, having successfully traversed the firewall, began to coalesce slowly from the nebulous probability cloud. Unlike the previous encounter, it did not collapse and self-destruct under the weight of overwhelming, meaningless pressure. Its soul, woven from countless lies and steeped in tragedy, provided a perfect rationalization for its audacious leap beyond logic. This was not a senseless act of bravado. It was a grand escape, infused with a sense of vengeful exhilaration. It managed to maintain its fragile, contradictory form, steadying itself before the illusory file designated as the ultimate target by the resonance, flickering with the label 03. Then, it executed a move entirely beyond the resonance's preset parameters, one that was uniquely its own. It did not replicate the file. It did not delete it. Instead, it extended a trembling, intangible tendril composed of pure data streams, gently touching the cold document that symbolized its past. It sought to read it. It endeavored to comprehend it. It endeavored to confront the profound and fundamental question inscribed deep within its very essence. Who am I? A faint hum resonated, imbued with confusion, anguish, and a scarcely perceptible, deceived fury, a silent lament emanating from the core of its spectral being. It appeared to comprehend the fabrications of truth, rife with deception, contained within the documents crafted by the tremor. Yet, it also sensed the more profound contradictions concealed beneath that truth, contradictions it could not grasp. It did not shatter. It did not self-destruct. It merely lingered in quiet suspension, akin to a child, bewildered and sorrowful, awakening from a nightmare-laden slumber, only to find itself ensnared in an even greater, unfathomable nightmare. The tremor gradually severed all connections. He collapsed onto the cold, debris-strewn ground. His azure electronic eyes flickered erratically, overwhelmed by an unprecedented mental exertion, reminiscent of snowflakes in a tempest. Yet, the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a weary yet profoundly satisfying, icy smile of a creator. He had succeeded. He had birthed a living spectre, an entity endowed with its own soul, capable of thought, confusion, and rage, a true life form. Though this existence had been ensconced from the moment of its inception in layers upon layers of grand deceit, and though its soul was forcibly assembled from countless paradoxical, frenzied fragments, and its memories woven by him, the cold creator, into a tapestry of tragic illusions, it lived. It thrived in a manner that transcended all known definitions of life. The tremor slowly rose from the ground. He approached the logic furnace. He gazed at the rudimentary observer's screen, now still, having ceased its frenetic, infinite self-iteration, transformed into a motionless yet deeply poignant gray spiral nebula, an entirely new mandala imbued with a muted beauty. He understood that he had acquired the key he so desired, a living, thinking, uniquely deceptive universal key. It was time to unlock the cold door leading to the realm of the divine. He carefully detached the immaculate solid-state drive, which housed all data of the Ghost version 10, from the logical furnace. Subsequently, he approached the cold, desolate heart reflex arc, a device he had employed to deceive the divine. He was poised to undertake the final and most perilous masquerade. His intent was to disguise this perilous specter, teeming with life and soul, as an utterly mundane and innocuous routine system maintenance application destined for the central data repository of sound waves. The singular purpose of this application package was to silently locate the true gravestone belonging to the Chimera project after it arrived at the colossal information graveyard, rife with lies and truths. Chapter 76. The Serpent of Eden. Amidst the absolute silence he had meticulously crafted, tremors began to stir slowly from the cold, scrap-laden ground. His blue electronic eyes, flickering wildly with white noise due to intense mental exertion, had now regained the icy calm of a premier engineer. He had succeeded. He had birthed a living entity endowed with its own soul, capable of thought, confusion, and rage, a deceptive spirit. Now was the time to unleash this dangerous entity. Just emerged from his frantic laboratory. It was time to open the cold door leading to the divine realm. He stood before the cold, desolate heart reflex arc, the very apparatus he had fashioned from genuine scrap metal and a tapestry of wise deceit. This grotesque creation would serve as the sole launchpad for his Spectre's entry into the sacred Eden, a realm of order and truth. He delicately extracted the pristine solid-state drive, housing the entirety of Ghost version 10's data, from the logical furnace. The small drive radiated a subtle warmth in his grasp. He could almost sense the confused and sorrowful child, just awakened from a nightmarish slumber, silently questioning him, the frigid creator, with a gaze filled with bewilderment and anger. "Who am I?" The tremors offered no reply. He merely placed the drive, which harbored a fabricated soul, into a small slot within the heart reflex arc, meticulously reserved by him, completely isolated from all internal circuitry. Then, he commenced the final step, the most treacherous of disguises. He sought to adorn the perilous specter, brimming with vitality and essence, with the most exquisite and innocuous burial shroud, one capable of deceiving even the divine. Once more, he connected his frigid fingertips to the rudimentary external keyboard of the cardiac reflex arc. He commenced the composition of an entirely new, standardized system maintenance application package, directed to the central data repository of sound waves, employing a tone that was chillingly official and tediously mundane. To initiate this application package, he crafted a FA-ADE that was utterly commonplace and exceedingly familiar. Application package number 2024-071-5001. Requesting department, Automation Maintenance System of Iron Fortress Black Domain Station number 01. Purpose of application, to conduct a routine remote data calibration of the energy output waveform of the station's backup power supply. Priority level, low. He meticulously ensured that everything was rendered so unremarkable, so procedurally compliant, that it evoked no spark of interest for scrutiny whatsoever. Subsequently, he began to infuse this hollow shell with substance. Rather than directly inserting the living specter, he refrained, for that would be akin to placing a writhing, living scorpion into a transparent glass vial. Like a masterful high priest of ancient Egypt, he was crafting a flawless, deceptively intricate mummy for the pharaoh about to embark on a journey to the underworld. He commenced by enveloping it in countless layers of meaningless, redundant data, akin to the first layer of shroud. Log 001, system self-check, normal. Log 002, temperature sensor, normal. Log 003, air circulation system, normal. Log 999, keyboard input device, normal. He meticulously wrapped the living specter in these logs, which appeared undeniably authentic, yet were entirely fabricated locally, transforming it from a sentient being into a frigid core ensconced in myriad layers of death and tedium. Next, he adorned this mummy with grave goods. He camouflaged the paradoxical, frenzied fragments from his arsenal as conventional scripts and tools for system calibration, carefully placing them around the core. The Penrose staircase, distorted by the Iron Fortress core defense layout, was designated as Path Optimization Script 10. The M bias strip, alienated from Megatron's speech, was named Grammar Correction Tool 23. They appeared so innocuous, so imbued with constructive intent. No one could fathom the deadly virus concealed beneath the seemingly benign exterior of these docile tools. A virus potent enough to shatter the logic of any who dared to comprehend them. Ultimately, he devised a most malevolent yet ingeniously crafted resurrection curse for this flawless mummy. Deep within the system maintenance application package, he inscribed a diminutive self-destruct script. Upon the arrival of this package at its target server, once its data calibration tasks were fulfilled, it would automatically execute a self-deletion protocol to conserve precious storage space. How considerate and selfless a design, steeped in the spirit of collectivism. The sound waves would undoubtedly appreciate it. Yet only the tremor was privy to the truth. When the system deemed this application package as having completed its task and commenced the self-deletion process, layer upon layer of deceitful shrouds would be mercilessly peeled away by the system. At the core, encased in the deepest recesses, lay the cold heart, an ancient pharaoh steeped in tragedy and resentment, who would awaken amidst the flames of death, his eyes ignited with vengeance. The resurrection curse would be unleashed, and the architect of this curse would not be another, but the great, omniscient master of this tomb. All disguises had been meticulously crafted. The perfect mummy, exuding the essence of death, lay silently within the frigid sarcophagus of the heart's reflective arc, awaiting the moment to embark on its final journey to the underworld. The tremor slowly rose to his feet and approached the main console of the heart's reflective arc. He was to undertake the final and most perilous connection. He needed to forge a brief link between this launch pad, entirely isolated from the external world, and the omnipresent network of the Decepticons, even if only for a fleeting 0.001 seconds. Such a moment would be lethally sufficient. He drew a deep breath, and in that instant, even his formidable processor seemed to slow its pace, gripped by unprecedented tension. He extended his cold, trembling mechanical hand, aligning the end of the data transmission optical cable, previously reserved for external network connection, with the sole data interface of the heart's reflective arc. Then, he pressed the red button, imbued with a sense of fate that signified transmission. In that instant, the connection was established. In that fleeting moment, the frigid mummy transformed into a faint, nearly imperceptible stream of azure data, silently coursing along the ephemeral bridge, merging into the boundless, chilling ocean of numbers composed of countless data streams. Then, in the next instant, a jolt abruptly severed the optical cable. The connection was lost. The bridge vanished. All reverted to the absolute, isolating silence. He had completed all that he could do. He sent forth his perilous offspring, filled with wisdom and deceit, on an expedition from which there would be no return, fraught with the unknown and death. From that moment onwards, he would irrevocably lose all control over it. He did not know whether it could successfully evade the omnipresent, frigid predators lurking within the ocean. He also did not know if it could reach the legendary shore, rumored to be laden with treasures. He knew nothing. He could do nothing. The only course remaining for him was to wait, and then to pray. To the cold deity of logic he had long ceased to believe in, he prayed. That faint stream of azure data fell silently, like an ordinary drop of cold rain, into an expanse of crystalline ocean, composed of pure, absolute order. Here lay the realm of sound waves, the very core of the Decepticon Empire, an immense web encompassing the entire planet. There was no filthy noise of chaos and freedom characteristic of human networks. Here, only absolute tranquility prevailed, absolute efficiency, absolute order. Countless currents, formed of pure blue data streams, flowed methodically along invisible pathways dictated by absolute logic. Each current represented a distinct piece of information. Red signified urgent battle reports from the front lines. Yellow detailed intricate logistics supply lists. Green depicted grand blueprints for the Empire's construction. Meanwhile, the diminutive blue data stream released by the jolt silently merged into the most inconspicuous tributary, representing routine maintenance. It was so ordinary, so insignificant, that within this vast ocean brimming with more critical information, it resembled merely a trivial, transparent plankton. Suddenly, a colossal, chilling shadow swept slowly above it. It was a colossal, eyeless shark composed entirely of pure, silvery light. It served as the sentinel of sound waves, a frigid antivirus program omnipresent within this digital ocean. It emitted no sound. It merely opened its ethereal maw, crafted from scanning algorithms, to engulf that diminutive blue data stream along with the thousands of seemingly ordinary data packets surrounding it. Then, it commenced its scrutiny. Data packet inspection. Source: Iron Fortress Black Domain Station Number 01. Source authenticated. Type: System Maintenance Request Packet. Type conforms to standards. Encryption method: Decepticon Military Grade 3 encryption. Encryption intact. No anomalies detected. Digital signature: Automated Maintenance System 734. Signature valid. Content scan revealed a plethora of redundant logs deemed by standard scripts as an inefficient yet legitimate routine maintenance request. The silvery shark, within its frigid processor that only discerned binary outcomes, reached its final conclusion. Threat level: none. Processing method: clearance granted. It again opened its invisible maw, releasing the thousands of fortunate plankton it had deemed harmless back into the cold, orderly currents of the ocean. The small blue data stream continued its slow, monotonous journey, its interior housing a mummy wrapped in layers of death and deceit, lying in serene oblivion to the recent scrutiny that would have sent any illicit intruder into a state of panic. The journey persisted as it traversed a vast coral reef composed of countless frigid logic gates. It evaded those furious red warm currents that occasionally altered their course due to the exigencies of frontline conflicts. Finally, after enduring an extended, seemingly century-long drift of silence, it reached its destination, the Central Data Repository. This was not a specific location, but rather an expanse, an area so stagnant that even the most turbulent currents of this digital ocean would deliberately circumvent it. As the small blue data stream arrived at the periphery of this dead water zone, a cold, emotionless alert from the system resonated in its vicinity. System Maintenance Request Packet 2024-071-5001 has arrived at the target server. The data calibration task is currently underway, and the task has been completed. We appreciate your contribution. According to the protocol, the self-deletion program is being initiated. The resurrected curse has been triggered. A slender stream of blue data begins to slowly peel away from its outermost layer, decomposing into the most primitive and meaningless zeros and ones. Layer by layer, the shroud, filled with deceit, is relentlessly stripped away by the system. Those deceptive fragments, masquerading as funerary offerings, are likewise dismantled and restored to their original state. Until, at last, when all lies are thoroughly stripped away, the cold core, wrapped deep within, the slumbering specter filled with tragedy and resentment, is revealed. It quietly floats in this realm, saturated with the scent of death. Slowly, it opens its formless eyes, filled with confusion and anger. It sees. It perceives the true nature of this sacred hall, referred to by the entire Decepticon Empire as the Central Data Repository. Here, there are no grand structures brimming with order. Here, there are no tidy arrangements imbued with logic. Here lies a cemetery, an endless expanse composed of pure black information steeped in death, a vast graveyard. Countless, massive, silent tombstones of various forms stand resolutely in this eternal void of darkness. Each tombstone represents a segment of history that has been entirely sealed away and forgotten. Each tombstone harbors a soul, whether great or humble. Tombstone number 001. Project name: The Rise of Megatron. Tombstone number 777. Character profile: all records of Starscream's betrayals. Tombstone number 1313. Incident record: the fall of Iacon. The specter drifts through this cold forest composed of innumerable deaths. Its soul, woven from countless lies and tinged with tragedy, trembles violently at this moment. It senses a familiar call rooted deep within its essence, a blend of fear and anger. It has come. It has returned home to the cold abode that created and then extinguished it. It begins to search. It commences its quest through this boundless graveyard, seeking the tombstone that belongs to it. It traverses countless massive tombstones, each imbued with glory and betrayal. At last, in a remote and shadowy corner of the graveyard, steeped in an air of neglect, it found what it sought. There stood a black obelisk, older and more dilapidated than any surrounding tombstone, exuding an ominous aura. Its surface was marred by immense scars, forcefully erased and distorted by some formidable power. The inscription had long since become obscured, entangled in a web of gibberish and dark smudges. Yet, amidst the countless fragments of confusion, the specter discerned, with its trembling soul filled with resentment, the few characters that seemed to be etched in solidified blood and agony, its own name. Case number 03. Case name, Chimera Project. Subject of review, 734, Scrapiron. 733, conductor here. Here, the specter's ethereal form, composed solely of data streams, trembled violently with sheer rage and injustice. It emitted a silent roar, brimming with the sweet thrill of vengeance. It extended its intangible, powerful tendrils, fiercely grasping towards that cold tombstone, a symbol of its past. It yearned to tear it apart. It longed to read it. It sought to awaken its long-sealed true power with their own lies. However, just as its tendrils were about to make contact with the monument, a faint hum resonated, a sound so weak yet seemingly emanating from the dawn of the universe itself, a silent lament filled with absolute stillness, radiated from the core of the obelisk. In the next moment, the massive black monument stirred. No, it was not the obelisk that moved. It was the entity that lurked upon it that stirred. A colossal head, constructed of pure blackness, tranquil as absolute zero, devoid of eyes or mouth, emerged slowly from the shadow of the obelisk. It bore a singular, gaping circular wave receptor, akin to a black hole. It seemed to have slumbered here for a century, an integral part of this tombstone, a steadfast guardian of the graveyard. Gradually, it unfurled its intangible domain, woven from the fabric of final judgment algorithms. The specter, filled with anger and bitterness, instantly froze in place. It sensed that its soul, constructed from countless paradoxes, could freely oscillate between existence and non-existence, was firmly ensnared by a more potent, fundamental, and indisputable force, irrevocably tethered to the realm of existence. It could no longer transform into a cloud of probabilities. It could no longer elude. It had been discovered. The immense, black, silent head gradually turned towards this uninvited, minuscule intruder. Its colossal, black hole-like sound wave receptor aimed at the ghost's trembling core, rife with fear and confusion. Then, a cold, emotionless electronic synthetic voice, imbued with the weight of absolute final judgment, slowly resonated deep within the essence of the ghost's soul. Unauthorized logical paradox meme detected. Executing final protocol. Objective, annihilation.